when the cruel fallen angel descended to earth and everyone was frantically fleeing. This man slapped her pretty face and even forced her to wear a modern wedding dress. It was because Chi Fengling awakened as the emperor of the undead, and all creatures in the realm of the undead must submit unconditionally. It turned out that this was a post-apocalyptic world where a zombie virus broke out. Everyone thought that this apocalypse was caused by a virus developed by humans, but only Chi Fengling knew that this apocalypse was not caused by humans from beginning to end, but by the gods. The blue planet they lived on was the playground of the gods, and they were treated as playthings. This was a game from the gods. Perhaps the gods found the one-sided slaughter too boring, so they bestowed gifts. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, random awakening pearls would descend on every city. After swallowing the awakening pearl, one could awaken various supernatural professions. In the previous life, Chi Fengling almost lost his life by risking his life to deliver food to the so-called goddess, thus missing the first batch of awakening beads, and could only be forced to obtain the second batch of awakening beads. The abilities awakened by the first and second batches of awakening beads are vastly different. However, in the previous life, Chi Fengling still ranked among the top 10 strongest in the world with the first-level occupation of Demon Hunter. At the last moment of his life, he killed the legendary zombie emperor. Chi Fengling stared at the date July 7, 2035 on the calendar, lost in thought. If he remembered correctly, the first batch of awakening pearls bestowed by the gods would start appearing this afternoon at 5 o'clock. According to Chi Fengling's understanding, there are only 1,000 awakening pearls in each city in the first batch. This also means that the maximum number of people who can awaken as supernatural professionals in the first batch is only 1,000. Despite nearly half of humanity turning into zombies, there are still close to billions of people alive today. The city of Yunchang where Chi Fengling is located had a permanent population of 8 million before the end of the world. Even if half of the population in Yunchang has turned into zombies now, there are still 4 million humans. With 4 million humans competing for 1,000 awakening pearls, the intensity of the competition can be imagined. However, this will not have any impact on Chi Fengling. The current humans are not aware of the role of awakening pearls. Even if the awakening pearl appears in front of them, they will most likely not pay attention. Moreover, awakening pearls themselves are divided into grades, and the grade of the awakening pearl will affect the level of the user's awakened supernatural profession. In later generations, the potential of the awakened profession bestowed by the awakening pearl adopted the same grade division: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. After a simple review of memories, Chi Fengling fell into a brief contemplation. In the previous life, Chi Fengling learned from companions during leisure time about the approximate distribution range of the first batch of awakening pearls, mostly in the urban area. Among this batch of 1,000 awakening pearls, there was only one SSS grade awakening pearl. In the previous life, this SSS grade awakening pearl was found by the Lord of Yun City, Yi Tian, at the top of a skyscraper in the city center. With this awakening pearl, Yi Tian awakened as the SSS grade supernatural profession, the fallen angel with 6 wings. For a long time in the previous life, Yi Tian was among the top 3 on the Huaxia Alliance King list. However, due to Yi Tian's arrogance and gradual indulgence in pleasures, coupled with an unprecedented zombie frenzy sweeping through Yun City, this top 3 king also fell in this frenzy. Since he has come back to this life, Chi Fengling has made up his mind about this pearl. Beep beep beep. The mobile phone that Chi Fengling had thrown aside earlier vibrated violently. Although the global apocalypse had already begun for 7 days, the network in Yun City had not yet collapsed. In Chi Fengling's memory, the collapse of Yun City's infrastructure was probably about a month after the start of the apocalypse. By that time, the phone could only serve as scrap paper. The water in the pipes was contaminated and undrinkable, and the power system was paralyzed. Chi Fengling originally didn't want to pay attention, but the continuous intense vibration of the phone was too noisy. Chi Fengling picked up the phone and casually pressed the answer button. Then, Chi Fengling, are you dead? Can't you see that both me and Ying are almost starving to death? If you don't hurry up and send food over, be careful that I make Ying ignore you for the rest of her life. If it weren't for Ying's kind heart, a bootlicker like you would never be able to see Ying in your lifetime. Endless scolding like a shrew came from the other end of the phone, making Chi Fengling frown. Ying, Zhou. When Chi Fengling heard this name, his expression immediately turned cold. For Zhou, Chi Fengling is too familiar. Today in the previous life, he sent all his food to Zhou. On the way, he had to pass through 2 zombie streets and try to avoid the zombies in the skyscrapers. He almost died before delivering the food, but he didn't even enter the house, but instead just said that he didn't have any food, hoping Zhou could leave him some, which was judged by Zhou and her good girlfriend as having no value. So they directly attracted the zombies, planning to let Chi Fengling feed the zombies. Thanks to Chi Fengling's narrow escape from death, he miraculously survived from the pile of dead bodies. Otherwise he would have died on the 7th day of the apocalypse. Chief Ling suddenly realized that the skyscraper Zhouing was also in that skyscraper. There is only one skyscraper in Cloud City, so there is no possibility that Chief Ling remembered it wrong. It's really like finding something without any effort. In the previous life, when Chief Ling went through a life and death experience and wanted to seek revenge, Zhouing and her best friend had already died in the zombie tide. Not being able to personally kill these two bad women was Chief Ling's lifelong regret. In this life, he finally has the opportunity to make up for this regret. Do you want food? Delivery, isn't it just food? He not only wants to deliver food to them, but also wants to send them to see the King of Hell. Cece, don't say that about Fengling. It's real common for him to be afraid of zombies. We can't force him to send food over. It's putting him in danger. If Fengling but something happens to him, I won't live either. On the other side of the phone, Zhouing was crying, but her face was filled with mockery. Ying, if you ask me, it's you who are too kind. Obviously Wang Xiao rushed after you and you didn't accept, so you had to give this Chief Fengling a chance. You gave him a chance out of the kindness of your heart, but look at him, he's a coward who's afraid of death. So what if he's dead? You're still hungry. What if he starves you? Sissy, don't say that. Maple Spirit will be sad when he hears about it. Sun Shi and Zhouing matched each other's words, and the mockery on their faces grew thicker. It was a trick that they had always tried before the end of the world. Sun Shi was in charge of mocking and suppressing, while Zhouing was in charge of teasing and establishing an understanding image. Chief Fengling felt nothing but amusement as she listened. Such an obvious suppressive PUA. Such a big green tea. How could he have been so willing in his previous life? Just as Chief Fengling froze, on the other side of the phone, Sun Shi, who was acting as the villain, had issued an ultimatum. Chief Fengling, let me tell you, don't think that just because Ying is kind-hearted, you can trample on her kindness at will. If you don't bring the food over by 5 o'clock this afternoon, you won't be able to say a word to Ying for the rest of your life. Do you hear me? Chief Fengling nodded with a cold smile. Okay, I will definitely rush to deliver it before 5 o'clock this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Chief Fengling began to simply clean up a bit. There wasn't much food left in the house, but if Chief Fengling ate alone, she would be able to eat for about a week. But after a week, there was no food. So this trip out, not only to rush up to the top floor of the skyscraper before everyone else to get that SS grade awakening bead, but also to properly settle the score with Zhouing and Sun Shi, and incidentally also to scavenge some supplies back. Time is short and the task is heavy. Chief Fengling was tying as many boards or iron as he could use in the house to keep parts of his body, and had a riding helmet on, a baseball bat in his hand, and a sharpened kitchen knife tucked into his waist. By the time Chief Fengling had everything ready to continue, it was already 3:10 in the afternoon. It's an hour and 50 minutes until just before 5 p.m. The place where Chief Fengling lived, although it was also the center of Yun City, was still 2 streets away from the skyscrapers. Perhaps because the streets are no longer infested with living people, the zombies on the streets seem to have lost their target, wandering around, and some directly lying on the ground covered in blood, still by the same kind of wantonly trampled. Although this group of zombies had some danger indexes, they weren't much of a threat to Chief Fengling, but Chief Fengling is very clear. It is now this group of zombies look extremely crotch-pulling. After today will start the same kind of devouring evolution. Since then the zombie community will usher in the collective mutation. Hanging up the phone, Sun Shi with a contemptuous face, this Chief Fengling, is the face to give too much. Even dare to so long not to return the message, also do not answer the phone. When he comes this afternoon, Ying, you mustn't give him a good face. Zhouing, who was still looking in the mirror, sniffed and laughed coldly, a licking dog like him who wants nothing. If it weren't for the damned zombies outside, I'd be too disgusted to even take a look at him. The words fell. Oh right, CC, just now Yi Xiao sent me a message. He's coming here this afternoon as well. What do you think I should wear to look less contrived? Ying Zhou got up and gestured in the mirror. Sun Cece's eyes flashed a hint of resentment towards Zhouing when she heard that Yi Xiao was also coming over. 3:15 p.m. With a subtle creak, the door was slowly pushed open, leaving a small crack that was only big enough for a person to turn sideways to enter or exit. There was nothing else in the building but a few gnawed-on skeletons. Quiet. It was a little too quiet. So quiet that the slightest rattle would likely attract a whole bunch of walkers. Despite having the experience of surviving in the post-apocalyptic world for more than a decade in his previous life, Chief Fengling still wouldn't be the slightest bit careless, because in order to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, even the slightest bit of carelessness is likely to lead to death. Chief Fengling moved towards the end of the building, controlling his breathing rate so that each step he took was almost near silent. 5 minutes later, Chief Fengling stopped at the second floor and looked down. Compared to the zombies in the residential building, wandering aimlessly in the streets, trampled on the ground at random, walkers as far as the eye can see, trying to walk right through it. No way. If you go in hard, you will only end up being chewed clean. Chief Fengling naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to break in. The corner room on the second floor was the radio room, and the radio was connected to the numerous speakers on the left side of the street. In his previous life, he had maneuvered these speakers through the radio room to make noise at the same time to attract the attention of most of the zombies, while he himself took the opportunity to cross these two streets. But before entering the broadcasting room, Chief Fengling had already swung the baseball bat in his hand. In his previous life, the moment he opened the door to the radio room, the tall and thin man walker in the room directly pounced on him. If it wasn't for the thick clothing he was wearing at the time, I'm afraid he would have been scratched and infected. This time, he naturally couldn't let that happen again. The moment the doors opened, the moment the tall, thin man zombie lunged forward violently, a baseball bat, which had been prepared long ago, swung round and smashed straight into its head. The next moment, blood splattered everywhere, and the entire head of the tall and thin man's zombie was smashed into pieces, completely motionless. The next step was to turn on all the residential building's radio speakers with the volume turned up, just as they had done in a previous life. At the next moment when the horns erupted with earth-shattering sound, the zombies instantly turned into a huge group of zombies running towards the horns. The zombies that were previously aimless, instantly turned into a huge swarm of zombies, and ran extremely fast towards the horns that emitted the earth-shattering sound. The speakers were all mounted on high walls, some on poles several meters high, but the human ladder formed by the crowds of zombies soon drowned out these speakers one by one, taking advantage of the fact that the attention of most of the zombies on the street had been drawn away. Phew! Chief Fengling took one last deep breath. Punch! Chapter 3 Awakening SSS Rank Occupation, Undead Emperor. Half an hour later. 3:50 in the afternoon. Chief Fengling quickly entered the interior of the skyscraper as he solved the last zombie at the entrance, dragging his somewhat tired body. The baseball bat in his hand was already covered in bloodstains. Even Chief Fengling's entire body was covered in bloodstains. Phew! Chief Fengling leaned against the wall of the building. The right hand that was carrying the baseball bat was sore at the moment, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air and slowing down for a while. This body is still too weak. Without experiencing the baptism of awakening, the gene lock had not been opened yet. Just now he was able to rush all the way over, and on the way he was able to smash a few zombies along the way, thanks to the adrenaline in his body. The consequence of the adrenaline rush was that Chief Fengling barely had any strength now. Anticipating this, Chief Fengling pulled out the chocolates he had prepared before he set out to replenish his energy, and rested for another half hour just sitting still in the hallway. The feeling of exhaustion was finally receding. Chief Fengling looked down at the time of the wristwatch on his wrist, 16:20, 4:20 in the afternoon. There were still 40 minutes until 5 o'clock sharp. The skyscraper had a total of 37 floors, and the floor Chief Fengling was currently on was the first floor. The elevator? Earlier, Chief Fengling then tried to press a few times. There was no response, guessing that it should have been broken for some time. The only way now is to climb the stairs. From the first floor, climb to the top floor. In the meantime, there's only 40 minutes left. Seeing that there were only the last 2 minutes left before 5 o'clock, Zhouing and Sun Shi's hungry stomachs had already started to growl. Shi, are you hungry? Zhouing looked blearily at Sun Shi, who immediately understood, and immediately picked up her cell phone to continue urging Chief Fengling. It didn't take a while for it to be a 99+ message, but there was a delayed response. This made Zhouing, who had always kept her elegance, somewhat unable to keep it up, pursed her lips and carefully opened her mouth. Cece, you said that Chief Fengling shouldn't have been killed by a zombie on the way here. At these words, Sun Shi's brows furrowed. He shouldn't be so unhelpful. It's just this far. Even if he was bitten by a walker, he should have brought the food over before he died. As long as we get the food delivered, his punk ass is dead, and he's not worth much anyway. The two of them were really worried about Chief Fengling's, only that they were worried that Chief Fengling would be bitten to death by the zombies before he could deliver the food. Ing, why don't you call him yourself? Zhouing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Well, I'll play one and see. The phone was answered after 10 seconds of ringing. Hello? Ha? Chief Fengling's voice was indifferent. Hello? Chief Fengling? This licking dog. How dare he talk to her without any honorifics? It was so hard for herself to convince herself to give him a call to be concerned about the other party. But it turned out that Chief Fengling was so indifferent to her? Tears welled up in his eyes at the thought. That's probably the difference between being favored and unloved. Seeing that there was a delayed sound on the other end of the phone, Chief Fengling held the phone away from him and looked at the memo. Goddess. Ha! The corners of Chief Fengling's mouth arched in a cold smile. Seeing that Chief Fengling dared to be such a stranger to herself, Zhouing wanted to just hang up the phone, but the intense hunger coming from her stomach made her give up the idea again. Fengling, where have you been? I've been waiting for ages. Why haven't you arrived yet? Zhouling forced down her nausea and purposely clamped her voice softly. In her impression, as long as she spoke so softly, Chi Fengling was like a spermatozoa-licking dog. No matter what the obstacles were, she would get on and dare to get on. This time was definitely no exception. Listening to the very deliberately clipped voice coming from the other end of the phone, Chi Fengling got goosebumps. Chi Fengling looked down at his wristwatch. Only the last 10 or so seconds remained. Almost there. Wait for me. I've brought lots of food. Wait. I'll surprise you at your door later. The next moment after hanging up the phone, the space on the rooftop all distorted in this instant, and a pitch-black colored bead the size of an ordinary marble rolled to Chi Fengling's feet. This bead was too familiar to Chi Fengling. Awakening bead. This seemingly black bead, no different from ordinary marbles on the market, was the awakening bead that could change the pattern of mankind. Ka-ching! Chi Fengling crushed it without hesitation. The next moment, bright red liquid flowed out from within the bead, as if it were blood, and it followed Chi Fengling's right hand that had crushed the bead, extending from his wrist all the way to his entire body. A process that only took 10 seconds. Human 0001, Chi Fengling. Level, First Class Lower. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Rating, SSS. Power, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Physical Fitness, 10. Companion Skill, Undead Summoning, 0/10 can summon undead spirits from the undead world. The maximum level of the summoned undead is no more than one level above their own level. Undead Chant, chant an undead requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned within a 100-meter radius centered on oneself. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Success! Chi Fengling looked at his number at the top, 0001. This was a representation that he was the first awakened person from the first batch of 1,000 awakening beads in Cloud City. SSS Grade Undead Emperor. Seeing this scene, Chi Fengling immediately brightened up. Originally, he thought that after obtaining this SS Grade awakening bead, he was supposed to be awakening the SS Grade profession, Six-Winged Fallen Angel, just like Tian in his previous life. As a result, it hadn't occurred to me. He was actually able to awaken an SSS rank occupation. It is important to know that there were only 3 SSS level professional awakeners in the previous world, and those 3 were the 3 strongest in the world. And nowadays, he had unexpectedly awakened the SSS rank occupation, Undead Emperor, as well. Rank, First Level Low Level. Any awakened person who completes their awakening is out of the realm of mortals, and their rank will be directly promoted from mortal to First Level Low Class. Level 1 is only the lowest level of the awakened. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Zun Sure Level, Epic Level, Legendary Level, Mythic Level, Supreme God. A total of 9 levels, each with 4 small stages, each with a world of difference. In his previous life, Chi Fengling's awakened profession was an A-rank, demon hunter. Despite the fact that he had experienced countless lives and deaths, and had also received the strange encounter of breaking through the limitations of the profession's rank. However, his rank before he was reborn was only Legendary Intermediate, ranked the 10th of the world's top 10 strongest, while those 9 in front of him were basically at the peak of the Legendary level, and there was even someone who had reached the Mythic level. In this life, he had awakened the SSS rank, Undead Emperor. He wanted to break the limits and ascend to the throne. He would ascend to become a god and behead gods with his own hands. The gods viewed people as playthings, so Chi Fengling would use his mortal body to behead the gods. Chapter 4 Skeleton Squad. Undead Summoning, Undead Chanting. These 2 skills are truly worthy of being SSS-ranked companion skills. Undead Summoning not only allows you to summon 10 undead from the undead realm, but also has a maximum level of no more than 1 level above your own. That is to say, the undead he summoned would not have a minimum level lower than a low level one, while the highest level could reach a peak level 2. To know, now is only the 7th day of the end of the world. The zombies have not even begun to massively devour themselves to evolve. The most powerful zombie might just be a low level 2, and a peak level 2 undead. What kind of concept was that? It meant that Chi Fengling could walk sideways at will in the end times, and this skill is something that can grow as you grow in level. Reread, Undead Chant, chanting an undead requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned in a 100-meter radius with yourself as the center. This attribute, it was simply heaven-defying. At this stage, summoning a level 2 undead object and chanting the undead requiem, that attribute wouldn't directly explode. He could even ride on the zombie king's head. After Chi Fengling had eaten up his profession and skills, he then heavily exhaled the turbid breath that he had been holding for a long time. Chi Fengling stared at Summon Undead and softly murmured, "Summon." A spell of undead skulls appeared around Chi Fengling's body, surrounded by flashes of translucent airy green light, and a low chant from the realm of the undead followed. The next moment, in the middle of the spell formation, a figure suddenly appeared. As the green light dispersed, the figure gradually appeared. A humanoid skeleton warrior that was 2 meters tall and hollow pupils glowing with eerie green soul fire. A huge bone blade clutched in his hand. He stood so still in the white bones of the undead realm beneath him. Skeleton Blade Warrior, first level middle rank, a blade warrior from the undead realm with the belief of invincibility. The lowest ranked soldier in the undead warband. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Skills, none. After this skeleton sword warrior, 8 more identical skeleton sword warriors came out one after another. Just when Chi Fengling thought that these 10 undead summoned for the first time were all going to be first level mid-stage skeleton blade warriors, suddenly, the spell formation lit up with a haze of light. A figure even taller and sturdier than the skeleton blade warrior appeared. A skeleton knight rode a tall bone horse with a skull still hanging from the lance in his hand, his hollow eyes glowing with green bone fire. Skeleton Knight Commander, 2nd level. Middle rank, a knight commander from the undead realm. With the same invincible beliefs and a more powerful physique. A squad leader in the undead army. Power, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 70. Skill, charge. Each time you lead a squad charge, you can double the unit attributes of all squad members. When Chi Fengling saw the attributes of the skeleton knight leader with his own eyes, especially when he saw its charge skill, people were numb. At this stage, this almost heaven-defying high attribute aside, just the charge skill alone. Surprisingly, it wasn't a single increase skill, but a collective increase. Chi Fengling could even already imagine the doubling of all attributes if he used the undead chant skill first. Then the skeleton knight leader was initiating the charge, and the attributes of all unit members were doubled again. Then this could be quadrupled. A strength of 50, directly changed to 200, and still quadrupled all the attributes. According to Chi Fengling's knowledge, the attributes of a grade 2 middle-ranked zombie were only a couple hundred or 200 at the beginning. Although the skeleton knight leader was also a level 2 mid-rank, if he was under the mutual reinforcement of undead chant in charge, he would kill a level 2 zombie in minutes. Hiss. Thinking about this, Chi Fengling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Right at this moment, Chi Fengling's cell phone rang again at an inopportune time, and pressed to connect. Zhou on the other end of the phone was just about to open her mouth to question, when Chi Fengling's voice came to her ear. Don't be anxious, we'll be there soon. With that, he hung up. It is indeed coming soon, and soon he will personally come to their door to give them a big surprise, to make them memorable for the rest of their lives. Chi Fengling glanced at the 10 skeletons waiting in place and ordered, start clearing from the top. Before going up to the rooftop on the top floor, Chi Fengling took a lot of effort to clear the zombies in the hallway, and several times he almost got injured, but it was good that he had done enough protection before leaving the house. Although the zombies in the building's hallways had been pretty much cleared by him, there were still a lot of zombies in various rooms within the skyscraper. Before awakening the profession, killing zombies couldn't generate any profit. However, after awakening to the profession, zombies were like wild monster NPCs in the game. As long as they were killed, they would bring experience. After the zombies started devouring each other for promotion a few days later, there was still a chance to drop awakening beads after killing them. Only this chance was extremely small. The skeleton knight leader led the 9 skeleton blade warriors to begin clearing the zombies layer by layer as per Chi Fengling's orders. The zombies now, although they were a bit more powerful than the average person, but here in the skeleton warriors, it was like chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. One slash at a time was as simple as chopping a melon and cutting vegetables. And the only damage the zombies could do to the skeleton warriors were simple attacks like tearing and infecting. But skeleton warriors are naturally immune to infection. As for the damage caused by tearing, it is negligible. Skeleton Blade Warrior kills unranked zombie, gaining 5 experience points. The skeleton knight leader kills an unranked zombie and gains 3 experience points. Each zombie, because it was unranked, could only bring 5 experience points. It looked like these skeleton blade warriors still had a chance to evolve and upgrade. But soon Chi Fengling realized that something was wrong. Skeleton Blade Warrior killing a zombie and Skeleton Knight Leader killing a zombie were surprisingly different in terms of the experience they brought. The latter brought even fewer experience points. Soon after, Chi Fengling immediately told the Skeleton Knight Leader not to participate in the cleanup operation. This was because the Skeleton Knight Leader's level was level 2, while the zombies were unranked, and with a difference of 2 levels in between, the experience would naturally be less. Very quickly, Chi Fengling then led the skeleton squad to clear from the top floor to the 18th floor, and downstairs was the floor where Zhou and Sunshi were. The soundproofing of skyscrapers wasn't very good, and because of his own awakening, at least when Chi Fengling stood on the upper floor of Zhou and Sunshi's room, the conversation between the two of them clearly fell into Chi Fengling's ears. Ing, why hasn't this Chi Fengling come yet? I'm afraid he's not fooling you, right? Hearing Sun Cici's words, Zhou was also a little less confident. No way. He has always obeyed me. He should. But soon, Zhou thought of something else and changed the topic. Don't mind that licking dog. Anyway, soon Brother Yi Tian will arrive. At that time, even if he, Qi Fengling, is afraid of death and doesn't dare to come, Brother Yi Tian will definitely bring us food. If he, Qi Fengling, really doesn't come to bring us food, then when the time comes, I'll take Brother Yi Tian to his house, eat all his food in front of him, and also throw him down to feed the zombies, so that he would dare to make this young lady wait for such a long time. It's simply damned. Chapter 5 A Zombie Horde? Walking experience points. Listening to Zhou and Sun Shishi's conversation about herself, Qi Fengling just silently laughed a little, and in her heart, she couldn't afford to raise half a bit of anger. After all, who would be angry with these people who are going to die? Apparently it was completely unnecessary. Just at this moment, 1703's room door was knocked on. Zhou and Sun Shi looked at each other. That lickspittle Qi Fengling is here? It should be. Just when Zhou and Sun Shi both thought that the person knocking on the door outside was Qi Fengling, the man who was standing outside the house and knocking on the door was the one who spoke. Ying, open the door. I'm Yi Tian. Yi Tian. When Zhou heard the name of the man outside, she immediately brightened up and hurriedly hid the look of disgust she had just felt, and changed it to an expression of delight, quickly walking to the door to open it. Just as soon as she opened the door, Zhou immediately jumped headfirst into Yi Tian's arms the moment she saw him. Brother Sky, I'm so scared. Feeling the watery Zhou in his arms, Yi Tian was very happy, and hurriedly patted Zhou Ying's delicate white back, comforting. It's okay, I'm here. From now on Ying don't need to be afraid anymore, okay? Zhou raised her head to look directly at Yi Tian, and then hurriedly lowered her head in a shy manner and gave a soft Zhou and Yi Tian urgently embraced each other, which caused Sun Shi, who was watching the scene from behind, to clench her back teeth. Yi Tian was the recognized male god in the school. Sun Shi had fallen in love with Yi Tian a long time ago, and during that time, she even shared about Yi Tian with Zhou, her good best friend. Originally, Zhou had no interest in Yi Tian at first, but after Sun Shi shared so much, Zhou became interested in Yi Tian. The two just went back and forth and slowly got better. As for Qi Fengling, as far as Zhou was concerned, he was nothing more than a licking dog who only knew how to deliver things every day. It was also from this moment, Sun Shi completely hated Zhou, and Zhou also from the beginning to the end did not look at the sight of this moment to follow their own, but also ordinary girlfriends. This is a rare pair of besties. After entering the house, Yi Tian swept a glance at the somewhat cluttered room. In the living room, in addition to eating the leftover garbage, even the shadow of a bit of food was not seen, which made Yi Tian couldn't help but knit his brows a bit dissatisfied. Yi Tian had risked his life to come over this time because he had run out of food, and he had been starving for 2 days. If it wasn't for Zhou saying that there was food in the house, he wouldn't have risked being eaten up by the zombies. But once he entered the house, where was the semblance of food except for the garbage all over the house? Although Yi Tian already wanted to get angry, but for the sake of the food, he still held back his temper and forced a smile as he inquired. Ying, didn't you say there was plenty of food in the house? There was a pause. Perhaps Yi Tian also realized that he had asked this question a bit too bluntly and added, I mean, I'm here. Do you have enough supplies? If that's not enough, I'm on my way to pick up the food I asked a friend to store in this building earlier. Yi Tian, where there is a friend, ah. Furthermore, this under the end of the world food themselves are not enough. How can there still be a friend to save a copy waiting for Yi Tian? This was nothing more than Yi Tian's condescending rhetoric. If Zhou and Sun Shi really ran out of food, Yi Tian would definitely not hesitate to leave them behind. Of course, he'd make sure to squeeze the last of their value out of them before abandoning them. In the face of Yi Tian's fake concern, Zhou squeezed out a smile of embarrassment and hurriedly said, Yes, someone will bring the food in a moment. Brother Tian, you can just sit and wait. Saying that, Zhou quietly took out her cell phone again and started contacting Qi Fengling. Looking down at the caller ID of his cell phone, Qi Fengling revealed a cold smile. This was really an extreme pair. Let's go. It's time to go down and get to work. The skeleton squad quickly cleaned up all the zombies on the 18th floor without any injuries. Qi Fengling immediately led them to continue cleaning up the next floor. It was also the 17th floor. The zombies on the 17th floor had just been agitated because Yi Tian had made a lot of noise when he broke in. Now that Qi Fengling had brought the skeleton squad downstairs, it immediately caused the zombies to mob them. Soon, a hissing sound came out from the hallway. The three of them, Zhou, who were on the same floor, heard it clearly. However, they all tacitly pretended not to hear it. Zhou and Sun Sisi exchanged a glance with their eyes across the room. They were all a little worried. worried that the hissing sound coming from the building was not triggered by Chi Fengling. Of course, they weren't caring about Chi Fengling. Rather, they were concerned about the food Chi Fengling was carrying. If Chi Fengling dies, he dies, but don't lose the food. Otherwise they won't be able to spare Chi Fengling. Inside the building, there were far more zombies on the 17th floor than on the floors above combined. Logically, the zombies on the 17th floor should also be similar to the zombies on the floor above. However, because Yi Tian had rushed all the way across the street, it was only by relying on his life that he had rushed up to the 17th floor. Yi Tian was safe, but he had also attracted a large number of zombies downstairs. Chi Fengling just casually glanced at the head of the zombie group, estimated that there are no less than 40 to 50 heads. In the face of the ferocious swarm of zombies, Chi Fengling not only did not retreat, but also very excited. The reason is simple. Because these, however, are walking experience points. 1 zombie, 5 experience points, 40 to 50 zombies, at least 200 experience points. This was more than even the 10 or so floors above him that he had cleared with his skeleton squad combined. This is like giving away benefits. Facing the collective attack of the zombie horde, countless hands shaped like withers were tearing at several of the skeleton blade warriors that made up the front row, and these zombies were using their teeth to tear with all their might. But the damage that could be done to the skeleton blade warrior was minimal. But right now, after all, the zombie hordes are numerous, coupled with a narrow section like a building. The skeleton blade warrior is not good at playing for a while. Seeing that they were about to reach a stalemate, Chi Fengling played a chant from the undead. Undead chanting. The moment the undead chant sounded, the collective attributes of the skeleton blade warriors all doubled. Each slash could easily take away several zombies. The brains of these zombies erupted and dyed the skeleton blade warriors blood red. In less than 3 minutes, the dozens of zombies in the hallway were all easily disposed of. Chi Fengling also stepped on the corpses of the zombies that had fallen like rotting meat and walked out of the building, surrounded by the skeleton sword warriors. And the voices heard coming from the building got smaller and smaller until they fell silent. After some agonizing, Zhou and Sun Shi still decided to open a small crack in the door of their room and poke their heads through the gap, carefully checking out the movement at the building. Right at the moment when Zhou and Sun Shi poked their heads out, Chi Fengling also walked out of the building just in time, surrounded by the skeleton squad, 6 eyes facing each other. Chapter 6, Changes in the bitch situation. Bang! Only a bang was heard, and the gap opened by the door was ruthlessly closed by Zhou. Phew! Phew! Sitting on her butt on the ground, Zhou Ying's face turned pale as she kept gasping for air. She, you, did you see it? Holding onto Sun Shi's hand on the side, Zhou Ying spoke that was stuttering. What? It was obvious that Sun Shi, who was on the side, was also shocked, and her eyes were still unfocused even now. Those are skeletons. They've got big knives in their hands, and they've got blood all over them, and there's zombies all over the ground. And Chi Fengling also looked at me. Zhou Ying did not say further, but the trembling body already said it all. Just a moment ago, the moment they opened the door, they met Chi Fengling's eyes. At that moment, Zhou Ying saw coldness, ruthlessness, and endless killing intent in Chi Fengling's eyes, and it was that look that caused her to directly shut the door. Outside the door, the corner of Chi Fengling's mouth then grinned. He also did not expect that Zhou Ying's reaction would be that big. But that being said, who in their right mind could accept the existence of a skeleton? And the kind of skeletons that kill with blood. It was just that Chi Fengling wasn't flustered at all. He hadn't come to find them. He hadn't come to please them at all. As for the seemingly solid iron gate, it was a matter of sprinting for his own Skull Knight leader. Ing, Sun Shi, what skeletons? What exactly did you guys see? Yi Tian, who was on the side, was stupefied by Zhou Ying and Sun Shi's expressions. Brother Yi, there are skeletons outside the door. The kind we've seen in the movies. It's really scary. Sun Shi trembled her shoulders and her speech clamped down. And with that, she was ready to lean towards Yi Tian's arms. On the other side, Zhou Ying was indeed startled by Chi Fengling and that skeleton. But out of a woman's perception, she instantly guessed what Sun Shi wanted to do. What a weighty hoof. My man, you also dare to rob. After Zhou Ying secretly said in her heart, that was to rob Sun Shi a step, directly jumped into Yi Tian's arms. Brother Yi Tian, I'm really scared. You said you would protect me. Leaning in Yi Tian's embrace and gently turning her face sideways, Zhou Ying looked at Sun Shi, who was stopping by, and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. It seems that Zhou Ying is still better at playing this game. Only at this moment, Yi Tian's mind was no longer here at all. If it wasn't for these two women's food, he would have kicked these two heartthrobs away. Ing, don't be afraid. I said I will protect you. Only, the food you said, where exactly is it? Gently holding Zhou Ying's shoulders, Yi Tian barely squeezed out a concerned expression. This. Thinking of Chi Fengling and that skeleton, Zhou Ying's words immediately choked on her mouth. Oh, Ying, who did I think it was? Just now at the entrance I seemed to see that your boyfriend risked his life to bring you food. Seeing Zhou Ying's expression of wanting to speak, Sun Shi's corner of her eye then curved gently. What? Boyfriend? Sun Shi predicted well. When Yi Tian heard this, his eyes were filled with anger, and his hand holding Zhou Ying unconsciously used force. Yi Tian did not like Zhou Ying. Yi Tian was angry, just angry that Zhou Ying even took him as a spare tire. No matter what, he was also the schoolboy of Yunchang University, the only male god. If it wasn't for this mouthful of food, Yi Tian wouldn't even look at this Zhou Ying. No, brother Yi Tian, don't listen to Sun Shi's nonsense. There's no such thing at all. Now, Zhou Ying really panicked, and the fear she had pretended to have before was swept away. Ying, then how come I always hear you contacting that Chi Fengling, and you're calling Fengling one after another? You guys are so sweet. I thought he was your boyfriend. Sun Shi put on a surprised expression and said with a mouthful covering her small mouth and bulging eyes. Sun Shi, you crazy woman. Will you stop yelling? Seeing that Yi Tian's face had completely sunk, Zhou Ying no longer maintained that soft stance. Brother Yi Tian, don't listen to Sun Shi, his nonsense. That Chi Fengling is nothing but my licking dog. I've never liked him, and I only talk to him for his food. In order to completely set aside her relationship with Chi Fengling, Zhou Ying no longer hid it and said what she should or shouldn't have said. At the moment, the doorway, after swallowing the awakening bead, Chi Fengling's hearing had been enhanced, and the words they said in the house, Chi Fengling that heard them clearly. If it was said that before Chi Fengling still had some pity for Zhou Ying, now those feelings that were completely gone. Chi Fengling gritted her teeth, her eyes cold and thorough. Even the skeletal warriors beside Chi Fengling felt their master's killing intent. Their bones cackled, and the soul fire in their brains emitted an oozing light. Brother Yi Tian still has, on the side, that Sun Shi obviously didn't have the intention to stop. By the looks of it, she wanted Yi Tian to completely give up Zhou Ying. That's enough. Stop talking. Ying, that Chi Fengling you're talking about. He's at the door right now, isn't he? And he even brought all his food? Stopping Sun Shi, who still wanted to speak. Yi Tian's expression at the moment was serious. As the school bully of Yunchang University, Yi Tian had contacted countless women, and he was able to see the small minds of these two women clearly. What he wanted now was for Zhou Ying to bring over all of that Chi Fengling's food. Then he could take it himself and leave. He didn't want to use the extra rations to feed these two useless women. That's right, that Chi Fengling is at the door. I'll have him bring in the food now. Zhou Ying seemed to have completely forgotten that there was that oozing skeleton warrior at the door. Chi Fengling, is that you? Zhou Ying didn't open the door and just called out from inside. Her voice no longer soft because Yi Tian was on the side. However, with her understanding of Chi Fengling, even if she was cold to him, Chi Fengling wouldn't go away. And if Chi Fengling saw Yi Tian, she might even think that she didn't do a good job somewhere. Indeed, the Chi Fengling of his last life had been in love with his brain to such an extent that things like buying 2 breakfasts for a goddess and her boyfriend had been done by Chi Fengling. Ying, it's me. I'm here. I even brought all the food. Open the door. Originally Chi Fengling was planning to violently break down the door, but after listening to those words, Chi Fengling was planning to come in even harder. After all, as the saying goes, it takes a madman to make him perish. Really? Chi Fengling, I seem to have just seen that there are skeletons all around you. It's really scary. Hearing that Chi Fengling had brought food, Zhou Ying was initially excited, but the next second, she thought of those oozing skeletons. Skeleton? Ying, what are you thinking? How can there be that kind of thing in the real world? Can't you open the door and take a look? Said Chi Fengling and silently recited a sentence to disappear. In an instant, the skeletons that crowded the corridor that disappeared, but 2 of them, on the other hand, were carrying large swords toward the 16th floor. Squeak! When Chi Fengling said that, he heard the sound of the door being gently opened, and the one who poked her head out was none other than that Zhou Ying. Seeing the scene outside the door once more, Zhou Ying couldn't help but rub her eyes, because the skeletons that were originally surrounding Chi Fengling, she really didn't see them anymore. Ying, can I go in now? Opening the bag full of food, Chi Fengling revealed a look that she only had in her last life. Chapter 7 Lord of the City in the previous life. Ying, let me go in too. I've got all my food here. This situation was like a scenario reenactment, and perhaps only Chi Fengling knew it best. This was the case in his last life. After he desperately crossed 2 zombie streets to bring the food over, Zhou Ying did not care about himself in the slightest. Even this door was only open less than half a meter wide, and after hearing again that she had no food, coupled with her wretched appearance, Zhou also decisively abandoned herself, and then it was to create a huge commotion, trying to lure the zombies to come and bite herself to death. Chief Fengling, you know, I'm a traditional girl. You're not my boyfriend yet. You're not allowed to enter my boudoir. Zhou lowered her head in a well-behaved manner. The Chief Fengling of his last life could eat this, and it was Zhou who often brainwashed him this way, so that Chief Fengling couldn't listen to the advice of his friends around him either. Chief Fengling, Cici and I have been starving for days. This food isn't enough for us. If you can go out and find some more food, I'll be your girlfriend, okay? This was also a common routine used by Zhou, first giving Chief Fengling a slap on the face and then giving him a sweet date. After saying this, Zhou didn't care what Chief Fengling's expression was. She was about to close that iron door, because in Zhou Ying's opinion, Chief Fengling would definitely choose to go and look for food. In Zhou Ying's opinion, now that Brother Yi Tian had come, it would be best if Chief Fengling was bitten to death by a zombie in the process of looking for food. If Chief Fengling could come back again, then PUA him again. If Chief Fengling had to come in, then she would have to tear her face off with Chief Fengling. Anyway, her brother Yi Tian had told her that he would take care of her in the future. Chief Fengling, what's wrong with you? I've told you that you can't come in. Zhou only felt as if the door was stuck master by something. No matter how hard she tried, the door couldn't be closed. The door was fine. Of course, it was just propped up by Chief Fengling. Looking at Zhou closing the door with almost all her strength, Chief Fengling was angry and happy. Angry of course because this woman was actually really this ruthless. As for happy, it was because Chief Feng was inspired by the power of the awakened. Although his current self was only a low level 1 and his strength was only a mere 10 points, but that might have been as much as twice as much as Zhou, who was still a mortal, could say. Yes, Zhou, then who is he? Chief Fengling no longer wanted to beat around the bush with Zhou, only to see Chief Fengling give a forceful jerk, while the iron door that was to be closed was directly opened. In an instant, Chief Fengling's eyes finally met with that Yi Tian. Yi Tian, the male god of Yuncheng University. At this moment, Chief Fengling also identified his other identity, which was, in his previous life, the Yuncheng City Lord. The current Yi Tian hadn't changed much from his last life when he had awakened the six-winged fallen angel, but one thing was unchanged, and that was his kind of unbeatable eyes. In his last life, Chief Fengling and Yi Tian did not have any interactions. One was the high and mighty lord of Cloud City, and the other was an ordinary awakened who was seeking to survive in the end times. If Chief Fengling hadn't encountered all sorts of strange encounters, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet Yi Tian. However, Chief Fengling didn't have a good impression of Yi Tian. In his last life, under the common desperation of all ordinary people and awakened people, humans finally drove the zombies out of Cloud City, and Yi Tian, who had the strongest strength, was naturally elected as the Cloud City's city lord. In the beginning, Yi Tian was really doing a good job at being the city lord. Only less than half a year later, Yi Tian had changed. He is no longer bent on finding a way for Cloud City to develop. He oppresses ordinary people, scorns low-level awakened, suppresses high-level awakened who don't support him, and even stifles those who may surpass his juniors. In less than 2 years, Cloud City had completely turned into Yi Tian's forbidden domain, and it could be said that he was the emperor in Cloud City, a chaotic and dim-witted ruler. And under Yi Tian's lethargic governance, many awakened people had chosen to silently leave Cloud City, and Yi Tian had even refused to cooperate with other cities. And at that time, Yi Tian, who had reached the peak of the epic level, had completely disregarded them. Then later on, there was the rise of the zombie emperor, who gathered all the zombies around him and laid siege to the fortified Cloud City. And at that time, Cloud City, the city's defense and people's hearts were not as strong as they were in the beginning, and with no support from other cities, the once glorious and prosperous Cloud City was completely taken down by the zombie emperor in less than 5 days. And Cloud City became the first large city to be taken down by zombies after the end of the world. Yi Tian himself was even chased and besieged to death by the zombie emperor and 10 epic level low-level zombies. And this was the life of that Yi Tian. It could be said that Yi Tian had saved the Cloud City in the beginning, and it was also him who had overthrown the Cloud City in the later stages. And in general, Yi Tian's faults outweighed his merits. Humph. Is this the dog that's been chasing after you and licking you? It's really a dog. Being pointed straight at by Chief Fengling, this Yi Tian also didn't take himself as a little white boy at all. Instead, he said to Chief Fengling with particular contempt, "Brother Yi Tian, he's the one who keeps pestering me. I have nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for my fear of him going crazy, I wouldn't have said those words against my will." Things had already developed to this point. Zhou also directly chose to abandon Chief Fengling. "Kid, did you hear me clearly? Ying never liked you. For the sake of this food of yours, within 10 seconds. Get the hell out of here. Taking the food from Zhou Ying's hand, Yi Tian then gave an expulsion order to Qi Fengling. Kid, you're deaf aren't you? If you don't get lost again, don't blame my fists for not being long-sighted. Seeing that Qi Fengling didn't have the slightest intention of leaving, Yi Tian's face also sank. Humph, Yi Tian, ye big male god. I would like to see what ability you have to make me roll. Raising her head, Qi Fengling's face did not see a trace of fear. Times were different now. Yi Tian was no longer the lofty Cloud City Lord, and now he was not even an awakened yet. Bastard! You're looking for death. Qi Fengling's words had just finished when Yi Tian's punch came at his face. It was just that Yi Tian's intention to attack had long been captured by Qi Fengling. You kid! You really have some skills. The sneak attack punch was steadily caught by Qi Fengling. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and anger. However, at this moment, the one who was more shocked was Qi Fengling only. Although he was a first-level low-rank awakened person, but compared to the ordinary human state of himself, his power that was doubled. Qi Fengling originally thought that he could easily crush Yi Tian, but he just didn't expect that this Yi Tian's strength would be on par with his own. That's for sure, because there is a gap between ordinary people, like a baby and a boxer. They were both supposed to be of ordinary status, but whereas a baby might have a strength of 1, that boxer had a strength of 10. Thinking again of the 3 years of his career as a licking dog, the imbalance in Qi Fengling's heart disappeared in an instant. Qi Fengling's family was in an average condition, and the money he usually spent on buying meals and gifts for Zhou was all left over from him, one bite at a time, and it would be strange for him to be in good physical condition under these circumstances, and that Yi Tian was different. He had a lot of suitors, which gave Yi Tian a lot of money and time to do other things. Qi Fengling had heard before that Yi Tian had even practiced professional sparring. No wonder Yi Tian was able to do so well in his last life. Isn't this template of his a born protagonist's destiny? It's just a pity that in this life, Yi Tian's fortune can all go to him. Qi Fengling. Chapter 8. They're all tough guys. Kid, I admit that you do have a bit of strength, but if you want to fight with me, Yi Tian, you're bound to die. Zhou, Sun Shi, what are you two waiting for? Don't come and help yet. Yi Tian's first sentence really startled Qi Fengling, who had thought that Yi Tian had completed his awakening a long time ago, and was just about to show him the ability of the six-winged fallen angel. It turned out to be an empty joy. In the past, he might have been afraid of them, but now, if he wanted to be suppressed by numbers, then Qi Fengling could only say that they were going to lose completely. Qi Fengling, hurry up and get out, or else I'm going to do it. Zhou Ying's movements were really fast. At this moment, she had already picked up the fruit knife on the side and tremblingly pointed it at Qi Fengling, who was fighting Yi Tian with all her might. Ying, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that brother Yi Tian is working so hard? Sun Shi, who was on the side, was even more ruthless, copying the chair on the side and about to smash it at Qi Fengling. You three, you really don't have any conscience at all. To be like this, all die for me. Having thoroughly seen the faces of the three, Qi Fengling no longer had any mercy. Only Qi Fengling silently recited summon in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after that, there were several consecutive pops in the air, accompanied by a burst of white mist suddenly drifting out. Clunk! A sound of a chair hitting something hard followed. At this moment, surrounding Qi Fengling's weak, 7 skeleton warriors with large swords and glowing eyes had suddenly appeared. As soon as the skeleton warrior appeared, he backhanded the fruit knife in Zhou Ying's hand. If Qi Fengling hadn't given the skeleton warrior an order in time, this Zhou would have been cut in half by the skeleton warrior's backhand. Ah, yes, skull. It was only the 7th day of the end of the world, where Zhou and Sun Shi had seen this battle. Just the first moment they saw the skeletons up close, Zhou had gone limp on the ground. That Sun Shi was better. After dropping her chair, she was about to run in the direction of the gate. Only, where would Qi Fengling give her this chance? That the only gate that could go out had long been guarded by the skeleton knight leader, and the pressure of this skeleton warrior leader could be much higher than those skeleton warriors. Qi Fengling, what's going on? At this moment, Yi Tian, who was still confronting Qi Fengling, had long been scared out of his wits, but he, who had always been proud of himself, did not choose to give in. Humph, great city Lord Yi, do I need to say this? They are all my helpers, and your helpers are just them. Oh right, didn't you just say that I'm bound to die? Pointing at the 2 women who were trembling in fear, Qi Fengling's eyes were filled with contempt. What Yi city lord? Qi Fengling, the 2 of us don't seem to know each other either. Alright, this Zhou isn't my girlfriend either, and that Sun Shi I'm even less familiar with. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. No wonder this Yi Tian was able to become the city lord in his previous life. Although he was arrogant, he was not brainless. Although Yi Tian didn't know why these skeletons appeared out of nowhere, he was certain that these skeletons were indeed listening to Qi Fengling's orders. The situation now was that he wouldn't be a match for Qi Fengling no matter what, and in his opinion, Qi Fengling had come for this woman. He himself didn't have any interactions with Qi Fengling. If he immediately cleared his relationship, maybe this Qi Fengling would let himself go. As the saying goes, if you stay green, you are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. He believed that with his ability, he would definitely encounter strange encounters after the end of the world as well, and when that time came, he would come back to properly clean up this Qi Fengling. Brother Yi Tian, it's not like that. Didn't you say that you would protect me for the rest of the days? On the ground, Zhou Ying tearfully said to Yi Tian. Zhou Ying, don't talk nonsense. When did I say that kind of thing? Qi Fengling is such a good boy. You even took him as a licking dog. You are really damned. In order to completely clear the air, Yi Tian that was directly dumping the pot on Zhou Ying. Brother Yi Tian, you. Zhou Ying, can't you see that Yi Tian didn't take you seriously at all? To the side, after hearing these words from Yi Tian, Sun Shi finally came to an understanding. Qi Fengling, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's Zhou Ying who wanted to hang you, and that Yi Tian, the two of them are joining forces to cheat you. You know, I'm a girl in the post-apocalyptic world. A person is simply no way. So that Qi Fengling also did not expect is that just finished that Sun Shi, even backhandedly Zhou Ying and Yi Tian to buy. And at the moment, Sun Shi's expression seemed to be showing him his charm. Sun Shi, you stinking woman. You're just a dog following my ass. How can you have the face to say such things? Good you Sun Shi, how did I treat you in the past? How dare you sell me out like this? How dare you do this? Then no one will be good. Sun Shi's remark was a fire that lit the fuse directly in front of the trio's bomb. A dramatic scene occurred. Within the room, Qi Fengling didn't say a word, while the three of them began to tear each other apart. In just 10 minutes, Qi Fengling was like he had been eating melons for 3 years. Zhou Ying, don't think I don't know. You look like a glorious broad lady at school, but in reality, you are AB*TCH. Well, shut up. I don't want to hear any more of this, and I'll only spare one of you three, in 5 minutes, so decide for yourselves. Oh yeah, don't make a scene. Those words, Qi Fengling really didn't want to hear anymore, because the more he heard, the more he knew how unbearable the goddess in his eyes once was, and how lowly his behavior was. As soon as Qi Fengling's words were finished, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yi Tian's eyes, and in the next second, he rushed straight to Zhou Ying's face. Zhou Ying on the ground hadn't reacted yet. Yi Tian was kicking her hard on her stomach, and that usually pampered Zhou Ying. When had she ever suffered this kind of pain? With just one kick, Zhou Ying was already twitching on the ground, and this Yi Tian did not have the slightest bit of compassion. Brother Yi Tian, please, let me go. Under Zhou Ying's crying and begging, only to hear two cackling sounds, Yi Tian even twisted Zhou Ying's legs. After doing this, Yi Tian was like a hungry wolf staring at Sun Shi. Looking at the collapsed Zhou Ying, Sun Shi knew that she would end up the same way, and she wanted to turn to Qi Fengling for help. At this moment, however, Qi Fengling was standing straight across the room, cocking his head and scratching the message on his cell phone for her to see. A sparring expert facing two soft girls. This result is self-evident. If not, Qi Fengling said not to make a scene. I am afraid that this Yi Tian really will kill these two people. After twisting off Sun Shi's legs again, Yi Tian that was deeply out of breath. That look, as if he had been saved. This Yi Tian is really ruthless enough. No wonder Zhou Ying and Sun Shi died in the zombie tide in the last life. It looks like, after Zhou Ying and Sun Shi lost their utilization value, Yi Tian decisively abandoned them. Qi Fengling, you've seen the result of this. 3 people, I live. Standing up, Yi Tian said to Qi Fengling with a serious face. I, Qi Fengling, will do what I say. If you go, I won't stop you. Qi Fengling did not block that Yi Tian who was going to leave, just squatted on the ground, looking at that Zhou Ying who was unable to speak in pain. Only, that Yi Tian had just reached the doorway when a long spear with a greenish light stopped his way. Chapter 9 I'm just acting you out. Qi Fengling, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say it was done? 3 people will let one go. Yi Tian, who had been stopped in his path by the skeleton lance, was furious, but at most he condemned Qi Fengling on a moral level. Yi Tian's words were clearly intended to awaken Qi Fengling's conscience. However, it doesn't work. City Lord Yi, I did say that I would let you go. You see, it's not like I stopped you. Qi Fengling stood up and lightly shrugged his shoulders. It's like saying it's not that I'm not letting you out. That's the Skull Knight leader's own behavior, not mine. If you don't believe me, look. Hey, get out of the way. Quickly let him pass. After saying that, Shi Fengling turned around and shouted right at that skeleton knight leader. It just froze for a while, and the skeleton knight leader didn't move. The skeleton knight leader certainly didn't understand human language, but Shi Fengling was its master, so it could understand it as per normal. Only, the skeleton knight leader still didn't move, and that was because, with regards to his own summons, Shi Fengling could give it the final order in his mind. As for what Shi Fengling had just said, it was merely an attempt to put on a show for Yi Tian. You, Shi Fengling, you, how could you? Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Yi Tian tried his best to restrain himself from getting angry, because he could feel that if that skeleton knight leader wanted to kill himself, it would be a matter of one shot. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Yi Tian, you deserve it. A heartless person like you, colder-blooded than even that skeleton. You deserve to die. Ha ha ha. On the ground, Sun Shi struggled to make herself sit up. At the moment she was in a sorry state, but after seeing Yi Tian's anxious and helpless look again, Sun Shi also laughed out loud. You stinking, believe it or not, I'll let you die right now. Although Yi Tian couldn't help Shi Fengling, but it was still easy to kill this Sun Shi, not to mention the fact that he was now on the verge of enduring it. Humph, I'm already like this. What difference does it make if I die or not? As long as you, Yi Tian, can die, it will be worth it for me. Ha ha ha, come on, you come. Sun Shi, who had her legs broken and was still half dead from Yi Tian's beating, had long since gone crazy. With that look, she was truly a crazy woman. You seek death. Yi Tian slowly turned around. 3 words slowly squeezed out from between his teeth. Hiss. Only, just as Yi Tian was about to make a move on Sun Shi, a strange hoarse sound then rang out in the house. Ah, Shi Fengling you. Boom, boom, put. When Yi Tian had just turned around in panic, the scene that just happened. Yi Tian, who was unable to react, was directly hit by the skeleton knight leader's warhorse. Yi Tian, who was still a mortal's previous body, had no resistance against the grade 2 middle-ranked skeleton warhorse, and with just one strike, Yi Tian was knocked 7 or 8 meters away. Yi Tian's body slammed hard against the wall, accompanied by a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth when Yi Tian landed on the ground. It could be seen that this strike had caused Yi Tian to be seriously injured. Cough cough. Shi Fengling, you bastard, how dare you lie to me? You shall not die. Slowly climbing up from the ground, Yi Tian just glared at Shi Fengling and said fiercely, Yi Tian, great city lord Yi, you saw it yourself. It wasn't me who didn't let you go, and it wasn't me who just made a move on you. Shi Fengling tilted her head with innocence and contempt on her face. Shi Fengling, don't think I don't know that you guys are just acting. Humph, even if I, Yi Tian, die today, I will still curse you. You shall not die well. Sooner or later, one day, you will die even worse than me. Probably knowing that Shi Fengling would not let himself go, Yi Tian no longer had any prayers and filled his mouth with curses against Shi Fengling. Yi Tian, I was kind enough to spare you, but you cursed me. Surprisingly, then don't blame me for being ruthless. And you too. Are my Shi Fengling's feelings so easy to fool? Don't you guys like your brother Yi Tian? I'd like to see how far your brother Yi Tian will help you. Putting away the smile on his face, at this moment, Shi Fengling's eyes were cold, as if he couldn't see a trace of popularity. Ow! Roar! Ah! The sound was familiar, for it was the sound of the zombie's mindless hissing and hunger for flesh and blood. At the moment, though, there was no such thing as a zombie wave, accompanied by the skeleton knight leader letting the door open. A skeleton warrior walked in carrying a walker. This zombie's legs had been chopped off, but its life didn't end. He was just lying on the back of the skeleton warrior, biting the hard bones with those broken teeth. Shi Fengling, you, what are you doing? You have the guts to give me a hard time. Looking at the suddenly appearing disabled zombie, fear finally appeared on Yi Tian's face. Great city lord Yi, don't be in a hurry. I, Shi Fengling, will give you one more chance to live. Whether you can or not depends on your own ability. After saying that, Shi Fengling ordered the skeleton warrior to place the disabled zombie on the ground. As soon as that zombie was put on the ground, his eyes directly locked onto Yi Tian in front of him. Although there were 4 humans in the room at the moment, the blood on Yi Tian was the newest, and his position just happened to be the closest distance to the zombie. Aha! Shi Fengling, you shall not die. Seeing that the zombie was about to crawl towards him, Yi Tian, on the other hand, endured the pain and suffering of his entire body and slowly crawled to the side. I don't need you to worry about whether or not I'm going to die. You'd better take care of yourself first. After saying that, Shi Fengling did not stay any longer, but directly closed this only iron door that could go out. 20 seconds later, the skeleton warriors who were still in the house then appeared out of nowhere around Chi Fengling. Only from this house. It was an even more vicious tirade that came out, because just now, Chi Fengling hadn't let the skeleton warrior come out after closing the door behind him. Chi Fengling's orders were to hide the knives in the house and block the door with a refrigerator, closet or whatever. Zhou Ying's 3 people. Chi Fengling didn't want any of them to live. However, Chi Fengling didn't want them to die too painfully either, and the current state was the best. Zhou Ying and Sun Shi's legs were broken. Yi Tian was seriously injured. All 3 were not dead, but they could not stand up either. They want to live. They have to endure severe pain, hunger, fear, and constantly crawl through small rooms, and their state, as well as the tools in the house, weren't enough for them to take the walkers down, and that only door to get out was blocked by Chi Fengling. It could be said that they weren't going to die for a while, but their stamina was limited, while the zombies' stamina was unlimited. For the rest of the day, they could only watch as they fought as hard as they could and then exhausted themselves and ended up being eaten alive by the walkers. Chi Fengling didn't know where he got these cruel ideas. He just felt that it was as if this idea had appeared in his head out of nowhere. Ah, Yi Tian, what are you doing? Don't you come over. Yi Tian, you deserve to die. Zhou Ying, you, get out. Get the hell out of here. Sun Shi, you crazy, you shall not die. You shall not die. Soon, the house was filled with the sound of them hurling curses and insults at each other. And Chi Fengling was eager to hear the game of life though. It's just that he has more important things to do as opposed to these 3 certain deaths. Chapter 10 Zombie Emperor, 2035, July 7th, 1825 hours. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Chi Fengling still dismissed the intention to continue exploring downstairs. Although this time of year was not long after the summer solstice, the climate of Blue Star had changed a bit since the arrival of the end times. Just like these past few days, Chi Fengling hadn't seen the sun since the end of the world. So right now, it was pretty dark outside as well. It was reasonable to say that today was the first day that the awakening bead appeared, and the chances of encountering a strange encounter would be high. It's just a shame that humans are the human equivalent of plants and animals in terms of their ability to sense psychic energy, which is a natural disadvantage. Just like this awakening bead, at first when it appeared in front of humans, they would only feel that it was an ordinary bead, but for the animals, they would be able to more or less feel the spiritual power contained in it. That is to say, even if one knew the awakening bead was powerful, it was difficult to find it by oneself, whereas the plants and animals, on the other hand, were much easier to find. Moreover, night was never the home ground for humans. After darkness fell, the zombies would be more active, and some of them even doubled their attributes at night. Although he now had a nearly invincible undead squad, it was only a squad. If he encountered hundreds or thousands of zombie hordes, the only one who could stand out was afraid that it would only be the skeleton knight leader. Another important point is that in the first month after the end of the world, the power technology system was not completely paralyzed, and mankind still has the strongest card, that is, thermal weapons. While there was random zombification in the military and higher-ups at first, this was quickly stabilized by the military. It was also around the 15th day of the beginning of the end times that the military once again took over. Only 15 days later, before the military could find enough technicians to use the large weapons were unusable. Slowly, the status of the awakened manifested itself. So right now, for Chi Fengling, the most important thing should be to make himself stronger, and then not attract the attention of the army, and preferably establish his own forces in certain places. In this way, one would not only be able to protect himself from the large and small waves of zombies, but he would even be able to gain an advantage in the battle for the city's lord in the future. So, where can Chi Fengling go now? That's a good question. And the answer is that Chi Fengling doesn't need to go anywhere. Chi Fengling's current location was in the skyscraper, the most central location in Cloud City, where the number and chances of high-quality awakening beads appearing were the highest, and where the opportunities were the most numerous. After determining his purpose, Chi Fengling led the skeleton squad back towards the roof of the building, and also took the expensive quilts from other people's homes along the way. The roof of the skyscraper. That was the place where the SS awakening bead had appeared, and Chi Fengling believed that after one night, more awakening beads would surely appear wherever. With full expectation, as well as some worry, Chi Fengling finally returned to the entrance of the top floor of the skyscraper again. Dug out. Finished stuff. As soon as they arrived at the door, Chi Fengling's heart went cold for the most part, for at this moment, 7 or 8 torsos of corpses were lying in the doorway of the top floor, some of which were zombies, and some of which were humans who had been chewed to death. This meant that at this moment, on the top floor of the skyscraper, very powerful creatures appeared, and he could even take them out easily. However, What Chi Fengling is afraid of is not this. What Chi Fengling is afraid of is that powerful creature knows the role of the awakening beads. Maybe at this moment that creature really enjoy those precious awakening beads. Thinking of this, where did Chi Fengling dare to have any hesitation? And with an arrow step, he rushed to the top floor of the skyscraper. Sure enough, the heart is cold alright. At this moment, on the top floor, a man with tattered clothes and gray skin is devouring the awakening beads on the ground. And beside him are 5 or 6 bodies of zombies. Where is this a human being? Gray skin. Isn't this a zombie? I didn't expect that now. Such a powerful zombie would appear. Chi Fengling also understood that the zombies around him were the ones he killed because he was afraid that his kind would snatch those awakening beads. And this zombie was really powerful. The first moment Chi Fengling appeared, he instantly raised his head and converged his gaze on Chi Fengling's body. Ow! People! Class! This time, let Chi Fengling surprise twice things happened. The moment he saw himself, this zombie sense slowly squeezed out human language from his mouth. And that meant that the zombie in front of him had already reached the level of a level 2 zombie. And moreover, he was an intelligent zombie. However, this wasn't what shocked Chi Fengling the most. What shocked Chi Fengling the most was the face of this zombie. Corpse Lord. Looking at the zombie in front of him, Chi Fengling frowned tightly and tensed his body as he slowly uttered these 2 words under his breath. Corpse Lords. This was the name that the humans of Cloud City called the zombie emperor after the end of the world, meaning simply that he was the lord of the zombies. Dig the groove. What the hell is this? The day of awakening had just begun, and one had encountered a zombie emperor, and it was still at the level of the 2nd level. It seemed that this skyscraper was truly a magical place, and in the last life, not only did the Lord of Cloud City like Yi Tian appear here, but also the unstoppable zombie emperor. In an instant, Chi Fengling's brain finally realized something. Is there a possibility that when Yi Tian awakened the 6-winged fallen angel in his last life, that zombie emperor was nearby? Only that the zombie emperor at that time was not as powerful as the awakened Yi Tian. In that case, the zombie emperor should have also known about the power of that awakening bead that Yi Tian had swallowed. So later on, the zombie emperor would do everything in his power to overthrow Cloud City. Even in the end, the zombie emperor would gather most of the high combat power of his men and surround and kill the then powerful Yi Tian. No wonder, in his last life, the scale of the zombie wave of the Cloud City overthrow battle was very large, and the strength of the zombies was also very strong. Chi Fengling all thought that he was bound to die at that time. He was also not expecting that when the zombies broke through the Cloud City, those high combat power zombies disappeared, and it was precisely because of this that the awakened like Chi Fengling, who were not too high or too low, were able to take advantage of the chaos to leave Cloud City. If so, then wouldn't Yi Tian be his savior? Corpse Lord. Ha! 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 Hearing Chi Fengling's name for himself, this corpse emperor even thought for a moment before he laughed, looking like he was very satisfied with this name that others had given him. Human. Class. You are strong. I want to eat you. After laughing, the zombie emperor then stared tightly at Chi Fengling. Then his mouth endeavored to say these. How did you see that I'm strong? Aren't I only a low level 1? Chi Fengling was speechless in his heart. After all, the current self couldn't even crush the unawakened Yi Tian one-on-one. So how could he talk about being powerful? That doesn't make sense. This zombie emperor can feel that high-quality awakening bead in his body. Corpse Lord. I think the unlucky one is you. Originally, you could have accomplished something great, but you met me, so your greatness is going to be terminated early by me. Looking at the zombie emperor in front of him who had a great appetite, Chi Fengling was instead excited. This zombie emperor had indeed reached level 2 no less, but the current self, in his hand, still had the undead squad. That skeleton knight leader's battle power was also level 2 alright. What Chi Fengling was really excited about was that he could use his numerical advantage to cut down the zombie emperor on the spot before he could rise. Chapter 11 Defeating the Corpse Lords. People. Class. Roar. Die. Obviously, the current Corpse Lord's IQ wasn't very high. He couldn't understand any words of achieving greatness. He only knew that the human in front of him was very delicious. Moreover, in his body, there was still power that he craved so much, and as long as he could eat this human, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Glancing at the zombie emperor who was still having a hard time speaking, Chi Fengling just gently shook his head. He also didn't expect that he would have to end 2 of the most powerful people in Cloud City just after the beginning of this end times. Die. On the opposite side, after sizing up Chi Fengling's state, the zombie emperor couldn't hold back any longer, and after hissing, he directly lunged towards Chi Fengling's position. The Corpse Lord was worthy of being a legendary zombie emperor. It had only just risen to level 2, and that running and sprinting was very close to human. As normal, After humans turned into zombies, the functions of their brains would be confused, and even many low-attribute zombies, after reaching the second level of high rank, walked in a staggering manner. And this zombie emperor was really different. Not only was he running very steadily now, but this speed, it was faster than the speed of an Olympic 100-meter champion. Trenching. How could this zombie emperor be so fast? Only then did Chi Fengling react violently. The zombie emperor had come to kill himself. At this speed, if he ran into him in the wild, he would surely die. It seems like there's no way out. Right now he doesn't have any special abilities himself. If he wants to defeat the zombie emperor, he still has to rely on the undead emperor's abilities. With just a single movement of Chi Fengling's mind, 3 skeleton warriors appeared right in front of Chi Fengling's heels, and they held large swords without the slightest bit of fear. This sudden appearance of the skeleton warrior obviously startled the zombie emperor, but the zombie emperor's reaction speed that was really fast. Just as the skeleton warrior's great sword was about to slash at him, he then violently raised his arms. Dang! After only hearing a sound like the clash of weapons, the zombie emperor then retreated back, and the skeleton warrior's great sword was no mortal object, and as this blade went down, the zombie emperor's already festering skin and flesh fell off even more. Only, this corpse lord's bones were too hard. The 3 skeleton warriors who chopped together hard didn't cut the corpse lord's arm off. Roar! This time, the repulsed zombie emperor wasn't in a hurry to charge anymore, as he stared with those miserable white eyes, carefully sizing up the skeleton creature in front of Chi Fengling. Gala! Gala! In place, the zombie emperor's neck that was turning boom. He was using his thin IQ to think about how this skeleton creature had appeared and would protect that human. But well, he obviously couldn't figure out this question, because even Chi Fengling himself couldn't explain it clearly. Roar! And die! No longer thinking about it, the zombie emperor then roared at Chi Fengling again. Only this time, the zombie emperor didn't charge directly. He was actually using his hands to frantically scratch the back of his hands. At first, Chi Fengling thought that the zombie emperor was crazy, but in the next second, Chi Fengling couldn't be happier, because at this moment, on the backs of the zombie emperor's hands, there were 6 bone claws over 10 centimeters long, and that look reminded Chi Fengling of a certain self-healing man-wolf in a movie. Come out, all of you, come out. Chi Fengling knew that this zombie emperor was going to get real with himself, and Chi Fengling didn't dare to be too big. In just a breath of time, all 9 skeleton warriors appeared around Chi Fengling. As for the skeleton knight leader, that was Chi Fengling's final card to defeat the zombie emperor. Roar! The warp pipe was the sudden appearance of 6 more skeleton warriors, but that zombie emperor was not panicked at all, because he could clearly feel that the battle power of these skeleton creatures was much lower than his. After roaring, the zombie emperor directly rushed towards Chi Fengling, and the bone claws on his hands even danced in the air with a whirring sound. Dang! Kala! Kala! This time, Chi Fengling was shocked, and was also a bit heartbroken, because in just a single glance, the zombie emperor had decapitated a skeleton warrior's head with a single claw. Come back, gather, and then go together. Chi Fengling understood that whether it was speed, strength, or physique, the skeleton warriors were too much lower than the zombie emperors. If it was still this decentralized and encircling type of attack, then sooner or later, the zombie emperor would finish off the skeleton warriors one by one. At Chi Fengling's command, the skeleton warriors then began to gather together. Although this increased their defense, the range they could swing it was greatly reduced. Roar! There was another hiss, and this time, Chi Fengling was truly shocked by the strength of the zombie emperor, because just a moment ago, the zombie emperor that was lifting up the zombie corpse on the ground and threw it towards the front of the skeleton squad. The zombie emperor was hiding behind the corpse, and although the skeleton warriors chopped up the corpse, one of the skeleton warriors, too, had his head clawed off by the zombie emperor, tightly gripping the baseball bat in his hand. Chi Fengling wanted to go up and help, but Chi Fengling knew better that if he went, the zombie emperor would definitely go even crazier, and the end result would definitely be ahead. I'm sorry, I can only sacrifice a few of you. After speaking to the skeleton warriors, Chi Fengling then changed his strategy again. This time, the remaining 7 skeleton warriors were no longer cowering together, but redispersed to slash at the zombie emperor. Dang! Roar! After the zombie emperor cut down another skeleton warrior, Chi Fengling's eyes finally met the corpse lords. There was something so frightening about those bleak eyes with some blood in them, and they were, well, getting closer. Nope, this zombie emperor even came directly towards himself. At this moment, in front of himself, there was only one skeleton warrior left, and the speed of the other skeleton warriors obviously could not catch up with the zombie emperor. The distance was getting closer and closer, and Chi Fengling was also able to see the ghastly white face of the zombie emperor more clearly. as well as the unique stench of rotting flesh of a zombie. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The zombie emperor's bone claw that was getting closer and closer to himself. Chief Onling didn't even need to suspect that with this grab. His head might still be able to see his body. But, humph, corpse lord, you're finally too young. Today, you'll be a good corpse. Except that Chief Onling, who should have been scared, was suddenly laughing. Skeleton Knight Leader, charge, less than half a meter away. Only Chief Onling shouted, and in the next second, a creature riding a skeleton horse and holding a skeleton lance appeared beside Chief Onling. This time, Chief Onling even used the Skeleton Knight Leader's companion skill without hesitation. Kala, kala, boom, only to hear a boom. The skeleton warhorse directly crashed into the body of the corpse lord. And under the size suppression and charging skills, the corpse lord was even sent flying almost 10 meters away. Only, the corpse lord was worthy of being a zombie emperor. That critical shot from the skeleton knight commander was actually blocked by him with his bone claw. Although the cost was that the corpse lord's bone claw was completely broken. Roar, people, class, put. The corpse lord who was knocked away really didn't die. He slowly stood up. His face was pale and twisted, and a mouthful of black blood was directly spat out. Chief Onling probably knew that the corpse lord was calling himself despicable, and said that he would definitely let himself die. It's just a pity. The zombie emperor is now seriously injured, while the skeleton knight commander's state is still intact. I'm afraid that the one who is going to die today is you. The zombie emperor. Chapter 12 Gaining a little and losing a lot. Skeleton Knight Leader, charge me. Although Chief Onling was confident, he wasn't conceited, and when he saw that zombie emperor climb up, Chief Onling directly gave an order to the Skeleton Knight Leader. What Chief Onling had to do now was to cut down the zombie emperor as fast as he could. After all, this kind of chosen one would have more opportunities if he lived for one more second. Although the zombie emperor was a lot smarter than the average zombie, but he was only a level 2 zombie now. Chief Onling didn't believe that the zombie emperor would disguise a serious injury and then transfer the Skeleton Knight Leader away from his side. Roar, human, class, corpse lord, remember, you. Standing up, that zombie emperor unexpectedly nearly complete words to Chief Onling. What a cow! A level 2 zombie could hold a grudge, so he definitely couldn't let him go. Just when Chief Onling thought that the zombie emperor would still lunge at him, the zombie emperor suddenly turned around and directly ran towards the edge of the skyscraper. Is it hard to believe that the corpse lord is going to jump? This is the 37th floor. At this height, even a level 3 zombie could be killed by a fall. Not to mention that the corpse lord had only reached level 2 now. Only, Chief Onling did not let his guard down, because Chief Onling felt that the zombie emperor would not choose something as silly as directly jumping off a building. On the top floor, the Skeleton Knight Leader's speed was certainly fast, but the necrotic emperor was particularly close to the top floor's edge. Just at the moment when the Skeleton Knight Leader's lance was about to poke the zombie emperor, the zombie emperor managed to jump. Click, click, click. Chief Onling didn't run over there the first time. After all, he was still afraid that the zombie emperor would have some kind of hidden means, but not a moment later, Chief Onling heard a particularly harsh sound. The sound was like a cat's paw scratching a chalkboard. Not good. Could it be? As if he had thought of something, Chief Onling could no longer hesitate, so he ran straight to the edge of the top floor. Dig it, corpse lord. You're so NB. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chief Onling couldn't help but give the corpse lord a thumbs up. At the moment, the wall of the skyscraper was leaving several very unusual blood marks, as they were black and red. Chief Onling was truly surprised that even after all this, the zombie emperor didn't die. The necromancer, now, was gripping the wall of the skyscraper deeply with the clawed armor on his hands and feet, and he was doing this precisely so that he could slide down the wall. Only, there were times when the claw armor would be smoothed out, and what Chief Onling really admired was that this zombie emperor even went so far as to use his teeth to bite directly on the wall in order to slow down his slide. This did work, but at a price. The zombie emperor's teeth and even his mouth could be smoothed out. Clunk! Only hearing a clanging sound, Chief Onling's high-hanging heart was finally dead, because this sound was the sound of that glass being broken. In other words, the zombie emperor managed to break the glass and escape to one of the floors of the house. Looking at the height, the zombie emperor estimated that he had reached the 20th floors. Chief Onling understands the principle of cutting off the roots. Just now, what can one do? First of all, it was the fact that he himself wasn't sure exactly how far the zombie emperor had gotten to that floor. The second thing was that one wasn't sure exactly what the state of the zombie emperor was. Then there was the fact that he was only a low level 1, and his skeleton squad couldn't fly, and they weren't as smart as the zombie emperor, so if he ordered them to jump like that, it was certain death. In the end, even if one rushed down to find the zombie emperor regardless, What if another creature came to the top floor? Should one give up the awakening bead here? Looking at the dilapidated downtown buildings, Chief Fengling shook his head helplessly. Or he was careless. The zombie emperor did not kill even if he did not kill, but also let him remember his revenge. It seemed that he had to seize the time to become stronger, and when he next encountered the zombie emperor, he must cut him down on the spot. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling also stopped fidgeting and quickly returned to the center of the top floor and began to pick up the awakening beads that were scattered here. After 20 minutes of careful searching, Chief Fengling finally got all the awakening beads. It was just a pity that what was now in Chief Fengling's hands, there were only 7 awakening beads left, so it seemed that the zombie emperor had really eaten a lot of them. That's more like it. While looking at the stations of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight leader, Chief Fengling nodded in satisfaction. Absorbing the awakening bead was an important process, and Chief Fengling didn't want any accidents to occur. And now, 2 skeleton warriors were guarding the top door, while 4 skeleton warriors as well as the skeleton knight leader were guarding beside Chief Fengling. Chief Fengling's order was that if a special situation arose, they had to protect themselves with their lives. Click. No longer hesitating, Chief Fengling then decisively crushed an awakening bead. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, Sea Iron Killer. Soon, something like this appeared in Chief Fengling's mind. Apparently, this awakening bead that Chief Fengling had just crushed was a quality C occupation, the Iron-Blooded Killer. And if Chief Fengling was willing to do so, a single thought would be enough to change the occupation. Only, Chief Fengling was no cutie pie. Only a little cutie can do that. Can do it. As for things like changing careers, they existed after the end times, but very few people changed. This is because after exchanging professions, all of your abilities from your previous profession, as well as companion abilities, will disappear. And not only that, but your level will go back to 1 level lower. So, unless it's a B-ranked or lower profession for an S-ranked or higher profession, no one is going to switch at all. However, the awakened person's occupation is not only one. Some particularly powerful people, and can even awaken 2 to 3 different occupations, and this, completely depending on the opportunity. Although, Chief Fengling was unable to absorb the profession of this awakening bead, Chief Fengling could use the awakening bead to strengthen the quality of his profession or use it to level up. That is to say, with enough awakening beads, the lowest E-rank professions could be elevated to the S-rank level. It was just that awakening beads were a very rare thing, and Chief Fengling could use them so extravagantly. That was because it was the beginning of the end times, and most people still didn't know the usefulness of awakening beads. Without any further hesitation, Chief Fengling then directly absorbed the energy of this awakening bead. After all, his profession was of the highest quality, and what he had to worry about now was the level. Unfortunately, an awakening bead did not allow Chief Fengling to upgrade. It was very difficult to level up an awakened, and this could be related to one's qualifications, as well as the quality of one's profession. In his last life, Chief Fengling had seen that someone who had an A-ranked perfect profession, but no matter how much he cultivated, to the point of death, he hadn't been able to break through to the peak level of the first rank, and that means that it's this body of his that's not working, and he'll be stuck at that level for the rest of his life. What also affects the level is the quality of the profession. Like the lowest E-rank profession, even if you are the chosen one, you can only rise up to the highest level of the peak of the second level. Knowing his level, Chief Fengling was no longer discouraged, but took out the next awakening bead. Occupation, SSS Undead Emperor. Occupation, D Demon Canine. Chief Fengling didn't even hesitate for a second before directly using up this low-quality awakening bead. Above the top floor of the skyscraper, Chief Fengling's face was very ugly. It was speechless and heartbreaking. 7 awakening beads. In the blink of an eye he had used up 6 of them, and of these 6 awakening beads, the best one was, occupation, a flame mage. It seemed that one's undead emperor profession was truly a stroke of heavenly luck to get it. And what made Chief Fengling speechless was that none of the 6 awakening beads had allowed himself to rise from a low first level to a medium first level. Looking at the last awakening bead in his hand, Chief Fengling shook his head helplessly and finally crushed it. Chapter 13 First Grade Intermediate. Click. With the sound of a glass bead being crushed, a liquid like blood flowed onto Chief Fengling's hand. Only the liquid wasn't as sticky as blood, nor did it have the same flavor as blood. In less than 10 seconds of work, the blood-colored liquid that was still flowing all over Chief Fengling's hand had completely disappeared. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, be Knight of Light. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. What do you say you were expecting? Although Cloud City was barely ranked in the country of central China, it was only on the middle to upper level when placed in the cities of the whole of China. It's already remarkable that the Undead Emperor and Zombie Emperor are 2 major SSS level professions that can appear here, and it wouldn't make sense if any more rare professions appeared, would it? Without thinking too much, Chi Fengling directly absorbed the energy of the last awakening bead. Buzz. It was also at the moment when the energy of that awakening bead was completely absorbed. Chi Fengling only felt a buzzing in his brain. And then he felt that all the blood flow in his body accelerated in general. Not only that, even the exhaustion from the battle with the zombie emperor just now was now mostly gone. Could it be? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then checked his attribute panel without hesitation. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, undead emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Strength, 20, reflections of chi and defense. Agility, 20, embodiment of speed. Reaction. Spirit, 20, manifestation of mental power. Control. Physique, 20, embodiment of vitality. Vigor. Companion skill, undead summoning, 7/12 can summon undead spirits from the undead world. The maximum level of the summoned undead is no more than one level higher than their own level. Undead chant an undead requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned within a 100-meter radius centered on oneself. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Sure enough, Chi Fengling guessed right, he finally leveled up. Don't look at himself just from a low level to a medium level. His basic attributes, that is all doubled it. And now, the introduction of this attribute panel is much more detailed yet. Skeleton warrior leveling up. 1 low level 1 medium level. Skeleton warrior level up. Level 1 low level 1 medium. Before Chi Fengling could finish digesting the joy of the upgrade he had just received, Chi Fengling felt another change in his summons. I didn't expect it. As they leveled up themselves, those 6 first-level low-level skeleton warriors leveled up as well. It was just a pity that one's current level was still a large chunk below the skeleton knight leader. So right now, the skeleton knight leader's level didn't change. Chi Fengling didn't want that much, as he seemed to notice that he had added 2 more to the number of undead he could summon. Excluding the 3 skeleton warriors that had just died in battle at the hands of the zombie emperor, Chi Fengling was now able to summon 5 more undead creatures. Swallowing and adjusting his breathing, Chi Fengling decisively chose to summon. In less than 10 seconds, Chi Fengling felt 4 identical auras respond to his call, only to see a flash of green light on the ground with remnants of bloodstains. 4 morose white figures were erected in front of Chi Fengling. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Race, Undead. Level 1 medium. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Skills, none. Chi Fengling was a bit speechless. Was that huge undead realm only filled with these lowest level skeleton warriors? Or was it because his level was too low and he could only summon these low level undead at the moment? Just when Chi Fengling thought that the last summon was also a skeleton warrior, a foul odor was all over the top floor, right before his eyes. A humanoid creature with corrupted skin and poisonous green bones appeared in front of Chi Fengling. Name, Poisoned Bone Corpse, a person who has been poisoned to death and whose grievances have not subsided. Hates the living. The skin is not completely decayed. The flesh is poisonous and the bones are even harder. One of the common creatures in the undead world. Race, Undead. Level, first high. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Poison Eclipse, attacks will poison the target. Vomit. Okay. You get back in there. Chi Fengling simply couldn't bear it for a second, and directly sent the poisoned bone corpse back to the undead realm for the time being. Although this poisonous bone corpse was a first-ranked advanced summon object, the smell from it was so stinky that just in the few seconds of effort it took for it to appear, Chi Fengling felt as if he had eaten 2 mouthfuls of rotting meat. This kind of summons, it's okay to fight humans, but against zombies it's almost the same as a skeleton warrior. After all, zombies aren't afraid of any poison. It was also really amazing. The poisonous bone corpse disappeared not a moment later, and the rotten smell from the top floor disappeared. Chi Fengling had just thought that if this place always smelled this bad, he might as well move down and sleep. Yes, Chi Fengling was the one who planned to spend the night at the top floor tonight. Not that Chi Fengling had to suffer, but Chi Fengling believed that there would definitely be more awakening beads appearing this night today. Maybe there won't be as many awakening beads again, but it's better than nothing. After arranging the stations of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight leader, Chi Fengling slowly fell asleep while hugging the quilt. Ta-da! Early in the morning, it wasn't the dazzling daylight or the annoying alarm clock that woke up Chi Fengling, but a small black bead that smashed into his face. July 8, 2035, 8:15 p.m. Looking at the somewhat laggy 4G network on his cell phone, Chi Fengling couldn't help but sigh. This is only the 8th day of the end of the world. He was watching as the 9G network slowly turned into a 4G network, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before the internet era would have to bid farewell to him completely as well. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling quickly browsed through the major websites, and sure enough, everything was the same as in the previous life. and some people had discovered the role of the awakening bead. Not only would these people not hide it, they instead pretended online. And although they were a bit pretentious, Chi Fengling was quite thankful for them. If he hadn't also looked at his cell phone in his last life, he might have even missed the appearance of the second batch of awakening beads. And then look at the cell phone contact inside the display offline. Goddess, Chi Fengling feels like a dream in general. 2 lifetimes. The current self finally have an account of the past self. After swiping through the internet a bit more, and then liking and spamming a few more people, Chi Fengling finally put away his phone. Sure enough, everything was just as he thought. The awakening beads would definitely appear again last night. Only the quantity would definitely not be as high as the ones that appeared yesterday afternoon. 3 black beads appeared in Chi Fengling's hand after he searched carefully. It seems that the direct blessings of the gods on humans have passed, and humans can only rely on hard work and opportunity to become stronger. Without hesitation, Chi Fengling decisively crushed these 3 awakening beads. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, D Qigong Master. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, C Orc Warrior. It's true that they're all weak legacies. It's just that I don't know who was unlucky in this life. Even these low-level inheritance cannot get. However, what does this have to do with himself? The weak are the strong. Chi Fengling didn't even think about it and directly absorbed the energy in it. The last one. Occupation, SSS Undead Emperor. Occupation, a Undead Wise General. It was rare. One could even come across an inheritance of the same profession. And it was still A-ranked. But it was just a pity that Chi Fengling didn't need it. Only this time, along with Chi Fengling's absorption of this awakening bead, he only felt that his eyes were painful and itchy, as if there was something that was going to grow out of his eyes. Chapter 14 Eye of the Undead Emperor. Drop! Drop! Chi Fengling sat on his knees, his hands propped up on the ground, while a drop of liquid slipped from the corner of his eyes. The intense pain almost made Chi Fengling unable to open his eyes, and he could only vaguely see that the world in front of him had turned a blood-red color. It can't be. Are the gods so hateful? The zombie emperor ate so many awakening beads and was fine, but he's going to be punished for using a few more. Rubbing his eyes, Chi Fengling cried out unwillingly, but what Chi Fengling was most afraid of was that he would be blinded by this. Nope, no longer bothering with the pain on his eyes, Chi Fengling then opened his attribute panel. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical Fitness, 20. Companion Skill, Undead Summoning, 12/12 can summon undead spirits from the undead world. The maximum level of the summoned undead is no more than 1 level above their own level. Undead Chant, chanting an undead requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned within a 100-meter radius centered around oneself. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Eye of the Undead Emperor, the possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not 1 level above him, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead Blood Sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. When looking at his full attributes again, Chi Fengling slowly let out a breath of air. Last second, he thought he was going blind. Unexpectedly, he was gaining new skills. If that's the case, then one's own eyes should have already been replaced by the eyes of that undead emperor. Although it was a bit scary to think about, as long as he could become stronger, Chi Fengling didn't care that much. Eye of the Undead Emperor. It wasn't a combat skill, nor was it any kind of support skill. However, it was very useful. It was like saying that if Chi Fengling had obtained the skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor, before he fought against the zombie emperor, then Chi Fengling would be able to know all of the zombie emperor's basic attributes. As for the special skill that the zombie emperor possessed, it shouldn't be possible to see it directly, but if the other party had used it, it would be possible to see it. Undead Blood Sacrifice? When he saw the skill, Chi Fengling couldn't help but frown because this skill was bloody as soon as he heard the name. This reminded Chi Fengling of a novel he had read earlier, in which the villain was the one who kept acquiring these powerful abilities and then ended up being taken over by the evil god because he didn't grasp the power in them. What's the point of thinking so much? If there really is a day, I'll pull that evil god down as well. Only this thought was dismissed by Chi Fengling just as soon as it appeared. As expected, the pain in his eyes was slowly subsiding with the passage of time, and after another 10 minutes of sitting in silence, Chi Fengling stood up steadily. You guys, that stuff on the internet is true or not? It's the end of the world. Zombies can appear. So what's with the awakening beads? I think it's real too. Wow. Then won't I be able to cultivate immortality? Ha ha ha. So excited. Keep your voice down. What if there are walkers up there? Trust me, there won't be any. I saw a guy yesterday, with a bunch of skeletons. Kill all the walkers up there. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I was scared to death last night. I was hiding and a zombie covered in blood broke the glass. I thought I was dead yesterday. I didn't realize that the zombie just ran away and didn't pay any attention to me. Just listen to your nonsense. Nowadays zombies have problems walking and jumping off buildings. You can really brag. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go to my room and take a look. You think Enough. Stop arguing. Let's go up and see if we have those awakening beads first before we talk. Just as Chief Fongling had just slowed down, there were surprisingly human voices coming closer and closer from the other side of the stairs. The skyscraper was so big that it certainly made sense to have people who hadn't been found by themselves, but what they were talking about was very much of Chi Fang's inspired interest. The first was that someone had actually seen themselves leading the skeleton squad. The second is that someone found the zombie emperor. According to the meaning of his words is that the zombie emperor was seriously injured yesterday, and also afraid of Chief Fongling to find him, did not choose to eat people and ran away. Third, they are here for the awakening bead. In order not to scare these few people, Chief Fongling then decisively put the skeleton warriors back, and after tidying himself up, Chief Fongling then walked directly towards them. Big brother, people, there seems to be someone. Nonsense, you're not human, or I'm not human. No, big brother look. One of the men was obviously flustered, half unable to speak, only able to gesture and point ahead. Kid, who are you? Are you a human or a zombie? Turning around, the man saw Chief Fongling walking towards them. Out of vigilance, the man then directly raised the kitchen knife in his hand. Chief Fongling didn't bother with them, but silently opened his Eye of the Undead Emperor. Name, Liu Chang. Race, human. Rank, none. Power, 6. Agility, 4. Spirit, 3. Physical fitness, 4. Skills, none. This Eye of the Undead Emperor was really good. In just the blink of an eye, the man's basic information was known by Chief Fongling. This Liu Chang's basic attributes were still very good. No wonder he could survive until now and be the boss of a few people. If he didn't have himself as a special reason, this group of people who dared to take risks should have become awakened today. Kid, don't come over again. Be careful, I'll do it. Liu Chang's hand trembled a little, but his eyes were firm. You, don't be surprised. Tell your minions to settle down. I'm human. Before that Liu Chang could react, Chief Fongling rushed to his side. Not only that, but the weapon he had been holding for the last second was now against his neck. Is this the power of the awakened? If it was in the past, his own weak body would have been killed by this person in minutes. Stop. You guys stop. Sensing the power of Chief Fongling, Liu Chang there still dared to resist and directly gave orders to his men. At Liu Chang's order, the 4 people in the group stood honestly in front of Chief Fongling. Next, you guys will say whatever I ask. Do you understand? Chief Fongling didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He just wanted to know the news about this place as soon as possible. Good. We definitely know everything and say everything. This Liu Chang, he really can bend and bend. Where do you all live? How many people are still alive in this building? How much food do you still have? Chief Fongling, but not a word of nonsense. These were the most crucial questions. Big brother, we all live in the 23rd floor. This building should still be alive now. 20. The man's words were not finished, but Liu Chang was curbed. Big brother, you listen to me. The end of the world came too fast. Can live. In addition to the 4 of us, there are still 2 women did not come out. As for the food, well, forehead. Liu Chang answered in a very sheltered manner, as if he was deliberately hiding something, and when it came to food, his eyes were even more evasive. There was no need to even think about it. For ordinary people, food was the most precious thing. He was probably afraid that Chief Fongling would rob him of his food. As for how many people had lived, Chief Fongling was not caring at all, and he was just asking curiously. Alright, it's alright, you guys can go now. Chief Fongling didn't want to have anything to do with them, flinging down the chopper and preparing to go downstairs. Big brother, did you come down from the top floor? It was just that Chief Fongling hadn't taken 2 steps yet, and that Liu Chang actually took the initiative to open his mouth. That's right, big brother. Then you're up there. Did you see any black beads? Liu Chang asked cautiously. No, it wasn't that Chief Fongling was high and mighty. It was that he was a bit embarrassed because those awakening beads they were talking about had all been used up by himself. Big brother, do you want to go and sit at our place? Liu Chang was silent for a while and surprisingly said this. Only Chief Fongling didn't notice that underneath his respectful expression, there was a hidden viciousness. Chapter 15 Hidden Killings. Small rooms, scattered furniture, blood-stained floors. Looking at this room, how could Chief Fongling not dare to think that the skyscraper in the center of Yun City had such a cheap room inside? Is that so? Do real estate developers also look at people of average means with money in their hands? Yes. The current Chief Fengling had already arrived at the 23rd floor, and the house he was in at the moment was none other than that Lu Chang's home. Chief Fengling meant that he was going to go downstairs anyway, so it wouldn't be a hindrance to go with them to check it out and get some food. But well, the scene in front of me really makes Chief Fengling a little hard to strain. Because of the furnishings of this house, it seems to be a skyscraper in the poor, which can still get what to eat. Wow. Just as Chief Fengling was about to refuse to stay, that Lu Chang was the one who walked behind the dilapidated bookshelf, and under Chief Fengling's puzzled eyes, he seemed to press some button. With the touch of this button, the originally good wall unexpectedly began to move, and in less than 10 seconds of effort, an extremely luxuriously decorated room appeared in front of Chief Fengling. Ugh! Seeing this, Chief Fengling still slapped himself for his ignorance. That's right, those who can live inside skyscrapers. Where will there be any poor people? And those real estate tycoons also simply do not see the poor people in the hands of the 3 melons and 2 dates. It turns out that the room outside, just to confuse others with, if someone asks to borrow money, this into the door, I guess they are embarrassed to open their mouths. Big brother, I still don't know what your name is? After displaying his room, Lu Chang then asked Chief Fengling's name in a flattering manner. Chief Fengling, the name had nothing to hide. After all, he himself, in the future, was the man who was going to be the Lord of Cloud City? Oh, so it's Big Brother Fengling. This is my home. You feel free to sit. I'll get you some food and drink too. After getting the name, this Lu Chang is even more polite, said to the inner room to go. You also do not say. This Lu Chang's home really is a first-class luxury, with the opulence to obviously are not too much. It was only a pity that after the arrival of the end of the world, electrical devices were slowly failing, and the things that Chief Fengling had only seen on the internet in the past were now unusable. Oh, Big Brother Fengling, come and have a drink. Call what Big Brother Fengling? Look how young and handsome he is. Isn't it good to call him little brother? On the sofa, Chief Fengling didn't wait for Lu Chang, but waited for 2 women who were dressed very demurely. They wear heavy makeup, sexy and flamboyant clothes, wiggle their asses and wink their eyes in a seductive manner. These 2 women should be the people that Lu Chang had talked about, placed before the end of the world. This was definitely a woman who wouldn't look high on Chief Fengling. This end time, it's really changed a lot. Women, I'll take them all. It wasn't that Chief Fengling was horny, but Chief Fengling wanted to see what this Lu Chang really wanted. Just now outside Chief Fengling hadn't noticed anything, but just as soon as he entered this house, Chief Fengling smelled the odor of blood that he couldn't hide. As someone who had been in the post-apocalyptic world for almost 10 years, Chief Fengling was more than familiar with the taste of blood, especially human blood. Even if Lu Chang had deliberately sprayed a lot of expensive perfume, he could not suppress the flavor of it. And Chief Fengling also noticed that of the 4 people who had come in at the beginning, 1 had disappeared for no reason. To be able to survive after the outbreak of the end times and still live such a prosperous life, and still have the guts to go to the top floor to find the awakening bead, this Lu Chang is definitely not simple. So Chief Fengling would like to see what they want to do to themselves? Seeing that Chief Fengling had no intention of refusing, the 2 women also had a very tacit agreement to surround him on both sides. 1 pulled Chief Fengling's hand, and 1 even sat directly on Chief Fengling's lap, and began their seduction offerings. To be honest, Chief Fengling, who was able to reach the epic rank in his last life, what kind of women hadn't he seen before? Even the same level of charmed demon awakened, Chief Fengling was able to carry their temptation. That's not to mention the 2 of them. Ha, Big Brother Fengling, I have all the food ready. You too, don't come down yet. Big Brother Fengling is my honored guest. Seeing a woman all riding on Chief Fengling, Lu Chang also pretended to be a bit angry and said, Ugh, Kung, isn't this what you meant? Chief Fengling didn't want to play dumb with him anymore and directly pointed it out. Big Brother Fengling, where are your words? How dare I speculate on your mind? Come on, come and eat, otherwise it'll get cold. Lu Chang had embarrassment written all over his face, but he still rounded back calmly. Although he had obtained the SSS inheritance, his level was still too low, and Chief Fengling was still really a bit hungry after yesterday until now. With the 2 women's traction, Chief Fengling soon arrived at their restaurant, and it had to be said that the decoration, Chief Fengling's lack of vocabulary no longer knew how to describe it. At this moment, on top of the dinner plate, there was a cutlet garnished with a good sauce, and on the side, there was a glass of red wine as colorful as blood. It's really just a drought of drought and a flood of flood. Not to mention that it's the end of the world. Even if it's normal, there are still a lot of people who can't enjoy such a delicacy. Big Brother Fengling, what's wrong? Is the dish not to your liking? Seeing that Chief Fengling did not take a long time to take a bite, Lu Chang then weakly asked. After starving for a day, where would Chi Fengling still pretend to be elegant? Only this meat. Let Chi Fengling get up a killing heart. In his previous life, Chi Fengling had led his own demon hunting squad and had once terminated an underground meat farm in Cloud City. To this day Chi Fengling still remembers how those poor people were hung up in rows with iron hooks through their bodies, and then some specialized in cutting off their meat for all kinds of cooking and selling. And the color and taste of that flesh and blood was the same as the plate of meat that was now in front of him. It seems that he was not wrong. This Lu Chang really is not a good person. No wonder a group of them were not starved to death, but also live so well. It turns out that they are really in the cannibalism. That's not true. I thought of something sad. Chi Fengling pretended to be sad and casually picked up the red wine on the side. Although Chi Fengling was holding the wine and his eyes were still a bit lax, he had been paying attention to the changes around him. Killing intent. It wasn't just Lu Chang, including the two women by his side, and the people hiding in the shadows. Only, when Chi Fengling picked up the red wine, the corners of Lu Chang's mouth apparently rose a bit, and it looked like the problem was in this red wine. However, what kind of person is he? He is a first-class middle-order awakened person, and he has SSS inheritance. Should he be afraid of them? The so-called fine wine is good for thinking about people. Big brother Fengling might as well savor it. This is my 83 la fight. This Lu Chang, not only can he read people's minds, but he's also a good talker. Yeah, it's still 83. Then I'll be polite. Upon hearing this, Chi Fengling pretended to be shocked and drank the red wine into his belly without saying a word. This is a egg 83 red wine. The blood flavor that can't be masked. Can't I taste it? This of course Chi Fengling did not say. Just the first moment he drank it, he tasted it, accompanied by the red wine in his stomach. Chi Fengling only felt that there was a surge of energy into his head, a strong feeling that was continuously destroying his consciousness. Not bad. In other words, one should have been hit with a plus-sized dose of montage. Chapter 16. I can spy on you even when I'm asleep. Kala. Puff. The sound of a crisp glass breaking was followed by the sound of a person falling to the ground. Humph. Still big brother Fengling. I poo-poo. Brat. A hick is a hick. Just you deserve to drink my la fight. Looking at Chi Fengling, who had collapsed on the ground and was motionless, Lu Chang that was very disgusted kicked a few feet. Kung, did I just do okay? Brother Chang, for you, people just sacrificed a lot. Seeing that Chi Fengling was no longer conscious, the two women quickly surrounded Lu Chang and spoke in an inviting tone. Damn stinking. Off to the side. I'll come back to properly clean up you two after I've dealt with him. Only, Lu Chang's attention could be completely off these two women. He was just staring intently at Chi Fengling on the ground. You two, go and take a look. Is there any awakening beads left in him? Probably scared by Chi Fengling's speed and strength, even now that Chi Fengling was fainted. This Lu Chang still didn't dare to act rashly. On the side, the two little brothers were also reluctant, but after seeing Lu Chang's sinister expression again, they still walked up. One touch later. Big brother, on this kid, except for this cell phone, there's nothing left. Picking up Chi Fengling's cell phone, the two little brothers said in succession. Damn, brat, that what awakening bead must have been used up by you, or else you could have beaten lousy? Sniffing, Lu Chang that was kicking Chi Fengling again. So big brother, what should we do now? What can we do? He ate that awakening bead, so we'll eat him, said Lu Chang, while sitting down at the table. He was ready to enjoy the still untouched meat steak. Big brother, it's bad, Ma he had an accident. Should we go and take a look? The cut meat was not yet fed into his mouth. A voice then came from outside. Chi Fengling could hear this voice clearly. It was the person who had just suddenly disappeared. Of course. Chi Fengling even saw Lu Chang's problem and dared to choose to drink the wine he had a problem with. So naturally, he couldn't have been dunked so easily. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 8/20. Physical, 15/20. Skills, undead summoning. Undead chanting. Eye of the undead emperor. Undead blood sacrifice. This was Chi Fengling's current state. One could only say that this Lu Chang was ruthless enough. And it was also fortunate that Chi Fengling had reached the first level middle stage. Otherwise, after this glass of wine, one's spirit would have been 0. And by then, one would really be at their mercy. What are you shouting? I am not deaf. Say it. What happened to brother Ma? Listening to this tone, that Ma should also be a character. Only Lu Chang does not seem to obey him. Oh, Ma he took someone to find that awakening bead in the morning. Only that awakening bead didn't find it. But he encountered a walker halfway. Walker, do not stutter. Zombies we are not the first sentence to see. So panic why? The little brothers Inc.
so that the original upset Liu Chang even more upset. But, Ma said, that zombie can talk, even a gun can't hurt him, and, finish your sentence for me once and for all, or I'll let you die right now. This cowering appearance of the little brother made Liu Chang furious. Moreover, that zombie also brought another zombie. The other zombie is 2 meters tall and has 4 heads. If not for Ma's quick reaction and 2 brothers who fought for their lives, Ma would be dead. This little brother said in a voice as if he was in the scene. Well, do you believe what you're saying? Still 4 heads. How come it's not 3 heads and 6 arms? Liu Chang showed impatience. Alright, what else did Ma say no? Asked Liu Chang with some displeasure after taking a bite of the meat steak. Speaking of which, Ma asked you how your search for the awakening bead was going, and that no matter what, you should go down and find him. Clunk. Damn. Ma Zhuang himself was killed by zombies, but also dared to order me here. If not, you have a gun in your hand. You have long died in the hands of the old man. Listen to it. That Liu Chang is even more angry directly to the plate or throne, accompanied by the delicious-looking cutlet falling to the ground. The little brother on the side that was gluttonously gulping. It looks like this Liu Chang is not too good to them, although he will manage a bite of food for them, but he can't guarantee the quality. On the ground, Chief Fengling had heard everything clearly, and the talking zombie that the little brother was talking about was probably the corpse lord. As for the 4-headed zombie beside the corpse lord, it caused a bad feeling to rise in Chief Fengling's heart. There was also the fact that this Ma Zhuang, in Chief Fengling's memories of his previous life, seemed to have this person. Phew, you, and you, bring that kid with me, let's go down. After taking a deep breath, Liu Chang then ordered his minions. Big brother, this kid won't wake up in the middle of the day. Obviously, the little brothers had also seen Chief Fengling's strength. They were first stuttering, but they were also afraid of death. What are you afraid of? I've given him 3 times the amount of this drug. Even a cow would have to sleep for 3 days. Sure enough, Chief Fengling hadn't guessed wrongly. This Liu Chang was still very smart. He had considered the fact that he might be an awakened, and had directly given himself a lethal amount of ecstasy for an ordinary person. Liu Chang said so. That little brother did not dare to talk more nonsense, carried Chief Fengling and went towards the inner room. This undead emperor's eye was really powerful. Even if Chief Fengling didn't open his eyes, he could see the surrounding situation clearly. Only, Liu Chang didn't take Chief Fengling to the location where he had just come in. Instead, he took Chief Fengling to another room in the inner house. Rich people's world themselves really do not understand. Even if the skyscraper had such a large secret room inside, it even had a special elevator. The point is, with the outside elevator not working, this internal elevator even works. So this is the power of money. As the 5 entered the elevator, Liu Chang pressed a 9th floor. Seeing this, Chief Fengling's heart then balanced a bit. Because of this internal elevator, there are only 4 floors that can be pressed. 9, 14, 23 and 34. Only now, the button on that 34th floor had gone black, and it looked like the people on that floor were supposed to be dead. This goes to show that not all occupants living inside skyscrapers can afford that hoity-toity in-room housing. Maybe those people don't even know that this skyscraper is hiding this kind of thing. The speed of the elevator was fast, and in less than a minute it reached the 9th floor, and along with the door being opened, a stronger smell of blood was smelled by Chief Fengling. Brother Ma, it's me, Liu Chang. Little Liu, put down the gun. Put down the gun. At this moment, Chief Fengling that was even more admired Liu Chang. He really showed that he could bend and stretch to the fullest. Yo, it's not Brother Liu. What's the matter? Are my orders not good anymore? Ma Zhuang said conspiratorially. Ma, that's their words. Your words. I always listen to them. Humph. That's more or less the same. By the way, I explained to let you find the awakening bead thing. How did it go? Putting away the gun, sitting on the sofa, embracing the woman on the side. Ma had a lofty look. Brother Ma, we went looking above the top floor, but there aren't any awakening beads. What? Ma, don't worry, but we found this kid on the top floor, and I suspect that the awakening beads were all used by him. Seeing that Ma was about to get angry, Liu Chang stepped aside. At this moment, Chief Fengling finally saw this Ma Zhuang who had an answer in his heart long ago. Sure enough, he was right. This Ma Zhuang is the one he thought of. It seems that this skyscraper really came out quite a lot of powerful characters. Chapter 17 The Mob Leader's Submission. Even the brightest light has a place where it cannot shine, and that is darkness. No matter how good a person is, he has a trace of impurity, and that is evil. In his last life, although Yi Tian's governance of Cloud City did have some problems, but then again, he was the nominal lord of Cloud City, and there were some unseemly things that he wouldn't be able to do. And those who cannot see the light of the hook, by the Cloud City's largest underground gangs to do,
and that Cloud City's largest gang leader is called Mahjong.
However, the name Mahjong was indeed a bit popular, and at first, having heard this name, Chief Ongling did not dare to confirm it until this moment. Rumor has it that before the end of the world, Mahjong was a famous mobster, and more than 70% of the real estate business in Yunchang was made by Mahjong. It was also a few days before the end of the world that Marstrong looked into the development of underground arms, and that's why he had a gun. As Lu Chang moved his stance out of the way, Chief Ongling decisively used Eye of the Undead Emperor on Mahjong. Name, Mahjong. Race, Awakened. Awakening profession, Ruthless Robber. Occupational quality, D. Level, First Class Lower. Power, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Skill, Professional Gunner. Able to skillfully use any hot and long-range cold weapon with greatly improved aim. Seeing Mahjong's basic attributes, Chief Ongling couldn't help but be a little shocked, because this Mahjong, surprisingly, had also awakened his profession. It seems that the awakening beads don't only appear on the top floor. Chief Ongling also understood. No wonder the zombie emperor will be like that to chase Mahjong. So it is Mahjong 8 the awakening pearl. However, Chief Ongling seemed to remember that in his last life, Mahjong's awakened occupation should be as cold-blooded tyrant. Moreover, in his last life, this Lu Chang was still his third in command, and his awakened profession was an A rank. So it seemed that it was indeed his own appearance that changed their normal destiny. What's wrong with this kid? After surveying Chief Ongling for a week, Mahjong then asked coldly, Brother Ma, you don't know. This kid is fierce. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I wouldn't be able to see you now. I was thinking, this kid even used the awakening beads, so let's eat him so that we can gain power as well. Lu Chang lowered his waist and spoke respectfully. Humph. You too. Go up and look for it. Mahjong didn't respond to Lu Chang's words, but ordered his sidekick to act. Under Mahjong's observation with his gun raised, Lu Chang and his party were searched very reluctantly, while the remaining two took the elevator up the stairs. 10 minutes later, along with the elevators being opened, the two minions then shook their heads lightly. It looked like Mahjong didn't really trust Lu Chang, and he now fully understood the usefulness of the awakening bead. What a waste. Can't do anything right. People stay. You go back first. I'll call you if something happens. Standing up, Mahjong said while walking towards Chief Ongling's position. But big brother, obviously, Lu Chang is not satisfied with this arrangement. You have a problem with that? Marstrong raised his head and frowned with a non-committal expression. No, then I'll go up first. Looking at the gun in Mahjong's hand, Lu Chang's anger was once again suppressed, and in place, this Mahjong was also ruthless enough to pull out a knife directly from his waist. However, he wasn't trying to kill Lu Chang. His target, obviously, was Chief Ongling, who was still unconscious on the ground. No wonder this Mahjong could make things happen. He understood the role of the awakening bead that would make people stronger. And then when he heard Lu Chang's praise of Chief Ongling's strength, he was determined not to leave Chief Ongling alive. Swish! Mahjong moved quickly, raising his blade in a flash. On the ground, Chief Ongling had originally planned to continue observing for a while, but now, it was clear that there was no such opportunity. Just when Mahjong's knife was about to fall on his body, the originally unconscious Chief Ongling was suddenly stormed up. Faster punch that was directly toward Mahjong's wrist. Clunk! The knife had just landed, and Mahjong, who was also an awakened, came with a quick draw. But it was just a pity that no matter the strength and speed, he wasn't as fast as Chief Ongling. Big brother, you, all stand still for me, or else. Seeing that the little brothers were about to rush over, Chief Ongling then increased the strength of his hands, and in a moment, Mahjong's face was pinched red. Little brother, what do you want? You tell me everything. I will definitely satisfy you. Having been strangled by Chief Ongling's throat, Mahjong said with great effort, I don't want anything either. You guys just have to answer my questions. Chief Ongling just smiled gently and slammed Mahjong heavily to the side, but also took away the gun on his waist in passing. Brother Lu, don't go away. Your 83 La fight is really strong, huh? Just now, that Lu Chang has not yet left. Pop. Snap. Big brother Ongling, it's all my fault. It's me who had the eyes to see and offended you. It was Mahjong who ordered me to do it. He had a gun in his hand. I couldn't help it. Hearing Chief Ongling's voice, that Lu Chang even directly turned around and knelt on the ground, and started slapping himself to apologize. Lu Chang, you crazy dog. When did I let you drug me? Obviously. That's enough. All of you shut up. I said. What I ask. What you answer. Chief Ongling didn't want to listen to them dogfighting. He just wanted to know something he wanted to know. How many people are alive in this building? Now. Little brother. There should still be 21 people alive in this building. There are too many zombies under the 5th floor. I can't get down. I guess everyone is dead.
With his gun pointed at his head, Ma Zhuang replied truthfully.
Okay, so how much food do you have left? We still have 20 pounds of snacks, 100 buckets of pure water, 20 pounds of vegetables, 30 pounds of meat, and a cabinet of various wines. It's not right. Did you leave something out that you didn't say?
Chi Fengling played with the gun in his hand while his gaze was locked on Lu Chang in the distance.
Big brother Fengling, that wasn't even my idea. It was all that Ma Zhuang's idea. How dare I eat human flesh?
That Lu Chang instantly understood what Chi Fengling meant, and immediately began to dump the pot.
Lu Chang, you dog, wasn't this your idea? You also said that you ate human flesh before the end of the world. You fart. I didn't say that. Enough with the barking.
What's inside that 14th floor?
Chi Fengling didn't want to listen to them argue. He rather wanted to know what was kept on that 14th floor.
Things, supplies. It's supplies.
When Chi Fengling asked this, Lu Chang and Ma Zhuang, who were still exuberant, both became silent. That tone, as if they were hiding something. However,
without them saying it, Chi Fengling could also make a rough guess.
They did eat human flesh, and human blood really didn't smell good,
and it was also easy to stink.
So, this 14th floor, that would be where they keep those poor people in captivity. Boom, boom, yo, it's a real gun. Looks like I'm not a bad shot. Underneath the sound of gunshots and screams, Chi Fengling was teasingly saying. At this moment, Lu Chang and Ma Zhuang, two people, are holding their thighs hissing and roaring.
It can be seen that their eyes to Chi Fengling all killing intent. Only that the gun was in Chi Fengling's hands. They couldn't do anything other than curse Chi Fengling in their hearts.
As for their juniors, all of them squatted down in fear.
Chi Fengling knew very well that these two people were not good things. Letting them go would be the equivalent of having a few more enemies.
But right now Chi Fengling didn't want to kill them, because Chi Fengling wanted to go up and see what kind of hell on earth was that 14th floor. Chapter 18, What's Below the Floor? Ding! Welcome home, my Princess Han Han. As soon as the elevator on the 14th floor opened,
Chi Fengling heard this already recorded ringtone.
The speaker was a boy with a gentle voice, so I guess he was the owner of the house. As for that Hanin, she should be the mistress of the house. Only,
Chi Fengling had just taken a step forward when he smelled an even stronger smell of blood, and the smell of stinky meat, as well as the smell of roasted meat mixed together, which was a very strange smell.
Meow. You three, get a move on. If you starve my meow, you're in for it. Ha!
Before Chi Fengling could speak,
a cat call and a female voice came out.
Only the woman spoke in a tone that Chi Fengling didn't like very much.
Okay, Mrs. Well, wait, I'll go cut a good piece of meat here. Dash. Have the balls to give me a hard time. You shall not die. You shall not die. What are you screaming for?
It's a blessing in your life to be our sister-in-law Hugh's ration. It was the voices coming from their house, and these were all different,
and by the looks of it, there were at least 6 people in there, and this was not the key. The key was, Chi Fengling could hear that the people inside were really cutting and eating human flesh. Hannah, yes, I'm sorry. Voyager, let me die. I can't take it anymore. Just let me die.
Just as Chi Fengling was about to enter that room, 2 very weak male and female voices came from the other room. This instantly attracted Chi Fengling's attention, because the Hanin mentioned just out of the elevator seemed to be inside that room.
Meow. Who are you? Did Brother Ma ask you to come up here?
Just as the curious Chi Fengling was about to walk into that house, that woman's voice came from behind Chi Fengling,
accompanied by Chi Fengling turning around. A woman wearing black silk, high heels, sable fur,
and holding a white cat in her arms appeared in front of Chi Fengling's eyes. It seems that this flavorful woman is that Ma Zhuang's woman,
sister-in-law Hugh.
The woman looked at Chi Fengling without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes.
Not only that,
it was as if Chi Fengling could see playfulness and hunger in her eyes.
Yo, you are new here, right? This little face, it's quite tender. It's a youthful male big, right? Looking at Chi Fengling's handsome appearance, the woman instantly became interested, dropping the cat in her hand,
twisting her hips and walking towards Chi Fengling.
Seeing this scene,
Chi Fengling then quickly put away the gun in his hand. It seems to be that everything that happened downstairs this woman does not yet know. She only thought that Chi Fengling was a junior recruited by Ma Zhuang.
Why don't you say something? What's the matter? I'm afraid my sister will eat you. Ha, said. The sister-in-law Hui even rapped to the Chi Fengling body.
That restless hands also touch up.
Sister Hugh, don't be like this. It's Ma who asked me to come up here to familiarize myself with the environment. How can I put it? This wasn't exactly pretending to be young. After all, Chief Onling's current body was really just male large. Humph. It's that old man again. I think he asked you to come up here to supervise me. After mentioning Mahjuan's name, the woman clearly lost the interest she had just felt. Not only that, Chief Onling seemed to feel a moment of killing intent. Don't just stand there. Come with me and meet me. Kids, don't get scared and cry later. Yo, ha. And as she spoke, the woman walked into the room. This time, Chief Onling didn't hesitate, but directly followed the woman into the room filled with pain just now. Look, these are the things we eat. When Chief Onling entered the house, the woman then raised her hand, closed her eyes, and sniffed the air inside fiercely, as if her entire being was intoxicated. This appearance of the woman, along with her name, made Chief Onling remember. This woman was called Hua Qianhui. After the end of the world, the underground queen of Cloud City, in charge of all kinds of bright and dark erotic transactions. It could be said that her status was not lower than Mahjuang at all. It really is bull. This little skyscraper is hiding so many powerful characters, and they're all sinful contraptions. Seems like it's hard to raise good people with money, riches, nice places to live and luxuries to enjoy. The room, a huge kitchen, was even a few degrees warmer inside because the electrical system wasn't completely down. The scene here can only be described as bloody and inhumane. In addition to Hua Qianhui, there are 5 chefs dressed as butchers, and the rest of the house is filled with people. Some of these people are still alive, some are barely alive, and some are dead through and through, but they all have one thing in common. That is, they were tied up and then the flesh, in more or less parts of their bodies, was cut off. Chief Onling didn't believe it before. After all, this was the beginning of the end of the world, so there would be people who really dared to eat human flesh. However, after watching this scene, Chief Onling really underestimated the horror of the last days, as well as the darkness of human nature. On the ground, those poor people were either looking at themselves with fierce eyes or looking at themselves with supplicating eyes, and they had only one purpose, and that was to let Chief Onling kill them painfully. Looking at their eyes, Chief Onling's anger was slowly surging to his heart. Perhaps he still had a 1% intention of letting them go before, but now, that 1% was gone. Ha, I told you that you would be scared. Don't be anxious, let me show you an even better 1 inch. Just at the moment when Chief Onling was about to pull out his pistol, that Hua Qianhua was pulling Chief Onling's hand. The anger was suppressed for the time being, not that this flower thousand flowers was alluring, but Chief Onling wanted to see where the lower limits of these people were. With Hua Qianhui leading the way, Chief Onling finally walked into the house he wanted to enter, because in this house, it seemed like there was that Han, cough, kill us. As soon as he entered the house, a voice came out from the corner. It was a man with one arm and leg removed, his eyes hollow with anger, a look that was like a ghost. Want to die? It's not that easy. Look, I've brought a new person to take care of your wife again. Hua Qianhui said contemptuously to the man on the ground before pulling Chief Onling over with her hand. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chief Onling instantly closed his eyes. The anger in his heart no longer hard to suppress. It was a woman in complete bondage. And what was even more pathetic was that the woman's clothes were all pulled off and her body was in an extremely perverted pose. Even more disgusting was the fact that something unidentifiable remained on the woman's body, and all around her. In this scene, it was estimated that everyone understood that this group of people, not only did they eat people, but they would also abuse them. And listening to what Hua Qianhua said, this man and woman should be husband and wife, and now the woman is tied up here, and the husband is bound to the ground, and he has to watch other men come and wantonly spoil his wife. I'm afraid, it's not something one can think of anymore. You get away, have the balls to come at me. On the ground, the man, although extremely weak, was still shouting with all his might. It was obvious that he really loved his wife. Yo, you're looking straight. You're a little boy your age. I've seen it all before. What are you waiting for? Go on. Ha. Hua Qianhui laughed in a very Thai way, as if she had already forgotten that she was also in a daughter's body. Chief Onling didn't act, but turned around and coldly looked at Hua Qianhui. She can't. I want you. Chapter 19 Snake Queen. Ha. Want me? Little friend. Have you grown your hair out yet? And you dare to molest your sister like that? Aren't you afraid that I will really eat you? After hearing Chief Onling's words, not only was that Hua Qianhua not afraid, on the contrary, she laughed even more joyfully. It was this time, Chief Onling stopped talking. His face had turned iron blue. That icy cold eye seemed as if he wanted to cut Hua Qianhua alive. Humph, kid, a bit of strength huh? I guess you must have eaten that whatever awakening bead too. However, the current me, not to mention you, even that Mahjuang, Can't move me anymore. Hua Qianhui wasn't stupid.
She could naturally see Qi Fengling's killing intent, but with her words, she instantly made Qi Fengling react.
Eye of the Undead Emperor. Name, Flower Chihuahua. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Serpent Queen. Occupational Quality, S. Power, 10. Agility, 25. Spirit, 15. Physical Fitness, 20. Skill, 1000 Soft Snake Bones? 100 Viper Queen?
Qi Fengling admitted that this time it was him who had been gullible. He should have used the Eye of the Undead Emperor on Hua Qianhui when he was sure that she was the underground queen of the previous life. It seemed that Hua Qianhui's strange encounter had not been ended by Qi Fengling. In her previous life, she had also obtained this inheritance, and it was this powerful inheritance that allowed Hua Qianhui to become the underground queen of Cloud City. However, Qi Fengling is very unconvinced. He can now reach the level of the first level of the middle stage. That is to take no less than 10 of the awakening beads. And this flower 1000 flowers by what? Now can also reach the first level of the middle stage.
Is that so?
I'd like to see what the Snake Scorpion Queen is capable of. Except that Qi Fengling wasn't afraid of the Snake Scorpion Queen at all. After all, he was the one who had fought off a level 2 zombie emperor. And this mere level 1 middle rank, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. When Qi Fengling said that, Hua Qianhui, who had been smiling on the opposite side of the room, her face instantly collapsed. And at this moment, the way she looked at Qi Fengling was filled with curiosity and chilliness. This was simple. After all, this was only the beginning of the end times. Everyone had just obtained their inheritance. Who would know whose inheritance? What Hua Qianhui was shocked by was that Qi Fengling was able to accurately say her awakened profession.
Hua Qianhui's attributes Qi Fengling was already well aware of them.
It seemed that everyone's basic attributes were different.
Just like this Hua Qianhui, the same level 1 middle rank, her power was even directly lower than half of his own. Thinking of this,
Qi Fengling also gave up his intention of summoning a skeleton squad.
However,
Qi Fengling soon regretted his conceit, because just now, when he was about to pull out his pistol from his waist, that Hua Qianhui rushed to him at an even faster speed.
Ah, little friend, sister's body is comfortable, isn't it?
Just enjoy it and sleep in it for a long time. Coiled around Qi Fengling's body,
a smile rekindled on Hua Qianhui's face. At this moment,
the two of them were softly together in a very bizarre stance. To put it more directly, that Hua Qianhui had completely tied up Qi Fengling with her own body. It seems that this is the awakening skill that flower 1000 flowers comes with.
Name, Flower Chihuahua. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium.
1000 soft snake bones. The awakened person's bones can be extremely stretched. The toughness of the flesh is increased, and can be coiled and slithered like a giant snake. And the strength of the coils can be as high as 5 times their own strength.
100 Viper Queen? As expected.
The Undead Emperor's eye was true to its word.
Only after the opponent used an exclusive skill could the Undead Emperor's eye see the details of that skill. At this moment, Qi Fengling's hands and feet had been completely bound by Hua Qianhui, and what shocked Qi Fengling even more was that no matter how hard he exerted himself, he was unable to break away from Hua Qianhui's bindings. Little friend, you're quite strong, but don't you bother, unless you have the strength of 50. Otherwise, you'll just sleep and die in your sister's arms.
Ha ha ha.
Hua Qianhui's neck was stretched out,
and that snake-like face floated in front of Qi Fengling, and from time to time, she would also spit out her long tongue, which looked a bit strange.
In the room, in less than a minute's effort, Qi Fengling's face was suffocated red.
It seemed that this Hua Qianhui really wanted to use the python's method to entangle herself to death.
Cough, cough, cough. Worthy of being the Snake Scorpion Queen, you really do have a few skills, but if that's all you have, I'm afraid that the one who's going to die today will still be you. The comfortably held Qi Fengling still succumbed. It seemed that she could not defeat the Snake Scorpion Queen with just her own abilities. Humph humph humph. Little friend, I think you've been strangled silly. In less than 2 minutes, I can let you die. What else can you do to get out?
Qi Fengling's words made Hua Qianhui despise them. She only felt that Qi Fengling was bragging.
Come out, my soldiers. Not bothering with Hua Qianhui's mockery,
Qi Fengling's mind then silently recited the summoning. Swish, swish, swish. After only hearing a series of strange sounds, accompanied by a faint white smoke, 10 skeleton warriors with large swords appeared inside the spacious room.
What's this? Not good. The appearance of the skeleton warrior also startled Hua Qianhui,
and just as she was still watching, the 10 skeleton warriors, however, raised their large swords in unison, and without a trace of emotion, they chopped at Qi Fengling. It was true that Hua Qianhui possessed 1000 soft snake bones, which was good, but that didn't mean that her flesh wouldn't be cut by a knife. So at this moment, if she still had the option to strangle Qi Fengling to death, then she would probably be hacked to death by the skeleton warrior first.
Kid, what exactly are they? Retreating to the side,
Hua Qianhui was filled with wariness and incomprehension.
In just a moment ago, she had thought that the skeleton warrior was going to kill the two of them, and for a second, Hua Qianhui had to watch Qi Fengling being hacked to death. Can't you see? They're my men. Kid, I admit that I underestimated you, but as a man, are you going to bully the few with the many? Looking at her already blocked back road, Hua Qianhui could only try to use the agitation method. Oh, sister, didn't you just call me a little friend? What? Now you're scared. However,
Qi Fengling didn't fall for her trap.
Against this kind of chosen one
had to be 100% sure to kill them, or else they would only leave themselves in the same situation as the zombie emperor.
Well, you made me do it. Hiss ah.
Seeing that Qi Fengling had no intention of letting herself go, that Hua Qianhui was the one who suddenly ripped out her voice and yelled. The voice was a puke and a mockery, as if someone's voice had broken and they were still there yelling.
Snake Scorpion Queen, don't you think?
Qi Fengling's words were only half spoken when he suddenly remembered something.
Name, Flower Chihuahua. Level 1 medium.
1,000 soft snake bones. The awakened person's bones can be extremely stretched. The toughness of the flesh is increased, and can be coiled and slithered like a giant snake. And the strength of the coils can be as high as 5 times their own strength. Queen of the 100 Vipers, the blood of this awakened person possesses a disorienting toxin. And when infected by the blood of this awakened person, the poisoned person is controlled for a certain amount of time and is immune to most of the toxins. It's true. Someone who could become the underground queen of Cloud City was really not simple. And with this second skill of hers, it was definitely a great killing technique to turn the tables.
Chapter 20 Their story. Dang, dang, dang.
After Hua Qianhui hissed,
outside the room,
there was indeed a continuous and irregular sound of stepping on the ground.
Kill him,
and soon a roar that was nearly witless came in from outside. There was no need to even think about it. This must be the voice of the group of chefs.
At this moment,
their eyes were green, their hands were holding kitchen knives,
their mouths were salivating,
and they were walking unsteadily,
with the appearance of having gone mad. Queen of Snakes and Scorpions? Is this all you've got?
I'm afraid that with these people, you still don't have a single chance of winning.
Qi Fengling didn't care about this,
because those people controlled by Hua Qianhui were nothing more than ordinary people.
Kid, that's not something you should bother about.
Hua Qianhui completely lost her mind to banter with Qi Fengling. She was now in a tight state,
her eyes sizing up Qi Fengling,
as well as all of the surrounding skeleton warriors.
After so many years of mixing in the post-apocalyptic world, Hua Qianhui's thoughts were instantly insight by Qi Fengling. This woman, now, is planning to run away.
Hua Qianhui's strength was not as good as his own, and he had no advantage one-on-one. Plus now that he had so many more henchmen, there was 100% no possibility of Hua Qianhui defeating him head-on. And her current behavior was nothing more than an attempt to create chaos, and then escape from this room with her super-fast speed
and special body. None of you are worthy of sympathy. Kill them, leave no one behind. Qi Fengling didn't say much and whispered to the door.
Hiss.
Ah, monster. Ah, I don't want to die yet.
As Qi Fengling finished saying those words, a hoarse neigh sounded outside the door, followed by the 4 people's miserable screams. It was audible that, at the end of their lives, the spirits of the 4 men who had been held in check had at last awakened to they probably weren't clear on why they had rushed here, either. They were probably even less understanding of why skeleton men riding skeleton horses had suddenly appeared here.
Right? Ta-da. Within moments,
the skeletal warrior chief came forward,
and it raised its lance, and on that lance,
were the 4 men who had been skewered into sugar plums.
Seeing this scene, Hua Qianhui, who was still standing up straight, her body instantly went limp because not only did she not create any chaos, but she also met Qi Fengling's even more powerful henchman. Serpent Queen, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Ha, don't call me some Snake Queen. My name is Hua Qianhui. Surprisingly it's hard for me to escape death. Can I know your name?
Slowly sitting on the bed aside,
Hua Qianhui's mouth was all helpless.
She had thought that with all the post-apocalyptic wonders she had gotten,
she should be the chosen one.
Only she hadn't realized that one mountain was even higher than the next.
Qi Fengling? Good name. Then little brother Qi, could you be willing to listen to my story? This time,
Hua Qianhui was very serious. Even her sitting posture was much more upright.
Little brother Qi, I'm already a person who must die. Do you not even have the patience to listen to me for a couple of words?
Seeing Qi Fengling ordering the skeleton warrior to come towards him,
Hua Qianhui's eyes were filled with sorrow. Then, tell me.
Intuition told himself that this man should be killed immediately, but his conscience told him that he should listen.
Good, you're the first person to know my story, and you'll be the last. Seeing Chief Fengling agree, Hua Qianhua couldn't help but see a light shine in her eyes, but it was a light of adoration. My name is Flora Chihuahua, and as you can see, I am a prodigal woman who gave up the love of my life and willingly married an old man. I just don't want to suffer anymore. I don't want to get up at the crack of dawn to work anymore. I don't want to clean stinky toilets anymore. And I don't want to wash grease-laden dishes that are never finished. I don't want to be that girl anymore. Who doesn't have cosmetics? Who doesn't have little toys? Who doesn't have enough to eat? Who doesn't even have new clothes for New Year's Eve? I'm hell-bent on being a rich woman. Is that wrong? Ha ha ha. In the end I succeeded. I married a famous rich merchant in Yunchang. I know he is very old. I know he just figure my body. I know he plays with flowers too. But so what? In the end I ended up living here. The most luxurious place in Cloud City. The 34th floor of a skyscraper. But why did the damn end times come? Why is my life of comfort passing by in a flash? Why didn't this old thing prepare enough food? Why did this old thing go down there and borrow food? Why is it that when I open the door, it will be the group of Mahjuan? Why is it that what I see is that old thing nibbling on a piece of cheap bread, not caring in the least about my cries for help? I know I'm a lowly body. They've spoiled me. My shame is dead. I don't feel that? But why? They want to force me to eat the flesh of that old thing. They want to force me to kill? They want to force me to watch them do evil? I was mad. Yet I was also saner. I began to eat people voluntarily. And I began to become debauched because I was convinced that one day I would kill all of these. On the bed, Hua Qianhui became more and more agitated as she spoke. Her face was suffocated in red. Her eyes were tears of sadness and equally tears of madness. There's something to be said for the hateful. No wonder Hua Qianhua was able to obtain such a powerful inheritance. Just this mind of hers alone was something an ordinary woman couldn't have. Chief Fengling, you know what? You really look like him, said Hua Qianhui. She actually stood up. Her eyes were sincere. Her hands trembled. It looked like she wanted to touch her own face. You, go away. Ha ha ha, you're not him after all. Because he won't kick me out no matter what. Chief Fengling's icy tone also made Hua Qianhui wake up. She shook her head. Her eyes gradually getting lost. Hua Qianhua, then if this would all start over again, would you still choose these riches? Chief Fengling didn't know why. She ghostly asked this sentence. If that day, he could have been a bit more firm, I might have been a peaceful woman as well. After a long period of silence, Hua Qianhui then slowly uttered these words. Alright, I know. After saying that, Chief Fengling turned around, which meant that he didn't want to see the image of Hua Qianhua being hacked to death by the skeleton warrior. Wait, little brother Qi, don't you want to know their story? Just for this moment, Hua Qianhui seemed to have a lot to say. Along with the skeletal warriors retreating once again, a story flooded back into Chief Fengling's mind. This was the 14th floor. Not her Hua Qianhui, nor Lu Chang, nor Ma Zhuang's house, but this young couple's house. Before the end of the world, both were doomsday enthusiasts, stocking their house with thousands of buckets of pure water, endless snacks, and exceptionally well-sealed vegetables and meats. Unexpectedly, one day, the end of the world really came, and fortunately, neither of them turned into zombies. With an abundant stockpile of food, the two lived a fairly nourishing life. But just one day a man knocked on their door, a man who was miserable and humble, recounting to them how hungry and cold he was. Only, the man didn't open the door. He understood how sinister the human heart was after the end of the world, even if the man had begged him no less than 100 times. And then there was a steady stream of people who came to the door and prayed, either strong men, or enchanting women, or drooping old men. Only none of these people moved the hearts of the men. Only one day, while he was cooking for his Han, there was another knock on the door. Chapter 21 Gone and Dead. This time, the knock on the door was a poor woman holding a child in her arms. And probably because of hunger, the child didn't even cry out. The woman was kowtowing on the ground with her baby in her arms. And she said she didn't want anything. She didn't even want a mouthful of food. She just hoped they would save her baby. In that moment, Hanin's heart moved. But she wasn't about to open the door and let them in. She just wanted to gently open the doorway and hand out some food to the poor mother and child. And little did he know that it would be the most regrettable decision she'd ever made in her life. The moment the door was opened, the woman threw away the already dead child in her hand, and the doorway was rushed out, hiding from the previous group. With hunger and anger, the young couple was easily subdued. The men said they were willing to leave the area voluntarily without taking any food at all if they would let the couple go. Only, the group didn't let the couple go, probably because of the anger brought on by the continuous rejection. The man at the head of the group had one of the man's arms and legs cut off and tied him up. What is even more heartless is that they tied up his wife, right in front of him, right in their matrimonial home, and made him watch. in desperation, as his wife was bullied by a group of people. And then later on it was that the man in charge was afraid that the food would run out, and he didn't want to feed the useless invalids. Soon, what was once a cozy little home is transformed into a human kitchen, and the couple is left to suffer in despair. And this is their story now. And the man who was the leader of the evil was no other than that manhwaedit. Baiting with good is more evil than evil. Only, there wasn't an ounce of good in the group, and there wasn't much evil in the young couple. It is a matter of affection that they are willing to open the door, and it is a matter of duty that they do not open the door. And why should they give you the food that they have saved up for themselves, on the basis of a word of prayer from you? After hearing these words, Chief Ongling's anger had reached the extreme point. He had thought that manhwaedit's group would be something else, but he hadn't thought that these people would be so something else. That manhwaedit and that Lu Chang, their legs have already been broken by themselves, and this skyscraper is in crisis outside. Chief Ongling does not believe that they dare to go. At this moment, manhwaedit and Lu Chang were equivalent to having been sentenced to death. And as for this Hua Qianhui, she was certainly pitiful, but Chief Ongling was more afraid that she would retaliate against herself. Brother Shao Qi, I have one last request. Can you grant me? Just as the skeleton warrior was about to slash over again, that Hua Qianhui spoke again. Speak up, my patience is limited. Really, can't you give a dead man a good look? I don't want to be killed by these horrible skeletons. If it's possible, I hope I can die in your hands. Is that okay? After saying that, Hua Qianhui opened her arms and closed her eyes, with a look of waiting for death. Swish, sighing, Chief Ongling still took that big knife from the skeleton warrior's hand. Looking at Hua Qianhui's tender neck, Chief Ongling gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and slashed down. Boom! The greatsword landed on the ground. Only it didn't cut into Hua Qianhui's neck, but instead, the blade slashed on top of the bed she had just been sitting on. When Chief Ongling opened her eyes to look, at this moment, Hua Qianhui's body had already twisted into the shape of a snake. And this was less than 2 seconds of work. She had already walked and scurried to the position of the doorway. Swish! The sound of a long spear cutting through the air, which was extremely fast, as if it could pierce through the air. Hua Qianhui took advantage of Chief Ongling's kindness. She also expected Chief Ongling to close her eyes, and she knew better that she was faster than Chief Ongling. But what she didn't expect was that the skeleton knight leader was even faster. And without even a special order from Chief Ongling, the skeleton warrior leader was able to naturally stab a shot at Hua Qianhui. At this moment, the skeleton lance was even less than a centimeter away from Hua Qianhui's chest, and honestly, there was no possibility for Hua Qianhui to live anymore. However, at this moment, Chief Ongling inside the room raised his hand in time, accompanied by a gentle wave of Chief Ongling's hand. The skeleton knight leader who was blocking the doorway disappeared. Chief Ongling, Hua Qianhui, remember you, I'll see you again. Hua Qianhui certainly understood what Chief Ongling meant, and she was also afraid that Chief Ongling would renege again, and after saying that, she quickly left the room. Inside the house, Chief Ongling just coldly looked at Hua Qianhui's back as she left. It would be easy for him to kill her, but Chief Ongling knew that Hua Qianhui was also a poor person. But this was not a reason for Chief Ongling to let her go, because Chief Ongling knew better. Hua Qianhui was a person who would return a favor, and Chief Ongling believed that this woman, sooner or later, one day, would give herself a surprise. Ahem. You stay away from my wife. What's coming at me? On the ground, seeing Chief Ongling walking towards his wife, the man that was forcefully shouted. Click. However, Chief Ongling wasn't as disgusting as he thought. Chief Ongling just went over and slashed the rope binding the woman. Looking at her husband, who was already a cripple, the woman's mouth seemed to have 1,000 words, but before the words came out, she lost her voice and cried. Maybe she doesn't understand why she has to suffer like this when she obviously didn't do anything. Honor, let's go. Chief Ongling seemed to hear. The man gently said to the woman. Clunk. In the next second, the woman turned around and raised her hand to grab the large knife in Chief Ongling's hand. It's just that this big sword can weigh more than 30 pounds, and it's a bit of a struggle for one's own level 1 intermediate to pick it up. That's to say nothing of this poor woman of hers. Picking up the knife on the ground, Chief Ongling's face was chilled as he couldn't understand why these two people wanted to kill themselves. Big brother, please, kill us. Just, before Chief Ongling could say anything, the woman knelt down in front of Chief Ongling and spoke with a face full of tears. For a while, Chief Ongling was also speechless. Big brother, I know you are a good person. Thank you for saving us. This life, we can't repay you. If we can have a next life, we will return you as oxen and horses. As he spoke, the man also knelt down in front of Kaifengling. At this moment, the love until death was embodied by them. I can give you power, give you a new life, and let you take revenge with your own power. Are you willing? Chi Fengling didn't want to kill them, probably because he couldn't bear it, or maybe he wanted to see the scene where the good guys ended the bad guys with their own hands. Chi Fengling, thank you, but we don't need it anymore. After hearing Chi Fengling's words, the two slowly raised their bodies, and after giving Chi Fengling an incomparably sincere look, they directly rushed towards the large sword in Chi Fengling's hand. Drop, drop. In the spacious room, on the bright big knife, blood just like that slowly flowed down from the tip of the knife. At this moment, the two people finally realized the nominal, all their life together. While looking at the corpses of the two, Chi Fengling slowly let out a breath, and at this moment, the smile on Chi Fengling's face completely disappeared. Kill all of them, leave no one behind. Silently walking out of the room, Chi Fengling coldly said. At this moment, an evil thought, on the other hand, was born. Chapter 22 Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Ding! The 23rd floor is here. Welcome home, Lord Owner. Get lost. If Lu sees you, you'll be in trouble. What are you afraid of? That Lu Chang is just a strong man. Stop hiding and let me have a kiss. Hey, 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 stop it. I think I heard a sound. It should be that Lu Chang is back. Damn, what a bummer. With the powerful hearing of a level 1 middle rank, Chi Fengling heard the sounds inside the house just as soon as he reached the door. But it's so ironic. The end times, it's really messed up all the ethics and morals. Cough. Brother Lu, you're back. Not long after, a woman who had previously seduced Chi Fengling, on the other hand, walked out with a red puffy face and straightened her hair. You? How could it be you? Where's Lu? How come Lu Chang didn't come up? Seeing Chi Fengling standing at the door with a chilling look on her face, the woman was obviously a bit flustered. Kill them, leave no one behind. Chi Fengling didn't say anything more to them, he just turned around and faintly said, and the next second, a line of 10 skeleton warriors appeared in the house as white smoke suddenly appeared. There was no expression on their faces, and the first moment they appeared was when they rushed towards the house with their greatswords. Skull, Skull, it's him, it's this kid. What for? Don't come over, don't come over. Ah, Brother Chi, spare me. I was forced by Lu Chang. Ah, no, don't, I haven't lived enough, don't. There were screams and prayers, and none of these sounds moved Chi Fengling in the slightest. Don't look at them pitifully now. Then who can think that the cries of their kind, when they are lording over them and devouring their flesh and blood, must not be more miserable and longer than this? 5 minutes. With a miserable scream, the noisy room cleared up all of a sudden, and the hot blood even flowed all over the smooth ground. Just all these didn't make Chi Fengling turn back a bit, he just silently turned around and entered the elevator, gently pressed a 9th floor. Ding! The 9th floor is here. Welcome home, Mr. Owner. The kid's coming. Get ready. Beat him to death. Bang! 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 Dang! 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 As the elevator doors were opened, a series of gunshots rang out in the room, and in front of Chi Fengling, it was raining bullets. Only, the densely packed bullets. Any did not hurt Chi Fengling in the slightest. So, what's that? Skeletons? Dig it. There's no such thing as a skeleton. What are you waiting for? Shoot me. Big brother can't. This bullet won't hurt them. Brother, I'm almost out of bullets. Inside the elevator, Chi Fengling was steady as an old dog as he watched Ma Zhuang and his party begin to panic. As expected, he was right. How could someone in the underground arms business only have one pistol? Ma Zhuang must have other hot weapons. What was even more expected by Chi Fengling was that these shots in Ma Zhuang's hands couldn't even break the defense of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight leader. As for those heavy heat weapons, how could Ma Zhuang definitely keep them at home? There was also the fact that with the arrival of the end times, heavy heat weapons had begun to become ineffective. Damn it, when the bullets run out, all of you charge me. Didn't I raise you guys for so long just to use them now? Obviously, Ma Zhuang was already in a hurry. He hadn't expected at all that Chi Fengling would still have such powerful henchmen. What are you waiting for? All give me to go. Ah, whoever doesn't go, I'll let him die now. Listening to the sound of gunfire gradually taunting down, Ma Zhuang's panic could not be concealed. Big brother, no way. This gun can't even hit it. If we just rush over like this, we're just dying. That's right, big brother. Why don't we withdraw? That's right, big brother. Staying green is not afraid of not having firewood to burn. One of the little brother's suggestion was instantly recognized by most of the people. Aha, withdraw? Retreat? What retreat? Do you have food? Even if we don't get bitten to death by the zombies, we'll starve to death. Painfully lifting his leg, Ma Zhuang still denied his little brother's idea. In fact, what he said were just words. He was just afraid. If he just ran away, he still had injuries on his legs. In case he was abandoned by these juniors, it would be certain death. But big brother, there's no buts, all of you, or I'll kill you all right now.
The muzzle of the gun was aimed at one of the juniors. Manhwaedit said fiercely.
Bang! Ah, Lei, what are you doing? After a gunshot,
the gun in Manhwaedit's hand also fell with a sound, and at the moment on his wrist, there was an additional gunshot wound.
Brother Ma, I'm sorry, I don't want to die yet. Surprisingly, you don't want me to live. Then I can only fight for it myself.
Maybe Manhwaedit didn't expect that the one who shot at him was one of his most trusted little brother.
Asterisk. Dog thing, you shall not die.
Clutching his wrist, Manhwaedit's mouth was full of swear words.
Little brother. Oh no.
Big brother Chi. That Manhwaedit has already been subdued by us, and Lu Chang is long dead.
We don't want to be your enemy either.
We were both forced by Manhwaedit.
I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. We surrender. Surrender. Swish. Swish. Throughout the whole process, Chief Fengling didn't say a word, and it was this cold sense of oppression that made Manhwaedit's group of juniors, one after another, all throw out the guns in their hands. Just now, their conversation was also heard clearly by Chief Fengling. For that Manhwaedit, staying and fighting Chief Fengling to the death was probably the best outcome. Don't look at the house repaired in the interior. There is a great soundproof effect, but such intense gunfire will certainly attract the surrounding zombies. Not to mention the skyscraper zombies are coming. At least, the zombies on the 7th, 8th and 9th floors are now gathered at the door, and those little brothers may still be able to rush out. But Manhwaedit, whose leg has been injured, is bound to not be able to escape. Maybe Manhwaedit also did not expect that his group of minions will sell him to sell so decisively. Let's put it this way, Chief Fengling had never intended to spare any of them this time when he came down, and the behavior of this group of juniors only exacerbated this idea of Chief Fengling's. Kill, leave no one behind. Still the same words. This time, Chief Fengling didn't even step out of the elevator. Ah. The screams were endless, and in less than 5 minutes of work, the eerie white skeleton warrior, too, was dyed red with blood. Big brother, please spare my life. I, Manhwaedit, am willing to be an ox for you. Amidst the piles of corpses and pools of blood, even Manhwaedit, who had experienced a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, was scared at this moment. He didn't know why Chief Fengling hadn't killed him. He only knew that begging for mercy was probably the only chance he had to survive. Chief Fengling still didn't say anything, but just silently turned around, while in the next second, the skeletal warriors crowding the room disappeared. Immediately afterward, however, a pervasive stench emanated from the house. What is this? No, don't come over, don't you come over. Manhwaedit just took a breath. A creature whose body was half rotted, even its bones were green, was the one that appeared here. Under Manhwaedit's desperate cries, his flesh and skin began to rot, pus and blood and incrustations continued to roll out from his body, and within a few moments, Manhwaedit, who had been alive and well before, was reduced to a trip of blood and water. At this point, inside the skyscraper, there were finally no longer any living people. Chapter 23 Big Gamble. Phew, roar, dangling, leaning against the corner of the 18th floor, Chief Fengling breathed heavily, and after wiping the foul-smelling old blood off his face, Chief Fengling also threw away the kitchen knife that had been cut bluntly. Since yesterday's elimination of Manhwaedit and his group, Chief Fengling had planned to leave the skyscraper, but the zombies had already crowded the 9th floor. Even if Chief Fengling had the assistance of the skeleton squad, the skeleton knight leader would not be able to protect himself 100% in the narrow stairwell. If he wasn't experienced in battle, I'm afraid that right now, a piece of flesh on his face would have been grabbed by the zombie dog. So, if you want to leave the skyscraper, you should still improve your strength first. After thinking about it, Chief Fengling was planning to clear all the zombies above the 9th floor by himself without relying on the strength of the skeleton squad. Name, race, zombie, level, first class lower, power, 15, agility, 5, spirit, 5, physical fitness, 15, skill, bloodlust. After approaching within 3 meters of a human, it will explode 3 times its speed. I didn't expect that in just 2 days' work, those ordinary zombies had reached the level of a first-class low level. No wonder the human race's survival environment was so difficult at the beginning of the end times. Not only that, just this one small level up, the skin and flesh of the zombies were a lot tougher. All the way to kill here, Chief Fengling had already cut and scrapped a dozen different knives. Picking up the last kitchen knife on his waist, Chief Fengling once again rushed towards the pile of zombies. Fortunately, the 17th floor had been here by itself, and the zombies here had been pretty much killed by himself. What's going on? How did the door break open? Looking at 1703's door that had been pierced through, A bad premonition surged through Chief Fengling's heart.
This 1703 was exactly the house that held Yi Tian,
Zhou Ying, and Sun Shi, and at that time,
Chief Fengling had also locked a zombie in.
Not only that,
the windows and other things inside were also sealed by themselves.
That situation, Yi Tian 3 people are bound to die.
And zombification didn't rehabilitate their already crippled legs, so Chief Fengling didn't think that they had the ability to break this door down either.
After carefully surveying the door's appearance,
Chief Fengling then did his best to kick the door of room 1704.
Sadly,
the idiosyncratic gate didn't change in the slightest,
except for the fact that my own feet hurt like hell. Is it? In an instant, Chief Fengling had an unsettling premonition in his heart. Come to think of it,
yesterday, when he was mesmerized by Lu Chang, one of his minions seemed to have said that an extremely powerful and talking zombie had sneaked up on Manhwaedit.
And in the midst of that, there was a 2-meter-tall alien zombie with 4 heads.
That talking zombie was obviously the Corpse Lord.
And as for that 4-headed zombie, Chief Fengling now had an answer.
It should be that the zombie emperor had passed by the 17th floor on his way down and heard the strange cries from inside. Only a zombie emperor could break that iron special door with his own strength. And then that zombie emperor should have used some special means to fuse Yi Tian's 4 people and that zombie together.
If everything was as he expected,
then he was really in big trouble.
Just one zombie emperor alone was already very difficult to deal with. Plus Yi Tian was originally the chosen one. If Yi Tian didn't die,
then he would definitely encounter other wonders at a later stage.
In this situation,
if Yi Tian and the Corpse Lord joined forces,
he was afraid that he, and even Cloud City, would have trouble surviving. No, there was also that underground Queen Hua Qianhui. These 3 people hadn't killed anyone themselves.
If those 3 people joined forces,
I'm afraid that I would have to leave Cloud City overnight. Thinking of this,
Chief Fengling's eyebrows kneaded into a chuan,
while that evil thought in his heart became even more determined. Sure enough, after some searching, inside of 1703,
apart from the cluttered furniture and dried blood, there was nowhere to find any zombies. It seemed that Yi Tian's trio really didn't die, according to the zombie emperor's vindictive appearance.
This skyscraper, he couldn't stay for long. Come out, my skeleton warriors. Let's kill down together. Thinking of this,
Chief Fengling then decisively summoned his skeleton squad.
In order to speed up the process, Chief Fengling didn't care how smelly it was.
And that poisonous bone corpse was also summoned by Chief Fengling.
This time,
with the skeleton knight leader leading the charge.
In less than half a day's work,
Chief Fengling had once again killed his way to the 9th floor.
Name, Skeleton Warrior. Race, Undead. Level, First High. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 30. Skills, none.
Looking at the several skeleton warriors that had been upgraded under his command, Chief Fengling was really a bit speechless.
He had obviously worked so hard. How could it be so difficult to ascend one rank? That's not right.
One was at least an undead emperor.
Couldn't he summon some temporary and powerful creatures? Below the 9th floor,
the number of zombies was several times that of the upper floors,
and if they fought with their own formation, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. He didn't dare to gamble anymore.
In case the zombie emperor led an army of zombies to surround the skyscraper,
he would really be dead. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling couldn't help but think of that evil idea again. He just didn't know if there was any punishment for doing so. You guys, all of you, come over here. Having made up his mind,
Chief Fengling gathered the 10 skeleton warriors and that poison bone corpse together. Undead blood sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying.
Yes,
this was a special skill that Chief Fengling had acquired when he reached the middle rank of level 1.
Originally,
Chief Fengling was planning to sacrifice the entire living beings of the skyscraper to do an undead blood sacrifice after killing the first floor of the skyscraper.
Only now,
there was not much time left for Chief Fengling to take his time. Along with Chief Fengling's appearance of this thought, a bizarre symbol suddenly appeared around the wake of the skeleton warriors and the poison bone corpses. These symbols should be the writing of the undead realm, and they should also be the initiation of the undead blood sacrifice.
Click, click. However, just as Chief Fengling was about to activate this undead blood sacrifice, the skeleton knight commander standing on the side moved. It danced the lance in its hand, and the skeleton warhorse under its crotch also stirred. On the other side, even those skeleton warriors began to dance their greatswords, as if they wanted to say something to themselves. You go with them as well. Sighing, Chief Fengling still gave this order. Although the skeleton warriors and the skeleton knight commander had become undead, there were feelings between them, and Chief Fengling's behavior was to sacrifice these warriors. So how could their chief live alone? This time, he had really played a big game. If the undead blood sacrifice could summon something good for himself, it would all be worth it.
If the blood sacrifice of these summoned a piece of trash, then he had really lost money to his grandma's house.
In the middle of the spell formation, along with the skeleton knight leader walking in, the skeleton warriors quieted down. They stood neatly, their gazes looking straight ahead at Chief Fengling. It was like when Chief Fengling first saw them. Chapter 24 Skeleton Giant. Cluck! With a puff of white smoke blowing over the spell, the line of 12 skeleton minions all disappeared into thin air. Right now in front of Chief Fengling, a giant was standing. It was more than 3 meters tall, without a trace of skin or flesh on its body, with thick and tough white bones, and its huge head carried a deep scar. It looked like this was how the skeleton giant had been hacked to death in his lifetime. And that wasn't even the point. The point was that on his back, he was carrying a huge bomb. On that bomb, there was an exclusive pirate's skull painted on it. It was hard to believe that this skeleton giant was a pirate in life. No longer thinking about that much, Chief Fengling then decisively opened the skeleton giant's attribute panel. Name, Skeleton Giant. Race, Undead. Level, Level 3 low. Power, 140. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 100. Skill, Death Bomb. The skeleton giant was proficient in cannonball manufacturing during its lifetime. So the skeleton giant is immune to hot weapon attacks and will ignite the cannonballs behind it when it dies, causing great explosive damage. Skill. Looking at the skeleton giant's cold data panel, Chief Fengling didn't know what to say for a moment. The attributes of the third level low level were really powerful, but the skeleton giant's ability was also too special. Either it destroys the heavens and destroys the earth, or it can't be used at all. And if it wasn't for the fact that these basic attributes were still justified, Chief Fengling would have cried out, "Alright, my giant, charge me." After adjusting his state, Chief Fengling then gave an order to this powerful henchman of his. Cluck! Only, the skeleton giant didn't go in the direction of the pile of zombies, but slowly turned around and stared at this human, who was several times weaker than it, with those empty eyes. I told you to charge. The skeleton giant's behavior really scared Chief Fengling. If this skeleton giant wanted to kill itself, with its 140 strength, it was estimated that if this punch went down, its own bones would have to fall apart. Boom! Only a loud bang could be heard, and the spot where Chief Fengling had just stood had been punched out by the skeletal giant. And at this moment, Chief Fengling was hiding at the side and gasping for breath. Just now it was good that he had kept an extra eye out, or else his current self would have been a cripple. Roar! Roar! The loud noise attracted the zombies downstairs, and soon, the zombies pounced on them like a tidal wave. This was also the first time Chief Fengling had seen fear in a zombie's body, even if it only existed for a few moments. The pressure that was 2 levels higher than them made the zombies that rushed in front of them pause for a moment. Only, the zombies didn't recover much of their IQ, and after more and more zombies came, they forgot their previous fear and lunged at the skeleton giant with open teeth and claws. And that skeleton giant's IQ doesn't seem to be very high. Looking at this oozing army of zombies, it doesn't care about the suddenly disappeared Chief Fengling, but instead, it took a big step towards the zombie group. Cluck! Roar! Soon enough, group fighting broke out in the not-so-spacious stairwell, and this time, the skeleton giant wasn't like the skeleton knight leader, who would be immobilized by the zombie hordes. In the eyes of the skeleton giant, these zombies were like mosquitoes biting on its body. Just a fling and a slap. These zombies that would only nibble around and couldn't nibble it were easily killed by it. Is there something wrong somewhere? The corner of the wall. Looking at the overwhelming battle, Chief Fengling wasn't very happy. Although the skeleton giant was a creature that he had summoned, this skeleton giant did not listen to his orders at all. And Chief Fengling even felt that there was not much of a connection between him and the skeleton giant. Chief Fengling seemed to have remembered. Wasn't it true that he could only summon undead creatures that weren't one level above him? Then this skeleton giant. It seemed like it violated the laws of summoning. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling then immediately opened his data panel. Name, Chief Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level, Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical Fitness, 20. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not one level above him or her, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead Blood Sacrifice. Sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Trenching. What about my undead summoning and undead chanting? After reading all of his information again, Chief Fengling couldn't wait to curse in place. No wonder he was able to summon a skeleton giant that was 2 levels higher than himself. So it turned out that this damned undead blood sacrifice had sacrificed his 2 major companion skills as well. Cluck! At the corner of the wall, before Chief Fengling could lose his temper, he heard a sound of bones rubbing in the air. Nope. This time, Chief Fengling didn't have the slightest bit of originality, and with a full-strength stomp of his legs, he left the position he had just been in. Boom! It was also in that instant that the position he had just been in was blasted by a punch from the skeleton giant. Seeing that he hadn't killed Chief Fengling yet, that skeleton giant also tilted its head and scratched its head with those huge fingers. Maybe it didn't understand why this weak thing wasn't charging towards itself like the group of things that weren't afraid to die just now. And as Chief Fengling looked sideways, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. How much effort was this? The zombies encamped on the 9th floor had all been slaughtered by the skeleton giants. You? What are you doing? I'm your master. Kill me. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the law? Slowly stepping backward, Chief Fengling didn't care if the skeleton giant could understand it or not. He just shouted loudly at it. Seeing that the skeleton giant was still coming towards him, Chief Fengling then used his spiritual power to attack the skeleton giant. But the effect of this was basically the same as nothing. The skeleton giant didn't do anything other than pause for a moment, so it was no wonder that it couldn't summon summons whose level was 2 levels higher than its own, as the summoner itself might not be able to control them. Yes, the law of summoning exists, and it works for both sides. If a summoner kills his or her summoner, the summoner will die on the spot, as the summoner appeared after enjoying the summoner's sacrifice and signing a soul contract. Similarly, a summoner could not cancel the summoning contract at will, and if the summoned object died, the summoner would suffer a backlash, or in lesser cases, lose a large amount of spiritual energy. In the heaviest case, that summoner will be labeled as inferior, and even if his or her sacrifices are better in the future, no powerful summons will answer the call. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling then slapped his head hard. No wonder his 2 major companion skills had disappeared. So it turned out that his blood sacrifice of the skeleton warriors had violated the laws of summoning. Master? Gore doesn't have such a weak master. Gore's master is only the undead emperor. Originally Chief Fengling thought that the skeleton giant would still mindlessly attack himself. He just didn't expect that the skeleton giant would actually speak. It looks like Gore is the skeleton giant's real name. And looking at the way the skeleton giant talks, it should have intelligence, but its IQ shouldn't be high. Chief Fengling boldly guessed that the IQ of this skeleton giant should be at the level of a human 5 or 6 years old. If that was true, wouldn't he be able to cajole the big guy a bit? Chapter 25 Coaxing Gore into a mental stupor. Ahem, Gore, to tell you the truth, I am your master, the undead emperor. Posing properly, Chief Fengling said proudly. After all, he could really have obtained the inheritance of the undead emperor. No, you're not. Although Gore hasn't seen Lord Emperor with his own eyes, Lord Emperor would never be as weak as you. After sizing up Chief Fengling for a long time, the skeletal giant then bluntly mocked the confident Chief Fengling. What? Am I weak? I'm here. You're there. Chief Fengling originally wanted to retort, but the words came to his mouth but couldn't be said. After all, he really isn't very strong right now. Good. Then what do you say? What is the undead emperor like? To be honest, Chief Fengling was still really interested in this undead realm's most powerful man. Rumor has it that Lord Emperor, standing 10,000 feet tall, with 10 heads and 100 eyes, 1,000 arms and 10,000 feet, with one hand, the entire undead realm will tremble. With Chief Fengling's current insight, he really couldn't fantasize what the undead emperor looked like. Chief Fengling only felt that this Gore was also talking nonsense. Alright Gore, I won't lie to you. In fact, I'm Lord Emperor's emissary in this world. My purpose is, on behalf of Lord Emperor, to open up territory in this world. Are you willing to help me? Disguising the undead emperor wouldn't work anymore. But Chief Fengling felt that this skeleton giant was still very good at cheating. To summon Gore here, and with the scent of the Imperial Lord on you, Gore trusts you. Gore is willing to help the Imperial Lord. Chief Fengling also didn't expect that the skeleton giant that was skeptical of himself in 1 second, but in the next second, he directly knelt down in front of him. But what it said about having the aura of the undead emperor on him, which made it difficult for Chief Fengling to get to the bottom of it. It was hard to believe that the skeleton giant could feel the inheritance he had obtained again. Before Chief Fengling could think about it, the skeleton giant did something even more shocking to Chief Fengling, only to see that it also pulled out a dark green flame from its own eyes. It is the fire of the soul. This was something that only undead creatures of the 2nd level or higher could coalesce, and the value of this item was like the awakening bead that the awakened had already absorbed into their bodies. This soul fire was equivalent to the life of the skeleton giant. Chief Fengling had thought that the skeleton giant would be very good at cheating. It was just that Chief Fengling hadn't thought that the skeleton giant would be so good at cheating. Well, I've seen your loyalty. Now, charge with me. Gently probing his hand into the skeletal giant's soul fire, Chief Fengling then quickly added his own spiritual brand to it. Now, as long as Chi Fengling's spirit moved, this skeleton giant would be in pain. It wasn't that Chi Fengling was cruel, but this was a right that the summoner already had. It was just that the difference between the two's levels was too great now, and the role was too small. The key is that Chi Fengling is also afraid. In case the skeleton giant suddenly went crazy that day and whacked himself to death, what to do? And in the undead realm, it's supposed to be that the strongest is the most honored. Things like this, adding a mental brand to the opposite side of the soul flame, was something that most strong people would use on the weak. Gore obeys. Chi Fengling guessed correctly. After being added to the spirit brand by himself, the skeleton giant really didn't resist, but respectfully stood up and rushed towards the place Chi Fengling pointed out. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The zombies that were gathered by Chi Fengling on the third floor, that were easily knocked away by Gore's punch. On this journey down, Chi Fengling's frown hadn't been stretched, because the further down this floor went, the more the number of zombies increased, and literally not a single living person had appeared. Hiss! Chi Fengling was just about to go downstairs when she only felt her head spinning, as if she would pass out if she took another step. Name, Chi Fengling. Level 1 medium. Spirit, 4/20. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling decisively opened his attribute panel. This does not look I'll look startled. No wonder his head is so faint. It turns out that his mental state. Now there are only 4 points left. Is it? Looking at the skeleton giant that was quietly guarding himself on the side, Chi Fengling suddenly understood. In his last life, he had also encountered some summoners and other professions whose various physical values were not high, but their spiritual power was ridiculously high. At that time, Chi Fengling had heard them say that in order to maintain many powerful summoned beasts appearing in this world, it would consume a large amount of the summoner's spiritual energy. Because Chi Fengling at that time wasn't a summoner or anything like that, he didn't care about those words, and at that time, Chi Fengling thought for a moment that spiritual strength was the most useless stat yet. Spirit, 3/20. Just the time it took Chi Fengling to think about it. This spiritual energy was depleted a little bit more, and it was this point that made Chi Fengling almost faint on the ground. Well, Gore, don't go down there yet. I'll take you back first. But master, there are still so many. Before the skeleton giant could finish its sentence, Chi Fengling sent it directly back to the undead realm. Chi Fengling was afraid that if the skeleton giant existed for one more second, his spiritual power would run out, and by then, he would be finished if he fainted in this stairwell. The moment he sent the skeleton giant away, Chi Fengling felt much better, although he still hadn't recovered. That feeling of fainting that had been intensifying was gone. Not daring to stay here any longer, Chi Fengling then held onto the wall and quickly ran towards the upper floor. Fortunately, the zombies along the way were all attracted out and killed by the skeleton giants, and Chi Fengling didn't encounter any more zombies when he went up again. Why is this door open? Confusedly arriving at the 7th floor's location, Chi Fengling then saw that the door of a room that was previously closed tightly was opened. Casually picking up a wooden stick from the ground, Chi Fengling then once again raised his stupefied spirit and quickly stepped into this room. The house was clean, or relatively clean after all, and things were a little messy, but there were no bodies in it. It looks like this should have been the first moment of the zombie outbreak when the people inside ran out, and it was because there was no one there that the zombies didn't go in. Because of the high level of mental concentration, Chi Fengling only felt her head become even more dizzy. Quickly locking the outside door, Chi Fengling didn't care so much, finding the bedroom's big bed and falling asleep. Nightfall. The roar of the zombies wailed through the city, and the screams of whichever unlucky survivor could be heard in no time, followed by a variety of different sounds. At night, it was the world of the zombies, and likewise the world of some mutated beasts and abnormally awakened people, and in the darkness of the night, bloodshed and cruelty would be played out to the fullest. Kala! Squeak! After only hearing a sound of unlocking, the door on the 7th floor, which was originally closed to death, was suddenly opened. In a short while of work, from each room, one after another, several humans with gray skin and green eyes came out. Their movements were a bit stiff compared to ordinary people, and their bodies even emitted a stench unique only to zombies. Warning, where are the walkers? Where are all the walkers out there today? One man actually spoke up after a week of searching. I don't know. Who dares to come out in broad daylight? I think I heard a great commotion at noon, and the door of my house was almost broken. Then what should we do? Without zombies, what are we going to eat? This seems like to have a human flavor. In 707, isn't that one's house? Come on, let's go check it out. Suddenly, a man seemed to smell the scent of humans in the air, and with that man leading the way, the group headed for the door of 707, and that room was the room that Chi Fengling had gone to before she fainted. Chapter 26 Cannibalistic People. Knock knock. Brother Rulan, open the door. Brother Rulan,
the zombies outside are gone.
What should we do? Brother Rulon, why do I smell someone's odor in your house? Night.
In a city full of zombies and alien beasts, on the 7th floor of a building, there are still people who dare to knock on the portal so arrogantly.
Downstairs, 2 zombies also walked to the 6th floor, but these zombies did not rush toward their position.
Apparently these zombies do not take these people as a target.
Brother Rulon, I am clearly.
Squeak! Just when one of the people at the door was still about to shout, the closed door was suddenly opened. The man who opened the door was a burly man, but this man had grayish-white skin like them, only his eyes, however, were not as glowingly obvious as theirs.
What are you screaming for? The zombies won't be attracted to you. What if they attract the Fae? Are you going to deal with it? Or you go?
The door was only opened a crack. The strong man was very angry said,
Brother Rulon, I'm sorry we were wrong, but we're so hungry and the zombies outside have all run away. Yes, Brother Rulon. I seem to smell a human smell in your house. These people are also really fast at recognizing mistakes, but their noses are also really smart. What humans? Where are there any humans on this skyscraper? It's you guys who are overthinking it.
Wang Rulong's words paused a bit, and it could be heard that he was lying.
Hungry? Zombies, that's not a lot. There's none on the 7th floor.
You guys won't go to the 6th floor, the 5th floor, or outside the skyscraper to look for them.
Wang Rulong replied in a hurry,
as if he was in a hurry to do something.
Brother Rulong, as you know, we can't go fast. If the zombies bite us, we'll be accounted for there. Yes, Brother Rulong, do you have any more food in the house? We can't go looking for food until we're full.
In front of the door, these people did not want to leave
the thin human scent,
so they could not help but drool.
Click. What are you doing? Believe it or not,
I'll clip off your legs.
Wang Rulong didn't want to pay attention to them, and just as he was about to close the door, one of the men then directly pressed his leg against the doorway. Brother Rulong, don't lie to us. We can't smell what's going on.
If our brothers are hungry,
they can do anything.
This person was obviously not afraid of Wang Rulong's threat, because when he said this, many people had put their arms and legs over.
You guys, each and every one of you is a white-eyed wolf. Have you forgotten who saved you from surviving? Wang Rulong tried. The door couldn't be closed, and his expression became fast, instantly becoming a helpless look. Brother Rulong, we haven't forgotten, but these days, we've helped you quite a bit. For your sake, we've lost quite a few of our brothers. Only these people, apparently,
hadn't been morally kidnapped by Wang Rulong.
You are fine. Fine. I can let you guys in, but after you come in, I'll be honest with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Finally, Wang Rulong still gave in. Squeak.
The door was opened,
and as Wang Rulong let them in,
15 people crowded into the small room.
Ha ha, it's really human. I can't stand it. It's been a long time since I've had one. I'm going to have a bite. In the first moment of entering the house, someone spotted the human tied to the bed. Hunger made him lose his mind,
and he didn't care what Wang Rulong had just said. Drooling and dancing with his arms, he ran towards the bed.
Click. Puff.
Also, just as he was about to pounce on the man on the bed, an axe was flying over and accurately chopped him on the head.
Not to mention people,
even zombies are like that,
and getting an axe into their skulls will kill them instantly. Brother Rulon, what are you doing? Are you not wanting to share it with your brothers?
Seeing one of their brothers die just like that,
many people became angry. I told you, be honest with me. This is what happens if you move around. Taking out the bloodied axe, Wang Rulong said with an angry face. Yes, it's human, but he's just this big. Is it big enough for 15 of us? If it gets messy,
you'll just bite, and that will only lead to more deaths and bigger conflicts.
Now, it's up to me to divide it up. Do you guys still have any objections?
Seeing that everyone was bluffed by himself, Wang Rulong then made his own suggestion.
Okay, I'll listen to Brother Rulon, as long as there's food. Brother Rulon can do whatever he wants.
I also listened to Brother Rulon.
Me too.
Under the charm of Wang Rulong's acts and words,
the remaining people finally agreed to Wang Rulong's request. At the moment, on the bed,
there was a youth tied up with blood all over his body. The youth's face was quite handsome. His height was around 1.75 m, with slightly long and slightly curly hair.
Although he looked like he was in a mess, he gave off an extraordinary feeling.
Yes, this youth was no one else but the chief Fongling, who had fainted due to a massive overdraft of his spiritual power.
The owner of this room,
and the man who had tied up Chief Fongling was called Wang Rulong, the elder brother of the group.
At noon, Wang Rulong also discovered Chief Fongling, who had killed all the way down,
and he was just blindly betting that Chief Fongling would turn back. So he cleaned the house with all his strength,
opened the door,
and hid himself.
As it turned out, he won the bet.
Chief Fengling had entered his house and had fainted. After the night came, he then came out and tied the unconscious Chief Fengling to the bed. Originally, he was also planning to share Chief Fengling's flesh with everyone, only that he felt a difference in Chief Fengling's body, and he felt that if he could eat this man, he would become stronger. It's just that this idea of his was just discovered by these brothers, and there was no way out. He had no choice but to share it. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Rulong slowly raised his axe, and that black and red blood, even more so, flowed onto Chief Fengling's face along with the axe blade. At this moment, Wang Rulong hesitated. He wasn't trying to let Chief Fengling go. He was thinking about what he would do to have this person all to himself. Hiss. My head. Where is this? Who are you guys? Just as Wang Rulong hesitated, the youth whose face was dripping with black blood unexpectedly awakened. Brother Rulon, he's awake. He's awake. I saw it. I don't need you to repeat it one more time. Chief Fengling's awakening also caused Wang Rulong to be startled, but after he saw that the youth didn't break free from his bindings, he then calmed down again. Kid, I'm sorry. Count yourself unlucky. You won't survive when you meet us today. Putting down his axe, Wang Rulong unexpectedly began to greedily caress Chief Fengling's face. Don't touch me. I'm going to count to 3. Let me go or you'll all have to die. Chief Fengling only felt disgusted. He wasn't a. Ha 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 ha. Kill us? You're afraid you're not still dreaming. You don't even look. What kind of situation you are in now? Kid, I admire your courage. However, to be my Wang Rulong's food, this is considered your good fortune. Seeing that Chief Fengling was not only unafraid, but also showed an expression of contempt for them, Wang Rulong came on strong. Brother Rulong, he's been scared silly by you. What are you still talking to him for? Hurry up and kill him. Aside, these people were already gulping and swallowing. It was obvious that they were really hungry. It's you, half-corpse king, Wang Rulong. Chief Fengling wasn't scared silly. He was just reminiscing. Fortunately, he remembered that in his last life, there was also an extremely powerful person in Cloud City. That is, the half-human, half-zombie king, Wang Rulong. Chapter 27 Half-Corpse King, Ling Xiao Sword Saint. A half-corpse king? Speaking of half-corpse king, then we have to mention a new race. That is, half-corpse. Half-corpses were not an alien species, nor a special race given down by the gods, but a special species evolved by ordinary people on their own. They were all ordinary humans, and after the arrival of the end times, they went into hiding and escaped being assimilated by the zombies. Unfortunately, they were not as lucky as Marjan and his party, who had all kinds of food to eat. This type of people languished in the post-apocalyptic world, suffering from the ravages of hunger, and it was because of this that they had their minds set on a special kind of meat, and yes, it was the flesh and blood of the zombies. Only, the flesh and blood of the zombies was not fresh. It was as disgusting as carrion, but they still chose to eat zombie meat as opposed to living before. Of course, they were naturally afraid that after eating zombie meat, they would be assimilated into zombies. So before eating, they had either cleaned it countless times or cooked it at high temperatures. It's just a shame that zombie meat is an alien substance that can't be removed from it, no matter what you do with it. Fortunately, those people were the ones who didn't turn into that mindless zombie after swallowing zombie meat, and they didn't change other than starting to feel nauseous. That's exactly why, with no food still available, they continue to feed on zombie flesh and blood. And that, in a nutshell, is the beginning of the change. Gradually, they will no longer find zombie meat disgusting. They will even find it okay, nice, tasty. Immediately after, and without their control, their skin begins to turn a grayish-white color and their eyes glow a strange green. Of course, some people post unusual changes in themselves. They get scared, and they start trying to abstain from zombie meat. Only, they still hadn't gotten any other food, and the zombie meat was like a debilitating drug that kept tantalizing their taste buds. After realizing that they still hadn't turned into zombies, some of them didn't care about the abnormalities on their bodies, but continued to start eating zombie meat. After this, they develop the same smell as the zombies, and slowly, they move around. Immediately afterward they begin to fear the light, and in the sunlight they become extremely tired, and if they are exposed to it for a long time they die. And this is the moment when they stop being human and become a new species, that of the half-corpse. After being fully turned into half-zombies, the zombies will then treat them as their own kind, and they will understand both zombie and human languages. Only, the blood flowing through their bodies is not pure zombie, but tainted human blood, which excites the zombies in the same way. So if they bleed and get hurt in front of the walkers won't treat them as their own kind on the spot, and they'll get chewed up by the walkers as usual. As time passes, human feelings fade in them, and because of this, they are able to smell the scent of humans in the air more acutely. As the half-zombies get higher in rank, they will, once again,
grow to hate eating zombie meat, and human food is hard for them to swallow. In this case, there is only one food that they can particularly love, and that is human flesh. If the half-corpses were getting higher and higher in rank, they could even sniff out if a human was an awakened, and they could also sniff out the quality and approximate rank of the awakened. Another thing that is the most problematic issue is that after leveling up, half-corpses will gradually regain their human features. Their skin began to change back to normal again. Their bodies wouldn't have the stench of zombies again, and their eye pupils no longer glowed. And at that time, even if they blended in with the crowd, no one would notice them. And this is that special, pathetic, and hateful race of half-corpse. Then why did Chief Fengling uniquely remember this person? Wang Rulong? Because Wang Rulong was the half-corpse king of Cloud City in the previous life. Before the corpse lords had attacked Cloud City with all their might, Wang Rulong had almost wiped out the entire Cloud City with his own strength. In his last life, Wang Rulong managed to survive and became a not-so-small official in Cloud City. But what couldn't be changed was that he was always a half-corpse as a species, because the high position allowed Wang Rulong to eat humans more openly. Only, as Wang Rulong's level grew higher and higher, ordinary people could no longer satisfy Wang Rulong's appetite. At that moment, he set his sights on the awakened, and at first, he would only go in search of those awakened who were lone warriors in general. Later, because more and more Lone Ranger awakenings in Cloud City had accidents, the Lone Rangers got scared and they started to gather. It was because of this that Wang Rulong had lost his goal again, and in his extreme longing, it made him target a new place, which was Cloud City University. Everyone knows that college students are clear and stupid, and it's awakened people like that that are the most delicious in the eyes of a half-corpse. However, Wang Rulong had also messed with the last person in Cloud City that he should have messed with, and that was the leader of Cloud City University, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint. In Cloud City, Yi Tian wasn't the only one who had an exclusive SS profession. There was another person, who was even stronger than Yi Tian's fallen angel, and that was Cloud City University's Ling Xiao Sword Saint, the girl who also had an SS profession. Cloud City University was very strong at the time, with many powerful professions. But it was because college students were hot-blooded and good at cheating that Wang Rulong tricked them into doing his job as a high-ranking official, and that resulted in them being reduced to food for Wang Rulong. With more and more of her classmates strangely missing, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint was enraged, and she used the power of the entire Cloud City University to start searching for the culprit who had plunged the entire Cloud City into fear. She found it, and at that time, Wang Rulong was devouring the body of one of his classmates, and at that moment, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint's anger reached the extreme. It was just that he didn't expect that Wang Rulong's mind was so far-flung that he had raised a large group of his kind, the race of half-zombies hidden in Cloud City. That battle was a shocking one, as Cloud City University deployed all of its awakened to battle Wang Rulong's half-corpse race, which would have thought that after feeding on a large number of awakenings, Wang Rulong was the first powerhouse to break through to the Zunshur level before Yi Tian, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint, in order to ambush this demon, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint that had overdrawn all of his life force, and at the end, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint had even exploded his mini-universe, forcibly beheading the Zunshur level low-level Wang Rulong with the strength of a 4th level high-level. And after that battle, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint died. The combat power of the Cloud City University was heavily damaged, and the race of half-corpses that used to make the entire Cloud City terrified was completely eradicated by the Ling Xiao Sword Saint and his group within the Cloud City. It was because of the death of the Ling Xiao Sword Saint and the demise of the group at Cloud City University that preached equality for all that Yi Tian's group was able to fully rise to power. And in the end, Yi Tian was able to become the Cloud City City Lord. And this is the last life. All the memories about Wang Rulong, all the memories. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling's heart was already shocked beyond belief. What was the charm of this skyscraper? Almost most of the strongest people in Cloud City in the last generation had risen from here. Yi Tian, Lord of Cloud City, the Zombie Emperor, the Zombie Lord, Flower Chihuahua, Queen of Cloud City Underground, the King of Cloud City's Underground, Ma Strong, the Half-Corpse King, Wang Rulong. Chief Fengling didn't even dare to think about what other big shots were hidden in this skyscraper. Chapter 28: The Superiority of Being Reborn. What Half-Corpse King? Kid, I admit that you have a lot of courage, but if you fall into my hands today, you won't be able to fly. If, right now, you're willing to beg me, I might even be able to give you a hard time. Chief Fengling's words surprised Wang Rulong, and often the more flustered he was to cover it up, the more it meant that the others were right. Only then did Chief Fengling react. It was he who had been reborn. The others hadn't been reborn. It was the beginning of the end times. If Chief Fengling was Wang Rulong, and suddenly met someone who could actually accurately name his occupation that he hadn't yet spoken to anyone about, I'm afraid that Chief Fengling's reaction wouldn't be much better than Wang Rulong's. Thinking of this,
Chi Fengling still used the eye of the undead emperor on Wang Rulong.
Name, Wang Rulong. Race, half-corpse/awakened. Level, first high. Awakening profession, half-corpse king. Occupational quality, S. Power, 30. Agility, 15. Spirit, 20. Body mass, 25. Skill, might of the half-corpse king. In front of the half-corpse king, all half-corpse cannot hide their attributes from him. And their overall strength is reduced by 20% when fighting against the half-corpse king. And their actions are affected by the half-corpse king. Eating corruption and acquiring new, swallowing any food can accelerate the speed of cultivation. And if you swallow an awakened person or a person with special abilities, the speed of cultivation will be greatly accelerated. Tainted blood? Sure enough, it was a half-corpse king. Only what Chi Fengling didn't expect was that Wang Rulong's race was still an awakened. And his rank, surprisingly, was higher than even himself. Now Chi Fengling understood even more. The undead emperor's eyes could not see the active skills. Like this kind of skills that did not have any attacking power and assisted in the battle, could directly see clearly. Ha 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 ha, don't you think it's funny? I've begged you and all still have to die. So why am I begging you? Chi Fengling really thought it was funny, because in the past, he had heard this kind of words on TV dramas. Oomph humph humph humph. Kid, you do have a good enough mentality to make a good point. No matter if you beg me or not, you are bound to die today. Wang Rulong first stared blankly. Then on the other hand, he resumed his serious expression. Fellow citizens, I'm not a zombie. We're all human. Why do you have to eat people? Think about it. In case the end times just pass and after returning to peace, won't you be scared because you've eaten human flesh? On the bed, Chi Fengling didn't stop talking, but said some strange words. Chi Fengling knew very well that it would never be possible to go back after the end of the world, and by saying these words, he was giving these one last chance. Some of these people have completely turned into half-zombies, but some of them haven't been eating zombie meat for a long time, so as long as they are willing to quit, they still have the possibility of turning into human beings. Kid, what are you talking about? This is the end of the world, not a movie. That's it. Put aside to play the divisive trick. I've eaten dozens of pounds of zombie meat, and I'm still afraid. What I'm afraid of is that I'll starve to death. Brother Wang, it's better to kill it quickly. I can't take it anymore. On the bed, Chi Fengling had rolled her eyes. Sure enough, nothing in the TV series was reliable. According to the normal plot, shouldn't there be a few people who suddenly had a moment of conscience and then disagreed with them? It wasn't that Chi Fengling was talking too much, but it was because now. Name, Chi Fengling. Level 1 medium. Mental power, 10/20. Chi Fengling also didn't expect that he felt like he had obviously slept for so long, but this mental state hadn't returned to full strength. Based on strength alone, he indeed had no problem defeating these juniors, but not against this Wang Rulong. When the time came, he would still have to summon the skeleton giant. If the battle wasn't resolved for a while, and the skeleton giant consumed too much of his mental energy, then wouldn't he be finished? Kid, see, don't try to sow discord. You'd better accept your fate obediently. On the side, Wang Rulong then crooked the corner of his mouth with a smug look on his face. Looking at Wang Rulong's appearance, Chi Fengling then understood that the reason why these juniors were so united, besides being really hungry, their actions were more or less influenced by the half-corpse king, and that level of influence is such that the greater the difference in rank between them, the more they are influenced. Kid, villains die from talking too much. I won't beep with you more. In your next life, be careful. Seeing Chi Fengling stop talking, Wang Rulong then raised the axe in his hand and chopped straight towards Chi Fengling's neck. Click! The axe chopped down. Only this axe didn't chop down to Chi Fengling's body, but chopped down on the bed. And at this moment, Chi Fengling, on the other hand, quickly flashed to the side. Wang Rulong, what era is this? Still using rope to tie people up, and your strength. It's smaller than a pussy. On the side, Chi Fengling directly mocked. This was the reason why Chi Fengling was so laid back, because the first moment Chi Fengling woke up, he felt that this rope was tied loosely, and it wasn't Wang Rulong's fault, because the time when he tied up Chi Fengling was during the daytime, and at that time, his status was cut down by a large portion because of the daylight. It was not easy to make it to the night. He was just about to make a move on Chi Fengling when these minions arrived, and that was the reason Chi Fengling could easily break free from his bindings. Humph. So what? Do you think that the current you can run out? Waving the axe in his hand, Wang Rulong said confidently. Is that so? That's not necessarily so. When it was too late, Chi Fengling unexpectedly rushed directly towards Wang Rulong, his hands directly gripping on top of the axe handle. What's going on? It's hard to believe that you've also reached the first level high rank? Seeing that he was unable to suppress Chi Fengling, Wang Rulong's face was filled with doubt,
And that's where Chief Fingling's confidence came from, because he knew the half-corpse race too well. Until they reached the third level, half-corpses were in a weaker state than their leveled counterparts, and those under the second level had some difficulty even moving. Although Wang Rulong was an awakened, he still couldn't get rid of the identity of a half-corpse, and that was the reason why Chief Fengling dared to go straight on. Kid, I don't know why you know me so well, but if a person is too confident, they will also overturn their car. As he spoke, Wang Rulong unexpectedly grabbed Chief Fengling's hand all of a sudden. At the same time, Chief Fengling then felt that a liquid flowed onto his hand, and in this instant, Chief Fengling only felt that his state was much lower again. Boom! Ta-da! It was also in the moment when Chief Fengling froze, while Wang Rulong suddenly raised his leg and sent Chief Fengling flying 3 meters away with a single kick. You guys, find me something to block the door. This kid, I want him to have no way to heaven, no door to earth. After kicking Chief Fengling, Wang Rulong ordered up the group of juniors. Boom! Clunk! And the group of minions moved quickly, and in no time at all, they had blocked the door with all sorts of things. Wang Rulong was right, he was indeed overconfident. The reborn sense of superiority he had to quickly remove, or else he would suffer sooner or later. But well, the overturning of the card that is not to, after all, they still have the bottom card. Chapter 29 Killed and Wounded. Name, Wang Rulong. Level, First High. Skill, King of the Half-Corpse. Eating corpses to gain new ones. Tainted blood, the awakened person can freely control the flow of his own blood. When other people touch the blood, the overall combat status will be weakened by 10%, lasting for 20 minutes. If the tainted blood remains on the surface of the body, the weakening effect will always exist. Name, Chief Fengling. Level, Level 1 Medium. Spirit, 8/20. Chief Fengling guessed correctly. He couldn't have gotten weaker for no reason. And this Wang Rulong couldn't have rubbed his hand in blood for no reason. After reading the overview of Wang Rulong's skills, Chief Fengling didn't care if the blood was disgusting or not, so he just wiped it on his own body. On the side, Wang Rulong's stretched brows were gently wrinkled after seeing Chief Fengling's movements, and there was a feeling in the underworld that told him, the man in front of him knew all the information about him, and that feeling also told him that this man, he couldn't kill, he'd better run now. Only, after Wang Rulong ascertained his surroundings, he still dismissed this idea. He didn't think that the person in front of him had any more cards. You, all of you, get on me. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with a whole leg. After watching for a while, Wang Rulong still didn't choose to get on personally, but instead gave seductive orders to those juniors. On the side, Chief Fengling rolled his eyes. He had seen the temptation of bounty, but it was the first time Chief Fengling had seen it with his own leg as a bounty. Looking at Wang Rulong, who was hiding behind the crowd, Chief Fengling also finally looked squarely at this person. No wonder he was able to hang out so well under the watchful eyes of Yi Tian and the Lingxiao Sword Saint. It was obvious that even though he felt victorious, he was still cautious in person. Legs, mine. They're mine. Get lost, don't snatch it from me. That leg is mine. Wang Rulong's seductive order was effective. Perhaps it was because Wang Rulong's blood on Chief Fengling was effective. All of a sudden, everyone showed themselves greedy gazes. But well, you guys are weak. Chief Fengling didn't hide anymore, and after rolling over and unloading a bed leg, he swung at the group of half-corpses. Hiss. The battle was simply overwhelming on one hand, and although he himself had been hit by Wang Rulong's tainted blood, the strength of this group of half-zombies was not even as good as the lowest-level zombies. In less than 3 minutes of work, the 13 half-corpses that had rushed over had already been ruffled by Chief Fengling to 5, and when Chief Fengling looked up, that Wang Rulong revealed a treacherous smile. It turned out to be their own overthinking. This Wang Rulong did not imagine that cautious, but he is his own unexpected cold-blooded. Wang Rulong wasn't afraid that Chief Fengling had any more cards. He just felt that if he easily subdued Chief Fengling, then the rest of these people would still have to come and share Chief Fengling's flesh. Instead of sharing a few more people, it would be better to incentivize them with rewards they couldn't possibly get, and then kill them by Chief Fengling's hand. These, not only could consume Chief Fengling's stamina, but also eradicate many of his kind who wanted to share their flesh and blood with him. Chief Fengling could even bet that even if there were only 5 people left in the end, or even 2, Wang Rulong still wouldn't share the flesh and blood with them. When the time came, he, on the other hand, would be able to kill these people more easily. A good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but if you want me to work for you, it's impossible. After seeing Wang Rulong's intentions, Chief Fengling didn't just chop up these half-corpses anymore. Instead, he approached Wang Rulong while fighting. These half-corpses were indeed weak, but they still had human intelligence. If they saw that, after their party had fought over, Wang Rulong was still avoiding fighting, then they would no longer sell their lives to Wang Rulong.
Brat, count your strength. Come and eat my axe.
After being seen through by Chief Fengling, this Wang Rulong no longer avoided the battle and rushed towards himself with his axe.
It did work. The half-corpses that were still questioning Wang Rulong, that were once again choosing to charge. Ah! Wang Rulong, you bastard. The battle was fierce. The half-corpses were indeed weak, but they couldn't resist the fact that they were fighting in a group. Plus Chief Fengling didn't want to get hurt, so the battle was a tiring one. And in this, Chief Fengling saw an even more disgraceful scene, saying that he was here to help. Wang Rulong actually seldom went on personally. Not only that, he would even take advantage of everyone's inattention and personally cut down 2 half-corpses that had lost their fighting ability. This scene was in the eyes of Chief Fengling, but Chief Fengling didn't say anything, because this Wang Rulong was thinking that he had eaten himself, while Chief Fengling wanted to see what expression he would have when Wang Rulong was isolated in the end. With Chief Fengling swinging off one bed leg after another, along with Wang Rulong's covert help, the 14 half-corpses were down to 3 by now. The dwindling number of companions finally caused these last 3 to unearth the heresy, and they didn't dare to go up again, but instead turned back to Wang Rulong. That look seemed to be saying, so many of your brothers have died, why are you not hurt at all? Only, Chief Fengling wouldn't give them a second chance. When they chose to completely make an enemy of themselves, their lives were equivalent to coming to an end. Boom! Another stick went down. A half-corpse's head that was straight hit by Chief Fengling. All of a sudden black blood that came out from his 7 orifices. Kid, suffer death. Also just as Chief Fengling lifted his wooden stick, that Wang Rulong unexpectedly swung his axe and cut off the head of a half-corpse. Only, the drunkard was not drunk, and after that overabundance of force had passed through the half-corpse's head, it was slashing straight at himself. This Wang Rulong really picked a perfect time, and at this moment, there was no way to avoid himself. Having no other choice, Chief Fengling then crossed his wooden stick over his hand and hardened himself to receive this axe from Wang Rulong. The axe easily cut through the wooden stick and sunk deep into Chief Fengling's palm. Luckily, he had taken the wooden stick to unload the force. Otherwise now, his palm would have been cut off by Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong, what are you doing? That was our brother. Seeing that Wang Rulong personally hacked his own brother to death, coupled with the fact that there were only 3 people left in the room, the half-corpse finally panicked. Sweet, such a sweet flavor. Brothers? Humph. You guys aren't worthy yet. Licking the blood of Chief Fengling on the axe, Wang Rulong that was showing an extremely enjoyable expression. Wang Rulong, what are you doing? That half-corpse was about to stand up. Wang Rulong's an axe that was directly swung over. After a miserable scream, the large room, there is only Chief Fengling and Wang Rulong, 2 people. Delicious, truly delicious. This kind of deliciousness, is it not for you and others to enjoy? Once again picking up the axe, Wang Rulong then swayed towards Chief Fengling. Half-corpse king, you really are ruthless. In this life, I won't let you rise again. Clenching his own palms, Chief Fengling then said coldly, Humph, how dare you speak up when you're dying? I don't care if you're a traveler or a reborn. You'll die in my hands today. Chief Fengling's puzzling words instantly made Wang Rulong hyperactive, and he no longer hesitated as he lifted his axe and jumped and chopped at Chief Fengling. Humph, come out, my giant. Chapter 30 Explode your corpse core. I see. You are just crazy. Still a giant. Suffer death. Jumping in mid-air, Wang Rulong had gathered all the chi in his body. With this axe going down, Chief Fengling would surely die. Dang. After only hearing a crunching sound, the axe in Wang Rulong's hand that was shattered alive. And in front of Chief Fengling, a 3-meter-tall skeleton giant appeared in front of him. Master, what's wrong with you? Gore is going to avenge you. The first moment the skeleton giant appeared, he spotted Chief Fengling who was bleeding from his hands. At this moment, the ghostly green soul fire rolled and burned in the skeleton giant's eyes, and it was evident that the skeleton giant was truly angry for Chief Fengling. What is this? Kid, what is it saying? Throwing down the axe handle in his hand, Wang Rulong that was quickly retreating to the side. Yes, the current ones couldn't understand the languages between the various races, except for the wisdom awakened such as prophets, arithmeticians, and rune masters. Ordinary awakened had to reach the 3rd level before they could easily understand any language. He said that he wants you to die. Feeling the constant flow of his mental state, Chief Fengling didn't want to spend too much time with Wang Rulong. No, it's impossible. You're obviously so weak. Why do you have such powerful men? I don't submit. Wang Rulong was shocked. While he spoke, he groped in the direction of the door. Go Gore, catch him for me. Wang Rulong's thoughts. Chief Fengling had an instant insight. He was trying to run. It was only a pity that the various miscellaneous items piled up in the doorway were ordered by Wang Rulong himself. In the spacious house, Skeleton Giant really made it to the top. His speed, which was considered weak among the ability users of the same size. But this limited house was a great help to Skeleton Giant. Boom! Boom! Probably because of Chief Ongling's injury. At this moment, the Skeleton Giant that was full of energy, punching and slapping, the walls and floors were beaten to pieces. That Wang Rulong was even worse. Under the suppression of his level, no matter what attack he used, he was unable to inflict effective damage on the Skeleton Giant. Click! Let go of me! Let go of me! Finally, Wang Rulong was still unable to dodge. Was the Skeleton Giant straight grabbed the body? Under the huge force, Wang Rulong's body's bones that were pinched crunching. Wait, don't kill him first. If Chief Ongling hadn't said these words in time, I'm afraid that Wang Rulong would have been pinched to death by now. Lord Half-Corpse King, do you have anything else to say? Walking slowly in front of Wang Rulong, Chief Ongling said with a face full of mockery. Little brother. No, master. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Please let me go. Wang Rulong's face was ugly. He wanted to resist. Only now, he couldn't use any more strength. Misunderstanding? Look, can this be a misunderstanding? Pulling out the palm that was covered in blood, Chief Ongling said coldly. Master. I know I'm wrong. It's the little one who has eyes to see. As long as you can let me go, I'll do whatever you want me to do. The moment Chief Ongling's hand pulled out, the Skeleton Giant also unconsciously increased the strength of his hand, which caused Wang Rulong pain. It was at this moment that he realized that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would really be crushed alive by this giant. Oh, anything? Hearing this, Chief Ongling was aroused. No, that's right, as an ox, as a horse, on the mountain of swords and in the frying pan, I'll die by all means. At this moment, Wang Rulong said all the words of devotion that came to his mind. That's not so bad. All you need to do is hand over your corpse core and let me leave a spiritual imprint on it. Chief Ongling crooked his mouth and said indifferently, corpse core? Yes, it was something that only coalesced in the heads of high-level zombies or half-zombies. Something that was as important as the soul flame of the Skeleton Giant. If Wang Rulong really gave Chief Ongling the corpse core to make a mark, that would mean that Wang Rulong's life and death would be a matter of Chief Ongling's word. What? Not willing? Looking at Wang Rulong who had stopped speaking, Chief Ongling's face was filled with a snickering color. This Wang Rulong he knew too well, like the kind of oath of loyalty he had just made. He could say it to anyone. The sincerity of the words might even fool him, only that he was never one to keep his word. He could indeed grovel to Chief Ongling now, and if one day he was powerful, or if Chief Ongling fell on hard times, he would be the first to lay his hands on Chief Ongling. Perhaps Wang Rulong himself was confused. How did Chief Ongling know about something like a corpse core? No, I'm willing, but Grand Master, look at me being so bound. I can't give it to you even if I wanted to. Relifting his head, Wang Rulong then revealed a look of love. This Wang Rulong's mind he knew too well. He either wanted to die with himself, or he wanted to prostrate himself. Wang Rulong, if you were tenacious and unyielding, I might even let you off the hook, whereas I won't believe you at all with your ugly face of showing loyalty. Looking at a room full of corpses, Chief Ongling understood that leaving Wang Rulong alive was the biggest threat to himself. Another thing was, didn't Wang Rulong's words admit that he really had something like a corpse core in his head? Corpse core is the essence that coalesces from the heads of zombies and half-zombies, which does not contain any zombie toxins, and is used in the same way as awakening beads. Depending on the quality of the corpse core, anyone could take it, and most people would get some enhancement, and a small number of people would have a chance to gain a little bit of the special ability of the owner of the corpse core after taking it. Chief Ongling understood that at the beginning of the end of the world, and in the face of a cunning person like Wang Rulong, compared to his loyalty, Chief Ongling still valued the corpse core in his head more. What? What do you mean by this? Can't you trust me? At this moment, Wang Rulong panicked. He was angry at the same time. He only felt that the person in front of him was just teasing him. What do you say? This how do you ask me to believe you? Chief Ongling just spread his hand out. The corpses all over the ground in front of him was the best answer. Grandpa, I was trying to help you. I just wanted the two of us to join forces and kill them all. This Wang Rulong was really thick-skinned. Even now, he was still shaking off the pot. Kill it, give me a slow pinch. Chief Ongling didn't want to listen to Wang Rulong's nonsense anymore, and directly gave the order to the skeletal giant. No, you, remember, Wang Rulong, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Although he couldn't understand what Chief Ongling had told the skeleton giant, Wang Rulong could clearly feel that his body was being pinched even harder. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* The skeleton giant seemed to have heard that Wang Rulong was scolding its master. He didn't care about Chi Fengling's order anymore. Instead, he lifted his thumb and together with the palm of his hand he exerted force, and in just an instant, Wang Rulong's head was crushed and exploded in a hard way. My lord, this is what you wanted. Gently shaking off Wang Rulong's body that was like rotten mud, the skeleton giant's hand then held a beautiful crystal core that glowed with purple light. Gently receiving that beautiful crystal core, enduring the pain of having his palm cut open, Chi Fengling that was kicking Wang Rulong again in passing, looking at the corpse on the ground that was already indistinguishable from a human. Chi Fengling then gently shook his head at Wang Rulong. Unexpectedly, the man who shook the entire Cloud City in his last life, the king of the hallowed half-corpse, died in this life in such a suffocating manner, and even in the end, he didn't even know his own name. Chapter 31 Miracle Flower. This is the corpse core. Corpse cores are also divided into qualities, according to their colors, from weak to strong, white, green, blue, yellow, purple, and red. This Wang Rulong is worthy of being a half-corpse king. At only a first-level high rank, he was able to produce a purple corpse core. It was truly formidable. Surveying this hard and translucent corpse core in his hand, Chi Feng no longer hesitated and directly swallowed it. That smell. Vomit. As expected, he was still careless, and he ate the corpse core directly before the tainted blood on top of it was cleaned. For a moment then, Chi Fengling was almost about to throw up. However, this corpse nucleus appearance touches hard and unparalleled. In fact, the entrance is melted. Chi Fengling even before it is too late to spit, that corpse nucleus will directly melt in their own mouths. It's not right. In his last life, after taking the corpse core, he could more or less feel an increase in his physical ability. How come this time, after waiting for 5 minutes, he didn't change at all? Name, Chi Fengling. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, undead emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 6/20. Physical, 17/20. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature no higher than one level above him, her, including unique skills already used, and can directly distinguish a half-corpse and know the skills and attributes of any half-corpse, not valid for mythic-level powerhouses or above. Undead blood sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Chi Fengling froze hard for a while before realizing that the skill Eye of the Undead Emperor had been boosted. The current Eye of the Undead Emperor was just an added effect that specialized in dealing with half-corpses, and looking at the wounds on his hands, Chi Fengling couldn't wait to drag Wang Rulong up and beat him again. Alright, you push them all over there. Sat down on his butt on the bed while Chi Fengling gave orders to the skeletal giant. It was still the middle of the night, and with the fact that he, now, had suffered a great deal of damage to both his hands and his spiritual power, Chi Fengling did not have any intention of continuing downstairs anymore. After this incident with Wang Rulong again, Chi Fengling didn't want to go to another room to rest anymore, even though this place was full of corpses, but they were all too dead to die. Seeing that the skeleton giant had piled all of the half-corpses into the corners of the house, Chi Fengling couldn't hold out any longer, and after sending the skeleton giant back to the undead realm, Chi Fengling fell into a deep sleep. Night. The zombies were hissing and the beasts were roaring, while the humans were hiding in the corners and shivering. The end times are such that whether it's animals or plants, they mutate and evolve faster than humans. Has mankind ever thought that the blue star, which has ruled for nearly 10,000 years, has changed his master in less than a month? Humans were weak, but they were also powerful and the type of race with the greatest potential, and in less than a year's time, the humans would then regain their footing in this chaotic world. In less than a decade, humanity will be back on the high ground of the blue planet, but only those who are still sleeping now know that perhaps the gods are the key to dominating the world all this time. Aha! He didn't know how long he had slept for, but Chi Fengling finally woke up from his sleep, and as this sleep went on, Chi Fengling finally found the feeling of being full of vitality again. Name, Chi Fengling. Level 1 medium. Spirit, 20/20. Physical, 7/20. Trenching. What's going on? After looking at his own attributes, Chi Fengling, that is silly. How this sleep down? The spiritual power back to full. This physique is down it. Just as Chi Fengling patted his thigh in disbelief, he finally realized that something was wrong. His own right hand, which had originally been cut out by Wang Rulong, had now fully recovered, and he could not even feel any pain even when he pummeled it with force. What an eye-opener. Worthy of being an SSS awakened? Chi Fengling didn't remember that his last life's physique had an automatic recovery effect. It seemed that as long as he wasn't missing an arm or a leg, his physique was able to bring him back to full strength. 2035. July 11th, 1650 hours. Looking at the cold time on her cell phone, Chi Fengling reacted that she had slept for more than a day. At the moment, the once ridiculously fast 9G network has finally dropped to 2G. I guess it won't be long before the phone can only play single player. Thinking that this was the last of the internet era, Chi Fengling didn't rush to explore the road, but instead, he toured his old favorite websites. Hot 8, the latest discovery in the land of small days is the method of euthanasia by slitting the wrists without pain. It is better for all of us to die together as opposed to being scared. 10 million likes plus. 3 million discussions plus. Labor feat on the whole service, nickname Grizzly. Listen to your nonsense. How to slit your wrists will hurt. Right. Want to die? I advise you to jump off a building. Looking at the copywriting of the nonsense inside, Chi Fengling still couldn't help but go and spray a little. Fortunately, this network still works, and his own comments were still sent out. Yes, Labor's footsteps all over the service is Chi Fengling's nickname, or screen name, on the internet. Hot 5, shocked. Pretty country's latest discovery. Zombie meat is non-toxic and additive-free. Can be eaten with confidence? I believe it won't be long before zombies will be eaten by humans to extinction. Likes 20 million plus. Discussions 8 million plus. Big shocker. Labor's foot in the service, nickname Don't Believe It. I have a friend who ate it. It's like and it's poisonous. My friend has now been killed by me for turning into a zombie. Of course, Chi Fengling certainly didn't have that so-called friend, because Chi Fengling knew clearly that this person who made a big deal about eating zombie meat had already turned into a half-zombie, and he was trying to encourage more people to do the same as him. Chi Fengling was certainly ruthless, but Chi Fengling was still a human being, and he didn't want everyone to turn into that kind of cold-blooded, heartless creature. Hot tip number 3, the world kisses me with pain, and I return the favor with a song. Fellow countrymen, first hand, the day before yesterday I couldn't take it anymore and I offered myself up to the zombies. However, the walkers stopped biting me after a few bites. Now that I'd become one of their kind, nothing will change except my skin a bit. Trust me, humans and zombies can coexist. You have to be more tolerant of them and they will inevitably treat you with kindness as well. 10 million likes plus. 30 million comments plus. If the above content Chi Fengling was greatly shocked when he read it, then this hotspot Chi Fengling was dumbstruck when he read it. How could anyone dare to say such words? This was also a hotspot that Chi Fengling saw that there were 3 times more discussions than likes. Still, most of this netizens have brains, and most of the discussion is spewing about the person who posted this thread, though there is a crumbling portion of people who choose to believe him, and there is only one outcome for those who choose to trust him, and that is, there is no return. Chi Fengling felt that this was like someone saying in a peaceful era that you could take your head back if you chopped it off. You could try it, but that was try and pass away. Laborer's footsteps, nickname. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. If you don't want to live, please don't harm other people, okay? Personally, I suggest you have your zombie friend give you a CT scan of your brain. For this kind of post, Chi Fengling of course did not hesitate to choose to spray off. However, when Chi Fengling scratched his phone to the end of the post, Chi Fengling couldn't help but stare in disbelief, because the nickname of the person who posted this was Corpse Lord. What's even scarier is that the IP address of this person called Corpse Lord is in Cloud City. Chi Fengling didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world. It seemed that this Corpse Lord had not only regained a lot of his IQ, he was even able to go online and post pits. Chi Fengling didn't even dare to think about how strong the Corpse Lord would be now. Hot topic number 1, Miracle Flower. The Last Redemption. The end times are scary, but it is also our rebirth and the beginning of everything. Trust me. Just come here and you will know that the end times are not scary. Likes 130 million plus. Discussions 50 million plus. After slowing down, Chi Fengling then saw the hot first post. This is a real cow. Even before the end of the world, there are very few posts that can reach such heat. With a curious heart, Chi Fengling then clicked on the post. The first time to open the comment section, Chi Fengling was even more shocked. I did not expect. In this comment section almost everyone gave a favorable review. Chi Fengling froze for 5 minutes and didn't see a single bad review. Disappointed, he closed the comment section, while Chi Fengling carefully read the post. There is very little text in this post, which is roughly saying that the world is broken, but miracles and happiness have not given up on us, and that miracles and miracle flowers will surely appear around us if we are willing to look for them. The post does have little textual content, but it is accompanied by a very large number of photographs, in all of which the odd yellow flower appears, and in this photo, there were also humans, zombies, half-zombies, zombie aliens, and evolved lifeforms, and the point is that they actually didn't fight, but instead giggled and danced around with a yellow flower. Is that so amazing? 5 minutes. Chi Fengling brain are trying to burst did not think of it. the last life of their own cell phone lost too early. These information Chi Fengling do not know. But all of Chi Fengling's friends also didn't know that something like the miracle flower had appeared in the last life. Like this kind of post with hundreds of millions of likes. It must be a topic that is often talked about after the end of the world. When people are nostalgic for the past, but in the last life, even when Cloud City was broken, Chi Fengling had never heard of this word? Could it be that this miracle flower was something that only appeared after one's rebirth? Chi Fengling had thought that something like the butterfly effect would happen. But the place where he was reborn to cause an impact was only in this skyscraper. Why would this world turn into something he didn't understand at all? The more he thought about it, the more Chi Fengling's curiosity just grew. Time passed by, and Chi Fengling had already lost count of how many pictures he had flipped through. The IP address of these photos. What pretty country? Kimchi country. Small day country. Nico country. A3 country are all there. Even accurate to every place. Therefore, Chi Fengling believed that there would definitely be people in the country of Huaxia who would also send out photos, and Chi Fengling was even more convinced that there was such a thing in the province of EU. With his heart hanging in the air, the more Chi Fengling looked at it, the more magical it felt, because even Dream City had pictures of the miracle flower appearing. Dream City, that's one of the most developed urban areas in E province now, and it's also the closest city to Cloud City. When seeing this IP address, Chi Fengling knew that Cloud City would definitely have this place as well. Cloud City. What is the most prosperous place and what neighborhood has the most people? If nothing else, it seems to be this skyscraper, which is where Chi Fengling is now. Thinking of those who appeared in the skyscraper. Cloud City Lord Yi Tian. Zombie Emperor Corpse Lord. Cloud City Underground King Ma Zhuang. Cloud City Underground Queen Hua Qianhui. And Half-Corpse King Wang Rulong. Chi Fengling had a vague premonition in his heart. Because Chi Fengling felt that the place where the miracle flower of Cloud City appeared must also be in this skyscraper. Click. The phone fell. Yes, because she was too shocked. Chi Fengling didn't hold her cell phone steady, because in this thread, Chi Fengling really found a photo belonging to Yun Cheng's IP address. There were those strange miracle flowers in the photo. And what shocked Chi Fengling even more was that the scene in that photo was on the first floor of this skyscraper. At this moment, Chi Fengling's hands were trembling. It was fear and excitement. He inexplicably had a feeling as if the world was circling around him. How amazing people and things could be encountered by himself. After hesitating for a long time, Chi Fengling finally clicked on the comment section once again. And this time, Chi Fengling even boldly clocked his position. Labor's feet in all clothing, nickname brothers. Is there really such a magical thing? Can it really give us hope? Chi Fengling didn't know how. But he ghosted that sentence himself, gently putting down the cell phone. Chi Fengling was ready to take a breather. Drip. Drip. Only, Chi Fengling's cell phone had only been put down for less than a minute, when this cell phone dripped and rang, and the frequency of this sound was not even weaker than the speed at which he had been a licking dog to send a message to Zhou. Trenching. Surprise. Chi Fengling really didn't dare to think that this was the end of the world, and it was still the era of the 2G network, and he had just sent out a message for less than a minute, but he had received 2,000 plus likes, and 100 plus comments. If it was before the end of the world, Chi Fengling would have been happy as hell, but this was the end of the world. How come so many people had cell phones? And they kept staring at the comment section. I am your light, nickname brother. Please don't be disappointed in the world. He never gave up on you or on us. Sunbathing, nickname bro. What are you waiting for? I see your address is right here. Come on down and feel happy together. Love egg, nickname Wasia people don't lie to Wasia people. You'll know it when you come down. These were a few of the comments that Chi Fengling saw that had more likes. And one by one, they were posting these ecstatic words as if they had been seduced by happiness. What's even more frightening is that 1/3 of the people who replied to Chi Fengling had their address on the first floor of a skyscraper. This world, what's going on? Is this still the end times? This is what Chi Fengling thought in his heart. He was shaken. Even when he returned from rebirth, he was shaken by this information. How he wished he hadn't opened his cell phone to brush the net. But he opened it, and besides, they weren't hallucinations. Labor's foot in the service, nickname okay? I'm coming. After ghostly snapping these words, Chi Fengling then turned off his cell phone, and after cleaning up the bodies at the door, he headed downstairs. Chapter 32 The Path of Phantom Dreams, 2035, July 11th, 1720 hours. Evening. The sun was gradually setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the towering skyscrapers, giving what should have been dilapidated buildings a hopeful glow. Perhaps it was the setting sun. Or perhaps there was something special in the air in the first place. By the skyscrapers from the bottom to the top, the air also became more and more yellow. In the past, the skyscrapers were bustling with people, but now half a day does not see a person walking in the middle. Oh, no! There's a man. At the location on the 4th floor of the skyscraper, a youth with bloodstains and a disheveled image was walking down from the upper floors alone. The youth's pace was shaky, his expression slightly dull, the look as if he was being controlled. Drip, drop. It was also just when the youth stepped into the 3rd floor of the skyscraper that the cell phone in his arms was untimely ringing for 2 years. The voice was small, but abrupt, and the sound was enough to bring the stupefied youth to his senses. Dig, me, how did I get here? Looking at the large 3 on the stairs, the youth couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He was confused. He didn't even know how he got down the stairs. Pull out your cell phone and unlock it. Goddess, phoneling. I'm not dead yet. It's a surprise. I'm surprised too. Do you want to see me? Smiley, but I really want to see you again. I'd love to see your face when you see me again. Playful. Originally, Chief Phoneling was groggy, but when he saw this contact that had once mesmerized him, Chief Phoneling simply replied a few words by reflex. What about my Ing, nicknaming Ing? I would love to. When Chief Phoneling reacted, he had already snapped out these words. This was too outrageous. He himself was a reborn person, and as normal, this current self had disliked Zhou for more than 10 years. But why is it that right now, his mind is full of fantasies of a bright future for himself and Zhou, and even in his fantasies, he has even thought of the name of the child of the two of them. Snap! Chief Phoneling didn't care about the pain, and slapped himself on the face, and the bright red slap mark knew how hard Chief Phoneling had hit. After coming to his senses, Chief Phoneling then opened that website. It's only been half an hour, and the random post I made has already received 12,000 plus likes and 500 plus comments. But that wasn't what Chief Phoneling cared about. What Chief Phoneling cared about was that the comment he had sprayed the Corpse Lord with had actually been replied to by the Corpse Lord. Corpse Lord, nicknamed Chief Phoneling, smile 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 smile. The Corpse Lord replied simply with his name plus that death smile. At this instant, Chief Phoneling all understood. It seemed that Yi Tian, Zhou, and Sun Shi really didn't die. If nothing else, Yi Tian's trio should have fused with that unknown zombie. And right now, the Corpse Lord should be with the monster they fused with. The name on his own network Corpse Lord naturally does not know, but Zhou she knows, plus now he opened the IP address. Is not the Corpse Lord knows that he is still in the skyscraper, thinking of the Corpse Lords hiding in the shadows, and the miracle flower that had appeared on this floor at some point. Chief Phoneling felt his head spinning. If he could really get out of the skyscraper safely, then he would definitely be awesome afterward. Slowly, Chief Phoneling has come to the location of the 3rd floor. Originally also crowded here zombies that are all disappeared. There weren't many signs of a fight on the ground, nor was there a zombie body present, which meant that the zombies hadn't been killed, but had left on their own. Thinking again of the scene in the photo where all the characters coexisted peacefully, Chief Phoenling's interest in the miracle flower reached the extreme. 2nd floor. Originally the floor with the second most zombies, now also the shadow of a zombie has not been found, even if Chief Phoneling deliberately creates some movement, still did not pounce out of the zombie. At this moment, Chief Phoenling's attention was focused to the top, and this led him to notice that from the 1st floor down, some yellow powdery objects slowly floated up, because these powders were getting more and more, as if the air had turned yellow. Could it be that these were the pollen of that miracle flower? Thinking of his appearance just now that was like he had lost his mind, Chief Phoneling then hurriedly closed his mouth. On the 2nd floor, which used to be the location with more zombies, Chief Phoneling didn't even think about the fact that there could be something like pure water here. Tick-tock. There was no way around it. So Chief Phoneling took a piece of his body's tattered and dry smelly clothes and turned around to pee on it. While the rag covered his mouth, Chief Phoneling slowly walked towards the location on the 1st floor. It's not right. I'm stupid. Didn't take 2 steps before Chief Phoneling reacted that he was indeed a bit foolish. Stopping the pace of continuing downwards, it was only with a movement of Chief Phoneling's mind that a skeleton giant appeared in front of Chief Phoneling. Go Gore, you're my eyes. Only to see Chief Phoneling standing in place, covering her eyes with one hand. And in the next second, a large eye blurred out of the skeleton giant's otherwise empty eye socket. Yes, these were the eyes that Chief Phoneling had temporarily placed on the skeletal giant. This was a solution that Chief Phoneling had just thought of. By normal, summoners should all have the vision of their summons, and by covering one of their own eyes, they were doing so in order to both have the vision of the skeleton giant, and at the same time be able to see what was in front of them. Right now, the skeleton giant didn't understand what Chief Phoneling had done to it, and it didn't care what exactly was ahead of it, so it took a step towards the location on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was the lobby of the skyscraper, which was so large that the height of this 1st floor staircase alone was already much longer than that of the other floors. Along the way, Chief Phoneling utilized the vision of the skeleton giant to see that there were no zombies present in the stairwell, not even corpses, and that's not even the strangest thing. The strangest thing is that the staircase made of marble is now covered with weeds, and in many places you can still see the yellow buds that have not yet opened. What the hell is going on here? The end times had only erupted 11 days ago, and he hadn't found these grasses and flowers when he came to the skyscraper on the 7th day. What kind of power is this that can take 2 or 3 days to make the secular land bloom with freedom? Ignoring the view from the stairwell, Chief Fengling instead continued to order the skeleton giant to head downstairs. As the skeleton giant continued to go down, Chief Fengling saw more and more yellow flowers, as well as deeper and deeper grass, and amongst the grass, Chief Fengling seemed to see thick vines. Finally, the skeleton giant stepped down the last step, and when he looked around, the scene in front of him made Chief Fengling stare blankly. Where was this place a skyscraper? It was clearly an outdoor grassland where humans, zombies, half-zombies, zombie alien beasts, and evolved creatures were surprisingly living together in harmony. They had happy smiles on their faces, either dancing or singing, and Chief Fengling even saw that there were some people specifically holding their cell phones, constantly flipping through the posts that were ranked number 1 in terms of hotness. What the hell is going on? Wow! Just as Chief Fengling was puzzled, the sound of a voice piercing through the forest and striking leaves rang out from the side. As the skeletal giant turned around, a thick vine holding a blooming flower appeared right next to it. Chapter 33 Flower of Monsters. Zigella. It was a flower the size of a faceplate. It has 5 petals like a 3-pronged leaf. The open flower is as chic as a 5-pointed star, and the whole flower looks pale yellow. But looking from the center of the bud toward the petals, there are orange-red stamens, and behind the petals, there are a few purple flower lines. This miraculous flower was as if it was alive, and after it was lifted up in front of the skeleton giant, the petals were fully unfolded, as if the flower could also flatter. But the skeleton giant is already a dead thing. Its feelings are only left with survival and allegiance. Looking at this sudden appearance of flowers in front of him, the skeleton giant hard froze for a long time, did not know how. Wow! In the next second, the skeleton giant was seen stretching out its big hand and ripping off the thick vine, and the ripped off vine was like a child that had been beaten and cried, tossing and turning a few times before it was collected in the distance. It couldn't be helped. This was the autonomous reaction of the skeleton giant. It didn't understand if the vine and the flower had any malicious intent. It just felt as if the vine had been rubbing against it, commanding the skeleton giant to pick up the peculiar flower. Chief Fengling, on the other hand, looked more and more familiar, as if this kind of flower, he had really seen it somewhere. Only, letting Chief Fengling mobilize the memories of his 2 lives, he did not recall the name of this flower. Chief Fengling originally wanted to order the skeleton giant to observe the surroundings, but a sticky mass of liquid attracted Chief Fengling's attention. It was a mass of blue-purple liquid. The liquid was sprinkled on top of the weed, and the weed, as if it had absorbed an excessive amount of fertilizer, actually grew wildly. Oh, Chief Fengling remembered. This bluish-purple liquid, wasn't it the vine that had just flowed out? Looking at the traces left along the way, Chief Fengling instantly had a bold idea. Giggling karma. On top of the lawn, the sound of the skeletal giant's bones rubbing together seemed particularly abrupt, but even so, none of the various creatures around it had any thoughts of hitching a ride. At the moment, they are still holding those flowers, immersed in their own world of joy. Following the trail of blue-violet liquid, the skeletal giant then headed in the direction of the counter on the first floor of the skyscraper. The grass is getting darker here, but the yellow flowers are fewer and fewer, and there are fewer and fewer creatures of all kinds around. 3 steps later, the skeleton giant lost all traces of the blue-violet liquid, and in front of where this liquid disappeared, a green waterfall of weeds and vines unexpectedly appeared. There was no need to even think about it. The secret of this miracle flower must be right behind this green waterfall. Wow! Click! Click! The vines and weeds were writhing. The skeleton giant's arm was exerting force, and in just a minute's work, the green waterfall in front of him was pinched out alive by the skeleton giant. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the skeleton giant no longer spared its strength, and its stored punch directly broke a piece of the vine wall. After the vines scattered, a hole in the ground unexpectedly appeared in front of the skeleton giant. That is, Chief Fengling. Yes, it was a hole in the ground. I didn't realize that the hard floor of a skyscraper had been dug out to a radius of 3 or 4 meters, and none of that mattered. What mattered was that above the hole in the ground, a huge yellow flower was blooming, and all around this hole in the ground, blood and limbs could still be seen all over the place. The setting sun shone on the giant flowers, which bloomed in a particularly bewitching manner, and the yellow pollen even floated all over the skeleton giant. Unconsciously, Chief Fengling even felt that the bond between the skeletal giant and himself had weakened quite a bit. No, there's something wrong with the flowers. Just when Chief Fengling was still thinking,
The hole in the ground unexpectedly suddenly stretched out 10 vines as thick as basketballs. Those vines had a clear target, locking straight onto the skeleton giant who was at the edge of the hole. LOL. However, the skeleton giant was a level 3 undead. Its chi power was not comparable to ordinary creatures. And in just an instant, the 3 vines were hardened and broken by the skeleton giant. Also just when Chi Fengling was about to take a breather, in the hole in the ground, another 5 vines were sticking out, and the vines that appeared this time, that were directly locking onto the legs of the skeletal giant. No. At this moment, Chi Fengling sensed that something was wrong. He was instantly giving orders to the skeleton giant, probably because of the effect of the pollen. The skeleton giant froze hard for 5 seconds before responding. Late. Under the combined effect of the huge number of vines, the skeleton giant was actually pulled down hard, and the location where the skeleton giant fell was the deep, bottomless hole in the ground. Okay. Expedition over. Chi Fengling didn't panic. After all, the skeleton giant was only his own summoned object, only to see Chi Fengling's intention. The skeleton giant that should have fallen into the hole in the ground was sent back to the undead realm by Chi Fengling, leaning against the wall of the second floor, rags covering his mouth and nose. Chi Fengling was smiling faintly, only this time, Chi Fengling wasn't obsessed. He was happy that at the last second just now, he utilized the skeleton giant and used the undead emperor's eyes on that huge flower. Without hesitation, Chi Fengling opened the data panel of that giant flower. Name, Zigera, branch, race, monster, rank, power, agility, spirit, physique, skill, flower of monsters, hope pollen. When Chi Fengling looked at the flower's information, it was instantly frozen on the spot. What surprised Chi Fengling was not only its rank that was so high that he couldn't see its attributes, the most crucial thing was its name. Zigera. Oh, my god. What is this? Chi Fengling couldn't even believe his eyes, not realizing that such a thing could really exist in the world. Chi Fengling finally remembered. He had indeed seen this flower. Or rather, most children had seen this flower, but not in real life, but on television. A plant that was supposed to come out of make-believe. If Chi Fengling remembered correctly, Zigella, on the other hand, was from what he had seen when he was a child. A peculiar monster within the Deju Ultraman. In the setting, this flower is the key to bringing down the entire super-ancient human civilization. Everything was right. Zigera's pollen, when inhaled by any living creature, becomes so blissful that they lose their mind and then become completely immersed in the fantasized bliss. If this was all true, Chi Fengling was a bit disappointed, for he had been brought up to believe in the light, as he had been told by the older children, who had all become light. But even he was almost mesmerized by Zigella's pollen. And in the TV series, the person who really has the light, he is always awake. It seems, he is not the light. And the world, there will not be the so-called Ultraman appear. Wow! Just as Chi Fengling was still immersed in disappointment, the vines around him were squirming. Only that these vines were not attacking themselves, but were rapidly recycling back. Nope. Chi Fengling remembered. If this flower really was the legendary Zigera, then it should also fit a setting. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then looked up at the setting sun outside the window. The sun, at this moment, is setting. Chapter 34 Chinese Gun God? At this moment, the setting sun completely faded into the horizon, and the brilliant light completely disappeared from Cloud City. At this moment, the dead memories told Chi Fengling that a big commotion was going to happen here. As Chi Fengling turned to look towards the first floor, another sight that was reflected in his eyes. As the sun set, the ziggurats began to shrink. And without the nourishment of the ziggurats, the weeds on the ground seemed to be shorter. Chi Fengling could see clearly that even the flowers held in those people's hands withered in an instant. And that air, which was originally dyed yellow by the pollen, was rapidly turning into a normal color because of the greedy sucking of various creatures. Roar! Hiss! Flowers! My flowers! Ah! My flower! Don't take my flower! Die! Die for me! All of you! Roar! Whoa! Ah! In less than 3 minutes, the various species that were still harmonious on the first floor had now gone berserk, and they stopped dancing and singing. They began to look for the Zigera flowers that were still visible in the hands of others, and gradually the zombies regained their bloodlust, and the Fae regained their bestiality. That original harmonious picture instantly turned into a gladiatorial look. Everyone lost their minds, and it was as if they no longer feared death, killing anyone they saw. In this scene, Chi Fengling then didn't dare to breathe a single breath. In case these people found out about themselves, then they would definitely become a target. It was also when Chi Fengling was carefully peeking that he finally noticed something strange. On this slaughterhouse, a lot of vines slowly grew, and the vines secretly wrapped themselves around the already dead corpses and secretly pulled them towards the counter on the first floor of the skyscraper without anyone noticing. Chi Fengling understood that these corpses would definitely be pulled to that big pit that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom. And the reason why this Zejera flower could grow so fast must be that it had sucked the energy from those corpses. That explains everything at once. No wonder the layer became so clean. No wonder so many walkers and other species come in every day and the house doesn't get crowded because these happy visitors are cleaned up at night after a day of fun. Is this Ziggy Lawa? At this moment, Chi Fengling's memory was confused. This Zejera flower can be even bloodier than what one has seen on TV, and it actually eats people. If the Zejera flower is allowed to grow like this, I'm afraid that it won't be the zombies but the Zejera flower that will cause the extinction of human beings and species. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling wanted to pick up his cell phone, wanting to capture this scene on the internet. After all, to save a person is a person. However, Chi Fengling gave up this idea before he could do anything, because his own power is small, and the power of those water armies is powerful, and people tend to believe in more than they can handle, rather than believing in the right. Chi Fengling was even certain that the first second his post was posted, it would be flooded with countless bad comments and insults. But he would not allow Cloud City to fall into the hands of Chi Jialahua. After all, he still had to go down from here, and he still had to become the Lord of Cloud City. Right, I can still use hot weapons. The suddenly sorrowful Chi Fengling looked like he had thought of something and pulled out his legs and ran towards the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, it is the home of that Ma Zhuang, and that Ma Zhuang has also started to do the arms business. Chi Fengling does not believe that they will shoot all the bullets in that battle. Soon, Chi Fengling returned to this room again. Everything was the same as when he had left, except that the Ma Zhang killed by the poisonous bone corpses had become even more smelly, and a number of the carcasses had maggots growing out of them. If it wasn't for Chi Fengling's need for hot weapons, he would never have come back. But Chi Fengling was still happy. At least he could be sure that Ma Zhuang was dead for good. 30 minutes later, under Chi Fengling's carpet search, all the guns and ammunition in the hidden rooms on the 9th floor were turned over by Chi Fengling. I did not expect Ma Zhuang even hit a good sniper rifle and used, which should be something that Ma Zhuang and the group of minions would not use. Only, the fact that they wouldn't didn't mean that Chi Fengling wouldn't. After all, Chi Fengling had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and in his last life, on his own side, there were some gunsmith inheritances that had appeared. Although these inheritors were trashy in the late end times, they still had a high status at the beginning of the end times. At the moment, on Chi Fengling's back was a large sniper, as well as more than 20 rounds of large sniper ammunition, and at his waist were 2 unbroken and still clean pistols. It seems people can't push their juniors too hard, because they didn't even finish their bullets. At this moment in Chi Fengling's pants pocket, it was holding more than 130 pistol bullets. It's outrageous. In 2 lifetimes, Chi Fengling had to do battle with a hot weapon for the first time. Soon, Chi Fengling once again touched the location where the first and second floors of the skyscraper met. At this moment, the first floor could only be described as tragic. The original flowery and green ground was now covered in blood, dirty blood, severed limbs, and internal organs. Most of the creatures were already dead, and the individual strong creatures were in a state of serious injury and collapse. They were lying weakly on the ground, quietly waiting for the vines to harvest their lives. Bang! Well, this big sniper is much better than what Chi Fengling imagined. Although he hasn't touched the gun much, Chi Fengling is comfortable using it. Is this the difference between ordinary people and awakened people? Evening. A gunshot that was completely breaking the silence that was there. And the power of this big sniper really didn't disappoint Chi Fengling. After all, a plant is a plant, where it can catch up with the hardness of steel. As this shot went down, a basketball-thick vine was surprisingly snapped off by Chi Fengling with a single shot. As expected, this Chi Jiala flower still had intelligence. After sensing the threat, some of the vines closest to Chi Fengling gave up pulling the corpse that was stretching straight towards Chi Fengling's position. Humph. Guys, let's show you the power of the last sniper god of Huaxia. Looking at the vines that were snaking around, Chi Fengling that was not afraid at all, lifting up his big sniper and casting Go A, the last sniping god of China? Of course it's a lie. There's no one here, so Chi Fengling can blow it any way he wants. Bang, 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 but without blowing up. Chi Fengling's marksmanship was surprisingly good. Even in the dark, walking and fighting, he froze without an empty shot. Humph, what a monstrous flower. It's nothing more than that. Then I'm still the ruler of darkness. Let's put it this way. Chi Fengling, who had a little bit of skill, went and played a couple of human games before starting to load up. It's loaded early. Wow, ka-ching, rumble. Just when Chi Fengling thought that Chi Jiarawa was so easy to deal with, behind Chi Fengling's back, there was a sudden loud bang. When Chi Fengling looked back, his entire body was dumbfounded. The flower of monsters really lived up to its name. so it seemed that his own gunshot hits were all deliberate by Zajara Flower. At this moment, Chief Ongling's staircase leading to the second floor had been completely broken by the vines, and the residual force of the collapse had smashed many steps. Chief Ongling roughly estimated that if he wanted to go to the second floor now, he would have to jump at least 5 meters away. And, as the vines continued to be destroyed, this height was increasing. By the looks of it, he definitely can't go back to the second floor. And it looks like he and Zjialahua are going to have to do a life and death duel today. Chapter 35 Cutting off the grass. Removing the roots. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Rumble. Only heard a loud bang. Gray air is splashed with smoke and dust. Chief Ongling, that is to use all the strength of the body, finally is safe to jump to the ground on the first floor. Looking back, Chief Ongling also unconsciously gulped. Was this the true strength of Zjialahua? At this moment, at the location where the first and second floors met, on the collapsed stairwell, a sky full of vines had unexpectedly appeared, which were of different thicknesses. Some were as thick as a basketball, while others were only as thick as a finger. But when they came together, it was something that could crush even a staircase, probably knowing Chief Ongling's power. At this moment on the first floor, all the vines were no longer going to drag the corpse. Their target was clear. That was the Chief Ongling with the gun. Bang! 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 Holding a big sniper in his hand, Chief Ongling dared to stay in place. A run, a jump, a roll is to dump a sniper. It could be said that even if Chief Ongling were to shoot randomly at the front with his eyes closed right now, he would be able to hit one or several vines. Snap! Chief Ongling only felt that something grabbed his ankle. Flowers, give me flowers, please. Also, just as Chief Ongling was about to quickly leave the spot, a hand was coldly grabbing Chief Ongling's leg. Unexpectedly, this was still a human. At this moment, this person, his abdomen seemed to have been stabbed by something, and his legs and arms were each broken. But even so, he still didn't die, and he still longed for the Zajara Flower. It's true, the most powerful thing in the world is not necessarily pure force suppression. The most powerful thing may be a complete mental breakdown. It could be said that if Chief Ongling hadn't been awakened by the message bouncing at that time, and then slowed down to the first floor and savored that Zajara pollen, it was estimated that his own self right now would be about the same as these people. Damn it, get lost. Get lost. However, Chief Ongling didn't have the idea of saving him. After all, the current Chief Ongling was also having trouble protecting herself, possibly seeing Chief Ongling's bound feet. Those vines that were originally in an encircling manner no longer spread out, but instead quickly reached out towards Chief Ongling's position. Dig in. Let go. Let go. This scene also startled Chief Ongling. He kicked the man hard, trying to get him to let go of his hand. No, don't. I want flowers. I want happiness. Give it to me quickly. This man is really tenacious, and also hateful to death. He himself is going to die, but also want to pull other people as a cushion. I want your mom's flowers. Go to hell. The man's appearance made Chief Ongling's killing heart rise. This kind of person was already incorrigible. Bang! Bang! Ah! No! Ah! Hannah! Ah! All that could be heard was the sound of an iron hammering against a skull, followed by the sound of a man screaming in agony. For 5 seconds, Chief Ongling froze without blinking, hard enough to smash the man completely out of breath before freeing himself from his bonds. Damn it! However, the man's idea of pulling someone's back had already been achieved, and at this moment, the vines that filled the sky had already blocked all of Chief Ongling's paths of retreat. Wow! Right in front of him, some of the vines actually began to intertwine, and in less than 10 seconds of work, the number of vines was reduced by half. But this didn't let Chief Ongling relax his guard, because these vines became even thicker, and some of them even grew barbs. 15 rounds. After counting, there were only 15 bullets left in the big sniper, and Chief Ongling knew clearly that for these thicker vines, perhaps only the big sniper could cause damage. Come out, my giant! Without the slightest hesitation, Chief Ongling quickly summoned the skeleton giant. The first second the skeleton giant appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of the vines behind Chief Ongling. It was this skeleton giant that Chief Ongling dared to give his back completely to. This skeleton giant was also worthy of being a level 3 undead. Even if that was a vine with barbs, it could still be ripped off alive by the skeleton giant. And now, the skeleton giant was a bit far away from that big pit, so Chief Ongling was no longer afraid that the skeleton giant would be pulled away. While putting away the large sniper in his hand, Chief Ongling quickly pulled out 2 pistols from his waist. A pistol will be much weaker than a large sniper, but it's at least a long-range weapon, and at the very least more useful than hitting yourself with a stick. Bang! 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 Soon, a series of gunshots rang out here and there, and Chief Ongling's target was clear, hitting the vines that hadn't grown barbs yet.
because Chief Fengling had tried it. The pistol basically couldn't do damage to vines with barbs. As Chief Fengling fought and retreated, that pistol was also played by him. If it was in the peace era, Chief Fengling might be able to mix a village-level gun god. Cluck, trenching, in between changing bullets, Chief Fengling that was twisting his head to look at it, and this look also startled Chief Fengling. Now that the skeleton giant had been completely wrapped up by the vines, if it wasn't for the skeleton giant's eyes glowing, Chief Fengling almost wouldn't have been able to find it. There was no way around it. The skeleton giant's strength was indeed great, but it was not fast and large, so it was really not good at dodging for this kind of vines that filled the sky. My giant, go back, my giant, come out. In response, Chief Fengling was not at all panicked, only to see that after Chief Fengling said 2 sentences, the skeleton giant first disappeared into the first floor. Then the next moment, it was on the other side of the floor in an intact position. That was the benefit of a summoner. He could safely let his summon go exploring and just send it back at the first sign of danger. The reappearing skeletal giant didn't linger either, as it growled before continuing to run towards the area with the most vines. Bang, bang, bang. Wow! On the first floor of the skyscraper, the battle was so intense that if there were no weeds here, you might see that the ground was already full of shell casings. At this moment, Chief Fengling, name, Chief Fengling, level 1 medium, spirit, 13/20ths, physical, 17/20ths, after a quick tour of his stats, now that he was himself, his physique had returned for the most part, but his mental energy had been depleted quite a bit. It seems that level 1 commanding level 3 undead creatures into battle really consumes mental energy very much. The house is leaking. Click. It was also right after Chief Feng finished firing a barrage of bullets that he suddenly realized that the pistol's bullets had been completely exhausted by himself. What's even more desperate is that he's sent the skull giant back and forth 3 times now. The good thing about this is that the skeleton giant was basically unharmed. And the downside of this was that Zygella Flower seemed to have seen the relationship between the skeleton giant and Chief Fengling as well. It no longer commanded most of the vines to attack the skeletal giant, and at the moment, most of the vines were coming towards itself. However, Chief Fengling's efforts were not without effect, and those 130-odd rounds of ammunition had smashed quite a few vines. At least now it looked like the vines weren't covering the sky as much as they had been in the beginning. Throwing down the pistol in his hand, Chief Fengling re-picked up his big sniper, counting the 15 rounds of bullets. A bold idea then entered Chief Fengling's mind. The vines might be able to be cleared away, but it would take a lot of bullets and energy, which he clearly didn't have right now. The only way to survive now that you can't escape, can't make a truce, is to decapitate Ziggy Lawa. So now, Chief Fengling's target was no longer these vines that were interfering with him, but the mother of that Zigera flower, branch. It's the same old saying, if you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Chapter 36 Chen Donkey's skills are exhausted. Wow! Ta-da! Raise the big sniper, aim at the target, put it on your back and fight your way out. In the hall on the first floor of the skyscraper, Chief Fengling's state was such that in the face of the vines that covered half of the sky and half of the ground, Chief Fengling just raised his gun over and over again, and put it down again and again. There were only 15 bullets now, 1 less to use, and now one's target wasn't these vines. It was behind the front desk, dominating all of this. Ziggy Raffles, help me, get out, flowers, I want flowers, go to hell. Along the way, the closer they got to the Zigera flower proper, the more half-dead creatures there were on this ground, praying, picking at them, cursing. However, this time, Chief Fengling would no longer give them any more chances. As long as they dared to pickpocket themselves, one of his own gun butts would make their heads explode. Along the way, Chief Fengling was also constantly recalling the skeleton giant and then calling it out as he continued to do so. And it was with the skeleton giant's special characteristics that Chief Fengling was able to slowly approach the front stage's position. Bang, 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 unavoidable. There is no need to save the bullets. And then a few shots down, the huge vines that are should fall to the ground. The blue-purple pulp is sprayed all over the Chief Fengling. Bang, 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 gore, get on. After precisely smashing a few vines that were wrapped around the skeleton giant's advance, Chief Fengling then quickly gave an order to the skeleton giant. Kaboom! Upon hearing that, the skeleton giant was not ambiguous, and his stored-up punch directly hit that green vine waterfall. As the vines covering the front disappeared, the gigantic Zygella flower finally appeared in front of Chief Fengling. Since the sun had completely set, the ziggurats closed up their blooms just like in the TV show. However, what Chief Fengling saw more clearly was that around the giant flower, dozens of vines were connected, some of which led above the hall, while others led under the large pit. In the half-darkness of the night, a glowing blue-violet slurry rolled in the vines that connected out from the giant flower that was the mother. Chief Fengling understood. the Zajara flower would absorb the energy of the corpses that were thrown into the hole in the ground and replenish it to the giant flower, which in turn would transfer the energy to the vines, allowing these vines to be immortal. Thinking clearly about the cause, Chief Fengling also pulled down his face, because at this moment, there were only 9 bullets left in the big sniper. So how could he defeat this level 3 plus monsters flower? Wow! There was no time for Chief Fengling to hesitate, because the vine barrier that had just been broken was being quickly recovered by Qi Jialahua, and it looked like it was either you or me today. Bang! 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 Aiming at the roots of the vines connecting to the hole in the ground, Chief Fengling didn't have a soft hand and shot up. Fizzle! This time, Chief Fengling really saw the giant flower in pain. It trembled its buds and shook its vines, as if the next second, the closed bud was going to open up again. Bang! 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 One shot after another. Chief Fengling didn't give the giant flower a chance to breathe. One bullet that hit the root of the vine with precision. Wow! Ah! Gore, come on! Just when Chief Fengling was in the gap of changing bullets, a vine that was wrapped around Chief Fengling at an extremely fast speed. Before Chief Fengling could finish his words, the vine covered his mouth. Chief Fengling, who had no support, that was instantly lifted up to the ceiling of the first floor by the vines. And even if the skeleton giant reacted, it couldn't reach its bound master. It wanted to jump, but after suppressing Chief Fengling, more vines that were tightly stopping the skeletal giant's advance. And at this moment on the ceiling, Chief Fengling had been bundled into a green cocoon by the vines, and Chief Fengling was writhing madly in it, like a butterfly that needed to break out of its cocoon. Suddenly, the Qi Jiala flower opened its bud, a vine that glowed with yellow light that was rapidly heading towards Chief Fengling. The moment the yellow vine stained Chief Fengling, the green cocoon instantly turned yellow. Among the vines, Chief Fengling was unable to break free even with all his strength, and he felt his consciousness begin to be confused. In his mind was no longer the dastardly Qi Jialahua, but the image of himself and Zhou together raising their children. Gradually, the corners of Chief Fengling's mouth actually sketched out a smile, and his tensed muscles began to loosen up. Name, Chief Fengling. Level 1 medium. Spirit, 10/20. Spirit, 9/20. Spirit, 8/20. In the midst of the confusion, Chief Fengling opened his data panel, and this look cleared his consciousness. It was horrible, literally visible to the naked eye, and one's mental state was rapidly diminishing. There was no need to think about it. It wouldn't be long before one's spirit would be 0, and that's when the skull giant would be gone, and one would be thrown into the pit to become a complete sustenance for the Zygeller flower. But what else can one do? Even if his opponent was a corpse lord, he still had the power to fight. But this Qi Jialahua, even if it was only a branch, its battle power was not comparable to a grade 1 middle stage Chief Fengling. Above the large pit, the Zajara flower was trembling. It seemed to be laughing. It was laughing at Chief Fengling's insouciance. It was laughing at the weakness of humans. Spirit, 4/20. In less than a minute, Chief Fengling already felt that he had less and less time to be awake. It seemed that in less than a moment, he wouldn't even know how he died. Click. It was also at this moment that a sound that belonged solely to the breaking of a soul chain then resounded in Chief Fengling's head. Go! I won't stop you. Chief Fengling understood that this was the sound of a summoned beast forcibly breaking its contract with itself. In order to forcibly dissolve the contract, the summoning beast had to be much stronger than the summoner, and before the summoner's spirit collapsed, and also under the premise of damaging most of its own cultivation, the summoning beast had the chance to voluntarily dissolve the contract. Chief Fengling no longer wanted to stop the skeletal giant. He had managed to hold out until now. Chief Fengling was really happy. Master, please remember Gore. Gore will fight for you even if he dies. Just when Chief Fengling was about to give up completely, the voice that belonged solely to the skeleton giant surprisingly appeared in his own head. Gore, what are you doing? Chief Fengling gave a quick reply. Because he heard this tone, the skeleton giant was going to his death. Under the yellow sound of the vine human cocoon, only to see the skeleton giant let out a popping ha. This time, the vines that wrapped all over it were all shattered. And in the next second, the skeleton giant was all out, leaping with all its might towards the giant flower of Zajara on top of the big pit. Quite accurately, the skeleton giant hugged on top of the giant flower in one go, and its silver-white skeleton teeth snapped off the yellow vine. In the next second, on the back of the skeleton giant, the giant bomb that was like a pendulum then began to glow. Understood. The skeleton giant was trying to detonate the bomb on its back. This was the skeleton giant's exclusive skill. Chief Fengling still remembered that it said, released on death. Powerful. On top of the large pit, the Zajara flower seemed to have felt the power of the bomb, and in just an instant, it mobilized all the vines around it. The vines sped along, quickly reaching toward the skeletal giant, while the ones already on top of it kept pulling downward, trying to throw the bomb into the deep, bottomless pit. But the bomb was like the flesh and blood of the skeletal giant. No matter how much the vines tore at it, they couldn't take it away. And it was as if the skeletal giant had made up its mind. Even as the vines reached into its eyes and tortured its soul fire, the skeletal giant had no intention of letting go. Chapter 37 One Thought Divine Demon Sword. This scene in front of him was clearly seen by Chief Onling, who had loosened his bonds, and he understood that there was a binding between himself and the skeleton giant's soul flame, and if Chi Jia flower destroyed that soul flame, he himself would be more or less harmed. Although those injuries weren't enough to be fatal, but if one was already in a state where one's mental power was going to be scarce, that kind of torture would really break one, and even if one recovered, one might turn into a little cutie because of it. At this moment, Chi Fengling shed tears. He had always thought that the skeleton giant was a dead thing. It was heartless. Chi Fengling even thought that it was little cute. He himself could trick it with just a few words. But Chi Fengling now realized that perhaps he was stupid. How could Gore not see a lie that simple? Master, please don't cry. Thank you for talking to Gore, who has been alone for thousands of years. Gore is gone. Above the Zajara flower, Gore seemed to see the Zifeng spirit crying as well, its mouth opening and closing as if it was saying these words. As the bomb behind the skeleton giant became redder and redder, the energy contained therein was also increasing, and that meant that the skeleton giant's existence was becoming less and less. Suddenly, the skeleton giant who was clinging to Chi Jialahua was the one who suddenly stretched out his right hand and pointed at Chi Fengling's head. In a daze, Chi Fengling only felt as if he had gotten something, and then later, he finally fainted completely. Boom! After this finger, the bomb behind the skeleton giant finally exploded, and the monstrous flames even illuminated the dark night for a few seconds. Under the impact of the explosion, the vines and weeds around the large pit began to burn out, and that Zajara giant flower was even blown apart. There was a loss and a gain. The first floor was stronger than expected with the Zajara vines wrapped around it, and even a blast like that didn't cause the skyscraper to crumble. 2 days. As the sun rose, it bathed the land once again, as well as the crumbling building. On the ground, amidst a pile of charred corpses, a slightly miserable youth then moved his fingers. Cough, cough. I'm still alive? Slowly rising from the ground, the youth patted his face and touched his body, his eyes full of unbelief. He distinctly remembered falling through the ceiling. He distinctly remembered the skeleton giant detonating the bomb on his back. He distinctly remembered that the aftermath of the explosion and the flames had swept up in front of him. But why wasn't he dead? Even his own skin didn't show signs of burning. Thinking of this, the youth that was quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, undead emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 12/20. Physical, 9/20. Skills, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Undead blood sacrifice. Blessing of the skeleton giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. When Chi Fengling finished looking at his attributes, the entire person that was frozen in place, looking at the ground that was red with flames, Chi Fengling tightly clenched his fists. Chi Fengling didn't even think that after being reborn, the first person to make himself cry wasn't a human being, but the skeleton giant that had to hurt him in the beginning. At the end of his life, after breaking the summoning contract with himself, the skeleton giant surprisingly didn't run, but chose to die with Zajela flowers. Even at the last moment of its life, it gave its most sincere blessing to Chi Fengling. Yes, one can be silly. The skeleton giant was supposed to play with bombs, so how could it be blown up? Moreover, the skull giant's skill panel clearly stated that the skull giant was immune to damage from bullets and guns. The skeleton giant would die simply because it had given its life-saving skill to Chi Fengling. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling once again stood up, picking up the ground that hadn't been blown up with the big snipes, while Chi Fengling slowly walked towards the dead Zigilahua. At this moment, the Zajara flower had completely lost its vitality. The yellow buds became black and green, and the vines and roots that were connected to the body were even blown apart. Bang! 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 Aiming at the butt of Chi Jiela flower, Chi Fengling didn't show a trace of mercy. The only remaining bullets of the big sniper that were all hit into the tattered butt of Chi Jiela flower. But what can be done about it? The dead skeleton giant still can't be saved. All one can do now is to live well. Phew! 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 Sitting on his butt on the ground, Chi Fengling that was constantly gasping for air. After spending half an hour, he finally gathered all the vines of the Chi Jiela flower. Of course, Chi Fengling wasted so much effort. Naturally it wasn't to come and vent his anger. He was going to resummon and use the undead blood sacrifice again with the body of Chi Jiela Hua. Although it was said that this Zigela flower in front of him was just a branch, and although it was dead beyond death,
What couldn't be changed was the fact that it was a powerful monster plant in its own right. So Chief Fengling was sure that he would be able to summon something powerful. After circling around Zajera's flowery torso for a week, an obscure incantation came out of Xifingling's mouth. Immediately after that, the carcass of the Zajera flower on the ground began to turn red, and slowly, its carcass began to disappear, as if there was something that was constantly gnawing on this carcass. Buzz, only to hear a buzzing sound. The Zajera flower that had just been among the ruins that was instantly disappeared, while a burst of strange symbols was revealed on the ground. It just didn't take long for the symbols to disappear into thin air as well. Where's my stuff? Looking around, nothing appeared. Chief Fengling could not help but stare wide-eyed. It is hard to believe that he was undead blood sacrificed to the pit. Buzz, just as Chief Fengling was about to curse up, a sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air suddenly rang in his ears. Only when Chief Fengling turned his head, a large sword that glowed with a purplish red light unexpectedly stopped less than a centimeter away from his eyes. It could be said that, but if one's reaction was slower, this sword would have blown one's head off. And when Chief Fengling saw this big sword, the big sword as if it had lost its power, straight down at Chief Fengling's feet. If not for the big sword from time to time also emerging faint purple light, Chief Fengling all suspect that this is not the sword just now. Could it be? Sacrificing an entire bead of ziggurat summoned this? Didn't we agree that the value was equal? How Chief Fengling looked at it. This sword wasn't worth as much as that Chi Jialahua. After 5 minutes of disliking it, Chief Fengling still very reluctantly picked up this great sword. So what could be done? Something was better than nothing. As Chief Fengling picked up the great sword, all the information about it flooded into Chief Fengling's mind. Name, Ikimoku Sword of the Gods and Demons. Quality, SSS. Level of development, 1%, plus. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Skill, Ichinjinjin, gives the user a change in appearance, and the user's strength and spirit are boosted. And when the user swings the Ichinjinjin sword, a wave of light over 1 meter is struck, and the damage inflicted on the dark races is boosted, determined by the user's state of mind. One Thought Demon grants the user a change in appearance, and the user's speed and constitution are increased, and the user wields the One Thought Demon sword, and for every 3 attacks, an additional blow is dealt to the target, and the damage dealt to the light race is increased, determined by the user's state of mind. Chapter 38 The Mystery of Rebirth. Chief Fengling is conscientious, and very conscientious. Nay, the opposite side gave too much, which made Chief Fengling's conscience a little too much. Upon reading all the information about this Thought Divine Demon sword, Chief Fengling's wide-open mouth was unable to close for a long time. Just 5 words. That's outrageous. It really was a bit outrageous that he had summoned an SSS-rank top-tier weapon with just a dead Zygellan flower corpse. But, well, why does this weapon feel so familiar? It feels like a weapon used by a game character in a handheld game I played years ago. For a moment then, Chief Fengling only felt that he shouldn't have scolded this undead blood sacrifice. The measure of its value could be really spot on. And the reason why Chief Fengling felt heartless was because after seeing the attributes of the One Thought Divine Demon Sword, Chief Fengling couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down. It was as if Chief Fengling had already forgotten that there was a skeleton giant who had just lost his life for him. Only, how come this Thought Divine Demon Sword wasn't in its peak state? And what does this development level of 1% mean? Thinking of this, Chief Fengling then focused his attention on the plus sign after the degree of development. A Chinin Divine Demon Sword. Increasing the level of development can strengthen the basic attributes of this sword, as well as the strength of its skills, and the method of strengthening it. Leveling up. As the user levels up, the degree of development of the One Thought Divine Demon Sword increases with it. Second, consume corpse cores to enhance development based on their quality. Half corpse and zombie nuclei. Third, consume the beast spirit to enhance its development according to its quality, evolving the essence of the beast's brain. 4. Consume bug crystals to enhance development based on their quality. Crystals from the brains of insect world creatures. Consuming soulfire enhances development based on its quality. Soul flame in the eyes of undead creatures. 6. Consuming dragon's blood enhances development according to its quality. Heart's blood of the dragons of the dragon realm. 7. Consuming essence to enhance the degree of development according to its quality. Inner elixir of cultivation for otherworldly practitioners. 8. Consumption of awakening beads enhances the level of development according to their quality. Energy orbs with the power of inheritance. 9. Consume the power of faith to enhance the level of development based on its quality. Magical elements needed to break through the mythic and higher ranks. Chief Fengling didn't even expect so many words to pop up in this instant. Among them, awakening bead, corpse core, beast spirit, and soul flame he had also seen. However, bug crystals, essence, dragon blood, power of faith. What were these things? In his last life until his death, Chief Fengling had never heard of these things. And this world,
has become more and more unacceptable to Chief Fengling, the last life to his own death, the biggest crisis that threatens the human race, and only the zombie this species. But why is it that since one's rebirth, these things that one has never even seen before have appeared? First the flower of monsters, Zigera, and then what with the bug realm, dragon realm, and immortal cultivation realm? What on earth are these, and why were they not there in the last life, but have appeared in droves since one's rebirth? At first, Chief Fengling just thought that he was able to be reborn, perhaps by luck, or perhaps the gods wanted to see the monkeys amused. But now, none of what had happened could be explained. Had the gods added so many things that had never been seen before just for the sake of their own rebirth alone? Moreover, if the gods could really fuse so many world planes, then why didn't they fuse them in their last life? Could it be that there was something in their own bodies that the gods couldn't even see through? Doubts about being reborn caused Chief Fengling to lose the idea of continuing to survey the one-thought divine demon sword. Could it be? One is just a pawn of the gods? Could it be? Whose plan was it to rebirth yourself? Could it be? The gods of the blue star have been crushed, and there are more dimensional gods looking at this place, sitting on the ground. More and more bizarre thoughts then surfaced in Chief Fengling's mind. Originally, Chief Fengling thought that he was a reborn person, and that he could grow fast in this life with his experience, and then become the strongest person in Huaxia, or even the entire blue star. But now, everything had changed, which caused Chief Fengling's ambition to be crushed all of a sudden. So what? I am who I am, and as long as I don't die, I will become stronger, and both the gods of the blue planet and the gods of the heavens and the worlds will have to submit to my feet. After 10 minutes of silence, Chief Fengling was the one who raised his head violently. The endless pressure and challenges didn't overwhelm this man, but rather made his goal even more ambitious. Good, let me see what else I can summon. With this conviction, Chief Fengling was no longer disheveled, but stood up and viewed the entire skyscraper. Yes, Chief Fengling's goal wasn't small to begin with. Long after he slaughtered Ma Zhuang's group, an evil idea appeared in Chief Fengling's mind. For the sake of this evil idea, Chief Fengling re-entered the top floor of the skyscraper after slaughtering Ma Zhuang's group. That day, Chief Fengling started from the top floor and carefully checked every room, finding zombies and slaughtering them with his own hands, and finding humans and letting the skeleton warriors take action. Anyway, it was that the rooms that Chief Fengling passed through left no one alive, and after killing each person or zombie, Chief Fengling would leave a mark on their body. And Chief Fengling did this for the purpose of now, which was to sacrifice the entire skyscraper of dead things. As Chief Fengling closed his eyes, and as the incantation for the undead blood sacrifice was recited by Chief Fengling, starting from the 9th floor upwards, those corpses, and even plasma began to emit a red light. Immediately afterward, along with the red light, the corpse and plasma instantly disappeared in their original positions. Phew, phew, phew. The undead blood sacrifice ended. Chief Fengling that was panting heavily sat down on the ground, but fortunately, Chief Fengling had thought that such a large action of the undead blood sacrifice would make him mentally faint. I didn't realize that right now. I was just feeling tired. Nope. 1 second Chief Fengling was gloating about it, and the next second, Chief Fengling couldn't be happy anymore. If this undead blood sacrifice doesn't take any effort at all, doesn't that mean that what was summoned wasn't very good? However, it was an entire skyscraper that he had sacrificed. One couldn't summon out an undead knight for oneself. Buzz. Also just when Chief Fengling was anxious, an energy impulse then swept through his entire body, a feeling as if the entire blood of his body had been replaced. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling that quickly opened his data panel. Name, Chief Fengling. Race, awakened. Level, first high. Awakening profession, undead emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not one level above him or her, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead blood sacrifice. Sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Blessing of the skeleton giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. Sure enough, Chief Fengling hadn't guessed wrongly. It was an upgrade. After wasting so much energy himself, he had finally upgraded. Even though it was only by a small stage, it was still progress. Only, after sacrificing the entire skyscraper himself, was this the only reward? Chapter 39 Skeleton Witch. Someone summoned me? Weak race. You will pay for this. Just as Chief Fengling was confused, a somewhat hoarse female voice rang out from Chief Fengling's ears. When Chief Fengling sniffed and looked, just to his left, a black door of light appeared out of nowhere, and as it rotated, it seemed like a scepter was revealed first. It was a bone staff with a hideous skull at the top, which didn't look like a human or a beast, and on top of that, from time to time, it would emit a weird sound. This sound was like the horror movies he had seen before, the sound of a ghost screaming. Chief Fengling had not listened to it for long before he felt that the hostility had increased quite a bit. As the bone staff was revealed first, a silhouette also stepped out from the black light door. This is a human being, but in her body, Chief Fengling cannot feel any human breath, but Chief Fengling can see her fresh flesh. The woman wore a dark purple witch's robe and had gray skin, but not the ghastly whiteness of a zombie. This was more of a sickly skin color. Not only that, the woman's appearance made Chief Fengling smack his lips. The woman stood around 6'5", stepped on high heels made of skeleton bones, and wore black lipstick on her gray face. Her eyes were bubbling purple. Even her hair was dyed blue and purple. This look reminded Chief Fengling of the word, that is, non-mainstream, kill mart. And when the woman was fully present, Chief Fengling redefined the word, that outrageous dress. If the person wearing it didn't look good, then it was a killer. If it looked good, then it was a woman with personality. The woman in front of her was not only perfectly sized and chic, but also had a beautifully born face. It was a pretty melon face, tight and lubricated as if water could seep out of her skin, and every inch of her skin was smooth as well. Wide eyes in a trance, purple pupils seemed to let a person have endless reverie. At this moment, that if open and close the black lips is not so abrupt. Human. Surprisingly a weak human. How dare you make a summoning contract with the great savvy? Just as Chief Fengling was still immersed in the woman's beauty, the woman then spoke. The woman's words Chief Fengling was very unhappy to hear. What do you mean by weak human? And what is the greatness of her? The summoning contract can barely be said to be a mutual agreement. And you even consumed my sacrifice. So you should become my summoned beast. Chief Fengling was just about to open his mouth, but immediately stopped. After all, he had suffered too many losses. This time, he had to see clearly before acting. Name, Skeleton Witch, Savvy. Race, Undead. Level, Level 3 low. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 220. Physical fitness, 40. Skill, Skeleton Summoning. The Skeleton Witch is proficient in skeleton magic and can summon 2 skeleton warriors indefinitely. The level of the skeleton warriors increases with the level of the Skeleton Witch. Proficiency in black magic. The Skeleton Witch is proficient in black magic, and can use a variety of strange effects of black magic to assist in battle. Skeleton Transformation. The Skeleton Witch is familiar with skeleton magic, and can transform skeletons or other objects with skeleton transformation. Luckily, he was the summoner of the Skeleton Witch, which allowed Chief Fengling to familiarize himself with all of the Skeleton Witch's information in advance. Very strong. This was another level 3 undead summoner. However, this Skeleton Witch's combat attributes were really not good. He himself was at the first level high rank, and his strength and speed had reached 30 points. She was already at the third level low rank, and surprisingly, she was only 10 points higher than him. That couldn't be helped. The Skeleton Witch was a mage or something like that at first glance, and seeing her spiritual power that was as high as 220, Chief Fengling could really be envious. Skeleton Witches should have names that belong to them, just like skeleton giants, and this Savvy should be the name of the Skeleton Witch. Only, being the same third level undead, the Skeleton Witch's IQ was much higher than the skeleton giants, not to mention the fact that she was proficient in a superb amount of black magic. Chief Fengling had the feeling that she already roughly knew her attributes just by the first moment she appeared. It was no wonder people were unconvinced. The Skeleton Witch was at least a third level undead. How could she submit to the hands of a first level human? Moreover, Chief Fengling also knew that women who were from other worlds like this and who had powerful abilities were very misogynistic towards men. And now, Chief Fengling is satisfied. Man, weak, colorful 3 major attributes. It is these 3 add up. Even if it is the second level of the Skeleton Witch, I am afraid that it will not like Chief Fengling. Ahem, Savvy, you even accepted my sacrifice, then you should obey me. Don't worry, I won't force you to do something metaphysical. Straightening his posture, Chief Fengling that was very serious said, weak human, aren't those sacrifices of yours supposed to be voluntary allegiance to me? For the sake of your sacrifices, I, Savvy, will spare you. As long as you are willing to take the initiative to undo the summoning contract, I might be able to let you go. And if you perform well, I can also bestow you with some rewards. Only for Chief Fengling to not expect that his own kind words had been exchanged for the Skeleton Witch's disdain. What do you mean by voluntarily breaking the summoning contract? Similarly, a summoned beast that voluntarily breaks its contract will be greatly penalized, with the lesser case being seriously injured with a regression in level, and the heavier case even having its soul scattered. Although the penalty for a summoner to voluntarily break the contract would be smaller, that was likewise very hurtful. plus Chi Fengling's current level was already low. Moreover, he had also sacrificed the skeleton squad without knowing it, and if he took the initiative to break the contract again this time, to put it bluntly, Chi Fengling, the undead emperor's legacy, was afraid that it would be ruined. Savvy, I'm your master no matter what. I don't want to hear the words weak human again in the future. Want to break the contract? Fine, then you choose to die. After Bai Gengbi had no effect, Chi Fengling no longer held back, but directly said the most ruthless words. His current self was different from when the skeleton giant first appeared. Now the skeleton which was still a low level 3, but he had already reached a high level 1. In other words, if one activated the power of the summoning contract, one could still inflict damage on the skeleton witch. And the worst thing that could happen was that Chi Fengling died on the spot. The result of this was that the skeleton witch would be unable to break the contract and then give herself a burial. And this was Chi Fengling's bottom line. When Chi Fengling finished saying this, he could clearly feel the killing intent and pressure coming from the skeleton witch's body. In the eyes of the skeleton witch, a human as weak as a worm not only didn't listen to her words, but even dared to confront her. If it was in the undead realm, such a person would have long been refined by her into a death skeleton that would never be allowed to be reborn. Weak human, you wait for me. Sooner or later, one day, I want you to die in body and soul. The skeleton witch seemed to have sensed Chi Fengling's battle intent as well, and it was as if there was nothing she could do about it. Looking at her, she should want to go back to the undead realm and then quickly cultivate to level 4. At that time, she would be able to break the summoning contract at a very small cost and then screw this person over. After she said those words, only her phantom poisonous skeleton staff was seen dancing out of thin air. The next second, just as it had come, a black door of light slowly began to appear. It was all like this. Could Chi Fengling not understand? This skeleton witch even wanted to return to the undead realm without her consent. Chi Fengling even believed that Savvy had black magic in the undead realm that temporarily shielded him from summoning. So how could one make it easy for her to go back? Chapter 40 Light and Darkness in Our Body. As the saying goes, it takes magic to beat magic. And in special cases, physics can beat magic. Seeing that the black door of light was getting bigger and bigger, Chi Fengling no longer hesitated and lifted up the one-thought divine demon sword that he had just summoned. So he slashed directly towards that door of light. Whoa! Snap! With the sound of a sharp sword slicing through the air afterward, the light door that was about to be formed was literally cleaved by Chi Fengling. Ha! By normal, doesn't this kind of light door appear instantly? Where would you give someone a chance to interrupt? Yes, indeed, normally, such otherworldly teleporters are done in a flash. Nay now, it wasn't a normal situation. Chi Fengling, as a summoner, not only hadn't agreed to let the skeleton witch go, she had even been blocking her with a summoning contract, which would be the most abnormal if she was allowed to go straight away. Human, how dare you stand in the way of the great Savvy? You, alright, shut the hell up. Opening your mouth is the great Savvy. Surprisingly you are so great, then why did you become my summoned beast? Aside, Chi Fengling really didn't want to listen to the skeleton witch pretending anymore. Weak human, you're looking for death. Hearing this, a hint of redness could be seen on the skeleton witch's grayish cheeks, and it looked like the skeleton witch was also angry. Waste what words, I'm going to let you know today, how to go about being a summoned beast. Raising the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling that was directly in a fighting stance. It was also at this moment that the one-thought divine demon sword, which was originally half golden green and half purple red, was completely turned into a purple red color, and not only that, Chi Fengling's appearance had also partially changed. The most obvious thing that could be seen was that Chi Fengling's dark hair had now turned a light purple red color, as well as the deep purple red pupils of his eyes. Although Chi Fengling was unable to detect the change in his appearance, Chi Fengling could clearly feel that when the one-thought divine demon sword had completely turned purple red, his own attributes had also produced a change. Name, Chi Fengling. Level, first high. Power, 40/30ths. Speed, 50/30ths. Spirit, 30. Physical, 50/30ths. It was worthy of being an SSS-ranked artifact. Just as soon as he grasped this magic sword, Chi Fengling felt that his speed was much faster. And at the same time, that heart that craved for bloodlust was also much stronger. How is that possible? Didn't you not even reach level 2? Chi Fengling's speed really scared the skeleton witch. She had only just raised her bone staff when Chi Fengling rushed in front of her. Yes, the current Chi Fengling was even 10 points faster than the skeleton witch with the one-thought magic sword's boost. However, the skeleton witch was not at all panicked, only to see her raise her hand to retreat, while her feet gave birth to a ball of skeletons. Just a split-second's effort, the skeleton witch and Chi Fengling pulled away from a distance of 4 meters. You did surprise me a bit, but trying to defeat me is never possible. From afar, the The skeleton which still recognized Chi Fengling's strength, but she didn't give in. Kala! Kala! Just as Chi Fengling was about to rush over, in front of the skeleton witch, two skeleton warriors with large swords appeared out of nowhere. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Level, First Class Lower. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Just roughly scanning the panel of this skeleton warrior, Chi Fengling didn't look any further, because this was the weakest skeleton warrior, and compared to his current self, he was no match at all. Dang! Dang! Click! Click! After the sound of two weapons clashing, Chi Fengling then made a magnificent turn as he only slightly struck out and the two skeleton warriors were cut down by himself. Humph! That's all you've got. Kala! Kala! Just as Chi Fengling's mocking words came off, he heard the sound of bones assembling turn out from behind him. Sure enough, when Chi Fengling looked back, the two skeleton warriors that had just been hacked to death stood in front of him intact again. Upon seeing this scene, the skeleton witch on the opposite side of the room but laughed disdainfully, a laugh that seemed to be mocking Chi Fengling's ignorance. I am ignorant of all. Capture the thief first, capture the king I still. Dig groove, said. Chi Fengling also does not care about the two skeleton warriors. It is directly towards the skeleton witch to pounce. However, the skeleton warrior who was clearly behind him just now, suddenly flashed in front of him, and if it wasn't for the one-thought devil sword crossing in front of him, he was afraid that he might not have been cut by the skeleton warrior just now. Click, click, two more swords went down, and this skeleton warrior was hacked to death by Chi Fengling again. But Chi Fengling knew clearly that if the skeleton witch wasn't subdued, these two skeleton warriors just wouldn't die. Only, just as he tangled with the skeleton warrior, the skeleton witch quickly dodged to the side, once again distancing herself from him by 5 meters. Why? In the distance, the skeleton witch who was gazing at Chi Fengling was the one who suddenly raised the skeleton scepter in her hand before reciting some obscure incantations. And after that incantation was recited, a black light flew out from the skeleton scepter, aiming straight at Chi Fengling in front of him. Chi Fengling wanted to dodge, but the black light was locked, and he could not hit it. Chi Fengling could only watch. The black light surged into his body. Gula ding dong woo. Chugging. That wasn't the end of it. The skeleton witch on the opposite side of the room sang as if she was singing, and in less than 10 seconds of work, 3 more black rays of light surged into her body. In an instant, Chi Fengling only felt that his body had been attempted to be hollowed out for a moment, and his original state of full vitality disappeared. Name, Chi Fengling. Level, First High. Power, 30. Speed, 40/30ths. Spirit, 18/30ths. Physical, 40/30ths. After rereading his attribute panel, Chi Fengling's face then wore a pain mask. Sure enough, it wasn't true that the skeleton witch was proficient in all sorts of black magic, and it wasn't true that just a few incantations went down, and his own full attributes were lowered. And there was another point that Chi Fengling had just reacted to. The skeleton witch belonged to his own summoned beasts, then her existence would continuously consume his spiritual energy. So even if the skeleton witch didn't fight herself, she could still drain herself of her spiritual power, and at that time, not only could the skeleton witch return to the undead realm, she could even forcibly dissolve the summoner's contract now. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling's confidence just now all disappeared. In front of him were these two undefeatable skeleton warriors, and in the distance was the skeleton witch that had crazily cursed herself. He was now unable to hit her, and would be constantly weakened by her, so it seemed it wouldn't be long before he passed out. Could it be? One has to give in to the skeleton witch? No! If there was this one time, then one's image in front of the skeleton witch would never be raised, and then, one would be even less likely to command her. Then one couldn't just not want this summoned beast. Summoning the skeleton witch had cost an entire skyscraper's worth of dead things, in case the corpse lord was right outside. I'm afraid that with just the one thought divine demon sword in his hand, he wouldn't be able to defeat the mighty corpse emperor and his endless legions of zombies. Ha 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 ha. Weak human. Feel the fear. Feel the darkness? My black magic is not something that a tiny human like you can deal with. Seeing Chi Fengling lose his spirit, the skeleton witch on the other hand laughed out loud. Her self-confidence probably stemmed from that pure dark magic. Wait, is it dark magic? A thought surfaced in Chi Fengling's mind in an instant. Phew. Phew. Light is condensed at the tip of the sword, like lightning and fire. I will purify the world of evil and pluck out the darkness with the fire of righteousness. Light grants you salvation. Sharp blade in hand. Sanction the 8. Only Chi Fengling suddenly stood up straight, while that one-thought demon sword was held high above his head. Immediately after, a passage that was both pretentious and middle of the road came out of his mouth. Luckily there was no one here. If there was someone, Chi Fengling could already feel how embarrassing it was. Humans, don't pray to the angels or to the light. The light won't shine on the body of a weak and evil person. to the side. Seeing Chief Fengling saying all this as if he was having a seizure, the face of the skeleton witch was filled with sarcasm. Listening to her tone, it was as if the skeleton witch had believed in the light before. It was just that this light had abandoned her, and it was probably precisely this that caused her to fall into endless darkness. And her thoughts were also very simple. That is, Chief Fengling was an undead summoner and had blood sacrificed an entire skyscraper. It was absolutely impossible for someone like him to be saved by the light. And at this moment, Chief Fengling didn't care what the skeleton witch was saying. He abandoned those evil thoughts and was filled with thoughts of how to punish the evil in the world. Obsessed. You guys, give it to me. The skeleton witch didn't care if Chief Fengling was really stupid. After giving the skeleton warriors 2 blessings, she let them launch an attack on Chief Fengling. Wow! It was also at this moment that the one-thought demon sword that had been held aloft by Chief Fengling seemed to know its owner's state of mind, while the purplish-red body of the sword was rapidly fading away. In just the blink of an eye, the magic sword that had just emitted an evil glow that was instantly turned golden green. Under the illumination of the golden light, Chief Fengling's appearance also quickly produced a change, and that purplish-red hair instantly turned into a light golden green color. The pupils of those deep and evil eyes were also filled with sincerity and light at this moment. Chief Fengling had done it. This was the one-thought divine demon sword's one-thought divine state, and after switching to this state, Chief Fengling also checked his attributes. Name, Chief Fengling. Level, first high. Power, 50/30ths. Speed, 40/30ths. Spirit, 37/30ths. Physical fitness, 30. Sure enough, one's guess was right. Since ancient times it has been said that light and darkness are opposites, and endless darkness can devour the light and keep itself from being purified by the light. In the same way, a powerful light can dispel darkness and keep itself safe from it. With Chief Fengling's relentless persistence, the light finally coalesced around him. The skeleton witch was right. Chief Fengling was indeed cruel. He would even sacrifice the entire skyscraper. But the skeleton witch was wrong again. Chief Fengling still had a kind heart. At least he would still save people online. He would at least give others one last chance. As for sacrificing the entire skyscraper, it was because Chief Fengling was completely disappointed in this place. It seemed that the undead blood sacrifice really understood Chief Fengling too well. As if this one-thought divine demon sword was prepared for himself. Wouldn't that mean that he might not be afraid of light and darkness in the future? Name, Skeleton Warrior. Level, first class lower. Power, 20/10ths. Speed, 20/10ths. Looking at the skeleton warriors once again. Sure enough, they had been strengthened by the skeleton witch as well. And this strengthened Chief Fengling's resolve to take in the skeleton witch as she was just too comprehensive. Click, click. Only, even though the skeleton warriors had been strengthened, they were still no match in Chief Fengling's hands, only to see Chief Fengling wield the one-thought divine sword. Before those two skeleton warriors could even get close to themselves, they were shattered by the wave of light swung by Excalibur. No, it can't be. This is the power of light. How could light descend on you? Seeing that her enhanced version of the skeleton warrior was killed more easily by Chief Fengling, the shock on the skeleton witch's face seemed to overflow the screen. Humph, there's a lot you don't know. If you're willing to submit to me, I'll make you stronger. Convincing while fighting was the best way. Humph, weak human. You dream. To make my great savvy submit to you. Unless I die. Arise, my warriors. Obviously, the skeleton witch did not accept the olive branch thrown by Chief Fengling. In her eyes, this human man was still so underhanded and weak. However, this time, Chief Fengling could tell that the skeleton warrior who could have recovered in just 1 second. This time the skeleton witch had taken 5 seconds to recover. It seemed that this thought of Excalibur would really cause more damage to the dark creatures. Click, click. The two skeleton warriors had just recovered when Chief Fengling that was flung out 2 more sword chi. This time, the skeleton witch's just recovered skeleton warriors shattered again. Chief Fengling ignored the clueless skeleton witch. He understood that now was the best time to approach the skeleton witch. Whoa, Lola. With the same speed, Chief Fengling had just approached the skeleton witch when she slipped away with her dark magic, and the skeleton warrior reappeared right in front of him. Trying to catch me? It's not that easy. Bam, bam. On the opposite side, the skeleton witch seemed to know that dark magic was ineffective against Chief Fengling, only to see her wave her bone staff, and a dark magic surged into the skeleton warrior's body. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Power, 25/10ths. Speed, 20/10ths. Sure enough, the skeleton warrior had gotten stronger again. This skeleton witch was not only smart, but also resilient. Against herself, she was one set after another. Click, click. After hacking the skeleton warrior again, Chief Fengling also felt a little tired. If this continues, even if his spiritual power is not exhausted, his physical strength will have to be exhausted. Ha ha ha, if you want to deal with me, You can catch me first. Opposite. The skeleton witch laughed again. That's a real kick in the pants.
Looking at the dark traces left behind because of the skull witch's skidding, Chief Ongling's heart had another idea.
Don't you want me to catch you? Then I'll catch you. Chapter 41 Savvy Submission. Boom, boom, click, click.
In the early morning on the first floor of the skyscraper, the sound of explosions and the sound of bones breaking that came one after the other. The layer of ground that was already in a state of disrepair was now even more pitted, and on the large and small pits, it was as if some sparkling points of light could still be seen.
Ha 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 ha. Weak human. Is this all you have?
The power given to you by the light is nothing more than that.
In the hall, the skeleton witch's loud laughter rang out once again.
She was mocking Chief Ongling's weakness. She was mocking the incompetence of the light.
In the earlier part of the day,
Chief Ongling held the one-thought divine sword in her hand and swung wave after wave of light at her. Only that none of those waves of light hard hit her.
Boom, boom. Chief Ongling didn't pay any attention to her.
He just took the divine sword of one thought and kept forcing the skeleton witch to make displacements. And in less than 10 minutes, this hall was already full of potholes that Chief Ongling had punched out.
Yikes. Ah. Click, click.
Only Chief Ongling jumped up with all his might and used all his strength to finally break those two skeleton warriors once again.
Now, after the constant reinforcement of the skeleton witch's black magic, the skeleton warrior's basic attributes had already reached an outrageously high level, and now Chief Ongling, froze, had to exert 12% of his strength in order to repel the skeleton warrior. Weak human, you're bound to lose.
I'll see how much longer you can hold out. Seeing Chief Ongling take such a great deal of effort to finish off her skeleton warriors,
the skeleton witch's smirk could no longer be suppressed at all. Is that so? Let's see. The one who loses should be you.
Seeing that the skeleton witch had once again moved to a new place, this time a smile finally appeared on Chief Ongling's tired face.
I think you're dreaming. You'd better catch me first. Gala. Zip. Hiss. Ah. Only this time, the skeleton witch just finished her arrogant words, and then she dislocated to the side. And this time, her skeleton heel that was directly broken on the ground. The tiny, thin white feet were even more roasted by the bright afterglow on the pit. How can you? Enduring the pain in her feet, the skeleton witch finally focused her gaze around. This is not to see. A look shocked.
At this moment in her surroundings, the normal ground has long been gone. The ground full body pits, and the pits are emitting the bright energy left behind by the one-thought divine sword. It was this bright energy that blocked the displacement of the skeleton witch, and the radiant light that baked her dark body.
Puff. Zip. Ah. Weak human man. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you.
The burning from the light distracted the skeleton witch, and it was this carelessness that allowed Chief Ongling to pounce on her in one fell swoop.
You do not say. This skeleton witch, although defined, is undead, but her body is almost the same as a human woman. Not only still have a temperature, but also soft and incomparable, which makes the skeleton witch lying on the body of the Chief Ongling for a time is still a little cozy. Make them disappear. Hurry up. Comfort was comfort, but Chief Ongling didn't have a hint of slackness.
While that one-thought Excalibur was directly raised above the skeleton witch's head, the skeleton witch was a very good summoned beast.
If she couldn't be subdued no matter what, it wasn't as if Chief Ongling couldn't bear to kill her. After all, at this moment,
the two skeleton warriors had already raised their swords to slash at themselves.
Do you think I wouldn't dare?
If this sword goes down,
even if you don't die, your appearance will be damaged forever.
Seeing that the skeleton witch was still glaring at herself with a murderous face, Chief Ongling didn't mind forcing the one-thought divine sword a little closer.
You. Ha. This time, Chief Ongling bet right.
Although the skeleton witch's dress was peculiar, she still had carefully primped herself.
In that case,
the skeleton witch must have cared a lot about her appearance.
At this moment,
what he was holding in his hand was the divine sword of one thought,
which contained incomparably pure light energy. If this sword went down, even if the skeleton witch didn't die,
then her dark body would be irreversibly damaged.
And with a wave of the skeleton witch's small hand,
the two skeleton warriors who were about to launch an attack on themselves just now instantly turned into a puddle of dead bones.
Weak human, why don't you get up for me? On the ground, the skeleton witch's hatred towards Chief Ongling, but it didn't abate at all. I said call me master. You dream. Call it or not. Never. No call. Right. What can you do? Snap. Aha. Human.
I'll gouge your eyes. I'll cut off your hands. I'll crush your soul, shouted the ground savvy that was uncaring.
Of course, just now, Chief Ongling, that was a slap on her, but a slap that did no substantial damage, but was extremely insulting. Don't scream. If you scream again, then don't blame me, said Chief Ongling while he kept bending his fingers and was about to grab at Savvy's breasts. You, what do you want? Stop it for me. gasping for air and glaring. The skeleton witch still conceded. Humph. How nice for you to be like this earlier. I don't want anything. You just need to obediently submit to me. In fact, Chief Fengling wasn't that perverted, and what he asked for was also the most basic. Impossible. It is impossible for the great savvy to submit to a human, and a nasty human man like you at that. Turning her head, the skeleton sorceress wasn't very keen on hitting on Chief Fengling. I'm nasty? And those skeleton people in your undead world are nasty? You just dislike me for being weak. Don't you just want to go back to the undead realm to train and then forcefully break the summoning contract? So what do you think? Is it faster for me to get to level 2, or for you to get to level 4-inch? I can let you go now, but when I ascend to the second level, I will summon you out again. At that time I will use the power of light and brand a mark in your soul fire. At that time, I will see how you can still survive in the undead world. Indeed, Chief Fengling had broken his defense a bit. He wasn't nasty even if he wasn't handsome. As for the things he just said, he could really do it himself, and he didn't want to spend time with the skeleton witch. Now, either leave or submit to me. Standing up, Chief Fengling then turned around and spoke to the skeleton witch in an icy tone. Savvy would like to worship you as her master. The skeleton witch who stood up was ready to leave, but thinking of what Chief Fengling had just said, she still wimped out. Level 3 to level 4 could be much harder than level 1 to level 2, and since Chief Fengling could beat her like this at level 1, she would be even less of a match for Chief Fengling at level 2. And the most crucial thing was that if her own soul flame was branded with the seal of light, she would really not be able to raise her head in the undead realm. Humph, how nice to be like this earlier. Hearing this, Chief Fengling who turned around that was out of breath. A lot of what he just said was just to intimidate the skeleton witch. Let's see if there's anything we can do. Turning around again, Chief Fengling then resumed his serious expression, casually flinging the large sniper to the skeleton witch. This big sniper hadn't even been destroyed after an explosion and his own light wave attack, so it must be a high-grade item, and it was a bit of a shame to just throw it away. It just so happened that the skeleton witch was also proficient in skeleton transformation, and if the skeleton witch could really transform it, then wouldn't he have another weapon? Chapter 42 Skeleton Bone Sniper. What's this? So skillfully made, so hard, so perfectly constructed. It's just a shame that it seems to require some kind of soul power to activate it. Ha! Pity! After disdainfully accepting the large sniper thrown by Chief Fengling, Savvy initially acted that was very resistant. However, her expression changed from disdain to seriousness as she scrutinized the delicate weapon. This was also the reason why Chief Fengling appreciated Savvy. Although she was a bit conceited, she wasn't blindly confident, and she didn't begrudge her compliments for those things that were truly good. And this Savvy was also worthy of being proficient in skeleton modification. Just this less than a minute of observation, she even roughly knew the principle of using a sniper rifle. She could even guess that the big sniper couldn't be used right now because there were no more bullets. If the big sniper was just lacking bullets, Chief Fengling would have a way to fix it. It was just that as the end times progressed further and further back, even physically logical thermal weapons would be completely ineffective. Maybe that's how powerful the gods are. If those nukes, missiles, and atomic bombs still existed, zombies below the epic level would have been taken away in one shot. Therefore, Chief Fengling was trying to see if, with Savvy's black magic, he could transform this big sniper into a magical weapon. Chanting, "It's a pity that even the great Savvy can't do anything about it. It seems that our human technology is still very advanced. Even dark magic can't change it." Chief Fengling shook his head and put on a helpless expression, saying that he was about to take away the big sniper in Savvy's hand. Wait, what do you mean dark magic can't help you human technology? Today, I, Savvy, am going to try it. I don't believe that I can't transform it. As soon as Chief Fengling's words came out, Savvy immediately changed his face and directly opened Chief Fengling's outstretched hand. Forget it. Don't force it if you can't. Who says I haven't tried it yet? Wasn't that your own word for pity? Alright, don't disturb the great Savvy. After avoiding Chief Fengling once again, Savvy that was directly meditating in place. Looking at Savvy, who had already closed his eyes and started using dark magic, Chief Fengling's mouth finally couldn't help but lift up. This Savvy was certainly powerful and proficient in all kinds of dark magic, but she was still worthless when it came to the schemes that had been passed down for thousands of years in China. Chief Fengling just a desire to escape, a provocation, and a cupping, made Savvy fall into his trap. And while Savvy was delving into the black magic transformation, Chief Fengling touched the window on the first floor of the skyscraper. Looking at the empty street outside, Chief Fengling's shock level towards Zhilahua increased again. What it means to have no chickens or dogs for miles around is true at this moment. On the street now, not to mention humans, even the shadows of zombies and alien beasts were nowhere to be seen.
and it looked like all the nearby creatures had been attracted by the Zigera flowers. But this was good. Otherwise he would have been eaten by the zombies during the time he was unconscious. Click, click, click. Just as Chi Fengling was still surveying the outside, a strange sound came from Savvy's side. When Chi Fengling turned his head to look, the bones that were originally piled up into a puddle were suddenly floating, and at this moment, Savvy's body was radiating a black light. In the next second, that big sniper also flew up, and under Chi Fengling's gaze, Bones and the big sniper unexpectedly began to split up and combine. Who said that my dark magic is inferior to your human technology? Now open your eyes and take a good look. Gasping for air, Savvy said with a tired and arrogant face. This look really made Chi Fengling find her cute and funny. Yeah, let me see. Here, take it. Angling his head, Savvy that was disdainful gave this remodeled big sniper to Chi Fengling. Name, Skeleton Bone Sniper. Quality, B, Power, 80, Speed, 20, Spirit, 50, Physical Fitness, 10. Skill, Bone Bullet. When the Skeleton Bone Sniper touches a corpse with bones, the corpse will be automatically converted into bullets, and the Skeleton Bone Sniper can store a maximum of 50 bone bullets at a time. Bone Healing. When a Skeleton Bone Sniper touches a bone with a corpse on it, the damaged Skeleton Bone Sniper will be automatically repaired. Trenching. That's awesome. After reading the attributes of the Skeleton Bone Sniper, Chi Fengling's eyes were filled with praise. Although the Skeleton Bone Sniper was only a B-grade quality weapon, it was in full bloom. Unlike the one-thought divine demon sword in one's hand, which was certainly powerful as hell, nay, it was now open to just 1%. Moreover, Chi Fengling's greatest fear had been solved. The greatest fear of a hot weapon was running out of bullets, as well as damage to the gun's body, and now with Savvy's remodeling, both of these drawbacks had been solved. Humans? That's not even a compliment? Thrusting his hands, Savvy was like a child who longed for a compliment. It's nothing more than that. In my opinion, it's average. Chi Fengling didn't want to praise Savvy. After all, Savvy had just submitted herself. If she recognized her so quickly, wouldn't she soon look down on herself? Human, that's all you've got. Not only are you nasty, but you also have a hard mouth. This Savvy, it was fine if he didn't open his mouth, but when he did, he could really taunt people. Fine, then I'll show you what it means to be a top-notch weapon. What do you want? I'm just telling the truth. There's no need for you to hurt someone. Seeing that Chi Fengling was about to throw the one-thought divine sword at him, the just now haughty Savvy immediately became afraid. That was, after all, the one who had just defeated her was mainly the one-thought divine sword and then Chi Fengling. Take it. I won't harm you, said Chi Fengling, only to see that the one-thought divine sword turned into a purple-red one-thought demon sword with a single movement of his mind. In response, Chi Fengling rolled his eyes greatly. Was his heart that bad? Turning into a one-thought demon sword was a matter of moments, while turning into a one-thought divine sword would require a long time of storing up power. Wow. In the first second of receiving the magic sword, Savvy acted still very scared, while when she saw that the magic sword wasn't able to hurt her, she carefully measured the sword, and Savvy's expression was just like what Chi Fengling thought. From disdain at the beginning, it turned into a look of incomparable shock. I'm afraid that only the undead emperor is worthy of such a divine weapon. After a long time, Savvy slowly opened his eyes and said with a somewhat dull gaze, You know what it means that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Still not calling master. After raising his hand to send the demonic sword away, Chi Fengling also raised his head proudly. It's the sword that's powerful. It's not you that's powerful. Quickly give me the Skeleton Bone Sniper. I want to bring it back to the undead realm to study it properly. Except that Savvy still hadn't succumbed to Chi Fengling, and she stretched out her hand, and was ready to ask for the Skeleton Bone Sniper that was in Chi Fengling's hand. Savvy, I see you're tired too. Get some rest. I'll call you over when the need arises. What do you mean? Well, you'll have to take first too. Savvy's words hadn't even finished when her body instantly disappeared in place. Want a gun? How could it be? Although the Skeleton Bone Sniper was only a B-rank weapon, its current attributes were much stronger than the one-thought divine demon sword. How could Chi Fengling give it to Savvy? Gripping the bone sniper in his hand tightly, he once again looked up and scanned the place, while Chi Fengling walked towards the entrance of the skyscraper without looking back. Chapter 43. The military bombed me. Buzz. Ahem. People inside the skyscraper. Oh no. Creatures inside, listen up, if you will. What are you talking about? They're not human anymore. It says it all. They've been taken over by the Zigera flowers and won't return to normal. But Team Zhang, do you really believe that Zigzag La Fleur exists? Isn't that something from a TV show? Don't believe?
I used to believe in the end of the world the least. Look now, zombies, alien beasts, and awakened people are here. What else is impossible? But Team Zhang, what if there really are still normal humans inside? There, and what can we do? We are soldiers, our natural duty is to follow orders. If the top tells us to bomb, we bomb. But Team Zhang, Qianer even contacted me yesterday. Enough, you and I both know exactly what happens when you snort Sigella pollen. Fire away. Yes. Within the skyscraper, Qi Fengling, who was just about to go out, heard this conversation coming from the sky outside. Outside, the sound of helicopter propellers that were humming. It looked like the outside was ready for a physical strike on the skyscraper. Today was the 13th day of the arrival of the end times, and by this time, the army had almost finished clearing out the zombies and had gathered some technicians. By the end of the 20 days before the end of the world, the army would slowly become the biggest force in Cloud City. But after 20 days, the speed of the collapse of the hot weapons that was getting faster and faster. The value of the hot weapons wouldn't be able to catch up with the awakened ones. Within the building, Qi Fengling, who heard this, was all excited. But he wasn't the kind of excitement that longed to be saved, but rather a kind of fear. He himself was only a level 1 high, no better than a flesh-eyed mortal. And if the helicopters had bombed the place destructively, even if he hadn't been blown up, he would have been crushed to death by the mojo. Wait, don't fire first. I'm a normal person. After hearing the soldier's reluctant reply of the words "follow orders," Qi Fengling then shouted and rushed out. Hiss! The sunlight could be so dazzling. Qi Fengling hadn't seen such a beautiful sun in a long time. The beauty of the sun was secondary to the 5 helicopter gunships flying in the sky, and it was obvious that each helicopter was equipped with missiles. It seems that there are people in the military who brush up on the internet on a regular basis, and there are people in the military hierarchy who recognize that it's a zigzag flower. I guess he knew that the people compelled by the Zagera flowers could no longer be recovered, and for the sake of Cloud City's safety, he planned to blow up the entire skyscraper. It's cruel, but it's also the right thing to do in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhang team, someone, do you think she will? Shut up, it's not like you haven't seen pictures before. How can there be any normal people left inside a skyscraper when it's like this? Gongzi, I know you miss Qianer, but the person is already dead. You'd better think about it. On the helicopter, that Zhang team obviously didn't believe that Qi Fengling was a normal person. Don't shoot. I'm a normal person. I'm really a normal person. Seeing that all 5 helicopters were aimed at him, Qi Fengling had to bow his head. Human? Oomph. How did you survive a weak human in a monster-infested environment? Kill yourself. At least you were human before. I don't want to use force. On the helicopter, that Team Zhang's logic left Qi Fengling somewhat speechless. I'll kill myself, your ass. I'm an awakened person. I'm capable. I'm lucky, can't I? Didn't we agree that the army is to protect the people? What are you guys doing? Qi Fengling was a bit agitated and cursed without any regard for his image. Look, Team Zhang, zombies and controlled people don't say things like that. Shut up. Have you forgotten what it says up there? No matter what comes out inside, shoot on sight. At this moment, Team Zhang had completely blackened his face, and his hand was placed on the firing button position. Still saying it's not a monster. Even the god of war can't run so fast. Fire for me. On the ground. After hearing Team Zhang finish saying those, Qi Fengling understood that it was impossible for them to let go of their own today. Instead of standing up there and giving them a blast, it would be better to quickly hide. As for going back to the skyscraper again, Qi Fengling didn't have that intention. Soon, the bullets were like rain, clattering down on the spot where Qi Fengling was walking. At this moment, Qi Fengling, holding the one-thought demon sword in his hand and carrying the skeleton bone sniper on his back, with the added speed of the 2 weapons, allowed him to barely dodge the baptism of bullets. Qi Fengling guessed that the military god they were talking about should be the strongest awakened person in the army, and they should not believe that their own abilities would be more powerful than their military god. Team Zhang, he went into the building. I don't need you to tell me what I saw. Missiles, bomb him with missiles. But Team Zhang, that's a civilian building. What if there are still survivors inside? Gundam, we're soldiers and it's the end times. It's time to be ruthless. Everyone, aim that building for me and fire. In the helicopter, the voice that came from the speaker that was heard in Qi Fengling's head, that person called Gangzi might still have some humanity. As for that Team Zhang, let's not say there was no humanity. It can be said that it is too inhuman. That kind of person will become more and more cruel, and at the same time more and more able to live in the end of the world. Only, these were no longer events that Qi Fengling had to consider. What he had to consider now was how to survive the bombardment of missiles.
The small building in which he now perched himself was only 5 stories high and had no bomb-proof construction, so it could be said that it served no purpose other than to cover his tracks. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Just as Chief Fengling was thinking, the sound of that missile launching also sounded in the air. Finished. This group have come to really blow up the building. Is it hard to be cool yourself? No. No matter what, even as a great evil, one must live. Only Chief Fengling picked up the one-thought demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper and stuck them by his side with all his might. Come out. Skeleton witch savvy. Chief Fengling's operation was that of a single breath. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. What for? Summoning the great savvy again. Human, let go of your dirty hands. What the hell do you want? Savvy, who had just come to Chief Fengling's side, still had a condescending face. Only, Chief Fengling didn't have time to explain to her. The next second, Chief Fengling hugged her whole. Then the two of them fell to the ground. Chief Fengling that was dead set on keeping Savvy in front of herself. Boom! Boom boom! What kind of power is this? Human, how dare you punk me? The missile still arrived as expected and easily shattered the simple building. At this moment, Savvy, who was angry to the extreme, finally realized that Chief Fengling had summoned her just to let her resist damage for him. Or rather, to let himself die in his place. But how can you hold back and die here when you are so fancy? Come out, my skeleton warrior gate. Whoa oh ya woo. Savvy's reaction that was extremely fast, instantly summoning the skeleton warrior. And after the skeleton warrior plopped down on her, all sorts of black magic was unleashed by her. Boom! Buzz! The missile still blew up to the location of the first floor. The loud noise of the explosion, the hot wave of heat, and the collapsed stones. That is a time all over the body of their own line of people. Finally, the building collapsed, and Chief Fengling and his party that were completely crushed underneath. Chapter 44. Suck it till you pass out. Okay, that's enough. Stop, stop, stop. Do you guys have any brains at all? What is our mission? Back to Team Zhang. Our mission is to bomb skyscrapers. You still know this little Thai building. Just fire a few missiles. Why do you have to hit the light? Team Zhang, that's not what you said. Alright, don't be stumped. Go blow up the skyscraper and get back quickly. Stopping his men from continuing what they were going to say, while Team Zhang gave them their latest orders. Buzz off. This Team Zhang, on the other hand, flew a helicopter around the ruins, and after looking at the broken building that was so rotten that it couldn't be any more rotten, he flew towards the skyscraper as well. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Boom! 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 Only a series of sounds were heard, followed by the missile that was dumped on top of the entire skyscraper. In less than a minute, the once lofty skyscraper was already covered in devastation, and immediately afterward, the skyscraper even collapsed. At this moment, smoke and dust filled the sky. The collapsed giant building was even more indiscriminately smashed down the nearby buildings. It seems that the skyscraper nearby kilometers, really any living beings are not left. Gongzi, one must always look ahead. Let's go. Yes, yes. Dropping the pocket watch in his hand, the 5 airplanes that were slowly left the place, leaving this once most luxurious section of Cloud City. However, even after they had walked for a long time, this sky full of smoke and dust had not completely dispersed, and the blue-white air was mixed with gray soil and blood mist, which looked particularly bizarre under the illumination of daylight. At this moment, under countless ruins, under layers upon layers of suppression, beside a great sword that shone with a purplish-red light, an incomparable man in a sorry state was gasping for 2 rough breaths. Cough, cough, hiss, slowly opening his eyes. Chief Fengling only felt pain all over his body, and his entire state was even lower to the extreme. Name, Chief Fengling. Level, first high. Power, 30. Speed, 30. Spirit, 19/30ths. Physical, 5/30ths. It seemed that it was that powerful self-healing ability that had restored his current self. If Chief Fengling's state was wretched, then Savvy's state was extremely poor, because she was blocked by Chief Fengling. At this moment, Savvy, the skeleton on her back had been burned to powder. Her skeleton vestments were even completely burned, and a lot of her hair had been burned off. What was even more frightening was that her perfect body also had a number of wounds. Fortunately, Savvy was of a higher rank and those wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This Savvy really cared about her face. Just now at that moment, Savvy had hidden her face all the way into Chief Fengling's chest, which made it so that her face didn't suffer any damage. Name, Skeleton Witch, Savvy. Level 3 low. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 15 of 220. Physical, 5/40ths. How tragic. After seeing Savvy's current state, Chief Fengling that was very embarrassed. If Savvy hadn't used a large amount of spiritual power,
It was estimated that she would be dead right now. Savi's ability to survive comes from her decisiveness, as well as a large amount of black magic support, and then her higher rank. As for Chi Fengling to survive, can really not open up? According to normal, Chi Fengling is bound to die. Even if he used so many protective measures, it is also useless. The key to Chi Fengling's survival was the dead skeleton giant. If it wasn't for the skeleton giant's blessing, which made himself immune to 90% of the damage from the cannonballs, it is estimated that he would have become a puddle of cooked meat by now. Looking at that Savi who was still unconscious on top of herself, Chi Fengling was also too embarrassed to wake her up, because this time, he really owed her. Supporting the boulder with one hand, Chi Fengling that was gently placing Savi onto the ground. It really was all sorts of things that added up to one's survival. If it wasn't for the one-thought demon sword holding up a corner, it was estimated that oneself would have been crushed to death by the boulder by now. Only, the B-rank skeleton bone sniper on the other side wasn't so lucky, and now the skeleton bone sniper had been crushed into 3 pieces. It still works. Picking up the broken skeleton bone sniper, Chi Fengling only felt that his power had doubled a few times, and that meant that the attributes of the skeleton bone sniper were still there, meaning that it could still be repaired. With his feet on the ground, his hands propped up on the stone slab, the broken skeleton bone snipe on his back, and the unconscious Savi on the ground. At this moment, Chi Fengling was as if he had fulfilled a certain oath. If the sky falls, I'll hold it. Boom! Boom! Only a loud bang could be heard, and after Chi Fengling had bitten his teeth to the point of bleeding, the largest stone block was finally thrown out by Chi Fengling. After another half an hour of cleaning up, Chi Fengling finally cleaned up the nearby debris. Looking at the skin that was scratched all over his hands, Chi Fengling then shook his head helplessly. Cough, cough, human, don't you dare try to harm the great Savi. On the ground, the unconscious Savi who had been unconscious for a long time was finally awake for a bit. Only she said in a daze before she could open her eyes. Are you alright? Seeing Savi awaken, Chi Fengling then quickly went over to help her up. Thirsty, I'm thirsty. Unconscious, Savina was crying out softly. It was obvious that at this moment, Savi's lips had long been dry and cracked, and with the burns caused by the missiles, it was assumed that the moisture in her body was pretty much depleted as well. But where is the water here? If you don't say that the missile bombing is devastating, the neighborhood has really become scorched earth. Not an inch of grass can grow. Thirsty, I'm thirsty. In her arms, Savi's voice was also getting smaller and smaller. By the looks of it, if it continued like this, she couldn't carry the missiles. She couldn't carry the physical exertion either. Chi Fengling was trying to send Savi back to the undead realm, but Chi Fengling was also clear that Savi back in the undead realm was still unconscious, and if she still had any enemies, then wouldn't he be letting her die if he sent her back? Ha! Hiss! Who made me owe you? Enduring the pain that was already there, Chi Fengling that was biting through her finger. Oh yo! You lighten up! The moment the finger was placed in Savi's mouth, the woman sucked like crazy, which made Chi Fengling that hurt like hell. Wow! This Savi was really a blood pump. Just in a short period of a minute, Chi Fengling felt like 2 pounds of his blood had been sucked away. Well, I still want more. I still have no choice. Chi Fengling could only forcefully withdraw his fingers, and at this moment, Savi finally opened his eyes. Cough, hiss, human, you're damned if you're going to try to drag me on your back. Get lost, turn around for me. Savi's words were only half said before she reacted to the fact that she was lying in Chi Fengling's arms and was unclothed. What could be done about that? The searing flames had pretty much burned both of their clothes, and they were lucky to be alive. Okay, go. Indeed, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Chi Fengling stood up and was about to leave. Only, just as he stood up, Chi Fengling felt the sky spinning before his entire body fainted. Oomph. Human, you also have today. Savi, can finally. Seeing Chi Fengling fainted, Savi was overjoyed, barely standing up and about to walk towards Chi Fengling. Standing by Chi Fengling's side, Savi was ready to make a move towards Chi Fengling, and it was at this moment that a drop of unconsumed blood then flowed from the corner of her mouth. This blood, surprisingly, is you. After tasting the drop of blood and seeing Chi Fengling's physical state, Savi's raised hands still let go, and her eyes, which were originally disgusted, actually had a few more touches in them. Chapter 45 Mate. Mouth. Kala. Hiss. It's so hard. Change the bed for me. I don't want this kind that moves. In a daze, Chi Fengling only felt something so hard that it cackled her chest cavity painfully. Stop. What a bed change. You're awake. Suddenly, Chi Fengling heard a familiar and unfamiliar word, resisting the urge to not want to get up. Chi Fengling still opened her eyes. Holy, no wonder he felt so hard and bumpy. It turned out that he, right now, was being carried by a skeleton warrior. Also right next to himself, Savvy was also on the back of a skeleton warrior. But she was in a much better state than Chi Fengling. Oh, yeah, come to think of it, Chi Fengling finally remembered that after leaving the skyscraper, he had been bombed by the military and ended up fighting to the death in a close call. And then because he had fed his blood to Savvy and then passed out himself. Unexpectedly, Savvy not only didn't take advantage of his unconsciousness to make a move on him, but also brought him to a new place. How long have I been dizzy? And where is this place? Shaking his head, Chi Fengling asked seriously. You've been out for what must be 10 hours. Here, I don't know where it is. Anyway, I'm just leading you blindly, Savvy replied faintly. What? I've been passed out for 10 hours? And you were there the whole time? Chi Fengling was so shocked that her eyes widened. What are you doing? Why are you making such a fuss? I just ate a little more of your blood. Why are you trying to coax me? On the other hand, Savvy turned her head away, looking like she also knew that she had sucked too hard. Only, that was not what Chi Fengling cared about. Surprisingly, he was willing to suck her, so he wouldn't care about that. Chi Fengling was surprised that he had fainted for 10 hours. That is, 20 hours, and during this time, Savvy had been present all the time. Didn't Chi Fengling remember that Savvy's presence would consume his spiritual power? Name, Chi Fengling. Level, first high. Power, 30. Speed, 30. Spirit, 27/30ths. Physical, 21/30ths. Chi Fengling was surprised. He didn't expect that not only did his status not fall off, but on the contrary, it was almost back. Could it be that, by giving Savvy the use of her own blood, she could exist without consuming mental energy? What's wrong with you? If it wasn't for you pulling my back first, I wouldn't have sucked you so hard, alright? Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't say anything for half a day, Savvy was obviously a bit angry. No, I didn't think so. Let me ask you again, haha. During the time I was unconscious, didn't you meet anyone else? To which Chi Fengling was also curious. After all, skeleton warriors didn't know fatigue, and they had probably traveled dozens of miles in those 20 hours. There were, but they were all so weak. Some tried to eat you, some tried to take you away, but they were all killed by me. Savvy answered quickly and dully. Well, you're awesome. Chi Fengling didn't know what to say. It looked like the humans and zombies that wanted to come and cause trouble were all killed by Savvy. That's for sure. Alright, I'm too lazy to be poor with you. I'm surprised you're already awake. So hurry up and send me back to the undead world. It could be seen that Savvy, who was praised, was still happy, but she didn't seem to be used to this world. Name, Skeleton Witch, Savvy. Level 3 low. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 210/220. Physical fitness, 40. Okay. Then you can go back. Thanks anyway. After looking at Savvy's state, Chi Fengling also breathed a sigh of relief. In her state, she should have no problem going back to the undead realm. Oh yeah, it's better if you take it. Also, just as Chi Fengling was about to send Savvy away, Savvy that was backhandedly pulling out the skeleton bone sniper. Don't you want this gun? Then take it back and study it. Right now Chi Fengling was just begging for Savvy. Who wants this thing? I've already studied and understood this thing. It's nothing more than that. On the contrary, in your world, although your kind is weak, the weapons are terribly strong. Take this and defend yourself well. Holding his head high, although Savvy's tone was icy cold, Chi Fengling really heard the concern. What? Is the great Savvy concerned about me now? What concern? We don't have a summoning contract. I don't want you to die and make me bury you with you. Savvy still had a haughty expression, but Chi Fengling understood that Savvy was no longer so heartless. Well, don't call me in too often from now on, haha. I don't want to clean up your mess. Alright, go away you. Chi Fengling inexplicably felt that if she didn't send Savvy away, she might still be talking in a long-winded manner for half a day. Ouch. Taking the liberty, the very moment Savvy left, the skeleton warrior carrying him disappeared with him, which caused Chi Fengling to fall on his face. Aha! This is standing up. Chi Fengling finally realized that Savvy seemed to have given herself one of her skeleton vestments to wear, which were really peculiar. That is, except for the breast position. Everything else was too small. After surveying the outfit, Chi Fengling then looked at his surroundings. His hometown was in Dream City, but he had come to Cloud City since his freshman year. Speaking of which, Chi Fengling really had to feel that Joing had made him a licking dog for 3 years. At least now, Chi Fengling still knew the entire route of Cloud City. Although the current Cloud City was already devastated, Chi Fengling still knew his current approximate location. Naya, Savvy, you're awesome. After determining his position, Chief Fengling then gave a thumbs up to Savvy through the air. It didn't look like the skeleton warriors had been carrying themselves for 20 hours, but they'd been going in circles for most of the journey, and they were only 5 or 6 kilometers away from the skyscrapers in a straight line. Chief Fengling's original intention was to make a trip back to his place of residence first, but right now, it was estimated that his place of residence had been pretty much destroyed by the fallout of the skyscraper's collapse. His current location is the closest to the largest supermarket in Cloud City, Want Fat Supermarket. Although 14 days had passed since the end of the world, Chief Fengling still believed that the things in this biggest supermarket had not been robbed yet. The current self doesn't say that he can walk sideways in Cloud City. At least no one could stop themselves. And even if they had come here, why not go to that big supermarket and shop around and get a little bit of supplies? After making up his mind, Chief Fengling put the skeleton bone sniper on his back and walked towards the direction of Want Fat Supermarket in his memory. Chapter 46 Known Classmates. Unknown Forces. The way forward. Pedestrians were barely visible on the road, and zombies did appear in a few waves and patches. He had a skeleton bone sniper in his hand, but Chief Fengling didn't make a move. After all, his target wasn't them, and Chief Fengling didn't want to cause too much trouble. After 10 days of the end of the world, humans had understood their situation. Countless zombies and alien beasts were encamped in every corner of the city. In order to survive, they could only choose to hide. Who would have thought that the former province, ranked the second most prosperous city, has now become a dead city? The magnificent shopping malls, no one to go shopping. A variety of expensive jewelry that is scattered all over the place. And even expert appraisal of over 1 million things. The streets are littered with rubble, limbs and blood, and the only ones still confident are probably the celebrities, with their big grins and huge billboards endorsing whatever product they're holding. But what use are they? What irony? What fun? That before the end of the world it couldn't give you moral support, and after the end of the world, you'd be on the ground, hissing and biting by zombies, while the billboards of the stars looked at you with a smile just like that. Half an hour, under Chief Fengling's sneaking, he finally arrived safely at the shopping center of Cloud City, and the billboards that didn't go out for almost half a month seemed to be the best endorsement of the place. The post-apocalyptic outbreak is random, which means that places like this, where the crowds are the densest, are the most dangerous, and maybe only 5,000 out of 10,000 people here will turn into zombies. But in the confusion, fear, and hissing and biting, perhaps 9,000 out of 10,000 turned into zombies. Looking in the distance, the once clean ground had been completely stained dark red with blood. Some of the corpses had not been eaten and already stank, and when the wind blew, garbage floated in the air, as well as some foul smells. If you had said that this place was the shopping street of Cloud City 15 days ago, I'm afraid everyone would have called you a cutie. Help! 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 Wait, don't yell. I don't want to live. I'm going to die anyway. That's it. Well, how? Don't say that. There is help. There will be help. Turning a corner, a cry for help reached Chief Fengling's ears. Chief Fengling that was quick to find cover and looked away with the lens on the skeleton bone sniper. It was 2 miserable men. At the moment they are tied in front of the Want Fat Supermarket. The body is everywhere visible, beating scars. And then look at their yellow skinny look. Obviously is hungry for a long time. Behind the 2 men was a wall of many jeeps, and it was evident that a small defense pattern had been formed. Another thing that appealed to Chief Fengling's idea was the fact that on the 2 men's tattered clothes, the word D was written in large letters. As Chief Fengling looked more and more closely, the memories of that dead decade or so seemed to come flooding back at this moment. Chief Fengling was indeed a body in his 20s now, but he had been reborn back from a few years after the end of the world, which meant that his impression of these people had stopped many years ago as well. Oh, yeah, finally remembered. Under Chief Fengling's powerful spiritual power, it finally allowed him to find these 2 people in his memory. These 2 people, one called Lin Wei, one called Wei Wuhao, is their own university classmate. The 2 and their relationship is purely average, is the kind of not too familiar, also not hostile relationship. Chief Fengling remembered, as if a classmate had told him, that the school was facing a food crisis at that time, and had organized some people to go look for food, and these people just never returned. It seemed that there really was such a thing, and I guess it was the same in the last life as it was now, that those of them who had come out to look for food had either died halfway across the country or had been captured and used as bait to lure in the living or the zombies, just like they had been. Chief Fengling does not have much affection for these 2 people. If his goal is not Want Hair Supermarket, Chief Fengling may turn around and leave. Only, he just wanted to go into the supermarket to have a look now. Plus the 2 of them were classmates with him, so he would just go along and save them. Think so. But Chief Fengling did not rush over, because this look has seen, in the want fat supermarket inside, has formed a preliminary power. Moreover, Chi Fengling wasn't sure what these people wanted. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then communicated with the undead realm, and in the next second, he only saw Chi Fengling's mind move, and the skeleton bone snipe that was on his back disappeared. Showing weakness? Yes, it was the easiest way to get close to them and know what was going on inside, and Chi Fengling didn't think that anyone could control him if he really wanted to resist. Help! Help! Wow! Is it just my eyes? It seems like someone is coming over. Lin Wenwei, who was tied to a pillar and shouting helplessly, seemed to see someone walking towards them between the seamings. Humph! Now, where could there be anyone now? It's thank goodness it's not a corpse tied. On the other side, Wei Wuhao was obviously disappointed too many times. No, Wuhao, it's human. It's really human. And what? Come on. It seems like Chi Fengling. It's Chi Fengling. As Chi Fengling and the two of them got closer, that Lin Wenwei finally recognized Chi Fengling. What? You said it was that licking dog. Ha, what's the point of him coming alone? When he raised his head and saw that the visitor was only Chi Fengling, Wei Wuhao's spirit instantly lowered. Fengling, we're here. Come and save me. Come and save. No, Chi Fengling, you go quickly. The people in here are really something. You go back to school. Go back to school. On the pillar, seeing that it was Chi Fengling, Lin Wenwei was very excited. He was thinking of saving his life at first, but soon, he realized that Chi Fengling might not be able to save them, and he just shouted loudly, hoping that Chi Fengling could leave quickly. This sentence to go quickly warmed Chi Fengling's cold heart a little. At the beginning of the apocalyptic outbreak, the ones who suffered the most were them, the college students, who still retained morality and kindness in their hearts. In many cases, some people will still say, you're young and a college student, so let's just get out of our way. Under this kind of moral abduction, most college students will be trapped, and the last life of himself is also the same, the first time to enter the society. Chi Fengling still do not know that the hearts of the people are dangerous and evil, and have been pitched many times. If he didn't have the opportunity and strength, he might have really died halfway. At this moment, Lin Wenwei's shout made Chi Fengling feel as if he had seen his own shadow in his body at the beginning. Chi Fengling, go quickly. The people in here are all you can't save me. Chi Fengling, hurry back. I don't need you to save. Although the two expressed themselves differently, Chi Fengling understood that both of them had good intentions. Wow. Click. Brat, don't move. Raise your hands and stand there obediently for me. Just as Chi Fengling was halfway through his relief, a scolding voice came from the side. Moreover, Chi Fengling also heard that the sound of pulling a pistol had just appeared, and some, which should be the sound of pulling a crossbow. Humph, count on your kid to be sensible. You guys go tie him up for me and press him back to see Big Brother. Seeing Chi Fengling obediently raise his hand, the people hiding behind the wall of the car also came out one after another. There were 12 of them in the group, most of them with kitchen knives, baseball bats, and the like in their hands, 2 of them with improvised crossbows, and 1 with a pistol in his hand. What made Chi Fengling pay more attention was that on their bodies, it was greatly written, C, B, and A respectively. Chapter 47 Restoring Imperialism? The collapse of civilization may only require a dozen days of ungovernance, or perhaps a total loss of ethics and morals. At the first glance after entering the manhware supermarket, Chi Fengling's first reaction was this. Once upon a time, the neatly organized, clean and hygienic cluster of supermarkets with a wide array of products has long since disappeared, and the inside, though not as depressed as the outside, is filled with chaos all the same. Originally, Chi Fengling had wanted to find out what kind of big shot could occupy the entire supermarket cluster. Now, I don't need to inquire, I already know. As soon as Chi Fengling looked up, he could see that on the wall directly in front of him, a few words were left in blood. That is, long live City Lord Zhu Yong. I never thought that the imperial system overthrown by the Xinhai Revolution would now be built in this tiny place. Even if it is as strong as Yi Tian, he does not dare to explicitly call himself an emperor. This Zhu Yong is good. Now it is already a city lord. I am afraid that it will not be long before he can call himself an emperor here. Speaking of this Zhu Yong, Chi Fengling's memory really did have him. In his previous life, he was Ma Zhuang's second-in-command, and he, Ma Zhuang, and Lu Chang, constituted the entire underground kingdom of Cloud City. Rumor has it that Zhu Yong was mainly involved in the Triad Society and organ trading jobs before the end of the world, and had done a lot of dehumanizing deeds before the end of the world. But good people do not have good karma. Evil people do not have bad karma. The last life. Zhu Yong is also the 3 people in the most nourishing life of the one. Anyway, before their own death, this Zhu Yong is still alive and well it. Brat, what are you looking at? Give me to go inside.
In place to think of Chief Foamling was directly kicked by a person.
Chief Foamling see clearly. He has a gun in his hand. And there is a letter A on his clothes. What are you looking at? You want to eat a bullet, don't you?
Seeing Chief Foamling staring at him coldly like that,
the man actually pulled out his pistol in fear. Although Chief Foamling didn't do anything,
he felt that this person was dangerous.
Zhao Daqian. Brother Zhao. What's going on? Doesn't Lord Mayor have a rule? Inside, you can't pull out your gun without his order.
Just as Chief Foamling was thinking about how to quickly solve him, the mocking voices of other men came from behind him.
This man Chief Foamling didn't recognize,
but the clothes he was wearing also had the character A written on them. And what was even more striking was that he had a scar on his face.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get in the front. Humph. Scar. I don't need you to say this. This Zhao Daqian can really be a wimp. He couldn't say anything about that scar.
He could only kick Chief Foamling again to vent his anger.
Yo, Mr. Zhao. You've worked hard for 2 days to catch such a white boy.
If you're like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to work as a foreign control captain. Scar's face was filled with mockery as he sat on the bloodied wooden stool.
Sure enough,
Chief Foamling guessed correctly. They tied the people outside to call for help just to attract people and zombies over.
However,
the end of the world has already passed so many days.
People who are not short of food will not risk going out.
People who are short of food would have starved to death or become half corpses long ago.
Zhao Daqian's method, indeed, does not apply anymore. What little white boy? He's a college student. Or just ran out of Cloud City University. I was about to offer him to Big Brother City Lord. Listening to this tone, Zhao Daqian was obviously flustered.
And as the person in question,
Chief Foamling knew that he was bull asterisk 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 ting.
What he had shown himself,
at most,
proof that he was Lin Wenwei's classmate.
But he didn't say that he had come out of Yunchang University.
Humph. Cloud City University is more than 10 miles away from here.
With this fine dog-like appearance, can he run from Cloud City University to here? Also, Big Brother City Lord has something going on right now. He doesn't have time to take care of you.
This Scar was obviously not believing in what Zhao Daqian said, and then listening to that tone of voice.
That City Lord seemed to be doing something bad. You go catch a few more people when you have time, then bring them to Big Brother City Lord. After mocking Zhao Daqian some more, that Scar waddled away. Damn, it's infuriating. You too, bring him inside for me. The rest of you, will go out. After complaining, Zhao Daqian then gave orders to Lin Wenwei and Wei Wuhao, while he himself turned around and went out again.
Soon there were 2 more men with kitchen knives at the side of the trio,
and on their clothes,
the word C was written in large letters.
Kid, put this on, and you too ding it all. Bring him in to me haha, otherwise you'll have a good time. The 2 men's attitude wasn't much better,
flinging a piece of tattered clothing at Chief Foamling before leaving.
The clothes stank,
and there was visible blood on them, as well as a bullet hole imprint. It appeared that the previous owner of the clothes had been taken out by a single shot.
Chief Foamling, I'm sorry, I'm the one who caused you harm. As he walked, that Lin Wenwei came out of nowhere. Chief Foamling, why are you here? Is there anyone else from our school who came along? On the side, Wei Wuhao was obviously a bit more realistic. No, I came alone. Heard the 2, and the disappointment was visible to the naked eye on their faces. Tell us, what's it really like in here? Chief Foamling didn't want to talk too much with them.
He just wanted to know the general situation of the place.
The thing is like this. Although they didn't understand why their classmates had become like this, the 2 of them still talked to Chief Foamling about what happened here. About 10 days ago, because the school's cafeteria was overrun by zombies, they were starving, so a group of 40 people made a date to rush out together. After coming out, the 40 people were divided into 3 waves, and in the end, they still didn't have a unified opinion. 8 people went in the direction of the skyscraper, 12 people aimed at the Want Hair supermarket, and 20 people chose to go to the troops. The 12 of them were more fortunate, and when they arrived here at the Want Hair supermarket, there were still 10 people alive, 6 men and 4 women. They originally wanted to eat their fill and bring some food back to the school, but when they were about to go out, they encountered a wave of zombies, and in the end they were forced to stay here. 7 days ago, a gangster group sprung up in the supermarket, especially their leader, who possessed 2 or 3 times the strength of an ordinary man, and was heard to be able to suck other people's body tissues to strengthen himself. In less than 2 days, that person completely dominated the entire Want Hair supermarket with their own strength, weapons, and manpower, and then in just 1 day, they cleared the supermarket of all the zombies. Then the man instituted a hierarchy in the supermarket, where individuals were categorized as A, B, C, or D according to their abilities, and demonstrated worth. Among them, Category A people have the highest status, with the right to hold hot weapons, as well as access to all sorts of good resources. Again, the dingbats are the lowest of the low, doing the work that kills them, using the least amount of resources, and anyone can bully them. The beginning of the development of this system was opposed by most people, but under Zhu Yong's forceful suppression, everyone had to give in. Slowly, after some people enjoyed the benefits of power, they too began to fall into it and embraced the system, and that's how the power was probably formed. Chief Fengling understood that 7 days ago, which was the day the awakening pearl appeared, it was estimated that on that day, Zhu Yong obtained the inheritance, and then he gained a strong power, and finally gathered a group of juniors and became the city lord here. Oh yeah, didn't you guys say there were 10 classmates? How come there are only 2 of you now? Listening to this, Chief Fengling reacted as if there were indeed some people missing. Chapter 48. Why should this be what happens to students? Just be afraid the air will suddenly go quiet. Chief Fengling didn't even realize that he had only asked with a slight expression of concern, and the 2 of them directly froze, as if they had asked about some topic that they shouldn't have asked about. Just not a moment later, Wei Wuhao on the side was furious. His teeth clenched and boomed, and the veins on his face were about to burst out in general. Damn! Tian Mingjing that. Wuhao, calm down, calm down. Fengling it's better for me to talk to you. After holding down Wei Wuhao who was about to go crazy, Lin Wenwei began to tell the backstory. Here's what probably happened. After Zhu Yong formulated that system, even though he used force to suppress it, there were still intermittent revolts on Earth, the biggest of which was going to be led by those 10 people from Cloud City University. However, Chief Fengling remembered that Tian Mingjing seems to be the school committee of the class, belongs to the kind of people who want money, want to have a face, study well, speak gently and do things carefully. It could be said that if it wasn't for Tian Mingjing would have been the kind of schoolboy of Yunshan University. Also, no wonder Chief Fengling didn't have a bad impression of Tian Mingjing. Chief Fengling seemed to remember that Tian Mingjing died very early, and nothing about him was rumored. So Chief Fengling didn't know what happened to him. That revolt was organized by the then sports committee, who told them that he had been given a legacy that could not defeat Zhu Yong, but could take them away. With the private organization of 10 of their classmates, a 30-man resistance squad was soon organized. The night before last was the best time for them to escape, but their seamless plan fell apart. When the sports committee drove a road to leave Want Fat supermarket, Zhu Yong had long ago organized a group of people to squat at the entrance, and at that time, Tian Mingjing was standing next to him with a fawning face. When things fell apart, the body committee chose to fight with Zhu Yong. Only, there was a big gap between their strengths, and in the end, the body committee was sucked into a human stem by Zhu Yong, and of that line of 30 people, the 10 that made the most noise were killed on the spot, including 2 boys from Yunshan University. By the end of the day, Tian Mingjing even went so far as to uncover the fake skin on his girlfriend's face in order to stabilize his hard-earned position. Tian Mingjing's girlfriend is one of the most beautiful women in the class. When the 2 were together, many people said that they were a man and a woman. Fake leather. That was a kind of artificial facial skin that was researched after 2030, and when worn on the face, it could hide one's original face value. That thing, it could literally be made to look like a fake. It was things like fake leather that made those 4 girls willing to come out and risk their lives. After seeing the real faces of the girls from Yunchang University, Zhu Yong was excited for a whole day, and that day was also the darkest moment for those 4 girls. The reason why Wei Wuhao was so excited was because his girlfriend was exactly one of them. After hearing this, the originally expressionless Chief Fengling's face also surfaced with anger. This Tian Mingjing was really just a human face. It was abominable enough that he betrayed that line of people, and he was even able to give up his own woman for the sake of his so-called position here. Where are they? Chief Fengling's tone was cold and his eyes were firm. They're on the 6th floor. Not only that, all the better-looking girls are locked up there. As long as someone is willing to sell their life for Zhu Yong, they can all go and enjoy some clouds and rain. The more Lin Wenwei said, the more angry he got, and Wei Wuhao who was on the side was biting his teeth to make them bleed. Brotherly, how is it? Is it cool? Is it cool? Just when Chief Fengling's trio was in a rage, a man's extremely lewd voice came from outside the house. Hey, don't get so close to me, I'm not like you right now. In front of that lewd man, the man called Li was pushing him away in disgust. What's wrong, Rico? Humph. See, old me now has a different status from you guys. Old me is C now. Shaking the word C on his clothes, that Li was proud of himself. Humph. Look at you. You let me go out with you and you didn't go. Now you're good. You don't get your share of the benefits. Brotherly, I know I'm wrong. Next time I'll definitely bring my brother. The lewd man bent over with a lowly look on his face, which made him look even more lewd. That depends on you. Don't worry, Lee. I understand everything. So can you continue to talk about what happened upstairs? It could be seen that the lecherous man still wanted to know what happened upstairs. Ahem. So I'll talk to you, haha. Cool. It's so cool. Not bad for a college student from a prestigious university. That body is so shiny. That skin, oh, hiss, so soft, oh. This Lee said with a look of enjoyment. Brother Lee, quickly say it. Keep talking. This lewd man's brainpower was also really strong. This could even be fantasized. Ha 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 and ha. That big but ah. Also white fluttering. But ah. Give me a shot of red. Just a pity it is a pair of feel a little poor. And then what? And then what? Did they call? Humph. That goes without saying. You're brotherly. I am the Optimus Prime. With me, it's heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. The two were very lewd. And also the more they talked, the more energized they became. They also didn't notice at all Wei Wuhao, who was already furious to the extreme. What are you looking at? Die aside. Suddenly, that Lee saw Wei Wuhao, who was glaring at him. Brother Lee, those two are that woman's college classmates. On the side, the lewd man then immediately explained. Oh, who did I think it was? So it's the goons. The girls in your school are still counting on us socialites to deflower them. Ha 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 ha. Having learned the identity of the two, Lee countered by increasing his mockery. At this moment, Chi Fengling couldn't bear it anymore. What do you mean the social man came to open the bud? The boys respect the girls, and what the girls have been guarding for over a decade has just been forcibly taken away from you, and you have the nerve to backhandedly mock it. What are you looking at? What? Are you still going to stand up for the two of them? That's right, brat. You don't want to see. Brotherly is now a C-class person. You are still a small ding-dong. In order to reflect himself, the lewd man then directly blocked in front of Brotherly. Kid, what are you doing? Puff. Seeing that Chi Fengling was still walking forward, that indecent man was about to come up and push someone. But before he could finish his words, he had already gulped his breath on the spot, and throughout the entire process, the indecent man didn't even make an unnecessary sound. At the moment, in Chi Fengling's hand, he was holding a large sword that glowed with a purplish-red color, and drops of blood fell from the sword as that life passed away. You, what do you want? I am a C-class person. This Lee was so scared that he just slowly backed up, and even forgot to call for help. Only, Chi Fengling doesn't care if it's U, D or C, even if it's A and so on, he still kills them. Fengling, what is this? Looking at the large sword in Chi Fengling's hand, the two of them were filled with astonishment, because this sword, beautiful as it was, didn't look like something from this world. You two hide. I'm going to go up. Chi Fengling didn't explain too much. His anger would not be quelled by the death of these two people. Fengling, I'll go with you. Wuhao, don't go. We'll only slow down Fengling. After nodding to the two of them, Chi Fengling put away his greatsword and quickly walked towards the location on the 6th floor. Chapter 49 The Heart of the Beast. In the old days, each floor of a supermarket had a character that belonged to them, or it belongs to department stores, or clothing, or food. But today, each floor of the supermarket represents a different status and position, and the more people live in the higher floors, the more they enjoy the best resources. Chi Fengling walked all the way up, and the state of the people on each floor was different. The first tier, representing the poorest, weakest, and most death-prone dingus. The second floor, on the other hand, was inhabited by D-class people who might be able to leapfrog to C-class people, and although they lived on the second floor, they still had the lowest status. The third floor, where the CS and the Bureau of Numbers live, barely have a normal status, but their lives remain full of adventures, because if they don't struggle, they will fall into the DS. The fourth level, which is inhabited by the bees with greater power, enjoys the vast majority of power and rarely has to do anything to sell their lives. They exist to solidify the existence of the lower classes. The fifth floor, which is relatively more spacious, less damaged by walkers, and a better environment, is home to the smallest number of Class A's. Their position is equivalent to one person, 10,000 people. They can face the boss of Want Fat Supermarket, Zhu Yong. Likewise, they have the power to decide whether a person lives or dies. At least here, on the 6th floor, this was not the residence of any one category of people, and it could be said that any category of people could come here. The 6th floor was just as spacious, and before the end of the world, it was originally an entertainment venue, and at a later date, it was transformed by Zhu Yong into a kinky field and a storage floor. Yes, most of the food and necessities of the Want Fat Supermarket are stored here, and every day the survival supplies of all the people are distributed by the A and B categories. The kinky field, in the simplest sense of the word, is a collection of all the women who have been tricked or captured and who have a little bit of good looks. Of course, Zhu Yong as the city owner is not defined as a category of people. He does not live in the first floor to the 6th floor. He lives alone in the 7th floor, enjoying the entire Fat supermarket top resources, as well as the people he needs. On the way up from the 1st floor, although Chief Fongling was mocked by many people verbally, but no one made a move on Chief Fongling, because in the Fat supermarket, you can't kill anyone above the 2nd floor. Soon, Chief Fongling walked to the 6th floor, and compared to the smell of wine, meat, sweat, and blood on the 5th floor, this place was more of a tawdry, smelly, and deliberately sprayed perfume. Snap, are you maple spirit? How did you get here? Just as Chief Fongling was still surveying his surroundings, a hand was tapping on Chief Fongling's shoulder. Tian Mingjing. Although he hadn't seen this person himself in his last life after the outbreak of the end times, Chief Fongling still had a very deep impression of him. In the class, his image as a licking dog had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and this Tian Mingjing, surprisingly, was one of the few who didn't taunt him. No one would have believed that such a brilliant person would turn out like this. However, Chief Fongling had been hanging out in the end times for a long time, and he had seen all kinds of people. People like Tian Mingjing are indeed very good people in a peaceful society. They don't even make enemies of anyone, but in their hearts, they often hide the deepest evil. As a simple example, it's usually the kind, smiley people who love anyone who are perhaps the most abusive category of cat and dog abusers. They are evil on the inside, but they don't dare to show it. They can only manifest it in places or creatures where no one can speak. If Chief Fongling hadn't guessed correctly, then Tian Mingjing was in this category. Ahem. Fongling did you come alone? How was Cloud City University? And aren't you following Zhouing? Did Zhouing come? Seeing that Chief Fongling didn't speak for a long time, Tian Mingjing was putting a softer tone. If Chief Fongling hadn't been reborn, and if Chief Fongling had escaped here through all the hardships, he would definitely be touched by Tian Mingjing's concern. I came here with more than 20 classmates. They asked me to come and scout the way first. Also, Zhouing died. Chief Fongling lowered her head and lied, while pretending to have a saddened look on her face. 24 classmates. Where are they? Can you? Ahem. Fongling Zhouing, she didn't like you in the first place, so forget about dying. We can find a better woman. Walk, come in with me. Tian Mingjing probably also knew that he was acting too excited. He quickly returned to his concerned expression. Sure enough, he had guessed right. As long as he said that, Tian Mingjing would definitely be interested in himself. This was because after Chief Fongling went up above the 5th floor, he used the eye of the undead emperor on everyone. Unsurprisingly, all those people who were defined as Category A people, they were all awakened, and although their level was very low, they were really much more powerful than ordinary people. As for Tian Mingjing, he is still just an ordinary person, but he can actually mix a Class A. Then he can mix this position. In addition to betraying his girlfriend, he should have cheated a lot of female students, and only in this way, Zhu Yong will give him this position. That's why he would be so excited that he couldn't control it when Chief Fongling said that he came with more than 20 classmates. Fongling Zhouing is nothing. Look, what kind of women are not here? We are all classmates. Which one do you fancy? Just go for it. Riding on Chief Fongling's shoulder, Tian Mingjing was like a pimp, pushing these bound women. Although it was very inhumane, it had to be said that the women who could be locked up on the 6th floor really didn't have a low face value, and there were even several who were prettier than Zhouing. What? Can't see it? Come, take a look over here. Seeing that Chief Fongling did not move for a long time, Tian Mingjing was also a bit anxious. After looking around, he pulled Chief Fongling further inside. Take a look. These little sisters, if they weren't Class A people, I wouldn't even bring them here. Pointing at the girl locked on the bed, Tian Mingjing's face was filled with perverted colors. At the sight of this scene, Chief Fongling's last image of Tian Mingjing also completely collapsed. So it turned out that a person with a human face and a beast's heart would be much more terrifying than an evil person. What appeared in front of Chief Fongling at the moment was a dozen or so particularly young girls, the oldest of whom was less than 20 years old, and the youngest of whom was probably just over 12 years old. Their common characteristic was that they were petite and cute, and Chief Fongling really didn't expect that Tian Mingjing would be reduced to this level. In her previous life, the underground queen of Cloud City, Hua Qianhui, although she was also in this business, she was the most staunch defender of women's rights in Cloud City. The erotic hookups she operated were basically all voluntary women. And even if there were involuntary ones, Hua Qianhui wouldn't let women under the age of 18 do this. Yes, some people will tear up other people's umbrellas when they've been in the rain, but others will hand them an umbrella. So that's probably the difference between false good and true evil. Master, come and play. Ha, 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 come on. Seeing that someone else had entered the house, a few of the girls that were there opened their legs mechanically, their eyes dull and their expressions mute, as if they had lost all their light. Looking at their skinny bodies, their flesh covered in red marks, and the cherry red bloodstains on the bed, although they didn't say a word, Chi Fengling understood everything. Fengling go get high. After you're done, tell me where your classmates are. I can take care of them. Tian Mingjing patted Chi Fengling's shoulder. There were threats and lures in his words. Tian Mingjing, are these all your thoughts alone? Chi Fengling didn't go on, but asked faintly. Ha ha ha, not really. Anyway, the idea was mine. Let me tell you. Don't look at them small. They call up one by one. Pust. Chi Fengling, you, what are you doing? Tian Mingjing was talking so much that his hand followed the gesture, and it was at this moment that a sword was plunged into his chest. Chapter 50 Flesh Stitchers. Drip. Hot blood continued to drip from the tip of the sword, and the breath belonging to life was rapidly passing away here. At this moment, Tian Mingjing's expression gradually changed from pain and suffering to disbelief, anger, relief, dismay, and defiance. Fengling why are you here? It's so dangerous here. Hurry up. Chi Fengling, old me has treated you so well. How dare you backstab me? I'm not convinced. Why I've worked so hard. I'm so good. Why I'm still not number one. Why everyone likes Yi Tian. I'm not convinced. I'm not. Leaning on Chi Fengling's shoulder, Tian Mingjing was like having a split personality, saying words in 3 different contexts at once. Unfortunately, to the last moment of his life, Tian Mingjing still had not unraveled his knot, and his life was forever fixed in this moment. Looking at Tian Mingjing who had stopped breathing, Chi Fengling still regretted it. The lives of the students of Yunchang University, the bodies of these innocent girls, were all ruined because of Tian Mingjing's selfish heart. Chi Fengling regretted that he was too impulsive to kill Tian Mingjing with such a sword, compared to those who died because of him and these girls who were irreparably harmed. It was really too cheap to let Tian Mingjing die just like that. Suddenly, Chi Fengling remembered something. It was true that there was nothing he could do when Tian Mingjing died, but Savvy was proficient in dark magic, so maybe she could do something. With Chi Fengling's intention, a black light door that flickered away. Humph, human, calling me over again are you? You're really, people, class, really I am blind. You are really colorful. Today, I Savvy want you to die. The Savvy who appeared at the beginning is still as arrogant as ever, but when she saw the room full of humiliated young girls, she was instantly furious. Black light flashed on her body. The skeleton bone staff was also danced by her tiger. This look, that is non-killing Chi Fengling. Savvy, don't get excited. Listen to me. Hear me out. Fine, I'll listen to you, but you'd better give me the best explanation you can. Fortunately, Savvy wasn't in a witless state. She calmed down for the moment, though she still hadn't put down the bone staff in her hand. She would still strike out at herself for as long as she gave the wrong reasons. What? There are such hateful people in the world. Hearing this, Savvy's anger then shifted to Tian Mingjing, who was already dead on the ground. Luckily, it's not long to die. I still have a way. Before Chi Fengling could continue to ask, Savvy placed his hand on the top of Tian Mingjing's head. With that look, as if he was in a hurry to leave, Chi Fengling did not say any more, and agreed to Savvy's request to leave at once. And with a flash of the black light door, both Savvy and Tian Mingjing disappeared into thin air. So much was happening at once in the colorfully lit house, but the girls were unperturbed, as if they had lost interest in anything. In the era of peace, which one of them was not the little darling of the family? In just a few days' work, their worldview had completely collapsed, and their bodies had been irreversibly damaged. Chi Fengling didn't say anything more, just gently untied their bonds. They were certainly pitiful, but he couldn't save them for the rest of their lives. If they wanted to die or live, it was up to them to make their own choices. After doing this, Chi Fengling then silently left the place. Due to the fact that this place was built relatively hidden, or Tian Mingjing was in charge of it personally, even after making this kind of commotion, it didn't attract too many people over. The 6th floor, a shameful and ridiculous place where some of the houses are visible both inside and out, which includes the kinky field built by Zhu Yong. Imagine the perversity of being naked and being ravaged by disgusting men who will still be there for all to see. It is under this torture that some choose to die, and those who survive have either adapted or are numb, gently passing by the side of the house. The scene inside was even more in the eyes of Chi Fengling. Looking at the uniform of Yunchang University that was still hanging on a girl's body, Chi Fengling's anger could no longer be contained. However,
Just rushing in and solving so much is not a complete solution to the problem.
And what you have to do now is that you have to tackle the thief and catch the king. Ah, Lord City Lord. Spare me. Spare me. I won't dare to run away anymore. Lord Mayor. Ah. Aha. Humph. Yuck. Another wasted body. Ha ha ha. My little beauty. Smile. What? Is it not enough? As Chief Fengling walked slowly up to the 7th floor, these words reached Chief Fengling's ears. The 7th floor was a large space, but it was filled with an even stronger odor of blood, where even severed limbs and internal organs could be seen everywhere. Boom. 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 Ah. Someone's dead. Someone jumped off the building. What's going on? What's going on the 6th floor? How could someone jump? Upstairs. Pull her. She's going to jump. Soon. The supermarket was in chaos. People shouting that they were in shock. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. That was the sound of someone jumping off a building. Chief Fengling didn't even turn around. He knew very well that those people who jumped from the building were the little girls he had just saved. It was not that Chief Fengling was ruthless, but Chief Fengling followed their own choices. And instead of living a life of pain, it would be better to choose their own transcendence. What's going on? How come it's so noisy? The movement and noise downstairs naturally attracted Zhu Yong's attention. His tone was very bad. He was about to go out and yell at him. Squeak! But, before Zhu Yong could go out, his big door was pushed open. Who is it? Who let you guys in? Didn't I say so? No one is allowed to come in during my enjoyment time. Angrily climbing up from the girl's body, Zhu Yong's tone was full of anger. Only, the one who came in didn't say a word and just stared at him dead in the face. And when Zhu Yong turned around completely, Chief Fengling also got a good look at his face. This Zhu Yong could no longer be described as weird. He was simply a sewing monster. Every part of his body's skin and flesh was different. Can you imagine? Like 10 fingers from one person, coming from 10 people's bodies entirely? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Delicious. Delicious awakened one scent. Your body is so good. I want it. I want it. Ha ha ha. Four eyes met. Zhu Yong also saw Chief Fengling who entered the room. And this Zhu Yong was also powerful. He was able to determine that he was an awakened person just by smelling the air. Name, Zhu Yong. Race, awakened. Rank, peak level 1. Awakening profession, flesh sewer. Occupational quality, A. Power, 52. Agility, 49. Spirit, 46. Physical fitness, 61. Skill, organ reorganization? Flesh suture? This Zhu Yong was really powerful. Or rather, there were really too many people who had died in his hands. This Zhu Yong was able to reach the peak strength of level 1 so quickly with his A-rank inheritance. And looking at his uneven basic attributes, I guess that should be the effect of different people in different bodies. Chapter 51. A male lead with a villainous demeanor. Ha ha, kid, scared silly. Be a good boy and become part of me then. Zhu Yong's distance was getting closer and closer to Chief Fengling, but Chief Fengling was standing still, which made Zhu Yong even more maniacal. He only felt that the person in front of him was already in his pocket. His eyes were darting, his mouth was drooling, and his muscles were writhing as if inside him. He was holding many people. Snap! Boom! It was also at the moment when Zhu Yong's large hand was about to grab Chief Fengling, but a skeleton bone sniper suddenly appeared on Chief Fengling's right hand, gripping the head of the snatch with both hands, only to see Chief Fengling fling it with force. The butt of the skeleton bone sniper hit Zhu Yong's face directly. Chief Fengling's rank was first level high. His power was a bit weaker than the current Zhu Yong, but the power provided by the skeleton bone sniper was 80. Just this fling, that Zhu Yong was like a golf ball and was directly jerked into the distance by Chief Fengling. Ahem. Put. Kid, what's that you're holding in your hand? Stood up and a mouthful of broken teeth was spat out by Zhu Yong. But his attention was all on the gun in Chief Fengling's hand. Chief Fengling, on the other hand, was the opposite of Zhu Yong. His attention was all on Zhu Yong's body. And just now, Chief Fengling saw that after Zhu Yong had just spit out a mouthful of broken teeth, another intact set had grown out of his mouth. Name, Zhu Yong. Rank, peak level 1. Occupation, flesh stitcher. Skill, organ restructuring, after touching another person. This awakened person can devour another person's powerful organs or limbs for their own use, and can strengthen their own attributes. Flesh suture, this awakened person can store another person's body tissue and can complete the replacement at any time. Was this Zhu Yong's full attributes? It had to be said that this skill of his was still very powerful, which meant that Zhu Yong was fully capable of being strong in the face of strength. Don't say anything right. When I snatch the gun in your hand and swallow you, I'll make you not be able to say a word. Chief Fengling's high coldness that was once again angered Zhu Yong. Adjusting his state, he then once again pounced towards Chief Fengling. Bang bang! Chief Fongling wasn't a little cutie. He had a long-range weapon in his hand, so why did he have to go over there and physically fight? Only to see Chief Fongling not panic. At Zhu Yong's head is to come 2 shots. Ah, brat, I want you to pay. Only a miserable scream was heard. That Zhu Yong was still hit by Chief Fongling. Only this shot did not hit the head precisely. On the side, Chief Fongling, on the other hand, had a somewhat more comprehensive understanding of flesh stitchers. Just now, Zhu Yong that was himself tore off the right arm that was hit by himself. Just less than 2 seconds, a new arm grew back. In response, Chief Fongling was smiling disdainfully. He wanted to see if Zhu Yong had more stored limbs or if he had more bone bombs in his own bone snip. Bang, 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 ah, ah, ah. In the middle of the 7th floor, the sound of gunfire and screams that are one after another. The battlefield is even more bloody cannot go to see. Because at the moment, the ground was full of arms and legs abandoned by Zhu Yong. And even more frighteningly, there was even half of Zhu Yong's head twisted off. This Zhu Yong, perhaps when he devoured the first person, his body wasn't the same self he was initially. It seemed that becoming stronger would really make a person completely insane. Kid, who the hell are you? There's no grievance or enmity between us. If there's anything, we can discuss it. After throwing away another arm, Zhu Yong finally gave up on his mindless charge because he really didn't expect that the bone sniper in Chief Fongling's hand would be that powerful. The closest he had come to Chief Fongling was when he had rushed to a position of 2 meters. But as the saying goes, 7 paces away. The gun is fast, within 7 paces. The gun is fast and accurate. If he hadn't been quick in his resolve and quickly twisted off that half-mutilated head, he would probably be dead by now. Discuss? Why should I consult with you? When you were killing those weaklings, did you discuss with them? Except that Chief Fongling had no intention of making peace with him. After all, he had a weapon in his hand. He was now the advantage. And what he should do was to cut down the roots. Kid, do you really want to cut off the roots? Aren't you afraid of? Bang, 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 damn, brat, you even play sneak attack. Only halfway through Zhu Yong's words, Chief Fongling copied the bone sniper and fired 2 shots bang bang at where he was standing. This time, Zhu Yong that was another 2 arms broken. Humph, you think I'm watching a TV show? Why do I have to wait for you to finish your sentence before I fight? Do I have to leave you time to recover? Even at this moment, as Chief Fongling spoke, he didn't stop sniping at Zhu Yong. Yes, Chief Fongling felt that he was supposed to kill Zhu Yong. So why should he talk nonsense with him? It's like the plot of a TV show you didn't understand growing up. Why don't the monsters fight them when Ultraman transforms? The villains clearly have a gun to the protagonist's head. So why do they have to bull ***** them about not shooting? Why give them breathing room when you know it's your enemy? Bang, bang, bang. On top of the 7th floor, under the suppression of Chief Fongling's powerful firepower, Zhu Yong, who was at the peak of level 1, was in a sorry state, with blood and severed limbs scattered all over the place. Also said this Zhu Yong is deserved. Originally 7 upstairs is a lot of counters or stores. He in order to have the feeling of the Emperor's Hall, but let the people to all demolished. Now it was bad. After being chased by Chief Fongling for so long, he had hardly found a place to hide. Kid, oh no, master, I surrender, as long as you are willing to release. Bang, bang, bang. Chief Fongling still didn't give Zhu Yong any chance. As long as he dared to stop, the bullet would greet him. Chief Fongling could see that Zhu Yong's speed was starting to get slower and slower. The speed of replacing his limbs was also much slower. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he didn't have the strength to fight. Big brother, someone jumped off the building below. What should we do? Big brother, or this seems to have a gunshot above. How do you? However, with so much bustle below and so much commotion above, it was natural for the Class A people living on the 5th floor to react. Some of them went down to maintain order, while some came up to see what was happening, and they naturally saw Zhu Yong, who had been beaten up in a terrible state. Are you guys deaf? With all the commotion up there, why are you only coming up now? Big brother, isn't that what you said? You enjoy the time. No one can. The younger brothers said more and more quietly, because they know that how to say it now is wrong. Shut up, can't you see? Kill that kid for me. Zhu Yong that was infuriated, raised his palm that had been pierced through and pointed at Chief Fongling in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. At Zhu Yong's command, intensive gunfire came from the 7th floor entrance, and their target was Chief Fongling. Damn it, give me some aim. But unfortunately, the shooting skills of this group of juniors were not as accurate as Chief Fongling's. Coupled with Chief Fongling's super-fast movement speed, their bullets all hit the air. Bang, bang, ha, brother, I hit it, too, I hit it, 2. As the saying goes, often walk by the river which has not wet shoes. Chi Fongling after all, is still a level, if in so close, but also the space is so small cannot hit the words. Then I'm afraid it is not in the filming of the divine drama. Chapter 52 Killing and Taking Land. Big brother, I hit. Big brother me. Bang, bang, puff. The minions were excited, as if they had hit some amazing beast with that shot. Only, the two little brothers hadn't been happy for long before two bullets like bones plunged into their heads. Dead. Two awakened people who had obtained the inheritance had lost their lives just like that. With this, at the same time, on the ground in the distance, Chi Fongling that was fiercely pumping the clip. Yes, the Chi Fongling just now was indeed hit. Chi Fongling himself thought that he would be seriously injured, but the once unbreakable bullets didn't do much damage to him. At the moment on Chi Fongling's right arm, the two bullets had sunk into his flesh more than a centimeter deep, and bright red blood was still flowing down Chi Fongling's arm. It hurt, but it wasn't fatal, and it wouldn't even affect Chi Fongling's movements. It would just make Chi Fongling angrier. It seemed that the blessing that the skeleton giant had given himself really wasn't a cover. This 90% shell damage reduction gave himself the resistance of a level 3 awakened person right now. Click, click, aiming at a somewhat confused junior. Chi Fongling pulled the trigger. Only, the bone sniper rattled a bit, but no bullets came out. Boss, he's out of bullets. He's out of bullets. Hit him, keep hitting him. Seeing that Chi Fongling was out of bullets, the originally panicked juniors were instantly energized. They copied their guns, and the dense bullets came at Chi Fongling once again. Ha ha ha, kid, finally out of bullets. I'm going to dismantle you. It was really a leaky house. And Zhu Yong inside the building was also charging at himself once again. Looking at the back and forth scene, Chi Fongling's brain that was spinning rapidly. Now, a frontal battle was definitely out of the question. Zhu Yong's entire strength was slightly higher than his own. Plus there was a group of Awaken's firepower pressing behind him. But whenever he was entangled by Zhu Yong, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Dang, what is that thing? Run, run, the kid's coming at us. With the sound of bullets being blocked, the little brothers that were panicking again. All they could see was that there was a big sword glowing with purple light in front of Chi Fongling, the spinning greatsword that was easily blocking their bullets. Seeing Chi Fongling just rushing towards them, the individual minions who were afraid of death still wimped out. What are you running for? He doesn't have any bullets. You guys give me suppressing fire. Within 10 seconds, I'm going to finish him off. If you guys dare to escape again, I'll kill him, and I'll kill you guys next. Behind Chi Fongling's back, Zhu Yong, who was struggling to catch up, was also furious. Those Class A people he usually commended. At the critical moment that was of no use at all. Bang, 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 dang. Under Zhu Yong's coercion, the minions who were going to escape still folded back. They fought and retreated, trying as much as possible to keep themselves from being afraid of this man who was not even afraid of bullets. Under the suppression of the minions' firepower, Chi Fongling's speed still slowed down, and at this moment, even without turning his head, Chi Fongling vaguely felt that Zhu Yong was already on the verge of catching up with him. Kid, you're dead. Ha ha ha. The voice was less than a meter behind himself, and it wasn't going to work any longer. Only to see Chi Fongling quickly retrieve the one-thought divine demon sword. Enduring the pain of the bullet breaking his flesh, he jumped forward, and at the same time, Chi Fongling also threw the bone sniper out. In the next second, at the same time as the bone sniper touched the corpse unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. With his back against the ground, Chi Fongling could only try out this yet untried idea. With Chi Fongling's thought, the skeleton bone snipe that had been thrown over disappeared into thin air. Only Chi Fongling slightly raised his body and made a pose of holding a gun with both hands, while in his head, he was thinking about bone sniper appearing quickly. Brat, what's the point of gesticulating there without a gun? Die for me. Looking at Chi Fongling who was performing on the ground without a physical object, Zhu Yong's face was filled with the color of madness, only to see him jumping up high, the nails of his hands that were rapidly becoming longer and harder. That look was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. Can't I? Can't you? Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and just as Chi Fongling was about to get ready to summon the skeleton witch, that longed for skeleton bone sniper finally appeared in his hand. In the air, Chi Fongling could see that Zhu Yong's eyes that were a bunch of wide open. He froze and didn't think about where the skeleton bone sniper in Chi Fongling's hand came from. Go to hell. Without saying much, the bone sniper aimed at Zhu Yong's brow. Chi Fongling that was decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! What? Don't! Puff! It was only at the moment when he heard the gunshot that Zhu Yong really panicked. He had just been thinking that Chi Fongling was just scaring him with an empty gun. With a burst of gunshots, Zhu Yong's body that was straight from the air fell. and this time, falling to the ground. He never tumbled up again. What? Big brother. He's dead. Big brother is dead. Run. Run. This scene, that is guarding the building entrance fire support minions scared crazy. They look at that full of bullets, but still can act people that is shocked. With one of the juniors leading the escape, the rest of the juniors also abandoned their defense, put away their pistols and ran downstairs. Bang! 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 At this moment, Chief Fengling was transformed into a headshot messenger, and one shot was all it took for a low-level awakened to get his head blown off. Standing on top of the 7th floor, Chief Fengling's bone sniper was pointed in the direction of the supermarket's entrance, but whenever anyone approached, Chief Fengling would give them a shot no matter what rank they were. Soon, after more than 10 corpses were piled up in front of the supermarket, the people inside the supermarket no longer dared to run outside, and all of them knelt down, as they prayed, hoping that this god of murder would let them live. Very well, listen up. Your city lord is dead. Good, I killed him. Bang! Dead. Isn't he the marksman? It's over. It's over. Don't move. We can't afford to mess with it. On top of the 7th floor, Chief Fengling pulled the bullets from his body while speaking slowly and methodically, and in just a moment, Chief Fengling instantly raised his bone sniper, and with a gunshot, on top of the 5th floor, a man hidden amongst the crowd was sniped to death by Chief Fengling in seconds. Just now when Chief Fengling was chasing this group, he noticed that there was an awakened of the marksman inheritance in the crowd, and he was also the one who looked at Chief Fengling with the fiercest eyes, as if this Xu Yong was close to him. As expected, Chief Fengling guessed correctly, although he also kneeled down. He tried to hide behind the people, and slowly raised his gun towards himself, and he himself waited for this moment. This time, it was like a double whammy, not only killing this hidden disobedient, but also letting everyone see his own power with their own eyes. Want to kill me? That's the price. And if you want to live, I don't think that I need to say anything else. Glancing at the dead man, Chief Fengling then refocused his attention on the group of A-class people. We surrender. We surrender. Wow. These people, who were able to work under Xu Yong, naturally still had eyesight. After Chief Fengling finished that sentence, those who were holding guns quickly dropped the guns in their hands. At this moment, everyone lowered their heads, and they didn't dare to talk to each other anymore. They just quietly knelt. And this was the submission that Chief Fengling really needed. Chapter 53 Bloody Suppression. Fallen 1. The land of 100 people was silent. Good. Looks like you all realize now who is the real boss here. Stared at all of them for 5 minutes. And also watched all of them shivering on their knees for 5 minutes. Not only was this a declaration of his own awesomeness, but at the same time, Chief Fengling had also lined up the dangers of this place. Inside the Hair supermarket, excluding the women who couldn't come out, there were a total of 126 people that Chief Fengling saw right now, 15 of which were awakened, with the highest ranked being no higher than a first-level middle stage. Perhaps it was the survival of the fittest in the end times, or perhaps it was Xu Yong's cruelty. Anyway, among these 126 people, Chief Fengling didn't see any adults older than 50 years old, and likewise there were no children under the age of 10. It seems that in Xu Yong's eyes, he only needs those who can truly contribute. As for those old and young, and those who resisted, they have long been disposed of by him, right? From now on, there will be no more classes of A, B, C, or D here. There will now be only 2 kinds of everyone, adventurers and guardians. My lord, I don't think that's. Bang! Only a gunshot was heard, and the man who had just raised objections fell in a pool of blood before he could finish his sentence, while Chief Fengling just gently lowered his gun, not caring about his status as an awakened. Any objections? Where does this dare anyone to speak? They can be sure that as long as they have a disagreement, the killing god upstairs will take them away with 1 shot. Good. I'll continue. An adventurer is someone who is willing to go out and explore. They give more and likewise enjoy better resources. Guardians don't need to take risks, but they need to be responsible for the construction of this place and work together to maintain the order of this place. And since they don't need to take risks, the resources they enjoy are naturally inferior. Who's in favor and who's against? Said Chief Fengling, while slinging his gun over his shoulder, asked with a smirk on his face. Ditto. Agreed. We agree. We agree. Chief Fengling could see that his proposal was embraced by most of the people, because most of these people were those who were once in the C and D categories. As for those in categories A and B, it was evident that they were not very supportive of the proposal, except that with the gun at their head, they had to give in. Next, Chief Fengling also issued some new rules, such as explicitly prohibiting the occurrence of forced sex transactions. However, Chief Fengling knew very well that this regulation couldn't play too much of a role. After all, under the strong pressure of the end of the world,
the need for these things would be even stronger and more intense, which belonged to a form of release that couldn't be completely curbed. The purpose of Chief Fengling doing this is to force these people, will not do those things in the open. As for how to do in private, as long as it is not too much, Chief Fengling will not be too strict. There was also the stipulation that Chief Fengling had given the position of boss here to Lin Wenwei, although there was enough food stored here. Nay, the number of awakened was too small. If you wanted to form a powerful force, or if you wanted to become the Cloud City City Lord, the number and quality of awakened under your command was the most crucial. Moreover, Chief Fengling also understood that Lin Wenwei was just an ordinary person, and couldn't shake these murderous heart-floating punks, and what he was doing now was just building up his reputation. Yes, right when he himself announced that Lin Wenwei would be the boss, not only the Category A people, but even the Category D people at the bottom of the hierarchy voiced their dissent. But Chief Fengling's approach was also the simplest and roughest. Just a minute's work. There were 6 more corpses on the ground, and under the blood and death. Everyone still recognized the rule. As for that Wei Wuhao, his girlfriend has been humiliated here. If the right is given to him, he will certainly wait for an opportunity to retaliate. And with his own ability he will certainly not be able to shock them. And then once he leaves, in less than 2 days, this place will certainly be in chaos. Are you Chief Fengling? Just as Chief Fengling finished doing that, the girl's voice finally came from behind her. In fact, in the first moment Chief Fengling entered the room, he had already seen that girl who was bullied by Zhu Yong. She was also his classmate. That is that Tian Mingjing's girlfriend, Xin Weiran. Not bad, it's me. Only, Chief Fengling didn't have too much affection for her. If it wasn't for the classmate relationship, Chief Fengling wouldn't even bother with a word. Is that really dead? After hearing that it was Chief Fengling, Xin Weiran that was slowly climbed up from the bed collapse. She also did not care whether she had clothes on her body. Is dumbfounded pointing to the ground has died Zhu Yong. He's dead. I won't stop you if you want to do whatever you want. Chief Fengling's tone was still cold, as if he was facing a stranger. Aha! You, damn you, die. After confirming that Zhu Yong really died, Xin Weiran, who was still standing in place, was suddenly mad. She didn't care about her image anymore, and after rushing to Zhu Yong's side, she started pounding, clawing, pulling, and yanking on Zhu Yong's body. Before Zhu Yong died, his body had been shot many times, which allowed Xin Weiran to easily tear through his flesh. For a time, blood and broken meat that was splattered everywhere. At this moment Xin Weiran just like has become a bloody person. But even so, she still did not stop the action of the hand. On the side, Chief Fengling didn't stop. After all, every person has their own way of venting. As long as it doesn't affect them, Chief Fengling won't intervene too much. Nope. As Xin Weiran continued to be angry, Chief Fengling also felt that Xin Weiran's aura had changed, and a kind of boundless hostility continued to pour out of her. Is it? Eye of the Undead Emperor. Name, Xin Weiran. Race, Fallen. Level, First High. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 40. Skills, none. I didn't realize that in this life, Xin Weiran was the first Fallen he had encountered. The Fallen, a human-specific variant that, upon great stimulation, the human will go into a state of insanity, with a rapid clearing of intelligence and a significant increase in all attributes. The Fallen are undefinable species. Some of them specialize in killing people while others specialize in hunting zombies, and cannot revert back to human or be infected by the zombie virus after becoming a Fallen. The only belief they have in their minds is what stimulated them the most before the fall, and if they find something similar, they will go into a state of insanity again, and then they will not be able to distinguish between their enemies and themselves. Enough, get up for me. Seeing that Xin Weiran was about to go and nibble on Zhu Yong's head, Chief Fengling finally couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what, Xin Weiran is also her classmate. At this moment she may still have some sanity for the time being. If she really lets her finish venting, it is estimated that in the future she will be a completely witless monster. Chief Fengling, what are you doing? At this moment, Xin Weiran really did still have some wisdom, but when she turned her head, she was looking at Chief Fengling with an angry face, as if Chief Fengling had interfered with her doing something big. If you looked closely, you would even see that Xin Weiran's eye pupils had turned blood-colored. What for? You calm down. Looking at such Xin Weiran, Chief Fengling didn't have any pity for her, and threw the butt of a gun at Xin Weiran's face. Chief Fengling's strength is very big. Just one time, directly sent Xin Weiran flying 3 meters. Only, the Xin Weiran who was sent flying didn't seem to suffer any injury. That was quickly climbed up. At the moment, she was propped up on the ground with her arms and legs together, her eyes staring and her mouth wide open in a beastly manner. Click. In place, Chief Fengling had already lifted the skeleton bone sniper. The muzzle of the gun was aimed straight at Shin Weiran's head. As long as Shin Weiran dared to launch an attack on herself, Chi Fengling didn't mind sending her out of this world right now. Bullet loaded. Muzzle lock. Trigger grip. Ready to blow your head off. At this moment, Chi Fengling no longer had any classmates in his eyes, because what was in front of him at this moment was an extremely dangerous fallen one. The fallen are unintelligent, which is exactly why they have very little ability to perceive injury, which allows them to fight and forget about life and death altogether. In the midst of the end times, if you saw a level 1 human who dared to launch an attack on a level 3 awakened without hesitation, then you could be sure that this person was a fallen without a doubt. Chi Fengling, is that you? Ah, me, how did I do this? Did I do all this? All of this? It was probably because the time of the fall was still not long, and it was also impossible to feel the threat of death, which allowed Shin Weiran, who was originally part of the frenzied state, to recover a bit. She looked at her body that was covered in blood and broken flesh, and then looked at Zhu Yong, who had already been torn into pieces, and her entire body once again entered a state of madness. Only this time, she didn't show any more attacks to Chi Fengling. She stretched out those sharp claws and scratched her face fiercely, as if this was cathartic. It was only that the fallen's physical attributes were higher, and they consumed and recovered faster. Chi Fengling could see that the face that she had cut was but recovering quickly. Enough, Shin Weiran. Do you still recognize me? Pulling Shin Weiran's hand, Chi Fengling asked coldly. You're Chi Fengling, you saved me. But, Shin Weiran raised her head. Her blood-red eyes just looked at Chi Fengling. Her expression was very painful, as if she was going through something. But what? But it seems like there is another self in my body. She told me to kill you. She told me to kill all the men. She is so strong, I can't hold on any longer. Shin Weiran gritted her teeth and said with a pained face. Hearing this, Chi Fengling's taut nerves finally loosened up a bit. This state of Shin Weiran's only appeared in a small number of fallen, because most of the fallen, in the beginning, would be completely consumed by that fallen personality. Since then, that person's body would no longer be controlled by the person who was originally him, and it could be said that although that person's appearance remained the same, he was no longer the same person. And right now, Shin Weiran was fighting with that degenerate self for control of her body, and as long as she defeated the degenerate personality for the first time, then she would be the main owner of this body from now on. Yes, the fallen are called fallen, and that is because their fallen personality can never be removed. Even if you have defeated the fallen personality countless times, it is still possible for the fallen personality to usurp power and take over the throne at a later time. Shin Weiran, hold on. If you pull through, then we're still friends, but if you fail, I'll still kill you. Letting Shin Weiran's nails sink into her palms, Chi Fengling that was speaking to her with a firm face. Like at times like this, Shin Weiran was equivalent to being in a state of isolation, and at that time, the voices of the fallen personality would attack from all sides. The fallen personality will continue to uncover her scars and keep her in a constant state of breakdown, and she will likely have a mental breakdown from this without assistance from anyone else. Chi Fengling's physical behavior is very touching, but Chi Fengling's words are very cruel. But at the very least, at this moment, Shin Weiran is hearing a third voice that belongs to the fallen man extraordinarily. Kill them all. No, don't, I can't. You believe in Tian Mingjing so much, but how he treated you. You prayed for Zhu Yong like that, but how Zhu Yong treated you. Have you forgotten all these? Tian Mingjing is dead. I killed him. Zhu Yong is dead. You killed him. You don't live for them. You live for yourself. Chi Fengling could see that the fallen personality epitomized Shin Weiran when she was at her most desperate, and as long as she said this, Shin Weiran would be unable to resist. Tick-tock. Dead. They're all dead. I want to myself live. As drops of Chi Fengling's blood fell, Shin Weiran's words were squeezed out of her mouth word by word. Chi Fengling could see clearly that after Shin Weiran finished her sentence, the pupils of her eyes finally changed from a blood color back to normal. Chi Fengling yes, I'm sorry, recovered Shin Weiran, as if she had returned to her gentle appearance before the end of the world. Looking at the nail she had sunk into the palm of Chi Fengling's hand, she had guilt written all over her face. I'm fine. Take a look. Do you feel any discomfort? Pretending to be fine and withdrawing her hand, Chi Fengling also resumed her high and cold appearance. Yes, Chi Fengling had said before that he wouldn't intervene in the lives and deaths of these women, but this was for those who were completely worthless. The current Shin Weiran, surprisingly, had reached the first level of high rank in just a few moments, and with that strong physical quality, it was a very powerful aid at the beginning of the end times. Chi Fengling saved her, and that was because he needed her strength. That was all. I'm fine. Just a little headache.
Shaking her head, Shinweiran said with some bitterness, yes? Then do you remember Zhu Yon? He ravaged you. Remember Tian Mingjing? He betrayed you. Remember these past few days? You suffered a lot of ravages, but no one helped you. At this moment, Qi Fengling was like, specializing in uncovering people's scars. Qi Fengling, I want you dead. Clunk. Sure enough, after Qi Fengling finished those words, Shinweiran's eyes instantly turned red again, and Qi Fengling didn't hesitate, throwing a gun butt at her face. Get up! Rubbish! You rotten woman! Ah! Qi Fengling, die for me! Clunk! On top of the 7th floor, Qi Fengling just stood in front of Shinweiran, and as soon as she recovered, Qi Fengling would continue to verbally stimulate her, and once Shinweiran was about to enter the state of a fallen one, Qi Fengling would fling the butt of his gun in her face without any mercy or sympathy, and so on and so forth in a cycle of behavior. Shinweiran, get up! Look at how dirty you are now! Maple Spirit, don't say another word. I won't care about this anymore. Though you. Anyway, thank you very much. Qi Fengling didn't know how many times he had said this, and this time, Shinweiran finally didn't go into a frenzy. Name, Shinweiran. Race, Fallen, Autonomous. Level, First High. Skill, Rage Fall. The fallen person can enter the state of fall on his own initiative. During the fall, all attributes will be increased by 20%. IQ will be cleared. Ignore injuries. No distinction between friend and foe. At least lasts for half an hour. After seeing Shinweiran's data again, Qi Fengling also lowered the gun in his hand. It was true that what he had just done was not a personal act, but only in this way could Shinweiran completely grasp the initiative of her body. Or else one day, one of the people around her would accidentally say this, and it would not be good for her to go into a state of insanity all of a sudden. Chapter 54 almost taken. Well, there you go. Ah, Fengling, can you not drive me away? Blinking her eyes, Shinweiran had completely lost that look of wanting to kill just now. Then look at that look. Eyes rolling with shimmering light, as if they were about to cry out. If not for the inappropriate scene, Qi Fengling thought that he had met an ignorant girl. It seemed that his own deterrence was effective, which not only allowed Shinweiran to take control of her depraved personality, it seemed to have made her dependent on him. You're overthinking it. Why would I kick you out? I've already handed this place over to Lin Wenwei. You'll be responsible for assisting him and overseeing this place. Only that Qi Fengling didn't need this kind of dependence, not because Qi Fengling disliked her, but because Qi Fengling never played with other people's feelings, and what he couldn't give, he wouldn't promise in the first place. Similarly, Qi Fengling didn't have the ability to completely suppress a fallen, so he wouldn't give Shinweiran much to rely on. What about you? You're not staying here? The uneasy and bloodied little hand floating in front of her chest, Qi Fengling could see the supplication in Shinweiran's eyes. Yes, I'm going to make a trip to Yuncheng University, but I'm not giving up on this place. Without looking squarely at Shinweiran, Qi Fengling instead moved her attention to Zhu Yon. Yes, is it? Then can I accompany you? On the side, Shinweiran still didn't give up and only asked weakly. No, you have too many indeterminate factors. This post-apocalyptic world is already different from what I imagined. I can't take you with me. Qi Fengling still refused her. What he said was true. The fallen was too susceptible to her environment, and if she fought with the zombie hordes, or other survivor bases along the way, should he or she make a move or not? There's also the fact that this post-apocalyptic world is really different from the last one. Leaving aside any peculiar species, let's just say this zombie. In his last life, before the army completely cleaned up the zombies were all over every place in Cloud City, and there would not be such a situation where he could not meet any zombies even after walking for half a day. Is it possible that the zombies have left Cloud City in large numbers? Or has a new race emerged that specializes in hunting zombies? Qi Fengling didn't know for sure. Then will you come back? Seeing Qi Fengling's firm attitude of refusal, Shinweiran also no longer continued to pray. She just hoped that Qi Fengling would not abandon them. Will do. Just guard this place for me. Qi Fengling still gave Shinweiran a firm reply. Oh, okay, don't worry. I'll definitely guard this place. After saying that, Shinweiran didn't say anything more. Instead, she was about to go downstairs following Qi Fengling's words. Wait. Thank you Maple Spirit. Seeing Qi Fengling walking slowly towards her, and even draping her own jacket over herself, that Shinweiran instantly blushed with shame. The color of blood and shyness mixed together, making her face look even redder. There's no way around it. It's like the woman is stupid and dumb, obviously not wearing a single piece of clothing. While the people downstairs were probably still kneeling, Shinweiran would probably cause another commotion if she just walked down. It seemed that a woman's clothes had to be worn by a woman.
And Shinwei-ran actually had a bit of a witch's demeanor after putting on Savvy's vestments. After confirming that Shinwei-ran had left the 7th floor, Chi Fengling then walked towards the already dead Zhu Yong. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and Zhu Yong's only head that was still intact was also blown up by Chi Fengling. Chi Fengling did this not to vent his anger, but to see if he had gambled on that 1% of luck correctly. After gently peeling away the bloody brain tissue, a marble-sized orb appeared in front of Chi Fengling. Ha! The bet is on. Luckily, he didn't let Shinwei-ran eat Zhu Yong's head, or else he would have missed out on an awakening bead. Looking at this awakening bead on the ground, Chi Fengling is more and more strange. Normal awakening bead is not black? Why does this one look green? Whatever. It was a pure energy body anyway, so Chi Fengling took it into his hands. Needing to improve his strength too much himself, Chi Feng had thought that his reborn self should have crushed these people, but these days, the people who didn't move and appeared were all above the first level high rank, which made his reborn advantage vanish. What's going on? Originally, Chi Fengling was still thinking about how much energy this awakening bead could raise. However, the awakening bead, which could normally be crushed with force, was not moving at all at this moment. What is this? Just as Chi Fengling was about to take a closer look at this awakening bead, from within the awakening bead was a stream of green light that gushed out. The stream of light wrapped around his arm, and everywhere it passed was dyed green, and what was even more terrifying was that where the stream of light swept through, Chi Fengling couldn't even feel his senses. Buzz! In less than a second, Chi Fengling didn't even have time to struggle. The stream of light unexpectedly surged directly into his brain. Chi Fengling only felt that his consciousness was being eroded by something so fast and powerful that he couldn't do anything to react. It can't be. Could it be that my rebirth in one life is going to end up here in a few? Chi Fengling was unconvinced, but the stupor of his consciousness made him unable to speak at all. Boom! Buzz! Also, just as Chi Fengling's consciousness was about to completely dissipate, he only felt as if an explosion had occurred in his head, while the eroded feeling was instantly driven away. How is that possible? How could you have the aura of an undead emperor on you? Could it be that you? When he opened his eyes, Chi Fengling saw a green shadow of light appear in front of him, and it was it that said these words. You? What the hell are you? Holding a skeleton bone sniper in one hand and the one-thought divine demon sword in the other, Chi Fengling instantly assumed his strongest stance, because Chi Fengling knew clearly that the thing that was going to take over his consciousness just now was this strange light shadow in front of him. Griffin, you don't deserve to know my name yet. Your body is strange. I'll remember you. Just wait. That light shadow, however, was incredibly condescending and arrogant, and had never even looked at Chi Fengling squarely. He only carefully sized up Chi Fengling, as if he wanted to see through this person. Wow. BZZZ. BZZZ. Ah, Griffin, what are you holding? How dare you hurt me? As Chi Fengling swung out two waves of light, the Ghoul King, who was originally conceited to the extreme, screamed in pain. Chi Fengling had guessed correctly. An SSS-ranked light weapon could still cause damage to an evil spirit like the Ghoul King. Griffin, the revenge of destroying my torso and injuring my spirit body. I, Corpse Ghost Lord, have remembered it. The next time I see you, it will be the time of your death. Seeing that Chi Fengling was about to wield the light wave again, that Corpse Lord still panicked. After he let out a few harsh words, his figure floated straight out of the building like smoke. It was also just before the light shadow left completely that Chi Fengling finally locked onto it. Name, Ghoul King. Race, undead/zombie. Status, spiritual illusionary body. Rank, power, speed, skill. What's this? The Ghoul King? It seemed like Chi Fengling had never heard of this person in his last life, and why his race was somewhere between undead and zombie. One clearly remembers that it wasn't the awakening bead in Zhu Yong's head, and the inheritance Zhu Yong obtained was clearly the flesh stitcher. How in the world did this Ghoul King come to be in the state of a spirit illusion body that couldn't be physically attacked? This world was really becoming more and more unintelligible to himself, and listening to the words of this Ghoul King, it seemed like he was coming to seek revenge on himself as well, but really speechless. The strength did not improve much. The enemy that is knotted a whole lot. It seems that he must accelerate the speed of becoming stronger. Chapter 55 Flaming Skeleton Horse. Maple Spirit. The bodies are all here, but there aren't any more zombies in the neighborhood, so this won't work. At the entrance of the Want Fat supermarket, Lin Wenwei, on the other hand, had people move out all the corpses that had died inside the supermarket. Only he thought that Chi Fengling was trying to attract the zombies with this method. This I know. I have my own use for it, so you don't have to care. Lin Wenwei was still an ordinary person after all, and Chi Fengling didn't want to explain too much to him. Alright, surprisingly, you don't want to talk about it, so I won't ask too much. But, it's going to be dark soon.
do you really want to leave overnight?
It could be seen that Lin Wenwei was really concerned about himself.
Time is not on my side. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Patting Lin Wenwei's shoulder, Chi Fengling said seriously. Okay, but then, what should I do next?
Seeing that Chi Fengling's intention to go had been decided, worry still surfaced on Lin Wenwei's face. Yes, as a college student who hadn't graduated yet and had been a Ding class person for so long,
and now all of a sudden became the boss here, Lin Wenwei naturally didn't know what to do. Don't be too soft-hearted. You have to be ruthless when you need to be. When you meet someone who wants to force their way out, you go to Xin Wei Ran. Remember,
during this time there must be an order forbidding forced erotic dealings, or rather, that sort of thing should not be seen by Xin Wei Ran. You just have to hold on for another 15 days.
By then, I'll definitely come back for you guys. At this moment,
Chi Fengling was like an old father who was about to leave for a long trip,
explaining everything to Lin Wenwei.
And Chi Fengling was still most worried about Xin Wei Ran.
With Shen Weiran's current strength, if she entered the state of a fallen one, the entire manhware supermarket would be killed by her. Good. Fengling, don't worry. I'll definitely stand firm until you come back. Nodding his head deeply, Lin Wenwei didn't linger any longer and led the people right into the interior of the supermarket. Yes, the scene was still a bit scary for them,
and they had seen corpses before,
but a whole bunch of them. That was the first time they had seen it.
At this moment at the entrance of the supermarket, there was a whole pile of 33 corpses,
which included people who were killed by Chi Fengling,
and also women who couldn't stand jumping off the building later. This kind of scene was something Chi Fengling was already used to seeing, but for them, they still threw up just by looking at it.
Lin Wenwei was right. It was about to get dark, and the night in the end times could be much more dangerous than the day. However,
one's opponents were already getting stronger and stronger.
If one didn't go out and take a risk, then one would definitely be surpassed by them,
and the price for being surpassed could be just death.
Thinking of this,
Chi Fengling then closed his eyes, and as the incantation in that inhuman language emerged from Chi Fengling's mouth, red special runes began to appear around that mountain of corpses. Undead blood sacrifice. This was the safest way for Chi Fengling to become stronger now,
although there was an element of gambling, but whether it was the skeleton giant, the one thought divine demon sword, or the skeleton witch,
this undead blood sacrifice hadn't pitted itself yet.
However, this time, Chi Fengling didn't have much of a bottom line. After all,
the sacrifice that summoned the one-thought divine demon sword was the Chi Jielawa, the sacrifice that summoned the skeleton which was the entire skyscraper's deadweight.
And this time, the sacrifices were just these 33 corpses, and although there were a dozen awakened among them, their ranks were all too low,
and the professions they had awakened were particularly crotch-pulling. Chi Fengling even felt that the quality of this offering was even less than 1/5 of the quality of Chi Jie's flower.
Disgusting as it was better than nothing,
and as Chi Fengling finished the incantation, the corpses that were piled up like a small mountain were rapidly disappearing.
This is a good thing. It means that a creature has consumed its sacrifice, and then it becomes its summoned beast. Only, the current Chi Fengling was still a bit torn. His current self was still a high-level one,
and if he summoned another level 3 creature,
it would take him a long time to tame it again. However, if they summoned a level 2,
or level 1 creature, they would play too little of a role,
even though they could be easily controlled by Chi Fengling.
It was also during the time that Chi Fengling was entangled. The corpse at the entrance of the supermarket also completely disappeared from the area. Not even the blood and broken flesh left on the ground.
Winnie, before you see them, you hear them.
Before the white smoke on the spell had disappeared, Chi Fengling heard a loud chirping sound. It seemed that this time,
the creature he had summoned was no longer a humanoid species. Soon,
the chirping sound dispersed along with the white smoke, and Chi Fengling had yet to see what the summoned beast looked like, but he could already feel the fiery sensation, and it felt as if there was a ball of fire that kept coming towards him.
Holy, cool.
This was Chi Fengling's first feeling,
and for once, something from a movie had finally appeared in reality.
The summoned beast this time was a horse, but this horse was not simple. It didn't have the flesh and blood of an unusual horse. The entire body of the horse was cast in skulls.
However, if it was only like this,
then it could only be said to be scary,
and could not be said to be handsome.
It was handsome in that the horse's whole body was burning with red-colored flames. The flames were coiled right around the bone.
The flames had no intention of going out,
and the bone didn't feel like it was being burned.
Isn't this the mount of a man dressed as a cowboy in the West who wields the power of the devil in a movie?
At that time,
when Chi Fengling watched the movie, he thought that the flaming warhorse was more handsome than the hellish motorcycle, and he didn't expect that one day, he would really be able to ride this warhorse. Name, Flaming Skeleton Horse. Race, Undead. Rank, Level 2 High. Power, 50. Speed, 150. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 100. Skill, flame treads, a blazing fire burning all around the body. The flame cannot be extinguished, and wherever it passes through, it will leave traces of flame that will last for a long time. That's all about the flaming skeleton horse. And let's just say that the skills are just as good with or without it, and all the other attributes are lower than those of creatures of the same level, except for the speed, which is good enough. Winnie. On the side, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to have sensed its master's dislike as well, as it raised its hooves and leapt forward, meaning that it was saying that it would let Chi Fengling ride it for a show. But well, after hesitating for half a night, Chi Fengling still didn't straddle this flaming skeleton horse. After all, Chi Fengling wasn't sure if these fires would burn himself. There's no point in this rebirth if you burn your lifeblood. Winnie. Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't get on his horse for a long time, the flaming skeleton horse even fluttered in place. That way, it looked like a child who was being pampered. The unusual sound of the horse still attracted the attention of the survivors in the supermarket, and as they looked at the skeleton horse full of flames, their admiration for Chi Fengling increased a little more. Fine, fine, don't you scream, I'll just you. Face to this, Chi Fengling is also not on it. As Chi Fengling slowly placed his hand on the flames of the skeletal horse, the flames actually burned onto himself in a smooth manner. Only, the flames didn't burn themselves, not even the tattered clothes they were wearing. Good horse. Seeing that the flames really didn't burn themselves, Chi Fengling then made a vigorous leap and jumped directly onto the horse's back. Winnie. Seeing that his master had mounted himself, the flaming skeleton horse was overjoyed, and under Chi Fengling's command, in just an instant, the one man and one horse rushed 7 or 8 meters away. That's fast. At this speed, it looks like in less than 4 hours, one will be able to make it back to Cloud City University. Chapter 56. Horse stomping on a flying corpse. The sun was setting in the sky, and the sky was slowly turning from blue to gray, with building corners connecting to the sky. And what a beautiful city evening it would have been if there hadn't been smoke, debris, and corpses, air particles cold. Memories slowly come to mind. Do not know how many years, not in the memory of the city to roam, even if it is now the Cloud City has been full of devastation, but this by the fact that it cannot change their own familiar love for it. Da-da-da-da. Chi Fengling steered the horse galloped. The evening wind blew. If the fresh water of the brush, if the jade hand of the rub, once again enjoying the unique beauty, so that Chi Fengling has a kind of indescribable coziness. Dynasty Street. This street is at least one of the busiest streets in the Cloud City. Traffic, gates, every time into the night. This place in turn will become more lively. But now, Chi Fengling shook his head. Now the street was in chaos. Because of the sudden appearance of the zombies, it led to a mega car accident on the street. Hundreds of vehicles crashed together horizontally. The luxury cars that used to bring tears to the eyes of the people with a little rubbing are now piled up like scrap metal wherever they are. God, what is that? As his gaze continued to migrate, Chi Fengling then saw a huge ruin, and the cause of this situation was not something else, but actually the airplane high in the sky. Chi Fengling didn't even dare to think about how desperate some people would be for life when they managed to escape the mouths of the zombies, gasping for air and hiding under the table, looking at the airplane that came out of control and blew up at them. Sure enough, airplanes are still unsafe, either all dead or all alive. Only good reviews, no life bad reviews. Da-da-da-da. Although Chi Fengling had never ridden a horse before, this flaming skeleton horse took good care of itself. It didn't run very fast and could let itself slowly familiarize itself with this feeling. The Imperial official. Stop, quickly stop. Suddenly, Chi Fengling then saw a store on the street that hadn't been destroyed much, even though the entrance of the store was covered with bloodstains, severed limbs and large pits. This still couldn't pull it down because this was the most famous men's clothing in China. Before the end of the world, the cheapest piece of clothing here cost tens of thousands of dollars. And even if you wanted to buy it, people wouldn't buy it because those clothes were given away by customers after they bought millions of dollars of clothes. Looking at the model still standing in front of the glass cabinet, wearing expensive clothes, Chi Fengling is still moved. After all, that luxury brand, their 2 lives have not been worn once. At Chi Fengling's command, the flaming skeleton horse raised the front half of its body and drew in its neck to neigh, with an amplitude so great that it almost didn't shake Chi Fengling down. When Chi Fengling managed to stabilize his body to dismount, the flaming skeleton horse was pulling away the hooves, like a ball of flames generally rushed toward the front. The speed of this strangely fast and incomparable. If it is not their own tight grip on the reins, I'm afraid that there is now only galloping, not steering the horse. Hey, what are you doing? I'm asking you to stop, not to speed up. And even if you want to speed up, then slow down a bit. I almost. Boom, boom. On top of the horse, Chi Fengling grabbed the reins and said with great anger, After all, it was the clothes of the imperial official. No man can restrain the favoritism. However, before Chief Fengling finished his words, a huge rock fell from the position where the two were just now. And on that rock, there was standing a humanoid beast-faced monster. And on the monster's back, there was a pair of huge bat-like wings. What's that? The distance between Chief Fengling and them was getting farther and farther. Gradually Chief Fengling could only see their blood-red eyes. Unfortunately, Chief Fengling didn't use the undead emperor's eye to see their basic information. Seeing that Chief Fengling stopped talking, the flaming skeleton horse on that crotch chirped instead. It seemed to be saying, "You still don't thank me. I saved you." How to say it? It was true that one did not feel the presence of that monster. The boulder shouldn't have hit him directly though. It's not like he's an imbecile after all. But the trade-off is that he'll get splattered. And that consequence is that he could get into a nasty fight because of his injuries. No wonder the clothes of that imperial official are still intact there. So there are monsters that specialize in using this to hunt humans. It seems the night is still the domain of monsters. He himself, a mudblood, was not destined to wear good clothes after all. Roar! Roar! Perhaps Chief Fengling's commotion was too great. Or perhaps the flames on the back of the flaming skeleton horse at night attracted too much attention. Up ahead, Chief Fengling finally saw a decent-sized wave of corpses. There were more than 100 zombies in a line. They were no longer tearing each other apart. And at the front of the line of zombies, that was standing a zombie that was a little bit more lanky. As expected, humans would awaken. And zombies would also evolve. Like this zombie, who had either mistakenly eaten the awakening beads or devoured too many of his own kind. And now he had just become the boss of this small wave of zombies. Because it hadn't been long since they had entered the post-apocalyptic world, human elements were still evident in some of the zombies. Things like a well-worn tie, a watch that still reads, and stockings that aren't bad for just looking at your legs, are what make them look extra oozy. What? What are you doing? If we rush in, we'll surely die, ha. Chief Fengling shook the reins, obviously trying to make the flaming skeleton horse change its course of action. However, this flaming skeleton horse had a unique personality. Not only did it ignore Chief Fengling's order, it also sped up and charged towards the zombie tide. Isn't that Ed up? He himself was only at the first level of high rank now, and he didn't have any means of ranged attack, although it was still no problem to subdue a dozen zombies. But if he got caught up in this tide of corpses, he would sooner or later be consumed to death. Now Chief Fengling could be even more convinced that the martial arts stars on TV said that they could beat up a dozen ordinary people with their bare hands. Isn't that pure ing bull? One-on-one or one-on-two you're okay, but if the crowd is not afraid to die and surround you, one person can kick you half crippled. Dead horse, quickly change direction for me. Whacking the flaming skeleton horse's bones, Chief Fengling was helpless. Because the flaming skeleton horse's speed was too fast, the distance between himself and the tide of zombies was now just a dozen meters. If he sent it back to the undead realm now, when the time came, he would first be thrown down, and then he would be the one who would lie down on his back and be surrounded by the zombies. Okay, I'll believe you once. You must be that Magnolia White Dragon colt. Gripping the reins tightly, Chief Fengling could only choose to believe in the flaming skeleton horse. The so-called Yulan White Dragon colt was Zhao Yun's mount back then when he went 7 times into 7 times out of Changban Pa, and that horse accomplished the rescue of his master from danger and rushed out of the encirclement. I hope this dead horse has that same role. At his hips, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to have understood Chief Fengling's meaning as well, and in an instant, the flames burning on its body were all a bit more intense. Okay, it's a pity that the cell phone was blown up and gone, or else high and low to commemorate it. Looking at himself also wrapped in flames, Chief Fengling was really wanting to take a picture. If this was sent out, it would be absolutely explosive. As the flaming skeleton horse accelerated, the distance between them and the tide of zombies was getting closer and closer. And now, Chief Fengling could already make out the half-rotted bodies of the zombies and the stench that seemed to be visible. Roar! Tap! Tap! Just at this time, the leader of the zombie that is directly accelerated to jump over. Just when Chief Fengling to draw out a thought of God and demon sword, that flaming skeleton horse is jumping higher. The double hooves with flames stomped on the face of the zombie little leader, only to hear a boom. A group of zombies including the zombie little leader were all stepped on the ground. This power was not small. That zombie little chief's face had been deformed by the flaming skeleton horse kick, and his body was ablaze with flames that could not be extinguished and would not spread. Phew! The flaming skeleton horse gave a long hiss, the air through the rainbow, as bright as a meteorite falling to the ground. The hissing ended. The flaming skeleton horse's battle intent was even more intense. In the next moment, the zombies that pounced up transformed into the petals of the flaming skeleton horse, and the one person and one horse unexpectedly galloped rapidly over the tide of zombies. A scene that looked so hot and weird. Chapter 57 First look at the undead realm. Beneath the night, above the tide of corpses, a man and a horse galloped strangely through the air just like that. Fortunately, the flaming skeleton horse belonged to the undead creatures, and its barren flaming hooves would not be infected by the zombies, no matter how much they scratched and bit. Dead horse. I thought I was already crazy enough, but I didn't expect that you were even braver than me. Looking at the herd of zombies underneath him to be thrown off, Chief Fengling still gave this flaming skeleton horse a hint of encouragement. Only, as if the flaming skeleton horse had misinterpreted its own meaning, after Chief Feng had finished saying those words, the flaming skeleton horse actually began to run back. Fortunately, the flaming skeleton horse still had some intelligence, and it just seemed as if it was only trying to scare Chief Fengling. Tread. After trampling to death dozens of zombies, the one man and one horse finally jumped out of the surroundings of the zombie horde. But, the hooves of the skeleton horse seemed to be a bit loud, and with the roar of the zombie horde, it made the two of them stand out in the night. In less than a minute, zombies began to appear from corners, in buildings, in the jungle, in all directions, hissing loudly and showing an absolute devotion to food. Alright, don't make a scene. Quickly go. Looking at the zombies that were pouring out of the ooze, Chief Fengling was still afraid. He patted the back of the flaming skeleton horse, signaling for it to leave now. Now that's what post-apocalyptic times should be like. The tumbling tide of corpses, in the night, behind the one man and one horse. That was followed by thousands of bloodthirsty zombies, and that number continued to get larger with the bouncing of the flaming skeleton horse. Looking at the increasing number of zombies, Chief Fengling at least had an answer. That is, the zombies in Yunchang did not leave. It was only that zombies below level 3 had little intelligence, and even if they did, it would be washed away by that desire for blood and flesh. Therefore, there is only one answer. That is, in Cloud City, there is something that is deliberately hiding the zombies. This is a very bad rhythm. Chief Fengling always feels that in this life, Cloud City is hiding too many secrets. Between thoughts, the flaming skeleton horse under his crotch, however, had already run out nearly 2 kilometers away. Only in this direction. That was not on the way to Cloud City University at all. Don't you make any more trouble, or I'll break our contract, and by then, you'll be an inferior summoned beast. Patting the flaming skeleton horse's head, Chief Fengling said in a slightly threatening manner. Phew. This time, the flaming skeleton horse's neighing also became much weaker, as if it also understood Chief Fengling's meaning. Chief Fengling really doubted that this flaming skeleton horse was still at the age of a child. It was merely coming to this completely different world for the first time to the point that it was too curious and excited. What are you stopping for? Are you tired? Phew dash. The flaming skeleton raised its hooves and pointed at the stores in front of it, as if telling Chief Fengling something. This is Urban Beauty? Chief Fengling's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Urban Beauty. This is the most famous women's clothing brand in China. That luxury is not comparable to the imperial officials. Is it possible? The flaming skeleton horse also knew that he wanted a dress with a brand name, and that's why he sent himself here specifically? But he's a man. What's the point of bringing yourself to this women's clothing store? Although Chief Fengling's mouth was rejecting, her body was honest, and with 3 steps, Chief Fengling stepped into the luxurious women's clothing store that she hadn't even dared to look at before. This was worthy of being a luxury store. It seems that even before the end of the world, very few people came to shop here. So much so that by now, most of the clothes here are well preserved, and there aren't too many traces of zombie damage here either. It's beautiful. Looking at the counter in front of, wearing on the body of the model is still shining white long dress. For a second, Chief Fengling also how wish I can be a girl. Alright, come out. Savvy. After thinking for a while, Chief Fengling still chose to summon Savvy out. Summoned me again, human. What is it that you need me to fix again? Was the same condescending Savvy as before? And at the first moment she appeared, Chief Fengling heard her trademark taunt. How many times have I said it? Don't call me human. I'm your master. If you really can't, you can call me Chief Fengling. For this woman in front of him, Chief Fengling finally gave in. Fengling? Is this your entire name? Hearing Chief Fengling say his name, Savvy acted shocked, as if he had heard something that shouldn't have happened. What's wrong? Is it hard to hear? No, it's not. It's just, and somehow Savvy became suddenly embarrassed. Well, I just wanted to ask you, how are you handling Tian Mingjing? Originally Chief Fengling still wanted to give Savvy a surprise or something, and now, that was not in the mood at all. People, don't worry Lord Maple Spirit, although I can't do anything about him in your world, but in the undead realm, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. A man like him, 9 deaths are hard to quench the hatred in my heart. As soon as Tian Mingjing was mentioned, Savvy's face that was still somewhat smiling immediately went cold, and from what she said, she should have inflicted a very cruel black magic on Tian Mingjing. This, Chi Fengling knew that Savvy could be cruel, but she wouldn't describe it specifically, so she just mouthed the words, which made Chi Fengling bitter. Lord Fengling, don't be afraid. Look, slowly walking to herself, Savvy but suddenly raised her palm, and on her palm, there were actually two moving eyeballs, which startled Chi Fengling. However, considering that Savvy wouldn't harm himself anymore, Chi Fengling stopped retreating and allowed Savvy to put his palm on his face. Savvy's hands were cold while those two eyes were moist, and in just a moment, Chi Fengling lost his immediate vision, and the next second, a brand new scene appeared in front of Chi Fengling's eyes. There are no skyscrapers, no blue skies, no green shades or lakes and ponds here. All there is the boundless, uncountable white bone skeletons. Some of those skeletons had long since decayed, while others were slowly moving, and some were slowly appearing with spots of ghostly green fire. Is this the realm of the undead? As far as the eye can see, there are all skeletons white and gray and black, and ghostly flames like eyes. It's really scary. If a normal person is banished here, he would probably go crazy in less than half a day, right? As Savvy moved his palm, Chi Fengling's perspective changed. Here was a small two-story building built out of white bones, and thousands of the lowest-level skeleton warriors stood 1,000 meters near the small building. There wasn't much in the house either. What there was extremely Spartan decorations, and various household items made of skulls and crossbones. Other than that, there were many books that glowed black, as well as a few mauve-colored robes that Chi Fengling could sporadically see that had been cut out. This should be Savvy's territory. It seems that Savvy's territory in the undead world isn't too small. In the words of this world, Savvy is also a wan ho ho. Chi Fengling could also understand why he had lulled his weak self so much when Savvy first appeared. Ahem, don't look at those. I'll find him for you. At this moment Savvy acted like a great lady who was being peeped into her boudoir. Only Chi Fengling didn't care about that. He only wanted to see what had become of Tian Mingjing. Chapter 58 Endless Torture. Aha, please, kill me. Whoosh. Chi Fengling, you shall not die. Whoosh. Aha. I was wrong. Spare me. Please spare me. Whoosh. Aha. Old hag. Just wait. I'll get my revenge. Soon. Savvy moved her view to the ground floor of her building, which, to her surprise, was much wider, and after passing through one underground cage after another, Tian Mingjing's figure finally appeared in Chi Feng's spirit perspective. Although he couldn't hear the voice from Tian Mingjing's mouthing, Chi Fengling already knew that Tian Mingjing was constantly cursing and begging for mercy. It's a very strange phenomenon. If someone praises you to the heavens 1 second and then curses your ancestors the next, and so on and so forth, then you definitely won't let them off the hook. And there's only one thing that can put a person into that state, and that's if that person is, right now, as good as dead. Yes, that's what's happening to Tian Mingjing at the moment. At this moment, his arms and legs had been broken as much as possible, and to his left and right, there were 4 more skeleton warriors tightly controlling him, and in front of him was a grotesque-looking half-skeleton creature who held his hands in Tian Mingjing's face before that rotting tongue wrapped around it as well. In half an hour, that tongue had actually drawn Tian Mingjing's soul out of his body in a hard way. And just as the half-skeleton creature was about to devour Tian Mingjing's soul, the skeleton warriors on the side would then forcefully drag Tian Mingjing's soul back again, and such behavior would occur once every half hour and never stop. In the realm of the undead, souls were also equivalent to being undead, and coupled with Savvy's unique black magic, this allowed Tian Mingjing's soul to not dissipate, and the agony of that soul being forced to be drawn out of his physical body would be constantly played out. This kind of pain Chi Fengling had the honor of proposing once, that is, in his last life, there was an undead who wanted to take over himself, forcibly extruding his soul out of his body, and if it wasn't for the assistance of the light sacrifice, I'm afraid that Chi Fengling had already been successfully taken over at that time, and it felt like the feeling you get when you're being controlled, and then your sense of pain is increased tenfold, and then someone cuts into your flesh and rips the sinews and bones out of your body the hard way. At that time, you wouldn't be dead yet, but you could feel extreme pain and suffering, and this Tian Mingjing was even worse. He had black magic cast on him by Savvy. In this state, Tian Mingjing wouldn't die from the pain, but would feel several times or even dozens of times more pain and suffering, and then the cycle would go on and on without dying. Tough. The so-called most poisonous woman's heart was true. Chi Fengling didn't even dare to think that if he lost to Savvy in the first fight, would he end up worse than this? Lord Fengling, are you still satisfied? Retracting his palm, Savvy that asked with a face of expectant praise. Ha, 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 ha. Of course, but, But what? But can we get to the 77 or 49 days and execute Tian Mingjing completely, so that his soul will be dispersed? Oh, is it your lordship who took pity on him? Hearing that, Savvy then gave a puzzled expression. Of course not. How could Qi Fengling pity such a person? It only appeared inside Chinese mythology, where some people died but their souls didn't dissipate and suffered endless torment. This not only didn't let him die, but it also allowed his soul to continue to become stronger in the midst of the torment. And in time, he even reached the status of transcendence before nearly destroying the three realms. It's just a myth. But now, with the end times coming and the gods appearing, what bizarre things can't happen? What Qi Fengling wants to do is that the people he wants to die, he can torture, but he won't give his enemies any chance to resurrect and take revenge. And if he wants his enemies to die, he will have to die in a way that will thwart his bones and scatter his soul. That didn't. Anyway, you just listen to me. For this to dark thought, Qi Fengling didn't explain to Savvy. Oh right, have you ever heard of the Ghoul King? Thinking that Savvy had read a lot of books and had spent so many years in the undead world, Qi Fengling also asked curiously. After all, he knew too little about the Ghoul King. Ghoul King? How did Lord Maple Spirit know this name? Have you met him? Hearing the words Ghoul King, Savvy instantly became serious. His eyes filled with dislike. Yes, but that wasn't the main body. It was just a phantom. He wanted to take over me and was driven away by me. To which Qi Fengling replied honestly. What? The Ghoul King he? At this moment, Savvy, like a mother who was afraid that her child will wear less clothes, examined Qi Fengling's body many times before he started to tell the story about the Ghoul King. The Ghoul King, at the strongest moment of his essence, reached the peak mythic rank. Peak of myth. What is that? That is the highest realm under the Supreme God. A strong person who reaches this rank is already no different from a god. A strong person that powerful. I'm afraid that with the move of a finger, Cloud City will be destroyed. Only, the Ghoul King ended up dying, having his godhood taken away by both sides at the same time for betraying the Undead Emperor and the Necrotic Emperor. And this Ghoul King, originally a general under the Undead Emperor, was sent to lurk at the side of the bereaved Emperor after receiving the Undead Emperor's immortal blessing. Only, the ability of the Ghoul King to lurk was too weak, and was discovered by the Necropolis Emperor 10,000 years ago. Only that the Necropolis Emperor didn't kill him, but instead also granted the Ghoul King the blessing of immortality, wanting him to lurk back at the side of the Undead Emperor. And that was the beginning of the mutation. After the Ghoul King received the immortal blessings of the two emperors, he was actually just one step away from reaching the rank of Supreme God. It was then that the arrogant Ghoul King began a widespread killing and land-grabbing behavior in the Undead and Carrion realms. At that time, the Ghoul King even wanted to break away from the Undead Emperor and the Zombie Emperor and establish an interface that only belonged to him. Later on, the Undead Emperor and the Zombie Emperor made a temporary truce and jointly crushed this traitor. It was only because of the immortal blessing of the two emperors' blessings. Even under the combined pounces of the two emperors, the Ghoul King surprisingly still didn't die. In that battle, the Ghoul King's physical body was completely destroyed, and his soul was broken apart over and over again. And it was under this constant torment that the Ghoul King's rank began to regress, all the way back to a state where he couldn't even coalesce his soul. But even so, the Ghoul King still didn't die, and his remnant soul was transformed into the lowest level of spirit phantasmagoria, wandering the undead realm with an extremely weak existence. And this is the story about the Ghoul King. The story is a bit simple. Even the context is not clear. It looks like the story of the Ghoul King. Savvy is also hearsay. In that case, then, this end of the blue planet really gave the creatures of the various interfaces a chance to be reborn or consigned to life. Then since the Undead Emperor had a legacy that appeared on the blue star, why couldn't the Ghoul King? If that was the case, Zhu Yong should have been the first flesh body that the Ghoul King was satisfied with, and he should have wanted to borrow Zhu Yong's body to slowly survive and take over the body to become stronger. It was just that he was the one who had once again destroyed his physical body and injured his spirit illusion body, so it was no wonder he hated himself so much. After hearing this, Qi Fengling also relaxed a bit. After all, the Ghoul King was the defeated general of the Undead Emperor. He couldn't fight the Undead Emperor in the Undead realm. Then in the Blue Star, he was bound to be no match for himself. Chapter 59 Trick Witches into Wearing Modern Clothes. Lord Maple Spirit, did you summon me out just to ask this? Savvy asked, cooing and sympathizing with his eyes. Of course not. Oh, is that because Fengling-sama met another damned man like Tian Mingjing? Savvy's expression changed really fast, and all of a sudden it turned into a look of disgust again, as if she had a deep hatred for those people. No, I say you're at least a girl. How come there's only fighting and killing in your eyes? To which Qi Fengling was indeed somewhat helpless. What about otherwise? In our undead realm, if you don't get stronger, there will be people who will come to take over your territory. And not only will they encroach on your territory, they will also enslave your body and brand your soul. Although I, Savvy, am weak, I have grown by myself step by step, the skeleton which will never give in, said Savvy, but she became more serious. In her body, Chief Onling also seemed to see himself at the beginning. The reason why it was like his own self in the beginning was because later on, Chief Onling realized that if the talent inheritance you obtained in the beginning was very crotch-pulling, then no matter how hard you worked, you wouldn't be able to compare to those heavenly destined children. Okay, let's not talk about this today. See, this is the best place to sell women's clothing in this world of ours, and I thought I couldn't waste it, so I thought I'd see if you'd like it, so I called you over. Pointing to the bright and colorful clothes at the back, Chief Onling said lightly. Savvy froze. What? Don't like it? Then forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. I'll send you back here. Seeing Savvy just standing there dumbfounded, Chief Onling was also embarrassed and a little uncomfortable. No, you just wanted to give me clothes today? Sniffing, Savvy then waved his hand repeatedly, and his tone became a bit unnatural. What about otherwise? I'm an abominable person, but I still have a conscience. It was my fault for using you as a meat shield last time. This time, let's take it as me making it up to you. The thing Chief Onling said was the first time out the skyscraper was bombed by the military. Ah, it's like this. Just compensation? But you even told me your full name. After hearing Chief Onling's words, Savvy's face was a meaty disappointment. What's wrong with that? Don't I know your name too? That's normal, right? Chief Onling scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. It couldn't be helped that in his last life, his awakened profession was a demon hunter, and that was a role that belonged to the category of decapitating zombies and foreigners when they saw them, so he didn't really know much about the culture of the foreigners. Okay, only, these are clothes, but why are the colors all so bright? Being colorful is the only way to show off your femininity. But, why is the neckline of that top so low? If there's a fight, won't everything be exposed? That one's not meant to be worn for fighting. We usually wear it for important occasions. So, how does that one say? Why do the pants have that slit? Wouldn't that make you naked if you walked a little? That's not pants. That's called a cheongsam. It's like your witch's vestments. Very much in the tradition of our Chinese nation. Wow, that's just a little bit of fabric. How can I wear it? It'll show off my body. Ahem. It's underwear. Not for outside wear. But it's not impossible if you want to wear it outside. What's underwear? I don't wear that kind of stuff, ugh. Yeah, let me con. Try it on anyway. Just wear it underneath. For a while, Savvy acted like a curious baby, curious about whatever clothes she was wearing, but she didn't understand it at best, which was probably the difference in aesthetics. Except that the undead realm does do what Savvy says, where there is no time for fighting, and the price of failure in battle is death and conquest. In this kind of tense environment, where would those female undead have time to dress up, like Savvy's trimmed skeleton vestments, fearing that they weren't already the beautiful clothes of the undead world? No, don't. I don't want to wear that. Savvy shook his head, kept waving his hands and kept backing away. Actually, Chief Onling hadn't done anything abominable when he just took out that gorgeous white dress and wanted Savvy to try it on. People always need to change their style. If you don't try it on, how do you know if it suits you? But Chief Onling still didn't give up because he really wanted to see where Savvy's face value level could go after wearing this dress. Well, okay, I'll try it then. And with a half-hearted push, Savvy had to agree. But, where do I change? Looking at the empty surroundings, Savvy instantly became embarrassed again. Of course it's right here. Anyway, there's no one else. It's not like I'm going to bully you. And I promise not to peek, alright. Chief Ongling's expression was particularly serious. But that wasn't what was on her mind inside. Don't you dare try to trick me. Wo yakula woo. Apparently Savvy didn't fall for Chief Ongling's trap, but instead closed his eyes and chanted a strange incantation in place. Gala, gala, boom, boom. Just after Savvy finished the spell, the otherwise quiet store was the one that started to get noisy, and then there was the sound of violent banging on the door. Swish! Chief Onling didn't hesitate, instantly pulling out the one-thought divine demon sword, and his battle stance was displayed. That being said, this was at least the largest women's clothing goods store in Cloud City. Even if it was to the end of the world, how could there be no one here? Only, the wave of zombies that Chief Onling expected did not appear. After a violent crash, a dead man like a withered bone instead walked out from the locker room. Name, race, human, death, power, 2, speed, 1, spirit, 0, physical, 0, skills, none, status, a dead thing dominated by dark magic, part of the memory of the previous life forever. Losing the dark magic will restore the state of death. Yes, they are the dead. Literally dead. They didn't turn into zombies. They didn't turn into half-zombies. They just died in the locker room for whatever specific reason. Isn't that simple enough? Looking at their skinny bodies, they should be the ones who hid in the locker room out of fear after the end times came. Looking at that again, the door to the locker room should have been locked by them. Like this kind of place, where would there be any food? In the end they should have been starved alive in despair. Now I am your master. Come, serve me. Savvy didn't even look at Chief Fongling, but condescendingly gave orders to those dead people. As well, there was only one other person present who had the ability to drive the dead, and that was the skeleton witch, Savvy, who was well versed in dark magic. While the dead wriggled their ragged bodies under the unwilling eyes of Chief Fongling, they led Savvy into the locker room. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, time passed by minute. Chief Fongling was really going to explode with boredom. Wasn't Savvy a woman of the undead realm? How come it took so long to change clothes and dress herself up as well? Chapter 60 Savvy * loves white. Ahem, I've kept you waiting. Take a look. Just when Chief Fongling was so bored that he was about to pick his feet, Savvy finally came out of the locker room. Luxurious shiny snow-white dress, crystal clear white high heels, slightly curled smooth purple hair, delicate and smooth tight skin, slightly red moist cherry mouth, disorientation charm violet pupils. This appearance of Savvy's instantly made Chief Fongling look straight in the eyes. It turned out that Savvy could look so good when dressed up. If we were to use the Chinese people's aesthetic to grade it, Savvy had already reached the level of a city flower. Why? Why don't you say something? Am I ugly? Ruffling the Sioux hair that floated from time to time around her ears, Savvy said with some embarrassment. How come? Clothes should be worn like this to look good. You now definitely finished off those witch partners of yours. Sucking back his saliva, Chief Fongling then gave a thumbs up. Wait for me then. It was true that girls couldn't stand this kind of compliment, and Chief Fongling could see that Savvy's smile was grinning up to her ears. Only, the next is the darkest moment of Chief Fongling. The whole night, Savvy is like a tireless machine, under the service of those dead people. Savvy hard to try most of the clothes here. How to say it? It's true that if you look good, you can handle any outfit, and it was a boring evening, but the visual experience was pulled together. What are you doing? Watching Savvy conjure up a black light door, Chief Fongling's face was filled with confusion. Of course I'm taking all these clothes with me. It's not like you can take them with you. Holding the shopping bag of urban decay, Savvy looked like a girl who had found a treasure. Won't our stuff go bad if we leave it in the undead realm? Except that Chief Fongling's mind could be completely off. Of course not. Although our undead world looks a little gray, but the air quality is definitely much better than your world. These things will not go bad in 100 years if they are placed in our place. Savvy raised his head, his face full of pride. Wanted to say something and then stopped. What can Chief Fongling say about this? The three countries stink to high heaven. The small day country discharges nuclear sewage indiscriminately, and the pretty country creates smoke everywhere. Plus everyone is in a state of hatred of the rich. Speaking of protecting the environment connects to the fact that the rich don't protect it, so why are they required to do so? And in this vindictive spirit, they have started their own pollution as well. At this rate, the air quality in Blue Star is already long gone from what it was a decade or so ago. What for? I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Chief Fongling looking at himself with wide eyes, Savvy was a bit embarrassed. Chief Fongling naturally wasn't thinking about Savvy, he just thought of a good idea. Surprisingly, these clothes could be kept intact in the undead realm, so why didn't he stockpile some supplies at Savvy's? In the undead realm, the undead didn't need human food at all to survive, and the food was kept at Savvy's to ensure that it didn't go bad as well as to ensure that it wasn't robbed. And since one can summon Savvy at any time, doesn't that mean that one can pick up the supplies placed with Savvy at any time? So then, in that case, what about Savvy being his own space ring in addition to being his own major warlord? It's fine. I just think you're too beautiful. These things are really too suitable to give to you. Chief Fongling rubbed his hands and said with an attentive face, yes, is it? Actually, I think we still have a lot of good things in this world. Can we put them at your place as well? Before Savvy could finish his sentence, Chief Fongling expressed his meaning in advance. Or these nice clothes and stuff? That's certainly fine. At this moment, Savvy, who had been completely swept away by these clothes, couldn't see Chief Fongling's true intentions at all. Hiss. Clutching his right hand, Chief Fongling that was in pain rolled on the ground. At this moment Chief Fongling's right hand fingers, the skin and flesh had completely disappeared, leaving the bloodied bones. Just now, Chief Fongling was also acting out of good intentions, wanting to help Savvy take a few clothes to the undead realm, only for Chief Fongling's hand to just pass through the black light door,
and the power belonging to the rules consumed Chi Fingling's flesh and skin.
If Chi Fengling hadn't reacted quickly,
it was estimated that half of his body's flesh and blood would have been devoured.
What are you doing? Quickly give me a look.
Seeing Chi Fengling fall down, Savvy also put down the clothes in her hands and started to treat the injury on Chi Fengling's hand.
Fortunately, Chi Fengling's bones were still there, and with Chi Fengling's self-healing ability being strong enough, after 10 minutes, the disappearing flesh and skin grew once again.
Are you not stupid? I'm your summoned beast. We signed a contract, I can naturally come here. And you're not an undead creature or a dead thing.
How can you trespass into the undead realm?
Seeing that Chi Fengling was no longer in pain and suffering,
Savvy then returned to his serious expression.
Yes, Savvy was right. This was the power of law that every world possessed. Rules made by the strongest god of the world to prevent other gods from encroaching on their world.
If Bluestar didn't have this power of law,
then at the beginning of the end times,
creatures from all the major realms would have flocked to Bluestar.
At that time, the average ordinary human who was less than one level, in front of the insect tide, beast tide, undead army, and flying dragon team, those were opponents that were not even as good as ants.
And at that time, I'm afraid that the extinction of the human race would be something that could be accomplished in a day.
Then can't I go to your undead realm? Chi Fengling was very unconvinced.
Why could only people from other realms attack Bluestar, and Bluestar's people couldn't counterattack?
Of course you can. Either you complete a summoning contract with a creature of the undead realm, or you reach the Zunshur level and then go through the interface gate, or an undead powerhouse of epic level or higher invites you over.
To Chi Fengling's question, Savvy had already thought of an answer. Hearing this,
Chi Fengling could only shake his head helplessly. He originally thought that if he could go to the undead realm at will, then he could feel free to go on adventures, and just run to the undead realm when he was under a deadly threat. It seems that this idea of spinning a blank has long been discovered by those rulemakers.
By the way, Lord Fengling, where is that vestment I gave you?
Looking at Chi Fengling in his tattered clothes,
Savvy finally thought of something.
That. Oh, it's broken. It was scratched and damaged by the zombies. Chi Fengling seemed to remember.
That vestment was given to Shenwei by himself,
because the clothes were too ill-fitting to wear.
Is it? Can that lowly creature scratch through my vestments?
Yeah, why would I lie to you? You should go back quickly, try on those clothes. Afraid of being discovered by Savvy, Chi Fengling was rushing Savvy away.
Alright, Fengling-sama, thank you very much for sending me these clothes. Actually, the name I told you wasn't all that. My full name is Savvy Love White.
When Savvy said her full name, her cheeks had long since reddened as if she had just said something confessional.
As Savvy left, the black door of light disappeared from sight,
and the dead returned to their dead forms once more.
Chapter 61. One look at you and you're not human. Phew, a horse honked under the bright sun in the broken city.
Dead horse, be quiet. If you dare to make that whole dead out last night again, I'll definitely dissolve the summoning relationship with you. Glaring fiercely at the flaming skeleton horse in front of her, Chi Fengling said fiercely.
It was now 11 a.m. on July 17th.
The journey that should have been made to Yunchun University last night was hard to be dragged out by Savvy for the night,
and after a brief rest, Chi Fengling then set off once again. To be honest,
this flaming skeleton horse seemed to have a bit more of a vestigial feeling in the daytime, and the flames burning all over its body looked even more intense. Phew, being rebuked by Chi Fengling in such a manner, the flaming skeleton horse instantly lowered its head, with a look like a child who had done something wrong.
Alright, just be obedient. I'm not that unreasonable.
Chi Fengling's behavior belonged to slapping and then giving a sweet date. This, however, worked for the flaming skeleton horse, which was understanding Chi Fengling's meaning and began to nod its head repeatedly.
Alright, let's get going and start scavenging. Few dash, 8 pineapple cigarettes and liquor. Kick the door in. Roar. Put. Happy betting. Breaking and entering. Are you human? Help me. Hide yourself. I don't have time for you. Vegetarian World Church. Push the door in. Nothing. Close the door and walk away. Home World Butchery. Knock on the door and enter. Vomit. Cloud City Souvenir Shop. Banging on the door. Who are you? Get the hell out of here and don't touch my stuff. Die or get out of the way. What for? Don't even think about it. Dash. At the moment, Chi Fengling was disguised as a Cloud City bandit, and the stores that he usually didn't enter, or didn't want to enter, Chi Fengling was the one who wanted to enter. Anyway, it's just that, if there are good things to grab, if there are zombies to kill, if there are people blocking the way, also kill, as long as it can be used. Chi Fengling all robbed and put it in Savvy's territory. In just an hour's time, all the large and small stores in Cloud City were robbed by Chi Fengling. It's just a shame that the end times have been over for so long. Most of the food has been eaten. and a lot of the supplies have been spoiled, so don't look busy for so long, but the collection is actually just that much. Thinking about it, Chief Onling also gave up his intention to continue scavenging, locking the direction of Cloud City University. Chief Onling was about to steer his horse, Buzz. The lonely air was empty as far as the eye could see, and the sudden helicopter perched in the sky, the sound of its propellers humming as if it was the beast that was disturbing the quiet world. Yes, the daytime Cloud City, although depressed, but it seems everyone quiet. Stars 2 or 2 zombies appeared, as if to become the normal residents of Cloud City. Team Zhang, I don't want to do it anymore. I want to be discharged. Gonzo, do you realize what you're saying? Your behavior is desertion. Team Zhang, are we still soldiers? Don't we become soldiers to serve the people? But what have we been doing these past few days? They're obviously normal people, obviously our partners, but we have to shoot them. We have innocent blood on our hands. The bloodthirsty man in the helicopter barn finally couldn't help himself. Gundam, I know what you mean, but we have to stay alive too. Don't you understand? It's no longer the world of the army. It's now the world of the awakened. We ordinary people. Only by hugging this tree tightly can we survive in this cannibalistic world. In the helicopter barn on the side, that iron-blooded man finally said this against his will. Da-da-da-da. But Team Zhang, alright, stop it. Look, what's that? Just as that Gangzi was about to argue something else, Team Zhang seemed to have discovered something. Right now on the empty and cluttered streets, a warhorse made of white bones was galloping down the road, and on its back was riding a man covered in fire. Necromancer? It's hard to believe that the zombies have evolved to this level. Gundam's face was filled with disbelief. Whatever. Attack. Wait a minute, Team Zhang. Didn't it say above that if you encounter someone special, shouldn't you first determine if they're awakened or not, and then consider whether or not to take them in first? Gongzi, don't you understand? There are too many monks and not enough gruel. The more awakened ones there are in the team, the worse our days will be. At this moment, that Zhang team's face was an expression of hatred. Yes, this was the situation shortly after the beginning of the end times, especially evident among the military, where all major powers would prioritize the recruitment of awakened people, and the status of ordinary people would become lower and lower. Human nature cannot be tested, and where would anyone be happy to give of themselves indefinitely, especially when their faith is collapsing? And that was why, in the end, it wasn't a high-ranking officer in the army who became the city lord of Cloud City, but Yi Tian who became the city lord. The people down there, are they people or zombies? Depressing the altitude of the helicopter, Team Zhang then shouted to the one person who was on the street. And who else could this one man and one horse be? Naturally it was Chief Fengling and the flaming skeleton horse who were in the midst of the Mercedes. In fact, Chief Fengling had already spotted them when the two exchanged words, only that his target was too big and he had already been locked by the helicopter. So Chief Fengling didn't run inside the building. Only, Chief Fengling still underestimated the power of modern technology too much. Don't look at it as just a helicopter. But its speed was not at all slower than the flaming skeleton horse. He had speeded up explicitly and implicitly, and had taken turn after turn, and still hadn't lost them. People down there, once again don't say anything and I'm going to shoot. The helicopter was relentless, and so were the people. If I say I'm human, will you guys let me go? Chief Fengling didn't stop, but frantically surveyed his surroundings. It was just a shame that after the outbreak of the end times, everything was in disarray, and those kinds of underground passages had long been blocked by all kinds of debris. Team Zhang, he's human. He's human. Hearing Chief Fengling speak, Gangzi on the side was excited. You shut up and do everything I say. Humans? Humph. I can tell right away that you're not human. Does fire burn in humans? Can a human ride a fire-burning skeleton horse? I see. You are clearly a mutated zombie. No wonder this Zhang team told Gangzi to shut up, because what he said was not human. Lao Zi is also convinced. How come I can meet you guys everywhere? This was the worst that Chief Fengling expected. Just didn't expect that it would be so watery to run into. What do you mean? You've also met us? On the helicopter. Team Zhan was also interested in Chief Fengling. Or else. Seems like it's you guys too. Bombing skyscrapers indiscriminately. And soldiers. Know how many innocent people will die in that bombing. Chief Fengling didn't expect them to spare themselves. He just wanted to make the two men have a guilty conscience. Hiss. You. I remember. Aren't you the kid who came out of the skyscraper at that time? But shouldn't you have been blown up? At this moment, Team Zhang's eyes widened, and although the words came out of his mouth, his eyes were full of unbelief. Yes, with his current thinking, how could he understand how a normal, let's just say, awakened or a zombie, that would be able to deflect the damage of bullets, bombs, heat, and collapse all rolled into one? Humph humph humph. Have you guys given me a chance to explain? Even if I say it's not now, will you guys believe me? For them, Chief Fengling was already speechless. Sure enough, it was you. Boy, you should have died there. The other day. Chapter 62 Boss Crash. Chugging. Da. Dang. The attack battle was imminent.
That young teen was like an enemy who had hated Chief Fengling for years.
Pulling the trigger, the bullets swept onto Chief Fengling like rain. Fortunately,
Chief Fengling had never thought of leaving safely in the first place, and was ready to prepare for battle when the few people exchanged words.
At the moment,
Chief Fengling had a skeleton bone sniper on his back and was dancing with the one-thought magic sword in his hand, and most of the bullets that hit were dodged by Chief Fengling. Only, the flaming skeleton horse wasn't so lucky. It was large in its own right and had no immunity to artillery fire, which made the bullets that hit it sink into its bones. It was fortunate that the flaming skeleton horse belonged to the undead creatures, or else even a level 3 summoned beast would have been injured as a result.
Team Zhang, what are you doing? How could you shoot indiscriminately? On the side, not only did Gungzi not shoot, but instead, he was infected by what Chief Fengling said, and he hovered around Team Zhang, sending out soul tortures. Indiscriminate? Gundam, have you ever seen a human who can withstand bullets? Have you ever seen a human who can change form? But Team Zhang, alright, stop talking. I don't care if you don't help me, but don't get in my way. That's an order.
Team Zhang had already eaten his words and wouldn't turn back until he killed Fengling.
Boom, boom rumble. Kid, want to hide? Never.
Only to see Zhang Team a cannon blast down.
Chief Fengling hit into the small building that should be collapsed. However,
a sudden change occurred.
Ah, get off me. Get off me.
Where did you come from and why was the little building I was hiding in bombed? Let go of me.
Let me die with my wife.
As Chief Fengling rushed out of the small building before it collapsed, while a slim man shouted from the back of his horse.
Just now,
Chief Fengling rushed into the small building simply to dodge some bullet attacks. But what Chief Fengling also didn't expect was that in this small building, there was actually a couple in distress hiding. They were having a very miserable time,
and the man's wife seemed to be still sick,
lying weak and moaning in her broken bed, while the man did not give up on her, but just hid away and carefully boiled the medicine.
As for their food, some of it was the expired food that they had gotten from who knows where, and for that, the men still couldn't spare more than a bite. But in spite of this, the two did not seem to have given up hope of living, and they struggled on, probably waiting for the so-called army to assist them. At the end of the day, the army they waited, but instead of aid, they waited for the relentless artillery fire. Just now, Chief Fengling had thought about saving the two men, only that the three of them were a bit far away, and if they saved the man's wife again, all three of them would be crushed under the rubble. In that case, the young couple would surely die, and he himself might be able to carry the first wave of collapse, but this time, that Team Zhang, he would surely blast the place until it was leveled. Team Zhang, right, see for yourselves, what have you all done? Pulled back the emotionally out of control man, while Chief Fengling yelled at the sky. In fact, for this matter, what both of them did was not something, only that Team Zhang would be a bit more badass. Chief Fengling's original intention of entering the small building was not to use these ordinary people to protect himself. He was simply trying to dodge the bullet attack. But for this innocent young couple, they wouldn't have died without Chief Fengling's sudden intrusion, and it was Chief Fengling's fault. As for Team Zhang, his fault was even greater. The first thing was that he didn't listen to Chief Fengling's explanation and shot indiscriminately without understanding Chief Fengling's true identity. The second and most important thing is that Zhang Team ability is a soldier. His duty is to protect the people, and at that time, his eyes were only killing, and he didn't care if there were any human beings inside and started bombing. What did I do? Kid, don't brush yourself off. If you hadn't trespassed on the building, would I have fired? Also, your current behavior is hostage-taking. If you don't let go of him, I can shoot you at any time. This Zhang Team is also powerful. Not only is he not being reasonable, but he is coming back at him. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm stupid? Did I stop just for you to kill? Team Zhang. Right. If you want him to live, it's simple. Just don't chase me, and I promise you, I'll never hurt him. In the extremely fast Mercedes-Benz, the two people also began to quarrel. They are very calm, but that is completely do not care about the feelings of the real victims. Ah, kid, you think you're beautiful? How many people you've killed and whether you'll kill him or not? I'm afraid you know it all very well in your heart. At this moment, the two people, that is each have their own mind. Chief Fengling thought of delaying time to give the flaming skeleton horse a reprieve, and then how to escape. And Team Zhang's mind was even simpler. He was simply changing ammunition. Team Zhang, what are you doing? That's our compatriot. Chief Fengling naturally didn't know what Team Zhang was going to do, but Gongzi, who was also a machine combat soldier, knew it very well. Fellow humans? I think they are all zombies. Have you ever seen any human that can't be burned by flames? Team Zhang didn't care about the end times. He just used the humans before the end times to measure the humans now. Yes, according to normal, if this man touched the flaming skeleton horse, he would be burned in the first moment, but this was Chief Fengling pulling him. That is to say, this man indirectly got the approval of the flaming skeleton horse. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Will you release them, or continue to escape? Locking the trajectory of the two men's movements, Team Zhang spoke in an icy tone, and for the last time, we're both human, and there's no way I'm stopping for you to kill me. On the back of the horse, Chief Fengling's attention was focused to the extreme, which finally allowed him to discover that there was a reasonably safe pond 10 meters ahead. If one were to carry this man around like this, in the end both of them would be sure to die, and only by releasing him would both of them have a chance of both surviving. Ha ha ha, let go. Me, let go. Ah, chugging. On the back of the flaming skeleton horse, behind Chief Fengling, after hearing these words, it was as if the man was somewhat mentally deranged. He didn't struggle anymore, only his mouth was chanting. It was also at that moment that Chief Fengling had found the perfect moment to let him go. But the gun went off, the screams came out, the blood flowed, and the life was lost. Hey, wake up, hey, Puff, I'm sorry, it's me who caused you harm. I hope that you will not be a human being in the next life. No longer able to detect the man's breath, Chief Fengling, after lamenting a sigh of regret, then threw the man off the horse. Humph, fake benevolence, go to hell. At this moment this Zhang team, his face had long lost its majesty and kindness. All that was written on his face was that twisted killing intent. Chugging, da-da-da-da, dang, rumble. The chase didn't stop with the death of the innocent man, which in turn caused Team Zhang to go into a complete frenzy. And as long as Chief Fengling dared to hide in the building, he wouldn't hesitate to take a shot. Phew, as the bullets continued to pour out, the way Chief Fengling had traveled had long been pitted, and the flaming skeleton horse, which seemed to be tireless and unafraid of pain, also let out a hard cry. Fixing his eyes, the originally white bones of the flaming skeleton horse had long since been shot out of 1,000 holes, and with every run of the flaming skeleton horse, some bullets would fall down from the bullet holes. This won't work. If this continues, in less than 10 minutes, the flaming skeleton horse will be broken apart, and by then, with the bullets coupled with the artillery fire, he will surely die today. However, the path forward had long been disrupted by Team Zhang's chase, and Chief Fengling didn't know where to go next. Click. But, the sound of helicopter bullets pouring out came to a screeching halt, and even when Team Zhang pressed his hand until it cramped, none of the bullets came out. Winning on your own? Team Zhang's bullets had run out. That Gangzi wouldn't shoot, and even if they rammed themselves with a helicopter, they weren't afraid anymore. On the back of the horse, the originally desperate Chief Fengling was finally seeing hope. It turned out that the goddess of fortune would occasionally stand by herself. Buzz. However, Chief Fengling hadn't been happy for long before the sound of propellers turning rapidly came out again from several other directions. When Chief Fengling looked up, the sky collapsed in an instant as 3 different helicopters flew out from several other directions in the sky. However, Chief Fengling was more than familiar with them, because together with Team Zhang and that Gangzi's helicopter, the helicopters that had bombed himself outside the skyscraper at that time had all arrived. What are the instructions? Boss? Boss? You guys? Gundam's eyes widened and his mouth was full of incredulity, because in the army, this kind of ganging up was not allowed. Gangzi, that old routine won't work anymore. We ordinary people have to hug it out if we want to survive. That's Gangzi, don't be stubborn with Team Zhang. Join us. Humph. You guys, forget about him for now. Give me the chance to kill him first. Only this Zhang team's attention was not on these few people. Right now, he was bent on killing Chief Fengling. Yes, sir. Boom, boom. In just a few moments, the 3 helicopters had targeted Chief Fengling again, and what had been a bullet attack had turned into a ranged artillery strike. On the ground, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to feel the threat of death as well, as it bounced its hooves and quickly traversed the road. But the flaming skeleton horse can run again but also need to step on the ground, while the cannonball is wherever it hits. Several times Chief Fengling had to fall off the horse, and the flaming skeleton horse's legs were even shocked by the aftershock several times. This won't work. Come out. Savvy. Having lost all means, Chief Fengling could only hope for the skeleton witch. How did you summon me again so soon? Ha. Ha. This. Where is this? On the back of the flaming skeleton horse, in Chief Fengling's arms, because the skeleton horse was displaced by an exceptionally large margin, which caused Savvy to let out a different kind of gasp. Boss, why did a woman suddenly appear there? Leave it, there's something wrong with that kid. Kill him. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard. The originally impassable road was blasted open by a cannon, which also allowed Chi Fengling to temporarily escape the moment of doing danger. Gonzo, what are you doing? Team Zhang, I can't watch you guys do evil anymore. They are human beings. I was born as a soldier. I must protect them. Gundam, you were born a soldier. Shouldn't you follow your officer's orders? Yes, obeying orders is a soldier's vocation. But you are, now, no longer my officer. Gundam's expression was resolute, as if he had made some kind of determination. You, boss, what Gangzi said was just gas. A few of us can kill that kid. It could be seen that these people had not completely fallen out with Gangzi. In the air, the quarrel of a few people was buying Chi Fengling some buffer time, while Savvy on horseback was finally understanding the current situation. Phew, no, I can't, they're too far away. My black magic can't lock onto them. Gasping for air, Savvy said helplessly. Let's see then. Can I strengthen my attributes and then protect the flaming skeleton horse? Chi Fengling didn't blame Savvy as the helicopter and Chi Fengling did maintain a distance of more than 50 meters. Also, they were all moving at high speeds, and it was normal for Savvy to be unable to lock onto them. Yes, except that my black magic is useless if it's an attack on the scale of the last 1 inch. Savvy lowered his head, his face full of helplessness. Yes, with a helicopter gunfire configuration like Team Zhang's, a level 4 creature wouldn't even dare to guarantee that it could survive hard damage, let alone her supporting black magic. Ha 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 ha, kid, there's really a road to heaven that you don't take, and there's no door to hell that you barge in. Let's see how you're still going to walk today? Just as Chi Fengling was pondering what to do next, the arrogant shouts of Team Zhang came from above his head, and when Chi Fengling fixed his eyes to look, the whole person was also dumbfounded, because the current self had already run to the Yunjiang Bridge here. The Yunjiang Bridge is the longest bridge in Yuncheng, with a length of nearly 300 meters, and it would have been a sight to behold. Just now, Yunjiang Bridge looks that is congested, because of the sudden appearance of zombies, the vehicles on the bridge that is chaotic collision together, waste cars mixed with corpses. This place has become a dead end. Boom boom boom. Chi Fengling wanted to retreat, but the path of retreat had long been blocked by the artillery. Savvy asterisk loves white. Flaming skeleton horse, nice to meet you all. In place, Chi Fengling also gave up on escaping. After saying this, a sentence of obscure incantation was recited from Chi Fengling's mouth. Lord Fengling, don't be like this. Runbai is willing to die with you. Phew dash. As if they knew what Chi Fengling was going to do. Savvy and the flaming skeleton horse both became agitated. Yes, this time, the spell Chi Fengling recited was the spell to dissolve the summoning contract. This time, he was in trouble. And these two loyal summoned beasts, Chi Fengling didn't want to pull them along with him. Buzz. Click. 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 Boss, what's going on? My helicopter seems to be malfunctioning. Boss, so is mine. It's over. It looks like the power's gone. My system is completely down. How can that be? It was just fully charged. No, boss, let's jump out of the plane. Ah, what's going on? No, it's locked. I can't open it. I can't click on it either. It's over dash. Ah. Also, just as Chi Fengling was about to finish his incantation, the bullets that were originally hitting him that came to a screeching halt, even the buzzing sound of the helicopter disappeared. Is it? Ha 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 ha. July 17th? Truly the heavens will help me. The scene in front of him suddenly made Chi Fengling laugh out loud. He remembered that in his last life, it was on this day that large heat weapons failed, and it was on this day that the world's armies slowly lost their dominance over the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! In less than 3 seconds, that propeller completely stopped rotating, and that huge beast hovering in the air was now falling towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. And at this moment, Chi Fengling seemed to have thought of something, only to see that he quickly drew out his skeleton bone sniper and locked onto his target. Bang! Bang! Last-minute hits. Chapter 63 Injunctive Magic. Boom! Rumble. In the sky, the helicopter that was supposed to dominate the sky was now like a bird typed by a bullet, suspected to have lost all its strength and fell straight down from the air, 15 meters of that originally distant height, at the moment as if less than an inch from the ground. Zhang teamed that line of people even before they had time to struggle. They will be with the helicopter blast smashed on the ground. The streets, the grass, the lakes and ponds, the out-of-control helicopters just slammed straight into them, the massive impact deforming most of them. Riding on the back of the horse, Chi Fengling then coldly gazed at the 5 people in front of him. Among them, except for Team Zhang and Gangzi, the remaining 3 people's luck that was extremely bad. With this smashing down, they directly lost their lives. The 3 men died in extremely gruesome ways, some pierced through their chests by the steel bars of the helicopter's undercarriage.
Some squeezed to the point where their bodies were deformed by left and right plywood, and some beaten beyond recognition by flying parts from the control room. As for the reason why Team Zhang and Gangzi were still barely alive, it wasn't because they were lucky, but because at the last minute, Chief Fengling had used a skeleton bone sniper to destroy the helicopter's locked self-preservation system. In the last 5 meters of the helicopter's descent, Gundam finally got out of the helicopter. Only such a low distance made it impossible for the parachute to open. At this moment, Gangzi was lying on the helicopter with a face full of blood. Looking at his state, he should not be far from death. As for that Team Zhang, Chief Fengling only smashed his self-protection system when the helicopter was about to land. And the only advantage of doing so was that Team Zhang could perform a final act of self-protection. Only that the flesh was still weak in front of the machine. Even though Team Zhang had shrunk himself into a ball at the end and hid in the safest position in the helicopter, it still couldn't change his certain death. Name, Zhang Kun. Race, human. Rank, none. Power, 8. Speed, 7. Spirit, 0. 5/6. Physical, 1/8. Skills, none. Slowly walking to the side of Team Zhang. The data about him was also taken in by himself. This Zhang Kun deserved to be able to become the captain. This physical quality, it had almost caught up with the initial awakened ones. Only, the Zhang team in front of him was covered in blood. His sternum poked outside his body because of the impact. The top of his heavenly cap to the machine compartment seemed to have been rubbed open, and the huge impact caused his lower teeth to directly bite off the bridge of his nose, and both of his arms rotated by 720 degrees. But even so, the Zhang team in front of him still retained a thread of life. And although this thread of life could not support him to live, it was enough for him to completely see Chief Fengling's face. Looking at this person who was going to die and still looked at himself viciously, Chief Fengling doubted for a second. Was he really some kind of demon? Ignoring Zhang Kun's dead or alive, Chief Fengling then walked quickly to the side of that Gangzi. Although Gundam had jumped out of the helicopter by the end of the day, his parachute had failed to open, and he had been unlucky, which had still caused him to hit the helicopter's propeller hard. At this moment, Gangzi's limbs were broken, his internal organs were ruptured, his breathing was weak, and his 6 orifices were bleeding. The only thing he was thankful for was that his head had not suffered any damage, which allowed the current him to barely be able to speak. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, human. Rank, none. Power, 6. Speed, 5. Spirit, 2 of 7. Physical, 0/6. It was the first time Chief Fengling had seen that someone whose physique had dropped to 0 could still survive. Could this be the legendary vegetable? Tone, comrade. You really are human. I didn't save the wrong person. Cough cough. After seeing Chief Fengling's face clearly, Yuan Tian Gang on the broken and ruined helicopter strained to say these words of concern. Chief Fengling really hadn't heard this title for a long time, and to be honest, after the end of the world, there were really too few people who could still maintain this initial heart. For this Yuan Tian Gang, Chief Fengling didn't have hatred, but more gratitude, because he was the only one who still believed that he was human. And not only did he buy time for himself, but he also helped to open the way for himself. It was just a pity that the helicopter was falling so fast that his own reaction speed was limited, and the most he could do was to help Yuan Tian Gang blow up that self-protection system. I'm unawakened. Chief Fengling, thank you. Holding Zhen Tian Gang's hand that was no longer conscious, Chief Fengling said sincerely. Chief Fengling? I'm very glad that I can know your name. Can I ask you for something? Yuan Tian Gang spat blood from his mouth. His eyes were full of supplication. Go ahead. I'll try to satisfy you. Thank you. I wish you could bury us together. Even though they've changed, but they're still my comrades in arms. Zhen Ten just tried to squeeze out a smile. His eyes were still filled with fond memories of the past. It was a simple request, but Chief Fengling hesitated. Yuan Tian had just helped himself, and someone like him probably didn't deserve to die. Savvy, do you have any way to keep him alive? Turning into an undead is fine. Without answering Zhen Tian Gang's words, Chief Fengling instead spoke to Savvy with a serious face. Lord Fengling, is he someone very important to you? But he was clearly inside that iron beast just now as well? Savvy naturally didn't understand what a helicopter was. She also didn't understand that Zhen Tian Gang had helped Chief Fengling. All she knew was that Zhen Tian Gang wanted to harm Chief Fengling just as much as those few people. Sort of. Let's see if there's anything you can do. If not, forget it. After thinking for a while, Chief Fengling still recognized Yuan Tian Gang, but he didn't want to make things too difficult for Savvy. There are ways, but just have a way. Do you need me to do anything? Before Savvy could finish her words, Chief Fengling interrupted her, because at this moment, Zhen Tian Gang was almost at the time of taking his last breath. Good.
Savvy didn't say anything more than she raised her bone staff and waved it,
and the otherwise dead trio, including Team Zhang and Zhen Tiangang,
staggered to their feet. They walked at an extremely awkward pace and finally converged.
It was a strange placement stance.
The bodies of the 5 people were placed in a pentagram layout, and that Yuan Tiangang was at the head of the pentagram. Only in the next second, Savvy cut her palm, accompanied by blood flowing onto the 5,
and their bodies began to emit a strange glow.
LOL. Ka-ching. As time passed minute by minute,
something that shocked Qi Fengling happened. The broken and disfigured bodies of the 5 people first burst apart, and then surprisingly began to splice and reorganize. Under Qi Fengling's gaze, the 5 bodies were hardened and fused into one by Savvy,
with only the one head,
which was still the one belonging to Yuan Tiangang.
Feng, Lord Fengling, I managed to do it.
Putting down her bone staff,
Savvy said extremely weakly, and if it wasn't for Qi Fengling's quick reaction, she would have fallen to the ground.
Savvy,
what happened to you?
Holding Savvy's somewhat cold hand, Qi Fengling's eyes were filled with guilt and worry.
Name, Savoy * Love White. Race, undead. Level 3 low. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 5 of 220. Physical, 10/40. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Black Magic Mastery, Skeleton Transformation, disabled for 5 days during Revolt. After seeing Savvy's exact state,
Qi Fengling that was even more self-condemned. If he had known that this magic consumes so much to cast,
he wouldn't have let Savvy use it. Lord Fengling, Runbai is fine. Runbai is going to rest.
Savvy strained to squeeze out a smile before closing her eyes. If not for the fact that Qi Fengling could still feel her breath, he was afraid that he would be able to say that she was dead.
Chapter 64. Compare openings with me? Gala. Ha ha ha. Is this what power feels like? Gongzi, I really have to thank you. Just as Qi Fengling put his arm around Savvy to apologize, the strange laughter of Zhen Tiangang that was different came from behind him. Lord Maple Spirit, you need to use a thought, said coincidentally to just right.
Just at the moment this voice appeared, Qi Fengling just sent Savvy back to the undead world. Vaguely Qi Fengling heard that Savvy seemed to know what was going on here. Only before the words were finished,
Savvy returned to the undead realm.
Qi Fengling knew clearly that the current Savvy was in an extremely poor state. Something like this kind of summoning across interfaces was still very damaging to the body, and if he called Savvy over again, he would probably damage her origin.
No longer lingering,
Qi Fengling turned to look at the Zhen Tiangang who had been revived by the forbidden black magic.
Name, Genshin Gang. Race, undead/human. Grade, level 2 low. Power, 50. Speed, 50. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 50. Skill, flesh and bone? Simply can't stand it. Qi Fengling is speechless. How is it now a person? Are higher than their own rank?
He is also a reborn person, to put it bluntly. Plus the SSS inheritance recipient. How can he be so tired of mixing?
You are Zhang Kun? Qi Fengling did not step forward,
but instead spoke coldly to Yuan Tiangang. Although it was Zhen Tiangang who had just spoken, Qi Fengling knew that Zhen Tiangang would never speak to himself in that tone.
There was also the fact that this black magic of Savvy's was that unstable.
He himself had clearly seen Zhang Kun die through before allowing this black magic to be cast.
Could it be that Zhang Kun's obsession was too deep? Or that a person who had just died wasn't considered completely dead? Humph. Qi Fengling, right. What a way to learn your name until you die. Across the room,
Zhen Tiangang did not dismiss Qi Fengling's guess, but instead looked at himself very playfully.
Qi Fengling understood this feeling. It was a feeling of extreme confidence, and with the addition of this feeling, a person would feel invincible. Yes,
Zhang Kun was nothing more than an ordinary man before he died. Even if his basic physical qualities were better, he still only had the strength of a mortal.
But now,
he had directly skipped the transition time of level 1 and directly reached level 2, which made him not even know what it was like to grow up step by step anymore.
Let's put it this way.
A walking dead man can now break a boulder with one punch, and now that he's seen his enemy, will he be so confident that he'll have a seizure?
Sure enough, it's Zhang Kun. Say, what did you do with Zhen Tiangang?
Qi Fengling didn't care about this Zhang Kun. He only wanted to know where the Zhen Tiangang that made Savvy waste so much effort to resurrect had gone.
Well, don't worry, we are at least comrades in arms. I won't hurt him, but well, from today onwards, he will live in my heart for the rest of his life. Twisting this brand new body, Zhang Kun said playfully.
Zhang Kun's meaning wasn't hard to understand. As Qi Fengling, who had read many novels, he naturally knew that Zhang Kun and Yuan Tiangang's state wasn't a takeover,
but a symbiotic relationship. Only now, Zhang Kun had taken over the dominant power of this body and had sealed Yuan Tiangang inside his body. If he wanted to liberate Yuan Tiangang, He had to completely obliterate this soul of Zhang Kun. Good. Then you can go to hell. Chief Fengling didn't want to talk nonsense with him, summoning that one-thought demon sword and charging towards Zhang Kun. Kid, without that horse, do you think you can still beat me? Seeing Chief Fengling charging towards him alone, Zhang Kun's face was filled with disdain. Flaming skeleton horse? The moment the boss crashed, Chief Fengling sent it back to the undead realm. After all, the flaming skeleton horse had carried most of the damage during the run just now. Wow! In the next second, under Chief Fengling's gaze, Zhang Kun drew out his spine in a watery manner, and in Zhang Kun's hand, the spine that was bloody 1 second turned into a white bone whip in the next second. Name, Zhang Kun/Gen Tiangang. Race, undead/human. Grade, level 2 low. Skill, flesh and bone. I can freely control my own bones and can accomplish the transformation between bones and flesh and blood. Fortunately, this skill was very general, almost no highlights. Then this Zhang Kun. I'm afraid that he is not his opponent at all. Dang! In the next second, the one-thought devil sword collided with Zhang Kun's bone whip, only that he did not expect that this kind of bone weapon would be able to go 50-50 with the one-thought devil sword. It seemed like he had to accelerate his leveling up. This 1% developed one-thought divine demon sword wasn't even considered an SSS level weapon. Kid, I didn't expect that. You still have a few more points of strength. However, you'd better die here today. Zhang Kun was only slightly shocked at Chief Fengling's performance. Just as Chief Fengling was puzzled, Zhang Kun's chest suddenly moved, and it looked as if something was about to break out of the ground. Click, click, puff. Ha ha ha, kid, you are indeed powerful. I can give you a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I can consider sparing your life. Looking at Chief Fengling, who was collapsed on the ground covering his arm, Zhang Kun's laughter could no longer be suppressed. Just a moment ago, when the two of them were just sparring with each other's strength, that Zhang Kun had actually let his two sternums fly out. The sternum transformed into a sharp sword. If Chief Fengling hadn't reacted fast enough, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as scratching his own arm. Hanging on, is it? Surprisingly, you shouldn't blame me. As he spoke, Chief Fengling summoned the skeleton bone sniper. Bone gun? Humph humph humph. Playing with bones with me is simply like playing with a sword in front of the Guangdong. I'll show you how powerful I am. Only that Zhang Kun was still very disdainful of Chief Fengling's maneuver. In the next second, from Zhang Kun's body, bones of all sizes flew out, and in that manner, it was almost forming a skeleton man. If Zhang Kun could familiarize himself more with his skill and body, he might be able to accomplish dual body combat with his flesh and bone body. Clunk! Kala! Kala! You? How is it possible? How could you suddenly be that powerful? Looking at the shattered bone whip in his hand, as well as his unbearable bone formation, Zhang Kun's eyes were filled with shock. That was natural. To say that the opening, Chief Fengling was obviously a bit more powerful. After all, the skeleton bone sniper was simply providing 80 points of power. Now Chief Fengling's power could be much more than this Zhang Kun. Clunk! 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 Only, Zhang Kun was clearly unconvinced, and more bones were used by him. Only, these bones were not even hard enough to suppress the skeleton bone snipes in Chief Fengling's hands. You? What are you doing? Where did you get my bones? Looking at the bone fragments that disappeared in front of him, Zhang Kun that was completely confused, and Chief Fengling just wanted to try it out. He remembered that Skull Bone Sniper had an effect of absorbing bones, and he didn't realize that it was prioritized above Zhang Kun's bones. Chief Fengling, you wait. Sooner or later, one day, I want you to pay the price. Seeing that he was completely out of Chief Fengling's league, this Zhang Kun was also not fond of fighting and turned around to escape. But well, this skeleton bone sniper is a gun itself, not a bone stick, and it's time for it to be put to real use. Bang! 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 Puff! Only gunshots rang out one after another, and Zhang Kun also fell to the ground in response. Chapter 65. This man, positively evil. Again, it's all bones, but there are differences. Zhang Kun could indeed control the bones freely, but the only bones he could control were the ones that belonged inside his own body. The skeleton bone sniper could also control bones, but it only absorbed unowned bones, like the ones held in Zhang Kun's hands could not, and only those fragments that fell on the ground, or corpses that were already dead, could be absorbed by the skeleton bone sniper. This meant that if Zhang Kun wanted to fight Chief Fengling, he could only hold his bones firmly or keep an eye on his bones at all times, or else he would be devoured by the skeleton bone sniper if he was not careful. How is it possible? I'm this strong. How come bullets can still hurt me? Paralyzed on the ground, Zhang Kun just roared like a madman. In his eyes, he only saw that Chief Fengling was immune to bullet attacks, but he didn't know that Chief Fengling's ability to be immune to bullet attacks stemmed from other blessing enhancements. At the moment,
All of Zhang Kun's limbs were hit by skeleton bone snipes, and the bone bullets that did not belong to him were stuck in his body, preventing him from moving normally at all.
No, don't. I admit defeat. Please let me go. Let me go. Seeing Chi Fengling aiming a gun at his head, the unbeatable Zhang Kun finally conceded. No, 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 you can't kill me. If you kill me, Gongzi, he'll die as well. Seeing that Chi Fengling had no intention of letting himself go at all, Zhang Kun then moved out Yuan Tiangang. Hearing the name of Yuan Tiangang, Chi Fengling still hesitated. Not that Chi Fengling how much she liked Yuan Tiangang, but because resurrecting Yuan Tiangang had wasted so much effort from Sabi. Chi Fengling didn't want to let Sabi down. Humph, do you think that this will keep me from killing you? As long as there is a day of your existence, Yuan Tiangang will not be released by you. That seems to be what you said. Thinking of something, Chi Fengling that was once again raised his gun. Compared to letting someone who held a grudge against him live, Chi Fengling could prefer to completely erase the danger. Your comrade Fengling. How did I come out? Just as Chi Fengling loaded the skeleton bone sniper, Zhang Kun on the ground then suddenly changed his tone. Name, Yuan Tiangang / Zhang Kun. Luckily, Chi Fengling had the blessing of the Eye of the Undead Emperor. Just by looking at the name, Chi Fengling knew that just a moment ago, Zhang Kun had finally returned the dominance of his body back to Zhen Tiangang. No, Team Zhang, you lied to me. I'll never trust you again. Just as Chi Fengling was still hesitating, that Yuan Tiangang actually muttered to himself. Comrade Fengling, kill me now. Team Zhang told me to use my identity to fool you, and then he's going to seek revenge on you. I know that the old Team Zhang will never come back, and I know that you're a good person. Thank you for saving me, but I don't want to see someone using my body to plague others anymore. Staring straight at Chi Fengling in front of him, Zhen Tiangang said very seriously, but you'll die. To be honest, Chi Fengling really didn't want such a person to die. If I live like this, I'd rather die. Comrade Fengling, you shoot. On the ground, Zhen Tiangang closed his eyes and stretched out his hands with an expression of relief. Damn, Gonzo, how could you be so stupid? Chi Fengling, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, Gangzi will really die. Suddenly, the Yuan Tiangang in front of him was a change from his normal state. The eyes that belonged to Yuan Tiangang were once again replaced. Name, Zhang Kun / Zhen Tiangang. Click. Chi Fengling didn't want to accompany them any longer and raised his bone sniper to take a shot at Zhang Kun. Comrade Fengling, wait. Captain Zhang has been subdued by me. Don't worry, I won't let him out. On the ground, Zhang Kun but suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly. His forehead was even more sinewy. His face was also suffocated red. A very difficult expression. But well. Name, Zhang Kun / Zhen Tiangang. Only, Chi Fengling, who had the Eye of the Undead Emperor, was not that easy to fool, and this Zhang Kun also understood that Chi Fengling would not be able to let him go. In this current state, he should be trying to suppress Zhen Tiangang from coming out. Yeah, alright then, Gongzi, you have to control yourself. If I find Zhang Kun coming out again, I won't show any more mercy. With that, Chi Fengling turned around, and at the same time, he also retrieved the skeleton bone sniper. Good, Comrade Fengling, just trust me. On the ground, Zhang Kun was still struggling to speak. Looking at the source, Tiangang was doing his best to regain the dominance of his body. Pust. Comrade Fengling, what are you doing? Only a sound of a sharp sword piercing through the chest was heard, and that Zhang Kun showed a very painful and bitter expression. At this moment, a large sword glowing golden green was penetrating Zhang Kun's body, which made it extremely difficult for him. Aha! What's going on? Why can't I go back? Gongzi, this is Team Zhang. Come out. As the one-thought divine sword continued to emit its luster, Zhang Kun hissed and roared, and Chi Fengling could even see that a gray light was drifting out from within Yuan Tiangang's body. Yes, just a moment ago, Chi Fengling finally was able to understand Savvy's meaning. She should be wanting herself to use the light power of the one-thought divine sword to completely eliminate the evil soul belonging to Zhang Kun within Yuan Tiangang's body. And what he had just done was just to make Zhang Kun let his guard down so that he could strike a blow. And this time, Yuan Tiangang was no longer fooled by Zhang Kun's words, and under the purification of the divine sword of one thought, Zhang Kun could only keep letting out unwilling curses. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, undead / human. It was not until Zhang Kun completely stopped shouting that Chi Fengling completely pulled out the one thought divine sword, and at this moment, he was really the only one left in Zhen Tiangang's body. This Yuan Tiangang was also worthy of being a level 2 human. After Chi Fengling sucked away the bone bombs from his body, Yuan Tiangang quickly recovered. Comrade Fengling, thank you for saving me. Your great kindness well, Good intentions have good rewards. You have yourself to thank for that. This kind of nonsense Chief Foamling didn't want to hear more. He only focused on more substantial things. Yuan Tian gang, I'm going back to Cloud City University. Why don't you come with me? Helping up the kneeling Yuan Tian gang, Chief Foamling asked in a sort of pleading manner. This Yuan Tian gang was all righteousness, and his strength was not weak, so he was indeed qualified to be his teammate. Comrade Maple Spirit, as a soldier, I must be with my unit, even if it is no longer the same as it once was. But there are always people who still look forward to the salvation of the army, even if the former army will never come back, and I will always stand firm, even if I am the last beam of light in the army. Chief Foamling had thought that there was no reason for Jin Tian gang to refuse. However, this Yuan Tian gang didn't open his mouth, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was full of positive energy, which made Chief Foamling feel that he was positively hairy and evil. This kind of person was indeed very good. Nay, the two had completely different ambitions. Chief Foamling could even think that even if he saved him, if he killed people indiscriminately in front of him, he would still come to stop himself. At this moment, Chief Foamling finally realized that it was really right to say that the Tao was different. Okay, I won't stop you wherever you want to go, but I want to know what you'll do when you see me doing evil in the future. Chief Foamling lowered his head, and the one-thought divine sword in his hand also turned into a one-thought devil sword at this moment, because at this moment, Chief Foamling had already made plans to behead Yuan Tian gang. It was true that Yuan Tian gang was very good, but Chief Foamling wouldn't allow the existence of a powerful enemy who would strike out against him. Comrade Foamling, I believe you're a good man, but, if one day, you are really doing 10 evil things, I will do my best to kill you and then kill myself. I know that my life, I got it from you. Genshin Kon's words were really positively hairy and evil. Okay, you go. Finally, Chief Foamling still put down the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, because Chief Foamling felt that this person was like a child who had just turned 18 and hadn't experienced the poisonous beatings of society. And there might be a day when he had grown up, and he would realize that there was justice that was built on endless killing. Chapter 66 Surprising Goblins. Well, Comrade Foamling, the mountains and the waters have met. We'll meet again. Ha? What? Blah blah blah. It's see you later. See you later. Chief Foamling also didn't expect that this Yuan Tian gang was still a tease and gave off a silly feeling. At this moment, the two were at the other end of the Yunjiang Bridge, and just now the two had combined their efforts to cross the dangerous bridge without any danger. The end of the world has arrived 17 days ago, and it can really be said that there are no survivors on the Yunjiang Bridge, because the number of people is limited, and the level of zombies is not very high. The only dangerous thing is, this mother ***** her zombie will even detonate the car. If not Chief Foamling for Yuan Tian gang blocked a bomb. This young man is afraid not to die in that. Cloud City University, located in the southwest direction of Cloud City, from the skyscraper and Want Fat supermarket over. The nearest road is to take this Cloud River Bridge. As for the location of the Cloud City Army, it was located in the southeast direction of Cloud City, and taking the Cloud River Bridge was also the closest way, which was why the two would work together once more. From the road of adventure just now, the two of them also chatted a little bit. I did not expect. This Yuan Tian gang is only 21 years old this year. This can be really a college to join the army. It seems that his family is still several generations of military heritage. It is no wonder that Yuan Tian gang's positive energy will be so abundant. Along the way, Yuan Tian gang's humor is also to make Chief Foamling's mood better. It is no wonder that the Zheng team a few people cannot afford to kill him. Wait, don't meet later. It seems like someone is coming over. Let's hide for a while. Suddenly, Chief Foamling then keenly sensed the movement not far away, and in a flash, he pulled Yuan Tian gang to a side of the grass. This grass is also not good. Before the end of the world is piled up as garbage. After the end of the world is piled up as corpses. This putrid smell, the two almost did not vomit out. As the two entered the grass not a moment later, two humanoid creatures with sticks in their hands and dark green skin appeared where they had just been. Is this, like, a kobold? Shoo, shut up. Chief Foamling really hated to slap this kid. That movement of his had directly attracted the attention of those two classes of people. In fact, Genshin was right. These two people really look exactly like the kobolds in the manga. They were only about 1 meter 3. Their skin was dark green. Their noses and ears were exceptionally pointed. Their two canine teeth were exposed. Their eyes glowed blue. And the nails on their hands and feet were exceptionally long. They were basically shirtless. And the only piece of cloth on their entire body was to hold their crotch. $#and$. Oh, exempt. Let you learn a foreign language. See, is it not understand? Covering the mouth of the source Tian gang, Chief Foamling then came to a sentence quietly. Aha! Listening to this, Yuan Tiangang also widened his eyes. If it wasn't for Qi Fengling covering his mouth, he would have said something high and low. Obviously, these two kobolds were speaking kobold language. Not to mention Yuan Tiangang, Qi Fengling couldn't understand them either. In the Blue Planet, the powerful Chinese nation had made the world's common language Chinese in 2032, so there was no need for Zhen Tiangang to learn a foreign language. Well, Yuan Tian just didn't say anything, but he had already pulled out his bone knife. That meaning was self-evident. In the eyes of a soldier, there has always been a belief in the saying, that is, those who are not of my race will have different hearts. So when they saw the kobolds coming towards the two, Zhen Tiangang that didn't give them a bit of goodwill and was ready to intercept them. Wait, except that Qi Fengling didn't want to kill them just like that, probably still out of curiosity. In his last life, until his own death, Blue Star only had battles between humans, zombies, and mutant beasts, and creatures like kobolds were something Qi Fengling had never seen before. Qi Fengling wanted to know how the hell they came to Blue Star, and since kobolds were originally swarming creatures, Qi Fengling was going to use these two kobolds to directly find their tribe. Rustling. It was also fortunate that it was Qi Fengling who reacted quickly, dragging the corpse aside as soon as he could, and then deliberately revealing one of the corpse's arms. Ow! This was the sound of a zombie, and in the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of sound was also the one that everyone heard the most, and this was a sound that Qi Fengling had also learned a long time ago. Yen and asterisk percent hashtag percent asterisk and dollar. You can't tell. It worked, and after seeing the arm again, while another kobold was about to continue on, another kobold pulled it away. Which was this moment? Name, Goblin Warrior. Race, Beast Elf. Level 1 medium. Power, 9. Speed, 12. Spirit, 7. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, short and sharp. Kobolds are extremely strong and quick to recover, so as long as they have a breath of air, they can survive. Hypergamy gene, kobolds are so fertile that they can impregnate any flesh and blood female creature with a greatly shortened birth cycle, and they prefer women of other races. Name, Kobold Stallion. Race, Beast Elf. Level, first class lower. Power, 6. Speed, 6. Spirit, 4. Physique, 18. Skills, short and sweet. Super pregnant genes. This was all the information about these two kobolds, and after reading this, Qi Fengling only wanted to say that the manga was really sincere. This goblin warrior Qi Fengling can still accept it, but what is the matter with this goblin stallion? It is hard to believe that he is specifically used to pass on the generation, so is not it a donkey of the production team. Only when Qi Fengling saw certain parts of his body, the previous doubts were swept away. No wonder one of them was a goblin warrior and one of them got to be a goblin stallion, because that goblin stallion thing? It was really ridiculously big, probably a few pounds chopped off. After hesitating for a while, the two kobolds still left the place, leaving the two of them to cover their crotches with an embarrassed face. Comrade Maple Spirit, this kobolds don't look like good things. Why don't you let me kill them? Seeing the goblins walking away, Zhen Tiangang also voiced his doubts. Who says I don't want to kill them? But have you seen the anime about kobolds? Seen? What's wrong? Apparently, Zhen Tiangang's brain seemed to be a bit underused, giving him such an intelligent name for nothing. You don't know that after seeing you. Is a kobold a lone wolf? Qi Fengling said with a slight roll of his eyes. Oh, you mean, you're a fool. If you don't stop them, they'll go far away. Qi Fengling was also speechless, pulling Zhen Tiangang along. I see. Comrade Fengling, do you think that the goblins must have a tribe or something in Cloud City? We are going to go and kill them all in one go. After being pulled along by Qi Fengling for quite a while, Zhen Tiangang also revealed a wise expression. Yes, and ha. In the future, when someone asks you, don't say you're called Yuan Tiangang, you're still called Yuan Benshu. Ha, why my parents gave me my name, even if it's hard to hear. Alright, shut the hell up. They seem to have found something? Qi Fengling reacted a bit faster and directly pressed Zhen Tiangang down, and the next second, the two kobolds did look back quickly, but well, Qi Fengling was able to live for so long in his last life. His skills of detection and concealment were still very high, which allowed Qi Fengling to directly anticipate their preconceptions. Sure enough, the kobold warrior continued on after hitting the kobold stallion in the head. Chapter 67 Unknown Living Sacrifice. Comrade Fengling? What's wrong with you? Comrade Fengling? Say something. You're scaring me. Following the two kobolds for 5 minutes, during which time Qi Fengling didn't say a word, which also confused Yuan Tiangang who was on the side. He gently shook Qi Fengling's arm, hoping that he could answer his own 2 sentences. Stop it for me. I'm fine. Just follow me. Leave me alone for now. I want to do something big. Finally,
Chi Fengling still couldn't take it anymore and turned around to cover Zhen Tiangang's mouth again. Seeing that Chi Fengling wasn't stunned,
Yuan Tiangang didn't push Chi Fengling away.
He just stared wide-eyed and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice.
At this moment, Chi Fengling wasn't dazed. He was now splitting into two spirits.
The first was continuing to track the kobolds, while the second spirit was connecting to the undead realm. Yes, Chi Fengling was trying to mentally communicate to Savvy,
who definitely hadn't recovered much by now.
But it shouldn't be as weak as it was in the beginning.
It wasn't like Chi Fengling wanted her to do anything very tiring.
Chi Fengling just wanted to see if Savvy could give herself the ability to temporarily understand the kobold language.
Meanwhile, the realm of the undead. On the bed of the small white bone building,
Savvy slowly raised the skeleton bone staff to the side,
and after reciting the incantation,
he swung it at Chi Fengling's projection.
In the next second,
that black energy actually did pass through the projection to Chi Fengling.
At this moment,
Chi Fengling was becoming more and more impressed with Savvy. It seemed that having Savvy was the same as having an all-powerful 100 treasure chest.
Ahem, Genshin Kong ah. I've told you to read more when you have time. See, now that the kobold is talking you don't understand. After getting a boost of black magic,
Chi Fengling wanted to tease this bean.
What are you talking about? Is it hard for you to understand?
I don't believe that your Cloud City University would teach goblin language.
By Chi Fengling saying so, Yuan Tiangang's already wide eyes that were even wider.
He didn't even dare to think about what kind of insanity Chi Fengling was having to be able to say such words.
Well, you don't believe me, do you? Then I'm bound to disbelieve it. Yuan Tiangang was excited because he suspected that Chi Fengling was treating him like a little cutie.
Okay, if I can understand kobold language and still communicate with them,
you must trust me unconditionally for once.
Fine, but if you don't understand, you have to come back to the barracks with me.
Thinking for less than 3 seconds,
Zhen Tiangang agreed to Chi Fengling's gamble because in his opinion,
Chi Fengling was just bluffing. Moreover,
he seemed to appreciate Chi Fengling and wanted to drag him into the army to help more people.
Isn't that a dream? The army, it's already changing.
Fine, just wait. You'll understand when the time comes. Chi Fengling naturally wouldn't play a bet that he wasn't sure of, but he wouldn't mind breaking the contract if he really lost.
Yen and asterisk percent hashtag. Asterisk hashtag and dollar percent dollar hashtag asterisk.
It was also really coincidental that right after Chi Fengling and his duo had just made a bet, the two kobolds exchanged words, and by the looks of it, there was a disagreement between them.
Well, what are they talking about? Danma Tiangang crossed his arms and gave an expression of preparing to watch a clown show. What? Can't understand it.
I told you that you're pretending. Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't say anything for a long time,
Yuan Tiangang that was more confident.
I'll give you that, but you have to calm down. Chi Fengling was serious. It looked like what the kobold said was abominable.
Okay, go ahead.
They said that their chief was ready to start the sacrifice and that they had to hurry back. The other kobold said he found human scent here. Might as well capture it and increase the sacrifice. Then the two had a conflict.
But now, they decided to capture the human back first.
Chi Fengling said in a cold tone with a dark face. The words of the kobolds were clear. They were making some kind of sacrifice with human lives, either to strengthen them or to summon more partners to the blue planet. How could they? Visible to the naked eye, there was already anger on Genshin Kong's face. Bam! Dang! Boom! All that was heard was the sound of a stick whacking against a broken door, and the next second the two kobolds were pouring into a room.
Well, going up or not?
Seeing the kobold enter the house, Genshin Kong was ready to follow. Listen to me carefully. If you just want to save 2 people, you go now. I won't stop you. If you want to save more people, and want to exterminate this group of kobolds in their entirety, you hold back now. What do I do? What do you do? Chi Fengling did not stop Yuan Tiangang, but reasoned with him. As he finished saying this, Chi Fengling already had plans. If Yuan Tiangang was on right now, he would choose to go straight back to Yunshine University, because by killing these 2 kobolds, they wouldn't know where the kobold's lair was, and Chi Fengling wouldn't bother wasting his time looking for someone. The key was that the goblin leader's sacrifice must have succeeded at that time. Rather than face the unknown and possible danger of losing his life, Chi Fengling was more reason to stay alive and become stronger. Why? After struggling for a long time, Zhen Tiangang still squatted back to Chi Fengling. Seeing that although the source Tiangang was a bit reckless, he still had a big picture view. Such a friend, he could indeed make.
Who are you? Let me go. Let me go.
Rip. Let go of my wife. Let go of her. I'll fight you.
Soon enough, the 2 kobolds came out of the house.
While at the moment the 2 kobolds had each grabbed a human.
Shut the up. Here's what the kobold said, since Chief Fongling can understand it now. It's just written out like this. Remember, Gen Tiangang still can't understand it. Only heard a scream. The kobold warrior that was a stick on the man's mouth. All of a sudden the man lost a large part of his teeth, and the pain made him unable to speak for half a day. And the reason the man was so excited was precisely because the kobold stallion on the other side of the room, as soon as he came out, tore the clothes from the woman's body. And looking at the kobold stallion, it was as if he wanted to have a mating in place. What's the hurry? There's plenty of time for you to get high. And if we delay the chief's sacrifice, it's no use chopping that thing off of you. Also, just as the giant thing was about to break through the door, a kobold warrior stepped aside to stop him. Even though the goblin warrior said it in such a proper way, out of their nature, it also made the goblin warrior have a physical reaction. On the side, Gen Tiangang's fists had clenched into a green color, and it was obvious that he was really angry. The whole time, the woman didn't put up much of a fight, not because the woman gave in, but because, well, the woman ran out of steam. It was obvious that this was also a couple in distress, and the fact that the man still had strength meant that they didn't have much food. It should be that the woman eats very little, and she should be giving up all her food to her husband, who she hopes will survive, and then is looking for food to keep herself alive as well. Alright, little beauty, let's see how I'll clean you up when I get back. At the mention of their leader, the goblin stallion surprisingly softened a lot in an instant, and by the looks of it, their leader should be ruthless. After beating the man again, the kobold warrior and kobold stallion then proceeded to the city with the fallen couple. Only the two of them didn't know that two executioners with murderous intent were following them silently. Chapter 68, third floor stage. Come if you have life. Twisted but dry. While trailing the two kobolds along the way, Chief Fongling and the two of them arrived at the largest yoga club in Cloud City, which was called Twisted but Dry. This place was still known to Chief Fongling, because before the end of the world, many female students from Yuncheng University would also come here, which included Zhouing, yoga, an art and a sport where strangers can get close to each other. Chief Fongling didn't like this, but for some reason, a lot of girls liked it. It can be said that 70% of this yoga club is filled with girls, and a large portion of the remaining 30% of guys, who are not really into yoga, come here just to get close to the girls. Then associating it with the habits of kobolds, Chief Fongling instantly understood. Kobolds don't like females of their own race, and they especially like females of the humanoid race, for which they have also evolved super-sensitive noses. It could be said that as long as there was a woman present in the nearby kilometers, they could more or less capture the smell of it, and it was that the higher their rank was, the further they could smell it, and some could even smell that it was a female trait. And this yoga club, that's where the most female flavors are. It's no wonder that the kobolds have formulated this place as a lair. After the arrival of the end of the world, the yoga club was also affected. The most obvious can be seen. A lot of glass upstairs are broken. It seems that to the last moment, many girls chose to jump off the building. Twisted but Dryer's doorway. The two kobolds that were very careful to observe the situation for a week. After making sure that no one was there, they even took off their already small amount of cloth, and then peed around. Vomit. Even though Chief Fongling and them were separated by 100 meters, Chief Fongling was then smoked by the strange smell of urine. Such a strong smell of urine, that was 100% capable of masking the scent of human beings. It's no wonder that the place rarely seems to get damaged by the walkers anymore. Only, that's not good. If the place is rarely damaged by walkers, it means that the kobolds probably showed up at Blue Star a long time ago, combined with the kobolds' already super fast reproduction rate. If nothing else, I'm afraid that there are already human women giving birth to kobolds. After peeing, the two stopped hesitating and entered the yoga club, dragging the human who was taller than them. Comrade Fongling, if we just go over like this, won't they find out? Seeing Chief Fongling just strutting over like that, Yuan Tiangang was a bit flustered. Afraid of what? Didn't I tell you? They're holding a ritual right now. They won't send anyone to guard it at all. Now, we have to speed up. After casually explaining to Yuan Tiangang, Chief Fongling quickly walked towards the inside of the club. Ha! TSK, TSK, TSK. It can be really disgusting. In the past, Chief Fongling also came here very often, because there are more women here. The hygiene of this place that is very good. Even the air is fragrant. And now, Chief Fongling hated to seal all of his nose and mouth. One more breath of this air was blasphemy to his lungs. Just as soon as he entered the club, Chief Fongling smelled a monstrous stench, a smell that had kobold urine, human feces, stinky meat, bad blood, and a special liquid. How to say it? It's the smell that makes you want to die. No wonder kobolds were low on the list of any other creatures, precisely because they were very unhygienic, but their vitality was on the other hand tenacious.
which made them pressurized and unafraid of harboring any viruses.
Comrade Phoneling, I feel like I'm dirty. Before he could walk for a while, Jen Tiangang revealed an extremely disgusted expression. Damn, don't say such words to me, haha. Make it seem as if I've done something to you. Hearing this,
Chi Fengling then unconsciously moved a little further away from Yuan Tiangang.
It's hard not to believe that this soldier brother is a sissy. Comrade Phoneling, that's not what I meant. I mean, how miserable those female compatriots are living. This Yuan Tiangang was also bullish,
and his ability to bring in misery was number one.
Don't go crazy later, huh? You want to play the hero but don't get me killed.
Listening to these words, Chi Fengling only felt that when Yuan Tiangang saw that miserable scene, he would go crazy and rush straight up.
Comrade Phoneling, don't worry, if you don't go on, I won't go on either.
You this.
Forget it, follow me.
Chi Fengling was really speechless. This Yuan Tiangang really can't talk.
What he meant was like, two people were playing a game,
and Jen Tiangang was playing as a support, but he also favored Chi Fengling,
the C position, to face scout the grass.
The path inside the yoga club was very mixed, and there were rooms of various sizes.
Chi Fengling didn't dare to follow too close,
and the price for this was that the two had lost track of the goblin.
Only well,
the source of Tiangang is very panicked,
but Chi Fengling is not panicked at all.
After all, this place can be too familiar with their own. Chi Fengling guessed
where the goblins will be. In the yoga club,
there's a particularly large and well-decorated ballroom, so you could say that the entire third floor is one big ballroom.
It seems, and is rumored,
that the reason for building this big three-story ballroom is that some of the leaders especially like to see
thousands of enchanting women, wearing revealing clothes, giving them a communal dance. Soon, with Chi Fengling leading the way,
the two of them arrived outside the door of the large third-floor ballroom.
Sure enough,
Chi Fengling hadn't guessed wrong,
because before he even entered the door, Chi Fengling smelled an even worse odor,
as if all the stench in this place
came from here. Ah, oh great Kobold God King,
I am your most devout follower,
Branth Donald. Today I will offer you my heart in this brand new land.
I will sacrifice fresh flesh and blood to make way for you in this world.
Look favorably upon my callings, devour their souls, slaughter their flesh,
and grant me and my people the slightest blessing,
and I will be forever subservient to thee. Comrade Maple Spirit, what's all the gibberish inside? Outside the door,
Jen Tiangang that was in a daze,
because he didn't know what that kobold inside was barking at. How to say it?
It's the words that are said against one's will before praying to the gods. Chi Fengling didn't have the leisure to recount that kobold's words all over again.
Anyway, it meant to show sincerity. Chief, we're back, and with new humans. Well, that's good. Come on over here. You two wait a minute. Are these the only two humans you've encountered? Chi Fengling couldn't see what was happening inside,
but he could hear that the kobold leader looked like he had discovered something.
Puff.
Yes, chief. We only encountered these two.
All of a sudden, the two kobolds fell to their knees. Their tone was trembling.
It was obvious that they were scared.
Whoosh! Boom! Look out!
Seeing that there was no sound for half a day, Chi Fengling seemed to have sensed something and pulled Jen Tiangang and ran towards the front.
In the next second,
the two of them were bombarded by a ball of light where they had just been hiding.
And fortunately,
the power of the ball of light was not very great.
You two losers, you're being followed and you still don't know it?
Holding up the bone scepter in his hand, the goblin leader said in a very angry manner.
And just now, because of dodging the attack,
Chi Fengling and Yuan Tiangang also appeared within the vision of all the goblins.
At this moment,
all the images of the three-story grand ballroom,
that was completely taken in by the duo. Chapter 69. You're all garbage. The memories of the past are as old as ever, but the fallen ballroom is not what it used to be,
because they were attacked by the goblin leader. The two's vision was still exposed to all the goblins,
and this allowed Chi Fengling to see the current scene.
The once smooth and shiny floor had long since disappeared,
replaced by layer after layer of thick paste-like objects. Without even thinking about it, this paste was coalesced from blood, urine, feces, and special liquids,
and just stepping on it made Chi Fengling feel sick, because the paste is too soft.
My own shoes have long been broken. The paste seems to seep into the shoes. Goblins, themselves, also possess some of the elven bloodline,
which gives them a high level of creative ability as well. The large stage today was filled with simple tents piled up by the kobolds with all kinds of materials, and this was a form of habitation for tribal life now.
At the moment,
all the kobolds stood around the kobold leader, and in the middle of the large ballroom,
an alien spell was supposedly depicted in blood. In the middle of the phalanx,
those were human men who were stripped naked, covered in wounds,
with weak breath and painted totems,
and by the looks of them, they should have been tortured quite a bit. The reason why there were no women in the phalanx wasn't because the kobolds had a bit of a conscience. It was because the human women had had a much worse time.
At the other end of the ballroom, in the simple tent built by the kobolds, the human women were locked in there, just as naked as they were. Their eyes were lax. Their bodies were covered in scratches and stench. And what was even more annoying was that the bellies of individual human women were already slightly bulging, and a bit of them had even reached the point of going into labor. It seems that this goblin's reproductive ability is really strong. It's only been more than 10 days since the end of the world, and they've already made humans conceive their heirs. And even more frightening, on the other side of the tent, 3 women were holding a child, either breastfeeding or teasing, and by the looks of them, the child was clearly their own. But how could they allow a human woman to raise a human child here in Koboldland? Can't even think about it anymore? Those kids, they must be kobold hatchlings too. Humans, you still have some skills, but after interfering with our rituals, you will surely die. Waving the scepter in his hand, the kobold leader seemed to be about to cast some kind of magic again. Name, Kobold Wizard, Blues * Toner. Race, Beast Elf. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 10. Speed, 15. Spirit, 65. Physical Fitness, 70. Skills, Short, Concise. Super Pregnant Genes. Proficiency in low-level magic, can use all kinds of low-level magic and can understand any language.
The goblin chief said something so scary that Chief Foamling also had to open his attribute panel. But at this look, Chief Foamling rolled his eyes. He thought how strong this goblin leader could be.
Wasn't this just a lowly version of Savvy? Savvy himself was barely able to subdue it at a mid-level 1. That was to say nothing of this much weaker kobold leader. By the looks of it, it should be that when the end times came, a dimensional gate appeared in the kobold's world, and this kobold led his men down. As for the goblin god king that Bruiser * Donor had just spoken of, that looked to be a mythic level or above powerhouse. Like a powerhouse of that level, his followers were countless, and a creature like a kobold that could easily survive and reproduce was feared to number in the hundreds of billions. So it would be strange that the kobold god king would pay attention to him. Human, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on me? Or are you blaspheming our god king?
This goblin leader was worthy of being a sorcerer, and Chief Foamling's micro-expression changes were all easily captured by him.
I'm sorry, don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you.
I'm saying that all the goblins present, and your goblin god king, are all garbage.
Chief Foamling didn't pretend anymore,
and the mocking words that came straight out of his mouth.
Once these words came out, all of the kobolds, including the kobold leader, were enraged as they screamed and danced the wooden sticks in their hands, about to strike at Chief Foamling. Comrade Foamling, you really know how to speak goblin language. I, Yuan Tian Gang, admire you, and also, your Yinchang University is also a cow.
Seeing Chief Foamling really communicated with the kobolds,
Yuan Tian Gang's eyes were nothing but shock and admiration. However, Chief Foamling,
rolled her eyes. This Yuan Tian Gang was too good at cheating. If there wasn't an apocalypse, Cloud City University wouldn't be able to teach goblin language even if it existed for another 100 years.
Comrade Foamling, what should we do? I'm the one who harmed you,
or else I'll hold the fort while you go first.
The kobolds were weak on average,
but there were more than 30 of them. With the large number of people,
their morale was also boosted.
And this scene clearly bluffed the unseen Gen Tian Gang. As the saying goes,
a man in need is a man in need. Although this Yuan Tian Gang was a bit dull, he was still a very good person. Yes? Thank you. But well, I think I can one-up them. All of them.
Pointing at the group of dwarfs, Chief Foamling's eyes were filled with mockery.
What can be done? The strongest kobold leader here
are at the peak of the first level, and his strength is only up to 10 points.
I'm afraid that Chief Foamling is not holding the one-thought divine demon sword,
and he can be chopped up by a single blow.
Ah, are they that weak? I look okay with that, Chief.
This instant, Gen Tian Gang was also confused. He thought Chief Foamling would say, let's fight side by side once more words.
Little ones, humans dare to insult us,
dare to desecrate our god king.
Can you bear it? Can't. Then do you dare to fight for your lives? Dare. Alright then, let's go on and kill them for me.
This goblin leader was also powerful, and with just 3 words, he completely mobilized the goblins.
And after a roar, the kobolds charged,
dancing with the great clubs they held.
Whoa! Ah! Yikes! Ah! Although humans and kobolds did not speak the same language,
the screams when suffering pain and death were the same.
Just seeing Chief Foamling wielding the one-thought demon sword and Yuan Tian Gang slashing out the bone blade, with just a light strike, that kobold was easily defeated by the two. Comrade Foamling, what are you doing? Isn't this a bit?
Seeing Chief Foamling frantically mending his sword against the corpse of the already dead goblin,
Gen Tian Gang's face then was a bit puzzled. Turn around and see for yourself. Chi Fengling didn't want to explain too much, so she pointed to the goblins that had just been hacked to death by Yuan Tiangang. It was a shock to see that the kobolds that had just been chopped up by Yuan Tiangang's blade, the broken pieces of their bodies seemed to be able to move, and it looked as if they were trying to put it all together. It can't be. Kobolds have such a tenacious life force? Seeing this scene, Jen Tiangang's eyes all widened. Or else, do you think I'm going to put aside here to chop up corpses to vent my anger? Chi Fengling shrugged his shoulders and said very plainly, because these kobolds were not their own opponents at all. The reason why kobolds were fierce was because of their endless numbers, and their tenacious vitality. However, right now, the number of goblins wasn't very large, plus their individual strength was weak, so Chi Fengling wasn't afraid of them at all. Creatures are afraid of death, and that certainly includes the kobolds. After seeing Chi Fengling slash the kobolds into pieces with one sword after another, slashing them beyond death, those kobolds also shrugged. The reason why they just dared to go on was firstly because they were compelled by the goblin leader, and secondly they were just certain that they still had a chance to be revived. And now, they had seen that Chi Fengling had completely cut off the possibility of their resurrection. Soldiers, sons and daughters, on behalf of the Kobold God King, I will grant you immortality. Now, all charge me. Just as the kobolds were cowering, that kobold leader was the one who snapped again. With just a wave of his scepter, a green light flooded into all the kobolds. The ability to not die? That's pretty sick. Chapter 70. Come even if you're dead. How many soldiers bump their heads when a brainless officer yells? The kobold leader was not a brainless officer, but his behavior was now similar to that of a brainless officer. And this group of kobolds, one by one, just like a silly ball, that is to say what to believe. Now they, no longer afraid of death, carrying a big stick will continue to Chi Fengling duo rush to, blessing of immortality? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? If there really was this kind of powerful blessing, how could the goblin chief shrug like that? Moreover, the goblin chief was only a mere peak level 1 beast elf, and he only knew low-level magic. What made him know the immortal blessing? Obviously, the kobold leader had lied to the group of kobolds, but the only thing that could reassure the kobolds was that their leader did not choose to run away. Dug out. Yuan Tiangang, quickly help me top. We must kill the goblin leader as soon as possible. Just after seeing the behavior of the goblin leader, Chi Fengling that was startled. At this moment, the kobold leader stood in the center of the sacrifice. He held the scepter in his hand and recited an incantation under his breath. There was no need to think about it. He was going to continue with the sacrifice. To be honest, Chi Fengling wasn't afraid that his sacrifice would succeed because the mythic level goblin god king wouldn't give a damn about him. What Chi Fengling was afraid of was, once this kind of sacrifice was successfully operated, whether or not they got feedback from the other party, those humans who served as sacrifices would lose their lives. Chi Fengling originally didn't care about the lives of this group of people, but now, the kobolds were foreigners, and in front of the foreigners, Chi Fengling still wanted to be united first. It's like the history of the Chinese nation. She can allow Han Chinese to fight each other for their own territories, but once a foreigner comes to invade, Han Chinese can all put aside their past hatred and join forces to fight against the invading foreigner, except for a few silly balls. Okay, don't worry and leave it to me, even if I die, I won't let them get close to you. Glancing at the goblin leader in the distance, Jen Tiangang instantly understood Chi Fengling's meaning. Just by listening to his words, one could tell that at this moment, he truly admired Chi Fengling as a person. Don't look at Chi Fengling's surface doesn't care about other people's deaths and lives, but when it comes to the critical moment, he will still find a way for people to think, such a person can be too much better than those who smile and hide the dagger, the masculine and the feminine. In front of him, there were hordes of kobold warriors who were not afraid to die, and he could indeed cut them down one by one, but the price for that would be that the kobold leader completed the sacrifice. Putting down the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling then quickly crouched down, while in the next second, a sniper rifle made of skeletons appeared in his hand. Bang! Boo! Ah! A gunshot rang out and a scream was heard, only to see that the goblin warrior who was blocking in front of Chi Fengling was directly shot in the head. I don't know if the power of the skeleton bone sniper was too great, or if the ordinary kobold's head was too weak, but just with this shot, the kobold's head was reduced to a powdery form. It was safe to say that the kobold didn't need to mop up anymore, as he was dead as a doornail. Jen Tiangang. The situation was urgent. Chi Fengling didn't want to say too much. He only hoped that Jen Tiangang would understand him in seconds. Yes. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't gambled wrongly, and Yuan Tiangang that had understood Chi Fengling's meaning in seconds, only to see all the bones in his body fly out after Yuan Tiangang let out a violent yell.
and Yuan Tiangang himself even directly lunged his flesh in front of Qi Fengling. The good thing about this was that the goblins blocking Qi Fengling's vision were completely pulled away by Zhen Tiangang. And the bad thing about this was that Zhen Tiangang took a large amount of damage all at once. When Yuan Tiangang sold his life like this, Qi Fengling naturally wouldn't let it down. Locking onto the goblin leader's head and pulling the trigger, a shot was fired again. Bang! Click! Shocked. This wave was something Qi Fengling didn't expect. The bone bullet did shoot out, and the target was the head of the goblin leader. The kobold leader was also too preoccupied with the ritual to notice the projectile coming in, which was supposed to be a one-shot kill, only for a sudden change to occur. Qi Fengling didn't even think that the simple scepter in the hands of the goblin chief had the effect of generating a boundary. And that flick down just now just broke that boundary. What was even more impressive was that Qi Fengling's shot not only broke the goblin leader's boundary, but also blew up the scepter in the goblin leader's hand. Good news. The kobold leader has no defense left. Bad news. The kobold leader has realized that Qi Fengling is in a headlock. Everyone, stop him for me. Stop him. Don't worry. With me here. You're not dead. All of you. Dropping the already broken scepter in his hand, the goblin leader pointed at Qi Fengling and shouted, "Go on. Charge. Kill. For the chief. For Lord God King. Seems like it's good to have a small brain. That's no brain. The kobolds can't even realize this. The kobold leader is completely unconcerned with their lives. Aha. Comrade Fengling, shoot quickly. I won't be able to hold on much longer." Among the kobolds, Yuan Tiangang had already been hit all over his body, but in order to allow Qi Fengling to hit the kobold leader, he stiffly didn't take a step back. But the goblin warriors were already surging up, and their own vision was once again blocked. Damn. Whatever. After letting out a deep breath, Qi Fengling didn't care about these disgusting goblins, and his entire body rushed into the goblin group just like Zhen Tiangang. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the kobolds, Qi Fengling smelled a stronger stench. Enduring the nausea from the drool that flowed onto his body and the pain from the bites he had already been bitten by, Qi Fengling on the other hand raised his gun once again. Bang! A shot that lives up to the hype and closes with a headshot. Ah! How? How is that possible? I don't. Bang! Puff! Qi Fengling wouldn't give the goblin leader a chance to say his last words, and shot the goblin leader in the head again. This kobold leader deserved to be the leader. Besides, he could use some magic. His head was also harder than the other kobolds. These two shots didn't make his head explode. Damn it, get the hell out of here. Seeing the goblin leader completely fall, Qi Fengling no longer endured. With the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, 4 or 5 goblins met their deaths on the spot. You lowly creatures, your leader is dead, and you still believe in the so-called immortal blessing? Retreated. While Qi Fengling spoke in goblin. How? How can that be? The chief Sama is dead. Doesn't Lord Chief know undead magic? How could he die? What to do? What are we going to do when the chief Sama is dead? Wait. The chief lord doesn't seem to be dead. I see his fingers moving. Yeah, that's right. I saw it too. After Qi Fengling finished speaking, the kobolds first panicked, and then, it seemed as if a kobold saw their leader's finger move. How is it possible? Is it a scam? Or a muscle reflex? Dig the groove. Really? When Qi Fengling looked over, the goblin chief's fingers did still move a bit, and that action. It seemed like he was completing the sacrificial spell on the ground. It was also at this moment that the spell formation, which was still a pale light, was a green light. At this moment, Qi Fengling knew that it was over, because the goblin chief's sacrifice was still completed. Chapter 71 Bad Formation Out of God's Envoys. Ah, no, I'm so hard. No, I don't want to die yet. Somebody help me. Only to see the green light over the phalanx flourish, and in the next second, the human men who were still in the phalanx then let out a heartbreaking roar, and when Qi Fengling fixed his eyes, that raised hand was still lowered, because it was too late. It was only just that second that a force from nowhere began to crazily suck the life force of those men, and in less than 3 seconds of their cries, those men were completely turned into human trunks. It's literally a human, having had all the essence and blood sucked out of their bodies alive, and at the moment, they're dead as a skin and a rack of bones. You damn kobolds. The scene in front of him only made Qi Fengling feel pathetic, but on the other hand, Zhen Tiangong's anger came up all of a sudden. Only after he yelled a few times, most of the bones in his body returned to his body, which gave him a boost in strength. After violently breaking away from the goblins, Zhen Kong began to decimate the goblins who were starting to get scared. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang had already entered a state of insanity, Qi Fengling didn't want to put in any more effort. Instead, he crouched down on the ground and used his gun to aim at the kobolds that were preparing to flee.
Yes, by this moment, some of the kobolds finally reacted, and they finally realized that the immortal blessing was a fake. Only now, did they have the chance to be able to run? The bloody slaughter lasted for 10 whole minutes. These 10 minutes Chief Ongling didn't dance the one-thought divine demon sword, he just crouched in place and shot and sniped at the kobolds who wanted to run away. As for the task of completely killing the kobolds, Chief Ongling gave him to Yuan Tiangang. Anyway, there was no experience value in killing kobolds, so what was the point of wasting that effort for nothing? At this moment, the bodies of kobolds were lying all over the entire third floor of the large ballroom, and a bit of the kobolds even tried to get help from their leader, and their bodies fell on top of the kobold leader. What an irony! Chief Ongling had indeed guessed correctly. For a peak level 1 goblin to want to speak to a mythic level goblin god king was simply a dream. Calm down, then do me a favor now. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang had calmed down, Chief Ongling then had a small request for Yuan Tiangang, because at this moment, the body of the goblin leader was lying with the corpses of 7 or 8 goblins. Wasn't this a natural undead blood altar? Now all that was needed was for Jen Tiangang to drag the bodies of the remaining goblins over there, and Chief Ongling would be able to perform an undead blood sacrifice. You say, if this makes the goblin chief know that his hard-earned sacrifice didn't work, and instead, his own body became a sacrifice, will he be furious? Comrade Ongling, thank you for letting me vent out. I'm willing to help with anything. Withdrawing his bone knife, Jen Tiangang that was all serious. It's not much, just help me pile over all these kobold corpses. Comrade Ongling, you're going to overpower them? Yuan Tiangang was also a cow. How could he think of this? Then if I tell you that I am also a sorcerer, do you believe me? Chief Ongling rolled his eyes and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, Ah, Comrade Ongling, even though they're dead, they're still our compatriots. How can you use them as sacrifices? After hearing Chief Ongling's words, Jen Tiangang that was shocked stopped his hand movements. Because the location of the kobold bodies was not far from the human man's body, Genshin just assumed that Chief Ongling was going to use them all as sacrifices. Buzz. What the heck? I didn't mean that. No, Jen Tiangang, run, get out of there. Chief Ongling was about to explain to Yuan Tiangang when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from where the goblin chief's sacrificial phalanx was. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, instinct told Chief Ongling that it wasn't a good sign. What? Jen Tiangang naturally did not understand. He still wanted to look back, but an invisible force controlled him in place, only to see a greener light emerge from the spell formation cast in human men, and it was as if there was a shadow in the light, directly dragging down Jen Tiangang, who was about to run. What was even more terrifying was that Chief Ongling could see that Yuan Tiangang's flesh and blood seemed to be being sucked. Not good. The goblin chief's sacrifice might have succeeded. That shadowy figure might be the goblin god king, and he should, right now, be sucking away Jen Tiangang's life force. You wish for it, Awa. Without going into too much consideration, Chief Ongling then instantly pulled out the one-thought divine demon sword. This time, probably because Chief Ongling was eager to save his friend. This thought divine demon sword was in the state of a thought divine sword as soon as it appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, only to see Chief Ongling clenching his teeth and exerting all his strength to swing 2 swords at the imaginary shadow, while in the next second, 2 golden-green sword shadows struck on top of the imaginary shadow. This is the power of light? Under the light wave attack of the one-thought divine sword, the shadow still dropped the control Jen Tiangang, and the shadow even spoke. Name, Kobold Messenger. Race, Beast Elf. Status, Idea Void. Rank, Other Attributes? Chief Ongling didn't dare to be arrogant and opened the undead emperor's eye in one go, while part of the information of this shadowy figure flooded into Chief Ongling's brain. Fortunately, this wasn't the Goblin God King's original body. If it was the original body that had come, I'm afraid that the silhouette would have been able to instantly kill Chief Ongling and Yuan Tiangang. God's messenger? As the name suggests, he should be the messenger of the Goblin God King, but that shouldn't be the case. The goblin leader here was only a mere pinnacle of level 1. Even if it was a goblin god envoy, there was no need to take him on. Whoosh, giggle. After being cut by the one-thought divine sword, the shadow began to fade, and the next second the shadow surged to the corpse of the goblin leader. And sure enough, the goblin leader stood up. Name, Kobold Chief, Raider. Status, Dead/Returned. Race, Beast Elf. Rank, Level 2 High. Power, 60. Speed, 60. Spirit, 160. Physical, 0. Skills, Short and Sweet, Invalidated. Super Fertile Gene, Invalidated. Low-level magic proficiency, Inherited. Unexpectedly, just a mere shadow had directly seized the goblin chief, and it had also allowed him to directly reach the second-level high rank. However, how is this physique 0? Fortunately, the stats of the goblin leader who was taken over are not too scary. This is at least something he can still deal with. Plus he still has Gen Tian Gang. 2 against 1 oneself is still very confident. Humph. The barriers of this world are still so thick. What a weak body. Griffin, you dare to behead my kobold subjects and desecrate the sacrifice to the God King. You can't atone for your sins with 9 deaths. The kobold leader who stood up again was indeed no longer the same kobold as before. It seemed that Chief Lingling's guess was right. There existed barriers on the blue star that isolated the entry of strong people from other realms. Otherwise, if epic and legendary level strong people had appeared at the beginning of the end times, then the human race would have long since perished. Funny, do you guys not know how to address anything but mole crickets? Also Goblin God Envoy. Here, I am the master. Chief Fongling knew that this God Envoy would not let himself go. Then surprisingly so, there was no need for him to grovel. Comrade Fongling, I'm so tired. Just as Chief Fongling had just blurted out, Gen Tian Gang on one side unexpectedly collapsed to the ground in an instant. Yuan Tian Gang was fine. He had only been sucked some blood and was tired and sleeping. But Chief Fongling was not fine. Now this powerful opponent would have to deal with it all by himself. Chapter 72. Dare you say this is low-level magic? Oomph humph humph humph. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. This god ambassador only exerted a little force and your mole cricket partner can't do it? Chief Fongling also did not expect that today's slap in the face actually came so quickly. He had just put down his harsh words. And Yuan Tian Gang could not carry it. So what? You're just a remnant soul. You want to defeat me. There's no such thing as that possibility. After saying that, Chief Fongling picked up the one-thought divine demon sword. His high battle intent indelible. Humph. Dying struggle. Stemming from the oppression of the rank, caused the Goblin God Envoy's face to be written with disdain. Only to see him raise his hand and wave it. The scepter that had long been shattered by Chief Fongling on the side was easily restored by the Goblin God Envoy. And the next second, a ball of light much larger than the one the Goblin leader had coalesced with was made for him. Bang! Pop! Only one shot was heard, and unfortunately, the physical damage of the bone sniper didn't seem to be able to break up the ball of light. Boom boom! Fortunately, the ball of light struck by the Goblin God Envoy wasn't a lock-on skill either, which allowed Chief Fongling to easily dodge it. Bang! Ka! Bang! Ka! Chief Fongling knew very well that he had the skeleton bone sniper, so why did he have to physically fight with the Goblin God Envoy? But the ideal is rich and the reality is bony. The barrier that the Goblin God's Envoy had coalesced after picking up the scepter could be much harder than the Goblin Chief's. Looking at the bullets scattered around the Goblin God Envoy, Chief Fongling knew that he wouldn't be able to deal damage to the Goblin God Envoy with just the skeleton bone sniper anymore. Dang! Griffin! I didn't expect you to have a few skills. I underestimated you. After the fierce strike, the Goblin God Envoy was also shaken back a long way by Chief Fongling. That was inevitable. The Goblin God's Envoy was only a projection after all, and because of the dimensional barriers, the strength he could display was just too little. Humph. The price for underestimating me is death of the body. Chief Fongling didn't want to talk nonsense with the Goblin God Envoy, because with just this strike, Chief Fongling had discovered the Goblin God Envoy's weakness. The Goblin God's Envoy was able to appear in Blue Star precisely because he temporarily took over the body of the Goblin Chief, but at that time, the Goblin Chief was already dead. So the Goblin God Envoy's physique was 0. That is to say, the current Goblin God Envoy basically had no defense whatsoever, and a body that had been slashed was 100% unrecoverable. Griffin, so what if you found out? This God Envoy even dared to come across the dimensions, so he naturally has a way to deal with you. On the opposite side, the Goblin God Envoy's face was one that could not see a trace of panic, as if Chief Lingling's guess had been expected by him. My dead folk, rise up and fight for me once more. Just as Chief Fongling was puzzled, the Goblin God Envoy was raising his scepter again, and after some chanting, he was pointing at the goblin corpses on the ground. Ka! Lola! Whoa! Roar! Ah! Under Chief Fingling's gaze, those goblins that were originally dead through and through actually stood up again, and even more terrifyingly, those goblin corpses that had been hacked into pieces actually finished reorganizing quickly. Name, Goblin Dead. Race, Beast Elf / Undead. Level 1 Medium. Power, 5. Speed, 5. Spirit, 0. Physical fitness, 5. Skills, none. Blessing, Kobold God Emperor's Immortality Blessing. During the Kobold God Emperor's existence, this creature cannot be physically killed. While the goblins were standing up, Chief Fongling checked their attributes. There were good and bad. The good thing was that their attributes really weren't that high. They could be hacked to death with a single sword themselves. The bad thing is, I didn't realize that something like the Immortal Blessing really existed. It seems that as long as the Goblin God's Envoy still survives in Blue Star, these zombie-like goblin deathstalkers won't be killed. Griffin, This god envoy knows that you're somewhat powerful. However, you're ultimately a human. There's a time when you'll run out of strength. Floating 2 meters in the air, the goblin god envoy said lightly. Floating? This is something that can only be done by those who have reached the Zunshur level of power. I didn't expect the goblin god envoy in the state of a remnant soul to be able to do it. It seems that this goblin god envoy is much more powerful than he imagined. Ah! Swish! Swish! Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Inside the big ballroom on the 3rd floor, the sound of gunshots, the sound of big swords swinging, the sound of light balls exploding that was constantly ringing out. The goblin god's envoy was right. After just 5 minutes, Chief Fengling was already going to be exhausted, because during this time, no matter how much they killed, the goblin dead would be resurrected by the goblin god's envoy, and the goblin god's envoy in the distance would sneak up on them with a ball of light as they fought to take on the goblin dead. Chief Fengling hadn't fought such a suffocating fight in a long time, and Chief Fengling knew better. If this continued, he would really be consumed by the goblin god's envoy. I'm going to kill everyone here, and I'll kill anyone I see. When I get stronger I'm going to the army, and I'm going to kill all the people you saved. While fighting and dodging attacks, Chief Fengling yelled at the fallen Yuan Tian gang, because Chief Fengling believed that the power of belief could sometimes transcend life and death. Comrade Fengling, you can't be like this. You're a good person's. Ha ha. Chief Fengling gambled correctly. Under the stimulation of his own words sentence after sentence, the collapsed Gen Tian gang really stood up. Don't look. Help me stop them. If it doesn't work, I'll really do that. Looking at Yuan Tian gang who was still a bit dumbfounded, Chief Fengling that was directly throwing the skeleton bone sniper over. Weapons like the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper were usually recognized by their owners, but with the owner's permission, it could also function temporarily in other people's hands. Good. With just a glance, Gen Tian gang understood the situation in front of him, only to see him roll over and take his gun to hide in a good sniping position. True to form, these things didn't need to be taught at all, and that was the reason why military awakened people would be stronger. So all this, did you anticipate this in advance? Only after hearing a loud and clear warhorse neigh, a flaming skeleton horse appeared under Chief Fengling's crotch, and in less than 3 seconds of work, Chief Fengling crossed over the goblin deathstalkers who had extremely low speeds. In fact, if it was just Chief Fengling riding the flaming skeleton horse, he still wouldn't be able to jump out of the encirclement. The reason why Chief Fengling was able to jump out was because Gen Tian gang was behind him to provide fire cover. You are an undead summoner? Chief Fengling could see with the naked eye that panic appeared on the goblin god envoy's face, but this panic was gone after a second, and Chief Fengling that was completely confused. Now that he was just 2 meters away from cutting down the goblin god's envoy, where in the world did he get his confidence from? Of beast elf magic, temporary sealing technique, rise. Only heard the goblin god's envoy chanting under his breath before he was pointing at the flaming skeleton horse. Not good. Chief Fengling could feel that his mind communication with the flaming skeleton horse was rapidly disappearing. Dredge. Is this still low-level magic proficiency? Which of these magic spells that the goblin god's envoy knew wasn't perverted to the point of perversion? At his hips, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to know that he would be leaving for a while as well, only to see it shaking its back vigorously in the air. As expected, the flaming skeleton horse still returned to the undead realm, but fortunately, at the last moment, the flaming skeleton horse still helped Chief Fengling. Come to me dead. Ka-ching. Put. Only hearing Chief Fengling let out a loud roar. After the one-thought divine demon sword easily broke through the goblin god envoy's barrier, that was steadily stabbed into his chest. Chapter 73. I didn't even know I had a card. Above the sky, Chief Fengling's sword was stabbing into the goblin god envoy's chest with an unstoppable momentum. Along with Chief Fengling increasing the strength of his hand, the still warm blood of the goblin leader just flowed down. This sword Chief Fengling could guarantee that the goblin leader's heart had been completely stabbed out. Aha! Griffin, you even have this ability, but you think you can kill me? I'm a god. This, what kind of power is this? Originally, the goblin god envoy was completely unconcerned about Chief Fengling's sword. After all, this body was not his own. Even if it was completely destroyed, it did not matter. However, while he was confident to the point of conceit, a holy force of light was filling the goblin chief's entire body, and this force of light seemed as if it could actually cause damage to the goblin god envoy. Not bad. This was the divine form of the one-thought divine demon sword, which had the power of supreme light, but purified darkness. Chief Fengling had thought that the goblin god envoy had already touched the rank of god and should belong to the light camp, but he just didn't expect that the darkness of that one-thought magic sword was unable to harm him. It seems that the race of kobolds, since the beginning, have been creatures of the evil camp, as their god kings. are all gods of the dark camp. Humph. This is the power that can kill you. Remember, those who commit my blue star will be executed even though they are far away. Seeing that the aura of the goblin god envoy on the goblin chief was getting weaker and weaker, Chief Foamling once again put down his harsh words. Ha ha ha. Griffins are just so easy to fool. In the air, the goblin god's envoy who had been screaming in pain unexpectedly laughed out loud. And the words he said were even more puzzling to Chief Foamling. Of beast elf magic. Summoner confinement. Gather. While Chief Foamling was speculating, an obscure catchphrase was then recited by the goblin god envoy again. Although he hadn't seen anyone else use this magic yet, just by hearing the name, Chief Foamling knew that something bad was going to happen. Humph. Reacting now? Too late. Just as Chief Foamling realized and was about to pull out that one-thought divine demon sword, he felt that the goblin god had already sucked the one-thought divine demon sword to death using this corpse. Whoosh! Puff! Just as Chief Foamling was struggling to draw his sword, the body of that goblin leader suddenly flew backward and landed in the corner of the large ballroom along with the one-thought divine demon sword. And at this moment, in front of Chief Foamling, there was a bodiless shadow floating, and this shadow was undoubtedly that goblin god envoy. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. Everything about you is within my expectation. What I really fancy is only your body. That's all. Ha. Don't bother. Your divine sword won't be able to return for a while. Seeing Chief Foamling frantically summoning his one-thought divine demon sword, the goblin god envoy even laughed out loud. Sure enough, the Excalibur that was stuck in the goblin leader's body in the distance, although it had been trembling violently, it just couldn't go back to Chief Foamling, and it couldn't even send it back to the world where it belonged. At this moment, Chief Foamling was finally seeing the power of the god envoy, and probably understood that his one-thought divine sword could injure him as soon as he appeared. Instead, he had done a double take in front of him. Either he wouldn't be able to cope with his first wave of attacks and then be killed directly by him, or he would be in this situation now, having lost the only weapon he had that could hurt him. Hiss! What do you want to do? Hurry up and come out of me. At this moment, Chief Foamling was already going crazy because the goblin god envoy's silhouette had actually broken directly inside his body. Ha. Just be at ease and become a part of me. The silhouette had disappeared, but this voice, it was coming from Chief Foamling's body. Aha! No, don't! Struggling, Chief Foamling could already feel that her body was getting out of control and her spirit was getting faint. Is this what it feels like to be taken over? Why is it that things that I had never even heard of in my last life would happen to me one after another this time? They were gods. He himself was still a district level 1 advanced. How could he fight against them? Thinking about it, Chief Foamling's spirit was festering more and more, as if he was going to fall asleep in the next second. Comrade Foamling, just wait. When you're asleep, I'm going to lead my troops into Yunchun University and take in all of my classmates. I'm going to get all my classmates to be pioneers. And I'm going to tell your girlfriend that you were bitten by a walker while whoring. In his dying moments, Chief Foamling only felt that someone was shouting his name, and then a bunch of words that irritated him. Yes, Gentenko, the kid is a quick learner, and this one is on himself. Stop screaming. I have nothing to do with their deaths. Just don't spread rumors about me. You now. Quickly go and bring that divine sword to me. Fortunately, Yuan Tiangang's shout still made Chief Foamling wake up a bit, and this also made Chief Foamling see hope once again. As long as Zhen Tiangang could deliver the one-thought divine demon sword to his hands, he would be able to force the goblin god envoy away with the power of light from the one-thought divine sword. Humph. You wish. Beast elf magic. Berserk. Except that the goblin god envoy wasn't a cutie pie. How could he allow someone to interfere with his plans in an honorable manner? Only after hearing the goblin god envoy recite another spell, the goblin deadmen who were originally like low-level zombie states went crazy all of a sudden, and as visible to the naked eye, their dark green skin began to turn red. Within the hall, originally could barely cope with a bit of the source Tiangang that was even more miserable, coupled with the fact that he had just been absorbed by the goblin god's envoy's life state, and now under this attack, directly let the source Tiangang was beaten without the power to fight back. Looking at Yuan Tiangang, who was being forced further and further away by the goblin dead, Chief Foamling's hope that had just been ignited was dashed once again. It seemed that today's self was really going to die? Buzz. What? The undead emperor, Ghoul King, Griffin, what are you hiding in your body? Just when Chief Foamling felt that his head was about to be completely invaded by the goblin god's envoy, there was a buzz in his own head, and in the next second, the goblin god's envoy who had already entered his body was just popped out of the water. And even that weakness of his was much weaker. Flutter, clatter. At the same time, within the ballroom, the goblin death dealers that were still chasing after Yuan Tiangang that were instantly collapsed,
and the magic that had been cast by the Goblin God's envoys on their bodies had completely disappeared. And at the same time, Chief Fengling finally got in touch with the one-thought divine demon sword again. No, I can't stay here. This matter, it has to be dealt with by Lord God King himself. The Goblin God envoy who was ejected was very flustered, and after muttering a few words to himself, it was as if he was about to leave. Swish, want to go? You're dreaming. Tell me, what exactly is inside my body? After a sword cut through the light door that the Goblin God envoy had coalesced, Chief Fengling then asked with his sword pointing at the Goblin God envoy's silhouette. The Ghoul King, who had failed to take over himself a few days ago, had his scent in his body himself could still understand. But what Chief Fengling didn't understand was that both the Ghoul King and the Goblin God envoy were the same. And at the moment they were about to completely take over themselves, they were driven away by the mysterious power within themselves. So now what Chief Fengling was most puzzled about was whether this undead emperor's inheritance was just an inheritance, or is it a projection of the undead emperor himself? Chapter 74 Bargaining is Death. It was as if he wasn't the one who lost the battle. Doggone God envoy. I didn't keep you to see you act like a pussy. You now, either talk to me about what's in my body, or die. Gripping the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand tightly, Chief Fengling also finally gave up on being polite to the God envoy. Dog. Day. You. The Goblin God's envoy naturally didn't know what this meant, but he could see that Chief Fengling's face was full of contempt, so he concluded that it wasn't a good word. You? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Humph. This God ambassador isn't threatened big time, so go ahead and kill. By then, you won't know what's in your body. Raising his head, the Goblin God ambassador came back with a counter threat. Fine. Say goodbye to this world. Chief Fengling can really not spoil him. Want to threaten himself? Simply dreaming. Hey. Wait a minute. Isn't bargaining popular among you humans? You should return the favor. Seeing that Chief Fengling's greatsword was really going to cut into him, that proud Goblin God envoy finally panicked. The reaction of the Goblin God's envoy also made Chief Fengling a little confused, because the Goblin God's envoy had only projected a shadow over, and the death of this shadow would at most only deplete him of some of his levels or power of faith. As a legend rank or above powerhouse, there was absolutely no need for him to be afraid of his own. Then for him to even be like this, it must be that he had a reason to remain in Blue Star. Bargaining? That's fine. Tell me what's in your body and then let me control your soul brand. Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, Chief Fengling said with a teasing face. Human boy, do you call this bargaining? Is this not robbery on your part? Chief Fengling's fleshly eyes could see that the Goblin God envoy's face darkened. Of course, one's request could be considered very excessive, even though it was just his shadow being engraved with a soul mark. However, the Goblin God envoy was the messenger of the Goblin God King. If he branded his own mark on his soul, it was estimated that his main body would be killed by the Goblin God King in the next second. Yo, you haven't been in China for long, but you're learning fast. Then tell me, what is your bargain? Chief Fengling is not compromising, he is doing this on purpose. This behavior is like a merchant selling something. First mention a dead expensive price that you will inevitably not buy, and then pretend to be in a difficult situation to reduce the price. At the end of the day, the merchant acts like he's losing money and you feel like you're making money. But the end result is that the merchant is also making money off of you. It's simple. That's the equivalent exchange. You let me take over your life. I'll tell you it's AI. Aren't we still discussing this? Why did you do it again? With Excalibur against his neck, the Goblin God envoy didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Humph, do you think your joke is funny? This time, it was Chief Fengling's turn to have a black face. Alright then we'll each take a step back. I'll tell you what's in your body and you find someone for me to take over, and then let me go. How about it? Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, the Goblin God's envoy said indifferently. Oh, wow. Chief Fengling really couldn't play with these old demons after all. He didn't expect that the measurement he had counted on the Goblin God's envoy would be returned to him so quickly. Comrade Fengling, why don't you kill him yet? He could have killed so many of our compatriots. Also just as Chief Fengling was thinking, Yuan Tian gang that was walking over with difficulty. Naturally, he couldn't understand what the two were exchanging, but he knew that the Goblin God envoy was not a good person. Chief Fengling, don't you really want to know what's in your body anymore? Only when the Goblin God envoy had just turned his head, Chief Fengling's sword stabbed into his shadow. At this moment, the power of light was like a fire stick scalded meat in the shadow, constantly emitting nuisance sounds, and it made the Goblin God envoy's expression particularly ugly.
Of course I want to know. But, I'm not satisfied with your price. Surprisingly, I can only let you die.
Gripping the one-thought divine sword in his hand,
Chief Ongling had absolutely no intention of letting go, because at that moment just now,
Chief Ongling had a bad premonition in his heart that the Goblin God's envoy would take advantage of his inattention to make a surprise attack to seize Yuan Tiangang. That kobold leader was already dead could be elevated by him to the second level of high grade.
If Yuan Tiangang was seized,
the one who would fall under the jailer at that time would be himself.
Aha! Griffin, just you wait. I'll remember you. Sooner or later. One day, I'll make you pay. Feeling his power rapidly disappearing, the Goblin God envoy also let out impotent rage and vicious curses. Ta-da! 3 seconds later, the Goblin God envoy's silhouette finally disappeared completely into the world,
and a dark green bead fell from where he had just been.
Name, Goblin Ritual Bead.
Description, a special bead left behind by the sincere sacrifice of kobold wizards, rich in kobold scent. Function, can be used by a kobold shaman to complete the ritual again,
or to enhance the level of the ritual offering. Whoa! The kobold god's angel died and exploded this equipment? And the roll is also particularly limited.
If it is not now Chief Fongling, everything is missing. He would like to directly pinch this bead burst.
Fong, Comrade Fongling, I knew you were a good person.
Seeing that the Goblin God envoy had been completely killed by Chief Ongling,
the praise for Chief Ongling on Zhen Tiangang's face that was a few more points. I can't stand it anymore. We've only met for a day.
Tell me how many good guy cards you've sent me. Rolling her eyes, Chief Ongling was really a bit speechless and helpless towards Yuan Tiangang.
What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Is Comrade Maple Spirit a dog licker? Maple Spirit. Stop, mouth.
A hand covered the mouth of the source Tiangang.
Chief Ongling is not expected. This person not only cannot speak, sometimes guessing is quite accurate.
How did he know that he had been a licking dog?
Fine. I won't say anything. But what are we going to do about them?
The only good thing about this Yuan Tiangang was that it would stop at the right moment, and with the direction that Yuan Tiangang was guiding, Chief Ongling was able to see the human women who were locked inside the goblin tents. Half of them were already mentally deranged from the whole thing with the kobolds, and even after all the gruesome fighting that had just taken place, they were still sitting there motionless, and there were some that might have been captured not too long ago, and the way they looked at that kobold corpse was full of hate, and there was nothing more pathetic than the 3 human women among them, who had already given birth to children for the kobolds, and when they saw the attention of the 2 Chief Ongling men coming over, they even unconsciously hid their children a little bit backward. What do you say? I'm going back to Cloud City University. I won't take any of these people with me, and I won't help you send them to the army. Chief Ongling wouldn't say anything against her will just because Yuan Tian had just helped her. Because of these women, 70% of them had lost their fighting power, and the remaining 30% would have to be protected for a long time even if they were able to fight. And Chief Ongling, right now, didn't have that ability. Alright, I'd better thank you for them. Genshin Kong didn't get angry this time. He just bowed to Chief Ongling before walking towards the women. And this time, Chief Ongling didn't go over there, because now behind himself, so many kobold corpses were the best undead blood sacrifice offerings. Chapter 75 Forced Violent Aftermath. Buzz. Endless Abyss. Eternal Undead. Answer my call. Ah, don't you touch me. The country really raised you in vain. The people really raised you in vain. Where were you when my husband died? Where were you when I was spoiled by them? Ma'am, please calm down. When the end times broke out, our army was in hard times too, and we are also the people. In front of the pile of kobold corpses, Chief Ongling was chanting the incantation for the blood sacrifice when the sound of the women's chiding came from the other side of the kobold tent, as well as the sound of Yuan Tiangong's constant apologies. Listening to the woman's irrationality, as well as Zhen Tiangang's brainless apology, it made Chief Ongling's incantation couldn't help but be interrupted. Forget it, what do I care? I have a clear conscience anyway. After consoling a few words in his heart, Chief Ongling once again focused his attention on the blood sacrifice. Endless Abyss. Eternal Sleep of the Dead. Respond to my. I don't care. I pay so much tax every year. Why? When it comes time to use you, you're not useful. Where does our money go? Ma'am, I'm just a little soldier. I don't know about all this, but I'm sure that money has served its purpose. Again with this kind of talk. What else do you guys talk about but this? When have you ever solved any of the problems we've brought up? And that guy, why doesn't he come over here? Why is he still acting all high and mighty? We're the victims, okay? Ma'am, I'm telling the truth. And as for the comrade, he's not a soldier. I'll be fine here. Not a soldier? Is he a man then? So he has no kindness at all? What a dog man. Before the spell formation, Chief Ongling originally didn't want to pay attention to them, but those women were talking that was getting harder and harder.
Not only were they unreasonable, but they even rose to the level of personal attacks. But what they said wasn't without merit. It was fair to say that the people who could be based at the best yoga club in Cloud City had some money, high or low, and they paid the most taxes and suffered the least before the end of the world. Only they can't stand it is, just instantly, their high status disappeared, and also suffered inhuman torture. Some women chose not to say anything, while some women that is crazy, unreasonable to see people bite. Bang, 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 keep your mouth shut. It's the end times and I'm not that kind. Let me hear anyone talk about me again and I don't mind if there's another body here. Stopping the summoning of the undead blood sacrifice once again. Chief Fongling that was decisive fired 2 shots into the sky with that disgusted expression that didn't look like an act at all. No, what's wrong with you? Are you still a man? I'm not just saying. Bang. Ah. I won't say it. I won't say it. A gunshot to the woman's side. The threat from death made the woman who was going to say anything more quiet in an instant. Comrade Fongling, calm down. Leave it to me. I'll take care of it. Seeing that Chief Fongling really shot this way, Yuan Tian Gang that was directly blocking the front of the women with his physical body. His face was full of prayers. Humph. Endless abyss. Eternal undead. Answer my call. Listen to my heart. Feel my sincerity. And for this I will offer. Don't you come any closer. This is my baby. Don't you touch him. Don't you touch him. Ma'am, will you come to your senses? He's the scion of a kobold. Keeping him in Blue Star will only leave us with a scourge. No. He's my child. The doctor said I'd never have a child in my life. And now that I do, no one can separate us. Ma'am, would you please take a good look at this child and see if there are any human traits on him? This child will grow up to have nothing but hate for us. No, I don't care. Don't you come over here. Ah, the soldiers are bullying the people. Soldiers kill children. Is there any justice in heaven? There's no. Bang, bang, bang. That's enough. All shut up. Aside. Chief Fongling finally couldn't help it. Although these women didn't say anything more about themselves, but the words they said were simply not human words, and there were even a few women who started to be unreasonable. Chief Fongling had thought that they would have developed a great hatred for the kobolds after their bodies were tortured, but she just didn't expect that these people wouldn't dare to say anything to the people who persecuted them, while they were endlessly demanding of the people who treated them kindly. Chief Fongling knew what kind of person Zhen Tiangang was. If he kept on dwelling like this, those few kobold scions were bound to die. And the kobolds were just like what Genshin had just said. They were born with inferiority in their genes and they wouldn't care about these so-called motherly love. There is also no ethics within their awareness. They only have cravings and pleasure from the physical. The bad thing to say is that when they grow up, they might even rough up their mothers. Comrade Fongling, don't be agitated. I can handle this matter. At this moment, the tired-looking Yuan Tiangang was still pleading for them, because Yuan Tiangang was afraid that Chief Fongling would really kill someone. Yuan Tiangang, do you still remember that you promised me one thing? It's that no matter what I do, you can't intervene. Yes, this was the bet that Chief Fongling and Yuan Tiangang had won in a bet. Remember, don't worry, I have my own measure. Pushing away the hesitant Zhen Tiangang, Chief Fongling then stood straight in front of the women. You, what do you want? Seeing this god of murder standing in front of them, almost all of the women unconsciously took a step back. No, give me back my baby. Give me back my baby. Chief Fongling's movements were extremely fast, and before the 3 women could react, the kobold air in their arms was snatched into Chief Fongling's hands. Whoa! Whoa! Boom! After only hearing the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the baby's cries came to an abrupt end. While on the ground was a large pit, and in the large pit was the kobold baby that was already almost reduced to a pulp. Ah! No! What are you doing? That's my baby, my only baby. You devil! I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Touching the already dead child on the ground, the woman yelled and was about to charge towards Chief Fongling. Looking at that look in her eyes, she had completely lost her mind, and for Chief Fongling, her savior, there was only endless hatred. Bang! It was just a pity that after a gunshot, the woman fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. The whole process, less than 2 seconds, and on the side, Yuan Tiangang that was about to say something. He knew that it was too cruel for Chief Fongling to do so, but he understood that only by doing so, could the problem be solved in the most efficient way? Very well, you now, all of you, stand in line for me. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Chief Fongling then gave them a new order. You, what are you doing? You have to kill everyone, don't you? Comrade Fongling, you can't do this. Seeing Chief Fongling pulling out the one-thought divine demon sword, the women who were originally trembling in fear that were even more flustered. Even the Yuan Tian gang on the side also got agitated. Brush, I don't want to die. Ha? Me? I'm not dead? Alright, you can go over now. Chi Fengling didn't explain to them. Just a sword shadow swung on the woman's stomach. The shadow of the sword passed through the woman's body without causing any damage, which also calmed down Zhen Tiangang, who had summoned the bone blade. Chi Fengling wasn't fooling around. He was going to do a real decapitation. In other words, he was performing an artificial abortion. Chapter 76 Blessed as a Dharma. Level 1 Peak. In front of the kobold tent, which was now drenched in dirt and blood, there were a number of human women's corpses, and among them were many still unformed kobold babies. It seemed that the kobold genes were really strong as hell, and all the remaining women except the first one didn't carry a kobold child. Of course, the process of forced abortion was very painful and bitter, and during this process, individual women committed suicide, and there were also individual women who tried to resist, except that they were no match at all in front of Chi Fengling, and that resulted in either being forcefully subdued or being beheaded on the spot. After doing so, Chi Fengling didn't care what attitude the women had towards him, and turned around before walking towards the undead blood sacrifices spell formation once again. Endless abyss, eternal sleeping undead, answer my call, listen to my heart, feel my sincerity, for which I will offer pure flesh and blood for your enjoyment. Cross the barriers of space and descend to my side. This time, finally, no one was bothering them anymore, and as Chi Fengling finished reciting the summoning mantra, the spell formation began to emit a dazzling red light. Under Chi Fengling's gaze, the goblin's corpse was rapidly disappearing, and the signature grayish-white smoke began to come out from the spell. It seemed that the summoning had succeeded again this time. Only this time, Chi Fengling didn't take out the goblin's sacrifice bead. After all, this undead blood sacrifice was based on the sacrifice of the goblin chief, and Chi Fengling was afraid that after using the goblin sacrifice bead, he would summon the goblin god envoy out once again, and then, he would be finished. Well, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, woohoo! Just as Chi Fengling was full of anticipation about what the summons would be this time, there was a succession of laughter coming from the spell formation, a laughter that was déjà vu and very magical. Yes, it's just laughter, and aside from that, it's as if the summoned beasts won't be able to speak this time around. Accompanied by the smoke dispersing completely, Chi Fengling finally was able to see what was summoned this time. But it's too much of a stretch. There were a total of 7 things summoned this time, and they were all white with golden lines, with big eyes, and big white teeth that popped out, and mouths that were always smiling. They had no limbs. They were more like giant white eggs to be exact. They couldn't talk, and other than a big laugh all they could do was shake left and right. Cute. It was indeed cute. But what was the point of having these cute things for yourself? This is the end of the world, not a pet in a peaceful era. Just as Chi Fengling was speechless and helpless, those 7 white things that looked like tumblers actually swung towards him. Name, buying as Dharma. Race, Shinto. Level, first class lower. Power, 1. Speed, 1. Spirit, 2. Physical, 0. Skill, fast leveling. Bong Dharma has no worldly pursuits and levels up extremely fast. Devotion, buying is a Dharma that is happy to give of itself, and can provide its master with a notable amount of upgrade experience value. Out of caution, Chi Fengling was initially backing away. But it wasn't until Chi Fengling had finished looking at all of Bong Dharma's attributes that Chi Fengling not only stopped his pace, but he also walked over facing the 7 white eggs. Bowed as Dharma. The memories that belonged to a long time ago told Chi Fengling that this seemed to be something inside a game that he had played when he was studying, and since they didn't have much combat power, Chi Fengling had pretty much forgotten about them. I just didn't expect that this undead blood sacrifice would understand himself so well. He had just complained that upgrading was too slow. But he didn't expect that he would now summon a summon specifically for upgrading. Spreading his arms wide and relaxing, Chi Fengling then waited quietly for the Bong Dharmas to make their move. In front of them, after the Bong Dharmas staggered to themselves, they unexpectedly lined up neatly and then drummed and jumped towards themselves. Unexpectedly, Bong for the Dharma are quite flexible. Gently jump even can jump 2 meters high. Just after the highest position, Bong for the Dharma is suddenly exploded in the air, accompanied by a loud bang afterwards. That white golden bong as Dharma instantly transformed into a stream of white golden light. Under Chi Fengling's gaze, the light streams were like air and like fine water, and the moment they soaked into his skin, those light streams completely melted into his body. It was a very soothing feeling, like a person being suddenly pulled into a secluded mountain forest after decades of living in a sewer. A feeling that made Chi Fengling feel as if his soul had been washed. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions rang out in succession, the bongos lined up to give their lives. Life? Do they really have life? The significance of their survival, and its joy was to devote themselves, and this was the kind of life that Chi Fengling couldn't understand the most. But so what? One couldn't care less. It was enough that they made one stronger. As the Bong Dharmas offered themselves one by one, the stream of light also surged into their bodies one by one. And right after the third Bong Dharma surged into his body, Chi Fongling only felt as if his entire body's flesh and blood had been renewed. It's the feeling of leveling up. Name, Chi Fongling. Race, awakened. Synopsis, a powerful reborn with a mental age of 32 and a physical age of 23. A confident and conceited human awakening with low self-esteem, and many unsearchable secrets hidden in his body. Rank, peak level 1. Awakening profession, undead emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 40. Physical fitness, 40. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not one level above him or her, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead blood sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Blessing, blessing of the skeleton giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. After struggling for so long, he finally reached the peak of the first level of the rank. Although this is still a long way from the second level. But, now he still has 4 bongs as Dharma useless But then again, how come there's another synopsis out there now? And it's so detailed that it even tells your age. But what was the meaning of this self-confident and conceited with low self-esteem? Was one that contradictory? And then there was the fact that one's own body was indeed harboring some secret that even the eye of the undead emperor couldn't fully see through. But right now, Chi Fongling didn't want to care that much, because nothing could be more comfortable than enjoying yourself becoming powerful. As the Bong Dharmas exploded one by one, Chi Fongling could only feel his rank being consolidated. Just by consuming 5 Bong Dharmas, Chi Fongling felt as if he had already touched the threshold of the second level of low level. Comrade Fongling, be careful. Just as Chi Fongling was about to enjoy the 6th Bong Dharma entering his body, the voice of Zhen Tiangang came from his ears. It was also the moment the voice appeared that Chi Fongling only felt that his body was forcefully pushed to the side. Chapter 77 Piggybacking hurts people. Comrade Fongling, be careful. As Genshin just finished yelling, the unsuspecting Chi Fongling was pushed to the side by his watery face. No, don't! Only to see the collapsed Chi Fongling unwillingly stretching out her hand, looking at the deathly looking Yuan Tiangang, that was itching with hatred. Boom! Boom! Just that. The Bong Dharma's explosions didn't stop because of the change. In less than 3 seconds, Chi Fongling that was watching the Bong Dharma's light stream surging into Zhen Tiangang's body. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Chi Fongling was truly surprised that after he had removed all the threats, his pig teammates were his biggest threat. Maple, Comrade Maple Spirit. After being nourished by the Bong Dharmas, Zhen Tiangang that was apologetic, because not only did he not get hurt, but he also got a strength boost as a result. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, undead/human. Synopsis, a 21-year-old human soldier with a heart for justice gets a change of fate with the help of a nobleman, and will gradually become a strong man in the midst of his suffering. Level, Grade 2. Middle Order. Power, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 70. Skill, flesh and bone. I can freely control my own bones and can accomplish the transformation between bones and flesh and blood. I really. Teeth gritted with a boom. Chi Fongling now really wished that Yuan Tiangang was a zombie. Then he could kill him now to vent his anger. Comrade Fongling, I'm sorry. I thought you were under control. I didn't think that much at the time. And then, Zhen Tiangang rubbed his hands together urgently. Self-reproach and uneasiness written all over his face. Why? Forget it. Just remember from now on, you must unconditionally agree to one more condition from me. Do you hear me? After a deep sigh, Chi Fongling finally let go. Then what could be done? He hadn't made it clear to him, and Yuan Tiangang was still bent on doing what was best for him, so he couldn't really kill him. Although Zhen Tiangang was a bit dull, but something was really on him. Instead of having another enemy like that, it would be better to have another powerful fighter. Good. This matter is what I did wrong. In the future, if Comrade Fongling needs me anywhere, I'm absolutely obliged. This time, Yuan Tiangang answered especially fast, as if he was afraid that Chi Fongling would back out. Comrade Fongling, look at how late it is. Why don't you stay here for the night and then set out tomorrow? Seeing that Chi Fongling was about to leave, Yuan Tiangang that walked over quickly and blocked straight in front of Chi Fongling. Indeed, the time passed quite quickly, just for a moment, and the sun was now gone from the sky. Cloud City at night was indeed dangerous. Now that a race like goblins could appear in Blue Star, wouldn't there be more races from other realms appearing in Blue Star?
If he encountered some weak races, it would be fine, but if he encountered a powerful race, wouldn't he be loaded there? Thinking of this, Chi Fongling's intention to leave faded a bit, but after looking at this abominable Yuan Tian gang again, Chi Fongling still decided to leave, because this person was just too infuriating. If it wasn't for him, his current self might have reached the second level low rank. The nobleman that Yuan Tian gang said in his profile, he was afraid that it was not himself, and Chi Fongling was afraid that if the two stayed together again, his own opportunities would also be divided by him. Humph, what am I staying here for? Listen to them complain? I'm not obligated to protect them. Taking a look at the women over there who had been whispering crickets to themselves, Chi Fongling was also speechless. Comrade Fongling, they are also bitter people, so have pity on them. Don't worry, you'll go to Yuncheng University early tomorrow morning. I definitely won't stop you. It could be seen that Yuan Tian gang really didn't want to let himself leave. But, Comrade Maple Spirit, I see you've been hungry all day too. I found a lot of food inside the goblin tent. Why don't you come and eat some too? Seeing that Chi Fongling was still going to refuse, Yuan Tian gang unexpectedly broke such a news. At those words, Chi Fongling that was instantly wide-eyed. He indeed hadn't eaten properly for a long time, and he had specifically searched for food 2 days ago, but unfortunately he had found nothing, and now it seemed to be a blessing in disguise. Go. Shoo, stop it. It's over. He's not coming for me. As Chi Fongling walked in the direction of the goblin tent, the women all involuntarily trembled, and some of them even huddled together, fearing that Chi Fongling was coming to trouble them in general. But well, Chi Fongling cannot be so small-minded. After all, he is indeed a bit violent. Let them say a few words will not fall fast meat. Soon, under the leadership of Yuan Tian gang, Chi Fongling then arrived at the innermost part of the goblin tribe. It was a very large camp tent, compared to the outside, the inside that was really much better, and in the room, that was filled with all kinds of human snacks and package items. The point is, the food is still premium, and before the end of the world it was all of the kind that was worth a lot of money. I really didn't expect that these not so good looking kobolds would be so eye-catching and know how to enjoy life. After looking for no more than 30 seconds, Chi Fongling did not have the slightest bit of politeness with Yuan Tian gang. The whole person pounced on it. That is, which one is expensive? Which one is tasty and pick which one? Wind up and feast. Hiccup. Yuan Tian gang, why aren't you eating? Seeing that Yuan Tian gang just kept gulping, Chi Fongling's eyes were filled with doubt. Comrade Fongling, please also keep this a secret for me. Now that the troops are also short of food, I want to hide this place and then wait for the troops to come and move them away. Yuan Tian gang didn't hide it in the slightest, and directly spoke out the true thoughts of his heart. Looking at such a sincere Gen Tian gang, Chi Fongling that rolled his eyes greatly. How many people are in the troop? Don't look at this camp tent in front of the two of them is very big, but in front of the troop and the survivors that they have collected, this food can't even let all of them to eat a single point of fullness. Keeping your secret is fine, but I'm going to take 30%. 30%? Comrade Fongling, don't joke. Look at you. How much can you take? Okay. Seeing Chi Fongling all tattered and torn up, Yuan Tian gang was also speaking big words in a rare moment. However, he had really underestimated Chi Fongling, not to mention 30%. Even if it was all the food, Chi Fongling would be able to carry it without a single piece. Finally, under the shocked and unwilling gaze of Yuan Tian gang, Chi Fongling then slowly closed the light door to the undead realm. Of course, all of these things were placed in Savvy's house by Chi Fongling, and after doing so, Chi Fongling picked a good spot to sleep steadily. Chapter 78 A Fleeting Wave of Corpses. Endless Abyss. Eternal Sleep of the Undead. Riotous Hell. Answer my call. I will offer the flesh and blood of the dead. Make a pact with me and descend to my side. At the entrance of the big ballroom on the 3rd floor of Twisted Qiankuan, in front of the pile of corpses piled up into a small mountain, Chi Fongling was chanting a summoning incantation reverently. This time, the women all hid within the tent and didn't dare to speak, while that Yuan Tian gang also stood at a distance with a guarded face, leaving Chi Fongling alone to look at the pile of corpses that were constantly being consumed. One could only say that the eye of the undead emperor was honestly not deceiving me, and that he himself was really Gen Tian gang's destiny. Last night, Chi Fongling thought that he could sleep peacefully and have a good night's sleep, but he just didn't expect that the zombies, as if they had smelled fresh pieces of meat, were coming this way in waves. At that moment Chi Fongling was understanding that Gen Tian gang's luck was really good. Because of the demise of the entire tribe of goblins, the smell that covered this place was also disappearing fast. Together with Chi Fongling's abortion, it filled this place with the smell of blood. Last night, if Chi Fongling had really left, Yuan Tian gang alone really wouldn't have been able to defend these 3 waves of zombie tide attacks. Yes, Last night's wave of zombies came in 3 waves, and the first wave only had 20 zombies, which the 2 took down fairly easily. The second wave of zombies, however, directly came 40 zombies, but fortunately, with the advantage of the terrain, the 2 were also able to hold the place without any danger. And just when the 2 thought they could take a break, the third wave of zombies came, and in this last wave, a whole 100 zombies appeared. The already clogged hallway, that was even more stuffed with no space in sight, and the hissing of the zombies spread all over this yoga club. For a second, Chief Foamling was planning to abandon everyone and go alone. She just didn't expect the Gen Tian gang would fight so hard for these people she didn't know. Inspired by Yuan Tian gang, Chief Foamling also chose to let go of the fight, and at the end of the day, with the 2 of them consuming a lot of physical strength, they finally decimated all the invading zombies. And at this moment, Chief Foamling was using the bodies of these 160+ zombies to complete his 6th undead blood sacrifice. As the bodies of the zombies were disappearing at a rapid pace, Chief Foamling also knew that this undead blood sacrifice had succeeded. He just didn't know what the thing that was summoned out of the putrid corpses this time would be. Roar! Ow dash! Whoa dash! Just as Chief Foamling was full of anticipation for the summoned beasts that appeared this time, the sound of a succession of zombie roars came from above the spell formation. Through the grayish-white smoke, Chief Foamling then saw a body that had reared up. They hadn't changed in any way from before, still showing that bloodthirsty eyes looking at everything inside. The 2 strands were warring, and they wanted to go first. The situation could not be more appropriately described with these words. After not sleeping well all night and fighting off so many zombies, Chief Foamling now really did not have the strength to deal with the 4th wave of zombies. If the zombies rushed in mindlessly again, no matter how much Gen Tian gang fought for his life, Chief Foamling would not choose to stay any longer. Comrade Foamling, you, aside. Yuan Tian gang also took a fighting stance, only now he is very torn. He wants Chief Foamling to go straight away, but he also knows that if Chief Foamling goes, these poor women will really die. Roar! The zombies' roar continued, and the 2 of them had been in a fighting stance for a long time, except that the zombie just roared there as if it was controlled by something, without the slightest intention of attacking. Ouch! In place, the zombies hadn't attacked yet. Chief Foamling only felt a dizzying pain in his brain. This feeling was like the feeling of summoning Savvy for the first time and then overdrawing too much of his spiritual power. Name, Chief Foamling. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 21 of 40. Physical fitness, 40. What He was holding the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, and this weapon didn't consume much mental energy at all. So how come half of his mental energy had been consumed in less than 2 minutes? Nope. Chief Foamling suddenly remembered. It seemed like he had just performed the 6th undead blood sacrifice. Surprisingly, the sacrifice had already been consumed. So where had his summoned beasts gone? Thinking about it, the smoke on the spell also completely disappeared, and a whole 77 zombies were standing on the original position of the spell. 55 of these zombies were at the low level of the 1st grade. 15 were at the middle level of the 1st grade. 6 had reached the high level of the 1st grade, and only 1 was at the peak level of the 1st grade. And of those 77 walkers, 52 were male walkers and 25 were female. Wait a minute. Something didn't seem right. How could these zombies make their attributes so clear just by looking at them themselves? Could it be? In an instant, Chief Foamling had a bad thought in his mind. And with Chief Foamling's intention, that zombie that had reached the peak of level 1 took a step forward alone, and then also gave an extremely awkward military salute. Oh, wow! Chief Foamling was understanding that these zombies were not the 4th wave of attacking zombie waves, but the summoned beasts of his 6th undead blood sacrifice. It looked like it should have been an undead blood sacrifice that consumed half of the zombie corpses and then resurrected the other half as a summoned beast for itself. To be honest, on the 18th day of the end times, having a team of such zombies was really strong. But why would these zombies consume their spiritual energy together? Chief Foamling could even feel that in just 5 more minutes, he would have collapsed here due to a complete overdraft of his spiritual power. There's no way out. We can only gamble. Having made up his mind, Chief Foamling then restood before the zombie group, and recited the unfamiliar incantation under his breath again. My servants, I will unlink our spirits and return you to freedom. However, I will command you as your old masters not to slaughter humans again. Fortunately, there really was a spell to lift the mental connection, and as the former owner of this group of zombies, Chief Foamling gave them one last order. Roar! 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 The moment the mental connection was undone, Chief Foamling felt his mental state ease up a lot, and the previous connection with the zombies, if any, completely disappeared. The zombies instinctively growled as they looked at the living humans in front of them, except that their eyes no longer showed any longing for humans, and instead there was a compliant dislike. It seemed that his last order was successful.
and in a short while, the zombies left the yoga club on their own. Comrade Phoneling, could it be that you saved us again?
Seeing that the last zombie also disappeared in front of his eyes, Gen Tiangang then looked at Chi Phoneling with a puzzled expression.
Yeah, otherwise you think it's a walker being kind. But how did you do that? Why? You wouldn't understand if I told you anyway. How will I understand if you don't tell me? Comrade Phoneling, I'm still very. Stop. Just think of it as me sacrificing my own interests, alright.
Looking at the inquisitive Gen Tiangang,
Chi Phoneling really didn't want to explain too much. Well, you don't say anything more. There is a meeting in the landscape. We will meet again. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang revealed a touched-to-death expression,
Chi Phoneling that was pulling his leg and was about to leave.
Wait a minute. Comrade Phoneling, Cloud City University, maybe getting incorporated. Chapter 79. The army comes to Cloud City University. I am a foreigner offering life and death, and I look back to my old home to be stolen. Hearing Yuan Tiangang's words,
Chi Phoneling's current state of mind was nothing more than this. He had single-mindedly helped Yuan Tiangang and the others,
but he didn't think that they would even think of incorporating Yunshan University. Having been reborn once again,
Chi Phoneling had long since made Cloud City University his forbidden domain, not only because Cloud City University contained Chi Phoeneling's memories, but also because Cloud City University possessed a lot of awakened ones, and the number of awakened ones was the key to determining the size of one's own power. These so-called incorporations are nothing more than crowning tactics to weaken others and strengthen ourselves.
What? What do you mean by that? Sniffing,
Chi Phoneling then slowly turned around. His face was unable to hide his killing intent.
Comrade Phoneling, don't get excited.
The army is just trying to make the living forces of Yuncheng University and the army one and the same.
Seeing Chi Phoneling so agitated, Yuan Tiangang that was immediately comforted. Combining two into one? Yuan Tiangang,
you yourself know very well that food is already scarce in the army,
and this living force you are talking about, I'm afraid it's not just the awakened ones in Cloud City University. Although Yuan Tiangang's words were said euphemistically, Chi Phoneling instantly understood the meaning.
I'm not really sure.
Probably because Chi Phoneling had hit a sore point.
Gen Tiangang stammered all of a sudden.
Yuan Tiangang, I've really lost my eyes. Old me has sold my life here to help you.
And you're even hiding such a big secret and not telling me about it.
Fine. Let's end our affection here.
What Chi Phoneling said was not an angry word.
The current him was really angry. Because the matter that he was going to go to Yuncheng University, Yuan Tiangang,
he had known about it for a long time. He was willing to stay and fight him to the death. And he had kept such a big thing hidden until he left.
Comrade Phoneling, it's not what you think. You also know that I'm just a junior soldier. These things, how could I possibly know in advance? On the other hand, Yuan Tiangang also had an aggrieved look on his face.
That expression of his,
it didn't look like a lie at all. Could it be that you are lying to me?
After carefully sizing up Yuan Tiangang, Chi Phoneling then said coldly,
the current Yuan Tiangang did not have a piece of good clothes all over his body, such that it was impossible to hide the walkie-talkie on his body. So this news, either Yuan Tiangang knew it long ago,
or he made it up on the spot.
No, Comrade Phoneling, I'm not lying to you. It's true. Last night during the battle, part of Captain Zhang's memories flooded into my brain, and I was ready to tell you at that time.
But,
said Gen Tiangang, embarrassed to speak down.
But,
you're afraid that I'll know about this and walk away, and then there'll be no one to help you protect them, right? Pointing at the women in the tent, Chi Phoneling's expression remained icy cold. Not like this. I am a soldier. This is a military secret. According to military discipline, I cannot say, but Comrade Phoneling, you are different.
You, words to the mouth of the source of the sky just stopped talking again. A young man in his 20s,
hard to be interpreted by him as a little girl. Alright, you don't have to say anymore. We'll meet again later.
Chi Phoneling naturally understood what Yuan Tiangang meant.
Yuan Tiangang was a qualified soldier.
It was already quite enough for him to do this for himself.
But well,
once High and Mighty has done it,
one can't just pull the plug and forgive him right away. After saying that, Chi Phoneling didn't care what Yuan Tiangang said anymore. And after summoning the flaming skeleton horse, he ran straight in the direction of Cloud City University. After crossing the Yunjiang Bridge, the route to Yunqing University was no longer difficult, basically following a big road. Looking at the broken cars, bloodstains, limbs, dead bodies, and rotten buildings along the way, Chi Phoeneling's brows that were wrinkled and frowned. Yeah, in his last life, Chi Phoneling had never heard that the army had the intention of incorporating any place, because in the last life, the zombies that were all over the entire Cloud City, and the army collected a lot of survivors. That side suffered the most zombie waves. In later years, when hot weapons were becoming more and more dysfunctional, the army, that was struggling to protect itself, had no energy left to take in other places, and this life has really changed. The zombies that were supposed to be all over Cloud City can only be seen in stars in 2x2, and without the crisis of the zombie wave, the army can finally move outward. I just didn't expect that the army would target Cloud City University above in this life. Yuan Tiangang wouldn't lie to himself, so that meant that the army had really gone to reorganize Yuncheng University. And what Chi Fengling was most afraid of now was that by the time he returned to Yuncheng University, the vast majority of the awakened at Yuncheng University had already been reorganized. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling that was even more nervous, and that flaming skeleton horse, as if it also sensed its master's urgency, its galloping hooves seemed to be much faster as well. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, cultivate one's body and unify one's character, respect teachers and love friends, be virtuous, and learn to change the future. This was the motto of Yuncheng University, which used to be labeled above the south gate of Yuncheng University. But now, those big words were destroyed for various reasons. The once tidy campus is also gone, now with household garbage everywhere inside, and bloodstains and severed limbs and even corpses can be seen everywhere. Death and gloom enveloped the entire Yuncheng University. The students were no longer passionate. They either bent their heads low or shivered, fear and vicissitudes written all over their pale yellow and bloodied faces. And at this moment, the gates of Cloud City University were tightly closed, and inside, it was divided into two factions, each standing with nearly 100 students who were still in good spirits. Outside the school gates, however, were orderly, well-dressed and well-armed army soldiers. They clutched the guns in their hands, only that the guns were not aimed at the enemy, but the students in Cloud City University. Battalion Commander Liu, as I said, we don't agree with your proposed policy of integration. Please return the way you came. The speaker was a girl dressed like a cultivator. At the moment in her hand is holding a faintly glowing ancient sword. From a distance there are some female sword fairy style, and this girl was the leader of one of the two factions. And as to what the difference between the two factions was, you could tell at a glance, for it was almost always girls who stood on this side. Run! I don't think that you alone can represent the whole school. Besides, this is an order given from above. I must obey it. Hearing this, a man also stepped out from among the army. The man's aura was very bland, not the least bit of an awakened's demeanor, but his official aura was not something that an ordinary awakened could display. That's right, Ren Changzhen, you can't represent the whole Yuncheng University, and you're not the hero of Yuncheng University. It's already the end of the world now. The only way we can survive the end of the world is to join the army. Before the girls could speak, on the other side of the room, one of the boys at the head of the group stood out and seconded Battalion Commander Lu's words. Lin Hangong, I never said that I was the hero of Yuncheng University. What I want to do is just to protect Yuncheng University and all the students inside. Carrying her sword, even under the pressure of both sides of the manpower, the girl was not the least bit intimidated. Run! The army didn't say that we should abandon Cloud City University either. It's just that right now, the awakened can't adapt and utilize their powers yet. All the army has to do is bring you all together for the time being, and then you'll all learn to become stronger together in order to save your partners and save the entire Cloud City. Battalion Commander Lu was holding his slightly protruding stomach, his hands behind his back, and on his fat, greasy face was an expression of looking out for everyone. Chapter 80. Who are you to represent Yuncheng University? The hallowed statement is a statement of intent. Battalion Commander Lu, I still say that if the military can take in all the students in Yuncheng University, I, Ren Changsen, am willing to be the first to join the military. But, if the military doesn't have this ability, then the awakened ones from my Yuncheng University won't join the army. In the face of Battalion Commander Lu's words that were so polite to the point of false explosions, Ren Changsen still responded very calmly. Ren Changzhen, who are you again? Who are you to represent our Yuncheng University? With me, Lin Lei here, there's no room for you to speak. Ren Changzhen hadn't finished his words for long when a fat Mediterranean man from the boys' camp walked out. Even after entering the post-apocalyptic world, this fat man was still as fat as ever. Not only that, but he was still oily when his classmates were starving and mentally exhausted. On the other hand, in his body, but cannot see any awakened person's aura. That is to say, this fat person in the school status is not low, and after the end of the world, after the life of the nourishing. Yes, the man's name is Lin Lei, the vice president of Yuncheng University. Before the end of the world, it is considered to be one of the most talked about people in Yuncheng University. After the end of the world, he didn't obtain the awakening bead, but he had a good nephew, the representative of the boys' camp, Lin Hangong. Before the end of the world, Lin Hangong, because of Lin Lei, this layer of relations, in the Cloud City University that is mixed with the wind and water. Rumor has it, this Lin uncle and nephew before the end of the world, but also scourge a lot of lovely-looking female students. Run, you're still a child after all. You're still looking too close to the future of Yunchang University. It's better to let us adults decide. Lin Lei's speech made Battalion Commander Lu refilled with the bottom, and at the moment the two fatties were just looking at each other through the door. Complacency written all over their faces. Ahem. And who are you? Lin Lei? And what qualifications do you have to represent Cloud City University? Just as Rin Shinksen was being spoken to by the two men and didn't know how to reply, a voice then came out from the interior of Yunchang University. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, but her looks were very iconic, but she now looked a little weak, and was able to walk here thanks to the assistance of two female students. She was wearing a work uniform, and although her clothes were a bit messy and even had bloodstains, this still couldn't suppress the aristocratic aura of the woman. Not only that, it was as if a faint halo of light could be seen on the woman's body, and just looking at this woman made one feel much more settled. Chang Nuwatching, you, how can you be here? You shouldn't be. The woman's appearance made Lin Lei very shocked, even his speech stuttered. Should I pass out in the middle of the rescue now? Lin Lei, you really played your cards right. Leaving aside the female classmate who was assisting her, the woman that was staring at Lin Lei in front of her with an icy face. Ching Norching? Who does not know this name in Cloud City? She is a nationally known academic leader, and became the president of Cloud City University at a young age. What was different between her and Lin Lei was that she was really working for the welfare of the students of Yunchang University, and it was under her management that Yunchang University had become the best university in the entire Yi province. It was for this reason that Chang Nuwatching's status among the students was extremely high, and basically every school rule that Chang Nuwatching proposed was embraced by the students. And after the arrival of the end times, Chang Nuwatching was also given the opportunity to become the Radiant Light God Envoy, and although her combat abilities were not strong for the time being, she possessed notable healing powers. It was also because of Chang Nuwatching's existence that the survivors of Cloud City University were maintained to as many as 3,000. Cough cough, so you are Chang Nuwatching, Chang de Principal Ah. I've also heard about your name for a long time, and today, I really saw it. On the side, seeing Lin Lei being suppressed and unable to speak, that Battalion Commander Lu was the one who opened his mouth. Don't say those polite words. Lu Waste, Battalion Commander Lu is it? I've heard of you. Interrupting Battalion Commander Lu who was about to continue speaking, Chang Nuwatching's attitude remained cold. As a person who was extremely famous in Yunchang, Chang Nuwatching also had some understanding of this Battalion Commander Lu, and the fact that he could mention the position of Battalion Commander was not at all related to his own skills and abilities. Nay, he has a very hard relationship. His family still has some money, and finally in many ways to play under the code. When the Cloud City famous and unreal Battalion Commander, and after the arrival of the end of the world, most of the officers had mutated or died in battle on the front line, and in the end, the army had no one to use, so they really gave Lu Waste this right. As for the integration of Yunchang University, it was Lin Lei who took the initiative to contact Lu Wui, because Lin Lei could clearly feel that after Chang Nuwatching had obtained the inheritance of the Light God's messenger, his status in the school was also getting lower and lower. Just like now, Chang Nuwatching's appearance made the somewhat shaken girls' camp settle down, and even quite a few of them in the boys' camp were a bit shaky. Ha ha ha, is that so? I'm honored to be remembered by a great beauty. Looking at Chang Nuwatching's pretty face, Battalion Commander Lu's face was a smile that could not be suppressed. Humph. Eunuch soldiers and power generals, talentless and incompetent, greedy for money and colorful, crowned, such as you, who can not know ah. Looking at Lu Battalion Commander's colorful eyes, Chang Nuwatching that didn't want to give him any face at all. Chang Nuwatching you, was humiliated in front of everyone? All of a sudden Lu Battalion Commander's face also blackened. Chang Nuwatching, what are you talking about? That's Battalion Commander Lu. He's here for the future survival of our Yunchang University. How can you talk about him like that? On the side, Lin Lei really knows how to read people's words and immediately started to speak up for Lu Waste. Oh, Mr. Changsen, is that so? Holding Ren Changsen's hand on the side, Chang Nuwatching asked seriously. No Aunt Chang. Oh no, Principal Chang. Vice Principal Lin and that Battalion Commander Lu only want to incorporate the awakened of our Yunchang University. They won't take away the rest of the people. To the side, Ren Changsen then shook his head in denial. Lin Lei, Vice President Lin, at least you're the Vice President of Yunchang University. If you do this, can you stand up to those poor students? They came all the way to our Cloud City to study. Are we going to abandon them like this? Sniffing at the words, Chang Nuwatching, who had only been indifferent in her attitude, became angry all of a sudden.
It could be seen that she really loved these students. That was precisely why Lin Lei had intentionally let some boys get injured in the early hours of this morning, wanting to take advantage of Chang Nuocheng's kindness towards the students while draining her spiritual power. The truth was more or less the same. If Chang Nuocheng did not appear, the young Ren Chengxin could not fight these two dead fat people with a deep heart. By that time, all the awakened in Cloud City University had gone, or were gone. Then those poor students in Cloud City University would either be starved to death or die in the mouths of the zombies. Senior Principal Chang, that's not what we mean. As you know, with the current zombie infestation, the awakened can't master their abilities yet. The army just wants to train them systematically in order for them to better express their strength. And you know better. The awakened are the key to the future of humanity's battle against the zombies. And having them in the army is just as much about protecting them. Also, the military is always for the people. And we never intended to abandon these future flowers of our country. It's just that they need to hold out here a little longer. Right now, at the critical moment, Battalion Commander Lu spoke again. And it was obvious that years of experience in the official world had taught him to say all kinds of false and noble words. Chapter 81. You can't say it. You can't fight it. Words can be disliked, but not lost. Oh, that's how it is. It turns out that Battalion Commander Lu and Vice President Lin have been thinking about our Yunchuan University. It seems that my knowledge is shallow, but Battalion Commander Lu, there are still some questions that the young woman doesn't understand. Can you answer them? This Chang Nuocheng is worthy of being a beauty embryo. This charming and gentle tone. That is the Lu Battalion Commander and Lin Lei, two people said like a spring breeze. Ahem. Yes, Principal Chang. Please ask. I'm bound to give you a good answer. Tugging at his collar, Battalion Commander Lu seemed to have played it cool on purpose. Okay then. My first question is, may I ask what is eaten at every meal on the military side? This question was very plain. If it was before the end of the world, it would probably be a bit of polite conversation. Ha 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 ha. Then of course the food is good. 3 meals a day can't be missing. There's milk in the morning, meat at noon, tea at night, and even midnight snacks. This standard of living, it's quite good. When it comes to food and drink, this Lu Battalion Commander seems to have come to energy. Without opening his eyes, he said the army's dining standards. Principal Chang, what kind of expression is this? Seeing that Chang Nuocheng did not say anything for half a day, Battalion Commander Lu that opened his eyes for a moment, but at this moment, Chang Nuocheng had a puzzled expression on his face. Following Chang Nuocheng's eyes, Battalion Commander Lu then locked his gaze onto the soldiers behind him. No way. Is the food that good in your forward battalion? I only eat twice a day. What? We won't be able to eat meat for days alright. Why does the battalion commander still have a midnight snack? I've woken up so many times in the middle of the night hungry and I've never heard of a midnight snack. Silly. Don't you understand? This is the battalion commander, his own standard of living. Damn. Really not convinced. What makes him represent us? Shoo, don't say a word. The battalion commander's looking at us. It was embarrassing that the soldiers weren't too far away from themselves, which made their conversation audible. Now, Battalion Commander Lu finally knew why Chang Nuocheng had that look on her face, not realizing that the pussy she had just put up was immediately broken by her own soldier. Battalion Commander Lu, I'm not asking about your meals. I'm asking about the soldiers' meals. Oh, on the side. Seeing Battalion Commander Lu's embarrassment, Chang Nuocheng decisively chose to make up for it. As an awakened, she naturally heard what the soldier said, and she merely wanted Battalion Commander Lu to punch himself in the face and say it again. Ahem, Principal Chang, these may be my personal oversights, but don't worry, when the awakened from Yunchuan University come in, their food level will definitely not be any lower than this. This Battalion Commander Lu looked like a person who often draws a big pie, and in a moment, he changed the topic for the better. Oh, that's right, then I'll ask a second question, Chang Nuocheng said with a faint smile, her fingers jammed in front of her lips and blinking her eyes. You ask. Ask, may I ask? Battalion Commander Lu, are you an awakened yourself? Said Chang Nuocheng, and her expression returned to seriousness. Not. Hesitated for a long time. Lu Battalion Commander's face also crosses down. Looks like, not awakened person is his hurt place. Oh, so Battalion Commander Lu is not an awakened. Then where is your qualification to say that the students won't be able to use their abilities? If I did hand over the awakened to you, what are you going to teach them? Chang Nuocheng's tone was flat, but the words were so precise that this one word was like a knife that cut deeply into Battalion Commander Lu's body. Yes, an ordinary person with little ability, who still eats better than all the soldiers, and still has the audacity to shamelessly say that he's going to teach the awakened ones. Where's his face? Please, you, and I, said Battalion Commander Lu, wanting to speak. Chang Nuocheng,
What are you talking about? Although Battalion Commander Lu isn't an awakened now, he will definitely be in the future. And there must be many other officers in the army who are awakened. They can teach the students. This Lin Lei and Lu Waste can really be said to be each other's salvation. When one party doesn't know what to say, the other party will come to the rescue. Yes, that's right. There are still many officers who are awakened, and I will definitely become an awakened in the future as well. This Battalion Commander Lu was also really good at going down the slope. Oh, that's right. Later on, when the soldiers sell their lives to find awakening beads for you to awaken. Didn't expect that Chang Nuwatching would still be shady. Principal Chang, what do you mean by that? Sure enough, no one can stand the yin and yang. Nothing? Battalion Commander Lu, I'll keep asking. You said that going to the army is protecting the classmates. So if the classmates go to the army, can't they not have to come out and risk their lives? And if there is a crisis, Battalion Commander Lu and the soldiers will protect them, right? It could be seen that Chang Nuwatching was attacking every point that Battalion Commander Lu brought up. How is this possible? Students need to experience in order to grow. As for deaths and injuries, that's all unavoidable. For the sake of Cloud City, for the sake of Huaxia, we would all give our lives for this, wouldn't we? This time, Lu Battalion Commander refused. That is very decisive. After all, if agreed to Chang Nuwatching words, that is to say, the army recruited these people to enter is to feed for nothing, but also good food and drink to serve. Then he awakened the meaning of the significance of what is it? Yes, it is. Battalion Commander Lu is really deeply righteous. Then may I ask again? The military said that they will not abandon the remaining students of Yunchun University. May I ask how soon they will come to pick them up? That was the crux of the matter, and the thing that Battalion Commander Lu was trying to avoid. Very soon, once the military has settled the awakened ones, I'll send someone over again. Battalion Commander Lu replied vaguely. It seemed that he didn't have that intention at all. May I ask just how long? Chang Nuwatching had an icy expression, obviously not wanting to listen to Battalion Commander Lu's ambiguous past. 10? No. 7 days. 7 days will be fine. As if he had thought of something, Battalion Commander Lu that was giving the exact answer. However, how could Chang Nuwatching not understand Battalion Commander Lu's small mind? This was just a delaying tactic. When the military really picked up the awakened people from Yunchun University, would they still come to take over these ordinary students? 7 days. Yes, as long as Battalion Commander Lu can give food to feed 3,000 students for 7 days, I will now bring all the awakened to join the military. Surprisingly, Battalion Commander Lu was playing hard to get. Chang Nuwatching didn't mind playing hard to get as well. Headmaster Chang, are you kidding? We've traveled 1,000 miles to get here. Do you think we can bring down that much food? Sensing that Chang Nuwatching was playing a real game with himself, Battalion Commander Lu stopped laughing playfully. Is that so? Doesn't Battalion Commander Lu know that if we all leave, then who will guard Yunchun University? Are the lives of these students not lives? Chang Nuwatching's appearance was really salty and sweet. Principal Chang, what do you mean by that? What exactly do you want? It was obvious that Battalion Commander Lu no longer wanted to negotiate with Chang Nuwatching. Battalion Commander Lu, Ren Shengzhen's meaning is my meaning. If you want to integrate Yunchun University you can. Either integrate everyone together or give enough food for 7 days. Otherwise, not a single person from Cloud City University will go with you. After all was said and done, the outcome of the negotiations remained the same. Principal Chang, as you know, this is an order from above that I have to follow. Seeing Chang Nuwatching's tough attitude, Battalion Commander Lu on the other hand moved to someone higher up. Battalion Commander Lu, the school is not the army. The end times is not a peaceful era, and your official authority can't be played here. And if you want to take away the awakened people of Yunchun University, I still have the same words. It's just a pity that Chang Nuwatching who has seen a lot of big waves and winds, but she doesn't eat Battalion Commander Lu's set of words at all. Chang Nuwatching, Principal Chang, your behavior is violating the military order. You know, at the critical moment, I can use force. Surprisingly, the soft one didn't work. Battalion Commander Lu also planned to come to the hard one. Whoa, wow, stomp, stomp, stomp. And as Battalion Commander Lu finished his words, behind him, the neatly organized soldiers quickly lined up, raising their guns and aiming them at the people in Yunchun University. Lu Waste, what do you want? Also disregarding how weak she was, Chang Nuwatching then reached out and blocked the forefront of the students. What do I want? Isn't it obvious? I think that even awakened ones can't withstand the baptism of bullets. Bullets, artillery fire, and the absolute obedience of the soldiers were Battalion Commander Lu's biggest bottom line. At this moment, most of the students, except for individual students, trembled.
Although they had entered the post-apocalyptic world, it was impossible for more than 20 years of memories to disappear in just 10 days. In the eyes of all the students, bullets and hot weapons were still terrifying, weapons that no human could resist. They weren't Chief Fongling, after all, and didn't have 90% immunity to artillery fire. They weren't Chief Fongling after all, because they didn't know that at this moment in the army, large and medium-sized thermal weapons could no longer be used, and in the first month after the end of the world, these ordinary guns and ammunitions wouldn't be able to take effect either. Chang knew watching. What are you doing? You keep saying that you're thinking about all your classmates, so don't you know that your current behavior is putting everyone at gunpoint? Lin Lei roared loudly. Maybe he was really scared. Maybe he was acting. Or maybe he was taking the opportunity to pull in people. Jesus, are they emptying their magazines on us? I don't think I can carry a bullet. Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with going to the army. Otherwise, why don't we talk to Principal Chang and we'll go to the army first, and then pick up the students after we've stabilized? Battalion Commander Lu and Lin Lei's words were effective, and soon the students' faltering behavior spread through the crowd. And these people, they are still all awakened people who have the strength and guts to come out. So I guess those ordinary people who failed to be awakened are even more afraid to speak. Chang knew watching. You see, this is what the people want. If you really want to do it for the sake of your classmates, then open the gate and let Battalion Commander Lu and the others come in. Seeing this, Lin Lei that was even more arrogant. With an arrogant stride he walked directly in the direction of the gate. Ren Changzhen, what do you want? As he spoke, Lin Hangong raised his glowing fist, aiming straight at Ren Changzhen across the room. On the other side, Ren Changzhen also raised the ancient sword in her hand, which was emitting a faint halo of light. Only Ren Changzhen's target wasn't Lin Hangong, but that Lin Lei who was going to open the door. Changzhen, don't be impulsive. We can't fight guns and bullets. Stopping the agitated Ren Changzhen, Chang Nuwaching's face was helpless. But Aunt Chang, that battalion commander Lu simply won't take away all of his classmates. Unwillingly putting down the sword in his hand, Ren Changzhen was both impulsive and helpless. I know. Then is Changzhen willing to stay with me and protect these students? Chang Nuwaching's face was not sad. What was there was a kind of relief. Auntie Chang, I do. Principal Chang, I'm willing to. Principal Chang, I'll stay too. Me too. Me too. Fear is inevitable in times of trouble, but the ability to choose to stand firm is valuable. Good. With you guys around, I'm sure Cloud City University will get through this. Seeing that there were still a lot of awakened ones who chose to stick around, Chang Nuwaching's face also rekindled a smile. Humph. A bunch of crazy students, and crazy teachers, you guys can stay if you want to. I'm going to go to the army to enjoy my blessings. Lin Lei didn't care what those classmates said, and his hands were going to open the South City gate of Yunshan University. Bang! Just as Lin Lei was about to twist open the gate of Yunshan University, a gunshot was suddenly appeared, and along with the end of the gunshot, that Lin Lei fell to the ground in response. Uncle Lin, what happened to you? Who fired the gun? Seeing his uncle died just like that, the Lin Hangong on the side that was instantly furious, yelled at Lu Battalion Commander. Yes, a place like a school would not allow guns, so the only ones who could shoot were afraid to be Battalion Commander Lu and the army he had brought with him. Who the fired that shot? Turned around, and Battalion Commander Lu also shouted in anger, because this shot had sort of broken his idea of peacefully integrating Yunshan University. Just about all the soldiers were shaking their heads frantically. Not only did they not dare to shoot, they didn't want to, because they were trained not to shoot innocent fellow soldiers. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Just as everyone was puzzled, and everyone was looking around, the sound of a horse's hooves trampling the ground was getting louder and louder. Battalion Commander, I think there's someone in the back. No, not a man. A horse. No, it's a skeleton horse, and there's a man on it. This is a necromancer? As the voice got closer and closer, many of the soldiers could see who the visitor was. The one who came was a young man, who was covered in flames, and was riding a warhorse made up of skeletons on his hips, while on his back, one side was carrying a large sword that glowed with a purple red and gold green color, while the other half was carrying a sniper rifle made up of skeletons. In this situation, who else could this person be? And the one who could have this kind of configuration at the beginning of the end of the world was naturally Chief Fongling, who had run all the way here. Chief Fongling had only just realized that the flaming skeleton horse could also temporarily hide the sound of its hooves, and it was precisely because of this that Chief Fongling was able to quickly approach Cloud City University. Although Chief Fongling didn't know what was going on here, Chief Fongling could tell that Lin Lei wasn't a good person. In Jin's first life, it seemed like he was the one who introduced Wang Rulong to Cloud City University.
And in the end,
he also pitched many of Cloud City University's students together with Wang Rulong,
which was the main reason that led to Cloud City University's late-stage collapse. Wang Rulong? Wasn't that the half-corpse king that had been decapitated by Chi Fongling back in chapter 30? Moreover,
Chi Fongling himself didn't like this dead fat guy.
When he was studying,
he was the one who liked to make some boring and breathless to the point of bursting rules.
For example, no trash in the trash can, no stuff on the desk, no one in the bed, or even no talking in the dorm is outrageous. Moreover,
this dead fat man also suppressed the male students and molested the female students. Chi Fongling had long wanted to kill him.
This life, this bad breath is also finally out. Chapter 82 Maple Spirit Messy Band.
A fiery warhorse whistled, and no one was aware that Maple Spirit had come.
Are you stupid? Shoot. All ing shoot for me ah.
Seeing that his soldiers were just staring stupidly,
and even kept retreating backward, Battalion Commander Lu directly cursed. At this moment,
Chi Fongling's appearance was also really scary, perhaps saying that they hadn't seen such a person or skeleton horse until now.
Chugging. Soon, under the order of Battalion Commander Lu,
more than 120 soldiers fired their guns at Chi Fongling in unison,
and for a while, bullets showered down on Chi Fongling like rain. Dang. Wow.
It was just a pity that after Chi Fongling had reached the peak rank of level 1, his physical quality that had improved a lot more, and in the face of these densely packed bullets, Chi Fongling was able to block most of the bullets just by quickly dancing the one-thought divine demon sword. Of course, Chi Fongling's speed wasn't so fast that it was impermeable, and many bullets still hit Chi Fongling's body. Nay, the physical quality of the peak of the first level, as well as 90% of the artillery immunity effect is not covered anymore. Once also able to plunge into their own skin a centimeter-thick bullets, and so, can only cause broken skin such damage.
What are you doing? Can you aim a little? I'm asking you to shoot, not letting you guys be human body tracing masters.
Seeing that Chi Fongling was still getting closer,
Battalion Commander Lu was also a bit confused,
but he who was not capable at all could only choose to be impotent and furious.
Battalion Commander, we're firing. I'm balled out of bullets in a pike. Yeah, Battalion Commander, he doesn't seem to be afraid of bullets. Battalion Commander, why don't you pull back first? We'll cover for you.
Really did not expect such a battalion commander actually have soldiers to give him a life.
Looks like
Lu Battalion Commander on these people or put some effort.
Or that, Lu Battalion Commander there are other a little what means. Run? Where the hell are we going to run? Can we outrun that skeleton horse? If bullets don't work, throw me grenades, said Battalion Commander Lu, while walking in the direction of Yunchang University. Battalion Commander, I can't. They're so close, they'll hurt us by mistake. Battalion Commander you.
The soldiers said and were ready to continue to report to Battalion Commander Lu,
but when they turned around,
their battalion commander had long been far away from them.
At this instant,
the soldiers who were still planning to pull out their grenades also gave up on this intention,
because Battalion Commander Lu's behavior was completely making them innocent sacrifices. Although now is the end of the world.
Dare to ask who was not born and raised by parents.
He Lu waste of life is life. Their lives are not life? Tut, tut, tut. Bang, bang, bang. As Battalion Commander Lu withdrew,
the originally dense gunfire had turned into stars and 2 by 2. Some soldiers chose to continue shooting at Chi Fongling, some chose to swing and stand in place, while some leaned in the direction of Yunchang University as well.
What are you doing? I told you guys to shoot. Throw grenades ah. Battalion Commander Lu was furious,
except that he could only curse and retreat at the same time.
At the same time, Chi Fongling on the flaming skeleton horse also took a breather. Although these bullets couldn't cause any effective damage, he still knew the principle that many ants bite the elephant. What's more, he had an artillery immunity effect,
but the flaming skeleton horse didn't.
If he was hit by the dense bullets for another 3 minutes like this,
I'm afraid that the flaming skeleton horse under his crotch wouldn't fall apart.
During the whole process,
Chi Fongling also chose to only defend and not attack. Firstly because he couldn't spare his hands.
Secondly because
he didn't want to start a complete war with the military yet. And lastly, there were many of these soldiers who were like Yuan Tiangang, so there was no need to hurt innocent people himself.
Soon, under the soldiers' slack fire suppression, Chi Fongling quickly rushed into the soldiers' camp, and Chi Fongling didn't make a move on them, just ran straight in the direction of Cloud City University. Open the door, Principal Chang. Chang knew watching you open the door.
In front of the south gate of Yunchang University,
Battalion Commander Lu just shook the gate so angrily. Auntie Chang, what should we do? Should I open the door? I can't seem to beat that skeleton knight. Beside Chang knew watching,
Ren Shengsen was shaking her arm, his face also a little flustered.
Changsen, it's fine. Look, that person rushed until now. Isn't he not hurt by a single person? I think, he's not a bad guy. He might be an awakened. He might even be a student of our Yunchang University. Looking at the ever-approaching Chief Fengling, the sixth sense from a woman told her that this person could be trusted by himself. What do you mean it's not a bad guy? Didn't he kill this Lin Lei? You can only cooperate with my military now to defeat this devil. At the door, Battalion Commander Lu that was shaking the door even more vigorously, and the urgency on his face was also a few more points. Battalion Commander Lu, what are you so excited about? As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Look, that demon didn't seem to kill any good people either. In response to Battalion Commander Lu's words, Chang Nuocheng used the softest yet most ruthless words to dislike him. You, Chang Nuocheng, you won't open the door, will you? Aha! Shrugging his shoulders knowingly. Alright, you too, open the door for me. Seeing Chang Nuocheng's look of being unconcerned, Battalion Commander Lu also ran out of patience and directly gave an order to the two soldiers beside him who were hiding their heads and faces. Good. The two soldiers didn't say much, just heard them let out a storm, and the two of them started to violently rip the door. Dang! Dang! Seeing that the steel gate had been torn out of shape, where else would Ren Shengtsen hesitate, and slashed at these two with his sword. It was just that these two people's reaction speed was also fast, and their arms also had notable defensive strength, and they were able to block Ren Shengtsen's full force slashes. Ren Shengtsen, your opponent is me. And just as Ren Shengtsen was about to chop out his second sword against the two, the Lin Hangong who was on the sidelines actually swung his fist. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Shengtsen is your classmate. Seeing Lin Hangong make a move on Ren Shengtsen, Chang Nuocheng immediately questioned. Principal Chang, my uncle was killed by that demon. You believe in him? I don't. Now I can only cooperate with the military to have a better future. Only this time, Lin Hangong also no longer gave Chang Nuocheng face, waving his fist and continued to hit towards Ren Shengtsen. Yeah. Soon, with Lin Hangong's tugging, Ren Shengtsen couldn't interfere with the two soldiers pulling the door, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the just door was about to be pulled open. Dang boom! Only a booming sound was heard, but the position where the two soldiers had just stood was inserted with a large sword, and a large pit appeared on the ground. As the smoke and dirt dispersed, the two soldiers were standing next to the big pit with a wretched face, and because of the huge impact, the robes that covered them were blown apart. If Chief Fengling's appearance was that of a fireman, then the appearance of these two soldiers was that of two orangutans, and the only difference between them and the orangutans was that they had much less hair on their bodies. Puff! The awakened? Under everyone's gaze, Chief Fengling fought to jump off the back of the flaming skeleton horse and landed steadily not far in front of Battalion Commander Lu and these two strange soldiers. Name, Ape Lu. Level, First High. Race, Awakened. Brief introduction, an awakened person with the ability to change appearance. Timid by nature. Not good at speaking, and cooperates well with his brothers, so that he can better utilize his abilities. Awakening profession, Black Power Vidra. Occupational quality, A. Power, 40. Speed, 20. Spirit, 25. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Darkness Mega Power. Attacks are accompanied by Darkness Power, which will cause additional damage to those in the light camp. Black plus white equals black. Attacks cause a corrosive effect when fighting alongside White Power Vidra. Name, Lu Ziki. Level, First High. Race, Awakened. Brief introduction, an awakened person with the ability to change appearance. Cowardly by nature. Not good at showing off, but works well with his brother and can better utilize his abilities. Awakening profession, White Power Vidra. Occupational quality, A. Power, 30. Speed, 40. Spirit, 30. Body mass, 25. Skill, Bright Mega Power. Attacks are accompanied by the power of light, and will deal extra damage to those in the dark camp. White plus black equals white. When fighting alongside Black Power Vidra, attacks cause a burning effect. It was also the moment he landed on the ground that Chief Fengling used the Undead Emperor's eye on these two people. And sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. There was no way Lu Waste would let two ordinary soldiers follow him closely, and it was even more unlikely that these two were gorilla mutant beasts. The only explanation was that they had obtained the awakening beads. Lu Waste? Lu Zhu? Lu Ziki? Oh, at this instant Chief Fengling understood. No wonder those two awakened ones were listening to Lu Waste. There must be a relative or even kinship between the three of them. It's no wonder that Lu Waste obviously has no skills at all, and still managed to mix the battalion in the position of dry after the end of the world. It seems that Lu Waste is a person who not only knows how to observe words and judge the situation, but also dabbles in a little bit of luck. Hiss. This person. Why do I feel so familiar? I seem to have the impression too. Oh, he seems to be that licking dog from the second class. Chief Fengling. Dig it. It seems like it's really Chi Fengling. It's hard to believe that all licking dogs nowadays have this kind of treatment. Shoo, you can keep your voice down. This Chi Fengling doesn't seem to be one to be messed with.
Chi Fengling's moment of pretentiousness hadn't manifested for long before it was widely exchanged within Cloud City University.
Looks like his previous reputation in the Cloud City University is still quite big. The so-called Cloud City First Deep Love. Want to know about it? Changsun, what are the students talking about? Is that person a classmate from our school?
As the principal of Yunchang University, Chang Nuochen had a lot of things to do on a day-to-day basis.
She naturally wouldn't care about these little love affairs. Aunt Chang, he is indeed from our school, from the second class of clinical majors, ergo, the most famous dog licker in our school, said Ren Chengtsen, who also rolled her eyes, as she had even talked about Chi Fengling's behind his back before. Licking dog? Apparently, Chang Nuocheng didn't know too much about these old internet phrases. Just like Vice Principal Lin likes you. Then you don't say yes. He doesn't give up.
And then he chases after all kinds of that kind of thing.
Ren Chengtsen spoke without thinking, and even directly used Chang Nuocheng as an example. Changsun, have you ever used your sister-in-law as an example like this? Okay, I know, but I do think that he is quite affectionate.
Where would Chi Fengling have thought that he,
who had an extremely poor image in front of everyone, would have received a favorable review in front of Grand Principal Chang?
Chi Fengling? Well, it's true that there's still some face value.
It's just too humble. I'm not too. Enough, please get it straight. You too, you're in a fight now. It's the end of the world out there. How do you still have the leisure to gossip? Aside,
listen to a long-time whispering Lin Hangdong also cannot stand.
After all, he is really dead uncle. Kid, could it be that you are also an awakened?
Seeing that the fated flame Chi Fengling was not a zombie face, Battalion Commander Lu's mood still calmed down quite a bit.
Battalion Commander Lu, can't you see this?
Raising his hand to retrieve the one-thought divine demon sword that was stuck in the ground,
Chi Fengling replied in a slightly teasing manner. Ahem, Chi Fengling, right, you are also a student of Cloud City University? At this moment, Lu Waste,
that was filled with curiosity towards Chi Fengling.
Yes, not only Battalion Commander Lu, almost everyone was curious about Chi Fengling. Why would Chi Fengling appear outside of Cloud City University? Why did Chi Fengling transform from a licking dog into a powerhouse? Why was it that Chi Fengling, who was also a student, wouldn't panic at all in the face of these people? Why didn't they go after Chi Fengling earlier? Why hadn't they gotten on good brotherly terms with Chi Fengling ahead of time? Of course, Chi Fengling would definitely not answer these questions to them, because his own rebirth would be a secret that everyone would not know. Battalion Commander Lu, surprisingly, you've heard it all, so why bother asking me again? Chi Fengling replied with the same ease,
as if the person in front of him was not the battalion commander at all.
The young man has a lot of spunk. How about it? Any thoughts on joining the army and putting yourself under my command?
In order to not let himself fall on his face,
Battalion Commander Lu that was straightening his back again. Is this Battalion Commander Lu recruiting me?
That's for sure.
It's true that joining the army is fine,
but what skills do you have to convince me if I throw myself into your command? Chi Fengling that was not giving any face to Lu Battalion Commander,
not only interrupted his words, but also directly denied him as a person. The young people are right. We are old. How can we teach you guys? The future is still yours. Little brother, put into my command. You don't have to listen to too many orders from me. It's just a name. And with my name, you'll also be able to mix well in the army.
It could be seen that Battalion Commander Lu was still a person who could bend and bend. If it wasn't for the fact that Chi Fengling was really capable, he really would have already lost his temper.
Oh, this way so I can get an official position in the army too. But I haven't graduated yet. I'll have to think about that. Thinking too much. It's already the end of the world. Where would Chi Fengling still care about these so-called academic qualifications?
He said this on purpose for Chang Nuocheng to hear.
He did want to establish power in Yunchang University, but it looked like Chang Nuocheng's voice in Yunchang University was higher than his own. So instead of inching his way through Yunchang University, going to the army to see the world wasn't a good choice. Therefore, what Chi Fengling meant now was to throw the choice to Chang Nuocheng. If she could say the conditions to stay himself, he would inevitably stay in Yunchang University. After all, college students are hot-blooded and not so much heart. However, if this condition is not possible, he does not mind hanging the name of Lu Waste in the army. Of course, there was a pitch for doing anything. If Chi Fengling really chose to join the army, then he would definitely help Lu Waste and pull away some of the awakened from Cloud City University. Reborn for a lifetime now, those so-called classmates' feelings have long been less important than in the beginning. Not to mention, one's own eyes and the eyes of all the classmates. as if it was still a lickspittle who, for some reason, suddenly reversed the trend, right? Chapter 83. Look at you jumping the beam. Man is not for himself. God is for him. Oh, I remember. You're that biggest lickspittle chief phoneling from class 2, aren't you? If I remember correctly, the girl you like seems to be called Zhou. She's nothing special, except for her screaming. Before the south gate, Chief Phoneling hadn't waited for Chang Nuocheng's solicitation of himself, but first waited for Lin Hangong's mockery. Airman Lin, where is this place? What are you talking about? Are you still a student of Yunchang University? Hearing such words full of erotic colors, Chang Nuocheng on the side was indeed enraged. And as the person concerned, Chief Phoneling wasn't much better. After all, in his last life, before he came to his senses, he was really sincere to Zhou. And to use an internet term for Lin Hangong's behavior, people experience the love of your life with a few hours of bells and whistles. Principal Chang, times have changed. What you're thinking about is long outdated. To Chang Nuocheng's questioning, Lin Hangong's face was full of unconcern. Name, Lin Hangong. Race, awakened. Introduction, a human youth favored by the ancient martial arts master. Proficient in ancient martial arts fists and kicks. Gifted with extraordinary talent. And arrogant and unself-conscious. Rank, peak level 1. Awakening profession, divine fist master. Occupational quality, S. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 35. Physical fitness, 45. Skills, martial arts sacred body, having been taught by an honored teacher. He possesses an extremely strong talent for learning. Fist light and elbow shadow, you can condense your power into your fist and strike a wave of energy that attacks farther and deals more damage. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? The introduction was indeed right. Lin Hangong was indeed very conceited. Even after Chief Phoneling had shown his extraordinary strength in front of everyone, he was still so condescending. Of course, Chief Phoneling couldn't just look at Lin Hangong stupidly. Chief Phoneling was just using the undead emperor's eyes to observe Lin Hangong's attributes before recalling about Lin Hangong. Unfortunately, his own memories of Lin Hangong existed very little, and most of them still existed before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Lin Hangong was the famous dude of Yunchang University. Except for the bad about learning, everything else is very proficient. As for after the end of the world, Chief Phoneling had only heard that Lin Hangong was very strong at first, only to perish in the second wave of zombies at Yunchang University, so Chief Phoneling didn't have many encounters with him. Put it this way, the two didn't have any hatred to speak of. After all, before the end of the world, Lin Hangong was someone that Chief Phoneling couldn't possibly come into contact with. And after the end of the world, Lin Hangong just died too early for the two to have encountered each other. Then, if you say so, you and Lin Hangong, but there is a very subtle relationship. If it is not their own rebirth, the end of the world will still be the same as before. The development of the zombies will not become less for no reason. Lin Hangong is now also long dead. So there was that possibility that Chief Phoneling was still Lin Hangong's savior. But what? He had just killed his uncle again with his own hands, and he had become his enemy again. Don't look at your uncle's relationship before the end times, but when it comes to the end times, one never knows when a loved one will leave them. Some unlucky people, a big family of 40 or 50 mouths, might be left alone on the first day of the end times. Humph, a licking dog is just a dog. You still want me, Yunchang University, to make conditions to keep you. What you think is quite beautiful. Seeing that Chief Phoneling didn't say anything, Lin Hangong even went as far as to directly mock Chief Phoneling's intentions. Smart people. Yes, those who were able to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Fist Venerable Master were over the top in terms of intelligence and physique. However, Chief Phoneling did not like this kind of intelligent person who was not friendly to him. Lin Hangong, you've had enough. Even if Chief Phoneling is a licking dog again, but he doesn't wreak havoc on people. It's better than a big sea king like you. And what the hell are you trying to do? Do you have to push him over to the army side? When the scene was once tense, Ran Shengtsen on the side still spoke up. Although her words weren't very pleasant to the ear, she was at least on Chief Phoeneling's side. Humph, 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 humph. Army? This kid killed my uncle. I want him to not be able to go to either side. For Ren Shengtsen words, Lin Hangong that was a face of disdain. Battalion Commander Lu, you promised my uncle that as long as we are willing to join the army, you will give me a company commander as a company commander. Does that still count now? After saying that, Lin Hangong that was directly facing Lu waist. Yes, yes. As long as the awakened ones from Cloud City University can join my command, I will definitely give you a company commander job. Not only that, as long as anyone capable joins the army, they all have military positions that suit them. And as long as you're capable, I'll even give the battalion commander's position to him. The moment he was poked by Lin Hangong to penetrate his and Lin Lei's secret, Lu battalion commander was very speechless, but this man was not worthy of being a human savant. Just in a few words, he converted this private transaction into a tall solicitation. As battalion commander Lu finished his words, the awakened beings behind Lin Hangong stirred again. Yes, battalion commander Lu's words were very attractive. After all, which boy didn't have a dream of being a general before? Moreover, after these 10 days of the end of the world, their mentality has also produced a change. That is, why should they, who are capable people, awakened people blessed by God, why should they desperately try to protect those weak and ordinary classmates? That's fine even if it's for the sake of former friendships, but why do they have to save money with ordinary students even after they've put in so much effort? It was because of these reasons that more and more awakened people joined Lin Lei's camp, and it was only because Lin Lei had seized the moment, coupled with the fact that he had the line of Battalion Commander Lu, that he was able to launch this uprising today. Battalion Commander Lu, you're a good talker, but my uncle was killed by him now, and now I'm not asking you to give me the position of company commander. Then what do you want? Battalion Commander Lu's face sank all of a sudden. Chief Lingling's strength he had already seen, and the awakened person that Lin Hangong had brought with him he also wanted. So right now, he was on both sides of the fence and didn't want to offend. Even both sides of the fence he wanted to take under his wing. Humph, the revenge of killing my uncle is not shared. I'm going to fight Chief Fengling to the death, and when that time comes, I need you to help me stop Ren Shengxin and the others. Lin Hangong's face was firm. By the looks of it, he was very confident in his own strength. This little brother, look, I also want to protect you, but you killed his uncle. I can't do anything about it. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. Battalion Commander Lu didn't even expect that Lin Hangong would make this kind of request. Instead of recruiting two conflicting people at the same time, it would be better to recruit a strong person from the start. And Lin Hangong saying this kind of thing really went along with him. Hey, Chief Fengling, are you scared silly? Hurry up and join us. At that time, we'll be your backing. Seeing that Chief Fengling didn't say anything the entire time, Ren Shengxin from the school couldn't stand it any longer. It was true that she didn't like licking dogs like Chief Fengling very much, but she disliked people like Lin Hangong even more, and she didn't want to see Lin Hangong working with Battalion Commander Lu. And now was the best opportunity to not only successfully pull in Chief Fengling, but also avoid fulfilling the conditions Chief Fengling needed. But it's just that, Chief Fengling, who didn't move at all, wasn't scared silly. He was just wondering how he could get everyone to stop bringing up the whole dog-licking thing with just one fight. Chapter 84. You can't either. Chief Fengling, did you hear that? Hey, Miss Ren, stop shouting. I'm not deaf. I can hear you. For this woman with a face and no brain, Chief Fengling that silently rolled her eyes. What? Willing to join us now? Widened his eyes. Ren Chengzhen looked kinda clear and stupid. No, I appreciate your good intentions, but him, one person will be able to deal with it. After saying that, Chief Fengling turned around and coldly looked at Lin Hangong in the school. Ha ha ha, Chief Fengling, you're really arrogant. Even if you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill you. Boom, Kala. I don't know if Lin Hangong really had some strength or if it was the work of the two big black and white Vajra, but I only saw Lin Hangong pounding hard, and the tightly closed door was opened by him. Seeing that Lin Hangong had thrown open the door, that Chief Fengling didn't want to play with him as a first courtesy. Only hearing a whoosh sound, Chief Fengling rushed out. Aha! Chief Fengling, how dare you play sneak attack? How shameless! Just a photo effort. Just finished pretending to be a pussy. Lin Hangong was steadily suppressed by Chief Fengling. If not, Lin Hangong's arm has a golden light to protect. It is estimated that at this moment, his arm has long been cut off by Chief Fengling. Aha! Ahem! How? How is it possible? How can your strength be greater than Ren Shengxin? Half kneeling on the ground, Lin Hangong had used all his strength, but even so, he was still unable to get up from the ground, and he was merely trying to get up. Name, Chief Fengling, rank, peak level 1, power, 70/40ths, speed, 80/40ths, spirit, 40, physical, 50/40ths. This was Chief Fengling's current state. Don't look at the fact that both of them were now at the peak of level 1, but Chief Fengling had a divine weapon in hand. Name, Ikimoku Sword of the Gods and Demons, quality, SSS, development, 3%, power, 30, speed, 30, skills, 1 thought of God, 1 thought of magic. The current 1 thought divine demon sword. The development degree had already reached 3%. Don't look at it as only raising the development degree by a mere 2%, but this raised attribute was very considerable in front of low-level awakened people, as if it was now. To put it bluntly, it was Chief Fengling who had engaged in a sneak attack. To put it nicely, Lin Hangong's reaction speed was not as good as Chief Fengling's, which was why he was easily suppressed by himself. Lin Hangong, right, You think you're really good just because I don't say anything? Now your little life is completely in my hands.
Although his mouth was mocking Lin Hangong,
the movements of Chi Fengling's hands didn't diminish at all. It wasn't that the arrogant Lin Hangong didn't want to speak, but because right now, he had no extra strength to do anything else.
Drip! As the strength in Chi Fengling's hand grew, Lin Hangong's hard wrist could no longer withstand the pressure, and the sharp one-thought magic sword still cut into his flesh.
Aha! What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you come and help? Don't you think about it? Who saved you? Will he spare you if I die? On the ground, the high and mighty Lin Hangong was finally bowing his head and starting to ask for help. Only he didn't bow his head to Chi Fengling, nor did he bow his head to Ren Chengsen, and he didn't choose to bow his head to Battalion Commander Lu, or rather, even at the edge of life and death, Lin Hangong still didn't put his foot down. He was still ordering the awakened who had reverted to his camp to help him in the tone of a superior. What should we do? If we go up or not? It looks like the navigators will not be able to hold on. That's Lin Hangong, Divine Fist Venerable Master. He can't even beat him. Would it be useful for us to go? What then? It was Pilot Lin who saved us. We can't know a favor and not repay it, or else put up a fight. If Airman Lin dies, we won't be able to do well in school or in the army. Okay, spell it out. Go. Fear is human. Gratitude is putting your heart in the right place, and vested interests are what sway forward. Soon, under the deliberation of that group of awakened, they still chose to help Lin Hangong. Lu Waste, what do you want? On the other hand, seeing that the Black Force and White Force Vajra duo blocked Ren Chengsen's way, Chang Nuoqing's face instantly pulled down. In her eyes, no matter how Chi Fengling and Lin Hangong fought, both of them were still people from Yunchang University, and she was even ready to talk out the fight and do the treatment in a while. However, this Lu Waste's behavior was clearly trying to make Chi Fengling and Lin Hangong's entire yu die out. Plus the awakened from Lin Hangong's camp had just come out as well. If things really came to that, Chi Fengling and Lin Hangong would either die or one of them would die. Even if neither of them died, it would be impossible for them to work together. And at that time, the loss of Yunchang University would be really big. What for? Great Principal Chang, can't you see this? Don't you teachers teach your students that you have to do what you say you're going to do? I even promised Airman Lin to help him watch over you guys, so I have to do it. Otherwise, how can I be this battalion commander? Slightly shrugging his shoulders, Battalion Commander Lu was helpless in tone, but his expression was a one. Humph, this is Yunchang University. It's not your turn to teach me. Classmates, go help Chi Fengling and stop them. Seeing this, Chang Nuochang also didn't want to mess around with Lu Waste anymore, and directly commanded the awakened who were behind her. Click, click, soldiers, raise your guns. Humph, I'll see which one of you dares to move. Chi Fengling, he's not afraid of bullets. I don't believe that you guys aren't afraid too. Seeing that the awakened on the other side were about to join the battlefield, Battalion Commander Lu that was decisively gave the order. In less than 3 seconds, the well-trained soldiers raised their guns again, and this time the direction of the guns was all the awakened within Cloud City University. And this time, without getting an order from Chang Nuochen, all the awakened from Ren Chengsen's camp stopped in their tracks because they were truly afraid. Among them, they were only awakened who had just acquired special abilities, and even their fists would still hurt when they hit the wall, not to mention bullets, so they knew very well that their bodies couldn't carry the bullets at all, and they even knew that Battalion Commander Lu would really shoot at them, and they, right now, didn't want to die. Lu Waste, are you trying to make an enemy of my Yunchang University? Cough. Chang Nuoching was anxious, which made her already somewhat overdrawn body even more unable to carry her. Senior Principal Chang, you'd better take care of yourself first. It's better to let the young people handle their own matters. Lu Waste's expression remained calm. Not only did he now want to see Yunchang University completely fall out, he also wanted to see what level of strength that suddenly appeared Chi Fengling was at. Dang, dang, you two, get out of my way. The ancient sword struck the arms of the Black Force and White Force Vajra duo. Ren Chengsen was anxious and angry. These two were not yet her opponents. Nay, the two were really well matched and had high defenses. For a moment, she really couldn't break free. At this moment, at the very center of the engagement, Chi Fengling was taking everything in. Ren Chengsen was a person of true nature and belonged to the category of friends that could be made. Chang Nuoching had some heart, but her heart was still kind, and she was bent on the development of Yunchang University. As for that Lu Wasted, he really is a person who smiles and hides daggers, and who is a masculine person. Following such a person, sooner or later, he will be counted in by him one day. Chapter 85 A Fair 13-1. If I had my head and 6 arms again, why would I be afraid of being surrounded and attacked by several people? Of course,
Chi Fengling didn't have the so-called 3 heads and 6 arms, but the awakened who surrounded him reached as many as 13. Some of them were swinging their fists, some were gathering special waves of energy, while others were standing far away, either wetting their throats or pulling slingshots. On the contrary, on his side, Renqingsun was stopped by the 2 Vajra of Black Force and White Force, and the awakened in Renqingsun's camp were suppressed by Battalion Commander Lu's soldiers. It looked like it was going to be a one-on-one, fair one-on-one fight by itself. Chi Fengling, I admit that you're a bit powerful, but don't forget that I'm not fighting alone. Because of Chi Fengling's diversion of attention, this allowed Lin Hanggong to have some strength to be able to come and taunt. Humph. Surprisingly, you started the whole unfair match, then you can't blame me. Fiercely kicking the Lin Hanggong on the ground, Chi Fengling then instantly pulled away from everyone. I don't know if it's because of his rebirth that this life has really changed. Just to say that the number of these awakened people alone, there weren't this many in the last life. After all, the awakened who had just obtained the inheritance were not much different in strength from ordinary people, and most of them died in the zombie wave, while in this life, because of the inexplicable decrease in zombies, many awakened who should have died survived. While looking at the awakened who surrounded him, Chi Fengling quickly used the Eye of the Undead Emperor on them. Name, Zhao Qianhai. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Big Hand Rex. Occupational Quality, C. Profile, age 23. Simple-minded rural child, who has suffered, has small aspirations, and has extremely strong hands. Power, 20. Speed, 10. Spirit, 10. Physical Fitness, 15. Skill, Power of Big Hands, can make one hand bigger, damage inflicted is increased, and the big hand is harder. Zhao Qianhai. This person Chi Fengling didn't recognize and hadn't heard of him in his previous life. It looked like he should be an awakened who had been unintentionally saved by Lin Hanggong. Name, Chen Ming. Race, Awakened. Level, First Class Lower. Awakening Profession, Rex. Occupational Quality, E. Profile, age, 22. A sunny, hot-blooded young man. An awakened person who is somewhat more famous than a human machine. Power, 14. Speed, 7. Spirit, 6. Physical Fitness, 6. Skill, Vigorous, Strength slightly increased. Chan Ming? Chi Fengling hadn't heard of this person even more. Not to mention that he was the lowest E-quality awakened. But he really didn't have anything outstanding. After the end of the world, half of the awakened were such lowest level awakened, as their occupation quality was E, which made their ceiling very low. Most of the E-quality awakened people would already be at their limit if they could reach the third lower level in their entire life. Not only that, their cultivation speed would also be much slower than normal awakened people. Later, based on the relative attributes of this class of awakened people, they were categorized into 4 groups, namely, with strength as some of the highlights, Rex. With speed as some of the standouts, Assassin. With spirit as some of the prominent ones, Warlock. With physicality as some of the standouts, Deadly Soldier. Don't look at them as the lowest class of awakened, but they were still very powerful existences in the eyes of ordinary people. This was because if one could not obtain the inheritance, an ordinary person who had spent his entire life exercising to the limit of his body could only reach the physical level of a first-grade high level, and this was something that only a very few people could achieve. Name, Xiaolu. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Master of Grass and Wood. Occupational Quality, B. Profile, age 23. A gentle boy who loves flowers and plants. A good student who specializes in nature studies, and is looking forward to the future. Power, 12. Speed, 15. Spirit, 25. Physical Fitness, 10. Skill, Plant Manipulation. A master of plants and trees can communicate with plants to make them attack or defend, and can also control plant growth. A powerful manipulator can even make poor soil produce flowers. Xiao Lu. This person Chi Fengling still had some impression. His role in the pre-apocalyptic period was very small. After all, his own level was low, and the plant's attacks were even weaker. But after the post-apocalyptic world, his ability manifested itself, as he could make green plants grow in places contaminated by zombies, and even spawned food that could be eaten. And his functionality was, obviously, higher than his practicality. Name, Zhang Lu. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Water Spirit Envoy. Occupational Quality, B. Synopsis, age 22. Extremely snobbish girl who adores strong and capable people. Poor waif who has been cheated of her feelings and finds it hard to believe in love again. Power, 12. Speed, 15. Spirit, 25. Physical Fitness, 10. Skill, Water Wave Control. With the inheritance of Water Spirit Messenger, it can control the surrounding unowned water source to complete the attack or defense.
and those with strong water control ability can even summon the water source out of the air. A girl? Yes. This is the only female awakened returned to Lin Hongong's camp. The girl's name is Jiang Lu. She's quite good looking, and she's also a little famous in Yuncheng University. Only this reputation of hers is not a good one, as rumor has it that she was cheated emotionally and physically by a college student when she was 16. Since then, Jiang Lu had become particularly prodigal. Let's put it that way. Only a sophomore in college, she's already changed more than 20 boyfriends at Cloud City University. As for after the end of the world, you wouldn't even dare to believe that such a prodigal girl would come together with that introverted Xia Lu. In the late post-apocalyptic period, the two were still a famous crop duo in Cloud City. Xia Lu catalyzed the plants and Jiang Lu was in charge of irrigation, which was considered to have solved part of Cloud City's food problem. Name, Lu Tong. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Mad Dog Man. Occupational quality, B. Synopsis, age 24. Post-apocalyptic dog lover who ate his own dog. Loyal and epileptic oddball. Power, 15. Speed, 15. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 20. Skill, Mad Dog, actively enters the Mad Dog state. IQ is halved. All attributes are increased by 20%. Sense of smell is greatly increased, and sense of hurt is reduced by 20%. Madman, when entering the Mad Dog state, the heavier the damage taken, the higher the boosted attributes and the higher the IQ weakened. Mad Dog Man, also known as Lu Tong. How did Chi Fengling feel that this name and this awakened profession were so familiar? It was as if he had seen a character from a certain cartoon. But then again, this Mad Dog Man is not Mad Dog Man. At least the one in the cartoon had a brain, while this one is almost as good as being cut down. As for this person, Chi Fengling didn't have a deep impression of him. Before the end of the world, he was really the most famous dog lover in the whole school. About him eating dogs, if it wasn't for the profile, Chi Fengling wouldn't have known that there was such a thing. As for the end of this Mad Dog Man, it seems that it was because he went crazy and voluntarily pounced on the endless tide of zombies, and ended up being mercilessly engulfed by the tide of zombies. Name, Yellow Wave. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Qigong Master. Occupational quality, C. Profile, age 25. An average college student with a passion for Tai Chi. Introverted and better-tempered. Power, 15. Speed, 15. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 12. Skill, Yuan Qi Bomb, can condense invisible internal energy into a state of light waves, hitting a longer distance with explosive damage. Huang Lang? Sorry, not familiar. Maybe it's because the interests are completely unrelated, or maybe the guy is just really low-key. Chi Fengling had literally zero impression of him, and in his last life after the end of the world, he was also supposed to have died early, so Chi Fengling couldn't say a second word about him. Whoosh! Ta-da! Hiss! The steel ball hit on top of the arm. Originally bullets are not afraid of Chi Fengling. At this moment even felt a trace of pain. Guns and cannons didn't exist in Cloud City University, and it was surprising that the only thing that could cause damage to himself was a simply modified slingshot. A slingshot? You believe that? Turning her head and looking at this person who could cause harm to herself, Chi Fengling did not get angry, nor did any unhappiness even appear on her face, because this person, she knew and was familiar with. Name, Tong Wai Ho. Race, awakened. Level, first high. Awakening profession, Master Gunnery. Occupational quality, A. Synopsis, age 23. A medically delayed genius with a gun. Steady and resourceful. Steadfast in his morals. And a stickler for convention. Power, 30. Speed, 30. Spirit, 35. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, gunnery proficiency. Can instantly master any hot weapon and can flexibly use any cold weapon. Master of Fortification. A Master Gunnery officer can double the effectiveness of any hot weapon he or she uses and significantly increase the damage of the bullets he or she fires. Tang Wei Hao, his own classmate. Before the end of the world, the two of them were no more than nodding acquaintances. Except that Tang Wei Hao wasn't like other classmates who would taunt Chi Fengling for being a licking dog. And after the end of the world, under various opportunities, Chi Fengling joined the demon hunting squad organized by Tang Wei Hao, who, at that time, was the captain of the demon hunting squad, the inheritance of the gun master, but before the end of the world, was a very powerful inheritance. But this end of the world has made all hot weapons ineffective. It was also for this reason that Tang Wei Hao's status was getting lower and lower after the end of the world. And if it wasn't for Tang Wei Hao's very high basic attributes, I'm afraid he would have been eliminated a long time ago. And later, as Chi Fengling grew stronger and stronger, Tang Wei Hao logically ceded the position of demon hunting squad leader to Chi Fengling. As for Tang Wei Hao's end, he was sort of victimized by himself. In his last life,
He had messed with the zombie emperor himself and was pursued to death by the corpse lord.
Although Chief Fengling's demon hunting squad escaped several encirclements, the corpse lord was still too powerful, and with his many henchmen, Tang Weihao ended up dying protecting himself. On the other hand, Tang Weihao saw Chief Fengling looking at himself with a genuine face, but he was very puzzled. The two people did know each other, but their relationship was not that good, and he was now the one who stood on the side of Lin Hangong. Put your hands down and walk together. We're all good friends. Lyrics. Just as Chief Fengling continued to scan the awakened in front of him, a song that had its own sound and was like an original song reached Chief Fengling's ears. How could anyone play a song on such an occasion? The only explanation is that it was just someone singing. Name, Chief Fengling. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 70/40ths. Speed, 60/40ths. Spirit, 40. Physical, 30/40ths. Chief Fengling's senses were very sensitive, and in a flash, he opened his attribute panel, and could see that his full attributes, surprisingly, had been weakened. Name, Xiao Quan. Race, Awakened. Level, First High. Awakening Profession, Chinese God of Song. Occupational Quality, S. Profile, age 24.
Handsome-looking aspiring young man who loves to sing,
and after obtaining his inheritance, is proficient in any song from the 5,000
years of Chinese history, with a resilient personality and unlimited potential.
Power, 20. Speed, 20. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Song of Excitement. The Chinese God of Songs chants an exuberant song,
which causes all those who hear his song and are chosen by him to have their full attributes boosted, and can wake up part of their confused consciousness. Song of Broken Gothic. The Chinese God of Songs chants a mournful song that causes all those who hear his song and are chosen by him to have their full attributes lowered and can confuse part of their waking consciousness.
Zhou Quan?
This person was the Yuncheng University's famous song king. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't recognize Chief Fengling, and there was no Chief Fengling who didn't recognize him. It was just a pity that in his last life, after the end of the world, Chief Fengling had never heard of this person again. It also looked as if Zhou Power had been devoured by zombies at the beginning of the end times, which was why people like that had gone down in obscurity.
And after reading Xiao Quan's personal information, Chief Fengling couldn't help but be wide-eyed, because this person was really strong. Xiao Quan's power did not lie in his fighting ability, but in his supporting ability, his song, which could raise or lower the full attributes of his teammates or opponents.
The most critical thing is that Xiao Quan's skill is not even a single effect, it is a ranged effect, so it can be said that whoever gets Xiao Quan will get a supporting god.
In addition to the above awakened,
there were 4 other awakened surrounding Chief Fengling, except that their awakened professions were all the lowest priced and they also just happened to gather the 4 professions of Rex, Assassin, Warlock, and Necromancer. At this moment, with the addition of Lin Hangong who had been kicked out by Chief Fengling, there were a total of 13 awakened who had surrounded him, a level 1 peak Lin Navigator, 2 first-class senior Xiao Quan and Tang Weihao, 5 first-level mid-order awakenings, 5 first-level low-level awakenings. What?
Don't say anything. Didn't you say I was unfair? Then what can you do about it?
Twisting his wrist, Lin Hangong said with some pain. It could be seen that Lin Hangong was not in a good state.
Just from the simple confrontation just now,
he had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries.
If these people had not come to help him,
I am afraid that he would not have really been chopped up by Chi Feng in a flexible and raw manner.
Alright, let me try your level. Sniffing, Chi Fengling only smiled faintly, and in an instant,
the one-thought demon sword in his hand converted into the one-thought divine sword.
Boom, boom, boom.
With the sound of explosions ringing out one after another in his ears, Chi Fengling just slightly struck out and easily neutralized the long-range attacks that Huang Lang, Qigong Master,
Zhang Lu, Water Spirit Envoy,
and Tang Weihao, Gun Master,
had called in. Hiss. Ah, my hand. How could it be so strong?
The one-thought divine sword was quickly waved in the air, and several waves of light flew out, and these waves of light also hit a few low-level awakened who were about to attack themselves in an unbiased manner. Chi Fengling's one-thought divine state had already boosted his attack power, and coupled with the fact that the attributes of these low-level awakened were already low, this had caused this.
Nowadays,
scene of sword chi injuring people.
Chapter 86. Come on, roll call. Originally, it was a siege and a group attack, but the unseemly was not a combined enemy. Taking a big plunge,
Lin Hangong didn't even expect that the team of awakened that he was so proud of would be so weak.
What a waste. Everyone, attack with me. After complaining,
Lin Hangong no longer chose to rest, but directly stepped towards Chi Fengling.
Dang.
Woof. It was obvious that this time Lin Hangong was playing for real, and even Lu Lutong, Mad Dog Man, beside him had entered the Mad Dog state.
Ta-da.
Just let go.
You can't. Lyrics. Vine entanglement. Ruthless big hands. Genki bomb wave. Invincible water dragon bubble. At the very center of the battlefield, after Lin Hangong took the initiative to resist Qi Fingling's one-thought divine sword, the remaining awakened ones that were there showed their full strength. In a moment, the songs, steel balls, vines, light waves, water balls, and large hands all beckoned towards themselves, not to mention that the damage of these attacks was not high, but bringing them together really caused not bad effect damage. And that originally injured Lin Hangong. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he even began to glow all over his body. And in this state, he was able to catch Qi Fengling's one-thought divine sword in a steady manner. In less than 10 seconds of work, vines, water balloons, steel balls, and light waves had all greeted him. If he continued to spend so much time with them, it was probably really hard to say whether he would win or lose. Fine. Unexpectedly, then it's not my fault. Fiercely thrusting the one-thought divine sword onto the ground, the energy emanating from the great sword also directly shook everyone, including Qi Fengling, away. With the force of the push, Qi Fengling pulled away from them in an instant, and it was at this moment that a sniper rifle made up of skeletons appeared in Qi Fengling's hands. Fengling student, they are all your classmates, don't hurt their lives. As soon as the big snipe came out, Cheng Nu watching in the distance also exclaimed. In her opinion, their previous fight was nothing more than going through the motions. And now, people might get killed. Only, Qi Fengling cannot have time to pay attention to that woman. Just now she was surrounded when she did not say. They want to counterattack but shouted a voice. Do not know also thought that he is not a student of this school at. On the opposite side of the room, as Qi Fengling pulled out the skeleton bone sniper, all of the awakened, including Lin Hangong, froze for a moment. A gun. It's still such a strange gun. That said, if you get hit by this gun, will you really die? At the moment, I'm afraid that's not what they have in mind. Woo, charge. Just as everyone was watching, that Lu Lutong who was on all fours was barking in a human voice for a moment, and then, he charged towards Qi Fengling in a frenzy. Good, very good, charge me. Seeing Lu Lutong charging over, Lin Hangong was thrilled, because he had just been thinking about what he would use to get everyone to start charging again. Asterisk. Whatever, charge, go, battlefield. As Lin Hangong was the second to charge out, the rest of the awakened also chose to charge. Of course, except for a few awakened that could launch attacks from long range. Humph, out of your depth. Bang. Looking at these alumni who were hostile to themselves, Qi Fengling didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. The gun was aimed at them. The trigger that was pulled repeatedly. Ah, my hand. No, my leg. Ooh wow. Charge. With the sound of the gunshot, the bone bullet that was a shot that didn't miss hit those awakened who rushed towards them, except that Qi Fengling didn't strike them dead, only hitting their legs or hands. Ordinary people's blood was bright red, and so was the blood of the awakened, and their current physical qualities were not up to the point where bullets were invulnerable. At the moment in front of Qi Fengling, all the awakened who chose to charge except for that Lin Hangong fell to the ground and screamed in misery. Don't look at them as college students. But this was the first time they had received a gunshot wound. This kind of pain that drilled into their bones was simply too much for them to bear. Oh, no, there's one other exception, and that's Mad Dog Man, Lu Lutong. Being shot in the thigh, Lu Lutong did not regain his senses, but on the contrary, he became even more ferocious, and it was evident that the wisdom of his eye power had faded again. Bang! Ah woo! My beloved dog! Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah woo! For this kind of human who was equal to a madman, Qi Fengling showed no mercy at all, and after 3 shots, all of Lu Lutong's limbs were hit by bone bullets. Under the special effect of the bone bullet, Lu Lutong lost his strength all of a sudden, and at this moment, he could only collapse on the ground, growling and hissing in place. Looking at the scene in front of them, the 3 people who were still condensing vines, light waves, and water balloons from afar that were instantly stopping their hands because they saw Qi Fengling's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Ta-da! Bang! With the sound of gunshots ringing out again, Tang Weihao, who was struggling to dodge in the distance, was still hit by a shot from Qi Fengling, who also did not expect that. Even at this point in time, Tang Weihao still dared to launch an attack on him, and with this shot, Qi Fengling not only broke Tang Weihao's modified slingshot, but also hit his palm. Qi Fengling, this is not fair. If you are a man, you don't use a gun. Let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Qi Fengling aiming his gun at himself, the Lin Hangong who was in a dilemma at the same place, that was waving his hand in succession. Although he was conceited, he still understood that the damage of a skeleton bone snipe was not something that the current him could carry hard. Fair, don't you think it's funny? Mr. Lin, do you think that 13 against 1 is fair? Also, who just mocked me with an arrogant face, staring at the man in front of him who was looking around? Chief Fengling's eyes were filled with mockery. Humph, Chief Fengling, you actually shot at me. In situ. Lin Hangong was just about to say something, but a bullet accurately hit his palm. The bone bullet sank into his palm and drops of blood fell. Looking at Lin Hangong who was roaring in pain, Chief Fengling then frowned, because for those awakened, Chief Fengling was not thinking of killing them, so he just chose to injure them. As for Lin Hangong, Chief Fengling thought of nothing but killing, so that shot just now, Chief Fengling had struck towards Lin Hangong's head. In reason, that shot should also be a headshot, but that Lin Hangong was able to ghostly block that fatal shot. Can't it be that Lin Hangong's body also has a secret that is not known? What are you guys waiting for? Return fire for me. Seeing that Chief Fengling was still aiming at himself, Lin Hangong then shouted and ran towards the interior of Cloud City University. Yes, he was trying to run away. After all, this was the moment when he really felt death. Bang! What are you waiting for? Come on! Another shot hit Lin Hangong's shoulder, while Lin Hangong, who was eating the pain, yelled at the group of frothing awakened ones. It's just that in the situation at hand, everyone knows that whoever dares to make a move is going to get shot. Bang! Dang! This time, Chief Fengling locked on very accurately and made sure many times. If nothing else, Lin Hangong would definitely get his head blown off. But a strange change still happened. The Lin Hangong, who had his back turned to escape, but suddenly raised his fist, and at that moment a brighter light emerged from his fist, and the bone bullet was actually bounced off by this punch. There was indeed a secret in Lin Hangong's body. And now, the secret was exposed. Chapter 87. You are the Divine Fist, Venerable Master? The heavens and the earth are moving. The gods are coming? That's naturally impossible. Being obsequious and not saying a word? It wouldn't be so unforced. At the entrance of Yunshan University, with Chief Fengling quickly snapping the skeleton bone sniper, soon that Lin Hangong was beaten without the power to fight back. Just when Chief Fengling was about to completely end him with a single shot, a golden light emerged from Lin Hangong's body, and in just an instant, Lin Hangong's aura as a person increased by quite a bit. Human brat, I admit that you're very powerful, but have you ever heard the saying that you should spare others when you have to spare them? After blocking the bone bomb shot by Chief Fengling, Lin Hangong didn't know if he was crazy or what, but he suddenly began to speak strange words. That look was as if he was suddenly possessed by a fairy, or perhaps it would be more apt to describe it as possessed by a ghost. Anyway, it made everyone except Chief Fengling froze in their tracks. Humph. Class Act. Name, Divine Fist Honorable Master / Lin Hangong. Status, Superseded. Race, Meteoric Immortal / Awakened. Occupation, Divine Fist Master. Rank, Level 2 High. Introduction, a meteoric immortal cultivator of several tens of thousands of years. In his lifetime he was a boxing master with extremely high attainments in boxing, and his rank at the peak moment reached the middle stage of the epic class. After his death in the fairy, his residual soul remains in the world. He is extremely confident in the Divine Fist and desires to teach powerful disciples, with an arrogant and conceited personality, and is vindictive. Power, 100. Speed, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 50. Skill, Divine Fist Broken Ancient, wielding a supreme fist. You can strike a fist print that shakes the heavens and earth, and the damage dealt by the fist is increased by 5 times. Currently in a superseded state, unable to use the skill. In this life, it wasn't the first time Chief Fengling had encountered this kind of situation, so he instantly opened the eye of the undead emperor. Sure enough, the Lin Hangong was now no longer himself, but had been replaced by his inherited profession. Replacement? It's an enhancement that's so much better than a takeover, where the person being taken will be erased forever, and it's an extremely evil way to coexist. The person being replaced will only temporarily lose control of his body, which in the end will still belong to his original owner. Looking at the Lin Hangong in front of him, Chief Fengling inexplicably remembered a person from a novel he had read before, and that was Xiao Yan. Chief Fengling vaguely remembered that many times when Xiao Yan was in danger, the medicine old man in the ring would temporarily take over Xiao Yan's body, and in this case, it was commonly known as replacement. But fortunately, this Divine Fist Exalted Master was not as powerful as medicine old man, or rather, Lin Hangong did not get a protagonist script like Xiao Yan's, simply because he had now met himself. And after reading the profile about the Divine Fist Venerable Master, Chief Fengling probably knew why he would fall. An immortal cultivator, arrogant and conceited, as well as Jarius,
Who would fall if he did not fall? It was no wonder that this divine fist exalted master would like Lin Hangong so much. It could be said that the two people's personalities that were the same. Fortunately, Lin Hangong's current strength was too weak, and even if the divine fist venerable master temporarily replaced him, he still couldn't exert much strength. What made Chi Fengling even happier was that it was fortunate that divine fist venerable master couldn't use his skills right now, or else as outlined by that skill, it wouldn't be enough for himself to be beaten to death by him 800 times. Oh, so it's the divine fist venerable master. It's just a pity that I, Chi Fengling, never leave behind an enemy, especially a powerful enemy like you. Looking at that divine fist venerable master who was clearly vulnerable but still pretending to be so, Chi Fengling's eyes that was without a trace of fear. Ha, boy, Yui said that about me? A great power in the immortal cultivation world. The invincible divine fist venerable master. Who doesn't know him? Pure and simple bull asterisk. Chi Fengling was just trying to flirt with him. Then you even know my great name. Why don't you quickly submit? Or else this Cloud City University of yours, I will be able to overthrow it with the lift of my hand. Seeing that Chi Fengling had spoken his name, the divine fist venerable master was shocked for a second before displaying an even more condescending stance. Yes, if at the peak state of divine fist Zunshur, this Cloud City University really gives him practice is not even as good as, although it is not to say that it is lifting the hand to overthrow it, but Ken whack is inevitable. Humph, I'm really convinced, and I'm still honoring my teacher. You can believe me even if I brag? What do you mean by that? It was obvious that divine fist venerable master did not want to believe that he had been tricked. A mere remnant soul, how dare you pretend in front of me? Remember, this is not the immortal cultivation realm, and you're not the same divine fist venerable master you used to be. If you want me to submit, I don't know if you've got the skills. For the words of the divine fist venerable master, Chi Fengling's eyes only disdain. No wonder Lin Hangong's character in the end of the world can become so arrogant. It turns out that this master of his, that is more than ever. Kid, you're really looking for death. Like how you're weak. This father doesn't know that he's already crushed dozens of continents. Holding his head high, the divine fist venerable master simply spoke without hitting a draft. Chow. In the immortal cultivation world, which was equivalent to a territory the size of the entire blue star, he was certainly powerful, but an epic middle-rank immortal cultivator wasn't capable of being in charge of a continent. Was he? So after hearing the divine fist venerable master say that he had killed dozens of people from several continents, Chi Fengling just inexplicably wanted to laugh. It seems that this divine fist venerable master still hasn't accepted the fact that he has already fallen, and it is estimated that it was the same in his last life. Precisely because he looked down on those zombies, he made Lin Hangong choose to do it head-on and hard, and finally landed in a situation where both of them went offline early. What are those two talking about so much? I don't get it. It looks to me as if Flight Engineer Lin has been knocked silly. What? Didn't you guys hear what Chi Fengling said? That's not Lin Hangong anymore. That's the divine fist venerable master. Divine fist venerable master. Can Chi Fengling beat divine fist venerable master? Just watch. It's none of my business. Inside Cloud City University, since the two had been bull ting for too long, this caused the soldiers and students watching from the sidelines to talk, but it was still unintelligible to them. Bang, 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 dang, 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 hiss, phew, kid, you've already managed to mess with this venerable master. If you give in now, it's still not too late. Across the street, after blocking several of his own bone bombs in succession, Divine Fist Venerable Master's hand had begun to shake violently. Even the tone of his speech trembled. It could be seen that the actual situation of him was not as easy as what he said on his mouth, and it was estimated that this second-level advanced grade was just something he pulled out temporarily to bluff himself. As the Divine Fist Venerable Master finished his words, Chi Fengling could even see with his naked eyes that the divine light on Lin Hangong's body had receded a lot, and even that seemingly invincible divine fist seemed to have cracks in it. Pretending. And the deadly kind of pretending. Honorable Master Ha, I can't believe you're so powerful. Let's see how long you can last. For the God Fist Venerable Master's pretentious speech, Chi Fengling was not used to it in the slightest, and raised his skeleton bone sniper and aimed it at his head again. Bang, 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 dang, dang, hiss, 3 shots went down, and Divine Fist Venerable Master barely blocked 2 of them, while the last one still broke his golden light protected fist. Venerable Master. Why are you injured? Aren't you the one who can overthrow several continents with the lift of a hand? Slightly pouting, Chi Fengling spoke that how exasperating it was. Phew, boy, you're really, bang, 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 just kidding. How could Chi Fengling give his enemy a chance to catch his breath? Before the Divine Fist Venerable Master could finish his sentence, several rounds of bone bombs continued towards the Divine Fist Venerable Master's face. This time, Chief Fengling wanted to see how strong his Divine Fist Venerable Master was going to resolve this crisis. Chapter 88 Pleading for mercy doesn't delay the killings. The divine light dimmed and appeared in the flesh, and the golden body broke down and came out of the mortal world. Under Chief Fengling's intensive firepower suppression, the Divine Fist Venerable Master was instantly drenched in blood. His body was riddled with bullet holes, and the light that had coiled around Lin Hangong's body had completely disappeared. Little boy, I'm a Divine Fist Venerable Master. Your world is suffering from invasions from various realms. With your current strength, it's impossible to resist. Seeing that Chief Fengling had stopped shooting, that unbeatable Divine Fist Venerable Master unexpectedly half-kneeled on the ground, spitting blood out of his mouth as he breathlessly spoke to Chief Fengling. In fact, Chief Fengling didn't want to listen to his nonsense, but he had just hit too many bone bombs, and now there were only 3 bone bombs left in the skeleton bone sniper. And these 3 bone bombs, Chief Fengling couldn't just hit them anymore. Oh, Divine Fist Venerable Master. So you're saying that there's a way to stop the invasion of the strongest people from the various realms? Chief Fengling knew too little about dimensional invasions, so he wanted to hear what Venerable Master Divine Fist wanted to say. I don't have that ability. Only, if you can spare me and let me regain my original strength, I can guarantee that within 10 years, no one will dare to invade your Cloud City University. By the looks of it, Divine Fist Venerable Master was a bit conceited, but he didn't like to lie to people. This doesn't interest me. I just need you to tell me what the dimensional invasion is all about. Resuming his icy expression, Chief Fengling raised his skeleton bone sniper once again. Like I said, I really don't know about this, except that the barriers of your world have been breached, and as time goes on, more and more powerful enemies are going to enter your world. Divine Fist Venerable Master also had a temper. If he hadn't been unable to display his original strength right now, this Chief Fengling who was like a mole would have been crushed to death by him long ago. Bang! Ah, kid, what are you doing? Didn't you promise to spare me? After hearing only a gunshot, the Divine Fist Venerable Master, who had once again blocked one of his own bone bullets, was finally unable to lift his right hand. When did I promise you? How do I know? When you recover, will you kill me? Chief Fengling's expression was icy cold. At this moment, it was as if he was the one who looked like an uncompromising villain. Master, I don't want it. What a time to care about your face. Okay. Just as Chief Fengling continued to adjust the muzzle position, the Divine Fist Venerable Master on the ground actually muttered to himself. However, although they were all talking with Lin Hangong's body, Chief Fengling understood that it was Divine Fist Venerable Master and Lin Hangong communicating. Fengling student, I was wrong before. My uncle's death is forgotten. Can you spare my life? On the ground, Lin Hangong slowly raised his head. His teeth clenched and popped, his eyes glared, his eyes force was full of anger. Although he was begging, but it made it look like he wanted to kill. Bang! Principal Chang, Battalion Commander Lu, save me, quickly save me, only to hear another gunshot. The opposite side of the Lin Hangong that was let out a monstrous hiss. Finally, he stopped begging Chief Fengling for mercy. He knew that it was impossible for Chief Fengling to let him go. The only way he might have a chance of survival was to beg Chang Nuocheng and Battalion Commander Lu. Classmate Fengling, look, classmate Hangong has already put aside his revenge for killing his uncle. You're all classmates, so I think you should just spare him this time. Lin Hangong's cry for help was effective, and on the side, Chang Nuocheng, who had stopped for a long time, still opened her mouth, probably because she had other plans, or maybe because she was really kind. Little comrade Fengling, you've already won the contest between the two of you. I see. There's no need to hurt your life. Chief Fengling could see clearly. Battalion Commander Lu was not going to open his mouth, but just a moment ago, he seemed to have exchanged something silently with the Lin Hangong on the ground. It's really ridiculous. Did this Lin Hangong get the protagonist's script? How come he couldn't even kill him with his own gunlock? And there would be so many people pleading for him when he was about to die. Not only that, probably because the two giants, Chang Nuocheng and Battalion Commander Lu, took the lead. Those awakened who had originally been scared by Chief Fengling and belonged to Lin Hangong's camp also struggled to move over. They were all still students, and the end times had arrived not long ago, plus the fact that Lin Hangong might have saved them. At this moment, gratitude might have overcome the fear in their hearts. It's important to kill to establish authority, but if you're too ruthless, will you make everyone fear you? Thinking about this, Chief Fengling turned around, and at the same time, he also put away the skeleton bone sniper in his hand. Seeing this scene,
Most of the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Even the nervous Lin Hangong eased up quite a bit. Only, in the position that Chi Fengling could not see, Lin Hangong but has long since sentenced Chi Fengling to death. This person sooner or later one day, he Lin Hangong must kill. Click. Bang. Just as everyone was relaxing, the retreating Chi Feng suddenly turned around, and the skeleton bone sniper that had disappeared instantly appeared in his hand. Sure enough, everything was just as he thought it would be. Lin Hangong had let his guard down, and his position, still unchanged from just now. Chi Fengling, I won't be a ghost even if I. Puff. On the ground, Lin Hangong, who had long ago had both his arms disabled by Chi Fengling, that was staring with wide eyes. Only at this moment, as he breathlessly finished his words, the luster in his eyes also completely dimmed. Finally, impartially, the shot hit Lin Hangong squarely in the center of his eyebrow, and the huge impact was such that the bone bullet went straight through Lin Hangong's head. In the next second, as Lin Hangong's words completely disappeared, the person's aura also completely dissipated. Yes, Lin Hangong was dead, killed by a shot to the head, a situation where it was simply impossible to resurrect this dead man as a Divine Fist Venerable Master of the Awakening Bead. Ahem. Fengling student, you, what are you doing? Didn't he already admit defeat? Fellow navigator? On the side, Chang Nuocheng, who saw the scene, was also infuriated. She didn't expect that Chi Fengling would really be this merciless. This kind of mercilessness, like it wasn't something that should be there at this age, like it had experienced death countless times. Those present, other than Chang Nuocheng, Battalion Commander Lu, Tang Weihao, and Jiang Lu also reacted greatly. At this moment, Battalion Commander Lu was no longer as relaxed as he was before. He clenched his fists as if he was about to make some kind of decision. It seemed that he had indeed just reached some kind of agreement with Navigator Lin. As for Tang Weihao, his eyes were filled with shock and contempt. He was shocked that Lin Hangong would really die, and he despised Chi Fengling for rushing to his death. But this Jiang Lu is the most special one. At the moment Lin Hangong died, after a moment of shock, her eyes all converged on Chi Fengling's body. That kind of gaze, there is love and admiration as well as respect. Just, Chi Fengling can be lazy to care about them. People are their own kill. Kill is also a pair of pro-uncle and nephew. So what? Whether it was Lin Hangong or Divine Fist Venerable Master, the kind of hostility they displayed, couldn't Chi Fengling sense it? He already had so many enemies. Why would he want to set up another powerful enemy? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling's pace that was more determined. After picking up the one-thought divine demon sword that was stuck on the ground, Chi Fengling walked in the direction of Lin Hangong's corpse. Chapter 89. Good people and bad people are all me. The center of attention of the crowd, Fengling met everyone's gazes and walked towards the corpse that couldn't be dead anymore. In a short distance of a dozen meters, Chi Fengling received fear from most of the people, as well as contempt from a large portion of them. But what could this be? Would someone who wasn't even afraid of bullets, who wasn't even a match for a bunch of awakened ones, be afraid of these so-called spiritual attacks? Slowly walking to Lin Hangong's side, Chi Fengling just silently raised his greatsword, his hand rising and falling, splattering plasma everywhere. Boom! Chi Fengling, you vomit! Chi Fengling's behavior couldn't help but make everyone a little more scared, and quite a few students couldn't help but throw up. At this moment, Chi Fengling was standing next to Lin Hangong. Only now, his head had been chopped off by Chi Fengling's sword. Under the huge force, blood splattered everywhere, and the brain matter exploded everywhere. Only Chi Fengling didn't care about this. He just squatted down on his own, and fumbled around in the fuzzy brain matter of Lin Hangong. Found it. After groping for a while, Chi Fengling finally was able to touch a glass bead-sized orb, and at the moment the bead was taken out of his brain, Chi Fengling also saw a hidden golden light on the bead. Awakening beads? Yes, this is the awakening bead that Lin Hangong swallowed. That belongs to the exclusive inheritance of the Divine Fist Venerable Master. Really did not expect that Lin Hangong is dead through and through. And this Divine Fist Venerable Master also left himself a hand. If someone swallowed this awakening bead again, then the Divine Fist Venerable Master would be able to resurrect as a remnant of his soul once again. Looking at the awakening bead in his hand, if it contained energy, Chi Fengling still decisively suppressed the idea of swallowing it, not because of nausea, but because of fear. This Divine Fist Venerable Master was feuding with himself. What if he took over his body after he swallowed it? Little comrade Fengling, things have come to a head. You should be joining my army now. Just when Chi Fengling was still playing with that awakening bead, to the side came the voice of Battalion Commander Lu. This time, Battalion Commander Lu spoke that without the slightest bit of politeness, as if he had already eaten himself. Only, if at the beginning, Chi Fengling still had the idea of joining the army,
And the actions of Battalion Commander Lu just now had already made Chief Onling completely give up his intention of joining him. His own practical combat experience is indeed rich, and there are some skills, but even if he is reborn in a new life, his ability to play mind games is still not as good as this Lu Battalion Commander. If he follows him, sooner or later one day will fall for his dirty tricks. Battalion Commander Lu is really in a hurry. Just after the death of Company Commander Lin. You've come to recruit me? Aren't you afraid that your soldiers will say something? What Chief Onling said were naturally mocking words, because Battalion Commander Lu had promised to give Lin Hangong a company commander. Fongling, little comrade, that Lin Hangong is not yet a member of my army, and how can we talk about Lin Liancheng? And the army is supposed to be able to. He died in your hands. Naturally he can't, I think. No one will say anything. This Lu Battalion Commander, really skillful. Changsun, lock the door. Yuncheng University won't accept them. Just as Chief Fongling was still exchanging words with Battalion Commander Lu, Chang Nuacheng in the distance gave an order to Rin Changsun. Aunt Shang. Chief Fongling is also from our school, and he doesn't understand why Chang Nuacheng is turning Chief Fongling away. Ren Changsun didn't understand why Chang Nuacheng was turning Chief Fongling away. We, Cloud City University, don't have cold-blooded and heartless people like that, said Chang Nuacheng. Then holding her head, she walked towards those awakened who were injured by Chief Fongling. No, Aunt Chang. I just clearly felt that Chief Fongling has a very righteous aura about her. On the side, Ren Changsun was waving her hands up, looking like she still had some good feelings towards Chief Fongling. Yes, during the battle just now, Chief Fongling had used the one-thought divine sword, a sword that could only be used by those who were single-mindedly righteous, and it was that kind of aura that had gained Ren Changsun's approval. In school, call me Principal Chang, and shut the door. It could be heard that Chang Nuacheng was really angry. In her opinion, Chief Fongling not only didn't give her face, but also abused his classmates. Such a person was something that she, the Light God Envoy, couldn't accommodate. Hiss. Ah, Aunt Shang, you can't overdraw yourself anymore. In that case, you'll die. Seeing Chang Nuacheng's face instantly turn white after using a section of healing techniques, Ren Changsun that immediately ran over. So what can be done? This is the end times. If I don't cure them, they are going to be crippled. Slowly sitting up from the ground, Chang Nuacheng's eyes were misty and she said in a very weak manner. There was some truth in what she said. Although awakened people were much more powerful than ordinary people, low-level awakened people were not too far from ordinary people. It's like a gunshot wound like the one in front of them, and if they don't get medical attention within a certain amount of time, they could literally be crippled as a result. This kind of crippling could indeed be repaired after reaching the Zunshur level, but in the crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world, it was basically impossible for a crippled person to live up to that point, and this was also the reason why Chang Nuacheng was angry, because in this battle, Chief Fongling had not only killed the strongest combatant other than Ren Changsun, but also injured so many awakened, which was a very big loss for Yuncheng University. What are you doing? Don't come in. If you come in again I'm going to make a move. Inside the school, a girl raised the iron rod in her hand. She didn't back off although she was very scared. Name, Deng Jiajia. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, gun and stick instructor. Occupational quality, B. Synopsis, age 23. A college girl who loves guns and sticks. Kind and brave. Power, 15. Speed, 15. Spirit, 15. Physical fitness, 15. Skill, instructor's might. Opponents of lower rank than yourself will invariably fear you when facing you. Deng Jiajia? An awakened from Rin Changsun's camp. Chief Fongling wasn't familiar with her, and it was obvious that she was afraid of herself, but she even dared to guard at the entrance of the school, so it was no wonder that she had obtained the inheritance of the gun and stick instructor. Chief Fongling, what are you doing? Seeing Chief Fongling walking towards him, Ren Changsun was also a little scared. After all, at this moment, Chief Fongling's body still had Lin Hangong's brain matter left on it. Cut the crap. They were hit with bone bombs. It's not easy to take them out. If you want them to really become crippled, or if you want to see your Aunt Cheng overdose, you can just keep stopping me. Standing quietly at the door, Chief Fongling was acting very calm. Inside the school, at this moment, Chang Nuacheng was already very weak, but it was as if she still didn't trust Chief Fongling, and she just shook her head frantically at Rin Changsun. Jia, don't stop him. Let him come in. Looking at her classmate with a pained face, and the incredibly stubborn Aunt Chang, Rin Changsun finally chose to believe Chief Fongling. Treating gunshot wounds? Chief Fongling didn't have this ability. He hadn't obtained the inheritance of being a healer. It was just that the current situation was unique in that they had all been hit by their own skeleton bone snipes, And those bone bullets trapped in their bodies were just enough to be sucked out by virtue of the skeleton bone snipe's passive sucking. Yes, all of this was within Chief Fengling's expectations. He had never come to Yunchang University for those students, but for these awakened ones, and if he wanted to take them in, he had to give them both grace and mercy. Chapter 90 to the top. War is the slaughter of 10,000 people, and peace is the living Buddha. Thank you. Stay back. It's all you. My hand is okay? That hurts. It doesn't seem to hurt as much. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. Thank you for returning the favor. Don't be hypocritical. You killed Lin Hangong. No matter what happens to them, there's no way I'm going to submit to you anyway. On the ground filled with the afterglow of the battle and bloodstains, as Chief Fengling pressed the skeleton bone snipers onto them, the bone bombs that had sunk into their bodies were sucked out one by one. This would not restore the wound so much, but it would relieve most of the pain, not to mention that they were awakened, but their level was still too low, and to remove these bone bullets would still require surgery as per normal. Obviously, the immediate future does not have this condition, and even if they do have surgery, it will take a lot of time to repair, so maybe in their eyes, their life is over. So when they saw that Chief Fengling could easily take out the bullet that had penetrated into his body, almost everyone revealed an unbelievable expression, and everyone's ill will towards Chief Fengling completely disappeared, except for Tang Wei Hao. It seemed that even after being reborn, a person's personality still couldn't be changed. Tang Wei Hao was the type of person who was more gracious. It seemed that his forcible killing of Lin Hangong had a great impact on him. Only, Chief Fengling didn't have the time to care about him now. I'll be honest with you. The bullets in your body are not ordinary bullets, but undead bone bullets. Bone bullets contain decaying substances, and these are something I can't remove. Retrieving the skeleton bone sniper in his hand, Chief Fengling lied with a serious face. There was indeed a difference between bone bullets and ordinary bullets. Bone bullets were bone bullets, and although they did not have gunpowder or heavy metals, they did have the aura of the dead in them. If the bone bomb was kept in the body for too long, the dead spirit aura would gradually make this piece of flesh and blood lose its vitality, and in the end, it would just break down and rot. Sounds scary, but the bone bomb wants to function at least 3 to 10 days, during which, as long as this bone bomb is taken out, the dead spirit breath will also disappear instantly. As for why Chief Fengling said so, naturally, he has his little mind. As expected, after the awakened ones heard Chief Fengling finish his sentence, their spirit that had relaxed was tense again. They looked around and a bit of their lips started to tremble. But don't worry, although I can't take out these decaying substances, but our principal Chang, she's a goddess of light envoy. As long as she's there, hold on for a week, the decaying substances in your bodies will be completely removed. Saying that, Chief Fengling then turned his head towards Chang Nuocheng, and all of a sudden, the two of them were looking at each other in all directions. The first second they looked at each other, Chang Nuocheng's eyes were still disgusted, but it instantly turned into doubt, understanding and appreciation. Chang, Principal Chang, is it true what Student Fengling said? Principal Chang, please, you must save me. Principal Chang, it was all my fault before. It was Airman Lin who saved me. This favor, I have to return it. After Chief Fengling's words, the awakened ones seemed as if they had found salvation as they kept apologizing or expressing their loyalty to Chang Nuocheng. Don't worry students, you are surprisingly the students of Cloud City University, and I am surprisingly your principal. Then I will definitely be responsible for you. That, decaying substance on you guys, don't take a week. 5 days and I'll be able to remove it completely. Chang Nuocheng also reacted fast enough and immediately began to speak along with the words Chief Fengling had thought up for her. As expected, after Chang Nuocheng had compressed the 7 days into 5, and then looking at Chang Nuocheng's weakened body, the eyes of all the awakened were filled with excitement and self-blame. No, wait, little comrade Fengling, what do you mean by this? Didn't you promise me that you would lead the awakened people from Yuncheng University to join the army? Suddenly, Battalion Commander Liu, who had planned to watch the show, seemed to have reacted and interrupted this drama that Chang Nuocheng and Chief Fengling were jointly putting on. Yes, this was an impromptu play put on by Chief Fengling and Chang Nuocheng. Although Lin Hangong died, don't forget that they were willing to take Lin Hangong's side not only because he had saved their lives, but also because they weren't satisfied with Chang Nuocheng's system, and they themselves wanted to join the army. Lin Hangong is dead, they are in a group without a leader. Chief Fengling has been the bad guy and good guy at the same time, but after all, Chief Fengling has just returned to school, and with the scene of the violent killings just now, these people are only afraid of him, and will not serve him. But Chang Nuocheng was different. She herself was the principal of Cloud City University. and she had also obtained the inheritance of the light god's messenger.
And she herself had set an example of dedication to Cloud City University.
The most crucial thing was that all people were afraid of death, and this substance that Chief Fengling talked about that would corrode the flesh was, on the contrary, only solvable by Chang Nuoching.
But solving even if, on the contrary, it will take 7 days, and these troops that arrived from Lu Battalion Commander.
It is simply impossible to stay in Yuncheng University for 7 days. The main reason was because there was not enough food at Yuncheng University.
The second reason was because Chang Nuoching was not welcoming them in the first place. And the last thing was,
it was impossible for the army side to let Battalion Commander Lu bring so many people and not go back for so long. So these 7 days, that is to say, made it clear that it was impossible for them to rejoin the army. And that Chang Nuoching was even more thoughtful. She knew that there was no substantial difference between 7 days and 5 days, but she was now weak, and in this situation she was still speeding up to give them the antidote. Adding to the fact that they were all still students who hadn't gone through the toxic beatings of society,
this kind of selling of misery could easily make them fall for it. And if this went on,
Chang Nuocheng would be able to easily keep these awakened people in Yuncheng University and would be grateful to herself. This mind of Chief Fengling and Chang Nuocheng,
although the classmates could not see it, but how could that long-experienced officer Lu Battalion Commander not see it?
Although he hadn't lost anything so far,
he was unconvinced as to why his 10-pronged reckoning would be completely disrupted by a student who appeared out of nowhere. Battalion Commander Lu, should I help you recall it? What I said seems to be, I haven't graduated yet. I'm afraid that I'm not capable of doing my job in the army. I want to see what Cloud City University says. I think I said that.
Battalion Commander Lu was a bit anxious, but Chief Fengling was calm, because he had never said anything about joining the army since the beginning.
Little comrade Fengling,
you killed Lin Hanggong and injured so many of your classmates.
As I see it, it should be hard for you to mix in Cloud City University. How about joining the army? I can give you, Battalion Commander Lu.
Other children have said that he doesn't want to go to the army yet.
Why do you have to force him?
This time, before Battalion Commander Lu finished his big pie, Chang Nuocheng directly interrupted him.
Chang Nuocheng, what do you mean by this? Are you, Yuncheng University, trying to make an enemy of our military?
At this moment, Battalion Commander Lu had completely lost the idea of peace talks, because he could see that Chief Fengling and Chang Nuocheng were already on the same side. He could only try his best to muddy the water and maximize the benefits now.
Battalion Commander Lu, I don't mean that. I mean, not bad, my Cloud City University, that's what I mean.
Chief Fengling's voice was so loud that it directly covered Chang Nuocheng, who was about to argue something.
Chapter 91. You kill yours. It's none of my business.
Good. That's what Cloud City University is all about.
At this moment,
Chief Fengling's words seemed to have magic power, and kept lingering in Chang Nuocheng's ears. Even that Battalion Commander Lu was shocked for quite a while. He really didn't expect that a student would have the courage to do hard work with the army.
Chief Fengling, right, do you know what you're talking about? Do you want to make the entire Yuncheng University an enemy of the army? Mentioning the army, Battalion Commander Lu was confident again,
as if what he was representing at this moment was the military power of this Cloud City.
So what if I am Battalion Commander Lu? I can represent the entire Yuncheng University, but can you represent the entire army?
Chief Fengling slightly raised the corner of his mouth, as if everything was within his expectations.
Battalion Commander Lu certainly couldn't represent the entire Yuncheng army, because right now,
the communication system of all of China had pretty much collapsed. In the beginning of the zombie outbreak, many officers above the regiment turned into zombies,
and even if they didn't,
many of them were bitten to death by the zombies in the beginning.
It was this that allowed Lu Waste,
a small battalion commander,
to have a voice in the army. Only, Yuncheng's military is not the only one of Lu Battalion Commander's officers, and there are also individual officers who have gained the inheritance.
That kind of officer can be much stronger than the current Lu Waste.
Moreover,
Chief Fengling's memories from his previous life alone could tell that the Cloud City military was not united in the beginning, and there were a dozen or so battalion commanders and company commanders of all sizes, and likewise, the military's power was divided into a dozen or so divisions. For this battalion commander Lu to be able to bring his troops out, his forces in the military base must be pretty empty, so it's unlikely that he'll damage too much here at all. There was also the fact that if battalion commander Lu collected the entire Yuncheng University, then he would get a huge boost in both the number of reservists and the number of awakened ones.
This, however, was something that many officers didn't want to see,
so even if they knew that battalion commander Lu was in conflict with Yuncheng University,
they wouldn't have chosen to support them.
Just these are not the reason why Chief Fengling dared to be so arrogant. After all, but wherever the change to the end of the world before, the army, if you can use nuclear weapons or missiles,
At that time, not to mention Yunchang University, even the entire Yunchang and even Yi province would disappear from China. However, the arrival of the end of the world had favored the scrapping of these ultimate heat weapons, and just yesterday, even the army's helicopters could not be used. Chi Fengling didn't believe that the army would be able to pull out any more heat weapons that could be taken out of their hands now, even if there were more. But so what? Since the outbreak of the end times, the military had taken in many ordinary people, and nowadays, the human race was particularly strong on the military side. Chi Fengling didn't even have to think about it, whether it was in his last life or this one. The number of zombies surrounding the military was the largest it had ever been, and without helicopters and other hot weapons, it would be even more difficult for the military to deal with the zombies. Therefore, synthesizing the above factors, Chi Fengling was certain that even if he declared himself an enemy of the military would not be able to spare the energy to deal with him. You, aren't you afraid that I will mobilize missiles and mobilize bombers to destroy your Yunchang University? Chi Fengling's words were word for word. That pissed off Battalion Commander Lu to no end. Principal Chang, why don't you persuade Student Fengling? We don't want to die yet. Principal Chang, what should we do? How can you watch Chi Fengling go crazy? Principal Chang, otherwise let's make peace with Battalion Commander Lu. I'm sure the army won't kill innocents indiscriminately. Battalion Commander Lu's words were of no use to Chi Fengling, but they scared the students of Yunchang University. They weren't reborn. They naturally didn't know that the military's thermal weapons had been pretty much paralyzed. I believe in Chi Fengling. After hesitating for a long while, Chang Nuoching was looking at the unyielding back with a firm face. She inexplicably felt that this Chi Fengling was not simple. Perhaps only by following Chi Fengling would Yunchang University have a better future. Humph. Missiles? Bombers? Battalion Commander Lu's talk is so scary. If you guys really have these things, why don't you just drive tanks to negotiate? At that time, I'll absolutely raise my hands to surrender. Lu Battalion Commander's threat was only met with Chi Fengling's sneer. Not to mention the tanks. If those heavy weapons were still functional, Lu Battalion Commander wouldn't have brought his soldiers over on foot. Chi Fengling, do you really think that I don't dare to make a move? Kala. Suddenly, Battalion Commander Lu, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly raised his head, and as he let out a violent roar, more than 100 soldiers instantly raised the guns in their hands, and the direction of those guns was pointing at the entire Yunchang University. Humph. Chi Fengling, don't think I don't know that you don't kill those awakened, but it's just because you want to be king in Cloud City. If these bullets can't hurt you, can they not hurt those awakened ones? Do you think that with your strength alone, you can protect all of them? Battalion Commander Lu's expression was icy cold. This was his worst plan for coming to these today. If the peace talks couldn't reel in Cloud City University, he wouldn't mind making an example out of him for a bit. And right now, he just wanted to get his face back. This time, Battalion Commander Lu was really right. He had returned to Yunchang University in order to come and form his own forces. He had killed Lin Hanggong because this person was very strong and would not submit himself. Lu Waste, what are you doing? Do you really want to hurt these innocent students? If you do this, can you justify it on the military side? Inside the school, Chang Nuoching was also a bit flustered. She didn't expect that Battalion Commander Lu would get real. That kid is right. It's true that the military won't help me, but it's also true that the military will definitely not help you. Right now here, I'm in charge. If you still want to keep the living forces of Yunchang University, then submit to me earlier. It's better for everyone. Words to this point, Lu Battalion Commander also do not intend to continue to hide. Those so-called moral righteousness are on the basis of the law is still in force to pursue. Ha. Chi Fengling, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Chi Fengling suddenly laugh out loud, Battalion Commander Lu frowned again, because he always felt that this person was going to take some unusual path. Funny, you kill them. What does it have to do with me? Spreading his hands, Chi Fengling that was a face of disdain and indifference. Aren't they your classmates? Oh, I know. You want to cheat me again, don't you? Tell you. No way. This Lu Battalion Commander was really a bit mentally deranged by Chi Fengling. Facial expression that was becoming fast. Humph. Why would I lie to you? They were just about to kill me. Why should I care if they live or die? If you don't believe me, you can shoot me now. See if I'll stop you. Only, Chi Fengling remained calm. If there was tea and smoke now, Chi Fengling could act more relaxed. Chi Fengling, you licking dog. I knew you didn't have good intentions. Chi Fengling, if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Student Fengling, what do you mean by this? Could it be that Cloud City University? And these classmates, aren't your friends? This time, not only the students, even Chang Nu watching was puzzled. She felt as if Chief Fengling really didn't care about their lives and deaths. On the side, Battalion Commander Lu was taking it all in, and for the first time, he also felt that there would be such a person that he could not see through at all. Chapter 92 Ling Xiao Sword Saint. Run Changxin. To laugh wildly before a battle is arrogance. To laugh wildly after a battle is relief. Laughing maniacally during wartime? I don't understand it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Inside and outside of Cloud City University, when everyone was at their most tense, a loud nonsensical laugh then came out from the mouth of a youth. The youth was no one else but the focus of that crowd. Chief Fengling. Chief Fengling, what are you laughing at again? What exactly do you mean? Do you really think that I don't dare to shoot? Aside, the uncertainly happy and angry Chief Fengling had long since pissed off Battalion Commander Lu. It could be said that as long as Chief Fengling dared to taunt one more time, Battalion Commander Lu would really dare to order the shooting. Of course not. Lu Battalion Commander, you want to shoot. You can shoot but what? Seeing that there was a twist in the words, Battalion Commander Lu's spirits were lifted once again. But well, Yuncheng University is my alma mater after all, and they are also classmates with me. If you dare to shoot, Battalion Commander Lu, then don't blame me for shooting too. Saying that, Chief Fengling's face sank for a moment, and at that very moment, that skeleton bone sniper was once again summoned by Chief Fengling. Dang! Boom! Fengling student, be careful. Cough. Just as Chief Fengling was concentrating on confronting Battalion Commander Lu, the sound of energy wave impacts came from the side, followed by Ren Chengxin's anxious shout. As Ren Chengxin's voice looked on, Chief Fengling's face that was even more ugly, because at this moment, Ren Chengxin was half kneeling on the ground, holding the ancient sword that had been completely broken in his hand, and across from Ren Chengxin were the Black Force and White Force Vajra with black and white light emanating from their entire bodies. To be honest, when he said those words, his own attention was also distracted to Ape Lu and Brisk Lu. It was just that Chief Fengling didn't expect that the two of them would condense a wave of energy light in such a quick instant. That attack just now, one could have dodged it, but the price was that one might be injured. Chief Fengling also didn't expect that Ren Chengxin would react so quickly, and would also stop that blow for himself at the expense of his own injuries. You too, are you looking for death? Originally Chief Fengling did not want to make an enemy of these two awakened, but now, Ren Chengxin had been injured in order to help himself, and these two had just really tried to make a move towards him, so there was no need for him to show any more mercy. Chief Fengling, what do you want? Don't think I don't know. You still care about those classmates. As long as you dare to move, then I'll let them shoot too. Seeing that Chief Fengling took out a large sword that glowed with two colors of light, and also stared straight at the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki, Lu Battalion Commander was so anxious that he directly put out harsh words. It seems that Lu Ape and Lu Brisk should be somewhat related to Battalion Commander Lu, or rather, Battalion Commander Lu only has these two awakened now, and he doesn't want to damage these two main combatants. Lu wasted. I said, you can shoot as much as you want, but as long as the gun goes off on your side, I can guarantee that your head is going to blossom as well. Chief Fengling is not intimidated, and with this situation in front of him, he really can't admit his weakness. Do you think, the two of them, can also carry the skeleton bone sniper? This is not Chief Fengling bragging. According to the attributes of the skeleton bone sniper, as well as his own current physical quality, Chief Fengling can guarantee that ordinary awakened people below the third level can't take a shot from himself. Battalion Commander, I'm fine. Battalion Commander, I'm not afraid to die. This Lu Ape and Brisk finally spoke, but this kind of words, Chief Fengling didn't want to hear them say yet. Alright, shut up. You guys aren't afraid to die. I am. On the side, Battalion Commander Lu was also a bit speechless, because he understood that Chief Fengling really dared to shoot at him. Well, Chief Fengling, we each take a step back. None of us will shoot today. You let those uninjured awaken come with me, and let this matter go. What do you think? This Lu Waste is also a fine. On his lips he said that each of us will take a step back, but in reality, he didn't give in at all. Battalion Commander Lu, do you think it's possible? I still say the same thing. I'll shoot if you dare. If you think your life is worth it in exchange for theirs, then let's try whose gun is faster. While Battalion Commander Lu played rogue, Chief Fengling played hard. An ordinary person's life, compared to the lives of dozens of awakened people from Yuncheng University, was certainly not worth it, but that was all an outsider's view. He became a battalion commander. He wanted to take in Cloud City University, but he just wanted to make a better life for himself. If he really died like that, it really wasn't worth it. However, he had prepared for this day for so long and had lost so much face in front of the soldiers, and he didn't want to give up on it. Feng student, don't be like this. It's not easy for the students to survive the end of the world. It's really not worth it if they die just like that. Just as Chi Fengling and Lu battalion commander were in a sword fight, Ren Changsun, who was resting on the side, slowly got up and said, Wait, Chi Fengling, why don't we variously step back again? I see. Lu Ape, Lu Brisk and that girl doll have about the same fighting strength. How about you let them continue to compete? Whoever wins, listen to who. How about it? Seeing Ren Changsun speak, Lu battalion commander's head meloned that was suddenly thought of something again. Not good. Battalion Commander Lu, do you think I'm stupid? Their current physical condition, is it comparable? Just Chi Fengling could see at once that this Lu waste was trying to take advantage of the situation, and was still trying to change the topic on this. Fengling student, I'm willing, just let me compete with them. You, ha ha ha, Fengling little comrade, the person in question has agreed. How bad is it for you to stop again? Don't worry, there won't be any deaths. Seeing Ren Changsun agreeing, Battalion Commander Lu was finally revealing a long-lost smile. Putting the decision in someone else's hands? Born again, Chi Fengling is not willing to do such a thing, but then again, Chi Fengling also does not want to really come to a death with Lu Battalion Commander. Besides, if Battalion Commander Lu can be a scoundrel, why can't he be? Turning his head in confusion, that Ren Changsun was revealing a confident smile. Is it possible? Does this Ren Changsun have any hidden tricks? Name, Ren Changsun. Race, awakened. Introduction, age 23. Confident girl who has obtained the inheritance of the Sword Saint. Has an extremely high talent for learning. Proficient in the Lingxiao sword technique. Single-mindedly righteous and cynical. But simple-minded and a bit brain-dead. With unlimited potential. Grade, level 2 low. Awakening profession, Sword Saint of the Sky. Occupational quality, SS. Power, 50. Speed, 50. Spirit, 35/50ths. Physical, 30/50ths. Skill, Lingxiao Sword Qi. Lingxiao Sword Saint's body contains powerful sword qi, and every time he attacks, he can strike a sword wave of a certain length. Lingxiao Righteousness. Lingxiao Sword Saint is a righteous sword saint. Evil does not invade, and he is not affected by the power of darkness, and when facing enemies of the dark camp, his battle strength is improved. Lingering Waltz? Is this the strongest person of Cloud City University? The Lingxiao Sword Saint. From the previous life? The same inheritance was obtained on the 7th day. And for Ren Changsun to be able to reach the rank of second level low level with just his own abilities was truly impressive. However, the current Ren Changsun, without her ancient sword, would she still be a match for the Black Power and White Power Vajra duo? Chapter 93 The Sword Saint who was a newcomer to the world. A level 2 powerhouse was as terrifying as this. Is this the confidence of a level 2 powerhouse? Obviously she was injured. Obviously her weapons were broken. Obviously her opponent's strength was still justified. But where did she get her confidence? Little comrade Fengling, I think, it seems like you're not qualified to make decisions for others. Seeing that Chi Fengling was still thinking, Battalion Commander Lu on the side finally couldn't help himself. It was as if he had grasped the key to victory. Or perhaps, he really did have great confidence in Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. Good. Surprisingly, Battalion Commander Lu was willing to bet with Ren Changsun. Then I'm happy to watch. After being silent for quite a while, Chi Fengling was the one who raised her head again, a mesmerizing smile appearing on her face again. In just now, Chi Fengling still figured out that being in the end times, it was never about whoever had the hardest fists and whoever spoke, not whoever had the sense to speak. If Ren Changsun wins, then all will be happy. If Ren Changsun loses, then he will lose. It is Ren Changsun who is betting, not himself. Just when the time comes, he may have to lose a little bit of his reputation. Little comrade Fengling, we can agree that it's them who are competing. No matter what happens during that time, we can't even make a move. On the side, Battalion Commander Lu only looked at Chi Fengling's expression strangely. He only thought that Chi Fengling was the one who could possibly play a black hand, but he didn't expect that Chi Fengling didn't intend to abide by the rules of this tournament to begin with. Chi Fengling, my ancient sword is broken. Can you lend me your precious sword? Just as Chi Fengling was concentrating on confronting Battalion Commander Lu, Ren Changsun's voice came quietly from the side. Borrowing a sword? What's wrong with that? The one-thought divine demon sword was recognized as its master. Even if Chi Fengling gave it to Ren Changsun to use for a year, this divine demon sword would still end up listening to himself. Take it. Chi Fengling didn't care what the expression of Battalion Commander Lu on the side was anymore, and casually threw the one-thought divine demon sword into Ren Changsun's hand. Ding! Oh! Panting slightly. If Chi Fengling hadn't known that Ren Changsun had taken the one-thought divine demon sword, this voice would have been misunderstood by anyone. At this moment, just at that instant when Ren Qingxin's hand touched the one-thought divine demon sword, the divine demon sword that was still glowing with purple red and gold green light, all of a sudden that was a golden light that flourished. That brilliant golden light completely replaced the purplish red glow on the sword in just a moment. Wow! From the time Qi Fengling had gotten his hands on the one-thought divine demon sword until now, he hadn't seen the one-thought divine sword emit this kind of light. It seemed that the justice within himself, the one-thought divine sword, was just very condescendingly recognized. As the one-thought divine demon sword was completely converted into the one-thought divine sword, the radiant golden light was even more continuously surging towards Ren Qingxin's body. This process Qi Fengling understood that Ren Qingxin was about to get her first temporary skin. In the next second, Ren Qingxin's dark hair began to turn golden green, followed by the pupils of her dark brown eyes. As the light completely cleansed Ren Qingxin's body, Qi Fengling could see that those scars on her body from practicing with the sword also disappeared in this instant, and even her skin was much whiter. Just when Qi Fengling thought that the transformation would end here, the set of clothes on Ren Qingxin's body unexpectedly changed as well. Sweatshirts turned into robes, casual pants turned into long skirts, the robes exuded hidden wisps of light, and the long skirts were windless in the air, but they did not expose private parts at all. Was this the true Ling Xiao sword saint? If you compared it that way, the previous Ren Qingxin was nothing more than a fallen swordsman. However, on what grounds? The one-thought divine demon sword was clearly his own weapon. So why didn't he give himself a different set of clothes when he used it? It had to be made to look like a beggar. Wait, that's not fair. Boom, boom. That battalion commander Lu was also sharp-eyed. The moment Ren Qingxin's appearance changed, he shouted out. Although he couldn't see other people's attributes, he could feel that Ren Qingxin's aura had obviously gotten stronger after getting the weapon. Only, Ape Lu and Brisk Lu didn't have as much heart as battalion commander Lu, and when they saw that Ren Qingxin was ready, they directly hit the energy light wave. But unfortunately, the wave of light that could have easily crushed the ancient sword, that was simply blocked by the one-thought divine sword. Battalion Commander Lu, people don't say anything themselves, I guess. You're not qualified to make decisions for others. Probably Battalion Commander Lu didn't even expect that the mocking words he said would be said back in such a short period of time. As it was, good. We'll wait and see. Being said so by Qi Fengling, and then looking at the three people who had already fought, Battalion Commander Lu couldn't say anything else, and could only put all his expectations on the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. Aha! Ahem! Only to see Ren Qingxin's sword slashing towards the two men's stance as usual. Originally Lu Ape thought that the sword could still be blocked by him. Only this time, the divine sword not only easily broke the barrier on his wrist, but also sank into his flesh. Zip! Divine sword trapped in Lu Ape's skin and flesh, like the sound of roasted meat nuisance. Originally is the black-powered diamond Lu Ape. At this moment that is painful. You, let go of my brother. Originally, Lu Ziki, who was hiding behind Ren Qingxin, had already stored up his strength for a good strike, but seeing how hard Lu Ape was acting, Lu Ziki also had to stop his hand movements. Out of concern for his brother, Lu Ziki suddenly gave a violent cry, and his body was directly in a wide-open fight toward Ren Qingxin. Such an attack may seem intimidating, and it was indeed intimidating, except that it was effective for the weak, but for the strong, as long as they only lost 200, they could kill 1,000. Seeing Lu Ziki's intimidating appearance, Ren Qingxin had to put away the divine sword that was suppressing Lu Ape and backhandedly block the Yixin divine sword in front of himself. It was a pity that although Ren Qingxin had obtained the inheritance of the Ling Xiao sword saint, and was still higher in level than them, and even held a divine weapon in her hand, it was a pity that she had too little experience in actual combat, and such an obvious opportunity for victory was hard for her to miss. You too, what are you waiting for? Give me a fight. Aside. Seeing that Ren Qingxin still had the advantage, Lu Battalion Commander then shouted, but, well, okay. In front of them, Lu Ape and Lu Ziki hesitated for a moment, and after sighing, the two of them still nodded their heads to each other, and immediately afterward, the two of them unexpectedly held hands and began to rotate in place. Under the strange movements of the two, the black and white rays of light on their bodies unexpectedly began to merge, and in an instant, above the heads of the two, a black and white combined Vajra seemed to be about to form. What are you still waiting to do? Quickly interrupt their combined skills. On the side, Qi Fengling, that is to see the real heartbreaking, really want to be on their own. This Ren Qingxin's real combat experience is really low. What rules to follow at a time like this? Do you have to wait for the others to finish their skills? Row. Only after Qi Fengling's reminder did Ren Qingxin show a wide-awake expression, and immediately afterward, she rushed towards the two of them with the one-thought divine sword, mixed Vajra barrier. However, just as Ren Qingxin acted, The forward swing of the skills of the duo of Ape Lu and Brisk Lu passed, and Chi Fengling could see it. At this moment, in front of Ren Chengsen, then a huge Vajra void appeared, but the Vajra void didn't attack. It only trapped Ren Chengsen firmly inside. Is it? Chapter 94 Waltzing in the Sky. Is it? Could what? Even if again could not. Chi Fengling is not clear. This so-called hybrid Vajra cover is a thing. At this moment, Chi Fengling could only see that as Lu Ape and Lu Ziki continued to rotate their bodies, the barrier where black and white met was rapidly merging, and the space that was shrouded was also rapidly shrinking. Is it? Well, Chi Fengling knew this time if it was anything, these two should be trying to trap Ren Chengsen inside this barrier, and then use some special means to defeat Ren Chengsen. Little comrade Fengling, remember your promise. Oh, we can't even make a move. On the side, seeing Chi Fengling's eagerness to try, Battalion Commander Lu came to urge again. In fact, Chi Fengling was just looking very anxious, but did not want to go up to help the intention, because Chi Fengling also did not know what Lu Ape and Lu Ziki two people want to do. He naturally will not take his own life to risk. As for Ren Chengsen, she was one of the few SS awakened in Yunchang. If she really died young here, it would only prove that her ability was not working. As for herself, she would definitely drive away Battalion Commander Lu in the name of revenge. Another point was that, in the current Cloud City University, Chang Nuocheng represented its spirit, and Ren Chengsen represented its force, and with the two of them, it might be really hard for himself to obtain Cloud City University. However, Chi Fengling wasn't so narrow-minded. This idea was just a plan after the worst. If Ren Chengsen really died, he couldn't immerse himself in this endless sorrow. Click, click, classmate, you are really great, but sorry. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ape in the mixed Vajra shield but suddenly said. There was no joy on his face. There was a kind of helplessness and regret. Lu Waste, you asshole, how could you? Fengling student, I beg you. You must go save Chengsen. The occurrence of the scene made Cheng Nuocheng, who was on the side, directly shouted out, and it was the first time Chi Fengling had seen that Cheng Nuocheng would act so flustered. It would be strange for Cheng Nuocheng not to be panicked, and at this moment, Chi Fengling also had a panicked and furious expression, because just a moment ago, Lu Ape and Lu Ziki had actually pulled off a grenade each. A grenade? Yes, it is a grenade, a weapon that explodes instantly and has an extremely high killing range. Chi Fengling did not even expect that Lu Ape and Lu Ziki would use this trick. However, looking at the emboldened appearance of Lu Ape and Lu Brisk, Chi Fengling could probably tell that this mixed Vajra shield should allow them to circumvent the damage of the grenade. However, Ren Chengsen was different. She was only a second-level low-level awakened person and didn't have any defense gear. It was estimated that if these two grenades went down, Ren Chengsen was afraid that she would be left with no bones left. It wasn't that Chi Fengling didn't want to help. It was just that the speed of the grenade's explosion was too fast, and he wasn't sure that he would be able to defeat this mixed Vajra shield. And even if it can really be broken, Chi Fengling doesn't dare to guarantee that Lu Ape and Lu ZZ have any other weapons, and when the time comes, he himself will also fold here, and that won't be fun. Principal Chang, don't beg him, he won't go. Let's go save Chengsen. That's right, it was Sister Chengsen who saved me from the mouth of the zombies. I'll fight to the death to save her. Principal Chang, leave it alone and let us go. During the entire process, Chi Fengling didn't say anything, but the students beside Cheng Nuocheng were very excited, and they inspired each other to go and break into that mixed Vajra shield hard. Cheng Nuocheng, you'd better make your classmates stop, or else I can't guarantee that the bullets will not hit them. Seeing that the awakened ones were about to act, Battalion Commander Lu that was speaking again. Bang, 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 only hearing a few gunshots. Battalion Commander Lu that was picking up the pistol on his waist and firing a few shots into the sky, while in the next second, he was aiming his gun at the awakened ones inside the school. It was certain that as long as Battalion Commander Lu shot at those awakened, those soldiers would not hesitate to shoot as well, and then it would really just be a one-sided slaughter. Everyone, stop right there. Battalion Commander Lu, your bullets don't have eyes. My bone bullets don't have eyes either. If you really dare to shoot, you'll also die here today. First he paused the hesitant awakened. Then Chi Fengling aimed his skeleton bone sniper at the Battalion Commander Lu in front of him. Didn't we agree? No one can go and help. Look how good this is now. Because of his family's relationship, Lu Waste has been smooth sailing since he was a child, and it has never been others who have gone along with him. And today has been the most suffocating day for him. And he never thought that there would be someone who would make it so difficult for him, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart and the embarrassment on his face. Battalion Commander Lu that was once again brought up the rules before the competition. However, Chi Fengling stopped paying attention to him and instead turned his head,
once again focusing his attention into the mixed Vajra shield.
At this moment, because of the continuous spells cast by the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki, the range of that barrier had already been compressed to 5 meters, and Chi Fengling was also able to see clearly that Ren Shengsun had tried to leave many times, only that the power of this barrier was something she couldn't break for a while. Boom! Boom! Finally the time was still up, only to hear 2 loud bangs. Inside the barrier that was fire, smoke and dirt in the sky, grenades in the restricted space, but also to play the ultimate energy. The breeze was slight, the waves of fire brushed against their faces, and the location where the 3 of them had fought was blown out into a 3-meter crater. With this kind of damage, even Chi Fengling, who was immune to cannonballs, was afraid that there was no guarantee that he would be able to walk away in one piece. Dang! Dang! Click! Click! Ah! Ah! Put! Put! Originally, Chi Fengling had already prepared how to tear his face off with Lu Battalion Commander, but in the midst of the ashes, there was the sound of a fight, and the sound of Lu Ape and Brisky too being beaten and spitting blood. Is it? Could it be that Ren Shengsun is still alive? Could it be that remnants of souls like those of the Divine Fist Venerable Master also exist within Ren Shengsun's body? At this moment, not only Chi Fengling, but everyone focused their eyes on the center of the smoke and dust. Through the eye of the undead emperor, through the dirt and dust that had been raised and not yet fallen, Chi Fengling could only see a golden figure suddenly appearing and suddenly disappearing beside Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. And along with that figure, every time it appeared, wounds cut by sharp swords would appear on the 2 of them, Lu Ape and Lu Brisk. However, right now, the sword wound was only secondary. On that Ape Lu and Brisk Lu duo, it was still mainly the marks from being bombarded by artillery fire, and by the looks of it, their mixed Vajra shield couldn't completely protect their well-being. Wait, who's that? Chi Fengling was mesmerized as she watched, when suddenly, a figure that appeared out of thin air. She was wearing a Taoist robe and a long skirt, holding a long sword that glowed with golden light. Her hair was a bit messy, and her face was covered in dust. Although her appearance was somewhat wretched, Chi Fengling could be certain that she was the desperate Ren Shengsun. Name, Ren Shengsun. Race, Awakened. Level, Grade 2. Middle Order. Awakening Profession, Sword Saint of the Sky. Occupational Quality, SS. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Spirit, 50-70. Physical, 40/70ths. Skills, Lingxiao Sword Qi, Lingxiao Jingqi, Lingxiao Waltz. Lingxiao Sword Saint enters an egoless state, during which he cannot be selected and does not take any damage, and in the process he will keep appearing in the enemy's periphery, dealing 10 defense ignoring attacks. So, who's the lead? Chapter 95. I'm informing you. On the 18th day of the end of the world, obtaining the SS inheritance, getting embraced by a whole lot of people, and raising his level to the 2nd level of the middle order, as well as possessing a particularly powerful skill. Isn't this the protagonist? For a second, Chi Fengling thought that he had traveled inside a group novel, where anyone could be the protagonist in general. However, envy was envy. It was just that Chi Fengling didn't resent it very much. Ren Shengsun could win and was still good for himself. At this moment, Ren Shengsun, holding the one-thought divine sword in his hand, stepped on Lu Ape's body with one foot, condescending to him and pointing the sword at his throat, as if the next second, Ren Shengsun would have cut him down on the spot. Speak! Although he only said 2 words, it showed the domineering spirit of the Ling Xiao Sword Saint. You are strong. Kill me. But can you spare my brother? At Ren Shengzhen's feet, Lu Ape didn't cry for mercy but closed his eyes, hoping that Ren Shengzhen could kill him then spare his brother. Ah! Puff! On the other hand, seeing his brother going to his death, Lu Ziki got up with great difficulty and swung his fist towards Ren Shengsun. But such a slow movement was easily dodged by Ren Shengsun, who also kicked Lu Ziki to the ground with a backhanded kick. Ren Shengsun's movements were done in a single breath, and when the smoke and dust completely dispersed, Battalion Commander Lu did not see the divided Ren Shengsun, but instead saw the woefully dying Lu Ape Lu Brisk and the 2 of them. What? How can that be? How can she be alive? Battalion Commander Lu, please abide by the rules before the competition. If you dare to move around, don't blame my bone sniper for not being able to see. Battalion Commander Lu was flustered and turned around, about to charge over there. Only this time, it was Chi Fengling's turn to confront him. Shengsun, don't kill them. Preserving Yuncheng University is the key. On the side, just as Chi Fengling and Lu Battalion Commander were in a tense confrontation, Chang Nua Chang was the one who suddenly came. Ah, yes, young student, don't be impulsive. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Chang Nuacheng's words seemed to make Battalion Commander Lu grab onto a life preserver in the falling water, causing him to keep leaning upwards. Good. Wanting me to release them is fine. However, your army must immediately withdraw from Yuncheng University, and can never hit Yunshan University again. After thinking for a while, Ren Chengxin that was instantly made this request. Shouldn't have left the decision up to them. Is that what a winner demands? It's as if it's like an enemy invading your home, and after you've desperately defeated them, all you're asking for is for them to leave. And that's just verbal assurances. Good. Yes, Lu Waste, will do what I say, as long as you are willing to let them go. Lu Waste, will never hit Cloud City University again. Sure enough, Lu Battalion Commander, as if he had heard some good news, immediately agreed to do so. That way, he was afraid that Ren Chengxin would regret it. Alright, you two go. Seeing that Battalion Commander Lu agreed and still had a serious expression on his face, Ren Chengxin actually did retract the one-thought divine sword that was stabbing at their necks. Cough cough. Thank you. On the ground, Lu Ape stood up with difficulty, holding the seriously injured Lu Ziki and walked over in the direction of Lu Battalion Commander. Swish! After only hearing a sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air, in the next second, the one-thought divine sword that had been in Ren Chengxin's hand instantly flew into Chi Fingling's hand, and the golden-green luster that originally represented supreme radiance was instantly converted into a purple-red color at this moment. Perhaps the difference between justice and darkness was too great. This time, Chi Fengling only felt as if the fuchsia glow of the one-thought demon sword was even more demonic. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would just retreat? The incident happened suddenly. When Battalion Commander Lu reacted, Chi Fengling was already holding the one-thought demon sword against the necks of Lu Ape and Lu Brisk. Made a deal? Who said goodbye to you? Battalion Commander Lu. It seems like I never said I would let you guys go. Playing with the one-thought demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling's face was a playful expression. Well, Chi Fengling, you say it. What do you want? To let them go. The first second he heard Chi Fengling's words, Lu Battalion Commander that was looking up at Chang Nuochang. But this Chang Nuochang has turned his head. Pressure does not give Lu Battalion Commander the opportunity to look at the other side. Ren Chengxin, but still because of the loss of the divine sword, a face of confusion. There is no way. Lu Battalion Commander can only then and Chi Fengling to make conditions. Them? No. There's you. Chi Fengling was a bandit, and as he spoke, he aimed his skeleton bone sniper at Battalion Commander Lu. Chi Fengling, what do you mean by that? Don't you want their lives anymore? Teeth clenched and popped, Lu Waste never thought that he would one day be pitted by a person so miserably. Battalion Commander Lu, your memory is really bad. I don't seem to have said since the beginning that I want them dead. It's fine. You let your soldiers shoot. I'll shoot too. And when that happens, you'll all meet in hell together. Raising his head and grinning, Chi Fengling said the most ruthless words in the most flat tone. What do you want? To describe Lu Battalion Commander's state in one sentence. That is, he is now already red warm. Ha 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 ha. Battalion Commander Lu, Chi Fengling, am not an indiscriminate killer either, and I'm happy for no one to die. It's just that our Cloud City University is fine. It was just invaded by you guys. You fired a few shots and left, but we still have to stay here. Chi Fengling now. That was both able to say straightforward words as well as beating around the bush. Chi Fengling, just say what you want. Don't beat around the bush with me here. No. Battalion Commander Lu still couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. Battalion Commander Lu was really painful. I don't need much. Look, they're shooting in bombs here. The zombies must have heard the sound and come over. We're all still unarmed students, so I was wondering if Battalion Commander Lu could keep half of his troops here to help us through this crisis? Drunkenness. Impossible. They are my soldiers and my life. Want to leave them behind. Unless I die. This time, Lu Battalion Commander that is refused very decisively, without a hint to give Chi Fengling to take this opportunity to negotiate. That's also true. The 100 or so people that Battalion Commander Lu brought this time are the elite of his army. If he leaves half of them here, when he goes back to the army, he won't be able to do this. Battalion Commander Lu, don't be so agitated. Since that's the case, let's use your words. We'll each take a step back. You can take all the soldiers away, but leave half of the weapons, and all of your food, so that we can defend ourselves against the zombie wave that's about to hit us. Keeping people is all an excuse. This is Chi Fengling's real purpose, and this is the charm of words. This is like selling something, first raising the price, then reluctantly lowering the price. Can Battalion Commander Lu not understand this? They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing chatty? Humph. Chi Fengling, the zombies were pretty much wiped out by us along the way, and even if I left my weapons behind, you guys wouldn't be able to use them. I think you'd better change your terms again. Suddenly thinking of something, Battalion Commander Lu instantly came back to his feet. Battalion Commander Lu, don't you understand your current situation? I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. To be honest, what Battalion Commander Lu said was still somewhat reasonable. It's just that right now, the truth was grasped in Chi Fengling's hands. Chapter 96. This is the pattern. A soldier may be killed, but he must not be dishonored. A general may be destroyed, but he must not regain his master. Chi Fengling, you can kill if you want to. I, Lu Ape, am not someone who is afraid of death. Moreover, you don't want to use my life to intimidate the battalion commander. Battalion commander, leave us alone. We're both too dead to die. Chi Fengling's request was indeed over the top, which also made Lu battalion commander think about it. But it was just that this Lu Ape and Lu Brisky duo, but they were agitated. The two of them held each other up, their words impassioned and as if they were at home in death, saying that they were about to embrace the one-thought demon sword in Chi Fengling's hand. These two are both Hans. If they could submit to themselves, Chi Fengling would not be honored, but it's just a pity that their minds are on Lu Waste. Surprisingly, Chi Fengling would not deliberately bypass their lives because they were Hans. During the whole process, Chi Fengling that did not move the slightest bit, because if they died in this way, it would be suicide, and have nothing to do with themselves at all, and those things they asked Battalion Commander Lu to ask for would not be reduced by the slightest bit. Enough, you two stop, if you dare to die, the old man will never forgive you in this life. Just when Lu Ape and Lu Ziki two people want to wipe their necks together, that Lu Battalion Commander but shouted out. That look on Battalion Commander Lu's face was truly unmistakable, as if these two awakened who had lost their human appearance were not his soldiers, but his sons. Chi Fengling, I promise you that as long as I can fulfill your demands, you will let us go, right? Seeing that the two were no longer seeking death, Battalion Commander Lu however turned around and looked at the bland Chi Fengling with a serious face. Aha! Okay, listen up teams 1 and 2, put down all your weapons, and everyone else, leave whatever food you have on you. Even after Chi Fengling gave such an ambiguous answer, Battalion Commander Lu still chose to believe him, and at this moment, Chi Fengling couldn't even understand whether Battalion Commander Lu made this decision because he was afraid of dying himself, or because he wanted to protect his soldiers. Battalion Commander, you can't do this. These weapons are the life of our 3rd Battalion. Without them, what will the 3rd Battalion do? Yes, Battalion Commander, the big deal is to fight them. I don't believe that Chi Fengling isn't even afraid of grenades. Battalion Commander, I'm not afraid to die. Big deal. We'll fight him. Rarely, this time, Battalion Commander Lu's soldiers didn't follow his orders, and they had this stance as if they were going to fight with Chi Fengling and the entire Yun University to the death. The soldiers' impromptu performance had really startled the students of Yunchang University, and even that Chang Nua Chang was a bit flustered. It was just that the entire time, no matter what the soldiers acted like, Chi Fengling was as calm as ever. And that raised one-thought demon sword and skeleton bone sniper didn't have a single tremor. Chi Fengling's performance, that was taken in by Battalion Commander Lu. After looking at Chi Fengling's last glance, he still secretly shook his head. That's enough. Shut up all of you. The life of our 3rd Battalion has never been about those weapons or those so-called ranks. It's about you. It's about each and every one of your soldiers. Without weapons, so what? As long as there is a day that I Lu Waste in, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will not suffer. Even if it is death, I Lu Waste will also die in front of you. Alright, now everyone, do what I just said. Battalion Commander Lu's voice wasn't very loud, but it silenced all the soldiers. Is this the power of pre-war mobilization? On the side, Chi Fengling who heard the words of Lu Battalion Commander was also inexplicably a bit angsty. If he was a soldier of Lu Waste, then he would also choose to follow this ordinary battalion commander. Kala, Kala. Once Battalion Commander Lu's words came out, the soldiers really didn't say anything more, and after finally caressing their weapons, they still placed them carefully on the ground, as well as the few food items they had on them. Battalion Commander Lu, tell your soldiers to retreat 10 meters and I'll let them go. It wasn't that Chi Fengling didn't trust Lu Waste, but Chi Fengling had fallen for too many tricks. Everyone, fall back. This time, Lu Waste also stopped breaking bread with Chi Fengling and directly gave a new order to the soldiers. Alright, you guys go. Retrieving the one-thought demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling still somewhat helplessly let go of the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. Chi Fengling was really surprised that Battalion Commander Lu would act so gentlemanly. Just now Chi Fengling had thought about it. As long as Battalion Commander Lu was angry or backtracked, he would take the opportunity to increase his demands. The whole army, retreat. When Lu Ape and Lu Brisk returned to the army, Lu Waste did not say much at all, and directly gave the order to withdraw the army. The whole army lined up and stepped away with great vigor. Although Chi Fengling hadn't been able to see with his own eyes what they looked like as they trooped to Yunchang University,
He had seen their backs as they withdrew, and it was no wonder that these were the only ones who dared to show their heads at Yunchang University.
Little Comrade Fengling, the last position of the troop.
Lu waced but suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at this youth who made him suffer with a smile on his face.
Battalion Commander Lu. What? Is it unconvincing? AI. Small comrade, do not be excited. I Lu waste to you. Admire to the point. Will not have other plans? See Chief Fengling to raise the gun. Lu Battalion Commander that is even waved his hand said. Oh, then does Battalion Commander Lu have anything else? This time, it was Chief Fengling's turn to be confused. Little Comrade Fengling, today's invasion of your Yunchang University was indeed ill-considered by me, and I wonder if these weapons and food can serve as my apologies to you? Slightly lowering his head, Battalion Commander Lu looked sincere. Battalion Commander Lu, what do you mean by that? Not only Chief Fengling, including everyone from Yunchang University looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Battalion Commander Lu, who was unbeatable 10 minutes ago, would act so lowly at this moment. Fengling little comrade, I have no other meaning. One more enemy is better than one more friend. I think, if in the future you, or Yunchang University want to cooperate with the military, please be the first one to consider me. Lu waste, I absolutely treat you with sincerity. Was this the pattern of a battalion commander? At this moment, Chief Fengling really had to face up to this ordinary person in front of him. This battalion commander Lu really has a pattern. If it were anyone else, he would have lost so much preparation, gone through so much effort, and lost so much face. Not to mention laughing, not cursing would have been good enough. And this Lu waste, not only did he not get angry, but in the end, he made use of the weapons and food that he was bound to lose, and made friends with Yunchang University. Ha. Battalion Commander Lu is so bold. I'm honored to work with Battalion Commander Lu. The so-called reaching out does not hit a smiling person. This reasoning Chief Fengling still understands. Moreover, it was true that he still didn't know much about the military, and this Lu waste was even willing to befriend himself, so why wouldn't he be happy about it? Good, little comrade Fengling, we'll see you later. Sniffing, Lu waste also smiled faintly, and said no more stops, turned around and his troops slowly disappeared in Chief Fengling's field of vision. Chapter 97 Cloud City Pigsty. Brother Fengling, come with me. They're all here. On the campus of Yunchang University, a female student was holding Chief Fengling's arm with a flattering face. This female classmate still had some good looks. Her face value could barely be considered medium, and Chief Fengling didn't show any intention of refusing. She just followed the girl's steps towards the school grounds. Campus. On this land that he had set foot on again, a dead memory also surged into Chief Fengling's heart. If the end times hadn't happened, what exactly would one have become? Was it an honest graduation and then being Zhou Ying's licking dog for almost 10 more years? Brother Fengling, what's wrong with you? We're here. Oh, the classmates are all inside. The female classmate clamped her voice. Her voice sounded a little soft, and this was finally what woke Chief Fengling up from his memories. Jiang Lu, just call me Chief Fengling. I'm not your Fengling brother. Skimming off the girl's hand that she held, Chief Fengling then walked slowly towards the building. Jiang Lu? Yes, the girl was the one named Jiang Lu. The female awakened, the water spirit envoy who had fought Chief Fengling not too long ago. Just now, after Battalion Commander Lu's troops had completely left Yunchang University, Chief Fengling, on the other hand, wanted to enter Yunchang University to take a good look. It was only because of his own cold-blooded behavior that all his classmates showed alienation towards him. Even that Ren Xingxin was not good enough to show himself favor. Just when Chief Fengling helpless, Jiang Lu that is alone to welcome up, in all the contemptuous gaze, she that is slowly took Chief Fengling's hand. Then what happened later Chief Fengling didn't know. He didn't know how those weapons were disposed of, and he didn't know if they picked up the food. Just those. Chief Fengling didn't care. Right now, what stood in front of Chief Fengling was a large 5-story building. The construction of the building was very trendy and the scale was even grand. If you didn't go in to see it, you would even think that it was a large shopping mall yet. Unfortunately, this was not a shopping mall, but the cafeteria of Cloud City University, built precisely in these 2 years. And rumor had it that the cafeteria, in its full open state, could accommodate all the students and teachers of Cloud City University. Also, the most important thing after the arrival of the end times is food and water. However, what Chief Fengling didn't understand was that a place like the cafeteria should be the place where the zombie outbreak was the most intense. And the cafeteria had a lot of space and not much cover. Chief Fengling didn't understand how they drove the zombies away from here. Squeak. Doubtful. Chief Fengling still pushed open the door of the cafeteria. Ahem. Cold. I'm cold. No, don't touch me. It hurts. Hungry. Somebody give me a bite to eat, and I'll do anything he wants. Sister Jen. Who is he? Can you let me join the Cloud City University escort guard as well? Yes. Is it Principal Chang and the others who are back? Did they bring back any food?
As Chief Fengling pushed open the door of the cafeteria, a completely different scene came into Chief Fengling's eyes.
Here. Where is this clean and hygienic cafeteria?
I'm afraid it's worse than a pigsty.
The surviving more than 2,000 teachers and students of Yuncheng University, all crowded inside the cafeteria.
Because of the large number of people and other reasons, the cafeteria's sanitary environment is particularly poor, and even in some corners, you can still see the excrement. In addition to those, garbage and food scraps are also everywhere, and the lack of air circulation in the place has led to the smell of the place that is very unpleasant. Looking again at the students huddled here, some were in groups of 2 or 3, some were in clusters of a dozen, and some that were alone in place. Because of the long-term hiding here, most of the students' spirit has been a little out of order, coupled with the long-term hunger. Many students that have been made unrecognizable, and after seeing Chief Fengling and his duo come in, all eyes converged over, but after seeing that the two were not carrying any food on their bodies, all of them that were humming individually again. So what could be done about it? They looked pitiful, and Chief Fengling didn't look much better. Because of the battles along the way, Chief Fengling didn't have a single piece of good cloth on him, but this was just good. Thanks to the fact that no one was disturbing them, Chief Fengling was also able to concentrate on searching for the person he wanted to find in the crowd. Brother Fengling, who are you looking for? I'm familiar with this place. Let me help you? Seeing that Chief Fengling was looking for something, then Jian Lu instantly embraced him and said with a tender face. This appearance of Jian Lu also caused many students to converge their gazes over, because in their eyes, Jian Lu was the noble awakened, and they all relied on these heavenly favorites to survive. Looking for someone? Yes, Chief Fengling was looking for someone. Looking for the one person that made him want to see the most back at Cloud City University. After the outbreak of the end times in the last life, Chief Fengling was not in Cloud City University, and later, Cloud City University gradually became strong in the hands of Ren Chengxin. It was just that this goodness didn't last long. Because of Lin Lei and Wang Rulong joining forces, a large number of Cloud City Universities awakened were damaged, and in the end, even Ren Chengxin died with Wang Rulong, and at that time, Chief Fengling hadn't returned to Cloud City University yet. And as for these past events about Cloud City University, they were all told to him by the people from the Demon Hunting Squad. The Demon Hunting Squad that Chief Fengling was in. Together with Chief Fengling himself there were a total of 6 people, 4 of which were all from Yuncheng University. One of them was the former captain of the Demon Hunting Squad, the Gun Master, Tang Weihao. Tang Weihao Chief Fengling had met him, but the current him, his preconceived notions about himself were too great, and he was unable to communicate with him for the time being. As for the remaining 2 people, they were also from Yuncheng University, and both of them were also awakened. But no matter whether they were in Lin Hangong's team or Ren Chengxin's team, Chief Fengling did not find those 2 people. Could it be that in this life, the 2 of them didn't become awakened, or that they died early at the beginning of the end times? Long Baiyu, Wenchen Zheng, do you know them? After scanning the weak or to no avail, Chief Fengling still had no choice but to turn his head and speak to Jian Lu. Long Pakyul? Wenchen Zheng? Do we have these 2 people in our school? Listening to this, Jian Lu also had a puzzled look on her face. It seemed as if she didn't know who these 2 people were. That's also true. Cloud City University plus the teachers have a total of more than 10,000 people. Plus every year there are old classmates leaving and new classmates joining. Where would anyone really know everyone now? Then, all the awakened people from Cloud City University. Are they all out there? Only, Chief Fengling still didn't want to give up the search, because this 2 people in the previous life were sacrificed for themselves. What they owed them was really too much. Chapter 98 Dragon Lady Pakyul. I came again across my body in death, but you were nowhere to be seen in this life. Fengling here, take this. This will definitely come in handy. Brother Zhang, where do you still have the energy to refine talismans? These won't be. Take Prayut and go. If you don't go, it'll be too late. No, I can't. Chang, I won't leave you behind. Roar, get lost. My essence blood has been used to refine those 2 talismans. I'm already bound to die, but I don't want to see all of our demon hunting squad die here. Zhang, Prayeth doesn't want to see you die. Be obedient. Your brother Fengling will definitely protect you. Chief Fengling, I'll leave poor Yul to you. If you let her get hurt, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Boom, roar, damn zombies, come on. Your grandpa Zhang, the civil servant, is not afraid of you. Memories gradually flooded into his heart.
Chi Fengling only felt as if he had been dreaming, but that was the reality that had disappeared. In his last life, Wenqin Zhang was the equivalent of a support master in a demon hunting squad, and his awakened profession was Talisman Heavenly Master, inheriting a handful of Chinese universal talisman refining. What boosts strength, increases speed, restores spirit, increases physique, inflicts damage, etc. Anyway, anything that can be said, Wenqin Zhang can draw. Only, at that time, the demon hunting squad, the opponent was the entire zombie army led by the Corpse Lord, not to mention the endless tide of zombies. The single Corpse Lord alone is the 6 people cannot match the opponent. On the way to escape, the people of the demon hunting squad also died one after another in front of Chi Fengling. Wenqin Zhang, as a talisman heavenly master, his own fighting strength was still too weak. Many times, the people of the demon hunting squad were injured trying to protect him, and in the end, Wenqin Zhang had condensed all of his life force into the talisman, and this was one of the keys to Chi Fengling being able to die with the Corpse Lord in the end. Dusty memories are like the tide. Once the tide comes up, it won't subside in a short time. It comes in waves, constantly washing over the dry land of memories. Although the tide will certainly subside that day, but at that time, the wet has been spread all over the place where the tide had roamed. That is, thoughts. Ha 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 ha. Chi Fengling, flee. Why don't you escape? Today, you're finally going to die in my hands. At the top of the canyon, the Corpse Lord was standing at the highest point, looking at the man and woman at the bottom of the canyon with a face of contempt. The man was Chi Fengling, who had awakened the demon hunter profession, and the woman was the only girl in the demon hunter squad. Long by you, a zombie emperor, to kill me and use so many of your men, and to use schemes. I, Chi Fengling, look down on you. Good, then I'll satisfy you. Today, I'm going to personally abuse you and that dragon girlfriend of yours. In that battle, the sky was dark, the earth shook, and the battle between the 3 simply caused the canyon to crumble. Anon, the giant dragon roared, stepped on clouds and breathed fire, and its aura was a long rainbow. Dragon warrior woman. This was Long Baiyu's awakened profession. And as for why Long Baiyu was able to take on the form of a red dragon, it was because the demon hunting squad had once hunted a fire-breathing red dragon. It was just that even the red dragon that had shaken heaven and earth was nothing more than a wounded bird in front of the zombie emperor at this moment. Within the canyon, the Corpse Lord was riding on top of the red dragon's head, the sharp nails that were constantly piercing into the red dragon's head. On the ground, was the beaten and dying Chi Fengling. At the moment, Chi Fengling could only watch. The zombie emperor step by step abused the red dragon. Long Baiyu. On, Fengling, in this life, I long Baiyu. As if already feeling that his life has come to an end, the red dragon that has lowered his head, in the tone of a giant dragon, slowly squeezed out a few words. No, don't. In mid-air, the dragon form Long Baiyu hadn't even finished his sentence, but the Corpse Lord's sharp claws suddenly became longer, and just for a moment, the red dragon's head left its body. Boom! Hot blood fell like rain, and when the blood dripped on the dead wood burned directly, and the flames were like the flames of hell, dark and unquenchable. Is this what happens when a dragon dies and all things perish? Ha 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 ha. Chi Fengling, cry. Dare to steal my Corpse Lord's opportunity. This is what you'll get. But don't worry, I'll savor your body and let you die without any regrets. Beneath the giant dragon, the Corpse Lord opened his hands and let the hot blood drip down onto his body, accompanied by the red dragon's blood sprinkled all. That huge want to also be corpses fell down with a bang. The Corpse Lord even revealed a perverted maniacal laughter. Prayut. You. Suddenly, the headless body of the red dragon moved, and under Chi Fengling's astonished gaze, the red dragon's heart flew out by itself. Dragon blood baptism? The so-called dragon blood baptism was to bathe in dragon blood, a situation that would give that person some of the power of the dragon blood of the original dragon, and that was the reason why the Corpse Lord would be so maniacal. But, not everyone knows that the best way to be baptized in dragon blood is to be baptized in the heart blood of a dragon. However, if you want the heart blood of a giant dragon, it's very difficult, because giant dragons are generally unyielding in death, and by the time you decapitate a giant dragon, its heart blood has long been used up. Only this wasn't what surprised Chi Fengling the most. What surprised Chi Fengling the most was that on this red dragon's heart, there was even a glittering talisman wrapped around it. It turned out that Long Baiyu had never used the talisman that Wenqin Zhang had given him in the end, and this was what Chi Fengling finally realized. Later on, under the double boost of dragon blood and talisman, Chi Fengling's strength was drastically increased, reaching a point where he could fight the Corpse Lord head-on. At the end of the day, Chi Fengling fought with everything he had and came to an end with the Corpse Lord, and at that moment, Chi Fengling closed his tired eyes. Only when he opened his eyes again, he returned to his hut in Cloud City, and this was the last memory of his last life, about Wenxin Zhang and Long Baiyu, and this was also what Qi Fengling experienced before he was reborn. Brother Fengling, all the awakened people from our Cloud City University are outside. What? Is something wrong? On the side, Jiang Lu's shout once again pulled Qi Fengling back from his memories. Jiang Lu stared wide-eyed and pouted, doubt written all over her small face. Although it was obvious to see that she was pretending to be adorable, her expression didn't lie. Could it be that, in this life, neither Long Baiyu nor Wenxin Zhang had obtained the awakening bead, or had they died in the mouths of the zombies long ago? Vomit! What a smell! It smells so bad. Needless to say, it must be that fishy ugly girl. Ouch! Why isn't she dead yet? I'm going to be smoked to death. Just as Qi Fengling was still immersed in sorrow, a strange stench drifted over. And of course, there were also the tirades of her classmates. Although the cafeteria is now stinky, you can barely get used to it after staying there for a long time, but the smell of fish is unbearable. Fishy ugly? In an instant, Qi Fengling looked like he had thought of something, and sought out the stench and headed upstairs. Chapter 99 I'm your Fengling brother. The post-apocalyptic period of fighting side by side and suffering together allowed Qi Fengling to know a lot about her past. Long Baiyu comes from a small village around the Cloud City. That village seems to be called the Defeated Dragon Village. She has no parents. I heard that she is still being picked up by the grandparents of the child. It is this reason, so that Baiyu was born with low self-esteem. Not only that, but on Long Baiyu's face, there were fish-like scales, which made her look like a monster. As a girl, Long Baiyu was also very hygienic, except that the fishy odor on her body was innate and could not be washed off no matter what. Even if you spray perfume, don't take 2 hours for the perfume smell to be completely covered by the fish odor. It is the above total reasons that make Pakyu become the alien in the class, and become the object of everyone's dislike. If everything goes on like this, Long Baiyu will still be the same girl with low self-esteem and no one to talk to, but the arrival of the end of the world has changed all that. Who would have thought that the girl with fish scales and a fishy smell would awaken the powerful dragon lady warrior profession after the arrival of the end times? Long Baiyu and Qi Fengling said that before the end of the world, everyone used to call him fishy ugly girl, seeking the smell and pushing away the students who blocked the way. Qi Fengling then came to a corner on the second floor of the cafeteria. Or it could be said that this corner was originally a garbage heap on the second floor. Isn't he Qi Fengling? It's been 10 days. Where did he appear from? Qi Fengling? You mean the biggest lickspittle in junior year? What else? There could be a few more named Qi Fengling in our school. What's he doing here? I feel like he's looking at that fishy ugly girl. An ugly girl with a licking dog. What a perfect match. Shoo, keep your voice down. Look behind Qi Fengling. Isn't that Lord Jiang Lu? Wow. It's an awakened one. Ugh. Why is she following Qi Fengling? Shut up all of you. With Jiang Lu scolding, those students who were chewing on the ground finally shut up. It looks like just these 10 days have made a huge difference in the relationship between classmates. Once the end of the world came, friends turned into zombies, those who had never seen blood, guts, heads, and even death that was everywhere. It was these sudden fears that made these ordinary students afraid to go out. It's just that they have to live, and the food they need to live comes from the desperation of the awakened. And it's precisely for this reason that the awakened status is so high among their classmates. Brother Fengling, is she Long Baiyu? Seeing that Qi Fengling had been staring at the girl curled up in the corner, Jiang Lu also finally knew who the person Qi Fengling was looking for was. In fact, if Qi Fengling had said that he was looking for the fishy ugly girl, she could have led the way over herself, because the smell had annoyed her for a long time. However, at this moment, Qi Fengling that was simply ignoring Jiang Lu, only looking at the poor girl in front of her with a heartbroken face. Long Baiyu family conditions are not good. She is a semester on those clothes washed and changed. Changed and washed. It is difficult to imagine. Our 2035, there will be people wearing sewing and mending clothes, and the girl, wearing this kind of clothes. At this moment, Long Baiyu, he did not know what was left on his clothes. It looked yellow and had an inexplicable nausea. Her hair has been completely lumped together. Her face around the fish scales also flowed out of the blue nuisance water. Her arms and calves that are completely exposed. Just above that is a blue and purple. Should be a lot of beatings. At the moment her body was shaking. Probably from hunger or fear. She didn't dare to look up or even move significantly. She was probably afraid that the smell would get out. Don't hit me. I won't shake. I'm wrong. Under the crowd's disdainful gaze, Qi Fengling that was over to hold Long Baiyu's shoulders. But this time, it was so that Long Baiyu kept begging for mercy. Bo Yu, don't be afraid, it's me. It's your Fengling brother who's here. Gently turning Long Baiyu's head,
Chi Fengling showed his rare gentleness.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know you. I don't have any brother. I'm fishy ugly girl. I deserve to die. Only, Long Baiyu, however, didn't dare to look at Chi Fengling yet, while she kept shaking her head and tried her best to turn her head away. At this moment, Chi Fengling's anger that was at the extreme point. Which person will be born to dislike themselves, say their own bad? It is estimated that after arriving at the end of the world, these so-called classmates forced her to say, Bo Yu, look clearly, I am your Fengling brother. Chi Fengling didn't care about that much and directly wrapped Long Baiyu in his arms. In that moment, Long Baiyu was struggling hard, as if she was afraid what this strange boy would do to her in general. It was just that after a long time, the strange boy didn't do anything, didn't hit her, just kept her as warm as he could. Out of illusion and out of hope, Robakwako slightly raised the half of his face without fish scales. It was her. Although she was in such a sorry state at the moment, although she was no longer beautiful at the moment, Chi Fengling recognized her at the first glance. She was the Long Baiyu who had silently guarded her in her last life. Name, Long Baiyu. Race, human. Profile, age 22. A human girl with dragon blood, lacking the awakening gene of the dragon race. Unable to show her dragoness form, with a fishy stench and fish scales on her face. If she fails to awaken the complete gene at the age of 25, she will be devoured by the dragon's blood and die. She is innocent and kind, and she is devoted to others. Power, 3/5. Speed, 1/5. Spirit, 2 of 5. Physical, 1/5. Skills, none. It was possible that the memory would misremember, but the undead emperor's eyes would not lie. This Long Baiyu in front of him was really the one he was looking for. It was just that it was the first time Chi Fengling had seen that there were people who would be dissatisfied with their strength and speed without being cursed. Brother Fengling? Thank you, but I really don't recognize you. After seeing Chi Fengling's handsome face, Long Baiyu that was quickly lowered his head and spoke very carefully. Yes, Long Baiyu is a sophomore this year, and he himself is a junior. And before the end of the world, the two did not have any interactions. As for the name of fishy ugly girl, Chi Fengling did not understand it, and it was ridiculous to say that before the end of the world. Chi Fengling's eyes were only on Zhouing, a woman. Therefore, the title of the #1 dog licker of Cloud City University wasn't called for nothing. It's alright, don't be afraid. From now on, we know each other, and from today onwards, no one will dare to bully you. Wrapping his arms around this scared girl, Chi Fengling's tone was firm. But, why is it that everyone is surviving according to normalcy, but not Long Baekyul? According to normal, shouldn't the current Long Baiyu have already obtained this inheritance of the Dragon Lady Warrior? Brother Fengling, you quickly stop hugging. Let me take Sister Boyu to clean up properly. Chi Fengling was also a bit surprised. This Jiang Lu not only didn't leave, but also walked beside them. This moment, not only Long Baiyu, everyone on the second floor was shocked. They really didn't understand how this disgusting and ordinary girl had gotten the attention of Chi Fengling, the awakened one. Trouble, this is for you. Gently handing Long Baiyu over to Jiang Lu, Chi Fengling that was casually pulling out 2 pieces of clothing from wherever Savvy was. Chapter 100 Kill all those who don't kneel down. I was in distress, but you gave me back my face in full bloom. On Chi Fengling's side, Jiang Lu's face was originally very plain, but when she saw Chi Fengling take out these 2 extremely exquisite clothes, the adoration in her eyes that was even more genuine. Just on the side, Chi Fengling was frozen. He didn't really understand what it meant to give a girl beautiful clothes, especially in such a harsh environment. Chi Fengling just felt that Jiang Lu had helped herself so much and didn't mind Long Baiyu at all. So even if there were clothes, what would be the harm in giving one to Jiang Lu? Whoa, I didn't see it wrong. That's Urban Decay UGG? I know that dress. It's so expensive. I heard a shawl costs more than $200,000. Wow. Envious. Wait, didn't you guys notice how that Chi Fengling pulled out that dress? Yeah, it seems to have appeared out of thin air. It can't be. Is this Chi Fengling also an awakened? The students were talking very quietly, but the eager gazes couldn't be hidden. But Chi Fengling didn't care what they said. He just silently stood guard in front of the locker room. The locker room wasn't big. It was previously a place for employees to change clothes, except that by now, it had become a symbol of having status. Ah, my hand. Don't pull it, I'll just give it to you. Please give me this can. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Bauer, didn't you say you'd always spoil me? I'm so hungry now. Can you give me that piece of bread to eat? Get lost. Don't touch me. If I hadn't broken my leg to save you, I'd be an awakened now. This was given to me by the awakened lord. No, I won't give it. Upstairs, just as Chi Fengling was still concentrating on waiting,
The originally fairly quiet first-floor cafeteria made a big noise, and as time passed, the noise seemed to slowly transform into a brawl. Girls, it takes a little time to clean up. And thinking of this, Chief Fengling, like some of her classmates, gathered in the corridor to watch the play. At this moment downstairs, the scene that is very chaotic, students or teachers, has completely forgotten the previous etiquette, that is no regard for the face, but also do not care about the lightness of the hand in the first floor of the melee up. This time, they fought not for gold, silver, and jewels, nor for their dear friends and lovers, but for a loaf or two of bread, and a can or two of canned goods. Yes, Chang Nuwatching and his group had finally returned to the cafeteria as well, and naturally they had brought back, along with what Battalion Commander Liu had left behind, the little food that was left. Chief Fengling also didn't know what they were thinking, and directly spread the food on the floor of the first floor, and it was for this reason that those students who had been starving for a long time had a seizure. Food. There's food. There's food on the first floor. Jesus, that's canned meat. Get down there. Maybe we can grab it too. Ugh, don't push me. Don't push me. Ah, don't have eyes. You stepped on me. Don't step on it. My tummy's going to wear out. The house is leaking. The strife downstairs wasn't over yet, as the students upstairs finally saw the food on the floor, along with some of the students who were gobbling it up, hunger overwhelming them to calm down. Boom, boom, ah, food. I want food. Things had gotten more and more uncontrollable. The fourth and fifth floors were fine, but on the second and third floors, there were even students who chose to jump straight down. All at once, death spread through the cafeteria, and the gore calmed some and maddened others. Class, calm down. It's all going to be there. Everyone's going to have food. Let him go. Let him go. Or I'll do it. Changsun, you are all awakened. Quickly, don't hurt the other students. Of course, things had gotten so big. Chang Nuwatching of course had to step in to stop it. Just that, the strength of their 30-odd people, in front of the chaotic crowd that was insignificant, and there was also the fact that, their means of stopping it was too gentle. In fact, there was a way to calm the crowd down, and that was, an even bloodier suppression. Just by looking at that Chang Nuwatching's appearance, she clearly didn't want that to happen. Someone might ask, Cloud City University is still the same Cloud City University. Chief Fengling just came here. So why would what happened be different from the last life? That's certainly different. In this life, Cloud City has changed too much. The zombies have inexplicably disappeared, which has allowed students who shouldn't have survived to do so. And the result of this is that food that might have been enough to eat in the last life is no longer equitably distributed in this one. Chang Nuwatching was soft and hesitant. Ren Chengtsen was young and ignorant, and when faced with this situation, they certainly didn't know how to handle it. Maybe it was okay for that Lin Lei to be alive at this time, because Chief Fengling could be sure that Lin Lei would definitely be much more ruthless than Chang Nuwatching. Downstairs, as Chief Fengling continued to watch, the chaos had been elevated to another level as the students from upstairs continued to pour down, and the first floor had reached the point where it was shoulder to shoulder. And this situation did not happen for the better because of the large number of people, as some of the students got food, which made the other hungry students go into an even more frantic state, and they started to violently strike out at the people who blocked the way. At this moment, the so-called gentlemanly demeanor has long been gone. Usually how polite, now hid how very much. And upstairs, there is still a steady stream of students jumping down. Now, they might not be dead, but the students they smashed into didn't feel so good. This scene made Chief Fengling think of a creature. That is, a zombie. Yeah, what's the difference between such a classmate and a zombie? No humanity for the sake of food. Auntie Chang, what should we do? We can't hold out much longer. Yes, Principal Chang. A lot of students are fighting. Principal Chang, should we? Let's give them the food we have on us as well. There are other sorrows and dark hatred, but at this time no sound is better than sound. The awakened man was also kind. After all, they had put in a lot of effort, and before they came in, each of them had some food stashed in their possession. Maybe out of weakness. She on the other hand wanted to give away her share of the food, but to say something like that at this point in time would be like showing drugs in front of a junkie and flesh and blood in front of a walker. The chaotic crowd froze for a moment at the same time the girl finished that sentence, and in the next second, those students who were far away from the food and close to Chang Nuwatching and the others actually put their gazes on the group of awakened ones. The wolves found the lambs. That's how Chang Nuwatching felt right now. She had never felt that her classmates, whom she treated with sincerity, would look at them like this. What should we do? Auntie Ching, they're coming over. Principal Chang, or let's withdraw. We can't control this scene anymore. Principal Chang, hurry up. They're so scary. The crowd was gathering. At this moment, Chang Nuwatching was already a bit dumbfounded. Her state was a bit disoriented. The feeling was as if she had already lost her sense of hearing and sight. She could only vaguely see that the crowd was pushing their way further. And she could only see that the mouths of the students around her were opening and closing. But she had no idea what they were saying. She felt her body being pulled outward by her classmates. She didn't understand what she was going to do. She just felt as if what she had held on to was gone. She was lost. She didn't know what to do next. No, wait. In the midst of the confusion, on top of the second floor, a figure was as calm as if all this hubbub had nothing to do with him. Is it him? Was it that Chief Onling? Why was his body the same as that of an ordinary classmate? But why was it that one could feel incredibly safe in his body? Ha! Well, Chang Nuoching opened her mouth. She wanted to speak, but for some reason, she only felt that something was stuck in her throat, making her unable to speak. She wanted to reach out but she felt that she couldn't exert a bit of strength in her body. Upstairs, although Chief Onling didn't move an inch, all the happenings were caught in his eyes. And naturally, Chief Onling also saw Chang Nuocheng, who was open-mouthed and wanted to speak. Only, Chief Onling did not speak either. He just stared tightly at Chang Sun's eyes. At this moment, both of them did not speak, but it was as if they were communicating thoroughly again. Come out, my warhorse. It's time for you to taste the flavor of human blood. On top of the second floor, after staring at Chang Nuocheng for 10 seconds, Chief Onling that was directly choosing the undead summoning. Phew, after only hearing a tearing horse whistle, a warhorse made up of skeletons and covered in flames appeared in front of everyone out of nowhere. Boom! Only to hear a loud bang. Chief Onling that is a leap across the flaming skeleton horse, with a person and a horse heavy landing, to the flaming skeleton horse as the center. The nearby 3 meters of crazy classmates will all be trampled to death. Not only that, because the people were too close to each other, the flames from the flaming skeleton horse instantly burned onto the nearby students. Ah, the fire, how did it start? Ah, it's hot, skeleton, is that a necromancer? This domineering entrance of Chief Onling finally calmed down some of the students. Only, even with someone dying, the students still hadn't completely calmed down. They were still grabbing food for themselves, grabbing it and eating it straight away, not grabbing it and doing it and not grabbing it and killing people. At this moment, as if those 10 years of cultural education had been ruined, what difference was there between this look, and the beast, and the zombie? Aunt Shang, that's Chief Onling? Why is he abusing his classmates? Aunt Shang, should I make a move? Aunt Shang? As the only level 2 awakened in the entire room, Ren Shengsun naturally spotted the flaming skeleton horse and Chief Onling who were killing the crowd. Out of that righteous heart, she wanted to step in, because in her opinion, the Chief Onling at this moment was the devil, a devil who wanted to kill everyone. Just to her side, the sacred Aunt Chang in her heart had regained consciousness, and Aunt Chang, who should have been the first one to stop Chief Onling, unexpectedly stood motionless, just watching her classmates die in front of her eyes. Is it? In an instant, a bad thought floated into Rin Qingsun's mind. That is, Chief Ongling's abusive behavior was approved by Chang Nuocheng. Pant. Among the crowd, it was also the first time Chief Onling had seen the flaming skeleton horse so happy. Even the unquenchable flames on its body burned even more vigorously. Yeah, don't you forget what Chief Ongling's awakened profession is. It's the undead emperor. What the undead emperor is the supreme ruler of the undead realm, and the undead, by birth, are the mortal enemies of the living creatures. As for the zombies, they were already dead things. They were creatures that had traveled to the undead realm and had been specially resurrected. To be precise, the zombies might or might not be under the management of the undead emperor. At this moment, Chief Onling was holding the one-thought devil sword in his hand, and the unquenchable flames were actually burning above the one-thought devil sword. And with every swing of Chief Onling's sword, several students would die tragically at Chief Onling's hands. Bang, bang, bang. Listen up. I'm only going to say this once now. Either put the food down and kneel on the ground obediently, or die. Glancing at Ren Shengsun's hostile eyes, Chief Onling still stopped killing and raised his skeleton bone sniper to bang 2 shots. Phew, you be quiet. There will be plenty of opportunities later on. Only, Chief Onling was stopping, but the flaming skeleton horse under that crotch was restless. It galloped as if it was going to crash into the group of tasty humans alone. Don't kill me. I won't eat. Devil, I'll fight you. Who am I to listen to you? Now, no one is going to let me starve. No one. Only, Chief Ongling's words didn't have much effect, or maybe it was because the students were really hungry and scared. Some of them really knelt down. Some of them still kept grabbing for the food, while some of them actually chose to rush towards Chief Onling. Good. Watch out. Those who didn't kneel down. You can kill them all.
Chief Fengling certainly didn't want to talk nonsense with them. After jumping off the flaming skeleton horse, he just gently explained with the flaming skeleton horse. Phew dash. Chief Fengling's words of instruction seemed to have given the flame skeleton horse a stimulant, and after it hissed, it charged straight towards the crowded crowd. Yes, in front of Chief Fengling, in front of the corpse lord, the ghoul king, and the goblin god envoy. It was just a small mount, but don't forget, the flaming skeleton horse itself was also a second-level high-ranked creature. To the flaming skeleton horse, these ordinary students were like freshly hatched birds, without any power to fight back. Dang! Boom! Boom! After losing Chief Fengling's suppression, the wildness of the flaming skeleton horse that was on full display, just by it kicking hard, a student was kicked in pieces. That was not to mention its stomp with all its might. Don't come over. I won't eat. I'm sorry. Ah! Someone put out the fire. Ah! It hurts. Just a minute of killing by the flaming skeleton horse. Nearly 99% of the students knelt down. They were shivering, some of them even with flames burning on their bodies. They did not dare to move more than once. Okay, stop. Phew. This was the first time that the flaming skeleton horse didn't listen to Chief Fengling's orders as it hissed and ran straight in the direction of the cafeteria entrance. At the entrance of the cafeteria, that seemed to be the place where Ren Changsun and his party of Awakened came in. As Awakened, they weren't troublemakers, they naturally didn't kneel down. And the flaming skeleton horse that had gone crazy with killing, naturally regarded them as enemies. Dead horse, get back here or I'll. Brutal creature. I've put up with you for a long time. You deserve to go back to hell. You deserve to be gone for good. Originally, Chief Fengling was prepared to forcefully summon the flaming skeleton horse to the undead realm, but right at that moment, that Ren Changsun roared, her face full of wariness, waving her fists, and going straight at the galloping flaming skeleton horse. Chapter 101 Sword Saint Doma. The Sword Saint of the Sky has no sword? Barehanded against an opponent one rank higher than her? This was very interesting to watch. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling simply also gave up the intention of recalling the flaming skeleton horse back to the undead realm. He wanted to see where the strength of the person who could be on par with Yi Tian in his last life was. Die horse, die for me. Phew dash. At this moment, both Ren Changsun and the flaming skeleton horse let out a roar of war as they locked onto each other's targets and charged straight at their opponents. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The distance was getting closer and closer, and at this moment, everyone who was blocking the way backed up, creating a hard 4-meter clearing for the two in this otherwise crowded first-floor cafeteria. The battle hadn't even started yet, but Chief Fengling's praise for Ren Changsun had already been raised a notch. What a courageous girl that must be. Not to mention Ren Changsun, in his last life alone, even 2 months after the arrival of the end of the world, he was still shivering when he faced the zombies. But this Ren Changsun that is completely different. The end of the world this only came 18 days ah. She dared to face the flaming skeleton horse. Principal Chang, will she be alright? Sister Ren, Principal Chang, this skeleton horse is so scary. Otherwise, let's go together to help senior sister Ren, Principal Chang. Otherwise, let's use our guns. Changsun won't be able to beat that skeletal horse. Before the fight even started, the students beside Chang Nuochen were talking. Most of them wanted to go and help Ren Changsun. There were also a few who wanted to escape, but no one went to believe that Ren Changsun would win. In place, Chang Nuochen did not answer their request. She just stood quietly in place, looking at the man who was the only one standing in the center of the cafeteria on the first floor. That man was Chief Fengling, who at the moment, was crossing his arms and shaking his legs cozily, looking at the battle that was about to take place with a look of anticipation. No, we can't shoot. The students are already scared birds now, and that bullet, it seems like it can't hurt that skeleton horse. For that student's suggestion, Chang Nuochen that was directly out of the mouth to negate it, but Ren Senpai really beat it. Yes, I believe in Changsun. She must have a number in her heart. She will definitely be able to defeat that skeleton horse. And also, I still believe in him. He will definitely not hurt Changsun. As she spoke, the light in Chang Nuochen's eyes rekindled. She then genuinely looked at Chief Fengling in the distance under the uncomprehending gazes of her classmates. That's too bad. This time Chang Nuochen thought too much. At this moment, Chief Fengling's order to the flaming skeleton horse was to fight as he should. Therefore, if Ren Changsun was too weak, so weak that he couldn't last 5 minutes, then the flaming skeleton horse would really kill Ren Changsun. And at that time, Chief Fengling probably wouldn't stop it either. Aha! Dead horse, die! At this moment, the distance between one person and one horse had been drawn down to 1 meter, and out of fear, and out of hopeful courage, Ren Changsun then let out a loud roar. Chief Fengling was also a bit startled. because at that moment Chief Fengling saw that it seemed as if a long sword made of light had appeared out of thin air in Ren Qingxin's hand. Phew dash. Boom. Boom. Ha! The Ling Xiao Sword Saint was indeed powerful, but Ren Qingxin was still too young, and his combat experience was equal to nothing. Where was the sense in going hard against an opponent who was so much taller than you? Where was the sense in taking it head on? Just a moment ago, when Ren Qingxin's lightsaber was about to slash the flaming skeleton, the flaming skeleton horse was raising its hooves by instinct, sprinting coupled with its size and the way it impacted from above. With just the first strike, Ren Qingxin's lightsaber that had just coalesced was shattered by the flaming skeleton horse with a single hoof. Phew dash. Wow. Boom. Boom. Oh come on. Chief Fengling had thought that he would be able to see a passionate sparring match between one person and one horse. However, Ren Qingxin hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds, and was actually kicked directly out by the flaming skeleton horse. That boom and boom just now was the sound of Ren Qingxin being kicked a few meters away, along with the door to the cafeteria being kicked open. Phew dash. After a successful strike, the flaming skeleton horse that was screaming even more cheerfully, it didn't even turn around to look at Chief Fengling before directly charging in the direction of the cafeteria entrance. Boom! Dang! The flaming skeleton horse's speed was extremely fast, which didn't give the students any time to discuss. Probably, they didn't expect that Ren Qingxin would lose so quickly. As for the original spot, because the flames hadn't dissipated from Chief Fengling's body yet, at this moment, Chief Fengling looked like a fireman, and this allowed Chief Fengling's path forward to be undisturbed. Aha! Dead horse, trying to win against me. Ren Qingxin, never! Just when Chief Fengling was halfway there, Ren Qingxin's voice unexpectedly came from the doorway, and that voice didn't sound like an injured state at all. Instead, it was battle-hardened. Through the waves of people and flames, Chief Fengling then saw a woman with a haze of light all over her body, who was holding a rifle and catching the hooves of the flaming skeleton horse with a hard hand. Yes, the flaming skeleton horse's greatness lies in its boastful speed, and the charge damage it deals with its super-fast movement speed is very scary. As for the other aspects, even though the flaming skeleton horse had reached the second-level high rank, its other attributes were not as good as the second-level middle rank Ren Qingxin. Originally, the flaming skeleton horse also had the unquenchable undead fire. It was just a pity that the Ling Xiao Sword Saint also had his own haze of protection. It was precisely for this reason that Ren Qingxin had just suffered a kicking injury from the hoofs of the horse, but he had not suffered any damage from the flames. But well, in front of this fighting scene that is very bright, the original conservative Ren Qingxin's body so proud, convex and curved, long legs and waist, it seems that those robes and long skirts that is completely covered her body. It was probably because the Ling Xiao Sword Saint's haze had been used to protect Ren Qingxin's body, which had caused her clothes to be burned by the undead fire, and from a distance, except for a few key points, Ren Qingxin was already close to being in a vacuum. But so what? None of the students on the ground dared to raise their heads. They were afraid that if they did, they would be targeted by the flaming skeleton horse. Phew dash. The neighing continued. Only this time Chief Fengling could hear that the flaming skeleton horse no longer had the confidence it had at the beginning. It was lashing out. It was shocked. And it had even felt afraid. It sensed that the woman's body burned with a force of justice. A force that seemed to purify it of the fire of its soul. You go die. Holding the rifle, Ren Qingxin that was pushing the flaming skeleton horse towards the inside of the cafeteria step by step. Probably because of the excitement, the burning flames that was filling the surroundings. Now, the tide of people around them finally began to run upstairs, and Chief Fengling was finally kind. As the owner of the flaming skeleton horse, Chief Fengling could naturally withdraw the undead fire burning on them. Now, as if inspired, the crowd began to keep leaning around them, and those students who were close to the stairs ran back up, on the first floor of the cafeteria, with Ren Qingxin pushing the flaming skeleton horse back into the cafeteria completely. This first floor was also finally a large empty area. Isn't this, like, a natural battleground? Chapter 102 Qingxin fighting Maple Spirit. Flesh does not fear death and inflammation, and mortals want to be compared to the gods. Principal Chang. Sister Ren really won. Ha 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 ha. I told you. Senior Sister Ren is the reincarnation of the Sword Saint. She's the god of our Cloud City University. How could a god lose? Let's go Ren Qingxin. You must defeat that skeleton horse. As Ren Qingxin began to counter-suppress the flaming skeleton horse step by step, the students who had been weakening in their aura instantly became excited. As they chanted or focused on clenching their fists in anticipation that Ren Qingxin would be able to defeat the flaming skeleton horse. You also don't say. Human being is really a very amazing creature. Cheering is something that doesn't have any substantial blessing, but this makes Ren Qingxin's aura stronger and stronger. That originally could still hold on for a little bit of the flaming skeleton horse, and now that is being pressed by the bones began to shiver. Phew, Humph. As the owner of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling naturally knew that it was asking for help. However, just now when it gained an advantage, it was a glance that didn't look at itself. This wasn't Chi Fengling being petty, but Chi Fengling wanted to let the flaming skeleton horse know it would always be its own subordinate, and in the future, it would need to get its own approval no matter what it did. And secondly, Chi Fengling also wanted to see where Ren Chengxin's limits were. Humph. I don't care who you are, but in my Ren Chengxin's eyes, there's only justice, and I wish I could never see this you again. Awa. Suddenly, Ren Chengxin began to speak to that flaming skeleton horse. Although Ren Chengxin was speaking to the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling understood that she was speaking to herself. Ren Chengxin's Lingxiao Sword Saint, a character belonging to the Light Camp, coupled with the fact that Ren Chengxin was also bent on justice, it made her very disgusted with evil, especially or this kind of person who was bent on nothing but killing. And in Chi Fengling's body, she saw justice at first, saw Chi Fengling's righteous appearance of standing up for Yunchang University, forcing back Battalion Commander Lu forcefully, and also fighting for the welfare of Yunchang University. However, she saw Chi Fengling again with an evil face, beheading these unarmed ordinary classmates without mercy. She didn't understand why Chi Fengling changed so quickly. She only hoped that Chi Fengling could always retain that justice. Preserving justice? Ridiculous. One is not a saintly mother. What one wants to do is purely based on whether or not anything is of benefit to him or her. And this is what Chi Fengling is adamant about. Ha-ha. Boom. Boom. Seeing that Chi Fengling was unmoved, Ren Chengxin then completely exploded her full power. As she threw out her rifle with all her might, that flaming skeleton horse was actually sent flying several meters away by Ren Chengxin. Kalala. Kalala. Shocked, Chi Fengling couldn't believe his eyes. The Ren Chengxin in front of him was already ridiculously powerful. At this moment, Ren Chengxin, with one hand against the flaming skeleton horse's hooves and one hand holding the rifle, surprisingly pushed the flaming skeleton horse towards the corner of the wall in a hard way. On the ground, as the flaming skeleton horse struggled, two extremely deep flame trails then appeared on the floor of the first floor of the cafeteria. Boom! Kill my classmates! Give me death! Death! Die! Phew! 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 This scene was beyond the cognizance of the students, and even Chi Fengling. Can you believe that a 1'7", not exactly strong woman, held a 2 or 3 meter tall, flaming skeletal warhorse against a wall? Immediately after that was the beanbag-sized fist that was punching the white bones of the flaming skeleton horse's chest. Chi Fengling could already sense that the flaming skeleton horse was scared. It couldn't break free from the bonds of Chengxin, and could only use chirping, as if trying to awaken its master's goodness. Go back to hell. Seeing that the flaming skeleton horse was no longer capable of resisting, Ren Chengxin no longer used his fists to take out his anger, but instead raised his rifle dyed with Hei's sword chi, and with the butt of his rifle, he was about to slam it into the head of the flaming skeleton horse. Whoosh! Dang! If this gun but really smashed down the flaming skeleton horse, even if it does not die, it is bound to regress in strength, which is not what Chi Fengling wants to see. Even if the flaming skeleton horse has already admitted that it is wrong, then he should also take action. As Chi Fengling's one-thought demon sword was flung out, the rifle in Ren Chengxin's hand was sent flying to the side. Chi Fengling, do you really want to save this skeleton horse? Seeing Chi Fengling standing beside the flaming skeleton horse, Ren Chengxin then revealed a displeased expression. It's my summoned beast. What do you say? Should I save it? Chi Fengling replied with a breezy voice. A summoned beast? So, what it did just now was all approved by you. Listening to this, the displeasure on Ren Chengxin's face was already on the verge of turning into killing intent. Aha! Chi Fengling didn't say much. The decision he made didn't need to be explained to anyone. Good. Since that's the case, then let me wake you up. After saying that, Ren Chengxin directly put down the flaming skeleton horse in front of him, and even directly swung his fist at Chi Fengling. Ta-da! 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 Lingxiao Sword Saint. Even though he didn't have his ancient sword, a second-level middle-ranked awakened person really wasn't something to sneeze at. In less than 20 seconds, Chi Fengling and Ren Chengxin had already exchanged punches and kicks no less than 100 times, and Chi Fengling could clearly feel that his current self, if he didn't have the support of the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper, he probably wouldn't want to be defeated in Ren Chengxin's hands for more than a minute. It was just that Chi Fengling really didn't want to use the one-thought divine demon sword or the skeleton bone sniper because Chi Fengling could tell that Ren Chengxin wanted to have a fair head-to-head fight with himself. The so-called head-to-head sparring is pure and simple physical combat. If he lost, or if he won with the help of a weapon, Ren Chengxin might never submit himself. But there was really something wrong with this silly woman's thinking. Is it really fair for both of them to fight against each other purely physically without using weapons?
Where did Rin Xingxin know that she was a mid-level 2, while Qi Fengling was only a peak level 1, and that the two's base attributes were just not fair? The second thing was that Rin Xingxin's Lingxiao Sword Saint inheritance was, at first glance, a frontal, hard-driving inheritance, while his own undead emperor inheritance was, at first glance, a summoner-type inheritance. It's like asking a lawyer to go into the ring with a boxer. Such a contest is not fair from the start. And Qi Fengling said that Rin Xingxin was a stupid woman, that's it. She didn't care so much, she just recognized her own reasoning. As long as Qi Fengling lost to herself, then she would never submit. Awa! The battle continued. Without the aid of weapons and summoned beasts, Qi Fengling quickly fell into a disadvantage, and it seemed that it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for Qi Fengling to lose. Fairness? Fairness probably never existed. And surprisingly, Ren Changzhen was unreasonable. So don't blame yourself. Thinking of this, Qi Fengling no longer hesitated, and his spirit immediately communicated to the one-thought divine demon sword on the side. At this moment, all that was needed was a movement of Qi Fengling's mind, and the one-thought divine demon sword would return to Qi Fengling's hand. And at that time, Qi Fengling's attributes would have to be higher than Rin Xingxin's. Qi Fengling, look here. But, also just as Qi Fengling was about to recall the one-thought divine demon sword, a shout unexpectedly came from above the third floor, a voice that made Qi Fengling feel a familiar strangeness. As Qi Fengling looked up, 3 talismans that glowed with a faint light unexpectedly flew straight towards his body. Chapter 103 The Skyrider in Feather and Blood. In the old days, Taoist ghost extermination talismans flew into the bodies of ordinary people. Familiar talisman, different luster. Looking at the glowing talisman that flew straight towards him from upstairs, Qi Fengling only felt that the familiar person seemed to have returned. Ding, ding, ding. The talisman floated extremely fast, and before Qi Fengling could see what was inscribed on it, the talisman even directly merged into his body. Spirit body talisman? Yes, this was a special kind of talisman paper. It didn't need to be a real paper talisman, just a glow could simulate the appearance of a real talisman. This kind of spirit body talisman was very troublesome to draw, and the time of preservation was very short, and most importantly, the effect of the spirit body talisman was even lower than that of the entity talisman. But the only good thing about the spiritual body talisman was that it was directional, so to speak, mission critical, and as long as it was drawn, there was no fear of being taken away. In his previous life, Wenqin Zhang had also drawn spiritual body talismans for himself, only that the effects of those spiritual body talismans were too small, and they also consumed his spirit. Qi Fengling vaguely remembered that Wenqin Zhang had told him that in order to draw a powerful spirit body talisman, one would either have to be at an epic level or be extremely gifted, and it was obvious that Wenqin Zhang, at that time, didn't account for it at all. Name, Qi Fengling. Rank, peak level 1. Power, 60/40ths. Speed, 50/40ths. Spirit, 50/40. Physical fitness, 40. Blessing, enhanced by the attributes of the spiritual body talisman for 30 minutes. As the talisman entered his body, Qi Fengling could only feel that his attributes had increased quite a bit, and this instant, the situation where he was being overwhelmed was instantly eased a lot. However, this was only the 18th day of the end times. Qi Fengling didn't remember that when Shen Zhang's level was this high in his previous life. Like this level of spirit body talisman, when Shen Zhang would have to at least reach the 3rd level of high rank before he could condense it with difficulty. Don't you? The person who threw out this talisman was not Wenqin Zhang. However, this person could clearly shout out his name, and his voice sounded so familiar. Only to see Qi Fengling push hard, finally breaking free from Rin Xingxin's suppression. At this moment, Ren Xingxin no longer continued to chase and beat up Qi Fengling, but instead, together with Qi Fengling, he shifted his gaze to the 3rd floor above. Qi Fengling was identifying the person in his heart, while Ren Xingxin was wondering when there was still an awakened hidden in Yunshan University that she didn't even know about, and why he would help Qi Fengling. As the two of them moved their gazes, a boy who was still neatly dressed and had a somewhat undernourished complexion then appeared before them. There were obviously so many students on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, so why could the two of them be so decisively sure it was him? It was simple. Because of Qi Fengling and the flaming skeleton horse's bloody killings, this made the surviving classmates scared. They didn't dare to gather around the periphery to watch anymore, and even if there were a few who dared to peek, they behaved with particular caution. Only the boy in front of him, his body standing straight, although also starved of skin and bones, but his gaze is very godly. In other words, determined to join the party. Name, Wendian Zhang / Wenqin Zhang. Race, arithmeticist / awakened. Status, superseded. Awakening profession, heavenly mechanic / talisman master. Occupational quality, SS/A. Synopsis, older than 1. 000 years old, a powerful arithmetician from feather and blood, with the ability to project the future and familiarize himself with the past. He died when his soul dissipated, and after his death, his soul traveled across the realm and appeared on the blue planet, possessing memories of his past life, with a mind that is unfathomable, and an extremely deep city. Rank, peak level 2, power, 70, speed, 70, spirit, 300, physical fitness, 70, skill, ancient and modern. Looking back, the boy didn't move. Chi Fengling naturally saw all his messages. This time, Chi Fengling was both happy and sad. Naturally, the reason for being happy was because the boy in front of him was the Wenqin Zhang that he had been searching for so hard, the boy who had sacrificed himself for him in his last life, and he had actually obtained the inheritance of the talisman Heavenly Master. The worry is that the body of the current Wenqin Zhang is not under his own control, but like Lin Hangong, his body has been temporarily replaced by a strong person. Fortunately, this was a replacement rather than a takeover. So that means that this person called Wendian Zhang would definitely not frame Wenqin Zhang. When he saw the names of the two, Chi Fengling was also shocked, not knowing that this was a takeover. Others thought that Wenqin Zhang and Wentian Zhang were brothers. This supplanter is very powerful. That, Heavenly Mechanic, S inheritance, but it's the same SS inheritance as the Ling Shao Sword Saint. However, the synopsis said that this supplanter city was extremely deep, so Chi Fengling couldn't understand whether he wanted to help his brother or whether he wanted to borrow his brother's body to be resurrected. There was another thing that was important, and that was, this supplanter seemed to come from a novel, Feather and Blood, a novel that Chi Fengling had even read back in the day. It was just that too much time had passed, and Chi Fengling didn't remember it very clearly. Chi Fengling only vaguely remembered that the protagonist of that novel was called Qi Yangyu, not Wentian Zhang. 2. What are you looking at me for? Do I have gold on my face? Seeing Chi Fengling and Ren Shengxin just staring blankly at themselves, the Heavenly Mechanic was not flustered, and was even able to joke around in this situation. This student, are you an awakened? Why haven't I seen you before? And also, why are you interfering with a fair duel between the two of us? The words of the Heavenly Mechanic made Ren Shengxin calm down a bit as well, and she asked with a serious face just like that, awakened? Humph. Sort of. Haven't seen me? But I've always been on the 3rd floor alright. It's just that you haven't noticed me. Upstairs, the reply from the Heavenly Mechanic was still breezy, just a feeling of transcendence. Okay, pardon my eyes then, but why did you show up now? And to help him? Pointing at Chi Fengling, who was rolling his eyes across the room, Ren Shengxin was very shafted. Ha, Lord Sword Saint, do you think the duel between you is fair? Your rank is higher than Chi Fengling's, and your inheritance is a combat inheritance, so how can you talk about fairness in a match like this? Although he didn't know who this Heavenly Mechanic was, at this moment, Chi Fengling really wanted to applaud him, because everything he said spoke to his heart. His level is lower than mine? I don't believe it, and I don't care who you are. You shouldn't get involved in the fight between me and him anymore. Regarding the words of the Heavenly Mechanic, Ren Shengxin was half believing it. Ren Shengxin didn't have the undead emperor's eyes, so she naturally didn't know that Chi Fengling was only at the peak of level 1. She only knew that Chi Fengling was immune to bullet damage, and was even able to repel Battalion Commander Lu and his party with a single effort. Lord Sword Saint, I'm not subservient to you. I naturally won't listen to you, and I don't want to favor anyone. I just want you guys to have a fair fight. That's all. At this moment, the Tianji person upstairs that was a complete interpretation of the word not humble, only that the Tianji person's words, that was to make Ren Shengxin's teeth itchy with anger. Ren Shengzhen, I think, let's not fight. If you have to fight, I'll count you as the winner. On the side, Chi Fengling that was unloading her defenses and said with a disinterested face, no, today I'm going to let you know that evil can't defeat good. Invisible pretending, the most fatal. Chi Fengling's admission of defeat not only didn't let Ren Shengxin relax, but on the contrary, it made her even more angry. And you can help him if you want. I, Ren Shengzhen, am not afraid of you. Chi Fengling, watch the move, said the tenacious woman as she swung her fist back up again and struck straight at Chi Fengling. Chapter 104. How? Are you convinced? Barefoot Hungar's main battlefield. Fiber Song's spiritual talisman changes the victory. Hey! Ha! Eh ha! Tada! 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 In the first floor hall of the cafeteria, the fight between Ren Shengxin and Chi Fengling seemed to have become some kind of art. It wasn't that it was a mixed fight of grabbing clothes and pulling hair. It was more like the kind of cool moves duel in a martial arts novel. In response, Chi Fengling could only say that such things as talent could not be cultivated, and even if he had been reborn in a new life, his martial arts skills were still inferior to this girl who had just obtained her inheritance, and somehow, This Ren Changsen that is more and more fight more and more energy. Fancy punching and kicking fighting method is even more difficult to let himself to fight. Chi Fengling might even be certain that if he didn't use the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper, he would definitely not be a match for Ren Changsen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two of them were pulling away from each other again, 3 more spirit talismans flew down from above the 3rd floor, and this time, the target of the talismans was no longer Chi Fengling, but rather the wary Ren Changsen. Ren Changsen waved her fists as she tried to break up the spirit body talisman, but the talisman was not affected at all and flew directly into her body. Ha! Damn it! Get the hell out of here! The moment the talisman was like a body, Ren Changsen's face sank. It looked like the heavenly mechanic should have given her a low buff that lowered her attributes. Click! Lord Sword Saint. Your opponent is not me. As I said, I'm just trying to make the contest fair. Only a sound of the barrier being shattered was heard, but that heavenly mechanic was standing in place without moving a single bit. His face was still as bland as since. And what had just happened? Chi Fengling that had seen it clearly. After the heavenly mechanic cast 3 spiritual body talismans on Ren Changsen unexpectedly condensed a lightsaber out of thin air. Only that before the lightsaber could stab the heavenly mechanic upstairs, it was dissolved by the barrier he casually waved out. You, humph, Chi Fengling, I'll see how much longer you can hide. After another breathless moment, Ren Changsen then retargeted Chi Fengling. However, Chi Fengling also expressed his helplessness because he hadn't said a word about this heavenly mechanic strike, and this Ren Changsen. His brain was really a bit shafted. Because of the limited space on the 1st floor, soon Chi Fengling was entangled with Ren Changsen again. Only this time, Chi Fengling could clearly feel that after being hit by the celestial mechanic's spiritual body talisman, Ren Changsen's full attributes were weakened by quite a bit. Ha! When Chi Fengling let out a loud cry, the fist that was about to hit Ren Changsen's face stopped in time. Just now, after their attributes were basically balanced, Chi Fengling unexpectedly slowly gained an advantage, and Ren Changsen, who was skilled in martial arts, was ultimately unable to defeat the experienced Chi Fengling. Ren Changsen, I know you're not convinced, but you have to know that this world is inherently unfair. Today is my first day back at Yuncheng University. Do you think that this classmate, and the things that happened today, are things that I could have predicted in advance? Closing her hands and standing in place, Chi Fengling had to reason with Ren Changsen once again. Chi Fengling was able to win over her now. She just thought that it was because the heavenly mechanic had made a move. But even Chi Fengling herself didn't know that when Shen Zhang had stayed at the school for so long that they would have failed to realize his existence. And Chi Fengling didn't even know that when Shen Zhang would be given a stronger opportunity in this life. Humph, cut the crap. You haven't won against me yet. Just now, Ren Changsen seemed as if she had eaten the scales, knowing that Chi Fengling had just let her go, yet she still refused to stop. In an instant, Chi Fengling had the illusion that he felt like Ren Changsen was angry with her boyfriend, and that if he wanted her to be good, he had to let her let out all the fire. Well, is it good? No. Convinced? No. Suit? No. As the saying goes, don't be angry. Anger reduces your intelligence. This was the case for Ren Changsen at the moment. After there was no attribute suppression, she was now on top of her game, and she didn't even have the chance to have a normal fight with Chi Fengling. In just 3 minutes, Chi Fengling had already put down 7 or 8 killing moves, but this Ren Changsen just refused to give in, and the fight slowly turned into a girl splash. War, fight, with the humblest of dreams. Lyrics. While Chi Fengling was still sparring hand-to-hand with Ren Changsen, the 1st floor of the cafeteria was resounding with the sound of a rousing song. The singing was really good. Without a stereo can sing the feeling of the original song. Just Chi Fengling think, this song in addition to good. It seems that there is no special effect. Nope. Humph. Chi Fengling, if someone helps you, is there no one to help me? Still wanting to make me obey. Absolutely impossible. And when Chi Fengling reacted, that Ren Changsen was directly knocking himself back 2 meters with a powerful punch. Yes, at this moment, Ren Changsen's body values were back to normal, which meant that they had surpassed Chi Fengling's level again. Sure enough, when Chi Fengling looked through the crowd, he saw that next to Chang Nuocheng, a boy was obliviously singing a song. Chi Fengling remembered. This person seemed to be called Chao Quan, and had obtained the inheritance of the Chinese song god. His songs were divided into 2 types. One was a stirring song, which could increase the target's full attributes, and the other was a song of mourning, which served to weaken the target's full attributes. It was really unexpected that only on the first day back at Cloud City University, both types of songs were heard by Chi Fengling. As Chi Fengling glanced his gaze away, that Xiao Quan also involuntarily gulped, but after seeing Ren Changsen's genuine gaze, he chose to continue singing. Well, are you convinced? I asked if you're convinced. Serves no serves. At this moment, Chief Fengling was truly speechless, not expecting that what he had said would be returned unchanged by Ren Changsun. The point was, he had just said something about the world not being fair in the first place, and now that Xiao Quan had chosen to help Ren Changsun, he certainly had nothing to say. It's just that one really doesn't convince himself that there's no such thing as a summoner and a sword saint in pure physical combat.
To the whimpering in the night and lyrics, woo, woo, only, the two of them were still fighting well, but the exuberant singing had suddenly stopped, and apart from the puzzled voices of the students, Chief Fengling could hear someone wooing and whimpering, with Chief Fengling casting his gaze once again. At this moment, Xiao Quan was staring with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. He wanted to speak, but even with his face stifled red, he couldn't utter a single word, and that's to say nothing of what song he could still sing. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling that didn't think twice for a second, and together with Ren Changsun, he moved his gaze above the third floor. Humph, what's the point of looking at me? I told you, I just want to see a fair showdown. Oh yeah, don't worry guys, I just sealed his mouth temporarily. In half an hour he'll still be able to sing. As expected, there was no one present, other than this mysterious heavenly mechanic, who could make Xiao Quan unable to vocalize. This time, it was once again Ren Changsun's turn to blacken her face, because not only did she feel that the increasing effect given to her by Xiao Quan had disappeared, she also felt that the weakening effect given to her by the heavenly mechanic had returned. Ga-la-la-la. This was the sound of finger joints being pinched, and at this moment, Chief Fengling, that was twisting the joints on his body, looked at Ren Changsun in front of him with a warlike expression. After all, he was a boy, and just now, Ren Changsun could have made him lose a lot of face. Chapter 105 Full Bloom? Endless battles for just a moment. The passionate fights are exciting, but the constant pattern of fighting is boring. Yes, this was the case with Chief Fengling and Ren Changsun at the moment, and after the heavenly mechanic lowered Ren Changsun's attributes once again, the two of them began to fight back and forth again. Of course, this kind of back and forth didn't mean a flagrant fight, but rather a fight where Chief Fengling was pressing Ren Changsun, the little campus princess before the end of the world, the Ling Xiao sword saint after the end of the world. When had she ever suffered this kind of anger? So no matter how many times Chief Fengling defeated Ren Changsun, the word disobedience just squeezed out of her mouth. Suddenly, Chief Fengling was seen leaping with all his might. His outstanding physical quality directly allowed him to jump up 2 meters, and at the same time, Chief Fengling even made a 360-degree rotation in the air. Under the rotation, Chief Fengling's right leg then transformed into a sharp sword and smashed straight towards Ren Changsun's head. Although Ren Changsun didn't have enough combat experience, she was naturally able to react to this kind of wide-open attack, only to see Ren Changsun quickly raise his hand, surprisingly steadily catching Chief Fengling's fancy attack. Yes, it was the fancy attack. Chief Fengling had no intention of using this to win with a single blow. The key to this move was naturally the follow-up upper body attack. The right leg unloaded, the left leg accelerated down. Just when Ren Changsun had not reacted, Chief Fengling was like a hungry wolf pouncing on him, directly pressing onto Ren Changsun's body. Flop! Boom! Really not a bit of pity. If it were done before the end of the world, a girl was pressed down hard like this, not dead may also have to be hospitalized for 10 days. Chief Fengling, let go of me, let go of me. On the ground, Ren Changsun struggled, her face red, but no matter how much she cried out, Chief Fengling had no intention of getting up. Classmate Fengling Changsun, she can't beat you, so I think you should just let her go. You guys are like this. The impact is a bit bad. Only, before Chief Fengling could say anything, Chang Nua Chang, who had been watching the show for a long time, spoke up, because at this moment, in the sight of all the students, the tattered and well-built Ren Changsun was being ridden by Chief Fengling. In order to prevent Ren Changsun from resisting, Chief Fengling even pressed her hands together. In this situation, it was not too much to say that it was molestation. Aunt Shang, you don't have to ask him. I haven't lost yet. Only, Ren Changsun was not at all appreciative, even though she had already been beaten without the power to fight back. Ren Changsun, are you bored? Can't you see that? Not to mention defeating you, I can kill you more than once. At this moment, Chief Fengling really wanted to give her a mouthful. Then you kill me. Anyway, I'm just not convinced. Ren Changsun's behavior only made Chief Fengling think of one word. That is, bullying. I've told you before, the world is inherently unfair now. If I were to use my full itself, you would have lost long ago. I'm afraid. Smelling Ren Changsun's faint body scent, Chief Fengling still gave up on his intention to kill her, because this woman was just mendacious but not her enemy, and now she was still in a high position in Yuncheng University. She could not kill her yet. Humph. Who said that? You have the guts to let go of me. You don't want his talismanic aids, and I don't want Xiao Quan to sing for me. So can we just play a game based on our abilities? Hearing Chief Fengling say this, Ren Shengtsen instantly became energized, probably because her attributes had been weakened for a long time, giving her a feeling that her original self was super strong. Well, that's what you say, and when the time comes, don't be offended. Humph, Ren Changzhen, will do what I say. At this moment, the two of them did not look like enemies, but rather like a couple who were angry. This student, can you take back all the talismans that you have inflicted on us? Standing up, Chief Fengling then raised his head and spoke to the heavenly mechanic above the third floor. Lord Emperor, of course. Upstairs, it was as if that heavenly mechanic had anticipated that Chief Fengling would say that, only to see him wave his big hand, and 6 glowing talismans rushed out of the two men's bodies. However, at this moment, Chief Fengling's face was sunken to the extreme. 10,000 thoughts surged to his heart, and amongst all of them, the most was still killing intent. He himself had obtained this inheritance of the undead emperor, but he hadn't said anything to anyone until now. How did this heavenly mechanic know that he had obtained this inheritance? Couldn't it be that he knew more secrets? Thinking of this, the idea of competing with Ren Shengtsen weakened all of a sudden. Chief Fengling now only wanted to capture this heavenly mechanic and torture him. Hey, what are you waiting for? Do you think you can't beat me without an attribute boost? On the opposite side of the room, seeing Chief Fengling staring blankly, Ren Shengtsen shouted, to be honest, there really was some gentlemanly behavior. If Chief Fengling was Ren Shengtsen and the match between the two had already begun, then he would never have reminded his dazed self. He would have definitely attacked directly and violently or sneak attacked. Shut up! Whoosh! Ta-da! Attention was drawn back. This time Chief Fengling could no longer hesitate. After just a second of thinking, both the one-thought Divine Demon Sword and the Skeleton Bone Sniper were summoned by Chief Fengling. The one-thought Divine Demon Sword now had a development degree of 3%, which meant that it could raise its full attributes by 30 points. And although the Skeleton Bone Sniper couldn't raise its quality anymore, it could provide 80 points of power at once. At this moment, when dealing with an even smaller opponent like Ren Shengtsen, Chief Fengling only had an advantage and not a single disadvantage to speak of. Moreover, although Ren Shengtsen was the sword saint of the Ling Xiao, right now, she didn't even have a sword, so how could she be a match for Chief Fengling? Humph. So what? Put. This time, Chief Fengling didn't have the slightest bit of emotion, and before Ren Shengtsen could finish his defiant words, Chief Fengling rushed over with great speed. A punch hit Ren Shengtsen's belly, almost defenseless Ren Shengtsen that was hit with a face of bitter pain. Ta-da! 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 It could be said that Chief Fengling had been very mean enough. Even though he was holding the one-thought devil sword in his hand, Chief Fengling still only greeted Ren Shengtsen with his fists. Only this was like a rain of attacks. That was hitting Ren Shengtsen's head so hard that he couldn't even lift his head up. How? Are you convinced? Phew dash. What's going on? How is it possible? Why? You stubborn woman. You owe me this time. Hiss. Standing across from Ren Shengtsen, Chief Fengling wanted to question her again, but somehow, that flaming skeleton horse was suddenly galloping over. At this moment, the flaming skeleton horse, its eyes were burning with red light, and the flames on its body were also more vigorous. Chief Fengling could see that this dead horse was trying to kill Ren Shengtsen. However, his current self was unexpectedly unable to complete mental communication with the flaming skeleton horse, and even the command to send it back to the undead realm was no longer possible. Without a solution, Chief Fengling didn't care that much, picking up the frothing Ren Shengtsen while making a quick turn. In the next second, the flaming skeleton horse's viciously forceful flaming stomp then steadily kicked Chief Fengling's back. Put. Ahem. Dead horse, you're dead. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Chief Fengling only wanted to give this flaming skeleton horse a good beating. However, Chief Fengling had only taken one step when she felt a bit dazed, as if she was going to fall down in the next second. Chief Fengling, what are you doing? I can do it myself. I don't want you to save me. Holding up Chief Fengling who was about to fall, Ren Shengtsen's body was trembling, and her words were a little bit trembling as well. Obviously she was also startled by the actions of the flaming skeleton horse. Only her mouth remained defiant. Chief Fengling, how are you? Don't you dare die. I'm convinced alright. Chapter 106. Fortunately, they are not the enemy. The horse's hot hooves trampled all over their lives, in exchange for the red face's tears of mourning. Ahem. Stop shaking me now. I'm not dead yet. And your ball hit me? Man injured and still not honest. So what can be done? Only blame Ren Changzhen and himself too close to each other, and wearing too few clothes. Snap. Puff. You rascal. Reacting to Ren Shengtsen, that did not hesitate to give Chief Fengling a slap. And of course, Chief Fengling, who had no one to hold him, fell to the ground. Phew, phew, phew. While Chief Fengling fell to the ground, that flaming skeleton horse let out a roar. Its voice was alien, angry, puzzled, and full of apologies. On the ground, Chief Fengling hadn't reached the point where he would die from a kick. He just felt a fiery pain in his internal organs. But this pain quickly subsided after the flaming skeleton horse finished roaring. Chief Fengling could see clearly that as the flaming skeleton horse roared, its blood-red eye holes reverted back to ghostly green once again. And as he looked in the direction of the flaming skeleton horse's roar, Chief Fengling naturally noticed the heavenly mechanic standing on the third floor. Don't you? Don't worry about it. It's all out in the open. Those present, other than Chief Fengling, were afraid that this mysterious heavenly mechanic was the only one who had the ability to control other people's summoned beasts and isolate spatial barriers. You, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you would no longer participate in our fight? On the side, the movement of the flaming skeleton horse naturally made Ren Shengtsen notice it, and she understood. It must be this heavenly mechanic's doing again. Lord Sword Saint, don't get excited. Didn't I not make a move just now? And this skeleton horse is Chief Fengling's summoned beast. Isn't it normal for it to participate in the battle? Moreover, Lord Emperor's backhand is more than just. Upstairs, the heavenly mechanic's tone was very calm, as if he still knew a lot of things. Cough. You shut up. Only on the ground. Chief Fengling but anxious, although the heavenly mechanic is right, but he does not want to let these people know his full bottom card yet. Lord Emperor, don't be angry. Even if you want to act, then you have to act all the way. Who's talking? Chief Fengling was confused because he didn't hear the heavenly mechanic open his mouth, but those words actually reached his head. And upstairs, the heavenly mechanic stood so quietly and gave a light smile with Chief Fengling, who was staring at him. Chief Fengling, what's wrong with you? Where is anyone talking? On the side, Ren Shengtsen then looked around in confusion. Present, indeed no one was talking. Oh, maybe I'm hallucinating. Hiss, cough. Look, I can't fight you now either. If you still want to fight, then I can only admit defeat. After realizing that, Chief Fengling but quickly covered his chest and put on a hard face. Yes, that heavenly mechanic was right. Chief Fengling was just acting. He was indeed injured, but because of the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper, this made the physical damage Chief Fengling received not heavy. The only damage that was harder to bear had also completely disappeared after the flaming skeleton horse had returned to normal. So Chief Fengling's current death-defying appearance was something he had put on. No, it's me who lost. If you had taken out the divine sword, bone sniper, and this skeleton horse earlier, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat you. Unexpectedly, Ren Shengtsen had indeed conceded defeat, and it was heartfelt and convincing. Then are you alright now? It's all for saving me, otherwise you wouldn't have, said Ren Shengtsen, while pulling up the corner of his coat. That appearance was like a little girl who did something wrong. Of course cough. It's still hard. I'm afraid it won't be back to normal until tomorrow. Struggling to cough up blood, Chief Fengling acted very hard. Shengtsen fellow Fengling's injuries aren't that serious, so don't beat yourself up too much. Go get dressed. Seeing that the two were no longer fighting, Chang Nuwaching then walked out. In contrast to Ren Shengtsen's simplicity, she was able to see that Chief Fengling was pretending. But I don't seem to have any clothes. Being reminded by Chang Nuwaching, Ren Shengtsen only reacted to the fact that at this moment, she seemed to be a bit unclothed. It's like this. Ren Shengtsen is a person with a strong sense of justice. After the end of the world, she that is frugal. Her own clothes also gave up to those weak female students, so she really has no clothes to wear. Cough. Here, take it. This should fit you quite well. It wasn't a coincidence that Chief Fengling was still thinking about how to completely conquer this woman. Now was the best chance to do so. Urban beauty? Thank you Chief Fengling. Looking at the exquisite clothes that appeared out of thin air, Ren Shengtsen's face instantly turned even redder. But more than that, she was still surprised. Only, Ren Shengtsen's surprise and Jiang Lu's surprise were completely different. Jiang Lu's surprise lay in a kind of amazement, as if she was seeing the world for the first time. As for Ren Shengtsen's surprise, he was only surprised at why Chief Fengling had girls' clothes and was able to take them out of thin air. This student upstairs, can you come down and talk? It's my fault as the principal that I didn't notice you before. Here, I apologize to you, but I hope you can help us. After seeing Ren Shengtsen leave, Chang Nuwaching also locked her gaze above the third floor. As the principal, Chang Nuwaching was really capable of flexing her muscles. Principal Chang is polite, but right now, I don't have time to help you. Puff.
The heavenly mechanic's performance remained bland, but when he finished those words,
his entire body suddenly fell down. Name, Wenqin Zhang. Race, awakened. Profile, age 24.
A college student who is passionate about the study of Taoist talisman and paper.
After obtaining the inheritance, he is proficient in the outline of talismans for thousands of years in China. Personally calm and multi-intelligent, emotional and righteous. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, talisman master. Occupational quality, A. Power, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 40. Physical fitness, 10. Skill, false strategy and formation breaking. The talisman master is proficient in drawing any kind of talisman,
and his mind is more agile, and he even understands how to set up formations to break the situation. Upstairs, Chief Fengling had also watched every move of the heavenly mechanic clearly, and the moment he collapsed to the ground, Chief Fengling knew that the mysterious heavenly mechanic had finally disappeared. That's also true.
Wenqin Zhang's health is in a poor state right now,
and it's already very impressive that this heavenly mechanic was able to replace him for so long.
Classmates, go check on him, quickly. Seeing the heavenly mechanic fainted, Chang Nuocheng was thrilled. Principal Chang, don't worry, he's fine too, but when he wakes up, he might not be the same as he was just now.
Are you saying that there are also strong people who have temporarily occupied that classmate's body? This Chang Nuocheng was really smart.
Chief Fengling just said it superficially and she understood the meaning of it. Aha! Alright, Fengling student,
all the teachers and students of Yuncheng University are here.
Look, what should we do now?
Pointing at the first floor of the cafeteria, which was like hell,
like a slaughterhouse, Chang Nuocheng's face was powerless.
Although she was the head of a school, this was really the first time she had ever seen such a situation.
And she already didn't know how to lead Yuncheng University next. Chapter 1075 Women. 1 Drama. I have no rest from running and fighting, and I can get a place on the couch in the theater. Early in the morning.
It may be more than warm sunshine that brushes your face.
It may be a cold wind. Or it may be the pungent stench of blood and evil.
Blood and stench that was inevitable, because yesterday's Chief Fengling had killed many people in the cafeteria. These smells naturally could not dissipate quickly. Just this gust of cold wind let Chief Fengling some do not understand.
This is the Blue Star in July. China is located in the northern hemisphere of the Blue Star. This time should be exactly the summer.
Cold wind really should not appear. It's hard to believe that because of his rebirth in this life, the climate of the blue planet has changed.
At this moment,
Chief Fengling was lying comfortably on the simple bed,
quietly pondering these questions.
This was on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, originally belonging to the manager's lounge, but now it had been converted into a lounge for the female awakened, and the bed that Chief Fengling was sleeping on at the moment was the one that Chang Nuocheng had. One could only say that this pair of aunts and daughters were really alike. Originally Chang Nuocheng, who was a principal and an awakened person, could enjoy better treatment, while the bed she was currently sleeping in was really similar to a wooden plank except for a blanket.
As for last night, Chief Fengling naturally pretended to be very weak,
and then was logically brought up by Chang Nuocheng. Although the conditions were simple, but this was one of the rare times Chief Fengling had a good night's sleep.
Knock knock. Fengling student, are you awake? Can I come in?
Just as Chief Fengling was still looking into the future, the door of that tightly closed room was knocked on. This was Chang Nuocheng's voice. It seemed that after resting all night, she was also in a much better state than yesterday.
How can Chang Nuocheng rest?
How could Chang Nuocheng rest? Yesterday she killed so many people by herself. According to normal she should be busy bursting. If it wasn't for Chief Fengling's compulsion for her to look at herself, Chang Nuocheng should still be in a very weak state right now.
Ahem, come in.
Glancing at his pressed clothes, Chief Fengling agreed with his mouth full. Squeak! With the sound of the door being pushed open, Chang Nuocheng then pulled the 3 girls in with her, and the scene looked counterintuitively strange. These 3 girls were no one else. They were Ren Chengsen, Jiang Lu, and Long Baiyu, and this was what Chief Fengling had told Chang Nuocheng after he came up to rest yesterday. Chief Fengling was also convinced. Yesterday, from the massacre between him and the flaming skeleton horse,
to his duel with Ren Chengsen,
to the fainting of the heavenly mechanic and his own command of what happened next, Jiang Lu and Long Baiyu were surprisingly able to dress themselves all the way up in the locker room,
and finally froze because Chief Fengling couldn't wait any longer before taking the initiative to go up to the 5th floor. At this moment,
if Chang Nuocheng was not present, looking at these 3 girls, it was as if they were back before the end of the world, because now, Long Baiyu's 3 people were wearing nothing different from the celebrities before the end of the world. In addition to Long Baiyu showed some constraints, the rest of the 2 that is very natural, especially Ren Chengsen, that the elegant temperament of the sword saint is embodied to the fullest.
Fengling student, although it's the end of the world now, haha,
but the principal still hopes that you can treat your relationship more seriously.
And then, pay more attention to your health. You're all still young after all. Shi Fengling couldn't even believe her own ears that the once successful woman who walked in high society would say such words at this moment. The most crucial thing is that those three girls, when they heard this, not only did they not retort, but they were embarrassed instead. It seems that since ancient times beauty loves heroes is true. Principal Chang. I don't mean that. Moreover, I don't have that idea. Just don't worry about it. Fortunately, Shi Fengling reacted quickly, directly pulling Chang Nuoching, who was going to go out. If she went out, wouldn't it prove that she was going to juggle 3 girlfriends? Oh yeah, Principal Chang, take this. This is for me? Looking at the gorgeous dress that suddenly appeared in her hand, Chang Nuoching was also a bit at a loss for words for a moment. The clothes were expensive, but before the end of the world, Chang Nuoching was still able to access them often. It's just that after arriving at the end of the world, every day's consideration was all about escaping and surviving. So who would still think about the issue of clothing? Who is it? Dare to take my great savvy. Dang! Shi Fengling was still thinking about how to talk to Chang Nuoching, when suddenly a black vortex door appeared out of thin air beside him. And the moment the vortex door appeared, a sound of weapons colliding appeared in Shi Fengling's ears. I said how my clothes disappeared. It turns out that you guys took them. This voice Shi Fengling can be too familiar. Isn't she the skeleton witch savvy? However, Shi Fengling seemed to remember that she had to rest in the undead realm because she was too overdrawn to help herself. So how did she appear here at this moment? Could it be that just because she took 2 of her clothes, she was that obsessed? The aura of light. Savvy hates you guys. Die for me. This Savvy's perception was still strong. Although she didn't have the undead emperor's eyes, she instantly sensed the aura of light on Renshengsen and Chang Nuoching. Hiss. It could be seen that Savvy was trying to use some black magic, but she was only halfway through the spell when she was forced to stop due to a headache. That couldn't be helped. Savvy hadn't rested for 2 days until now, and while her spirit had recovered quite a bit, her condition hadn't fully recovered. You're the Dark Witch. I see. And you're the one who's going to die. Dang. Savvy's unusual behavior was naturally caught by Renshengsen, and all of a sudden the two were fighting in the room. Savvy was worthy of being a 3rd-level powerhouse. Even with his incomplete physical condition, he was still barely able to spar with Renshengsen with his skeleton bone staff. This time the heavenly mechanic was right. If Shi Fengling had summoned Savvy as well yesterday, Renshengsen wouldn't have had any chance of winning at all. Alright, don't fight, Savvy. I took the clothes. When I have the chance in the future, I'll just go and find some more. Only to see Shi Fengling push hard, and the 2 of them were easily pushed away. Shi Fengling, this evil witch, is she also your summoned beast? Seeing Shi Fengling protect Savvy, Renshengsen's face instantly turned cold. Is Lord Maple Spirit's full name something you can call too? So what if it's evil? It's better than you fake righteous people. True enough, since ancient times, light and darkness are incompatible. Even though Savvy and Renshengsen had only met for the first time, the two just wanted to kill each other as soon as they met. Evil is evil, and evil can't defeat good. Don't you understand? Evil can't defeat good? Ridiculous. Then do you know that Lord Fengling he is also? Okay, shut up, Savvy. You quickly go back to rest. What I promised you, I will make it up to you in the future. Seeing that Savvy was about to say her bottom, Shi Fengling that was directly covering her mouth. And the next second, Savvy went back to the undead realm along with the vortex door. Shi Fengling, what is she going to say? What exactly have you awakened? This woman could become really fast. All of a sudden she was hostile towards herself again. Chapter 108 Shi Fengling's Believers. Icy cold face, eyes that contained killing intent. Shi Fengling only felt as if Renshengsen was about to fight with himself again. That's not right. Why should one be afraid? Why should one hide? Why do you have to live such a cowering life when you are born again? Obtaining the SSS Undead Emperor inheritance was one's pride, not one's shame, and one was an undead emperor. So why should one be afraid of this Ling Xiao Sword Saint? For a moment, Shi Fengling's mind finally turned a corner. He was trying to take over Cloud City University fine, and he did want to take Renshengsen under his wing. However, if this process was to be condescending, or even if one was to stoop low, then one would still be willing to do the same thing as one did at the beginning, which was, to kill anyone who got in one's way. Surprisingly you want to know so badly. There's no harm in me telling you that the inheritance I obtained is that of the undead emperor. This time, Shi Fengling no longer stammered. Staring at Renshengsen's eyes that were filled with battle intent, he directly spoke out. Undead emperor? How? How is that possible? With such an evil inheritance, what makes you able to harness a bright divine sword like that? Originally, Shi Fengling was ready to fight, but this Renshengsen was not following the rules. She should have been angry. But at this moment she was confused. Ren Shengsun was right. The undead emperor did belong to the evil camp. Strictly speaking, the undead emperor was even the head of the evil camp. It was impossible for such a character to harness the one-thought divine sword. In fact, Ren Shengsun had initially sided with Qi Fengling because Qi Fengling had used the one-thought divine sword. And she even remembered how Qi Fengling's divine energy had flown when he had danced the one-thought divine sword. Are those in the light camp necessarily good? And may I ask who prescribes good and who prescribes evil? In fact, Qi Fengling really didn't want to break up this reasoning with them. But now that the words had been said, Qi Fengling really wanted to hear what the righteous people had to say. Justice is dedication. Justice is not killing innocents indiscriminately. Justice is fighting against all evil. Ren Shengsun answered quickly, as if she had been holding these words in her heart for a long time. Oh, is it? You are indeed dedicated. So may I ask how many people would have died in the cafeteria if I hadn't stepped in yesterday? And what would you have done about it? Qi Fengling wasn't in a hurry and didn't talk to Ren Shengsun about those far-reaching things. He just talked about things. That's a massacre. If it were me, speechless, confused, shaken, Ren Shengsun froze. She really did not think. Yesterday's things she can handle. Shengsun, stop it. Fengling's classmates are right. There's no such thing as eternal justice. And there's no such thing as eternal evil. And besides, what happened yesterday was something I tacitly agreed to. Although he has awakened the inheritance of the undead emperor, I still believe in him. And I believe that student Fengling will definitely lead our Cloud City University through this difficult time. Stopping Ren Shengsun, who was still going to argue, Chang Nuoqing's expression was incomparably serious. And at this moment, Qi Fengling seemed to feel a very soothing warm current from Chang Nuoqing's body. This feeling was very peculiar. As if Chang Nuoqing staying beside him would make him comfortable. Name, Chang Nuoqing. Race, awakened. Status, believer, faith Qi Fengling. Synopsis, age 32. Incredibly talented and successful single woman. Hell-bent on nothing but her classmates and her school. Longing for peace for all. Has a city. A good heart. Loves but is deep and not out of it. Rank, peak I. Awakening profession, God of Light Envoy. Occupational quality, S. Power, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 35. Physical fitness, 35. Skill, light healing, can utilize the power of light within his body to grant healing effects to any creature. Light and neutral affinity, creatures whose camp is light or neutral, after spending time with them, will develop a favorable impression of them. Hiss. It was really a bit scary. And this was the first time Qi Fengling had checked Chang Nuoqing's data. Isn't it absurd that the undead emperor could be the object of faith of the light god's envoy? Is this what the internet used to say about the kind of good girl who grows up to be a quiet, good girl and is most likely to be duped by a street skank? Oh, Aunt Shang, don't let Qi Fengling fool you. Didn't he awaken the profession of the undead emperor? Then why did he ask us to collect the corpses of our classmates? To the side, Ren Shengsun seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shook up Chang Nuoqing's body, as if he was afraid that Chang Nuoqing would sink. This time, Ren Shengsun's brain was bright for once in a rare while. Qi Fengling wanted the bodies of those classmates. Naturally it was for the undead blood sacrifice. Can't it be that he's going to give them a funeral? You guessed right. They are my sacrifices. I'm going to use their corpses to summon even more powerful undead creatures. Qi Fengling was simply not even acting anymore. In front of the four girls, he directly said it. Qi Fengling, are you still human? They are all your classmates. You killed them even if it's okay. And now you're letting them die in peace? If it wasn't for Chang Nuoqing pulling from the side, Ren Shengsun really wanted to rush up. Oh, does Lord Sword Saint have better plans? So I ask, over 200 bodies. Who buried them? Where? It's the end of the world. Can you guarantee that they won't turn into corpses after you bury them? Or do you want to leave them here to scare the rest of the class? Or abandon them to feed the walkers? Qi Fengling was still in no hurry, just quietly looking at how Ren Shengsun should answer. Right, cremation. We can cremate it. Suddenly thinking of something, Ren Shengsun immediately became excited again. Yes, Lord Sword Saint. May I ask if you know how the undead came to be? Also, it's been a long time since the students have had barbecue, hasn't it? Bah, Qi Fengling, how can you think like that? They, as if thinking of their crazy appearance yesterday, Ren Shengsun all of a sudden did not know what to say again. They what? I can give you the disposal of the body, but can you really handle it? Why don't you think so? They are contributing their last effort, making sacrifices for the rest of their classmates to stay alive. Seeing that Ren Shengsun was about to break down from what she said, Qi Fengling finally said something that could paralyze her a bit. Moreover, what Qi Fengling said was not true at all. They were still in school now, and perhaps still retain some conscience. Off campus today, people really do eat people when there's no food. And at that point, It doesn't matter if you're dead or alive. And not to mention people. Some people are so hungry that they'll even eat zombie meat. Changsun, let's believe in Mr. Fengling for once. I'm sure that he'll have a solution. This believer was just different. It was almost as if they automatically understood their own words. Fengling student, we'll just go and check out the other students first. The people you're looking for are all at the door right now. After saying that, Chang Nuocheng didn't stay any longer. Pulling Ren Chengsen and a few others, she walked out. And as Chang Nuocheng's few people left, the two boys walked in one after the other. One cold and one formal. Chapter 109 Seduction and Adultery. One man sighs for the world. Two men plan for the world. And three men fight for the world. Having said that, the reality is that it's not. And it's possible for three men to be together. And that's just face to face. In the lounge on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, along with Chang Nuocheng leaving, the two boys then slowly walked in. One of them held his head high with defiance written all over his face, while the other boy lowered his head with a look of consternation written all over his face. Chief Fengling, even if you talked Principal Chang into it, so what? You killed Lin Hangong. There's no way I'm going to submit to you. After a long silence, a boy finally spoke up, and even though he was in a bit of a bad state, he was acting rigid. This boy was Tang Weihao, the same boy who had obtained the gun master's inheritance, and who had even shot a few bullets at himself in the beginning of the sparring match with Lin Hangong. Nay, the slingshot he had researched on his own was still too small in power, and he ended up being injured by Chi Fengling's palm, and although the bone bullet in his palm was removed, Tang Weihao hadn't fully recovered yet. Looking at this look of Tang Weihao, Chi Fengling was inexplicably a little touched. The Tang Weihao of his last life was also like this, recognizing death and valuing feelings. Weihao, don't be so angry. Lin Hangong isn't a good leader. You're just a stepping stone for him to enter the army. Reasoning, that's the best way to deal with this kind of person. I know that Airman Lin is selfish, and I also know that he's not a good leader, but he saved my life. After being his paving stone, it's also considered that I've finished repaying my favor. Sure enough, Tang Weihao was just not good at expressing himself, but he understood everything. It's not like that. If you do enter the army, then you'll be eaten up by him for the rest of your life. Do you think that with your heritage as a master of guns and cannons, you can beat his divine fist venerable master? Chi Fengling was certain that this was something Tang Weihao hadn't anticipated. So what? I'm free to decide my matters. You don't bother. There's no way I'm going to submit to you, said Tang Weihao, even turning his head. Alright, surprisingly, I won't make things difficult for you. But what about? You're the only one in our school who's proficient in firearms. How about you do me a favor even if you do me a favor? And you'll manage all those guns? Tang Weihao's temperament Chi Fengling could know too well. It was typical of a soft eater, but not a hard eater, and he also liked to discuss the matter of gun modification with people. The reason why Tang Weihao spoke so little in his last life was probably because there were so few people with whom he shared a common topic. You mean, let me manage those guns? Sure enough, hearing Chi Fengling speak of this, Tang Weihao turned around in an instant, and his face changed from disdain to surprise. Yes, who would use a gun after so long in peace? But if you have a gun, you can't waste it for nothing, can you? Fine, go ahead then. What are the conditions? There was no free lunch in the world, and Tang Weihao naturally felt it. Which is nothing. I do have a condition. You can't take these guns for nothing, of course. You have to utilize your ability to train some people who can use them, and then they have to be able to come in handy the next time there's a crisis at the school. The words were still held back by Chi Fengling, and the condition he raised was actually not a condition. It could be said to be a basic request. And if you say that in the past, it's like I'm giving you a gun, and I'm letting you form your own force, and I have to see that you're strong. So isn't that just like having an army and being self-supporting? Really? Chi Fengling, are you really assured of giving me all these guns? Up to this point, Tang Weihao's face was still filled with disbelief. Of course my word counts. Then my request. Can you fulfill it? Of course Chi Fengling was relieved. After all, these ordinary gunshots were already close to being unable to harm him. There's also the fact that after the first month of the end times, all of mankind's thermal weapons will be rendered ineffective. So any theories about embracing the military and all the armies being lapdogs will go out the window by then. The last thing was that Chi Fengling had only asked Battalion Commander Lu for a gun. Not much in the way of bullets. And now that the military factory had basically stopped production, these guns were really pretty much only useful for research in the hands of Tang Weihao. Don't worry. Although I'm a medical student, the knowledge of guns and cannons in my brain is unending. These problems can't be difficult for me. Seeing Chi Fengling saying this, Tang Weihao on the side was revealing a very confident expression. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. It won't be long before hot weapons won't come in handy. You can start working on cold weapons. This might be a secret. But then again it didn't count. One even chose to trust Tang Weihao, so there was no need to hide it from him anymore. Ah, how is that possible? Could the end times change the principles of physics? And sure enough, Tang Weihao was disbelieving. It was like someone telling you one day that the apple would not fall to the ground, but would fall to the sky. The end times can become more than we think, and we'll see if that will be the case. Alright then, no matter what. Thank you, Chief Fengling. Although he still didn't believe it, Tang Weihao still expressed his gratitude to Chief Fengling. Wait, take this. When they see this, they should be relieved to give you their firearms. And also, if you're free, you should study this as well. Seeing Tang Weihao about to leave, Chief Fengling then casually threw the skeleton bone sniper to him. Yes, although those guns Chief Fengling did not take, but basically are recognized as Chief Fengling's. Tang Weihao just empty words to ask for. It is estimated that you cannot get. There was also the fact that the skull and bone sniper was a magical weapon that had transcended the realm of the physical. And if Tang Weihao could really study it and understand it, there might still be a day for thermal weapons to come out of the woodwork. The last point was that Chief Fengling also had to utilize this gun to make Tang Weihao completely submit himself. Ah, okay, thank you. The first moment he touched the skeleton bone sniper, Tang Weihao felt the difference in him. The feeling of obsession, worthy of being a gun master tormentor. Crowed. Humph. You, how do you say it? Soon after, when Tang Weihao left, Chief Fengling shifted her gaze to another person. That was the god of Chinese song, Chao Quan. Chao Quan in the last life can die too early. Basically no impression. Of course they do not have too much affection with him. Just this person can be much more important than all those awakened people outside. Lord Fengling, Lin Hangdong also saved me, so I'm returning the favor by helping him. As for Ren Chengxin, she's our school's god of war. And, at that time, you were really scary, ugh. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Quan still said what was on his mind. Xiao Quan is right. The first time he helped Lin Hangdong because the first time the two sides met, he was under Lin Hangdong's camp. As for the second time he helped, it was because of his own massacre in the cafeteria, and with Ren Chengxin's better image in their minds, he chose to help her. None of this matters. As you can see, Principal Chang has now ceded the sovereignty of Yunshan University to me, and that Ren Chengxin will listen to me. As he spoke, Chief Fengling also summoned the one-thought divine demon sword, and his face was even more filled with killing intent. Yes, he didn't have any feelings for Chao Quan, and Chao Quan's ranged auxiliary role was really powerful. If Chao Quan wasn't willing to subordinate himself, then he wouldn't let him have the chance to subordinate someone else. Lord Fengling, don't worry. In the future, my songs will only be sung for you. Those who could get into Cloud City University were naturally not cuties. This point of eyesight is still there. Ha ha ha, brother Chao Quan, don't be so scared. I'm not going to eat people. We'll be brothers from now on. If you have any problems, remember to come and find me. Oh, surprisingly hearing the words he wanted to hear, Chief Fengling didn't need to keep a cold face. After all, oppression for too long may also make people rebel. Okay, then there's nothing to do. I'll go back too. Apparently Chao Quan was also surprised by Chief Fengling's change. It was as if he now understood the term. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Chief Fengling didn't say much and waved his hand and hinted for him to leave, because next, Chief Fengling was going to meet a most important person. Chapter 110. You, Chief Fengling, are a reborn person. The man who peers into the heavens breaks off the ancient and looks to the present. The man of strength has not heard of the dawn of the will. Humph, Lord Celestial Mechanic, you've come all the way here. Come in. Why are you still staying at the door? On top of the bed, Chief Fengling said so faintly to the doorway. Squeak, Emperor Sama. It's really been a long time. Don't come back while The author felt disgusted to be saying such polite words. Yes, Heavenly Mechanic, didn't we just meet yesterday? And the you of yesterday, that was omniscient. Today, let me analyze you, okay? At this moment, the Chief Fengling on the bed that was full of confidence, said. He also took out a cell phone in his hand. This cell phone is certainly not Chief Fengling's own. His cell phone has been broken before Want Fat Supermarket. And this cell phone is the one that Chief Fengling asked Principal Chang to ask his classmates for yesterday. Fortunately, it's not yet the first month of the end of the world, and individual cell phones can still use the card-exploding 2G network. Lord Emperor, you say. Looking at the iron lump in Chief Fengling's hand, the Heavenly Mechanic was naturally confused, but he acted calmly. You Tianji Shi, formerly known as Wen Tianzhang, were the strongest arithmetician in the Sky Meteor continent. Because of a miscalculation, you died at the hands of Yaoi Song. Then your soul was immortalized and has been lurking in the world. Later on,
He specialized in creating chance encounters,
and finally crept into the body of the protagonist Qi Yangyu,
and used Qi Yangyu to search for the 4 greatest treasures of the ages.
And finally the plot was pierced by Dai Wood 1. The plan to resurrect failed.
His body died before the Great War.
And then by chance, he came to my blue planet.
Lord Heavenly Mechanic.
Am I saying yes or no?
Holding the cell phone, Qi Fengling spoke so breezily. It was just that opposite Qi Fengling, the face of the Heavenly Mechanic, who had originally had a confident look on his face, had sunk to the bottom, and the feeling was like having his secrets plucked out of the air.
You? How do you know about my past? And what is that iron lump on your hand? Panicking is admitting. It seems that Qi Fengling was right on the money.
That's for sure. Qi Fengling certainly knew about the celestial mechanic, as the eye of the undead emperor had shown that the celestial mechanic came from a novel called Feather and Blood. And yesterday, Qi Fengling borrowed a cell phone just to make up for this novel, and he didn't expect that this heavenly mechanic was really a character in that novel.
You mean this? This thing is called a cell phone. Want to know why? Take it and see for yourself.
Qi Fengling didn't mince words and directly threw that cell phone to the heavenly mechanic. It is easy for a man who observes the sky to forget a single glance.
How? How is it possible? Impossible. Impossible. How can I, we,
and the entire heavenly meteor continent
be a character in someone else's novel? Could it be that everything I am is fictionalized by that author?
Qi Fengling guessed correctly. When the sky pilot finished reading that novel at the speed of light,
the whole person was running out of breath.
Yes, it's like when you've achieved so much through your own hard work since you were a kid and you feel like it's all within your grasp, but suddenly one day you realize that everything you own is manipulated by someone else, and you are even just a character in someone else's writing. Will you break down too? That I have yet to know. So now you know that it's unpleasant to be seen through by you.
In fact, Qi Fengling didn't do this for any reason.
He just wanted to take out a mouthful of bad anger.
I understand.
I don't care if I'm a character in a novel or not.
All I know is that I'm in charge of my future. To be honest,
Qi Fengling was also a bit shocked. He didn't expect that this heavenly mechanic's mindset could be adjusted so quickly.
Alright,
I don't care about your business.
I don't want to care either. I just want to know now. What do you want? What did you do to my brother?
Pointing coldly at the supplanter in front of him, Qi Fengling's eyes were filled with hostility.
Lord Emperor, don't worry. Your brother, he's safe. I have a destiny with him. I won't harm him.
Drawing a sudden change, the heavenly mechanic instantly regained his previous confidence.
Shut the hell up. Don't talk about Lord Emperor in every breath. Say, what else do you know about me?
Qi Fengling was furious, because this was the reason why he had asked the heavenly mechanic to come over today. This person was too mysterious and knew too many of his secrets. If he knew more things,
Qi Fengling would really have to kill someone.
Then, Lord Maple Spirit,
don't get excited. Didn't you find me here today to ask me about this?
Then I'll tell you as well.
I know all about you.
What the heavenly mechanic said was what Qi Fengling wanted to hear the most, and at the same time, it was also what he didn't want to hear the most.
Humph. Then tell us all. What do you know? Man, you know you shouldn't ask, but the more you don't ask, the more curious you become and the more you want to know. You, Qi Fengling, are a reborn.
The inheritance you obtained in your last life was that of a demon hunter, and this host of mine,
Wenchen Zheng, is your good brother from your last life?
Your demon hunting squad all died at the hands of the zombie emperor, and you want to rebuild your forces, kill the zombie emperor,
and then unify China and the blue planet. The corners of the Tianji person's mouth hooked into a smile, and the corners of Qi Fengling's mouth twitched.
Qi Fengling was truly surprised that this Tianji person really knew too much.
Whoosh! Boom!
You're very powerful and smart.
However, knowing too much is death. At this moment, Qi Fengling erupted with unprecedented power for just a second.
He then rushed down from the bed, then grabbed the heavenly mechanic's neck with one hand and pinned him against the wall with all his might, while holding the one-thought divine demon sword in the other hand. The divine demon sword slashed at the neck of the heavenly mechanic. Silk blood had flowed out. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him had the face of a Wenchen Zhang, Qi Fengling would really kill this person who knew that he was a reborn person.
Lord Maple Spirit, I don't mean any harm. Please don't get agitated either. Just because I know about those doesn't mean I'll harm you. Moreover, I was already a dead man.
What you killed was only my residual soul.
But your brother will really die. On the wall, even when he was being held at the neck with a human sword,
the heavenly mechanic acted still calm.
Why should I believe you? Qi Yangyu was so good to you, but you also took advantage of him.
Of course,
Qi Fengling naturally wouldn't believe him so easily. After all,
he had also read that novel.
Lord Maple Spirit, go take a good look at that book again. When Tian Zhang, walk straight, sit upright, and have never taken advantage of this. The bottom line is the best explanation. Fine.
Then tell you. What is your purpose? Chi Fengling didn't want to argue about his past with the heavenly mechanic anymore. He was more interested in knowing the heavenly mechanic's true purpose.
My purpose is simple, and that is to become stronger, remake my flesh, and then return to my own world. Throughout the whole process, the heavenly mechanic didn't blink his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't look like he was cheating, and it was also like the true purpose of a dead man. Humph, I believe you, but if you want to stay, you'll have to see how valuable you are to me. Everything was moving towards Chi Fengling's expectations. The first thing he wanted to do when he looked for the heavenly mechanic to come over today was to find out who he was, and if he found out that he couldn't subordinate himself, then he would definitely have to kill him. Obviously, this heavenly mechanic was temporarily allied with himself, so it was going to come down to the next step, which was that Chi Fengling wanted to see what this heavenly mechanic could do for himself. Hiss. Only, as soon as Chi Fengling's words were finished, the heavenly mechanic's brain fainted, and then he was about to fall down when he stumbled. Chapter 111. There's something wrong with your inheritance. A man is drunk in a man's arms, and there's nothing to say or see or feel. Looking at the man who collapsed in his arms, the yellow face and skinny man, Chi Fengling is really want to throw him away. But this person is still somewhat useful to himself. Chi Fengling also had to restrain his dissatisfaction. Humph, you're at least the strongest arithmetician of the heavenly meteor continent. What? Do you also have low blood sugar? Said Chi Fengling, while forcibly pushing the heavenly calculator up. You quickly stop yin and yang me. I really can't hold on anymore. Just that. The heavenly mechanic acted really weak, exhaling more and inhaling less, as if he was going to karma in the next second. Don't you dare die on me here. Are you trying to blackmail me? As he spoke, Chi Fengling retrieved the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand. It's too interesting. The heavenly mechanic laughed bitterly and slowly sat down on the ground. Ahem. Life is bitter. It's just joy in the bitter. Although it was a bit embarrassing, but the richness of Chinese culture. This is not. Randomly think of a word out to ease it. Well, not and you fooled around. You are what is going on? Is it you want to not work? Or my brother want to not work? My brother, if there is a long and short. You do not want to go back to that sky meteorite continent. Play back to fool around. The key time expression too. What are you thinking? Your brother will be fine. And I won't die. It's the process of replacing it completely that consumes too much of my spiritual energy, and I may have to hide for a long time before I can come out. Complete replacement? There was a difference between this and replacement. Just like when the Divine Fist Exalted Master replaced Lin Hangong. Even though it was the Divine Fist Exalted Master who was in control of the body, Lin Hangong was still able to know what was happening outside. However, a complete replacement would be different. After the Tianji practitioner completely replaced Wen Shenzhang, during the period of time that the Tianji practitioner existed, Wen Shenzhang would be completely asleep, and he wouldn't remember anything during that period of time. Well, why didn't you say so? Then you didn't ask me. Churning out nonsense. Fine. Tell me, you, the heavenly mechanic, do you have the ability to project the future and know the past? Chi Fengling didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. That was straight to the point. Indeed, there aren't many strong people joining the current Blue Star, so I can project basically everything. It had to be said that this heavenly mechanic was still very arrogant. Alright, then tell me quickly, what is the secret of my rebirth? Also, is my inheritance as the undead emperor in danger? Also, where have all the zombies in Cloud City gone? And, are Yi Tian and the others not dead? And, what should I do next? At this moment, Chi Fengling was transformed into a question baby, asking a superb number of questions at once. However, while there are many issues, each one is very important. It was like being reborn. Why was he reborn? And he wasn't a supreme power in his last life, so why would such a good thing as being reborn come to him? Secondly, the Ghoul King and the Goblin God Envoy had both taken over themselves at one time, but they were both expelled from their bodies when they were about to succeed in the end, and it seemed like other than this undead emperor's inheritance, Chi Fengling couldn't think of any other reason. Thirdly, in this life, the zombies in Cloud City have really disappeared in a big way. If it was normal, the zombies should still force humans to not dare to go out and not dare to make a loud noise in general. Fourthly, he had carelessly let the Corpse Lord go, and the Corpse Lord's ability was special. Chi Fengling was truly afraid that he would attack him one day. Fifth, at that time in the 17th floor of the skyscraper, Chi Fengling could not find the bodies of Yi Tian and his party. Yi Tian in his first life was the Lord of Cloud City. To put it bluntly, it was the protagonist template, and Chi Fengling was most afraid that he was also still alive. The last thing was that the current Chi Fengling was also a bit confused,
because the end times were no longer developing as they had in the previous life,
and there were not many benefits to his rebirth. Lord Fengling, I'm afraid I don't have that much time to answer your questions one by one. Just say it now. You want to know that one the most, and I'll answer as much as I can. On the ground, the eyes of the heavenly mechanic were gradually getting lost. It was obvious that he was about to fall into a deep sleep. You dog, well, then quickly tell me, this inheritance of the undead emperor, is there a problem? Chief Fengling was really furious and grabbed him by the collar in one go. This heavenly mechanic clearly knew that he couldn't hold out for long, so why did he waste so much time with himself from yesterday to today? Seeing that Chief Fengling had asked the question he wanted to know the most, the heavenly mechanic then closed his eyes before placing his hand on Chief Fengling's forehead. In a normal situation, Chief Fengling would definitely open his hand, but now Chief Fengling knew that he was projecting. Hiss. Phew. Who? Just as Chief Fengling was still concentrating on waiting, it was as if a ray of light suddenly popped out of his own forehead, and then directly flicked out the heavenly mechanic's hand. Are you alright? Asking on his lips if the others were alright, but in reality, Chief Fengling himself had already panicked, because this seemed to indicate that his own inheritance seemed to really have some problems. Phew. Fengling brother, this undead emperor inheritance of yours, it possesses its own consciousness. I advise you, in the future, use its ability less. Otherwise, the classic episode where you pass out in the middle of a sentence and this skywriter does the same thing. Otherwise what? Get your ass up. Finish your sentence for me. Finished. The words of the heavenly mechanic really mobilized all of Chief Fengling's mind. Chief Fengling now hated to shake this person to death. Don't shake it. Where is this? You're that biggest lickspittle in class too. Chief Fengling, the emperor is not responsible for the people. Chief Fengling's violent shaking is still useful. This is not. Woke up the person. Just woke up this person. Is not the person Chief Fengling want to see. Name, Wenqin Zhang. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, talisman master. When Chief Fengling finished scanning Wenqin Zhang's data with the eye of the undead emperor, that excited heart still sank. It seemed that the heavenly mechanic hadn't lied. He really had fallen asleep. Brother Zhang. I'm Chief Fengling. I'm also an awakened. And now I'm still the strongest awakened in Cloud City University. So in the future, don't call me a licking dog haha. Enduring the displeasure in his heart, Chief Fengling still exchanged kind words with Wenqin Zhang. Brother Zhang? Do I know you well? Moreover, isn't the strongest awakened at Cloud City University Renshingson? Scratching his head, Wenqin Zhang also looked confused. It seemed that he really didn't have any memories of the time when the celestial mechanic completely replaced him. Forget it, this is the 5th floor lounge of the cafeteria. If you don't believe me, just go out and ask yourself. Remember, come to me if you have any problems. If it were any other day, Chief Fengling might have actually told Wenqin Zhang a good story about them. But right now, he was going to have to think about what the heavenly mechanic had said. What do you mean? This inheritance of the undead emperor has its own consciousness. Can't it be that he was chosen by the undead emperor and then a puppet in the blue star? There was also the fact that one had then awakened this inheritance of the undead emperor, and without using this ability, did one want to be an invalid? With that, Chief Fengling then crouched in place and pondered. While that Wenqin Zhang also exited the room alone. Chapter 112 Want to eat barbecued meat. If the aspirant comes to contemplation, the sky will be the quilt and the earth will be the bed. In the lounge on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, the heavenly mechanic that was slumbering away, but Chief Fengling couldn't calm down anymore. So what can be done about it? The news he said was too bombastic, and the point is, the words weren't even finished. Knock. Fengling student, are you in there? Something's wrong. Knock. Fengling student, are you still there? It was Chang Nuoching's voice. The tone was a bit urgent. Obviously something had happened that she couldn't handle either. Fengling student, say something. At the door, Chang Nuoching was already anxious to the point of stomping her feet. And this was also the reason why Chief Fengling liked Chang Nuoching, because she still maintained that literacy up to now. Principal Chang, I'm here. If there's anything you want to do, come in and say it. Adjusting her emotions, Chief Fengling still spoke. Squeak. It's not good for Fengling's classmates. The classmates are now getting rowdy again and Changson can barely suppress them. What should we do now? The door was pushed open very quickly. It looked like Chang Nuoching was really in a hurry. And it could also be seen that she seemed to have gone to dress up a bit, only because of the special circumstances that had arisen. Her makeup was only halfway painted. Principal Chang, don't be so hasty first, tell me, why? Although Chief Fengling was also curious, he knew that right now, He had to be calm. Only then could he make Chang Nuacheng quiet down. Yes, it's because of the food problem. And then Chang Sin Shi. The words to the mouth.
Chang Nuacheng also revealed an ugly color.
Looks like this should have happened something bad. Ha! Did Ren Changzhen draw them a big pie? And then the students couldn't take it anymore?
This was Chi Fengling's guess, because leaders in general would be like this.
But in this case, just drawing big cakes could not solve the problem. No, classmate Fengling, as I said, you mustn't be angry with Changson. Unconsciously,
Chang Nuacheng grabbed Chi Fengling's hand, her eyes full of supplication.
Principal Chang, if you say so, I won't be angry. Squeezing out a fake dying smile,
Chi Fengling seemed to have guessed something as well.
Yes, it's like this. Changson said that you are the undead emperor.
You must take the corpses of your classmates to be sacrificed.
She couldn't stand it, and then she went to cremate the corpses of her classmates. And then, speaking, Chang Nuacheng's mouth trembled, and it looked like something that she couldn't even accept should have happened. Isn't it true?
Some of the students smelled that smell, and the hunger made them rush out and devour that blood and flesh.
And then Ren Changzhen fought with them, and now the situation is going out of control, isn't it? Chi Fengling's face looked bad,
and those words came out of his mouth.
Silence is the best answer. Sure enough,
this Ren Changzhen was just stubborn and didn't believe his own words, so it seemed that if he wanted to solve this problem, he would have to pay a bigger price.
Principal Chang, don't worry, I'll go down and take a look now. After calming down Chang Nuacheng, Chi Fengling grabbed the door and left. At this moment,
at the entrance of the first floor of the cafeteria,
many students were blocking there, their teeth and claws open,
with a fierce light in their eyes, their mouths spewing profanities and curses.
This appearance, not at all like a highly educated student anymore. And at the doorway were the awakened, led by Ren Changzhen,
who were either holding guns or wooden stools.
Except that they didn't attack, they just stood against the doorway, preventing their classmates from rushing out. What should I do? Run. I can't hold out much longer. Ren Changzhen, they've gone crazy. If this keeps up, we'll get hurt too. Ren Changzhen, or we'll just them out. There aren't many burnt bodies anyway. On Ren Changzhen's side, the awakened ones that were very much struggling. After all, dozens against hundreds, that was not the slightest chance of winning.
No, even if there's only one corpse, it's still our classmate. Eating human flesh is not allowed to happen here in my place. With that, Ren Changzhen increased the strength of her hand, as if it was a matter of her applying more force to solve the problem.
Click. I can't hold on much longer. Don't bite me. Sister Ren, what to do? Should we shoot? Ren Changzhen, give a word. If we don't fight back, we might get hurt too.
Only a click was heard. The huge impact still toppled through the wooden planks blocking the way, and along with a gaping hole in one place, the already insubstantial barrier fell apart. It could be hunger or anger that had gotten some of the students to start an indiscriminate attack already, and at this moment, Ren Changzhen was a bit phased. She didn't know what she had done wrong, why their carefully protected classmates would be like this.
She wanted to make a move,
but then there would be casualties among her classmates.
But if she didn't make a move, the awakened would be injured,
and the bodies of her classmates out there would be unprotected.
Boom! I see who dares to move. Move again. You also go to be roast meat.
Just at this crisis moment, only to hear a hoarse sound hissing and cracking the battlefield, a big sword with two colors of light is directly bombarded in the crowd. This was of course Chi Fengling's flaming skeleton horse and one thought divine demon sword, and since the scene was about to get out of control, Chi Fengling summoned the flaming skeleton horse to the entrance position, the place where the crowd was the densest.
All at once this time,
and with the sudden appearance of the flaming skeleton horse and the one thought divine demon sword, another dozen or so students turned into corpses.
However, this time,
Chi Fengling was not as cruel as the first time. He only let the flaming skeleton horse stand there and did not give the order to slaughter. And in the eyes of the students, this flaming skeleton horse had become synonymous with death.
And when they saw the horse again, many of them knelt down. Chi Fengling, what are you doing?
The doorway, looking at the extra dozen or so corpses.
Ren Changzhen's eyes were wide,
as if he was trying to oligarchize Chi Fengling.
What for? I've come to save more people. Chi Fengling's pace was slow, except that with every step he took, some of his classmates kept kneeling down. Saving people?
It's already good enough for you to stop killing people.
Do you think that just a single killing can really make the students settle down? Without food, they really will not want to die.
Glaring at Chi Fengling who was slowly approaching, Ren Changzhen's eyes seemed to be filled with tears. It was a feeling of powerlessness. She knew what the problem was, but she couldn't solve it. She wanted to use peaceful methods to solve it, but her words were becoming less and less believable, and she was breaking down.
Oh, Lord Sword Saint, you mean that you have a solution to the food problem? Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, Chief Fengling wanted to see if Ren Shengtsen had any solution to the problem. I'll lead the food myself. It's sure to be better than this slaughter you're doing anyway. The duck deadpanned. Humph. Lord Sword Saint. It seems like they can't wait for that time anymore. If there was really still food around, would they starve for 3 to 5 days? Chief Fengling could see that the more he walked to the door, the crazier the eyes of his classmates became, and it looked like if they didn't have any more food, by then, death would not be able to suppress them. So what do you have to do? With one word, Ren Changzan had no excuses. I can fix the food solution, but what will you do when the time comes? Pointing at Ren Changzan in front of her, Chief Fengling only wanted to know what would happen to her. If you can find food and still feed all the students, Ren Changzan, will be subordinate to you from now on. With no second thoughts, Chief Fengling really admired this kind of person. They could gamble with their own interests because of other people's safety and security. Chapter 113 Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dogs. Human nature is never good or evil. It is only a matter of what the conscience reveals. Chief Fengling, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to solve the food problem? What are you doing now? Seeing Chief Fengling start dragging up the bodies of his classmates, Ren Shengtsen instantly became anxious again. Sword Saint Sama, do I need to report to you about what I'm going to do? If you can solve the food problem, I won't do anything right now. Is that okay? Turning around, Chief Fengling slightly rolled her eyes and said, of course. Chief Fengling's current behavior was definitely not to look for food. He was still dragging away these corpses in order to complete the undead blood sacrifice. Although Ren Shengtsen had promised himself that he would return to himself after he found food, but when the time came, if he used these corpses to make blood sacrifices again, Ren Shengtsen would definitely not agree. Instead of creating conflicts afterward, it would be better to perform the blood sacrifice from the beginning, and he was never the type to help for nothing. At the very least, he would see the benefits first. The doorway, being disliked so much by Chief Fengling, Ren Shengtsen was instantly speechless. In the end, she ultimately did not have the ability to solve the problem, and Chief Fengling's talk on the 5th floor was very useful. And soon, Xiao Quan, Wenchen Zheng, and a few other awakened who he didn't recognize began to help Chief Fengling drag up the bodies as well. Watching as more and more awakened began to help Chief Fengling, Ren Shengtsen's eyes couldn't help but soak up tears again. She didn't understand. Obviously Chief Fengling was a murderous person. Why would everyone slowly lean towards him? Soon, the bodies inside the cafeteria were dragged beyond the entrance, a larger square, and now that was full of death compared to the neatness it once had been. From a distance, the place had been piled up into a small mountain of corpses, and the blood and stench lingered around, making most people a little uncomfortable. But Chief Fengling didn't care about this. After all, what could this be? In his last life, he had really seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. While his classmates watched, Chief Fengling bit his finger, and with Chief Fengling's chanting under his breath, and the disciplined but stepless pace, a blood-colored circle was soon drawn around the corpse's circumference. Endless abyss, eternal sleeping undead, answer my call, listen to my heart, feel my sincerity, for which I will offer pure flesh and blood for your enjoyment. Cross the barriers of space and descend to my side. This is the most standard words of summoning offerings, and although they are all polite, who doesn't like to hear something nice, be it a human or a ghost? Undead blood sacrifice. Chief Fengling could not be more familiar with it, and as Chief Fengling made all the preparations, the blood-colored circle on the ground began to glow. Immediately after that, the more than 200 corpses unexpectedly began to slowly decompose. White smoke gradually appeared on top of the corpses, and the pile of corpses was like a broken balloon, rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene, Chief Fengling has already seen strange. Just that aside the students, as if they had seen magic. One by one that was wide-eyed, they were curious and at the same time afraid, and only Ren Shengtsen on the side, that was glaring at herself with an iron face. She knew that Chief Fengling had already sacrificed those former classmates. If it wasn't for Chang Nu watching on the side who had been pulling her hand, it was estimated that she was going to come up to do battle again. Boom! Only a small explosion was heard in the air, and in the next second, the body on the ground completely disappeared. Even the blood on the ground disappeared without a trace. Roar! Woof! Ow! As the white smoke from the blood sacrifice spell cleared, a bark and 2 growls then suddenly appeared on the campus, a sound that was terrifying and oozing. This was a 3-headed dog. Its appearance was very scary. The right half of its body still had part of its black flesh and blood, but the left half of its body had completely turned into a withered bone shape. What was even more frightening was its 3 heads. The one on the far right still had black flesh and blood, but it couldn't be seen to have any vitality. The one in the center had half flesh and half withered bone,
and the one on the far left was made up entirely of withered bone, and it looked abnormal and incomparable.
Was this his own summoned beast this time? Looking at the 3-meter-tall, 4-meter-long body, Chief Fengling was inexplicably a little excited, because this meant that the summoned beast this time was finally a powerful battle-type summoned beast. Name, Bone Spirit 3-headed dog. Race, undead. Rank, peak level 2. Profile, age 844. Is the appearance of the 3-headed dog of hell after death? After not completely decayed, inherited the brutality of life, full of hostility to living beings, the remnants of the head of the wisdom, with a monstrous loyalty, submissive to the strong. Power, 110. Speed, 110. Spirit, 50. Body mass, 110. Skill, Triple Canine. The Bone Spirit Triple Canine can cause itself to fully split into 3 Bone Spirit dogs, each possessing a strength 3 stages below that of its original body. 3 barks. The 3 heads of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog can play 3 different roles, from right to left, flame attack, shocking roar, and spiked bone rain. Wow! After looking at the data of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog, Chief Fengling's joy was beyond words. This Bone Spirit 3-headed dog could really be too strong. Although it was only the peak of the 2nd level, this basic attribute, this skill ability, it could be described as very forceful. Woof! On the ground, the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog also sensed Chief Fengling's probing of it, and it seemed to be able to sense even more that there seemed to be some kind of master-servant relationship between them. Yes, undead blood sacrifices were also divided into types, at least for now. Chief Fengling's summons were all in this master-servant mode, which meant that the summoned beasts had to be 100% subservient to themselves. Only, this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog in front of him was just like the Savvy that appeared at the beginning. It was full of disbelief towards this master of his. It was no wonder. Chief Fengling himself was only a peak level 1, while the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was a peak level 2. The difference between the 2 levels was too great, and the personality of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was that it submitted to the strong, obviously in its eyes. Chief Fengling was not, and there was also the most crucial point. The Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was a hell 3-headed dog when it was alive. Whether it was alive or dead, it was an evil creature, and what this creature hated the most was living things, and Chief Fengling was on the other hand. Either submit to me or die. 8 eyes facing each other. Even though Chief Fengling's level was much weaker, Chief Fengling did not concede in the slightest. Lord Fengling, do you want us to help you? On the side, as if the students had also seen the subtlety of the relationship between the two, many awakenings had offered to help Chief Fengling. No need. You guys just watch. This was not Chief Fengling pretending, but Chief Fengling really had the ability to deal with the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog itself. Roar! Woof! Ow! As if this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog also understood what Chief Fengling meant. The 3 heads roared together before charging directly towards Chief Fengling. This is also a sign of having wisdom. A strong person will not show his full ability at the beginning, but today, here in Chief Fengzhua, it is going to suffer. Boom! Woof! Woof woof woof! Only, 1 person and 1 dog had not yet fought, but the running Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was all of a sudden planted on the ground, and Chief Fengling was not ambiguous, carrying the one-thought divine demon sword, and riding on the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog's head with a big jump. With Chief Fengling's thought, the one-thought divine demon sword instantly transformed into the one-thought divine sword, and that holy power of light caused the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog to let out a miserable scream of pain. Why would a bone-slinging 3-headed dog fall over? It was simple. Chief Fengling, as its summoner, naturally had a summoning contract that could suppress it, and the power of the contract could penetrate straight into the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog's soul flame within. In fact, Chief Fengling was really thankful that the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was a peak level 2 summoning beast, but if it reached level 3, then he himself would be 2 major levels away from it, and at that time, the summoning pact would be too small. Woof! Woof woof woof! Woo! Under Chief Fengling's crotch, the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog tried to struggle for a bit. Only the more it struggled, the harder Chief Fengling's one-thought divine sword plunged in, and after bouncing around 2 more times, it still chose to lie down on its knees on the ground. Good! The taming of the summoned beasts was successful, and with this wave, it wasn't just the summoned beasts that were tamed, but also a lot of the awakened who didn't submit themselves. Chapter 114 Scattering Wealth Rituals. Turning over his hand to contract, turning over his hand to suppress the dog, the line of master and servant, the high and the low. Chief Fengling, where's the food you promised? The appearance of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog caused Rinshengsen to have a hint of fear as well, and the hideous 3 heads made her not dare to take even a single glance at it. Woof roar! Just as soon as Rinshengsen's words were finished, the head in the center of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog let out a roar.
Chi Fengling seemed to remember that the three heads of the bone spirit three-headed dog each had their own purpose, and the one in the center seemed to be the shocking roar. It could be seen that the students who had dared to watch secretly were instantly abashed. Many of them kneeled down, and even more had frozen to the spot. Nice. This shocking roar didn't have any substantial damage, but it could cause a fear effect on the target, and although it didn't work for a long time, a second was also very crucial in a battle between powerful people. Don't worry, Chi Fengling, will definitely do what I promised. Because of obtaining the bone spirit three-headed dog, this made Chi Fengling's mood so good that even if he was being rushed, Chi Fengling didn't have any anger. Swish! Wow! Food! Really food! I can't stand it. I haven't had canned meat in ages. Did you guys see that? All that food. It literally appeared out of thin air. Yeah. What do you care? Just have food. With a wave of Chi Fengling's big hand, dozens of pounds of various snacks appeared in the empty space just now, and this made the students who had been hungry for many days excited. Woof roar! Phew dash! Stop it all! Did I say that this food is for you to eat? Stood with his sword, while to the left and right of Chi Fengling were the snarling bone spirit three-headed dog and the galloping flaming skeleton horse. Dozens of pounds of food? Yes, although there were dozens of pounds of food, it was only a drop in the bucket, and a drop in the bucket for thousands of hungry students. Exactly. Not only would the food not solve the problem, it would also cause the remaining students to fight, and that was something Chi Fengling did not want to see. So, where did the food come from? Could it be remembered that before Chi Fengling came to Cloud City University, he passed by the largest yoga club in Cloud City, where Chi Fengling had decimated a group of kobolds, and at that time, a lot of food had been placed in the kobolds' tent. At that time, Chi Fengling and Yuan Tiangang took away a third of it after discussing it. However, even if all that food was taken away at that time, it still wasn't enough for these students to have a full meal. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? Didn't you bring this food out for your classmates? Seeing Chi Fengling displaying the highest level of combat power, Ren Shengsun was no longer afraid, but instead, one of them walked right up to Chi Fengling. Honestly speaking, if the current Ren Shengsun fought Chi Fengling, that would be the only thing that had no chance of winning at all. Or rather, all of the current awakened at Cloud City University joining forces might not be Chi Fengling's opponent anymore. Ren Changzhen, are you stupid? Do you think that this food is enough for everyone? Do you still want to see yesterday's chaos happen again? Chi Fengling still didn't get angry, although this woman was stubborn. She was at least thinking about her classmates. Then what are you going to do? You can't say you're going to take these food sacrifices, associating it with what happened yesterday. The agitated Ren Shengsun still calmed down. It wasn't that she understood any reasoning. What she did understand was that if yesterday's chaos happened again, Chi Fengling would definitely be the one to kill again. Yo, you're quite smart. Well said. That's what I'm going to do. Tilting his head, Chi Fengling expressed his approval towards this woman as well. Okay, I believe you. Students, don't get excited. Student Fengling is a dual heritage of ritualist and summoner. Trust him, he will definitely get us food. Chi Fengling also didn't expect that this Ren Shengsun would also lie, but her words still had some effect, and the excited students calmed down quite a bit again. Seeing that no one was coming forward again, Chi Fengling then walked to the front of the pile of food, followed by the process of drawing a spell formation in 1,000 different ways. Endless realm of the abyss, boundless realm of the undead, I praise you for your riches and expansiveness. I long for your charity and bounty, and for that reason I will offer the delicacies of my blue star, and I hope that you will feel my sincerity and grant me food that I can enjoy. This time, Chi Fengling's summoning words finally changed. So what could be done? After all, what was needed this time was not a summoned beast, but food. Food from the undead world? Yes and no. The realm of the undead can be much bigger than Blue Star. The most in it are of course white bones and skeletons, but of course, there are some other races in it as well, and their food is something that humans might be able to consume. Awkwardness, silence, time passed by, but the food on the spell didn't change in the slightest, which meant that either the summoning had failed, or the sacrifice was so bad that no one was looking at it for the time being. What to do? The races of the undead realm are evil creatures, and they probably don't really need these humans for food. Could it be that he had to kill a few more people or put something of value up? Thinking about it, Chi Fengling's brows furrowed again. Gollum. Thinking about it, a bead then flowed into Chi Fengling's hand. Feeling the special scent in this bead, Chi Fengling then quickly pulled it out. Goblin ritual beads. Come to think of it, this bead, it seems like it was dropped by Chi Fengling when he beheaded the goblin god envoy. The Chi Fengling at that time was prepared to use this as a sacrifice, but the goblin aura in this bead was too heavy. Chief Fengling was afraid of summoning the Goblin God envoy once again.
But now, Chief Fengling, on the other hand, had an unusual plan. Yes, Chief Fengling was preparing to take it as a sacrifice. The reason was simple. The thing summoned this time wasn't a summoned beast, but an item, so naturally, there was no need to worry about the Goblin God's envoy causing mischief. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling no longer hesitated, but instead directly threw the Goblin sacrificial bead within the spell formation. Buzz. As the Goblin's sacrificial bead entered the spell instantly glowed with a dazzling light. Sorry. It suddenly occurred to Chief Fengling that this Goblin sacrificial bead seemed to also possess the power of faith of the Goblin God King, which was a power that could only be collected by a powerhouse of mythic level or above. And when Chief Fengling thought of this, the Goblin's sacrificial bead was quickly dissolved by the spell, and it looked like someone had already taken a fancy to this sacrifice. It was a bit speechless, but what could be done about it? Let's call it compensation for having scared the classmates for so long. Slowly, the light of the spell began to flourish, followed by the Goblin's sacrificial bead and the dozens of pounds of food all disappearing above the spell. Phew! The white smoke gradually dispersed. Chief Fengling not only did not see the food that should have been spread all over the place, as if he also felt the breath of the living spirit on it. Where is this? How did I get here? Chapter 115 End Times. Qin Chong. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and it is difficult to keep two masters in one book. Human? Through the white smoke that hadn't dissipated yet, Chief Fengling had already sensed the uniquely human aura of affinity. But how is that possible? He himself was an undead emperor. Shouldn't the worlds you can connect to be just the undead realm? Why did he summon a human this time? Or maybe this human, he resides in the realm of the undead? Ahem. Where the hell is this place? And who are all of you? Just as Chief Fengling was still thinking, the human on the spell spoke again. At this moment, Chief Fengling that was even more shocked, because he could understand this person's speech without using any translation. And this meant that this person was actually speaking Chinese. As the white smoke gradually dispersed, Chief Fengling was finally able to see this person on the spell. This was a very handsome man, around 1 meter 8 in height, with a robust body. His clothes were a bit messy, and his beard was still a bit long, but his eyes were firm, and his whole temperament was extraordinary. Name, Qin Chong. Race, super alien. Introduction, age unknown. From people in the end times, I can connect to reality. With a protagonist's halo, super strong psychic abilities, and a cell phone that can connect to reality. This person has a strong sense of justice and personality, and will always repay any grudge or favor, and is the chosen one. Status, parity. Rank, peak level 2. Power, 110. Agility, 110. Spirit, 110. Body mass, 110. Skill? At the first moment the man appeared, Chief Fengling quickly used the undead emperor's eyes on him, which didn't look. Chief Fengling was shocked. How did he meet another character from another novel? But this time, it was the legendary protagonist. This novel Chief Fengling can read. In 10 years ago, that is a popular global masterpiece. Chief Fengling of course also read. Just now the past too long. The plot is also forgotten almost. This is Blue Star. Mr. Qin Chong. Welcome to become my summoned beast. Only that Chief Fengling didn't care about that much. The one that could be summoned by himself. Then he definitely had to submit to himself. Blue Star? Your summoned beast? How do you know my name? Also, you're afraid that you're not dreaming. Across the room, when Qin Chong heard Chief Fengling say this, his face was filled with disdain and even hostility. That's for sure. Maybe for other creatures, summoned beasts are nothing. But for humans, summoned beasts are equivalent to pets, slaves, and something very inferior. Is that so? In my world, even if you're a dragon, give me a crouch. And even if you're a tiger, give me a lie down. Qin Chang's words clearly provoked Chief Fengling's competitive spirit as well. And when Chief Fengling saw Qin Chang's peak level 2 strength, his entire body gained confidence again, because it meant that he could use the summoning contract to suppress him. Available at. Hey, what are you doing with your hands? You're having a seizure. On the opposite side, seeing Chief Fengling pressing her hands and saying some kind of incantation, Qin Chong was full of doubts. Now, Chief Fengling was also confused. Wasn't Qin Chong summoned by himself? Why could he be unaffected by the summoner's contract? And so on. Name, Qin Chong. Status, parity, equal status. It was only then that Chief Fengling noticed that in Qin Chang's information bar, the status of being equal had appeared. Didn't this mean that he and Qin Chong were on equal footing? Cough cough. Mr. Qin Chong. I don't think you understand your situation right now. You are now in my world. Remember, you were summoned by Neo. Aha. So what? Across the room, Qin Chong acted still calm.
as if he was already used to the whole crossing over thing. That was also true. The world Qin Shong was in, he had also experienced the end times, so it could be said that he had not seen any big storms. Good. Surprisingly, you understand all of this. I won't sell you short. Surprisingly, you have enjoyed my sacrifice and have come to my world. Then you should serve me. Will you be willing to do so? Holding the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, Chi Fongling's attitude was already about to turn into coercion. Oh, you mean these? You call these things sacrifices as well? On the side, Qin Shong looked like he had heard some kind of joke, only to see that as soon as he raised his hand, all those foodstuffs that Chi Fongling had used to make sacrifices came back. Embarrassed. At this moment, Chi Fongling felt like a poor boy who went to beg for a job. Before the words were spoken, he was recognized by others for the pirated goods of the things he took. Qin Chong, do you think that's all the things I'm talking about? Chi Fongling wasn't one to be messed with, and moreover, his offerings were more than just these foods. Oh, you're talking about this bead. I'm sorry, the divine power inside it has already been absorbed by me. With that, Qin Chong took out a bead. Only the one in front of him had already lost all its luster. Humph, after having consumed my sacrifice, then it should become my summoned beast. This rule, don't you understand? Seeing that Qin Chong had admitted it greatly, Chi Fongling also had a bottom line. After all, in that book, Qin Chong had never been a reasonable person, and this time he should be the one to be unreasonable. Joke, I did use your bead, but with it, you want me to be your summoned beast. Friend, aren't you thinking too much? On the opposite side, Qin Chong, however, did not have the slightest intention of lowering his head. That's for sure. People are at least the protagonist of a book. How could they be willing to become someone else's slave just for the sake of this thing? Qin Chong, think carefully. You're in my world. Whether you can go back or not depends on my order. And, my friend, you'd better not push me, or I can't guarantee that this energy shot will not hurt your head. This time, Chi Fongling had really pretended to be too much, and before he could finish his threatening words, that Qin Chong directly sprinted over. This Qin Chong was worthy of being the protagonist, and also worthy of possessing peak level 2 strength. When Chi Fongling and his summoned beasts hadn't reacted, Qin Chong had already strangled Chi Fongling's neck. Heavens! This was the first time Chi Fongling had been threatened like this, and there was also the fact that both were clearly at the peak of level 2. So why was his own bone spirit 3-headed dog reacting so slowly anymore? And when Chi Fongling glanced over, the bone spirit 3-headed dog was hovering in place. Dig it! Now Chi Fongling couldn't tense up. He seemed to remember that the profile of the bone spirit 3-headed dog said that it was a summoned beast that was subservient to the strong and monstrously loyal. Ha! True. Nothing in the realm of the undead is perfect. Is that so? Then I can't guarantee that you'll be able to go back alive after you kill me. Only that Chi Fongling had no intention of giving in. After all, this was his world. This gentleman, could you please not hurt Fongling-san? You let go of him. With me here, no one can touch Chi Fongling. Lord Maple Spirit, we are always on your side. Chi Fongling was also a bit shocked, not expecting that this time, not only Chang Nuachang and Ren Shengsen, but even a group of awakened people from Yuncheng University were on their side. Humph, you think they can hurt me? Just, Qin Chong, who had reached the peak of level 2, was full of disdain for these people's threats that were full of disdain. Lord Fongling, who are you? Let go of him or I'll have you killed. Woof roar. Phew dash. This time, Chi Fongling directly utilized the power of contract, and that wandering bone spirit 3-headed dog, all of a sudden, stood on Chi Fongling's side, and at this moment, beside Chi Fongling, there was the flaming skeleton horse that was ready to strike, as well as Savvy who was full of rage. Yes, this was Chi Fongling's capital now. Perhaps Ren Shengsen and the others were not strong enough. However, the level 2 high-ranked flaming skeleton horse, the level 2 peak bone spirit 3-headed dog, and the level 3 medium-rank skeleton which were more than enough to have the ability to keep Qin Chong here. Chapter 116 Light Guides? The strength to fight the group of heroes to see Qin Chong, the will to trap Chi Fongling, the ball of energy light coalesced by the side of the head, and a group of powerful people were entrenched in the surroundings. Obviously, the battlefield had reached an extremely delicate point, and as long as someone dared to make a move, bloodshed and gore would erupt. Oh, your name is Chi Fongling, right? Then Chi Fongling, do you think that they can really kill me? Even though he was surrounded by a crowd of powerful people, Qin Chong acted still calm. That was a given. No matter what, Qin Chong was also the protagonist of a book, and it was possible that Chi Fongling had also overlooked that Qin Chong might have some other hidden cards. Oomph. Then you can also try. It's best that this energy bomb of yours can cause me to die in one blow. Only, Chi Fongling didn't have any thoughts of admitting defeat either. Perhaps the summoned beasts around him were already all the cards he had. But Chi Fengling also knew that this undead emperor inheritance of his was hiding some unknown secrets. That was a power that even an epic-level powerhouse could not take over itself. And Chi Fengling did not believe that Qin Chong, who was at the peak of the second level of the district, could deal with it. For a while, both Chi Fengling and Qin Chong were in deep thought, both of them perhaps pondering where this person, who was clearly at his wit's end, could still have such confidence. Chi Fengling, I, Qin Chong, am not an unreasonable person. It is true that I have absorbed your bead. However, there is no way that I can become your summoned beast just based on this. Surveying the boundless wariness of the people around him, Qin Chong was still the first to give in. It seems that the synopsis is right. Qin Chong is a reasonable person. Unlike the protagonists in some books who only know the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger when they meet. Qin Chong, are you negotiating with me? Then you've seen who negotiates terms by putting an energy bomb on someone's head. At this moment, Chi Fengling indeed did not have the heart to negotiate with Qin Chong, because this energy bomb floating on his head was really a bit scary. Chi Fengling, I, Qin Chong, am no cutie pie. If I withdraw the energy bomb, won't they kill me in minutes? After sweeping aside the summoned beasts, Qin Chong still didn't let his guard down. That too. In Chi Fengling's words, Qin Chong was now in his world, and Qin Chongness was just a guarantee for his own safety. Lord Maple Spirit I. Phew dash. Chi Fengling wasn't afraid of Qin Chong playing dirty. It was only less than a second's effort that the flaming skeleton horse, bone spirit three-headed dog, and the skeleton which all disappeared into this world. Ha ha ha, good. Brother Fengling is in pain. Then I, Qin, am not lagging behind either. After saying that, Qin Chong directly withdrew the energy projectile condensed in his hand, and also slowly took a step back. Yes, there is only one step. This Qin Chong still left his mind. But if Chi Fengling dares to cheat, such a close distance is enough for him to hijack Chi Fengling again. Humph, don't scream so fast. I'm not your brother yet. I just want to know now, how should you compensate me? To be honest, he did lose some face just now, so the current Chi Fengling was not in as good a frame of mind as Qin Chong. That was of course, after all, this was his own world. If he was hijacked by him in Qin Chang's world, Chi Fengling didn't care, because the people over there didn't know him. Alright, Chi Fengling, I've already absorbed the energy of that bead. It's impossible for me to give it back to you as is. However, I can compensate you with something else. Putting his hands behind his back, Qin Chong replied, likewise weighing the value of the bead. Of course, Chi Fengling was also weighing the value of this bead. After all, he hadn't reached the mythic level either, and he didn't know what the power of faith was worth. Chi Fengling, let's see. You're taking these food sacrifices. You should be in great need of food right now. I can compensate you with 200 pounds of food. What do you think? This Qin Chong still had eyesight, looking at the yellowish faces of the surrounding classmates, and the sacrifices used by Chi Fengling for the rituals. He had already guessed what Chi Fengling wanted. Humph, good. Only 200 pounds isn't enough. I want 2,000 pounds. Being guessed, Chi Fengling wasn't angry, but wanted to take the opportunity to make a lion's share of a wave. Originally, this dozens of pounds of food was originally Chi Fengling's own. With this food, Chi Fengling alone could eat for half a month, and with Chi Fengling's ability, food was not a problem at all. So all these fights for food were for the students. But Chi Fengling was never a selfless person. Even if he was contributing to his classmates, he still had to let them know who was keeping them alive. Obviously, the 200 pounds of food that Qin Chong was willing to give was not enough. Moreover, Qin Chong was also alone now, and for him to agree to give 200 pounds of food out of thin air, then he must have a lot more food to take out. 2,000 pounds? Chi Fengling, do you think I'm a landlord? Or rather, do you think I'm easy to bully? Hearing these words, Qin Chang's face instantly turned cold. He did have food, and he did still have a way to get that food, but he wasn't a little cutie. He was not a little cutie. So why should Chi Fengling take so much food from him with a stern face? So, you're not giving it. A tone that was clearly a prelude to a failed negotiation. So what if I don't give it? Do you think, that bead of yours, is it really worth the price? Listening to Qin Chang's reply, it was obvious that he had the intention to fight. Mr. Qin, it's true that Fengling's classmate, he's being a bit difficult for you. However, we really need this food at Yunshan University. Otherwise you can take a look and take whatever you need here. Do you think it's okay? Seeing that Chi Fengling and Qin Chong had reached the point of saber rattling again, Chang Nuo Chang still spoke up, and unlike before, the once high and proud successful woman had now become a lowly model. Bright one. This school of yours, someone Qin. Really, after scanning this shabby school for a week, Qin Shong then revealed a very difficult expression.
Indeed, the current Yunchang University.
In addition to the broken building is the hungry and crazy classmates.
He does not need these classmates even if he is a good person again. Mr. Qin, then you see me. Rubbing her hands,
Chang knew watching that was a bitter expression.
Principal Chang, you're not asking him. Qin Chong, what do you think of this thing?
Stopping Chang knew watching who was about to continue talking. With that said, Chi Fengling then pulled out a bead that glowed with a faint golden light from his bosom.
Beads? Yes, it was beads again. But this time, this bead was an awakening bead.
The one that fell from the beheading of Lin Hanggong. The awakening bead that possessed the inheritance of the Divine Fist Venerable Master. Of course Chi Fengling didn't intend to absorb this bead. Chi Fengling was planning to give this bead to someone he trusted when he was strong in the future.
After all, the Divine Fist Exalted Master was also an S-ranked inheritance.
And in the later stages, it was also an inheritance that could grow to be an epic-level powerhouse. And the value of this item was much stronger than that goblin ritual bead.
Fengling classmate you. The moment she saw the awakening bead,
Chang Nuoching's face was also full of surprise. She was really not expecting that Chi Fengling would take this thing out. Take it out to help these poor classmates.
And on the side,
Ren Chengsen's expression that was completely changed.
It looked like he was looking at a light guide.
But, Chi Fengling is not a light figure.
He is the head of the evil camp. Is that so? Can this bead indeed worth the price?
Although did not personally get this awakening bead, but Qin Shong just by looking at it, already felt his price is not expensive.
Yes, after all, food was just food,
and neither he nor Chi Fengling lacked it, but this kind of thing that could become stronger was what they,
the strong, really needed. Chapter 117 Man in the End Times. He can connect to reality. Dough.
Inside the empty and crowded cafeteria,
a man was holding his cell phone, swaying left and right. His face was a little hard to see, but his cell phone didn't move for half a day. And on the man's left and right, behind him,
that was followed by dozens of people with extraordinary breaths, their faces stony, as if they had the idea of rushing up to fight at any time.
Mr. Qin Chong, don't tease me haha, 2,000 pounds is what you promised well, said Chi Fengling, who was beside the man,
craning his neck with a bad smile.
Of course Chi Fengling knew that, in addition to being powerful in his own right,
Qin Shong also had a cell phone that could connect to reality, and it was through that cell phone that Qin Shong had slowly risen to prominence.
However,
in his own world,
because of the arrival of the end of the world, the network system began to rapidly paralyze, and most of the cell phones were having difficulty accessing the internet, not to mention that there would be a signal.
And when Chi Fengling saw that Qin Shong hadn't dialed the phone for half a day, he probably guessed that it might be the rules of his world that had disabled Qin Shong's cell phone.
Brother Fengling, don't worry, Qin, am a man of my word.
Scratching his head awkwardly, Qin Shong had to hang up the phone once again.
What kind of network are you on? 2G still can't be squeezed up. Are you kidding me?
After dialing the phone many times to no avail, Qin Shong surprisingly also exploded out of the mouth, because he violently found that his cell phone's network is now jammed.
Brother Qin Shong, this is how I would have been. You're not going to back out, are you?
Seeing Qin Shong say this, Chi Fengling then revealed a sneering expression, finally seeing Qin Shong make a fool of himself.
That's not so bad. I was wondering, where is the signal tower? In your area? Or, where is the highest?
Being gazed at by the crowd,
Qin Shong could only find himself a way out. A signal tower? It's far away. It's hundreds of kilometers away. Highest? Brother Qin Shong, this is the year 2035. It's not the year 2000.
It's not that era where you can get a signal if you raise your cell phone. Qin Chang's thoughts Chi Fengling guessed at once.
And what Chi Fengling wanted to do the most right now was to take a good bite out of his anger. Mr. Qin,
don't listen to Fengling's classmate, he's talking nonsense. The signal tower is more than 10 kilometers away from us.
And there are zombies outside. It's not safe. As for the highest place you mentioned,
our school building has 17 floors and the dormitory building has 11 floors.
But we haven't even cleaned up there. So I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous.
Seeing that Qin Shong was being embarrassed by Chi Fengling's entirety, Chang Nuoching still took the initiative to untie himself.
Okay. Thank you Principal Chang. Then I'll go up to the 5th floor to take a look. After politely expressing his thanks,
Qin Shong then took his cell phone and headed for the 5th floor.
On the side,
Chi Fengling slowed down his pace and at the same time took out his cell phone and started playing with it.
Dough. Hiss. It doesn't make sense. Can't it be that it has to be a thunderous day to be effective?
Above the 5th floor, listening to the cell phone half a day or no response, Qin Shong also muttered to himself.
Brother Chin Chong, what's wrong? The cell phone doesn't work. In that case, you'll have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. After seeing Qin Chang's fruitless attempts again and again, the corners of Chi Fengling's mouth were grinning up to his ears. If Qin Chong couldn't get the food over, then he definitely wouldn't let him go back. And by then, Qin Chong would have to obey his orders for the time being. Of course, Chi Fengling didn't want Qin Chong to be his summoned beast. Chi Fengling just wanted to utilize Qin Chang's protagonist aura to help him here. In that case, the two of them were strong and powerful, and it was estimated that in less than a month, Cloud City would be Chi Fengling's. At that time, wouldn't it be beautiful to send Qin Chong back, with him going back to his world and himself being the city lord here? Liquidated damages? What breach of contract? Hey, Brother Qin, say something. You haven't contacted me for a long time. Just when Chi Fengling was thinking about it, just when Qin Chong was at a loss for words, the phone that hadn't moved at the moment actually got through. The opposite side of the phone is a female voice. The voice is a little soft, but without losing the dominance. It looks like the opposite side of the phone to answer the phone. It should be a female president or something like that. Hey, I can hear you. Xiao Yan. How's the procurement of things going? I want 2,000 pounds of food. Hearing the phone ringing, Qin Chong was also excited and exchanged words with the woman on the other side in succession. 2,000 pounds? Brother Qin Chong, you made me wait. With his beautiful dream shattered, Chi Fengling could only try to break things up with Qin Chong a little more, who let him romance himself for so much time. Brother Qin, did something happen to you? And who's next to you? On the other end of the phone, the woman was obviously nervous. Her tone was full of concern. No, don't think so much. How could anything happen to me? It's just that I've recently collected a lot more survivors, so I don't have enough food to eat. So don't worry, just give me the food. After a second of being touched, Qin Chong had to cheat, even though it was the food he gave willingly, but inexplicably it felt a bit forced. Okay, Brother Qin, if you have anything, you must give Xiao Yan a word. Oh, I'll do my best to help you. On the other end of the phone, the woman chose to trust the man even though she was a bit skeptical. Muttering, Fengling brother, just now is a little embarrassed. You can rest assured that 2,000 pounds of food, I will only give more, will not give less. To their own tune after the mute, Qin Chong is a serious face said, Brother Qin Chong, do you really need these beads? No? Originally, Chi Fengling was planning to continue his extortion, but he suddenly thought of something and his tone changed abruptly. That's for sure. Brother Fengling, do you mean that you still have it on hand? After hearing Chi Fengling's words, Qin Chong also came to life. That's not there, just as long as you need it. I mean, surprisingly, you can come to my world, then the two of us can work together in the future. And in the future, if there are good things, we can exchange them with each other. What do you think? That was Chi Fengling's intention. Yes, it was better to have one more enemy than one more friend. And Qin Chong was still the protagonist of the novel, so befriending such a person would only have benefits and no harm. Well then, I'm honored, said Qin Chong, and he extended his hand, looking like he was also happy to work with Chi Fengling. Brother Qin, I'm at the warehouse. Are you ready? Brother Qin, the woman's voice came once again from the cell phone. I'm here. Well, you passed the grain over. After turning off the mute, Qin Chong replied in succession. Whoosh. Wow. Saying that, Qin Chong, on the other hand, raised his cell phone to the side of the balcony on the 5th floor, and as a cacophony of noises passed by on the other end of the phone, all sorts of food, surprisingly, poured out of Qin Chang's cell phone like raindrops. Come on 2 barrels. Geez, my favorite instant noodles. That's a single sink ham sandwich. Yay for foie gras bread, chocolate with black truffles, self-heating fondue, and fruit, Elvis Presley durians, ruby grapes, Northern Territory mangoes, with all kinds of food falling down. The students in each floor of the cafeteria were thrilled. They did not expect that one day, although the sky did not drop pies, but food would fall down. Okay, Chi Fengling admitted that this wave, loaded for Qin Chong. The food rained down for a full 10 minutes, and a wide array of things spread all over the first floor of the cafeteria, some flowing outside the cafeteria, and some even almost reaching the second floor. Chi Fengling didn't know what to say, because, how did he know how much of this food there really was? If Qin Chong lied to himself, he would have no choice but to admit it. Brother Qin, 2,200 pounds of grain have passed. Do you want more? Ryoga spoke again on the other end of the phone. Listen to this. This time is their own small-mindedness to gentleman's heart. Qin Chong really open. This friend of their own to make sure. But well, Brother Qin Chong, broad-minded. This time, it's me, Chi Fengling, who owes you.
as Chi Fongling waved his big hand. A light door then appeared beside Qin Chong. This was the teleportation light gate. It was Chi Fongling who summoned Qin Chong here. Naturally Chi Fongling could also send him back. Ha ha ha, brother Fongling is polite. Remember, oh, we have to work together often. Qin Chong, of course, understood what Chi Fongling meant, and with that, he walked towards the light door. Phew, brother Qin Chong, catch it. If it's possible, go find the author with the pen name Elitaire. He'll surprise you. Also, just before Qin Chong would completely disappear, Chi Fongling then threw his cell phone to him. Brother Fongling, who is he? Only, before Qin Chong finished his words, the person returned to his world. Fongling student, what was that just now? Seeing that Chi Fongling was about to stifle her laughter, Chang Nuwatching was puzzled. Cough, Principal Chang, leave it alone and go maintain order. Also, you guys eat more too, said Chi Fongling and went into the restroom alone. In fact, Chi Fongling didn't laugh at anything. It was just now, the cell phone that Chi Fongling threw over, just happened to download the novel whose protagonist was Qin Chong. Chi Fongling also wondered if Qin Chong would break down as much as the heavenly mechanic when he realized that he was just a character from someone else's pen. As for whether that author really existed or not, and whether Qin Chong could really find him or not, Chi Fongling was not sure. Chapter 118 The Lurking Crisis. Today I am lying on my bed, laughing at others who don't know who they are. In the past, people teased me with tea and rice and teased me about being in the book, the 20th day of the end times. This was supposed to be a day used to quickly become stronger, but Chi Fongling had spent the whole day alone nestled on her bed thinking. The whole day, only Long Baiyu came in to send food once. Other people Chi Fongling did not see one. Originally, Chi Fongling thought that Qin Chong would freak out when he knew that he was a character in someone else's novel, but when Chi Fongling thought about it, he was depressed all of a sudden when he thought about whether there was a possibility that he was also a character in someone else's novel. Yes, the world was just so marvelous. Who could know more than anyone else? It was because of this that Chi Fongling was immersed in constant self-doubt and self-assurance. Hiss. Unconsciously, the first breeze of the morning woke up Chi Fongling again. Chi Fongling didn't know when he fell asleep, but Chi Fongling knew exactly when he was woken up by the cold. This isn't right. It's getting more and more wrong. It's July. It's the height of summer. Why is it so cold in the morning? Maybe not even a few degrees. Thinking about this, Chi Fongling walked out of the restroom. As Chi Fongling opened the door, outside the house was filled with all sorts of food. Obviously, this food was not prepared for himself, but Chang Nuwatching ordered people to put the rest of the food on the 5th floor. Chi Fongling didn't even need to think about it to know how crazy the students would have eaten yesterday. And if they were still keeping this food on the 1st floor, it wouldn't be long before the day was over, and all of this food would have been swept away. Gently walking over to the balcony on the 5th floor, Chi Fongling faintly scanned everything downstairs. As expected, the classmates weren't much better than themselves. Most of them were now huddled together. The thin clothes couldn't cover their bodies at all, and some of those who didn't have any friends were even shivering on the ground all by themselves. Seeing these, Chi Fongling's eyebrows are condensed into a Chuan character. Did not expect. This life will Yuncheng University will be so bad. Just solve the problem of food. It is estimated that they will soon solve the problem of cold. Suddenly, a bad idea floated in Chi Fongling's mind. That is, to walk away. Snap. Just as this thought appeared, a lady's jacket was gently approved on Chi Fongling's back. Fongling student, you've done so much for your classmates. The principal doesn't know how to repay you. Before Chi Fongling could turn around, a female voice appeared in his ears. This voice Chi Fongling couldn't be more familiar with. That was Chang Nuwatching. And in the current Yuncheng University, only Chang Nuwatching dared to lean so close to herself. Principal Chang, you'd better drape it over yourself. Seeing that Chang Nuwatching was shivering herself, Chi Fongling still gently approved that jacket back. Throughout the process, Chang Nuwatching that is not even move a little. The small face is even more flushed. Do not know people thought, this is a small couple in love. Ahem, Principal Chang, I've always had a question for you. It's true that the cafeteria has food security, but this is not a place to rest after all. Why don't you bring the students back to the dormitory to rest? After interrupting Chang Nuwatching's reverie, Chi Fongling asked with a serious face. This was indeed something that Chi Fongling didn't understand. Although the cafeteria could guarantee the food issue, but that would only guarantee it for a few days in the beginning. And shouldn't a truly suitable place for the students to rest be the student dormitories? Actually, this. For a moment, Chang Nuwatching also lowered her head, and her face was also covered with fear and self-blame, as if there was something bad in the dormitory. Chi Fongling, don't blame Aunt Cheng anymore. Aunt Cheng is also doing this for everyone's good. Who knows? That thing is so strong. Just when Chang Nuwatching didn't know what to say,
It was Ren Xingxin's voice that came from the side. Blame? Say what? Chi Fengling didn't even know what was going on here. What was he blaming Chang Nuoqing for? Xingxin, stop it. It was my fault. Fengling student, it's like this. After stopping Ren Xingxin, Chang Nuoqing then talked to herself about the past. After the outbreak of the end times, the whole school was thrown into chaos. In the beginning that was a lot of deaths and injuries. The teachers and students were all lingering on. It was not until the 7th day of the end of the world that the awakening beads descended on Yunchang University. And slowly, the students and teachers gained more chances to survive under the mouth of the zombies. And on the 10th day of the end times, most of the zombies at Yunchang University actually started to evacuate in an orderly manner. It was in this way that the students had more chances to survive. And then later on, there were people with superior strength among the students, namely, the Lingxiao Sword Saint, Ren Xingxin, and the Divine Fist Venerable Master, Lin Hangong. But at that time, they all still followed Chang Nuoqing's orders. At that time, it was also Chang Nuoqing who advocated, stay on campus and don't go out. And the primary problem at that time was the food issue. Then Chang Nuoqing gave the order to forcefully attack the cafeteria. Through the efforts and sacrifices of many students, the cafeteria was taken down. But by then the food in the cafeteria was pretty much contaminated. And at that time, Chang Nuoqing gave the order to occupy the dormitory. It's just that they didn't know that a very powerful mutant beast, a huge and incomparable spider, had appeared in the dormitory. Because of Chang Nuoqing's wrong instruction, hundreds of students and a dozen awakened ones died in the mouth of that mutant spider. Even Ren Xingxin and Lin Hangong had a close call. And after that battle, Lin Hangong no longer trusted Chang Nuoqing. And after running out of options, Chang Nuoqing could only order that all the students return to live in the cafeteria again. Then there was. Chang Nuoqing divided the students into two categories. One category was the awakened, who were responsible for contributing their efforts to find food, while the other category of ordinary people stayed in the cafeteria and were responsible for order and hygiene. This was good, only that such an order didn't last long, because the most crucial food was gone. And then what happened later? Chi Fengling also knew, and the key point of this matter lies in the fact that Chang Nuoqing didn't personally visit the dormitory before that day when she ran out of mental power due to overmedication. So she didn't know how strong that mutant spider was. She just gave the order that she would definitely take the dormitory, which led to hundreds of students losing their lives. So whenever Chang Nuoqing thought about that, she would blame herself and feel bad. Spiders? Mutant spiders? Even you and Lin Hangong and a dozen awakened can't beat it? Only, what Chi Fengling cared about wasn't that. He was only concerned about how powerful that mutant spider was. It's not? Chi Fengling's thoughts were the same as Chang Nuoqing's at that time. They both felt that the usual tiny spider, how powerful could it be? That mutant spider is really powerful. 7 days ago it was as big as that 3-headed dog of yours, and now it's estimated to be even bigger. Mentioning that mutant spider, Ren Xingxin showed as much fear as he could. That's not right. The day before yesterday and yesterday were such a big commotion, but that mutant spider didn't even come out? Thinking, Chi Fengling also raised a key question. Yes, Battalion Commander Liu brought his troops in that day, shooting and throwing grenades, as well as killing so many people himself. Couldn't such a big commotion attract the mutant spiders out? Although Yuncheng University was big, the distance between the cafeteria and the dormitory was only 1,000 meters, and the mutant spider was so big that it wasn't easy to think of a trip to the cafeteria. This I don't know. It's a waste to ask. It looked like, wanting to use Yuncheng University as their base, this mutant spider, he must solve it himself, and now that the temperature was getting stranger and stranger, the students had to go back to their dormitories to make some adjustments. Chapter 119 Full Heart Red. The hare is angry, and the rustling stops at the railings. Lift up your eyes, look up to the sky and sigh long and hard, hating that you have nothing to do with your ambition. Cafeteria 5th floor by the balcony. Chi Fengling is really to be angry hare. Nearly an hour. He spoke an hour of pre-war mobilization. Hard no one students are willing to kill back to the dormitory with themselves. Oh no. There's one person, and she's not the Sword Saint Ren Xingxin, but Long Baiyu who's still an ordinary person. Chi Fengling also didn't understand. Obviously in this life they hadn't known each other for long, but Long Baiyu would believe in himself so much. As for the awakened ones, all they showed was a look of awe. It seemed that the mutant spider had brought them a great psychological shadow. If the awakened were like this, then the ordinary people were even more so. They didn't have much strength themselves, and with being captive by the awakened for so long, most of their classmates had lost their fighting ability. Losing combat power is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that they lost their fighting spirit and fervor. Chi Fengling hesitated. If in this life, His classmates were all like this. They might have to give up on Cloud City University. Same. Classmates, listen to me. Last time, it was me who apologized to you. It was my wrong decision that made your partners, companions, die in battles that were not necessary. But this time it's different. As you can see, Foamling's classmate is very powerful. He chased away our strong enemies for us. He got us food. So, I'm sure that this time, Foamling-san will lead us to victory over that mutant beast. Don't you want to sleep in a warm bed? Don't you want to avenge your dead classmates? Just please believe in me one more time. Foamling student, it will definitely make Yuncheng University better and better. Just when Foamling didn't know what to say, Cheng Nuocheng, who had been silent on the side, finally spoke up. I can see that she really overcame a lot of hard feelings in her heart by daring to say this. Principal Cheng, it's not that I don't want to go, but that mutant spider is really too strong. That one claw is over 2 meters long. Can we really make it? Principal Cheng, you guys are awakened, but I'm just an ordinary person. What can I do if I go? Principal Cheng, that Foamling isn't as powerful as you said, and he didn't seem to get the food either. Principal Cheng, I think, living in the cafeteria is also quite good. That mutant spider, isn't it also not a threat to us? In the cafeteria, after one student opened his mouth, various words appeared one after another. In short, they didn't want to go on a crusade against that mutant spider. Upstairs, Foamling's heart is also half cold. If he is not there, half of the awakened people of Yuncheng University have followed Battalion Commander Liu, and at that time, who is still going to care about you ordinary people? And even though they didn't take out yesterday's food themselves, but it was something they traded for with the awakening beads, so do they really have no gratitude at all? Shut the up. You're really just too well fed to be idle. Believe it or not, I got this food how I got it, and I can get it out of here. Also, I'm not discussing with you now. This is an order. In half an hour, I'll be waiting at the door, and if there are less than 200 people, I'll come in and arrest them myself. And when I do, don't blame me for being merciless. Listening to it, Foamling that was getting more and more furious, and it also made Foamling remember that he never seemed to be a person who would negotiate well with the weak. Boom! Boom! The poor first floor was bombarded by Foamling over and over again. After ruthlessly thrusting the one-thought divine demon sword onto the floor, Foamling walked outside the cafeteria, and half an hour later, it would be his time to kill. It's rare. Foamling had thought that after half an hour at most only 10 or 20 people would come out, but he didn't expect that in less than 15 minutes, an estimated nearly 200 teachers and students would come out of the cafeteria. It could be seen that reluctance was written all over their faces, and the most they dared to do was to sneak a glance at Foamling in the distance, and at most, they could only secretly curse a few times in their hearts. In fact, these ordinary teachers and students weren't of much help to themselves. Foamling shouted them out. Firstly, to establish himself as an authority, and secondly, to let them know that although being an ordinary person, it wasn't possible to lie down for the rest of their lives. The last thing was that if he really decapitated the mutant spider, then not only would they remove the shadow from their hearts, they would also know that Foamling was very powerful leader. The distance from the cafeteria to the dormitory is really not far. This way, in addition to scattered textbooks and bloodstains, there is really nothing left. The emptiness and quietness in turn makes Foamling feel uneasy. Fortunately, it was all self-deception, and after turning a corner, the group finally made it to the dormitory building. Not only the ordinary students, even Foamling was stunned by the scene in front of her, as it was truly shocking. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory of Yuncheng University. In one direction, the two buildings were 25 meters apart, and both the men's and women's dormitory buildings were 11 floors, roughly 45 meters high. And now, the center of the floor from the 6th floor to the 9th floor of the dormitory building was hollowed out into a large hole with a diameter of 5 meters, and between the two buildings, it was entangled by countless spider silks. It was as if the mutant spider was treating the male and female dormitories as two large trees, while the open space between the two buildings was covered with its spider web. And this spider web cannot be ordinary spider web. This every spider silk, even have a finger that thick, and this spider silk is not the kind of pure white, but white mixed with a hint of blood color. But these are not the most shocking. The most shocking is that at this moment on the spider web, that is, between the two dormitory buildings, there are nearly 100 human-sized cocoon pupae. There was no need to even think about it. Every one of these cocoons must be every one of them. This mutant spider had already taken humans as its food, and then it was still ostentatiously displayed outside. Sure enough, when Foamling turned his head, all of his classmates were trembling. Their faces were ironic. Their breathing was aggravated, and even more had already had the intention of running away.
and that Chang Nuwaching's eyes were even more lax. Her lips were trembling, and after seeing those cocoon chrysalises again, it was as if she even muttered to herself. On the other side, some of the awakened, led by Ren Shengtsen, weren't much better. Compared to those ordinary students who hadn't seen anything, they had really seen that mutant spider, and the fear they showed was from the bottom of their hearts. Principal Chang, it's not your fault. If you can't overcome this fear, then it will follow you for the rest of your life. Why don't you think so? You came here today to avenge them. There was no way. Chang Nuwaching himself had to be comforted, or else the principal had run away, and these people who were filling up the numbers would surely run away even more. When that happens, the dormitory can never be taken down, and Cloud City University can never be guaranteed to be safe. But I can't beat it. With tears in her eyes, Wan moved. What are you afraid of? I'm here. At this moment, Chi Fengling raised his head, chest, face resolute, simple and concise. Wan has a kind of, I'm a real man. Don't be afraid. My shoulder for you to lean on the feeling. It wasn't that Chi Fengling wanted to play hard to get, but Chi Fengling seemed to feel that there was a movement on the dormitory side. Chapter 120 Swallowing Stone Heart Far. The wind is blowing, and the grass is growing. In front of the dormitory building, Chi Fengling had already taken a fighting stance, but in the direction of that dormitory building, apart from the cocoon chrysalis that was being blown by the wind and trembled, no large spiders had appeared. After scratching his head awkwardly, Chi Fengling then refocused his attention on his surroundings. The dormitory building was now devastated, and the 4 doors on the first floor were locked shut, as if something unimaginable was locked inside. And this is not the most unbelievable. The most let Chi Fengling do not understand is that the boys and girls 2 dormitory buildings, nearly more than 600 windows, but none of them are open. Moreover, in every well-preserved house, the curtains were also drawn to death, which made it impossible for Chi Fengling to observe the situation inside. The point was, whether they encountered zombies or mutant spiders, if the students couldn't escape by taking the stairs, there would be more or less people who couldn't think straight or wanted to jump out of the window to escape. In that case, at least 1/10 of the windows should be open, but right now there was none, and that meant that either another new species existed within the dormitory, or that the mutant spider had already possessed an uncommon intelligence. Chi Fengling, what should we do next? Chi Fengling, who was worried at the moment, waited for the powerful and brainless Ren Changzhen. Chi Fengling was also convinced, at least Ren Changzhen was a Lingxiao sword saint. She was the strongest leader of Cloud City University in her last life. How did she become so unassertive now? If she didn't have herself in this life, would Cloud City University have been destroyed? Don't ask me. Now you hypothesize. What would you do if I wasn't there? In fact, people are all the same, who all want to be the one who is comfortable. Chi Fengling also wanted to try to be a shirker for once. This. The question was thrown to himself. All of a sudden Ren Shengtsen was also in a difficult situation. But looking at her expression of wanting to say something, Chi Fengling knew that she must have an idea. It's fine. You boldly say, as the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. Patting Ren Shengtsen's shoulder, Chi Fengling's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Well, if it's me, I won't bring people here at all. I'll wait until I've gotten stronger myself and then come back when I'm sure enough. I think this must be better then. Now, Ren Shengtsen seemed to have opened up the conversation, and in an instant, he was spouting off. Alright, stop. You should stop talking. You'd better call all the awakened over here. Seeing that Ren Changzhen was getting more and more energized with her words, Chi Fengling still decisively interrupted her. This is not because what Ren Changzhen said made Chi Fengling anxious, but it's not that what Ren Changzhen said was wrong. Her idea is indeed possible, but reality is not textbook education. Her idea won't work here. If Ren Changzhen really wanted to use Yunshan University as a base, then he had to clear all the potential dangers within Yunshan University. And then this mutant spider was something that had to be resolved. But the mutant spider wasn't a copy of the game. It wouldn't be here without growing. Ren Changzhen would get stronger. Then the mutant spider would definitely get stronger even more. What's more, 7 or 8 days ago, the mutant spider had already been able to hang on to Ren Changzhen and the rest of the awakened. So the mutant spider must be even more powerful now. Moreover, the mutant spider had also taken over 2 student dormitories. The blood, flesh and opportunities in there would definitely be more than what Ren Changzhen had gotten, which meant that Ren Changzhen's growth rate would definitely be slower than the mutant spider's. Therefore, it may seem like Chi Fengling's behavior is irrational, but in reality, Chi Fengling's behavior is the most desirable. Just like the villain wants to strangle the protagonist in the cradle as early as possible. Although, Ren Changzhen's brain was a bit bad, but her execution was good.
In less than a minute, Ren Shengtsen had already gathered all the awakened from Yunchang University.
Including Ren Shengtsen and Chang Nuocheng, there were a total of 38 awakened at Cloud City University, which seemed pitifully small, but in reality, it was already nearly double that of the previous life. Only, of these 38 awakened, 18 of them were the weakest kind of awakened. That is, awakened, Lux, assassin, dead man, warlock, and the like. The rest of the awakened included mages, qigong masters, elementalists, martial saints, and other awakened professions. Although it looked like a variety of things, in reality, their strength was very general. Most of them were still at the first level of the middle rank. Among them, the only teacher who had obtained the stone-swallowing giant's inheritance was still barely able to enter Qi Fingling's eyes. Name, Ishan Far. Race, awakened. Profile, age 36. A former international bodybuilding runner-up. Loves fitness and collecting various kinds of stones. Responsible for students. And likes to admire Chang Nuocheng. Timid and loyal. Level, first high. Awakening profession, stone-swallowing giant. Occupational quality, A. Power, 35. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 35. Skill, stone giant, can transform into a huge stone giant. Strength and physique doubled, but speed will be slowed down by half. The size of the stone giant is related to the awakened person's level. Stone-swallowing giants can swallow surrounding stones to heal their wounds. And the quality of the stones in their own epidermis will increase with the quality of the stones they swallow. This person, Qi Fengling, really knew him. After all, he was once the runner-up in an international bodybuilding competition. At that time, Qi Fengling seemed to have heard that he was going to confess his love to Chang Nuocheng when he achieved the championship. Unfortunately, everything was left unsettled because of a second place. Right now, this Xin Yuan has not yet been giantized. The height is 1.95 meters. And that all of the tendon meat. Even if it is starved for some days, it still looks very big. Roughly estimate, he should have 200 pounds of meat in this body. It was no wonder Chang Nuocheng had never talked to himself about this person. Dare I ask which member of the opposite sex would be attracted to such a gigantic physique? Other than the same sex? Fengling student, what? Do you like working out too? If you want to practice. Seeing Qi Fengling just looking at his pecs so dumbfounded, this Xin Yuan even let his pecs shake. Ah, no. I don't have that idea. I'm just curious about what you'll look like after you transform. Seeing that Xin Yuan was about to walk towards himself, Qi Fengling then shook his head back and forth. Good. This Xin Yuan was also not pretentious, and had an explosive clothing transformation on the spot. Kalala. It had to be said that this transformed Xin Yuan was indeed even more massive. That body had grown to more than 3 meters, and the muscles all over his body had been replaced by grayish-white rocks. It was just that Qi Fengling was more curious about whether he had borrowed those pants from a green giant next door. How come they wouldn't split like this? Well, very impressive. When the battle starts in a while, you'll be in charge of protecting these long-range attacking awakened. Nodding his head was an acknowledgement of Xin Yuan. Grasping to arrange the order was a sign of respect for the mutant spiders. How can I, as a teacher, let the children charge into battle? I'm willing to charge at the front. Only, for this order of his, Xin Yuan didn't seem to be very willing to accept it. In fact, Xin Yuan was indeed better suited for the front row. Nay, his speed after giantization was too slow, and he really didn't have much of an advantage over the mutant spiders that roamed the cobwebs. Moreover, at the moment it is clear that he is acting so bravely as a person. But why didn't he come forward when something happened a few days ago? I'm afraid it's not to show myself in front of someone. MS. Sure. Principal Chang needs your protection too. After all, okay Fengling-san, it's my responsibility to protect the students, so don't worry and leave your back to me. Hearing Chang Nuocheng's name, Xin Yuan instantly became excited. Not only did he agree to Qi Fengling's order in succession, he even revealed a thank you expression. Qi Fengling didn't care what Chang Nuocheng's eyes were doing, so she continued to arrange for the other students. Chapter 121. Arachnid's voice roars and collapses hundreds of beings. Teachers and students do not wear armor before the battle, and vow not to return until they defeat the alien spiders. In front of the student dormitory building of Yunchang University, based on proximity awakened, long-range awakened, and ordinary people, Qi Fengling quickly ordered the combat arrangements. In fact, Qi Fengling wasn't good at arranging large-scale personnel battles. After all, in his last life, Qi Fengling was just a small demon hunting squad leader, and there were only 5 or 6 people that he could command, and it was also mostly decapitation operations and things like that. Battle posture is set up, but waited for a long time. That mutant spider did not show up. The whole environment,
That is quite terrible. It doesn't make sense. Mutant beasts generally have very strong perception. Not to mention the hundreds of people. Even if Chief Fengling alone, it should be able to feel it. It's hard to believe that this mutant spider has already left the student dormitory. After sweeping a glance at the students who were terrified in spirit, Chief Fengling still shook his head helplessly. It seems that the task of playing the lead is still to be given to himself. No longer speaking, Chief Fengling that was fighting with 12 points of energy, walking step by step in the direction of the student dormitory. As Chief Fengling got closer and closer to the dormitory building, a strange fishy smell came out from the dormitory building. This fishy smell was not like the smell of blood or the smell of human beings. This was more like the smell of beasts young. Does that mean that it's in here? Zira. Just as Chief Fengling was thinking and walking, she felt as if she had stepped on something on her feet, and lifting her feet that was very laborious. This is a spider web? When Chief Fengling lifted his feet to take a serious look, he realized that the open space within 10 meters near the dormitory building was actually covered with this kind of imperceptible spider web, along with Chief Fengling's foot tugging at the spider web underneath his feet. The one hanging spider web also reacted. Whoosh, whoosh. Only 2 sounds of air being cut were heard, while when Chief Fengling fixed his eyes to look, 2 black and red, dart-like things were rapidly coming at him. Darts? Maybe it was before. Just the blink of an eye of Chief Fengling, that dart quickly showed its true colors. The thing was surprisingly over 2 meters long, with deep red blood stains on its roots, and its whole body was wrapped by black and red scales, with sharp spikes visible at the tips. This was no dart. If Chief Fengling guessed correctly, this should be a special spider's leg. And this degree of hardness, I'm afraid it's not already more than steel. There's no hiding. This was the experience that Chief Fengling had summarized after many years of fighting, and the moment he had this thought, Chief Fengling quickly took out the one-thought divine demon sword. Currently, he was 100% sure that he could block one of the spider legs. As for the other one, he might have to waste a lot of effort to block it down, or even get injured. But, Chief Fengling was an undead emperor who was also a summoner. He can take a summoned beast out to block the sword. However, the impact of this spider leg that was very strong. No matter which summoned beast was taken out to block the knife, it could be crippled. In that case, Chief Fengling would lose a powerful assistant. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling still dismissed the idea of using a summoned beast to block the knife. Dang! After a crisp clash of weapons, Chief Fengling only felt his tiger's mouth go numb, and even his entire right arm was somewhat unable to use its strength. It was impossible for himself in this state to resist 2 spider legs in a row, and Chief Fengling was still more willing to let the summoned beast get injured than to let himself get injured. Bang! Clunk! Just as soon as this thought of Chief Fengling appeared, an extremely familiar sound was heard, and along with the end of that sound, the spider legs that had spun over were also sent flying hard. Yes, Skull and Bone Sniper. This sound was more than familiar to Chief Fengling, and it was that bone bomb that had hit the spider leg impartially in order to repel it. Master of Guns, Tang Weiho? Yes, as early as 2 days ago Chief Fengling had lent him the skeleton bone sniper. It was just that Chief Fengling hadn't expected that Tang Weiho would be even more powerful than himself when he used this bone sniper. It seems that the saying that there is a sequence of hearing and specialization is true. Wait a minute. Name, Tong Weiho. Rank, Peak Level 1. Awakening Profession, Master Gunnery. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 50. Physical Fitness, 40. Wow. Why is it so easy for others to level up? Looking at Tang Weiho's Level 1 peak rank, Chief Fengling was angry and helpless for a moment. Why was he so slow to upgrade, when others could upgrade after playing with guns for 2 days? Barely. However, before Chief Fengling had the chance to size up Tang Weiho a bit more, a strange and very loud growling sound unexpectedly came from within the dormitory. The source of this sound would be the mutant spider, which was probably also surprised as to why its spider legs hadn't decapitated the small cricket. Wow! Immediately after the roar ended, from the hollow of the dormitory building, coiled with cobwebs, a 6-meter-long spider with a black and red body unexpectedly crawled out. This spider was not covered in fluff, but had scales that looked like fish scales. 8 pairs of eyes flashed red, and each of the 6 spider legs was more than 2 meters long. What was even more terrifying was its huge mouth, which seemed to be a meter wide and filled with teeth as sharp as barbs, which opened and closed as if it was a black hole that constantly devoured living beings. However, the stomach of this spider was a bit large, and the tail still had remnants of said unknown liquid in spider silk, so it was hard to believe that this was a female spider. Spider. I'm afraid. Why should I? It's so big. It's over. It's dead. No, don't stop me. I'm outta here. Compared to Chief Fengling's calmness, for the Awaken's forced composure, the state of the ordinary students was the truest. The first moment they saw this mutant spider,
All the courage they had mustered up dissipated all of a sudden, as if they were recalling back to the middle of the nightmare of being massacred by mutant spiders at that time.
It's human to be afraid, but it's wrong to run away. Sure, they don't have any special abilities, but they're standing on the very outside. Even if they were really in danger, it would still be themselves, and the awakened ones who would hold them up. If they ran away just like that, the awakened's morale would also drop to the freezing point. Goons, softies, cowards, just get lost. Cloud City University doesn't need trash like you. Chief Fongling didn't even turn around. He didn't even want to say a word of motivation, because he understood that indiscriminate is better than elite. Barely. In the distance, the mutant spider seemed to have understood Chief Fongling's words, while it roared again at its classmate's location. This hiss resounded through the clouds, and the bones shivered with fear. Not only the ordinary students, even Chief Fongling had some inexplicable panic. The feeling was like, it could rush to your face in the next second, still escaping, with just a roar from the mutant spider. Those students who were already scared directly routed away. That rolling and crawling appearance had lost the dignity that a warrior should have. In less than a minute's work, the original team of more than 200 students was now left with less than 100 people, and those students who could stay were all fighting in their two strands. And if there was really a fatal danger, they would definitely flee as well. Barely. In the air, on the spider's web, the mutant spider let out a strange chirping sound when it saw the weak human routing away. This was ridicule. This was disdain. It seemed that the mutant spider really possessed intelligence. It had even learned to intimidate. Then it seemed that this mutant spider had to be eradicated today. Chapter 122 Iron Blood Dragon Spider. The spider comes out after 1,000 calls, but it flings its iron legs and pulls a long face. Name, Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Race, Mutant Awakened Beast. Synopsis, originally a genetically excellent South Vietnam tarantula. It became a powerful mutant beast after the end of the world, and then devoured the awakening beads containing dragon blood genes, and jumped to become an awakened beast with special abilities, possessing dragon genes, growing very fast, and possessing part of the intelligence, and also possessing some of the dragon's habits. Level 3 middle, power, 160, speed, 250/100, spirit, 100, body mass, 160, skill, spinning spider legs. The iron blood dragon spider's limbs and legs can be launched out of its body, dealing high damage, and can be reattached to the body. Iron bloodless? 1,000 tough spider? Looking up at the huge object in the air, Chief Fongling that was using the undead emperor's eyes to see it clearly. And in this instant, multiple questions that had been troubling Chief Fongling were solved. After the end times, there were also several different classifications of plants and animals. Common animals and plants. Mutant beasts equals zombie beasts, awakened beasts, zombie mutant beasts, zombie awakened beasts, mutant awakened beasts. The weakest is naturally the kind of plants and animals that haven't changed in any way from before the end of the world. And it's fine if they are strong in themselves, but if they aren't, then they will be exterminated. Immediately followed by mutant beasts and zombie beasts. They are the class of alien beasts that are torn by zombies in the normal state, or after a powerful mutation of their genes. They have various different abilities, and relative to the normal state, their strength is also increased by several times. Awakened beasts. They themselves are normal plants and animals. They are like humans, in the coincidence of getting the awakening bead, then one step to become a powerful awakened beast. Zombie mutant beasts, naturally, are mutant beasts that have been surrounded and torn apart by zombies, and have been reduced to zombie beasts that have lost their sanity. Only that, relative to the zombie beasts, they ontogenetically still possess the special abilities of the mutation period. Zombie awakening beast. This is more of an alien. Only, they are not awakening beasts infected into zombie beasts, but zombie beasts devouring the awakening beads, again upgraded to become zombie awakening beasts. They have part of the wisdom, and roughly will use the awakening beads in the special ability. And the strongest category of foreign beasts was foreign beasts like the iron blood dragon spider in front of him. Before the end of the world, their own genes were very powerful, and they became mutated beasts when the end of the world came. Then after that, they devoured the awakening beads and gained even more power. And compared to the zombie mutant beasts, they retained more intelligence and possessed both abilities from the mutation period and the awakening period. This was the strength rating of all mutant beasts, and as stated above, awakening zombie beasts were an aberration, except that their aberration didn't come from themselves, but from the awakening bead. In Blue Star, the genes of ordinary people and other native Blue Star creatures are the most peaceful and least infectious, and even if the beasts have a chance to mutate, their native genes are still infested with zombies. Only, the zombie genes could be much worse than the awakening beads, and it was precisely for this reason that the so-called awakening zombie beasts had not appeared on the blue planet, because, whether it was humans or beasts, As long as they obtained the awakening beads first, then they would become awakened first, and after that, they only had the fate of being bitten to death by the zombies, but there was no possibility of being assimilated by the zombies. It's rather ironic that humans are the overlords of this blue planet, and before the outbreak of the end times, they arguably ruled over every other species on the planet. But after the outbreak of the end of the world, even cockroaches and ants have the ability to mutate. Only humans do not have the qualification to mutate, even if it is as strong as Long Bayou. Her body flows with the dragon bloodline, but still cannot complete the mutation. In his last life, an expert had also specialized in this issue, and although Chief Fengling wasn't interested in this, Chief Fengling had still heard rumors by chance. Human genes were originally very strong, but only in the last 100 years, all kinds of highly polluted and hormonal food intake have contaminated human genes. There is also the fact that some seer-type awakened people have projected that it is as if the genes of humans have been sealed by some kind of power, which prevents humans from displaying the power of the genes flowing from their own bodies at all. Just, what did all of this have to do with the current Chief Fengling? The current him didn't have the ability to explore those questions yet. However, these were not the point. The point was that Chief Fengling finally realized why everyone had obtained the inheritance that was due to them in their previous life, while Long Bayou did not. The dragon bloodline was very powerful, which also meant that the number of awakening beads that contained dragon abilities was also very rare. In his last life, around Cloud City, including several cities around Cloud City, for almost 10 years, apart from Long Bayou, Chief Fengling really hadn't encountered any awakened with dragon abilities anymore. But it cannot be ruled out. Chief Fengling has not been to a few places. After all, the last life, zombies and mutant beasts that is wrapped up in all places except the city. The strength of the weak can be said to be out of the city to die. So to say that in this life Cloud City suddenly appeared an iron blood dragon spider, and that Long Bayou did not obtain the inheritance, that is, because of various reasons, so that Long Bayou missed the awakening bead that belonged to her. And this was the butterfly effect. It was probably because he had encountered the Corpse Lords in advance and beat them up so badly, and the Corpse Lords might have changed their plans to invade Cloud City as a result. In the post-apocalyptic world, the zombies' food could not only be humans, but also those mutated beasts and awakened beasts that also had delicious flesh and blood. According to normal circumstances, this mutant spider should have died in the siege of zombies before the awakening bead descended, and it was only for this reason that Long Bayou was able to pick up that awakening bead. Whoosh! Whoosh! After looking at the attributes of the iron blood dragon spider, Chief Fengling looked as if he had thought of something, and was ready to cleave the legs of the spider that had fallen to the ground. Only, the iron-blooded dragon spider's reflexes that was faster. In Chief Fengling's eyes, those 2 kilograms of spider legs flew back to the iron-blooded dragon spider's body as if ignoring the rules of physics. Not only that, this was the first time Chief Fengling had seen such a strange speed. Why would an iron-blood dragon spider have a movement speed that was twice as high? Chief Fengling, be careful. This was Rin Xingsen's shout, but it was obviously a bit redundant. Right now, after retrieving those 2 spider legs, the iron blood dragon spider unexpectedly spewed out a ball of black and red threads from its mouth. This ball of thread must be the iron blood dragon spider's spider web. But by normal, don't spiders spit silk from their tails? Bang! 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 The speed of the thread mass wasn't very fast. Chief Fengling had already set up his stance. Only before this divine demon sword could slash on it, there were continuous gunshots coming from behind him. This was the 10-man rifle squad organized by Tang Weihao. Because they had just touched the gun for 2 days, Chief Fengling hadn't put them in his eyes, and he didn't expect that they actually had some strength. Come out! Flaming skeleton horse! Surprisingly, the back row was already secured, and Chief Fengling no longer hesitated, calling out the flaming skeleton horse about to run towards the spider web. Chapter 123 Do not cross the line and do not kill people. It's an amazing skyway, eh? Is Lu, this by that thin spider silk web, really like a heavenly road? That tons of heavy iron blood dragon spider can also be easily lifted in the air? At this moment, Chief Fengling had already mounted the flaming skeleton horse. Only today, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to be a bit abnormal. Even the horse that had played with flying corpses couldn't even step on a spider silk many times today. What's the matter with you? Did this height scare you? Chief Fengling was angry and helpless as he pounded on the back of the flaming skeleton horse. Phew! Under the crotch, the usually arrogant flaming skeleton horse that was whispering a little bit, and the head that was filled with flames didn't dare to raise a little bit higher. This display of the flaming skeleton horse was something Chief Fengling instantly understood. It was a fear, not just of heights, but also of that iron blood dragon spider. It was not just the undead, but most creatures, who feared the strong, and the higher the strength of the creatures, the more they felt the difference in strength between them.
Although the flaming skeleton horse wasn't very strong, it was a very difficult and lengthy process to grow to the level of a second-tier high rank in the undead realm. The first step was to coalesce from a soul into an undead body, a process that seemed simple, but was in fact the most difficult, as most of the undead's food was this lowest level of soul. After turning into undead bodies, they are the weakest of the undead, and in the long years of death, they have to survive, cultivate, and will submit. Therefore, the flaming skeleton horse knew how hard it was to grow to this level, so now it was scared because it simply didn't understand what kind of courage a peak level 1 human had to challenge a level 3 mid-level enemy. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Even if I die, I'll end up breaking the contract between us, alright. Understanding the flaming skeleton horse's thoughts, Chief Fengling then began to persuade it. Release the contract? Dream on. Chief Fengling was someone who would take a summoned beast against his life. How could he possibly take the initiative to break the contract? This was just his words to persuade the flaming skeleton horses. And if the persuasion didn't work, Chief Fengling wouldn't mind using the power of the contract to suppress them. Phew dash. Sure enough, low-level undead were still good at fooling. By Chief Fengling, that flaming skeleton finally raised its head, and the exuberant hellfire burning all over its body was the best proof of that. Phew, phew, whoosh, whoosh. Only the sound of the wind whistling was heard, and the hoof of the horse that had straddled the spiderweb was stiffly pulled back by Chief Fengling. This flame skeleton horse's IQ was really worrying. It didn't get on when it was about to get on, and when the iron blood dragon spider launched its attack, it was dumb enough to bring itself up to charge instead. It's like picking up a machete to charge someone's machine gun defense. Dang, dang, dang. With just a minute of engagement, Chief Fengling felt like he was going to be deflated. If it wasn't for the high-speed movement of the flaming skeleton horse, Chief Fengling was afraid that he wouldn't have been hit by the iron-blooded dragon spider's spider legs long ago. At this moment, the iron-blood dragon spider was still perched over a dozen meters in the air, and it had already beaten Chief Fengling without the power to fight back just by dancing the 2 spider silks in its mouth. Did the spider silk have this kind of attack power? That was certainly not the case. This should be considered a combination technique of the iron-blood dragon spider, which threw out 2 spider legs while pulling them with its spider silk, and just by doing so, it accomplished a flexible long-distance attack. This is the level suppression. So what if you have a divine weapon in your hand? Even if Chief Fengling is in full condition again, he can't call the shots with a level 3 iron blood dragon spider. Oh no, it wasn't even full status. Not too long ago, Wen Xinjiang had also given himself a few talismans, but without the heavenly mechanics enchantment. The quality of this talisman was really worrisome, and Chief Fengling didn't even have the idea of using it. Name, Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Rank, Level 3 Middle. Skill, Gyrating Spider Legs. Iron blood without poison. The genes of the iron-blooded geoducks have caused the mutant spiders to lose their original toxicity, but as if the force has been drastically increased and their blood is comparable to steel. 1000 tough spider silk. The iron-blooded dragon spider can freely control the spider web in its body, and the toughness of the spider silk has been greatly improved. These were the full attributes of the iron blood dragon spider. Fortunately, its skills weren't very bright, and it also ruled out the thing that Chief Fengling feared the most, which was the spider's intense poison. Hiss. Nope. After being knocked back again 10 meters away from the dormitory building, Chief Fengling seemed to be able to see that something was wrong. He should be a very weak existence in the eyes of the iron blood dragon spider, and if it came down to fight him face to face, with its 6-meter-plus size, he should lose even faster. However, it was suppressing itself remotely the entire time, and was still afraid that it would get on its spider web. Moreover, the iron-blooded dragon spider would give up its attack whenever it was knocked out of the 10-meter range from the dormitory building. Looking at the sealed door of the dormitory building, and those airtight windows, as well as the iron-blood dragon spider behaving so strangely, Chief Fengling seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Chief Fengling, can we help you with something? Seeing Chief Fengling retreat, Ren Shangsun, who had been hesitating on the side for quite some time, then plucked up the courage to go forward and said, although his main focus was on the iron blood dragon spider, Chief Fengling still glanced at Ren Shangsun and the other group of awakened ones. One could only say that they were in a worse state than even the flaming skeleton horse that had appeared at the beginning. Some were too frightened to take a breath, and some were even directly frozen on the spot, and they probably also very much didn't understand how Chief Fengling had the courage to challenge that giant beast. Fine, come up. After glancing at the iron blood dragon spider in the air again, Chief Fengling then extended his hand to Ren Shangsun. Ha, me, should I go up? But, there's fire, and, looking at the fiery skeleton horse with flames burning all over its body, Ren Shangsun was puzzled and scared. It's fine, come on up. At this moment,
Chi Fengling didn't have time to explain to Ren Xingchen, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, he dragged Ren Xingchen onto the horse with one hand. Just the moment Ren Xingchen stepped onto the flaming skeleton horse, the blazing fire ignited onto Ren Xingchen's body. But the flames didn't cause any damage to Ren Xingchen, just quietly wrapped her inside. Phew, there is really no one to save. On his hips, as Ren Xingchen mounted his horse, that flaming skeleton horse fell into an uproar, and it shook its body violently, as if it wanted to throw down all the people on its back. That was, of course, the flaming skeleton horse belonged to the undead creatures, while Ren Xingchen was the Ling Xiao sword saint. One light and one darkness. The aura on both of them was completely different. There was also the fact that Ren Xingchen and the flaming skeleton horse had even fought before, and in that fight, the flaming skeleton horse had been beaten up so badly that it now had a shadow in its heart when it looked at Ren Xingchen. Okay, be quiet or I'll give you to her later. Phew, and you don't have to tell me. Sometimes it's more useful to lie than to intimidate. Chi Fengling, what's next for us? Are we going to rush over? What? Scared? No, how could that be? It's just that you're leaning too close to me. Even though he was covered in flames, he still couldn't cover Ren Xingchen's fear and shyness. It is normal to be afraid. After all, the end of the world has not yet arrived for a long time. Ren Xingchen is not a reborn person. A month ago, people are also a simple-minded college student. There was also the fact that the current Chi Fengling was pretty much holding Ren Xingchen in her arms. Listen to me, we are next. Chi Fengling didn't care about that much, and while whispering to Ren Xingchen, he rode the flaming skeleton horse to charge towards the iron blood dragon spider's attack range once again. Chapter 124, Breaking the Door Before Moving Teachers and Students. The dragon spider treads on the web and wants to control the sky, and the family members break the dome with their horses. Is this really going to work? In that case, what will you do? When Ren Xingchen heard Chi Fengling's plan, the shyness on her face instantly turned into concern for Chi Fengling. You don't need to care about me, just protect yourself. However, Chi Fengling didn't have any thoughts of flirting with Ren Xingchen. His attention was now on that iron blood dragon spider. At this moment, the iron blood dragon spider in midair just cocked its head, each of its 8 eyeballs twirling. It didn't really know what the 2 weak humans were talking about. All it knew was that they were really weak, and it seemed like they were still trying to invade their territory. Bear! I roared, because I was angry, because I had already shown my super strength, but these 2 weak humans still had to invade my territory. Whoosh! Poof! I threw 2 legs and wrapped it with my silk, which was my combo technique, because I still looked down on them, because I was towering over them, and I didn't think they could get close to me. I'm going to repel them quickly because I have to nourish my body because I have a little baby in my belly. Chi Fengling, wait, who's the main character? Why don't you describe it from my perspective? Ahem. Sure enough, everything was as Chi Fengling expected. When he charged again, the iron blood dragon spider still didn't move, and as usual, it made a pirouette spider leg attack. However, everything was not within the iron blood dragon spider's expectations, and just when the spider legs were about to fly in front of the 2 people, Chi Fengling was suddenly leaping up from the back of the flaming skeleton horse. Only at this moment, Chi Fengling's hand was no longer holding the one-thought divine demon sword, but the hardened steel pipe in Ren Xingchen's hand. Dang! In the air, the steel pipe that was steadily hitting on top of the revolving spider legs, without the reinforcement of the one-thought divine demon sword. Just with this strike, Chi Fengling's hands were shaken and bled. Behind Chi Fengling, seeing that Chi Fengling was injured, the flaming skeleton horse was agitated, only to see that it fought to shake the horse's back, and I don't know if Ren Xingchen didn't hold on tightly. In one fell swoop, Ren Xingchen, who was holding the one-thought divine sword in his hand, flew out in the other direction. While this flaming skeleton horse didn't care about Ren Xingchen, who was flung away, it was a leap to catch Chi Fengling, who was shaken down by the spider legs. Aha! Break it for me! The screen moved to Ren Xingchen, only to hear Ren Xingchen roar out, his body's golden light flourishing, and the one-thought divine sword in his hand was flowing with a volatile sword chi. Yes, all of this in front of him was not a coincidence, but Chi Fengling's temporary idea. Chi Fengling could see that the current iron blood dragon spider didn't have a single desire to attack. It only wanted to guard the area of the dormitory building. Looking at the door that was sealed shut, and the windows that were all closed, Chi Fengling knew that there must be some secret in the dormitory building that the iron blood dragon spider was not willing to let them see. Since this was the case, Chi Fengling wanted to see what was in this dormitory building, but the iron blood dragon spider was too strong. Within 10 meters from the dormitory building, there was silk on the ground and a web in the sky, and with the gyrating spider legs and tough spider silk, it was definitely impossible to break through just by yourself. But Ren Chengzan was the best breakthrough. Himself and the flaming skeleton horse were obvious targets, and it was just right to use to attract attention and block attacks. Ren Chengzan was a Lingxiao sword saint, and there was also a second-level middle rank, so if she was given the one-thought divine sword, then she would definitely be able to surprise her and break the door of the dormitory with a single strike. This was all of Qi Fengling's plan, and now that a large part of this plan had been successfully carried out, now as long as Ren Chengzan broke the dormitory door with a single blow, Qi Fengling would be able to find out what exactly the iron blood dragon spider was hiding. Boom! Boom! Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Fortunately, the iron blood dragon spider wasn't strong enough to predict everything, and Ren Chengzan's strenuous strike still hit the specially made steel door. Blah! Barla! The armored steel door was sparsely scattered with fragments, and the ghostly breach was faintly visible in real life. This time, not to say it resounded in the sky, it could be said that it shook 100 people, including that iron blood dragon spider. Everyone was attracted by this loud sound. Only, it was still that Qi Fengling's expectations of Ren Chengzan were too high, and it was also that Qi Fengling had thought of the iron blood dragon spider as too weak, and that tightly closed dormitory building, which was swooped down with a full force strike, still had not been crushed. Only, that steel door had been stabbed out with a large hole by the Ishin divine sword, and vaguely, it was as if Qi Fengling could see what was hidden in the dormitory building. Pust. Well, can't see it again. Qi Fengling that was not expecting that the iron blood dragon spider's reaction was so fast. All of a sudden, it sealed the steel door with its spider silk, which made Qi Fengling's instantly gained field of vision lost again. Only, this spider silk was of no hardness, and an ordinary person might not be able to break it. But this was an unremitting blow for Ren Chengzan, who was holding the one-thought divine sword. Bear. But, the iron blood dragon spider wouldn't give Qi Fengling this chance anymore. It was enraged. Its 8 eyes lit up with blood, as if it wanted to tear Qi Fengling and Ren Chengzan apart. Qi Fengling, yes, I'm sorry, before the steel door, Ren Chengzan who failed to break the steel door with a single blow that was a face of guilt, and then saw the blood flowing from Qi Fengling's hands. She didn't even know what to say. It's not your fault. I didn't expect this broken door to be so hard. Now, how long will it take you to break it? The disappointment was there, but Qi Fengling knew clearly that pointing the finger of blame at Chengzan right now was of no use at all. Just one more hit. No, but, are you really okay with this? There was some hesitation on Ren Chengzan's face, because she knew that it was her taking away the one-thought divine demon sword that caused Qi Fengling's hands to be injured. Don't mind me. I will naturally run if there is danger. When the time comes, I will run faster than anyone else. You buy you as much time as possible. Don't let me down. Oh. Twisting her wrist, Qi Fengling then picked up the steel pipe again. Yes, Qi Fengling was telling the truth. He wouldn't die for these students. If there was really a deadly danger, he would definitely run. Ha? Well, then you pay attention. Oh. Ren Chengzan also didn't expect Qi Fengling to say such things, but she didn't hesitate much, and her eloquent sword Qi recondensed on the one-thought divine sword again. Bear, die. I don't know if Qi Fengling had misheard, but it was as if he had heard the iron blood dragon spider speak human words. Whoosh, chugging, finished. This time it was his own carelessness. Seeing that Ren Chengzan was still going to attack the dormitory door, the iron blood dragon spider that was bursting with even stronger abilities. In an instant, 2 more spider legs were flung out, along with a dozen or so spider silk bullets, and all of a sudden the sky was obscured from view. But the iron blood dragon spider's attack is not so. Although there are no 4 spider legs, but the iron blood dragon spider's speed is still fast enough. It is along the intricate spider web. The whole spider is also going to rush down. It's scary. The iron blood dragon spider was more than 6 meters in size, which felt like a tank with added firepower charging towards a 5 or 6-year-old dazed child. What should we do? Is it hard to summon the bone spirit 3-headed dog? That was Qi Fengling's bottom card. If he summoned it now, then he wouldn't have the supreme means to sneak attack. Bang, 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 phew, whoosh. Don't be afraid, classmate Fengling, we're all here. Just as Qi Fengling was thinking fruitlessly, the voices of Chang Nuacheng and a group of other classmates came from behind him. Before Qi Fengling could turn his head, Qi Fengling felt that a warm current surged into his body, and his injured palms were recovering rapidly. Chapter 125 Cloud City Ponzi Cave. Golden light bathes and heals new wounds, and colorful waves wash out old tricks. The faint golden light coiled around his hand. Qi Fengling only felt comfortable, like a gentle kiss from a young girl or a mother's touch, and the palm that had been injured by the steel pipe's shock was being quickly repaired. Bear, ow. In the air, on the spider web, the iron blood dragon spider,
which was originally as powerful as it was also dazed for a moment, which caused it to stop its downward crawling pace, and used its 4 spider legs to protect its stomach and head. At this moment, Chief Fongling was finally seeing how great his classmates were. Water Dragon Bomb, Flame Magic, Thunder Wave, Meta Balloon, Stone Flying Sand, Boulder Flying Cannon, Wooden Vine Stabbing Sword. This was the special ability of all the remote awakened, and for a while it looked like colorful rain was falling in the air, but it was rain that did damage. The Iron Blood Dragon Spider was certainly powerful, but it was still a mortal flesh after all. Looking at its big belly, it was as if it hadn't been completely covered by the scale armor, and it was the cooperation of the students that managed to slow down the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's attack. Class, follow me, we're good too. That's right, even though we can't beat the mutant spider, we can help senior sister Changsun. Come with me if you're a man. One for all. Morale is like a germ that spreads, and watching a portion of the students put it to use made the proximity awakenings who had the ability to do so hot. They might not be able to help against the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, but they could help Rin Chengsun along and break the sealed steel door. Boom, boom. I have to say, this school's procurement can boast a wave. I did not expect the quality of the dormitory steel door is so good. The full state of Rin Chengsun, but also holding a thought of the god and the devil sword. Hard not to break this door. Bear, put. The sound of the steel door crashing once again angered the fighting Iron Blood Dragon Spider, which no longer defended itself, but instead raised its head and spat a good mouthful of blood at itself. Ah, spit out blood? Although the students' skills are all very fancy, they're all low-level awakened. With their abilities, at most, they could only delay the dragon spider, not cause any effective damage. Dang! Just as Chief Fongling was puzzled, a sound like hitting a steel plate was taken into Chief Fingling's ears. As expected, it was impossible for the Iron Blood Dragon Spider to spit out blood for no reason, and at this moment, that Iron Blood Dragon Spider's scale armor had completely turned red, but under the illumination of the light, the scale armor was still permeated with an oozing black light. Chief Fongling understood again. The name Iron Blood Dragon Spider was not for nothing. The so-called Iron Blood, that meant that its blood was really of iron, with the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's blood staining its body. At this point, the Dragon Spider had completely turned into a large iron block, and those light wave attacks of the classmates that were still able to inflict weak damage were as powerless as an egg touching a stone at this moment. Ren Changzhen, how much longer do you need? The state of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider had to make Chief Fongling nervous. If this steel door couldn't be slammed open in a moment, he might actually run. Don't worry, Fongling student, there's still us. Give me a break. This moment, I have no rest. Lyrics. The pressure was given to Ren Chengsun, and at the same time, it was given to everyone, and likewise, the hot blood was given to everyone, and in an instant, all of the students at the doorway were storing up their killing strokes, and accompanied Ren Chengsun, striking at the broken steel door with all of their might. Bear, Ayawa, boom, boom. It might not be possible to say boom, but deafening would be a good way to describe the sound of the steel door being smashed through by the students. Aha, what is this? So gross. Vomit. It stinks. Is this a hand? It's an eyeball. The steel door was broken, which should have been greeted with cheers from the students, but it wasn't, and most of the students, except for a very few, threw up. That was a given, because the instant the steel door was busted open, severed limbs, bad blood, and stinking flesh, all flew out at once. These days, the students might have seen dead people, but all they had seen were people who had just died, or had been directly bitten by zombies, or had been killed by Chief Fongling. But what appeared before them now was the kind of body that had been dead for 10 days or so, and whose body had not been gnawed on or completely rotted. In the distance, although Chief Fongling was not at the door, Chief Fongling had already experienced the feelings of his classmates. In his last life, Chief Fongling once went to an underground parking lot, where it was locked to death, and froze to waste Chief Fingling's 9 oxen and 2 tigers to open it. The scene inside then was pretty much the same as it is now. There were just 2 exits from that parking lot, one collapsed and one locked up dead. They were lucky that none of them turned into zombies. They were also unfortunate because they couldn't get out. The moment Chief Fongling opened the passageway, it was the pungent stench and the rotting, almost dead bodies. That scene also gave the then Chief Fongling a not-so-small psychological shadow. Hard to wait for Chief Fongling to slow down for more than 10 days before coming out from it. So Chief Fongling was clear that this scene was the best opportunity for his classmates to grow up. But Chief Fongling understood better that his classmates were in a different situation than he was at that time. Not only did they have to face the rotting corpses of their former classmates, but also the Iron Blood Dragon Spider that was eyeing them. Aha! Where's the Iron Dragon Spider? Speaking of the iron-blooded dragon spider,
Chief Fengling just suddenly reacted
that the iron-blooded dragon spider,
which was all about to attack down, even quickly climbed back. Just the last glance Chief Fengling saw,
the iron-blooded dragon spider seemed to have climbed back to the dormitory building from the big hole.
Ren Changzhen. Where's Ren Changzhen? Scanning the location of the dormitory entrance, Chief Fengling saw all the proximity awakened,
but only Ren Changzhen's figure was missing.
Fengling, Changzhen went in. Fengling student, Changzhen student, she went in. Hearing Chief Fengling ask,
Zhao Qianhai on the other hand forced himself to hold back his nausea and replied,
I see, this crazy woman is fierce. This time Chief Fengling understood that there must be a secret hidden by the iron blood dragon spider in the dormitory building. However,
the dormitory door was too small, and the iron blood dragon spider would have to face the obstacle of itself,
and a group of remote awakened ones, to get there,
so it chose to go to Ren Changzhen from the inside.
No good, Ren Changzhen is in danger. You guys go to the back and spit. Those who don't want to die get out of my way. After yelling out,
Chief Fengling spurred his horse to rush straight in the direction of the dormitory building's entrance.
Vomit. It was really disgusting, and the look of the rotting, maggot-growing,
moldy corpse made Chief Fengling a little uncomfortable as well.
Ta-da!
After disgustingly pushing away the corpses at the doorway,
Chief Fengling finally entered this dormitory building that was locked up by the iron blood dragon spider. Fortunately,
Ren Changzhen was not in danger,
and the iron blood dragon spider did not see it for a while. However, at this moment, Ren Changzhen was frozen in the doorway of dormitory 101.
Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth as if she had seen something unbelievable.
Right now,
the dormitory building was long gone, the corridors littered with rotting corpses,
stinking blood, spider webs, tiny spiders, rotting clothes, and wall debris. This is no longer the dormitory that he remembered. After the ravages of the iron blood dragon spider, the dormitory building that is gloomy and eerie,
which makes Chief Fengling think of a place that is only found in a book.
The Ponzi Cave. Chapter 126 Human Mound Spider Eggs.
The Ponzi Cave in the book is actually a hellish mansion on Earth.
As far as the eye could see,
all of them were bloodied and defeated limbs, which once again awakened a trace of fear within Chief Fengling. Only this state didn't last long before it was swept away by Chief Fengling.
Boom!
Just as Chief Fengling carefully scanned everything around him,
there was a loud bang in the middle of the corridor, and in an instant,
smoke and dust rose up in all directions,
and in the pervasive humidity and darkness,
Chief Fengling seemed to see an earthly beast crawling towards him. What else could that giant beast be other than an iron blood dragon spider? Except that this appearance of it did make Chief Fengling somewhat surprised.
Now,
the original structure of the dormitory building had been completely destroyed by the iron-blooded dragon spider.
And looking up from afar, above the corridor in the center of the dormitory building,
a large hole had been chiseled out by the iron-blooded dragon spider.
This large hole was connected from the 11th floor to the first floor, and Chief Fengling finally understood why the iron blood dragon spider had just chosen to go through that large hole.
Oops,
silly woman, what are you still waiting for? Still not quick to run?
Chief Fengling is also speechless.
Just so big movement. Hard did not let Ren Changzhen move the slightest bit.
She was still standing there as dumbfounded as ever, her eyes wide and her mouth open, as if something had taken hold of her.
Wait a minute, is it hard to believe that Ren Changzhen is really controlled by something strange? Thinking of this,
Chief Fengling also stopped limiting herself to verbal shouts and quickly ran to Ren Changzhen's side.
Running to the door of 101's dormitory, Chief Fengling, who originally wanted to pull away Ren Changzhen,
also froze.
The room in front of me,
the door has been completely lifted.
The scene inside that is being glimpsed, the once neat and clean girls' dormitory has long since disappeared,
and the living supplies inside are scattered everywhere.
The windows are locked, the curtains are drawn,
and the house is already full of spiders. Usually rare fist-sized spiders,
now almost all over the room.
But this is not the most shocking.
Let Ren Changzhen stunned half a day, is a cocoon wrapped in the middle of the room. It was a human-sized spider cocoon, and in the darkness, the cocoon even glowed with a faint red light.
But, the spider silk it was originally no luster.
Let the spider cocoon glowing, actually wrapped in the cocoon pupa within the thing.
Within the cocoon chrysalis was a poor girl whose limbs and torso had been firmly entangled in spider webs, with only a head exposed on her entire body. The poor girl had her mouth open, as if it had been filled with some unknown liquid, which allowed some very small spiders to enter and exit at will. The location of the girl's stomach was the source of the glowing spider cocoon, and through the spider silk, Chief Fengling could see that in the girl's stomach, there was actually a basketball-sized spider. The spider couldn't move yet. Countless veins in the girl's body were pulling on that spider's body, and by chance the spider would move a little. It was as if it was saying that it wasn't dead.
Yes, The spider in the girl's stomach wasn't dead. And that wasn't the scariest part of it all. The scariest part of it all was that the girl wasn't even dead either. The reason that made Ren Chengzhen freeze was that the girl's empty eyes were looking at herself who had suddenly appeared. Her mouth could no longer be closed. But she was still trying to speak. But her weak body and the tight spider silks prevented her from saying anything. And tears flowed out of her eyes in spots. As if to say, classmate, please, come and end my suffering. Yes, the girl didn't want to be rescued. She wanted to die. She couldn't take the pain any longer. She understood better what she had been reduced to. If Chief Fengling hadn't guessed wrongly, this iron-blooded dragon spider should have used the girl as a vessel for production, which could also be said to be a surrogate. And the difference between the girl and the iron-blooded dragon spider itself was that this vessel was used once and then it was gone. Looking again at the scene in the house, across from the girl, there seems to be a spider cocoon that has been abandoned, and tattered clothes and hair still seem to be visible around the cocoon. It seems that there were originally 2 spider cocoons in this room, and that one should have already spawned a large spider. As for the girl, I'm afraid she's already dead. Name, human mound spider eggs. Race, human ovipositor. Synopsis, humans who have been bred by the iron blood dragon spider will lose all their mobility but retain their consciousness, and their bodies will become nutrients for the tarantulas to nurture. And when the tarantulas in their bodies reach full maturity, they will break out of their bodies, and the last tattered body of the human being will be the tarantula's first meal. Rank, none. Power, 0. 1. Speed, 0. Spirit, 5. Physical, 1. Skills, none. Originally, Chief Fengling was planning to see how much of the girl could still be saved, but once he opened the eye of the undead emperor, this data was taken in by Chief Fengling. For a moment, Chief Fengling was also enraged. Humans are weak in the end times, but they are more willing to die in a fierce battle than to be the sustenance for the growth of the alien race. It also showed that the moment the girl was borrowed by the iron-blooded dragon spider, it meant that the girl was completely dead. Her race had changed, but the iron-blooded dragon spider hadn't killed her yet. The girl also had to be allowed to retain her consciousness and watch herself being reduced to a vessel, feeling her body's flesh and blood being drained, waiting in agony for her death, and even in the end, not being able to retain her whole body. Chief Fengling finally understood why Ren Chengzhen hesitated for so long. Perhaps Ren Chengzhen was also regretting why his own self at that time didn't fight hard to kill the iron blood dragon spider? That way, there wouldn't be so many students suffering. Bear! Bear! On the ground in the distance, the iron blood dragon spider that fell down fiercely that was roaring again. Only this one was very strange. Not like an invitation to battle roar to Chief Fengling. Rustling. Put. Put. As soon as the dragon spider roared, the room that was still quiet was agitated, and the fist-sized spiders began to crawl in the direction of the door. But this wasn't the most frightening thing. Chief Fengling saw that in the girl's stomach, the basketball-sized tarantula seemed to be moving, and the blood from countless veins was flowing into the tarantula's body. Not good. All these spiders, as if they had felt the call of the iron blood dragon spider, moved to strike out at the enemy that had invaded their home. Ren Chengzhen, what are you waiting for? Go! Chief Fengling also pitied that girl, but Chief Fengling knew better. He was really in the Ponzi cave right now. If he didn't go out, he was afraid that he would be drowned by the tide of spiders. Wait! Setting aside Chief Fengling's hand, Ren Chengzhen was raising the one-thought divine sword, and for a moment, brilliant golden light that was shining on Ren Chengzhen's body. Lingxiao sword mantle. Explode. Looking at the teardrops sliding down from the corner of Ren Chengzhen's eyes, a powerful sword chi was swung out by her. Boom. After just one explosion, there was a sound like roasting inside the house. Ren Chengzhen was furious. One of her sword chi exploded the girl's body, allowing her to be completely relieved. But the aftermath of this sword chi was unrelenting, directly igniting all the spiders in the room. Alright, hurry up and go. If you don't leave, it'll be too late. This scene was cool, but Chief Fengling didn't have the time to watch Ren Chengzhen pretend to be a pussy, pulling her to go outside. Wait a little longer, please, only. But Ren Chengzhen once again skimmed off Chief Fengling's hand, and against the fear of darkness and the unknown, Ren Chengzhen then turned to the door of dormitory 102. Chapter 127 Blood Foam Human Puppet. Sisters of the Sun transformed into mounded eggs. May karma be added to my body. Jia. I'm sorry for you guys. Standing at the door of the 102 dormitory, Ren Chengzhen's mouth opened and closed, and a few words were squeezed out of her mouth. This Jia should be Ren Chengzhen's good sister. As for this 102 dormitory, it should be the dormitory where Ren Chengzhen originally lived. Only, Chief Fengling does not feel that Ren Chengzhen did something wrong. Although there is a saying called, the greater the ability the greater the responsibility, but the ability of the person is not God. You do not fight to live. Others why fight his life, so that you live. Silly woman, are you still leaving? Do you think that dying here is the best reward for them? If so, then I won't accompany you. Feeling the dormitory building that was slightly starting to shake, Chief Fengling was really about to grab the door and leave. Whoa, bear with me. Just as Chief Fengling finished his sentence, a large number of spiders were falling from the large hole that had been chiseled by the iron blood dragon spider. Not only that, the small spiders in the ooze were even crawling out from the walls, in the various dormitories, and in the stairwells, which made Chief Fengling's scalp numb. But it wasn't without good things. No wonder that iron blood dragon spider didn't rush over half the time. It turned out to be that it had trapped itself on the ground. The so-called iron blood dragon spider. That blood is like blood. Must be very heavy. Plus the iron blood dragon spider is also more than 6 meters in size. It must be even heavier. Just now that time, the iron blood dragon spider should have jumped straight down from the 9th floor. The spider silk might have slowed down the acceleration of gravity quite a bit, but it still couldn't ignore the gravity that existed on the blue planet. It was this that caused all 8 of the iron blood dragon spider's spider legs to sink into the ground. And originally that was the perfect opportunity to attack. However, the smoke and dust was too big and the danger factor was too high, so the good opportunity was missed by Chief Fengling. And now, although the smoke and dust had dispersed, the iron-blooded dragon spider's spider legs had also pulled out 6, so it seemed that it wouldn't take 10 seconds for the iron-blooded dragon spider to come rushing over. Boom! Okay, let's go! After a sword she shattered the spider cocoon in the dormitory. This tenacious woman finally obeyed for once. Ah! What? What is that? It's a spider. No, it's a human. A human spider? No, he seems to be Keiko. Leave it. Run. Run. Don't run. Everyone. Fengling-san hasn't come out yet. He'll definitely be able to deal with these ghosts. Inside the dormitory building, Chief Fengling and Ren Xingxin were making a scene to go out, while outside the dormitory building was also noisy. And listening to the words of the students, it was as if something extraordinary had appeared outside. Swish! Chief Fengling, be careful! A sword slashed across the corner of his ear, and it was also because of Ren Xingxin's quick eyes. A spider that was still 2 meters away from him was cut down by Ren Xingxin. When Chief Fengling looked back, in the direction of the dormitory entrance, at some point, 3 spiders 1.5 meters in size had appeared. This spider had grayish-red hair growing all over its body, and its eyes were as creepy as those of the iron blood dragon spider. Name, Bloodfoam Tarantula. Race, mutant. Description, naturally conceived from a human mound spider egg, the first generation heir of the iron-blooded dragon spider, with dilute dragon blood in its body. It cultivates faster than normal mutant tarantulas, and has stronger combat power. Level 1 medium, power, 15, speed, 10, spirit, 10, physical fitness, 15. Skill, blood foam enhancement, actively activates the thin dragon blood in the body, which can instantly enhance all attributes for half an hour. Sure enough, Chief Fengling did not guess wrong. This iron blood dragon spider is really a female spider. No wonder it sticks to its dormitory and does not come out. No wonder its belly is so big. No wonder it is so excited when he came in. It turns out that it has made the dormitory its lair. And every dormitory that was ever here is presumably full of human mound spider eggs that it has planted. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling then swallowed his saliva. Fortunately he found it early. If we let the iron blood dragon spider go unattended for another 10 days or so, when these human mound spider eggs fully hatch out, those 2 dormitory buildings, it is estimated that they can raise several hundred blood foam tarantulas and mutant tarantulas, together with the fact that the iron-blooded dragon spider's own strength was also super strong. By then, the entire Cloud City University would be the iron-blooded dragon spider's territory. If the iron blood dragon spider would still snowball, and keep catching people to keep producing, without the bombardment of hot weapons, it was estimated that the entire Cloud City would have to face the 3rd wave of forces other than the zombies. I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao sword dance. At this moment, Ren Xingxin pulled herself together, her body exuding an endless battle spirit, and in the next second, as if she was dancing, she wielded the one-thought divine demon sword and then struck out a continuous attack against that blood foam wolf spider. Worthy of being the sword saint of the Ling Xiao. What with the Ling Xiao sword mantle and the Ling Xiao sword dance, which were skills that didn't even appear in Ren Xingxin's profile, it seemed that a sword saint was a sword saint, and that he was able to hit fancy skills at the drop of a hat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dang! Dang! Bear! Bear! Stop dancing and hurry up! After fighting to block the 2 spider legs of the iron blood dragon spider, Chief Fengling then yelled at Ren Xingxin, who was bowing in silence at the doorway. The Renshinksen just now was indeed very handsome.
Before those 3 blood foam wolf spiders could exert their strength, they were directly crushed by Renshinksen's Lingxiao sword dance.
However, this was a bitter experience for Chief Fengling,
because Renshinksen had abused its child, which made the iron blood dragon spider disregard the need to draw those 2 spider legs, and directly used the gyrating spider legs on Chief Fengling.
Tada click. Finally,
the iron blood dragon spider still broke free from the ground, and the 2-meter-long spider legs were like iron spears, poking a big hole in the ground with each stroke.
Fortunately, Chief Fengling and his duo were not far from the dormitory door,
and after hacking a bunch of small spiders to death again,
the 2 of them were finally running out of the dormitory building. But the scene outside wasn't much better than inside.
Whether it was the close-range awakened or the long-range awakened, they were all huddled together. They were shivering and their bodies were constantly retreating backward.
In front of me,
this scene is really some horror. That originally sealed windows were opened.
Male and female students, 2 dormitory buildings, nearly 100 windows,
densely crawling out of the spiders.
Fortunately,
these spiders were small,
on average, the size of a faceplate. Wait a minute, how big? Isn't the size of a basin big enough?
If this had been before the end of the world, a spider the size of a faceplate would have already been able to scare a class.
Now, what appeared in front of everyone were hundreds of tarantulas the size of a basin.
And of course, there was also the 1.5-meter-sized blood foam tarantula that Chief Fengling had just seen.
No, what's that? It wasn't a zombie, but it had the appearance of a human.
Its skin was gray and red, it was covered in hair,
and it even had 2 spider legs.
Anything that looked like a person but wasn't a person was scary, and Chief Fengling had never seen it herself, so it was no wonder the students were scared.
Name, human puppet tarantula. Race, alien mutant spider.
Description, hatched from a human mound spider egg.
The tarantula completely fused human genes during incubation, and is the first-generation heir of the iron blood dragon tarantula,
with thin dragon blood flowing in its body, possessing a faster cultivation speed than the blood foam tarantula,
and possessing a small amount of intelligence. Level, first high, power, 20, speed, 15, spirit, 20, physical fitness, 20,
skill, blood foam enhancement, actively activates the thin dragon blood in the body,
which can instantly enhance all attributes for 1 hour. It was too frightening. Was the direction of mutation of mutant beasts so extensive?
If the iron blood dragon spider could even breed something like a human puppet tarantula, then Cloud City University would really fall.
So what? Chief Fengling had no intention of retreating. Today he was going to completely eradicate these tarantulas.
Chapter 128 Dictatorship of the 10,000 Spiders.
The nest is still alive when the eggs are chopped off, and when I look back, I see hundreds of enemies. My good horse, go,
kill the iron blood dragon spider.
Phew, phew. If the flaming skeleton horse could speak, then it would definitely say, Master, you're having a seizure. We can't even defeat it with our joint efforts, and you're letting me go alone. You want me to die. Knowing that you can't beat them, why don't you quickly seal the door?
Rolling his eyes, Chief Fengling said in a very speechless manner.
Phew, boom, wow.
The flaming skeleton horse seemed to have understood its master's taunts as well,
and just flew and kicked the wall above the dormitory building, which sealed the already small dormitory door once again. Dang, dang, dang.
Only, Chief Fengling hadn't been happy for long when a violent crashing sound came from the location of that doorway.
Obviously,
it was the sound of the iron blood dragon spider crashing into the wall.
This performance of the iron blood dragon spider finally allowed Chief Fengling to have self-confidence once again. Sure enough, it's still what can you do if you reach the 3rd level middle stage? Your IQ is still very low. The iron blood dragon spider's idea at the beginning was to guard the dormitory building and not to let anyone in.
And now that Chief Fengling and Renshinksen had come out and had taken the initiative to seal the door,
wouldn't that fulfill the iron blood dragon spider's purpose? Moreover, even if the iron blood dragon spider really wanted to come out,
it could have climbed up to the 9th floor and come out through that big hole.
Whereas it was now, apparently, overwhelmed by anger. As the saying goes, God opens a window as he closes a door to you.
Although the human ontology could not have any mutation or evolution after the end of the world,
humans retained their intelligence.
And that was a part of the creatures that had to reach the 4th level or even higher to reach the level.
Bear. Inside the dormitory building,
the iron-blooded dragon spider that couldn't break through the wall was the one that let out a heavenly roar.
And at this moment, Chief Fengling thought that the iron-blooded dragon spider had taken over the high ground intellectually.
It turned out that it was still angry.
With the iron blood dragon spider's roar,
all kinds of spiders in both the male and female dormitory buildings were crawling outwards.
In an instant, the spider webs in the sky that were crawling with spiders. This scene looked at Chief Fengling only wanted to leave quickly. Indeed, Chief Fengling could leave. And even these students could leave safely. But then, this group of spiders, and those human mound spider eggs would have hatched normally. And by then, Cloud City University would really be the world of spiders. Listen to me, all awakened with special abilities. Do your best to seal this door. The rest of the students, those who are capable stand in front. Those who are afraid roll. Those who are still left pick up rocks. Pick up sticks. How many of these spiders can you kill? Chief Fongling's expression was icy cold. He was giving orders, not suggestions. Yes, this was Chief Fongling's response. The iron blood dragon spider in front of him should be on its head. It couldn't come out for a while, and he was to take advantage of this time to decimate these small spiders as much as possible. Sir's orders are in his mouth, and it's up to the individual to follow his orders. After giving the order, Chief Fongling didn't even pay attention to those students and turned around to face the tarantulas that were like a tidal wave. Whoosh, whoosh, bzzz. Whoa, it was okay, his orders had worked, and just as he turned around, a special energy converged in the direction of the dormitory door. Among these awakened, there were some that could control rocks, vines, and icy water. It was true that they were not very useful in combat, but at this time, they could use these special abilities to strengthen the defense of the dormitory entrance. And driven by these special awakened people, those students who didn't leave picked up the defense gears around them. They were still scared, but they kept cheering themselves up. It looked like they were really ready to face these tarantulas. Surprisingly, Chief Fongling himself couldn't be a wimp. Good horse, let's go. This time, Chief Fongling didn't flirt with the flaming skeleton horse, but retrieved the one-thought divine demon sword in Ren Xingsen's hand, and the one person and one horse rushed towards the endless tide of spiders. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. This was the sound of fur and flesh being roasted. Although the flaming skeleton horse was not a match for the iron-blooded dragon spider, but against these tarantulas that didn't even have a rank, the flaming skeleton horse was still very capable. Only, the scene in front of him could not be impressive. Chief Fongling didn't even think that it was just a few days of work that the iron blood dragon spider had raised so many little tarantulas. At this moment, Chief Fongling and the flaming skeleton horse had been completely surrounded by a tide of tarantulas, and there was not a bit of light to be seen around them. And these tarantulas that were completely unafraid of death, like moths to a flame, they pounced on themselves. Fortunately, the hellfire of the flaming skeleton horse was still very useful, and most of these tarantulas turned into dust and flew away before they could bite themselves. Even Chief Fongling himself didn't expect that the flaming skeleton horse would be so useful. If the iron-blooded dragon spider didn't come out, he would be able to wipe out all the tarantulas just by standing here. Ah, a spider, a spider. No, I'm still scared. Is Fongling dead? Why isn't he moving? Run, let's leave Cloud City University. Don't run, don't be afraid. Trust Chief Fongling, we'll win for sure. The center of the spider tide, Chief Fongling that is very confident, but the students are still afraid. It is estimated that some of the tarantulas have already bypassed themselves and went straight to those students. Puff. Due to the fact that the field of vision was completely obscured, this caused Chief Fongling to be unable to see what was appearing around him at all. No! With a slip of the tongue, Chief Fongling was pounced upon by the blood foam tarantula and the human puppet tarantula. Yes, they were Chief Fongling's true enemies. In the end, Chief Fongling himself was only at the peak of level 1, while the human puppet tarantula had reached the level of a high level 1. Although their attributes were lower than other creatures of the same level, they were still skill boosted. One or two of them might not be able to help Chief Fongling, but a dozen of them together would really be able to pounce on Chief Fongling. Phew! Seeing that his master had left his back, the flaming skeleton horse was also anxious, and it galloped its hooves as if it wanted to kick all the surrounding tarantulas to death. Swish! 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 Hiss! Ah! On the ground, Chief Fongling quickly climbed up. The one-thought divine sword danced tigerishly in his hand, but even so, he was still bitten by an individual puppet wolf spider. Don't say it, it really hurt. Chief Fongling seemed to have forgotten that he was immune to most of the bullet damage, and that was because he had been blessed by the skeleton giant. Ren Changzhen, how's it going? Are the students holding up? How many of these tarantulas have come out? Enduring the pain on his body, Chief Fongling then yelled without vision. Chief Fongling, are you alright yourself? The students are in a bit of a bad state. The tarantulas in the dormitory building are pretty much out now. Chief Fongling, are you really okay? Do you want me to go help you? The front line of the human tide, Ren Xingsen replied to Chief Fongling while fighting these tarantulas. Right now, although Chief Fongling had attracted most of the tarantulas, a very large portion of them still rushed out, and these tarantulas bit at the sight of people, which caused the team, which was still in order, To be in chaos all of a sudden. Don't come over, just maintain order. I'm still fine. In the spider tide, Chief Foamling could also feel that the number of little wolf spiders had become a lot less, but the blood foam wolf spiders and human puppet wolf spiders that surrounded them were more numerous. The two cannot be the same day also. The number of small tarantulas, even if more than 10,000, Chief Foamling is not afraid, but the number of blood foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas, if the number of more than 100, Chief Foamling is afraid that not even escape cannot escape. Well, it's time for you to make your debut. Come out, Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog. Splitting the tarantula beside him once again, Chief Foamling was finally willing to summon the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog. Chapter 129 Dragon Spider Exploding Scales. Love is quiet and people are in turmoil between wandering maple spirit dogs and horses in front of the battlefield. Underneath the dormitory building, in the tide of tarantulas, Chief Foamling's line of sight was pretty much obscured, but Chief Foamling could still vaguely see that more and more bloodfoam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas were approaching him. Boom! Boom! Top! Top! No, I can't. I'm running out of energy. Hang in there. Foamling-san is still on top. We can't back out. In the tide of spiders, this is a rare time that Chief Foamling heard impassioned words, but what can be done about it? The sound of the dragon spider slamming the door was heard clearly by Chief Foamling, roughly grinding an estimate. It wouldn't take more than 2 minutes for the student's energy to be almost depleted, and by then, the iron blood dragon spider would rush out. If he was still under siege at that time, if the iron blood dragon spider came to attack him, he was afraid that he would die 9 deaths, and if the iron blood dragon spider went to attack those classmates, the classmates would die 10 deaths. Woof! Ow! Roar! Only to hear the sounds of barking, snarling, and hissing resounded together, while in front of Chief Foamling's eyes, it was a nearly 4-meter-long half-skeleton, half-blooded hellhound that had suddenly appeared. Bear! Bear! Woof! 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 Only, the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog's handsomeness hadn't been maintained for a second before the overwhelming tarantulas directly pounced on its body. They might not be able to bite the bones of the bone trio, but the half-rotted, stinky-fleshed tarantulas would be able to. Don't ask me. Except for normal humans, you can start slaughtering. Chief Foamling was a bit surprised when he had trained the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog to be so obedient. It turned out that it wasn't the iron blood dragon spider that wanted to be bitten by these tarantulas, but because the Bone Spirit Triple-Headed Dog hadn't gotten an order from Chief Foamling yet, and didn't know if it was going to kill these bugs or not. Bzzz. Bzzz. As soon as Chief Foamling's words were finished, an even stronger smell of roasted meat filled the air, and the sizzling sound was a bit frightening to hear. Fixing his eyes, the body of the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog in front of him was unexpectedly also ablaze with flames, only that the flames of the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog were different from those of the fiery skeleton horse. The former was more vigorous and could deal higher physical damage, while the latter's flames could burn souls. Roar! That wasn't all. The head in the center of the bony three-headed dog growled after repelling the tarantulas around it. This voice shook the soul, and even if Chief Foamling was the owner of the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog, he instantly felt a little disoriented. The Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog had a total of 3 heads, each with a different role, and the one in the center was that shocking roar, which could even cause a bile-robbing effect for low-level creatures. Awesome! Chief Foamling didn't even think that the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog was so strong, or it could be said that the little wolf spider was too weak. Just a roar from the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog made them all immobile. Good chance! This time, Chief Foamling didn't miss this opportunity. Holding the Ishin Divine Sword in his hand, he slashed his way through the tide of spiders. Accompanied by Chief Foamling's every sword chi swing, a large swathe of tarantulas would be cut in half. Bear! Howl! Only, the excellent time to attack didn't last long before a roar no weaker than that of a Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog came from within the dormitory building. Rustling! This was a good thing. The tarantulas, who had all been scared out of their wits, all of a sudden regained their spirit, and they returned into warriors who were not afraid to die, and charged towards Chief Foamling and the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog regardless of whether they were dead or alive. Woof! Woof! Bear! Bear! Being strong, the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog naturally noticed the sound coming from inside the dormitory, and just like that, the two even communicated with a growl. Roar! The exchange didn't go very well, and apparently the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog got angry, and it growled in the direction of the dormitory building. Swish! Swish! Roar! Ow! Chief Foamling didn't know what the two beasts had exchanged, and now, the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog directly erupted into its full capacity, and that huge claw was slapping hard at the blood foam tarantula and the human puppet tarantula by his side. Pop! Snap! This wasn't worthy of rank suppression. With a single claw from the extremely physically strong Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog, a first-grade, high-ranking human puppet tarantula was slapped into a meat cake. That wasn't all. For a moment, the other two heads of the bone spirit three-headed dog also roared. The three heads of the bone spirit three-headed dog can spit out flames, shocking roars, and a rain of bone bullet swords. This time, Chief Fengling had really seen the power of the bone spirit three-headed dog. Its three heads were clearly divided, and the flames were just burning away at the blood foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas around it. Although shocking roar couldn't play too much of a role, it just wasn't time it would still be used to help Chief Fengling alleviate the spider tide. And that bone-bound sword rain was even directly hitting the direction of the dormitory entrance. As the bone rain continued to fall, the door that was soon to be rushed open by the iron blood dragon spider was surprisingly sealed once again. Sure enough, Chief Fengling hadn't thought wrong. The bone spirit three-headed dog would definitely change the battle. If the iron blood dragon spider couldn't come out for a while, himself, the flaming skeleton horse, and the bone spirit triple-headed dog would be able to kill all of its children in kind. Swish, swish, ta-da, ta-da. As time passed, the battlefield slowly turned into a slaughter ground. Due to the strength of Chief Fengling, flame skeleton horse, and bone spirit three-headed dog being too strong, those blood foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas that could have been easily dealt with by their classmates were being harvested by the three of them just like melons and vegetables. The battlefield moved to the back of the student camp. Hiss, that hurts. Sister Boyu, or else you go first. Lord Fengling definitely won't say anything about you. Long Baiyu's side. Jiang Lu said with some concern. Jiang Lu, is that water spirit envoy's awakened person? While Long Baiyu is still an ordinary person, but little cute. All could see that Chief Fengling had taken special care of Long Baiyu, indicating that Long Baiyu's status in Chief Fengling's heart was not low. So now, Jiang Lu that was intentionally guarding beside Long Baiyu. Only, the number of tarantulas was still too much, and Long Baiyu didn't know how. She just didn't run, still sticking to her classmates and trying her best to kill these tarantulas. And just now, Long Baiyu was still careless and was bitten hard on the arm by a tarantula. Luckily Jiang Lu reacted fast enough and hit the tarantula with a water bomb. Otherwise, Long Baiyu would have been bitten off a piece of meat at least. No, it's fine. I won't leave. You don't need to protect me specifically. Go help the other students. After being bitten by the tarantula like that, Long Baiyu's state was obviously much worse. Drops of blood also flowed down her arm. In fact, Long Baiyu's situation was quite good, because the number of tarantulas was too large, coupled with the natural fear of some of the students. This made a lot of the students were pounced on by tarantulas, and some of them had already been bitten to death. Drop, drop, blood fell sparsely to the ground, a sound so small that it could not be detected in the chaos of the battlefield. But somewhere, some powerful creature was acutely aware of the different blood. Bear, bear, roar, boom, boom. Between the dormitory buildings, Chief Fengling was immersed in the oblivious massacre, but this loud bang attracted everyone's attention. Simply unbelievable. Even the bone spirit three-headed dog was confused. The dormitory entrance was obviously sealed so well. How did this iron blood dragon spider instantly break through? The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and the dormitory door that had originally been kicked down by the flaming skeleton horse was now that had become 5 meters wide. At this moment, an iron blood dragon spider with a blood-red body and all of its scales and armor appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god. No wonder the iron blood dragon spider was able to instantly burst that sealed door. It turned out that just now, it had chosen to explode its own scale armor to forcefully burst this door. At this moment, 10 eyes were facing each other. Only, Chief Fengling felt something strange, because the eyes that the iron blood dragon spider was looking at himself. Not only did he not have the battle intent that he should have, but on the contrary, there was some loss. Chapter 130 finally entering the spider's belly. Roar! A growl interrupted the stare down between Chief Fengling and the iron blood dragon spider. Although Chief Fengling didn't understand why the iron blood dragon spider didn't rush at him first, Chief Fengling had already prepared his strongest combat stance. And this bone spirit three-headed dog really didn't let Chief Fengling down. Even though there was not a small difference in rank between the two, it didn't show any fear. At this moment, Chief Fengling was holding the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand. On his hip was the flaming skeleton horse rubbing its hooves, while in front of him was the bone spirit three-headed dog that was ready to fire. This formation, as long as the iron blood dragon spider had any movement, the three of them would be able to make an optimal response. Barely, underneath the dormitory building, the iron blood dragon spider's body was constantly trembling. Only 2 of its 8 eyes were used to observe Chief Fengling, the remaining 6 eyes that were constantly spinning. Poof, poof, moving, the iron blood dragon spider finally moved, only to see it suddenly open its mouth, and a dozen or so spider silks were sprayed towards Chief Fengling. Swish, swish, swish.
the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's attack was really eloquent. But if it was any other student, perhaps they would have been fixed to the wall already, only to see Chief Foamling and the summoned beast show their skills. And in no time, the dozen or so spider webs were all dissolved. Wait, how come the Iron Blood Dragon Spider is getting farther and farther away? When Chief Foamling fixed his eyes, that Iron Blood Dragon Spider had long disappeared under the dormitory building, its back turned to itself, its 8 spider legs galloping in the direction of the student camp. What's going on? This Iron Blood Dragon Spider came out with so much effort. Wasn't it meant to seek revenge on itself? Can't it be that it's trying to run away? Ah! Run! It's horrible! It's horrible! My leg! Akiko! Don't leave me! Sister Payu! Run! We can't beat this big spider. What's going on? It looks like the spider's coming toward us. Sister Jianglu, go quickly. I don't have the strength. I can't run fast. I'll drag you down. No, I'm not leaving you. In the distance, were the exchanges of students fleeing in panic? And naturally, the voices belonging to Long Baiyu and Jianglu talking. Why was it necessary to specifically memorize their words? Because the Iron Blood Dragon Spider that had turned around had already targeted the two of them. What? Come at me if you can. Skeleton horse. Charge. Charge me. In the direction of the dormitory building, Chief Foamling finally was able to understand what the Iron Blood Dragon Spider was really thinking. He roared, trying to attract the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's attention. But no matter what Chief Foamling did, the Dragon Spider's target was only Long Baiyu alone. Yeah, the reason why the Iron-Blooded Dragon Spider was able to become an Iron-Blooded Dragon Spider was because it took away Long Baiu's chi and devoured the awakening bead that had the genes of the dragon race, which allowed it to have the strength that it has today. As for Long Baiyu herself, there was a true dragon bloodline flowing in her body, and if the Iron-Blooded Dragon Spider could eat Long Baiyu, then its genes would be even more perfected, and it was even said to have the potential to become a pseudo-dragon creature. You don't want to get close to her. Look at me. Water Dragon Bomb. Long Baiu's aside, this Jianglu not only didn't run, on the contrary, she stopped, and the thin spiritual energy flowed right on her body. As Jianglu's words were shouted, a 3-meter-long water dragon appeared in front of Jianglu. Only, as Jianglu offered this move, her entire body felt as if she had been deflated, and her spirits instantly dropped to the freezing point. Pop, plop. Only, Jianglu's move that he tried his best did not work effectively. That water dragon bomb was like a mosquito around him for the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, only to see the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's spider legs lifting and slapping. The water dragon bomb that was like a work of art was shattered into pieces. Fortunately, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's target was not Jianglu, which allowed the powerless nearly paralyzed Jianglu to not suffer any subsequent damage. Let go. Let her go. Woof. The voice sputtered a bit, and even turned into a bark itself by the end. Bear. Pust. Only. After hearing only one sound from the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, the dog's barking stopped in response. There weren't any pets here, and the students wouldn't have brought their dogs over. And as for the bone spirit 3-headed dog under Chief Foamling, it couldn't be that weak. Unexpectedly, right after the Iron Blood Dragon Spider crossed over Jianglu, a humanoid dog-like classmate rushed out, his mouth and claws trying to cause damage to the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Unfortunately, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider still lifted its spider leg, and this student was sent flying. To be honest, in the immediate situation, most of the classmates were unable to protect themselves. Basically no one would come out to help Long Baiyu, and this person was no one else. It was the one Chief Foamling encountered on the first day, a mad dog man awakened person. His name was Lu Lutong, and his skill was to go into a state of insanity, and in that state, he had no intelligence. This was a good thing, with the Iron Blood Dragon Spider easily crushing the two awakened. This caused the remaining students to completely lose the courage to fight against them. They didn't care about the few friendships they had, and left their still supporting classmates behind to run off on their own. Bastard! With me here, you don't want to hurt them. Behold me, Earth Firmament. The voice was so thick that it had become a bit unlike human speech, and the one who made it was really not an ordinary person. In front of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, a nearly 3-meter-tall stone giant suddenly appeared. His body was made up of earth and stone, and his feet were directly connected to the earth, so it was as if his entire body was fixed on the ground. Yes? Could a 3-meter giant still be called a giant in front of an Iron Blood Dragon Spider? That Iron Blood Dragon Spider was over 6 meters in size, and this person was no one else. It was the most famous physical education teacher of Yunchang University, or the global fitness runner-up, Sure Xin Yuan. Chief Foamling's order to him was to protect Chang Nua Chang, and the awakened who had a long-range output, while Long Baiyu, who was an ordinary person, was naturally not among them. I just didn't expect that this Shi Xinyuan was really a man, or really a good teacher. Knowing that he might not be able to beat the situation, he would still choose to go on. Boom, 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 rumble. The scene in front of him was like an earthen wall against a tank. Shi Xinyuan was like that dangerous wall in front of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, only to see the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's spider legs poking violently twice. And Shi Xinyuan's giant that had turned into stone with his flesh was even directly smashed. Mr. Stone, Mr. Sure. On the side, the students who had been protected by Shi Xinyuan still cried out. Looking at the stones that shattered into pieces, they were terrified and powerless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want you dead. Behind the iron-blooded dragon spider. Seeing one by one awakened person being seriously injured by the iron-blooded dragon spider, Shi Fengling was furious. In fact, the truth is a bit hurtful. Shi Fengling does not care about their deaths. Shi Fengling just do not want the Iron Blood Dragon Spider to hurt Long Baiyu, because this person, he owes her too much. Bear. Hiss. The Iron Blood Dragon Spider also noticed the frenzied Shi Fengling, but it wasn't in a hurry because at this point, there was no one left to stop it from devouring Long Baiyu. Ah! Let go of me! Let go of me! Far away. Long Baiyu was struggling to tear at the spider web wrapped around his waist. However, the spider web of a third-grade middle-order mutant awakened beast would not be something that she, an ordinary person, could tear. And not only that, the spider web also glued Long Baiyu's hand to it. At this moment, Long Baiyu no longer had any parts that could move except for his mouth. Sister Jiang Lu, Senior Lu, Mr. Sure, and the students, Baiyu thanks you. Feng, oh, Fengling student, Baiyu really thank you. You're the first person who treats me so well besides my grandparents. But, the good you've done to me, I can't return it to you in this life anymore. If there's an afterlife, I, Long Baiyu, am willing to be a drop of blood and a tear for you. Knowing that she could no longer break free, Long Baiyu also gave up struggling. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. In addition to tears in her eyes, there may be happiness and love. Prayeth. I didn't let you die. Asterisk 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 stop. Stop. Stop it for me Again this life and death Shi Fengling clamped the stomach of the flaming skeleton horse. He wanted to immediately rush to Long Baiyu. The distance between the two is not far, but central more than 100 meters. But, Iron Blood Dragon Spider is less than 10 meters away from Long Baiyu. The two are dwarfed by one. Shi Fengling, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to classmate Boyu. Just as Shi Fengling's eyes were glazed over, Ren Shengsen's voice came from the distance. Looking along with the voice, Shi Fengling only saw Ren Shengsen's entire body was filled with golden light, and his entire body was like a meteor rushing in the direction of Long Baiyu. That's how different people are. Yes, that's how powerful people are. With unlimited potential. And no one knows exactly where one's limits are until the very last moment. Or perhaps it was because the Ling Xiao Sword Saint's ability was too strong. And Ren Shengsen had just developed some more special abilities. Bear. Bear. Whoosh. 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 Poof. Poof. This time, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider really noticed the whole body glowing Ren Shengsen. Looking at the spider silk that could not be collected in his mouth for a while. This time, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider directly threw out its 6 spider legs, while its tail also threw out a number of red orbs. Red orb? What else can it be? The Iron Blood Dragon Spider is a female spider, and it is still a female spider with a big belly. Then this kind of red orb is the spider egg that the Iron Blood Dragon Spider personally conceived. It seemed that in order to be able to devour Long Baiyu, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider had really put in the blood, and after hitting these attacks, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider no longer stayed. It even pulled the spider's silk in its mouth. That way, it was going to use the fastest speed to pull Long Baiyu into its mouth. 6 gyrating spider legs and dozens of spider eggs. This was a crisis that Shi Fengling couldn't instantly resolve. That's to say nothing of Long Baiyu who was holding a steel pipe. Changsen. From afar, Chang Nuocheng couldn't help but call out Ren Chengsen's name as well. She was afraid. Her niece was lifeless like this. Lingxiao, waltz. On the battlefield. Just the moment those pirouetting spider legs were about to hit Ren Chengsen, Ren Chengsen's figure was instantly vaporized. Those spider legs and orbs were directly skipped over by Ren Chengsen as if they had hit the air. Not only that, but at this moment, Ren Chengsen was rapidly approaching the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Oh, Shi Fengling remembered. This was one of Ren Chengsen's most powerful skills now. Ling Xiao Waltz. The body couldn't be selected during release, which was the legendary invincibility. Is it possible? Can Ren Chengsen really do it? No, but it's still too late. Ling Xiao Waltz was indeed dashing, but the distance between the iron-blooded dragon spider and Long Baiyu was still too close, and in less than 3 seconds of work, Long Bayou was pulled to his mouth by the iron-blooded dragon spider. Sniffing the dripping blood on Long Bayou's body, the iron-blood dragon spider could no longer suppress the longing in its heart, and its large mouth full of fangs bit down towards Long Bayou.
Sister Changsun, why are you here? No, you can't save me, go away.
All of a sudden, Long Bayou felt herself being touched. With her open that should have been desperate in front of her eyes, a righteous woman appeared in front of her.
No, I am not going to. Click, gulp, where the melodramatic scene would be so much. The iron-blood dragon spider was just opening and closing its mouth, but there wasn't too much time for them to communicate anymore. Bayu, Changsun, as two cries of alarm appeared. Long Bayou, who was at the mouth of the iron-blood dragon spider, and Run Changsun, who was sent to his mouth, were directly swallowed by the iron-blood dragon spider. At this moment, the fearful Chang Nuwaching sat paralyzed on the ground. Her eyes were a little confused, her lips were trembling, her hands were nowhere to rest. She really did not think that Ren Chengsen would really be gone, just disappeared in front of her eyes. Not far away, Chi Fengling was also at a loss for words. He had thought that Ren Chengsen would save Long Bayou at the critical moment. But how did things get to this point? Long Bayou and Ren Chengsen were simply eaten. Bear, buzz. In situ, the iron-blood dragon spider that had swallowed Long Bayou and Ren Chengsen that was excited. The entire spider that was looking up to the sky and whistling, as if it had learned that it was invincible. This was indeed something that could excite the iron-blooded dragon spider as visible to the naked eye. The iron-blooded dragon spider's body began to glow as a red halo continued to flow through it. No way! It took less than a second to eat it. You got a reaction so quickly? Are the genes of the dragon's blood really that powerful? Roar! Ow! Woof! Phew! Die for me! Dang! Boom! 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 Only, the angry Chi Fengling wouldn't give the iron-blooded dragon spider time to transform. Now that he had rushed to the iron-blooded dragon spider's side, he would have to launch the most violent attack on the iron-blooded dragon spider. In an instant, the bone spirit three-headed dog's three-headed roar, the flaming skeleton horse's horse-treading flying inflammation, and Chi Fengling's one-thought divine demon sword all struck at the iron-blood dragon spider. However, Chi Fengling's attack still couldn't defeat the iron-blood dragon spider, who didn't even avoid it, and even directly resisted the strongest attack of one person and two beasts with his body. Of course, it was impossible for the iron-blood dragon spider's state not to be depleted at all. At least the bone spirit triple-headed dog had broken 3 of the iron-blood dragon spider's legs. The flaming skeleton horse also managed to kick and flatten the iron-blooded dragon spider's stomach. And Chi Fengling was even holding the one-thought divine demon sword, directly stabbing the iron-blooded dragon spider's chest. You mustn't forget that the iron-blooded dragon spider is only a level 3 middle stage after all. And when the iron-blooded dragon spider exited the dormitory door just now, it also shattered the scale armor on its body. As for why the iron-blood dragon spider was so strong just now, it was because, just now, the iron-blood dragon spider's opponents were still those weak awakened who had only just grasped their abilities, whereas Chi Fengling was an undead emperor who possessed true strength. Bear! Whoa! Just as Chi Fengling and the 2 summoned beasts were about to take a step further, the iron-blood dragon spider was violently shaken, and the huge impact and waves of red light directly shook one person and 2 beasts away. In situ, the red light on the iron-blooded dragon spider's body that was even more exuberant, and under everyone's gaze, the iron-blooded dragon spider's size unexpectedly began to become smaller. Chapter 131 Dragon Spider Evolving Dual Forms. They say that concentration is the essence. It's also been said that huge size trumps any fancy tricks. Right now, the iron-blood dragon spider, which was originally more than 6 meters, was actually shrinking in size at the speed of light, and not only that, even the spider features all over its body were degrading. In less than 30 seconds, the iron-blood dragon spider from before had completely disappeared, and what was in front of Chi Fengling at the moment would actually be a humanoid creature that was more than 3 meters tall. Wow! Those are some long legs. Wow! That's a perfect body. Whoa! Why does this guy have scales on his body? Human! You killed my heir and destroyed my nest. I'm going to kill you today. Just as Chi Fengling was looking at it out of his mind, the humanoid creature actually spoke human language. Only, apparently it spoke the language very poorly, like a foreigner speaking Chinese for the first time. Name, Dragon Scale Spider Woman / Red Armored Dragon Spider. Race, Mutant Awakened Beast. Synopsis, this is a genetically excellent South Vietnam tarantula. After the end of the descent became a powerful mutant beast, and then devoured the awakening beads containing dragon blood genes. A leap into the awakening of the beasts with special abilities. After devouring the dragon cypress hue, the body of the dragon blood awakening beads were fully activated. with even more powerful abilities, and faster cultivation. IQ has been improved. Rank, peak level 3, power, 140/220, speed, 300/180, spirit, 180/140, body mass, 160/210. Skill, gyrating spider legs. The limbs and legs of the red armored dragon spider can be launched out of the body, dealing high damage, and can be reattached to the body. Iron blood without poison. The genes of the iron-blooded geoducks have caused the mutant spiders to lose their original toxicity. But as if the force has been dramatically increased, the blood is comparable to steel, and the defense is dramatically increased when the body is stained with its own blood. 1000 toughness. The red armored dragon spider is able to freely control the spider's web within its body, and the toughness of the spider's silk has been greatly increased. Shapeshifter. The red armored dragon spider has perfected the dragon blood gene in its body, and can freely switch between human and beast forms. In fact, the first moment he saw this big woman, Chief Fongling guessed that it was the original iron-blooded dragon spider. It was just that Chief Fongling didn't expect that the iron-blooded dragon spider would become so strong now. Level 3 peak? He was only at the peak of level 1. The strongest bone spirit 3-headed dog under his command is only at the peak of level 2. How can he fight the red armored dragon spider? However, Chief Fongling didn't back off, because he was really angry, because Long Baiyu was dead. The woman that he had promised to guard had died just like that, and Ren Changtsen was also dead. Roar! Ow! 1. In place, Chief Fongling had not yet responded, but the bone spirit 3-headed dog on the side unexpectedly took the lead in attacking, and in a moment, the 3 heads roared together, and the flames and the bone rain struck towards the dragon scale spider woman together. Boom! 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 In the distance, the speed of the 3-meter-tall dragon scale spider woman was surprisingly fast, only to see it quickly flip its body, and the attacks of the bone spirit 3-headed dog were all dodged. Everyone, go, quickly go, I can't deal with it, you guys don't drag me back here. Seeing this scene, Chief Fongling that was directly shouting to the surrounding students. Yes, the dragon scale spider woman in front of him had completely exceeded his own expectations. He might still be able to run, but these students, if they were to walk slowly, they would really die for sure. No, no, give me back Changtsen to come, give me back Changtsen to come. On the ground, hearing Chief Fongling's words, Chang Nuocheng directly cried out. She still couldn't accept that her niece was just gone. Griffin, Griffin, go die. Turning her head slightly, the dragon scale spider woman saw Chang Nuocheng crying on the ground. However, it did not have any interest in Chang Nuocheng, only to see that with a flick of its wrist, 3 spiderweb bullets struck towards Chang Nuocheng on the ground. Principal Chang, run, run. Chief Fongling was really in a hurry because Chang Nuocheng had actually closed her eyes as if she was waiting for her death. Fellow Fongling, I don't deserve to be this principal. If it's possible, you must save these poor students. After hearing Chief Fongling shout, Chang Nuocheng still didn't run away, but instead spoke her last words from where she was. Speechless. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, Chief Fongling had already given up on Chang Nuocheng, but to the side were 3 gunshots in a row, which Chief Fongling was also familiar with as it came from the skeleton bone sniper. Principal Chang, if Ren Changtsen she's alive, she wouldn't want you to be like this, and we can't fail student Fongling. The voice was deep. It wasn't Chief Fongling's, but Tang Weihao's words. It really didn't occur to him that Tang Weiho hadn't run away yet, and had even hit the spiderweb bullet thrown by the dragon scale arachnid woman with 3 shots in this situation. What is this? No, can't stay. You all have to die. Die. The dragon scale spider woman naturally noticed the sudden appearance of Tang Weiho, only its attention was more on that gun. Phew. Whoosh. So powerful? The human form of the dragon scale spider woman had condensed a sharp spider leg out of thin air, and the target of this spider leg was Tang Weiho, who had saved Chang Nuocheng. Weiho, go. This time, Chief Fongling was really anxious. Long Baiyu just died. Tang Weiho will not also die soon. These 2 people, the last life can be saved their own lives. Chief Fong's spirit grace is not yet finished. They are going to die? Thinking of this, Chief Fongling no longer hesitated and rode the flaming skeleton horse, stepping onto the back of the bone spirit 3-headed dog in a flash. In an instant, the bone spirit 3-headed dog and the flaming skeleton horse then powered up together, while Chief Fongling and the flaming skeleton horse rushed towards the dragon scale spider woman at an even faster speed, and casually, Chief Fongling also retrieved the bone spirit 3-headed dog that was standing in its place. Humph. Griffin, you want to die. I'll fulfill you. On the other side, Chief Fongling's such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the dragon scale spider woman, but after seeing that only Chief Fongling and the flaming skeleton horse had come over, its face that was filled with disdain. Yes, Chief Fongling had strength, but its level was too low and it did almost no damage to it. And the flaming skeleton horse had some level, but it didn't have any means of attacking. So the dragon scale spider woman didn't put this one person and one horse in her eyes at all. Clang, click, click. On this side, Chief Fongling and the dragon scale spider woman hadn't fought yet. But on the other change, the dragon scale spider woman's spider legs had already struck Tang Weihao. Heads on the ground? Split in two? This scene didn't appear. Except that Tang Weihao on the ground had trembling hands and eyes full of shock. He was different from Chang Nuocheng. He naturally wouldn't fold his arms, while he shot a few shots as fast as he could when the pirouette spider legs were about to fly over. Only, the evolved dragon scale arachnid woman. This cyclopean spider leg was no longer something that could be defused by a few bone bombs. At the last moment, Tang Weihao that was directly flinging out the skeleton bone sniper. And that was what caused Tang Weihao to be startled. He really didn't expect that skeleton bone sniper to be directly shattered by the cyclopean spider leg. Not the kind that breaks into two halves, but directly into ashes. On the ground, Tang Weihao that was depressed, but Chief Fongling was relieved. Weapons can still be built, but people can't come back from the dead. And there is also the fact that Tang Weihao's resilience is really too much better than Chang Nuocheng. Go to hell. Just at this moment, there was no extra time for Chief Fongling to sigh, because that dragon-scaled spider woman's back had suddenly sprouted 7 spider legs, and by the looks of it, the dragon-scaled spider woman was ready to pounce over herself. Chapter 132 Nearly Invincible Red-Armored Dragon Spider. The old saying that the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is still true. Although this dragon-scale spider woman was the first time she had transformed into a human form, it knew all the aesthetics of a human being, whether it was her body shape or her face value. It was on the path of supreme beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that this dragon-scale spider woman was more than 3 meters tall, Chief Fongling might have really thought of it as a human woman in cosplay. However, at this moment, the dragon-scale spider woman displayed an even wilder stance as it straightened its body. The 7 spider legs that were like spears that were pointing straight at Chief Fongling who was flying over. The stance was that if Chief Fongling dared to come over, then it would poke Chief Fongling and the flaming skeleton horse through. Under Chief Fongling's crotch, the flaming skeleton horse's pace was still moving forward, but its body was trembling, and it really didn't understand why its master still dared to rise to the challenge in such a situation. Of course, Chief Fongling couldn't possibly be intentional. Rushing up now would be a death sentence. But if Chief Fongling didn't, more of his classmates would be targeted by the dragon-scale spider woman. Boom! Flop! Roar! Ow! Woof! Only a rumbling sound was heard. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the 3-meter-tall dragon-scale spider woman was directly pounced on the ground. And that was why Chief Fongling dared to go on. Just a moment ago, when the distance between one person and one spider was infinitely close, Chief Fongling then summoned the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog in time. Although the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was only at the peak of level 2, it was a full 4 meters in size, and with the surprise and size suppression, the dragon-scale spider woman was instantly pounced on the ground, only to see the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog's limbs ruthlessly stomping on the dragon-scale spider woman's arms and legs. Those 3 heads were then frantically tearing at the dragon-scale spider woman's body. Giggle la! The sound was as if a cat was scratching glass, or like a knife scraping an iron blade. But what was really happening was that the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was biting the flesh of the dragon-scale spider woman. As expected, the dragon-scaled spider woman was not called for nothing, only to see that the teeth of this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog had boomed off a few. But this dragon-scaled spider woman had still only suffered some superficial wounds. Dead dog, get out of my way. On the ground, the dragon-scale spider woman who had been pounced on by the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was clearly enraged, and it danced the spider legs behind it about to plunge into the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog's back. You wish. However, Chief Fongling wouldn't give it that chance. He didn't ask to be able to beat it. Beating it away was already the best result. Dang, ta-da. Only to see Chief Fongling driving the flaming skeleton horse just hovering around the dragon-scale spider woman. The one-thought divine demon sword in the horse's hooves that were constantly striking the dragon-scale spider woman's swinging spider legs. And this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was also particularly forceful. It didn't care how many of its own teeth had been chipped off. Its 3 heads were just dying to tear at the dragon-scale spider woman on the ground. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. The scale armor on the dragon-scale spider woman was certainly hard, but the fangs of the Bone Spirit triple-headed dogs weren't weak at all. And the Bone Spirit triple-headed dogs would also spray flames and bone rain while tearing and biting, which could result in effective secondary damage. Aha! Give me death. On the ground, the fall of the scale armor caused the dragon-scale spider woman to be in agony. It tried to break free, but in its humanoid form, it couldn't exert much power at all. In fact, the dragon scale arachnid woman and the red armored dragon spider each had their own advantages. For example, in the arachnid woman state, its speed and spirit would exceed the usual, while in the red armored dragon spider's form, its strength and physique would be even better. Obviously, the dragon scale spider woman was faster and even spoke human language, but this also reduced its power so much that it couldn't even shake the bone spirit triple-headed dog that was pressed against it. Not good. Three-headed dog. Retreat. On the horse's back, Chief Fongling instantly caught the change in the dragon scale spider girl. At this moment, the dragon scale spider woman's skin, which was like scales, was starting to become thicker, and that slender waist was starting to become thicker. Or rather, it was starting to not look like a human's waist anymore. Most frightening still, the face of that supreme beauty began to grow more eyes, and fangs burst out of its mouth. Woof! Woof woof! Unfortunately, Chief Fingling's reaction speed was fast enough, but the bone spirit three-headed dog wasn't that fast. The dragon scale spider woman on the ground that was suddenly stormed up, her 3-meter size grew to more than 6 meters in a flash, and her huge body directly counter-pressured the bone spirit three-headed dog. Not only that, the two spider legs of the dragon scale spider woman even plunged into the body of the bone spirit three-headed dog, her bloody mouth biting hard against the bone spirit three-headed dog's head. Name, Chief Fongling, power, 70/40ths, speed, 40, spirit, 20/40ths, physical, 25/40ths. It couldn't be helped. Chief Fongling was also distressed. In his state of holding the one-thought divine sword in his hand, his spirit was already deprived to this point. If he sent the bone spirit triple-headed dog back to the undead realm again, he was afraid that it would be difficult to summon it out again. Right now, the dragon scale spider woman had fully transformed into a red armored dragon spider, and in this state, it was even more powerful in battle, and if there was no bone spirit three-headed dog to hold it back, she would definitely not be able to leave herself. Yes, Chief Fongling was going to run away. Chief Fongling had never been a saint, and he was even less likely to joke about his life. But, with Long Baiyu dead and Rinchinksen dead, shouldn't Chief Fongling put his best foot forward to have a go with the red armored dragon spider? What if there was a chance that Chief Fongling got another opportunity and then temporarily flipped the script? That's impossible. The Chief Fongling of his last life had blogged many times, but the goddess of fortune never favored him. If it wasn't for his partner's desperate attempts to save the day, Chief Fongling would have gotten off the line a long time ago. But what about this life? Chief Fongling was already the strongest person here, and the person who was sincerely willing to help himself might be dead, or might not have appeared yet. In this situation, how would Chief Fongling dare to gamble with his own life? The so-called, stay in the Green Mountains, not afraid of no firewood. Chief Fongling believes that this life even awakened the undead emperor's top profession. Then he will certainly be able to become the strongest, and at that time, and then for Long Baiyu, Ren Changsen, and these classmates to take revenge is not impossible. On the side, the bone spirit three-headed dog's barking was also getting more and more miserable. It really didn't understand why it did its best to help its master, and the master would leave it alone. Could it be? Is this its fate? Between a summoner and a summoned beast, they possessed a special contract, where Chief Fongling didn't know what the bone spirit three-headed dog was thinking. But right now, he really couldn't send the bone spirit three-headed dog back to the undead realm. And now, the only chance for the bone spirit three-headed dog to survive was to hold out one more time on its own. Hold out until Chief Fongling withdrew from the safe range, and then send it back to the undead realm. LOL. LOL. Bear. Bear. No. 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 Maybe. Just as Chief Fongling riding the flaming skeleton horse had already run nearly 100 meters away, the red armored dragon spider that was pressing the bone spirit triple-headed dog to fight was screaming miserably. Its scales were trembling, and not just trembling, they were shedding, a shedding without warning, and the pain that drilled through its heart caused the red armored dragon spider to start speaking human words. However, at this moment, the bone spirit three-headed dog was already seriously injured. 2 of its 3 heads had been beaten so much that it couldn't move, and half of its rotting and rotten flesh had been picked off, and the fiery flame that was originally the fire of anger was also dimmed beyond measure. The bone spirit three-headed dog in this situation was unable to cause any effective damage to the red armored dragon spider. Could it be that the red armored dragon spider was putting on a show, and that it was trying to trick itself into going back? Stop! Stop! Chief Fongling naturally didn't go back, but he pulled his horse's head back in time, and at the moment, Chief Fongling just stood there from a distance, watching the red armored dragon spider's next move. Golem! Golem! In the distance, the red armored dragon spider's movements hadn't stopped, but the picture was a bit strange. In its bulging belly, it seemed like something was churning, as if something was bursting through the skin and flesh and was about to break through the belly.